broad forehead, violent girl. In the ninja academy of the Land of Fire, two boys, around 6 years old, were grinning as they surrounded a little girl with short pink hair, clad in a beige long-sleeve top and vest, paired with shorts, mocking and teasing her. The girl, her face etched with annoyance, warned, "I advise you to step back, or I shall not hold back." Ha ha ha. Broad forehead, violent gorilla. The boy's taunts grew increasingly shrill, completely disregarding her warning. Sakura, unable to endure their antics any longer, clenched her fist and delivered a punch to one of the boys who had just insulted her. With a dull thud, he fell to the ground. "Oh, how dare you hit me!" With a cry of dismay, the other boy immediately lunged at Sakura, tackling her, while another boy scrambled up to join the fray. Being a girl, Sakura, despite possessing the soul of an adult, found herself overpowered by the two boys. "Hey, what are you doing?" A sharp voice rang out, and upon seeing the golden-haired figure, the two boys, realizing they had provoked someone formidable, scrambled away. Sakura slowly rose, spitting out the sand from her mouth, glaring at their retreating backs, muttering, "You will pay for this." Her gaze shifted to the girl who had driven the boys away, a short-haired girl in a beige tank top, who hurried over and asked, "Are you all right?" "Thank you, Ino." "I'm fine," Sakura replied, her demeanor cool and distant. That a man in his mid-30s, trapped in the body of a child, found it challenging to connect with these youngsters, leading to a lifetime of solitude. Indeed, Sakura Haruno was a transmigrator. In her previous life, she had been inconspicuous, unaware of how she had met her demise. Upon awakening as an infant in this world, she felt a sense of despair upon realizing her circumstances. After all, this was the world of Naruto, where children were sent to battle. With her past as a reclusive otaku, she knew that without any advantages, she would merely become cannon fodder or fall victim to the aftermath of later conflicts. When she regained her composure, her despair deepened as she recognized that she had transformed into a girl. However, there was a silver lining. She was the heroine of the story, and as long as she refrained from reckless actions, she could survive through to the narrative's conclusion. Even if it meant only reaching the age of the legendary tattoos, but the notion of marrying, as a man in a girl's body, was difficult for her to accept. Yet, circumstances being what they were, she had no choice but to comply. Aware of the dangers in this world, Sakura had been training since she learned to walk, albeit cautiously, mindful of her small stature. This way of life had persisted for 6 years, yet today's encounter revealed that her training had not proven effective. In a world where even children were thrust into battle, her efforts fell short in bridging the gap between her and the two boys. If it had been just one, she would have been confident in her ability to triumph. But against two, her chances were slim. After expressing her gratitude to Ino, Sakura contemplated leaving school to retreat to her secret base for chakra extraction and physical training. However, at that moment, Ino, trailing closely behind her, inquired with curiosity, "Sakura-chan, where are you headed?" Without turning back, Sakura replied, "I'm off to train. Training can be so dull. Let's go have some fun instead." Before Sakura could voice her agreement, Ino seized her hand and began to race towards the village's outskirts. Sakura sighed, "But I haven't finished today's training yet." The air was filled with Sakura's elongated tone and Ino's cheerful laughter, marking the moment when Sakura realized she had found her very first true friend in life. "I'm back." As dusk approached, Sakura's weary voice echoed through the entrance. "Welcome back," came the lively response from her mother, Mabuki Haruno, who continued with a light-hearted tone, "Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. You're still young and don't need to train so hard." Mabuki's voice bore a hint of reproach mingled with concern, fully aware of her daughter's relentless dedication to training. From a young age, Sakura had exhibited a calm, composed demeanor and a tendency to shy away from social interaction. This trait brought both joy and deep concern to her parents, who worried about their daughter's inability to make friends. They had consistently encouraged her to allocate some of her training time to play with other children. "Mother, I didn't manage to train today. Ino dragged me to play by the stream outside the village all afternoon," Sakura replied, her tone tinged with resignation as she shared this good news with her parents, hoping to alleviate their worries about her social life. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Mabuki's voice brightened with happiness, and even her father, Kazuma Haruno, wore a pleased expression. Noticing Sakura's disheveled appearance from her playful tussles, he promptly said, "Go wash up and change your clothes. We have a surprise for you today." "Okay," Sakura responded as she headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When Sakura emerged, her father, sporting a starfish hairstyle, exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Tada! Happy birthday, Sakura!" Sakura paused in astonishment. Has it really come to March 28th so soon? She hadn't realized she had been in this world for a full 6 years. Glancing at the item her father presented, she wore a puzzled expression, unsure of its origin. Noticing the look of confusion on Sakura's face, Kazuma beamed and said, "Today, I remembered that our ancestors were once ninjas, so I rummaged through the storage and found this. Sword, I thought you'd love it since you're so fond of training, so we decided to give it to you as a birthday gift. Let's see if you like it." Kazuma handed Sakura a rather ordinary katana. Sakura was bewildered. Wait a minute. Although it's true that the Haruno family had a few ordinary ninjas in the past, they were merely at the level of Genin and nothing remarkable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left behind no techniques at all. What's the story behind this ninja blade then? Sakura, with a hint of uncertainty, grasped the ninja blade held by her father. As she channeled her faint chakra into the weapon, an inexplicable sensation of a blood bond enveloped her. Simultaneously, a name surfaced in her mind, accompanied by the abrupt appearance of a letter. Dear esteemed traveler, we, the Association of Transcendental Travelers, extend our sincerest apologies regarding the matter of your soul's transference into another realm. Due to an unfortunate error on the part of our intern, you have been inadvertently displaced from your original world and reincarnated in this unfamiliar one. We deeply regret the adverse effects and emotional distress this may have caused you. In an effort to rectify the oversight of our association, we offer you a belated compensation for the 6 years lost. The following measures will be implemented. 1. We shall bestow upon you a special Zanpakuto, which has been meticulously refined to ensure it is fully integrated into this world, thus avoiding any inconvenience. The weapon possesses the potential, given sufficient chakra, to theoretically obliterate the universe. However, rest assured, we do not intend to create anything that poses a threat to this cosmos. 2. Upon receiving this blade, you will also be granted a unique bloodline limit, the flower release, which will endow you with unparalleled wood release abilities and an infinite capacity for chakra growth. Further functionalities are yours to discover. Upon reading this, Sakura exhaled deeply, the remainder of the letter consisting of apologies and cautionary notes, which she deemed unimportant. Her eyes sparkled with delight, for she had not anticipated her extraordinary boon would arrive so late. With these gifts, her journey in the world of ninjas promised to be both thrilling and significantly more secure. Sakura's gleaming eyes and radiant expression filled Haruno Zhaoxing with exhilaration. He urged her, "Sakura, give that blade a try." "Yes." Sakura nodded eagerly, her face alight with joy as she slowly drew the squared samurai sword. As she moved, the sword seemed to respond to her essence, gradually shrinking to suit her 6-year-old stature, given that the original blade measured over 1 meter in length, nearly matching her height. Once fully drawn, the gleaming blade and white hilt, combined with the perfectly proportioned square guard, imbued the weapon with an air of elegance. "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms," Sakura intoned, and in response, the entire blade transformed into swirling pink petals, enveloping her in a delicate dance, enhancing her appearance to that of a cherry blossom. Sprite. Meanwhile, Haruno Zhaoxing stood in utter astonishment. Chapter 2. Flower escape. After savoring a sumptuous dinner with her parents, Sakura embraced her cherished blade, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, as she returned to her room. Although this weapon had been modified by the so-called Association of Transcenders, rendering it less a traditional Zanpakuto and more a uniquely bound ninja sword, it did not diminish Sakura's affection for it. After all, this blade was renowned for its elegance and allure within the realm of soul reapers. Seated cross-legged upon her bed, a serious expression adorned Sakura's delicate face. She placed the 1,000 cherry blossoms upon her lap and slowly closed her eyes, commencing her daily chakra refinement task. As she delved into meditation, she immediately perceived her chakra gradually expanding. Though the rate of increase was not extraordinary, it was nonetheless comparable to that of prodigious ninjas, marking a stark contrast to her former self. Sakura was acutely aware that the original character of her narrative was also plagued by the limitations of her chakra reserves. Even after mastering the Ein sealing technique, she remained significantly weaker than Tsunade, unable to wield her powers with the same ease. This was ultimately attributed to her lack of bloodline strength, which resulted in insufficient chakra and endurance. However, With the enhancement of her unique constitution, her chakra refinement speed now rivaled that of geniuses and those with special abilities. As for the true potency of the flower escape technique, Sakura found herself at a loss, as she had yet to study any related ninjutsu. The Haruno family possessed no scrolls pertaining to ninjutsu, leaving her to await instruction from the academy to comprehend the essence of this peculiar bloodline limit. The night passed without incident. The next day, Sakura arrived early at the Ninja Academy, eagerly anticipating whether Irika would impart knowledge about ninjutsu. At that moment, a girl with short golden hair darted over to Sakura, exclaiming, "Sakura-chan, you seem particularly cheerful today. Is there some joyous news?" "Not much. Just looking forward to what Irika-sensei might teach us today," Sakura replied. Upon seeing the excitement on Sakura's face, Ino's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "Oh, I see. Those lessons can be quite tedious. Let us play in the afternoon. I'll introduce you to my friends." Upon hearing Ino's intention to introduce her friends, Sakura immediately thought of the trio known as Ino Shikicho. With a spark of inspiration, she turned to Ino and asked, "Could you teach me the basics of swordsmanship?" Now that she possessed a blade, mastering sword techniques became imperative. However, her family lacked any legacy in this area. Simply flailing a weapon without proper training would be most unwise. Ino pondered for a moment, tapping her lips with her finger before shaking her head. "None of our families excel in that, but the Uchiha clan is quite proficient. Why not ask Sasuke-kun after class?" Sakura glanced at the coolly composed Sasuke, seated in the second row, then shifted her gaze to Naruto, who was sitting in front of him. She smiled and replied, "All right, I'll ask him after class." Her request was modest, merely to learn the techniques of drawing the blade and the principles of force application, which she hoped would not involve Uchiha swordsmanship and thus would not be met with refusal. As the future of the ninja world chattered excitedly, Irika, bearing a facial scar, entered the room, and an immediate hush fell over the gathering. Only Naruto continued to look around, striving to integrate himself into the surrounding camaraderie. As he contemplated conversing with the small yet mature Sasuke, Irika abruptly interrupted by hurling a book at Naruto's yellow, spiky hair, announcing the commencement of class. This scene elicited a hearty laugh from the entire classroom, while Naruto displayed a silly yet radiant smile. The day's lessons concluded swiftly, around 3:30 in the afternoon. Irika began tidying up the teaching materials, signaling the end of class. The little ones erupted in cheers and instantly dashed out of the classroom, disappearing amidst Irika's furious admonition against running in the hallway. Only after everyone else had departed did Sasuke slowly rise, preparing to return home to train with his brother. "Sasuke-kun, may I ask for your assistance?" Just as Sasuke was about to stand, a clear, youthful voice rang out. Upon looking up, he recognized a classmate, a petite girl with pink hair and an attractive face, albeit with a somewhat prominent forehead. With a stoic expression, he replied, "Speak." "We possess an ancestral sword at home, yet lack the corresponding swordsmanship. Thus, I wish to learn the basics of swordplay from you, Sasuke-kun." Sakura's tone was earnest, for she understood that knowledge in this era was akin to a treasured heirloom, not easily shared. Consequently, she was prepared for rejection. Sasuke, feigning indifference, scrutinized her momentarily. Noticing that Sakura's gaze lacked the admiration other girls often displayed, he hesitated before responding, "I need to consult my brother. Meet us at the edge of the Uchiha training grounds in the afternoon, and I shall provide you with a definitive answer." Upon hearing Sasuke's lack of outright refusal, joy illuminated Sakura's face as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Sasuke-kun." Embracing local customs, she bowed and hurried out of the classroom, eager to share her newfound excitement with the two troublemakers from the previous day. As she exited the school, she spotted 3 children kicking a small, slender figure. Among them were her adversaries, the 2 rascals who had fought her the day before. Sakura glanced around, picked up a remarkably well-balanced wooden stick, and swung it through the air, satisfied by the whooshing sound it produced. With a benevolent smile, she stealthily approached the trio, who were engrossed in their antics. Upon closing the distance, Sakura realized that the victim of their bullying was none other than Naruto, who was curled up, shielding his head and abdomen with practiced ease. A clear indication of having endured such treatment before. The 3 miscreants shouted derogatory remarks like demon fox and child of misfortune, their strikes merciless and unrelenting. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't help but sigh. What a pity for the 3rd generation. Nevertheless, she held no mercy for the bullies. With the wooden stick, she swung at their heads, simultaneously declaring fiercely, "Why do you bully me? Let us see if you dare to continue. As the saying goes, a weapon in hand instills fear in the enemy. Upon seeing Sakura's stick, the three rascals did not attempt to retaliate but instead ran away, clutching their heads and hurling threats. Forehead girl, just wait. My brother is a Genin. He'll take care of you. How dare you threaten me? Just watch as I make you regret it. Sakura pursued the one who had issued the threat, unleashing a flurry of strikes without mercy, refusing to let him off easy. When Sakura returned with the broken branch in hand, Naruto had already sat up. He gazed up at Sakura, whose pink hair shimmered like golden threads under the sunlight, and was momentarily taken aback by her outstretched hand. Then, with a goofy smile, he said, "Thank you." Sakura, unfazed, pulled him up and remarked, "Those three troublemakers have a grudge against me. Saving you was merely incidental. That's not a problem, is it? If all is well, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Naruto's face fell slightly, yet he shyly replied, I'm fine." Sakura nodded, oblivious to the disappointment on Naruto's face. Her focus was solely on her swordsmanship training, shutting out all else. Satisfied that Naruto was all right, she dashed home to retrieve her weapon and train alongside the man who would soon bring ruin to her family. Chapter 3. Itachi Uchiha. As Sakura arrived at the small grove that Sasuke had mentioned while cradling her 1,000 cherry blossoms, she found two figures, one large and one small, already engaged in training. Upon seeing Sakura, Itachi Uchiha offered a gentle smile and said, "So, you are the Haruno Sakura that Sasuke spoke of?" "Yes," Sakura affirmed, nodding at the seemingly kind man. Now 6 years old, both she and Sasuke had less than a year before the impending tragedy would unfold. And given her current identity and abilities, she felt utterly powerless. "Since you are Sasuke's classmate, and he has indeed requested my guidance, you may begin learning the fundamentals of swordsmanship with me from today," Itachi said, his smile unwavering as he ruffled Sasuke's hair. "No, I did not request your help," Sasuke retorted, turning away in a haughty manner, avoiding Sakura's gaze. Upon hearing this, Sakura promptly expressed her gratitude and drew her short blade, resembling a tanto, to perform the most basic cutting motions. Itachi's eyes sparkled with a fleeting interest as he observed the blade in her hand, yet he refrained from commenting. The clans that wielded swords in the ninja world were few and far between, most of them tracing their lineage back to the Warring States era. He was curious about the Haruno clan's background and how they had lost their swordsmanship legacy. However, being naturally aloof, Itachi cared little for anything beyond his brother and the village, and after a momentary curiosity, he began to patiently instruct Sakura on the nuances of wielding a sword. Nevertheless, most of his attention remained on Sasuke, who executed his shuriken throws with precision and fluidity, earning generous praise from Itachi. Sakura, seizing the opportunity, played her part in uplifting the atmosphere, joining Itachi in commending Sasuke, which caused the latter's cool facade to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Sakura absorbed Itachi's teachings like a sponge, accelerating her advancement in swordsmanship. Perhaps due to her bond with the 1,000 cherry blossoms, her progress was swift. Any subtle issues could be rectified with just a brief suggestion from Itachi. After completing her sword practice and bidding farewell to the Uchiha brothers, Sakura returned home, where the first sight that greeted her was a sumptuous spread of food. Noticing her dirt-smudged face from training, her mother, Mabuki Haruno, smiled and asked, "Did you go play with Ino again?" "No, I practiced swordsmanship today and didn't play with Ino," Sakura replied as she headed towards the washroom. Mabuki sighed, "You're still young. There's no rush. You should spend more time playing with your friends." "Understood, mother." With a resigned sigh, Sakura completed her morning routine, shared a meal with her parents, and retreated to her room to begin refining her chakra. Observing Sakura's relentless dedication to her training, Ino turned to Shikamaru and suggested, "Shall we organize a spring outing? The weather has turned pleasant, making it an ideal time." Shikamaru, somewhat apprehensive about Sakura's intense focus, responded cheerfully, "Let us do it on this holiday. Prepare a bit more food, and I'll ask Sakura to invite her friends." Ino smiled in agreement. "Leave it to me, and let us not forget the barbecue grill." Unbeknownst to Sakura, her parents were plotting while she remained engrossed in her training. The following morning, she purchased a wooden sword from a street vendor. Though the feel of the wooden blade paled in comparison to her cherished cherry blossom blades, she acquired it purely for self-defense, especially after a group of younger children had boasted about confronting her. Sure enough, on her way to school, Sakura was confronted by that very group of children, alongside a boy who had recently graduated as a Genin. "Where do you think you're going?" the ringleader taunted, his confidence soaring, bolstered by the fact that his brother was a genuine shinobi. "Brute gorilla, today we will surely defeat you." The others echoed in agreement. The Genin, catching sight of the wooden sword on Sakura's back, smirked momentarily and declared, "I want to bully you. If you can defeat me in a one-on-one duel, my brother will never bother you again." Sakura, expressionless, picked up her wooden sword, her demeanor serious and alert. She had little faith in the Genin's words. How could he claim not to bully her while challenging her to a fight, especially when she had yet to learn any ninjutsu? As Sakura assumed her stance, the Genin fumbled to form hand seals to unleash a jutsu, but Sakura was not about to allow him that opportunity. She dashed forward with a swift body flicker, her speed modest yet her aura commanding, striking with her wooden sword. The Genin abandoned his jutsu and opted for a physical confrontation. However, as a civilian child, his martial skills were subpar, and aside from his slight physical advantage, he lacked any formidable prowess beyond ninjutsu. He attempted to evade Sakura's strike using chakra to enhance his agility, planning to close the distance for a close-quarters brawl. Yet, having practiced a bit of swordsmanship the previous day, Sakura seized the opportunity to refine her skills. After a missed swing, she deftly retreated a step, altering her downward strike into a diagonal cut to repel her opponent, then advanced once more, twisting her blade to transition from a diagonal slash to an upward thrust, effectively preventing him from approaching. Sakura's fluid movements left the Genin without any chance to counter. Observing from a nearby lamppost, a figure clad in an umbu uniform and wearing an animal mask, Uchiha Itachi, nodded approvingly at Sakura's technique. He had initially contemplated intervening when he noticed the bullying, but decided to allow her to continue, believing that this practice would help her adapt to wielding a sword. After a brief period, as Sakura became visibly fatigued and breathless, Itachi, noticing her small gestures of weariness, retracted the small stone he had readied to throw in her aid. As the young Genin observed Sakura, who was panting and drenched in sweat, he surmised that her stamina had waned. With a sinister grin, he summoned the last remnants of chakra within him, channeling it into his feet, and in an instant, he transformed into a formidable shadow, lunging toward Sakura. However, Sakura, with a slight smile gracing her lips as if she had anticipated this moment, deftly retreated and sidestepped his attack. A subtle aura of chakra enveloped her hands, striking the unsuspecting shadow on the back with precision. Throughout her skirmish with this child, Sakura had refrained from utilizing her chakra, reserving that minuscule amount for a decisive moment. With a resounding thud, the shadow was struck at the nape of the neck, collapsing into unconsciousness. Sakura, panting and leaning on her wooden sword, cast a fierce glance at the remaining rascals, declaring, "Do you see? This is the consequence of provoking me." "Ah, she has killed him," the little boy shrieked, his voice piercing the air as he fled in terror, calling for help. Sakura, sheathing her wooden sword, cast one last glance at the defeated Genin and, feeling invigorated despite her fatigue, made her way to school. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha, having witnessed Sakura's display, nodded and vanished from the lamppost. Chapter 4. Step by step as Sakura entered the school, her wooden sword slung over her shoulder, she serendipitously encountered Ino, prompting her to recall her mother's morning admonition. "Good morning, Ino." "Good morning, Sakura," Ino replied, appearing rather lackluster. However, Sakura paid it little mind, recognizing that it was commonplace for children to lack energy in the mornings. "This week, our family is going on a picnic by the river. Would you like to join us?" Sakura relayed the invitation from Haruno Mabuki. Ino perked up instantly. "Really? But will my presence disturb your family?" Her voice faltered midway, revealing her internal conflict about whether to attend. "It's perfectly fine. My mother insists, and her cooking is exquisite. Aren't you coming? Plus, I heard my father mention a barbecue." Sakura's enticing words made Ino swallow hard, her resolve wavering. Sakura continued to entice her. "I will also invite Sasuke-kun. After all, he has been a tremendous help in having Itachi-sama instruct me in basic swordsmanship." Sakura was unaware of when Ino had developed feelings for Sasuke, but she was confident that with more company, Ino would be swayed. "I will go. I will go," Ino exclaimed, her spirits lifting upon hearing Sakura's last remark, though her expression suggested she had yet to reach the point of infatuation. Observing this, Sakura chose not to dwell on Ino's demeanor and instead engaged her in light-hearted banter as they entered their classroom. Indeed, the aloof and handsome Sasuke was seated in the second row, surrounded by several girls who were subtly vying for his attention. prompting Sakura to muse on the precociousness of children in the world of Naruto. Noticing that Sasuke was unoccupied, Sakura approached him with confidence, an action that immediately drew the sharp gazes of several girls in the class. Nevertheless, Sakura remained unfazed. "Sasuke-kun, do you have any plans for the weekend?" "What is up?" Sasuke replied succinctly. "Well, our family is going on a picnic, so I came to invite you and to express my gratitude for your assistance." Sakura, well aware of Sasuke's temperament, noticed his inclination to decline and swiftly continued. "At that time, we shall have an abundance of delicious food, such as rice balls, boiled fish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fried shrimp, pudding, and meatballs. Furthermore, my father is organizing a barbecue and has procured a plethora of provisions. If you do not attend, the food will go to waste." Sasuke hesitated momentarily, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush as he turned his gaze away, stating, "In that case, I shall go. Wasting food is certainly not a commendable habit." Upon hearing this, Sakura triumphantly clenched her small fist, beaming with delight as she responded, "Splendid. It is settled then." She recalled having seen somewhere that Sasuke preferred lighter fare, particularly tomatoes, and thus decided to use the unfamiliar dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes as bait. To her astonishment, Sasuke actually took the bait. After all, he was still a child despite his facade of maturity. With the first task accomplished, Sakura hesitated regarding the second. Having witnessed numerous conspiracy theories in her past life, she feared that engaging with Naruto might draw the attention of the third Hokage. However, she could not bear to exclude poor Naruto. Although she had only recently met him in this life, she had watched him grow in her previous existence, and that bond compelled her to assist him during his troubled childhood. What harm could it do? Even if the third Hokage were to investigate, the Haruno family had a spotless reputation as commoners. No matter how deranged the third might be, he would not act against ordinary citizens. And the conspiracy theories circulating online were not necessarily true. Resolute in her decision, Sakura returned to her seat, only to find that Naruto had yet to arrive, likely running late. Indeed, when Irika entered the classroom to take attendance, Naruto burst in, his golden spiky hair a chaotic mess, panting heavily. After a few remarks, Irika instructed Naruto to take his seat and commence the day's lesson. "Today, we shall discuss the relationship between hand seals and chakra," he announced. Sakura's heart leaped with joy. Finally, some substantive content. Throughout the morning class, Sakura listened intently, as this knowledge was scarce yet vital for a ninja. After a break for lunch and a brief respite, the afternoon lessons commenced. This session was unique, divided into classes for boys and girls. Sakura and her peers were escorted by a female teacher to the outskirts of the village for a special lesson. At the edge of the Konoha forest, a teacher clad in a kimono and wearing glasses led a group of young girls to sit down for the day's unique lesson. As female ninjas, one must not only master ninjutsu, but also possess a broad knowledge and refined manners befitting a woman. Therefore, today we shall engage in a special course on flower arrangement. Now, go and collect the flowers you favor," the teacher declared with a smile. "Yes." The group of young girls scattered joyfully, leaving Sakura momentarily flustered. Here she was, a tall boy transformed into a young girl, yet she had never encountered flower arrangement before. Even in her previous life, she had not seen it, as such practices were not prevalent in her homeland. Looking around, she noticed Ino diligently searching for flowers, prompting her to follow Ino's lead and observe her technique, hoping to learn a thing or two. Ino, noticing Sakura trailing behind, asked with a puzzled expression, "What's the matter?" Sakura felt a touch of embarrassment, akin to being caught red-handed while attempting to learn in secret. Scratching her head sheepishly, she said, "This isn't really my forte. What about you, Ino?" Upon hearing Sakura's words, Ino beamed with a lively smile. "It's quite ironic that your name contains the character for flower, Sakura, yet you can't arrange them." With a playful tone, she added, "There's actually a trick to it." "Really?" Sakura's expression morphed into one of perfect astonishment, easily captured by her youthful demeanor. Ino, her face serious, began to elucidate the nuances of floral arrangement. "First, you must select the main flower. Then, you simply need to complement it with other blooms." She continued, "The accompanying flowers should never overshadow the main attraction, much like how your namesake, the cherry blossom, should not be the focal point if you choose to use it as an accent. Typically, the cherry blossom pairs with seasonal daffodils." As Sakura attentively absorbed Ino's explanation, memories of her past self, before acquiring the abilities of the 1,000 cherry blossoms and her unique bloodline limit, surfaced. Back then, Naruto and Sasuke would undoubtedly have been the main flowers, while she played the role of a supporting daffodil. However, circumstances have shifted. She now aspired to be the cherry blossom, allowing Naruto and Sasuke to become the accompanying daffodils. Though her current strength was limited, she possessed unwavering confidence that she could ascend step by step to reach the pinnacle, becoming the cherry blossom in the floral arrangement of life, the unparalleled Haruno Sakura. With Naruto and Sasuke as her supporting blooms, you seem rather relaxed, wide forehead. I warn you to keep your distance from our Sasuke. Just as Sakura reveled in her thoughts, a discordant voice interrupted. Both Sakura and Ino turned their displeased gazes toward the source of the sound, where three girls stood nearby, looking down at them from a distance. Sakura was not one to tolerate disrespect. She swiftly recognized these three as the girls who frequently flaunted themselves before Sasuke. Without hesitation, she hurled the flower in her hand like a shuriken. Just as the leader of the trio was about to retort, three small blossoms soared into her mouth like meteors, prompting her to immediately shut her lips and spit out the foreign object. Get lost if you don't want to get hurt. Sakura's voice was as frigid as eternal ice, and to enhance her intimidation, she clenched her fist, producing a menacing crack. For them to bully her was tantamount to courting disaster. She was unafraid to confront boys and lower-ranked ninjas, so why would she fear these young girls? The trio shivered at her icy demeanor and stammered, "Why, you just wait." However, their bravado faltered in the face of Sakura's fearsome expression, and they fled in haste. Chapter 5. Spring outing. The following day, a day of rest, Sakura set out early, intending to call on Naruto. She hadn't been able to speak with him directly after yesterday's girls' class. Today, she resolved to visit his home. Unperturbed by whether Sasuke or Ino would mind Naruto's background, Sakura had observed that those who rejected Naruto's identity were primarily commoners, whereas the scions of noble families seemed indifferent to it. Arriving at Naruto's home, as described in the original story, she noted that it appeared even more splendid than her own. Yet, upon recalling Naruto's background, she dismissed any concerns. After a brief moment of knocking, Sakura waited patiently until a small boy with a yellow hedgehog hairstyle and a nightcap appeared before her. However, upon seeing Sakura, Naruto's drowsiness dissipated instantly, and he stammered, "Sakura? What brings you here?" Sakura, with a playful intent, replied, "Is it not permissible for me to come?" "And no, of course you can." Naruto quickly waved his hands in denial. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. The thing is, my family is planning a spring outing, and my parents asked me to invite friends. I thought of you, and since I consider you a friend, would you like to join us?" Sakura stated candidly with a smile. Naruto's face was a picture of disbelief as he pointed to himself and exclaimed, "Have I truly become Sakura's friend?" "Well, sort of. I don't have many friends and am unsure how to define friendship, but I believe you would make a splendid friend." Sakura spoke the truth, for in her 2 lifetimes, she had few genuine friends. The acquaintances from her previous life faded away with time, leaving her without any true confidants, making her previous existence rather unfulfilling. Then Sakura, "We are friends. Come in and wait for me. I'll freshen up quickly," Naruto called as he dashed upstairs. Sakura, upon entering Naruto's home, found a sofa in the chaotic living room, cluttered with an abundance of instant noodle boxes and milk cartons. Noticing that Naruto would take some time, a slightly obsessive-compulsive Sakura began tidying up. When Naruto hastily descended the stairs and saw Sakura cleaning, his face flushed with embarrassment. "You don't need to clean. I'll handle it when I return," he exclaimed. Sakura nodded in agreement, folding the clothes on the sofa and saying, "All right, let us go." As she approached to find Naruto, the third Hokage, receiving intel from the Umbu, observed Sakura through a technique using a telescope. After a period of scrutiny, he still felt uneasy and instructed, "Please look into this little girl's background." After uttering this, the third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke and murmured, "Little Naruto's journey of forging bonds has finally begun." When Sakura and Naruto arrived by the creek outside the village, they found Haruno Mei and Haruno Zhao busily engaged in preparations, while Yamanaka Ino and Sasuke had already arrived. Upon spotting Sakura, Ino's eyes brightened as she hurried over, greeting Naruto as well. "Finally, you're here. Sasuke-kun is so cold. He wants to even talk to me," Ino complained while linking arms with Sakura, grumbling about Sasuke's aloofness. "But don't many girls find Sasuke attractive?" Sakura inquired, glancing at Ino. Ino nodded slightly. From a distance, Sasuke-kun is undeniably handsome, but up close, it becomes a bit overwhelming. Taken aback by Ino's somewhat disdainful tone, Sakura was surprised. Aren't you fond of Sasuke? Why the disdainful tone then? Could this be a butterfly effect from my crossing over? However, Sakura refrained from dwelling on it, knowing that in the original narrative, Ino did not end up with Sasuke. Upon reaching the creek, Haruno cheerfully said, "You all go ahead and play. We still need some time to prepare here." Hearing this, Sakura felt a bit awkward. What kind of games could two boys and two girls play together? However, engaging in a game of make-believe seems rather inappropriate. Upon hearing Haruno Sakura's words, Sasuke, though intrigued by the prospect of tomato scrambled eggs, ultimately directed his gaze towards Sakura and proposed, "Since that is the case, let us compete in taijutsu." Sakura? Naruto? Ino? Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the three, Sasuke proceeded to a distance and, after observing Sakura, formed a series of hand seals. This was quintessentially Sasuke. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sakura approached him with enthusiasm. Although she had not formally trained in taijutsu, she was determined to test her capabilities. As the two stood facing each other, they bowed, marking the commencement of their battle. The commotion drew the attention of Sakura's parents, who merely observed without intervening, accustomed as they were to such antics between the children. A gentle breeze caressed the edges of Sakura and Sasuke's garments, and as the warm air enveloped them, they sprang into action together. Sasuke lunged with the swiftness of lightning, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Sakura's face. Quick-witted and agile, Sakura deftly tilted her head, evading the strike with remarkable finesse. However, even as she successfully dodged Sasuke's fist, she could still feel the fierce wind generated by the punch, its potent force causing her hair to flutter. Unyielding, Sakura seized the moment, executing a powerful kick directed at Sasuke. Sasuke, realizing the gravity of her assault, swiftly retracted his arm to block the impending blow. A resounding thud echoed as their limbs collided, the impact reverberating through the air. The force of the collision pushed Sasuke back several paces as he struggled to absorb the blow's tremendous strength. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura quickly retracted her leg. Her movements flowed seamlessly, and as she pulled back her foot, she utilized the momentum to whip her right hand forward, striking fiercely at Sasuke's right cheek. The speed of this attack was astonishing, leaving little room for reaction. Had it connected, it would undoubtedly have caused immediate swelling to Sasuke's face, if not more severe consequences. Sasuke's pupils dilated momentarily, taken aback by Sakura's sudden onslaught. Yet, his reflexes were equally swift. He ducked and evaded her whip-like strike with the agility of an eel. However, Sasuke did not afford Sakura a moment's respite. As he regained his stance, his right fist rocketed towards Sakura's abdomen with explosive force. The speed and power behind this strike were formidable. Sakura sensed the impending danger, her heart racing as she attempted to counter the blow. Yet, due to the excessive movements from her previous actions, she found herself unable to retract her arm in time to defend herself. In that critical moment, she could only desperately twist her body to evade the lethal strike. But ultimately, she was unable to escape. Accompanied by a sharp pain in her abdomen, Sakura staggered back, clutching her stomach. Seeing this, Sasuke formed a sign of reconciliation and slowly spoke. "Your movements are excessively exaggerated, laden with unnecessary actions. However, your strength and responses are commendable, albeit still a notch below mine." Sakura, upon hearing this, humbly accepted the critique, as she too felt that the pain in her abdomen had lessened. She formed a sign of reconciliation in return, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder." "Humph. What with your arrogance, Sasuke?" Naruto, witnessing Sakura's plight, voiced his discontent. Sasuke, however, did not spare him a glance, simply dismissing him with a scoff. "Idiot. What did you say, you arrogant Sasuke?" Naruto immediately began to flail and provoke Sasuke. At that moment, Ino rushed over to gently massage Sakura's abdomen, inquiring, "Does it hurt?" With the help of chakra, it shouldn't hurt anymore. Sakura, relishing Ino's soothing touch, smiled in appreciation. "All right, everyone, it's time to eat." At the sound of Haruno's voice, Naruto, still bickering with Sasuke, cheered and dashed over. While Sakura and her friends displayed expressions of joy, the riverside soon buzzed with activity, as Naruto eagerly snatched at the food Sasuke had his eye on. Sasuke then scolded him once more, leading to a lively dispute between the two as they continued to eat. Chapter 6. 3 years later at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Class 3 was filled with a lively group of aspiring young ninjas engaged in playful antics. Only the rear seats by the window remained quiet and unbothered. At this moment, Sasuke sat in the back, gazing out the window in a daze. Although he had previously exhibited such behavior, he now appeared notably more cheerful, as he had once been surrounded by the love of his elder brother, father, and mother. However, everything he cherished had been stripped away on that fateful summer night over a year ago. His parents and clan had met a brutal end that night, at the hands of his most beloved brother, an unbearable reality for him. From that moment onward, only hatred lingered in his heart. His primary purpose for living had become revenge, transforming him into a specter of vengeance. As Sasuke lost himself in thought, a raucous voice broke the silence. "Stop pretending to be cool, you arrogant Sasuke." Sasuke found it futile to engage with this fool, yet arguing with him or sparring with Sakura would alleviate some of the hatred burning within him. "Idiot. What did you say? Repeat that, you arrogant Sasuke." Naruto's boisterous voice echoed again, this time even louder. "Naruto, be quiet. Do not disturb Sasuke-kun." With the collective admonishment of the girls, Naruto crouched down, clutching his head, tears welling in his eyes. "Naruto-kun, are you all right?" Hinata, standing beside him, awkwardly attempted to console him, while Sasuke frowned, finding the classroom unbearably noisy. Sakura sighed at the scene. Ever since that spring outing 3 years ago, she, Ino, Sasuke, and Naruto had forged a friendship, with Naruto and Sasuke's relationship gradually evolving into a friendly rivalry. Meanwhile, Sakura focused on nurturing this bond while fervently acquiring knowledge about ninjutsu to better herself. Although she was indeed a traveler from another world, she could not create something from nothing. The information she possessed about the world of Hokage was fragmented, for even the illustrious Kishimoto could not conjure an entire universe from thin air. During this period, Sakura diligently solidified her foundational ninja skills while simultaneously harnessing the 3 basic ninjutsu she had learned in school to develop her unique bloodline abilities. Prior to the fateful night of the massacre, Sasuke, albeit somewhat aloof, still exhibited a lively spirit. As Sakura trained alongside him, she also benefited from the guidance of the esteemed Itachi Uchiha. After each sparring session, whether in taijutsu or kenjutsu, Itachi would provide insightful critiques, highlighting their shortcomings and suggesting paths for improvement. However, as the summer of the following year approached, Itachi's appearances became increasingly infrequent, a fact that Sasuke remained oblivious to. Sakura, on the other hand, sensed that a tragic event was looming. Yet, she felt powerless to intervene. This was not solely Itachi's affair, but a consequence of the intricate power dynamics involving Obito, Danzo, and the higher echelons of Konoha. With the Uchiha clan caught in the crossfire, Itachi was merely the scapegoat. Even in his absence, others would rise to annihilate the Uchiha. As Sakura had anticipated, a cataclysmic event transpired one fateful evening at summer's end, sending shockwaves throughout Konoha. The renowned Uchiha Itachi, for reasons unknown, executed a betrayal by annihilating his entire clan, leading Konoha to officially declare him a rogue ninja and initiate a manhunt. From that day forth, Sasuke returned from a brief hiatus transformed. His demeanor darkened and his eyes ignited solely by the flames of vengeance. Were it not for Naruto's jovial interruptions and Sakura's attempts to channel his fury into combat, he might have succumbed entirely to the all-consuming fire of hatred. Over a year passed, and while Sasuke no longer bore the same grim countenance as when he first arrived at school, Sakura understood that he would seize any opportunity to grow stronger, inevitably treading the same path as depicted in the original narrative. As she pondered this, Irika, bearing a scarred visage, entered with a folder in hand, commanding silence before announcing, "Today, we shall engage in a special lesson. You have been studying for some time now, and it is time to assess your progress. Our class will hold a competition, with each of you battling against a partner assigned by me. The outcome is inconsequential, but you must give it your all so that I may witness your growth over these 3 years." Among the students, the first to express discontent was a boy with a pineapple hairstyle, who glared with lifeless eyes and muttered, "What a hassle." In contrast, Naruto leapt up with exuberance, exclaiming, "Just you wait, Sasuke. I will defeat you and leave you utterly bewildered." Observing Naruto's current antics, Sakura felt compelled to cover her face. She could not recall when he had transformed into this socially awkward individual, as he had once been quite amiable upon starting school. Foolishness. However, all Naruto received in response was a curt reply from Sasuke. Simultaneously, Sasuke's gaze burned intensely upon Sakura. Despite their frequent sparring sessions in taijutsu and kenjutsu, They had never truly unleashed their full potential against one another. The use of ninjutsu, after all, posed significant risks without supervision, often leading to life-threatening situations. Thus, this occasion presented the perfect opportunity for a full-fledged battle. "All right, class, it's time to gather outside," Irika announced. Many students appeared lethargic, as such lessons were not only exhausting but also fraught with the risk of injury, making them less favored among the young ninjas. "Sakura, have you become remarkably powerful?" In a striking transformation, Ino had abandoned her previous short, boyish hairstyle in favor of long, flowing locks, giving her a captivating appearance at the tender age of 9. This change stirred a certain restlessness within Sakura, yet she was resolute in preserving their friendship, suppressing her agitation and smiling. "I'm not that strong. I merely utilized the body replacement technique to create a few jutsu that align with my bloodline limit," Sakura explained with a smile. She held no intention of concealing her bloodline limit, nor could she, as it inherently manifested an enchanting illusion of fluttering petals whenever she employed her jutsu. Her friends, Ino, Naruto, and Sasuke, were all aware of Sakura's sudden awakening of a unique bloodline limit known as Hanaten. "Wow, you're amazing. You can already modify jutsu," Ino exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Unable to resist, Sakura playfully pinched Ino's nose and asked, "Haven't you learned the family secret techniques yet?" Ino wrinkled her delicate nose. "Not yet. Father says our family's secret techniques are special, and learning them at a young age could harm the soul. For now, I'm focusing on physical techniques." As Sakura and Ino conversed, they stepped outside. Irika scanned the area to confirm that all students were present before organizing the matches. However, the so-called battles were merely a display of rudimentary skills, as the civilian ninja students lacked Sakura's refined chakra control, making the use of the body replacement technique a formidable challenge, let alone more advanced jutsu. Thus, apart from the clan members, the performances of others were rather unimpressive. After the civilian ninjas had their turn, Irika called out, "Sakura, Sasuke, step forward." Upon hearing Irika's words, Sasuke instantly leaped onto the stage with a body flicker technique. Locking eyes with Sakura, who mirrored his gaze without any hint of intimidation. "Be careful, Sakura," Ino urged worriedly, fully aware of Sasuke's current strength, having witnessed him practice the fire style, fireball jutsu. "I understand," Sakura replied, her form dissolving into a cascade of pink cherry blossoms that scattered into the air. This spectacle left Ino, Irika, and the other students in awe. Even Sasuke's pupils constricted as he swiftly glanced around, trying to discern Sakura's sudden appearance on the stage. Irika, taken aback, could hardly maintain his composure, entirely bewildered by how Sakura had materialized. Only Sasuke, utilizing his Sharingan, grasped a hint of the underlying mechanics. Chapter 7. Hanaten Jutsu. As Sakura appeared on the stage, Naruto, Ino, and many young ninjas widened their eyes, utterly perplexed by how Sakura had transformed into petals and then reappeared so suddenly. Noticing the intricacies, Sasuke couldn't help but frown and inquire, "Is that a substitution technique?" Sakura nodded, revealing, "It's a variation of the substitution technique, similar in principle, but infused with my bloodline limit abilities." Upon hearing Sakura's admission, Sasuke's expression grew considerably more serious, and his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, a tomo slowly rotating within. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed the crystal ball before him, his countenance equally grave. He discerned elements of illusion within Sakura's bloodline limit, yet uncertainty lingered, as he vaguely sensed the presence of wood release. This competition, when examined closely, appears to be merely a pretext, deliberately orchestrated by him for a specific purpose. The primary objective is to probe into the depths of Sakura's unique bloodline limit. He was taken aback upon receiving reports from the Umbu. As Sakura's family has never been known for possessing any bloodline limits, they are simply ordinary civilians. To his surprise, Sakura has suddenly awakened a distinctive bloodline limit. And every such limit is a rare resource for the village, compelling him to regard it with utmost importance and curiosity. Thus, today's preliminary assessment was conceived, also providing an opportunity to observe the growth of these young ninjas over the past 3 years. Irika, concealing his astonishment, glanced at the unassuming Sakura and declared, "Prepare, begin." As Irika's voice echoed, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed, fire style, great fireball technique. A massive inferno surged toward Sakura. In response, she formed hand seals. and with a surge of chakra, an identical clone of Sakura materialized beside her. Flower style, flower clone technique. The two Sakuras swiftly diverged to the sides, evading the onslaught of flames, and positioned themselves adjacent to Sasuke. They quickly performed another technique, flower style, cherry blossom rain. As Sakura completed her hand seals, petals of cherry blossoms began to cascade from the sky, drifting gracefully and seemingly innocuous. Yet, amidst this enchanting display, an undercurrent of lethal intent was palpable, prompting Sasuke to hastily retreat to a space devoid of petals. To the astonishment of onlookers, the fallen petals sliced through the ground, leaving a multitude of fine gashes, as if each petal contained unparalleled cutting power. Observing Sasuke, who had managed to escape the canopy of petals yet bore a look of trepidation, Sakura felt a tinge of helplessness. This technique was inspired by the initial release of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, boasting advantages such as substantial power and wide coverage. However, its drawback was evident. The descent of the petals was too slow, making it challenging to ensnare an enemy effectively. If only she could collaborate with a wind-style ninja, it would yield remarkable results. Thus, Sakura resolved not to abandon this technique, but rather to refine it and eliminate its shortcomings. Sasuke, startled by the formidable power of the cherry blossom rain, felt an insatiable fire igniting within him. He had believed himself to be unmatched in this academy, unaware that Sakura, his daily sparring partner, had concealed such a potent technique all along. With newfound determination, Sasuke activated his shadow clone technique and encircled Sakura. In response, Sakura formed hand seals, transforming herself once more into a flurry of cherry blossoms. This time, however, the petals did not vanish. Instead, they coalesced into several clones of Sakura, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the true body. Flower style, Misty Moon Cherry Blossom Transformation Technique. Even though Sasuke's Sharingan could typically penetrate illusions, he found himself at a loss against this technique. He could ascertain that Sakura's jutsu was indeed an illusion, yet he could not identify which was the original. With 5 clones of Sakura converging upon him, Sasuke found himself overwhelmed. As he aimed a shuriken at one of the clones, it instantly transformed into cherry blossom petals and dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Sakuras swiftly approached Sasuke, enabling him to discern their trajectories of attack with the aid of his Sharingan. They aimed for his head, throat, heart, and abdomen, vulnerable points on the human body. A single strike to any of these would conclude the match. Without hesitation, Sasuke drew a kunai and lunged toward the Sakura he perceived as the greatest threat. In a shower of falling cherry blossoms, the struck Sakura instantly transformed into petals and vanished. Accompanied by a dull thud, the Sasuke hit in the abdomen dissipated in a plume of white smoke, revealing a wooden stump. A substitution technique. Irika let out a sigh of relief at this display. He had not anticipated such a captivating battle among a group of novices. As Sasuke reappeared a short distance away, a kunai was pressed against his neck, and a gentle voice declared, "You have lost." The chilling sharpness of the kunai made Sasuke's Sharingan narrow in surprise when had she maneuvered behind him. As confusion reigned among Sasuke and the others, 3 of the attacking Sakura clones transformed into petals and disappeared. The remaining Sakura also vanished with a resounding pop, leaving no trace. Among the clones, there was no sign of the real Sakura. They were merely illusions, with only 1 floral clone remaining. The true Sakura had been cleverly hiding, utilizing illusions to divert Sasuke's attention while her clones engaged him. Had Sasuke shifted his gaze from the clones and employed the unique scanning ability of his Sharingan, he might have uncovered the hiding Sakura. However, she had orchestrated this moment from the outset, and Sasuke unwittingly walked into her carefully laid trap. Sakura wins, Irika announced. Sasuke sheathed his kunai with a thud, proclaiming, "I will definitely defeat you next time." Sakura, also putting away her kunai, replied with a smile, "I look forward to it." After they descended from the platform, Naruto rushed over to mock Sasuke. "Haha, you got defeated by Sakura, huh? You're really pathetic. I could take on 10 of you, idiot." Sasuke retorted coldly. "What did you say? Just wait until you see my performance. I'll show you. You arrogant Sasuke." Naruto fumed at Sasuke's taunt. Simultaneously, Ino rushed over to embrace Sakura, cheering, "Sakura-chan, you won. I never realized you were so formidable, and your ninjutsu is so beautiful." "Hey, Ino, are you missing the point?" Sakura replied with a hint of exasperation. Yet, it was true that her ninjutsu, enhanced by her bloodline limit, was indeed stunning. Sakura's unique bloodline limit, combining would release with illusion techniques, perfectly aligned with her chakra attributes of water and earth, allowing her to perform would release. Additionally, Sakura's character was rooted in her identity as an illusionist. However, the Sharingan had overshadowed the balance of physical, ninjutsu, and illusion techniques, reducing them to a realm dominated by taijutsu and ninjutsu. The ensuing battles were somewhat lacking in comparison to the clash between Sasuke and Sakura, yet they were significantly more impressive than those of ordinary students. Before taking the stage, Naruto made grandiose declarations, only to be swiftly defeated by his opponent, subsequently becoming the subject of ridicule within his class. In Chapter 8, the third Hokage's concerns. The third Hokage observed Sakura's battle against Sasuke from his office, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he exhaled a deep puff of smoke. He gazed into the crystal ball, where Sakura stood alongside Ino, watching the fight in the arena. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he was well acquainted with the fluctuations of wood release. However, Sakura exhibited more illusory techniques than wood release itself. Nonetheless, subtle fluctuations in her chakra revealed the lingering essence of wood release. This perplexity troubled the third Hokage. The awakening of such a unique bloodline limit in this young girl led him to ponder whether her lineage harbored ties to the Senju clan. Yet investigations revealed no such connections. This left him bewildered regarding the origins of this extraordinary bloodline limit, coupled with concerns about how other villages might react upon its exposure. Although wood release was not inherently formidable, save for the legendary Hashirama Senju, other villages had been instilled with fear by its mere existence, rendering it unlikely for them to overlook the potential emergence of this peculiar bloodline limit. Should it be revealed, it could very well spark the Fourth Great Ninja War. With all villages uniting against Konoha in a unique predicament, one must not underestimate the god of ninjas. Hashirama Senju's wood release indeed commanded respect and power. After another deep inhale, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt indecisive. The nuances of Sakura's bloodline limit were not lost on those who deeply understood wood release. Even if left unmonitored, other villages might not detect it. Yet, he was unwilling to take that gamble. Age had dulled the resolve and courage he once possessed as a ninja scholar. His desire now was to maintain the status quo and avert any developments that might spiral out of control. A year prior, the Uchiha clan had shown signs of slipping from his grasp, which he had managed to suppress with Danzo's assistance. However, this situation was markedly different. Sakura, a mere civilian ninja, posed no immediate threat to the village. By fostering bonds, he could manipulate her into becoming a formidable asset for Konoha. In fact, he could facilitate the continuation of this unique bloodline limit, potentially establishing a third major ninja clan. If managed wisely, this could yield immense benefits for the village. If it were a common bloodline limit, the third Hokage could dream of success, but this uniqueness tied to wood release created his hesitation. Once more, Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke and closed his eyes, deciding to adopt the passive stance. He could not discern whether the advantages Sakura presented outweighed the disadvantages. As long as other villages remained unaware, maintaining the current situation seemed prudent. If the situation became untenable, a civilian ninja could be easily dealt with, perhaps by orchestrating an incident reminiscent of the Konoha White Fang. Hiruzen muttered to himself, for the peace of Konoha, sacrifices must sometimes be made. Unbeknownst to Sakura, the third Hokage had discerned a hint of her special bloodline limit. At that moment, she was fervently cheering for Ino. Ino's taijutsu was impressive, especially given the prowess of her family's secret techniques as supportive measures. However, she primarily relied on taijutsu. Yet, one could not solely depend on support, and ultimately, Ino fell short against Shikamaru. Although the contest primarily centered around physical prowess, the intellect of Shikamaru ultimately overshadowed them, compelling them to concede defeat. When Ino approached Sakura, she felt a tinge of disappointment, which was alleviated by Sakura's comforting words. They agreed to go shopping together after class, lifting Ino's spirits. However, Sakura felt somewhat exasperated. Accompanying a woman on a shopping spree as a man could be utterly exhausting. Unlike other males, she also had to serve as Ino's dressing doll, which was far more tiring than a mere outing. The competition concluded swiftly. Irika documented the performances of the students before announcing the end of school. He tucked away his papers and headed directly to the Hokage building, while Sakura and her peers erupted in cheers before dispersing. The contest had lasted only half a day, and with the following day being a holiday, It felt like they were granted a day and a half off, much to the delight of the younger students. The only one who appeared downcast was Naruto, as his performance was notably less than commendable. "Naruto, would you like to grab some ramen?" "It's on me," Sakura offered. Naruto's eyes lit up at her words, and he looked at her enviously, saying, "Sakura, can I train with you? I must defeat that arrogant Sasuke." "Of course." Sakura replied with a smile, "But you won't be able to learn my ninjutsu. I can only teach you taijutsu and basic sword techniques." Though she initially intended to train with Naruto, he had been restless and had to forego the idea. Now that he was eager to train, she would certainly not turn him down. "Sakura, let us have another match later. I figured out how to counter your technique," Sasuke interjected, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of unraveling Sakura's flower transformation, illusory moon Sakura technique. "Then let us all go for ramen. After we eat, we can have our match." Sakura cleverly lured Sasuke into her plans, hoping that Ino would be somewhat restrained during their shopping escapade. Alas, her hopes were dashed. After finishing their ramen, a revitalized Ino was brimming with enthusiasm, having visited nearly every shop and boutique in Konoha, primarily engaging in window shopping and dragging Sakura to try on clothes. After their rounds, they dragged an exhausted Sasuke and Naruto for another lap. Had it not been for Sakura's persuasive promise of a match after the next store, Sasuke would have surely fled. The reason for not letting Sasuke escape was simple. Such burdens were not meant to be borne alone. With Naruto and Sasuke accompanying her, she felt invigorated and free of fatigue. By the time they returned home, it was already evening, and the promise of a match with Sasuke was, of course, rendered moot. He and Naruto were so fatigued they could barely stand, let alone engage in battle. Upon arriving home, Sakura took a refreshing shower to ease her body and then proceeded to the backyard to practice her ninjutsu and sword techniques. The ninjutsu she had mastered included flower technique, flower clone, flower technique, cherry blossom rain, and flower technique, illusory moon Sakura transformation. While these techniques had reached a commendable level of skill, each possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages. Among them, the flower clone was a traditional ninjutsu, inspired by the shadow clone technique and the water and earth clones from the original work. The most extraordinary technique, known as the flower escape, Misty Moon Sakura transformation, draws inspiration from the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique, enriched by the practitioner's own insights and a modicum of illusionary skill. Its advantage lies in the ability of these illusory clones to deceive even the keenest eyes, such as those of the Sharingan, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from reality. However, its drawback is apparent. It possesses little to no offensive capability, serving primarily as a means of deception. It is evident from these ninjutsu that Sakura is in urgent need of offensive techniques, yet she has reached her limits. Utilizing her refined chakra control and increasing chakra reserves, she has managed to devise 3 advanced ninjutsu. The challenge of conjuring offensive techniques from thin air proves to be quite daunting for her. She desperately seeks knowledge regarding ninjutsu. Yet such wisdom is exceedingly rare. Each technique is treated by ninjas as a treasured heirloom and foundational knowledge, not something that can be easily acquired. Fortunately, should a conflict arise, she still has the Sakura Blossom technique as a means of attack, complemented by her unique bloodline limit which renders her assaults even more elusive and unpredictable. Chapter 9. Class division. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. Sakura rises from her slumber. With the shout of Haruno Mae, the lump beneath the covers stirs reluctantly. Soon, a tousled pink head emerges, bleary-eyed and surveying her surroundings, taking a moment to gather herself before hastily descending to wash up. Sakura nearly forgets that today marks the graduation class division at the Ninja Academy, an event she must witness in person. She cannot afford to miss such a momentous occasion due to a late start. In a flurry, she dashes downstairs, hastily grabbing a piece of bread as she races toward the academy, paying no heed to Mae's calls, propelling herself forward with determination. In her eagerness to save time, she leaps between rooftops. Passers-by gaze upward at the sight of a pink-haired girl clad in a short-sleeved cheapao, desperately munching on bread as she hurries along, as if she were on the verge of missing something of utmost importance. Ah, the beauty of youth. Onlookers express their admiration, while Sakura internally frets about her impending tardiness. Upon arriving at the classroom, she finds Naruto and Sasuke locked in a fierce stare, while the girls in the class egg Sasuke on to teach Naruto a lesson. Only Ino and Hinata stand apart, Ino watching the spectacle with amusement, and Hinata wearing an expression of concern for Naruto. At that moment, as the classmate in front leans back to chat with her friend, her elbow inadvertently jostles Naruto, causing him to lose his balance and tumble forward. In the astonished gazes of their peers, a legendary scene unfolds, while Ino glances back, offering a casual apology before returning to her conversation. Ah, what a relief. Sakura witnesses the iconic moment, her heart finally at ease. Her frantic dash was not in vain. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke widen their eyes, clutching their throats as if they had just swallowed something foul. I will kill you, Naruto. Sasuke growls, holding his neck fiercely. No, it's me. My mouth feels like it's going to rot. Naruto retorts, equally distressed. Suddenly, Naruto felt a jolt as an overwhelming aura of hostility enveloped him. He shivered under the intense gazes of the girls in his class, as if they were ready to devour him. Spotting Sakura standing at the doorway with a smile reminiscent of an overindulgent ant, he let out a desperate scream. Sakura, save me. However, she merely shrugged, continuing to watch the unfolding drama with detached amusement. Confronted by the myriad of scrutinizing eyes, Naruto stiffly asserted, "This was an unforeseen circumstance beyond my control." Westerner, came a shout from the crowd, igniting a lively uproar. What followed was Naruto's pitiful wailing, a sound so heart-rending it could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Hinata, feeling utterly helpless, wished to intervene on behalf of the beleaguered Naruto, yet her courage faltered. Instead, she could only watch anxiously, her tear-filled eyes pleading towards Sakura. This caused Sakura's expression of casual observation to falter slightly as she glanced at the frenzied girls, ultimately shrugging at Hinata in a gesture of helplessness. Fortunately, the commotion did not persist for long, as Iruka soon arrived, bringing the farce to a close. Naruto lay sprawled on his desk, utterly defeated, resembling a mere puddle of mud. Meanwhile, Iruka diligently explained the rule of assigning one Genin to lead 3 Genin, prompting Sakura's thoughts to drift back to the previous night when Naruto had attempted to steal the forbidden jutsu scroll, having failed the exam. Sakura had initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to learn some jutsu from the scroll to establish her own unique techniques. However, her aspirations were misguided. Naruto was already surrounded by a throng of followers, including several Umbu ninjas, leaving Sakura with no chance to act. Consequently, she could only covertly observe the farcical theft of the scroll and the learning of the shadow clone technique alongside Naruto. By the time she returned home, it was already late at night. Not only had she failed to learn any jutsu, but she had also nearly missed a momentous scene. With a heavy sigh, she returned to the present when Ino remarked, "If only I could be on a team with Sakura-chan." Sakura offered a comforting response, "Perhaps someday?" Yet, deep down, she understood that the Ino-Shikacho trio would never be separated. Meanwhile, Sasuke, overhearing this exchange, mused to himself, a 3-person team? Just more deadweight. However, Sakura's words might prove beneficial. Naruto, resembling a slumped mass, propped his chin on his hands and muttered, "If it's a 3-person team, I definitely want to be with Sakura. As for the rest, anyone but Sasuke will do." At that moment, Iruka produced a list and declared, "To ensure a balance of strength, the teachers will now assign teams. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura." "Hooray, I'm in a team with Sakura." Naruto cheered upon hearing her name. "Uchiha Sasuke? Why is he here too?" His excitement waned at the mention of Sasuke. Sakura and Sasuke remained largely expressionless, the former having anticipated this grouping. Although her current abilities were a far cry from those in the original story, the concept of 2 strong ninjas accompanying the weakest could be justified. Nonetheless, all of this was merely a facade. The true reason for Naruto's team arrangement was likely a decision made by the 3rd Hokage himself. In the back row, Hinata gazed at Sakura with longing eyes, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Sakura, sensing Hinata's gaze, looked back, but she was genuinely powerless to assist her. Class 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame. Upon hearing that she had not been assigned to Sakura's class, Ino felt a pang of disappointment. Just then, Iruka continued to announce, Class 10, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi. Ino Yamanaka. Hearing this list, Ino whimpered and curled closer to Sakura. With no other choice, Sakura consoled her, saying, "We can go out to play when there are no missions." "Really? You must keep your word and not go back on it." Ino's face instantly brightened with a sense of triumph. Sakura immediately regretted her promise. Nevertheless, seeing Ino's excited demeanor and her adorable expression of cunning success, She eventually nodded in agreement. That concludes the class assignments. Just as Irika intended to continue, Naruto stood up, interrupting. Irika-sensei, why must I be in the same class as this guy? He gestured toward Sasuke, his tone filled with agitation. Irika responded firmly. Because Sasuke is among the top students in this class, while you are merely at the bottom. Laughter erupted from the class, and Irika added with a sharp remark. To balance the class's capabilities, this arrangement is necessary. The underlying implication was evident. The two may not be able to carry you. At this moment, Sasuke chimed in. Just don't hold me and Sakura back, dead weight. What do you mean? Naruto retorted, seething with anger. However, Sasuke coolly replied. Do you want to fight, dead weight? All right, this afternoon, I will introduce the lead teacher. You are dismissed. Irika deftly interrupted the commotion to continue. Chapter 10. Survival exercise as Sakura exited the school. Naruto caught up with her, saying, Sakura, would you like to go eat ramen together? Sakura paused, recalling that she had forgotten to bring her lunch in her morning rush, and nodded, sure. Let us invite Sasuke too. Initially ecstatic at Sakura's agreement, Naruto's expression fell when he heard her mention Sasuke. Oh no, don't bother with that arrogant guy. Sakura replied earnestly, that's not right. He is also our teammate, Isn't. However, Naruto struggled to voice his objections. Sakura instructed him, wait here for a moment. With that, she leapt gracefully to the highest point nearby, glancing down. She spotted Sasuke leaning against a window, eating a plum rice ball. Transforming into a flurry of cherry blossoms, she reappeared beside him, saying, Hey, want to join us for ramen? Now that we're teammates, let us look out for each other. Sasuke paused, looking at Sakura, who was crouched on the windowsill in a rather unrefined manner. After a moment of silence, he replied, Okay. When Sakura returned with Sasuke to Naruto's side, she found him clutching his stomach in agony, his face contorted. Sakura couldn't help but laugh at the sight, while Sasuke, despite his amusement, maintained his composure. Sakura, we're going for ramen, Naruto mumbled, his pained expression still twisted, yet he was determined to join her. You should head to the restroom first. We'll go eat ramen without you, Sakura called back cheerfully as she walked towards the ramen shop, waving goodbye. How could it be so? Naruto's expression was one of torment as he wished to follow Sakura for a few steps, yet ultimately, he could not restrain himself and dashed towards the restroom. We shall bring you medicine and food. Just be patient, they chuckled. Hearing Sakura's laughter, Naruto bellowed in frustration, honestly. After taking the medicine and enjoying the lunch Sakura had brought, Naruto languidly rested his chin on the table, lamenting, why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? Surely something must have delayed him. Sakura interjected, offering an explanation for Kakashi's tardiness. With a sudden burst of energy, Naruto leapt up, sprinted to the podium, and mischievously wedged the eraser into the door's crack, grinning wickedly. Sasuke, witnessing this, scoffed disdainfully, Idiot, how could a jonin fall for such a trick? Not necessarily, Sakura retorted. Just as Sakura finished her rebuttal, a figure, masked and adorned with striking white hair, dressed in a ninja tactical vest, appeared, looking somewhat disheveled. In that moment, the eraser fell squarely atop his head. I told you so, Sakura remarked triumphantly, glancing at Sasuke. Naruto, clutching his stomach, pointed at Kakashi and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, You fell for it. Sasuke, observing Kakashi's inability to evade, displayed a hint of disdain. Kakashi, upon witnessing the trio's banter, remarked, Your first impressions are quite off-putting. Well then, let me introduce myself, he continued. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first, teacher? Naruto raised his hand. Kakashi rolled his eyes dramatically and, with a rather lackadaisical tone, responded, Fine. I am Kakashi Hitaki. I prefer not to disclose my likes or dislikes. As for interests, I have many, so that will suffice. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Naruto muttered. Now, it's your turn, Kakashi stated, displaying a sense of exasperation. Eagerly, Naruto raised his hand again. Me. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I love instant noodles. Especially the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treats me to. I despise waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles, and my interest lies in competing with others to eat ramen. My dream is to surpass the Hokage, earning the recognition of everyone in the village. Kakashi gazed at Sakura with a fishy-eyed stare. Next, I am Sakura Haruno, she began, and I cherish the meals my mother prepares. I detest trouble, and as for my dream, it is to become the strongest ninja. That's all. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at her introduction, realizing such aspirations were rare among young women. Next, Sasuke, in a cold tone, stated, I am Sasuke Uchiha. There are many things I dislike, yet nothing I particularly enjoy. If one were to speak of dreams, it would be more accurate to call it ambition, to revive the Uchiha clan and eliminate a certain man. The atmosphere grew tense at Sasuke's words, leaving Naruto with a sense of foreboding, thinking to himself, he can't be referring to me, can he? Finally, Kakashi broke the awkward silence. Very well. Each of you possesses a distinct personality. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a mission. What kind of mission? What kind? Naruto inquired eagerly. A survival exercise, Kakashi stated solemnly. Why conduct an exercise? We've already participated in numerous drills at school, Sakura chimed in, playing her part in the conversation. What kind of exercise? Naruto echoed. Confusion etched on his face. Kakashi, with a sinister smile, remarked, you might be frightened by what I am about to say. Each graduating class can only have 9 students ascend to the rank of Genin. The remainder shall be sent back to the Ninja Academy for further training. What? Why? Naruto exclaimed, the first to voice dissent, for he dreaded the prospect of being sent back more than anyone else. Very well. Assemble at the training ground tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Each of you must bring a full set of ninja tools. I shall assess your qualifications. With that, Kakashi vanished from the classroom. Naruto and Sasuke trembled slightly, apprehensive of being eliminated, while Sakura, aware of the underlying implications, observed with keen interest. Upon leaving the school, Sakura, for the first time, chose not to train but instead headed straight home. The house was empty. Her parents were still at work. Noticing the time, she deduced it was almost time for them to return. After freshening up, she donned an apron and began preparing dinner. Sakura was troubled by a serious dilemma. During her confrontation with Kakashi tomorrow, should she unleash her full power or employ the cherry blossom technique? She feared that should she excel too greatly, she might attract the attention of the Hokage, who could then apply the curse of tongue root eradication upon her. Yet, she was also wary that if she held back, Kakashi might misjudge her abilities, potentially endangering their entire team. From tomorrow onward, she would no longer be alone. She would have 3 teammates whose strengths and weaknesses she needed to understand for effective collaboration. Kakashi's survival exercise was undoubtedly designed with this very objective in mind. Resolving her thoughts, Sakura concluded that since she had embarked on this journey in a spirited shonen narrative, she should not let fear dictate her actions. Regardless of what challenges might arise, she would confront them head-on. Moreover, her bond with the cherry blossom technique might prove advantageous, though the mind control aspect was likely ineffective. If she could not resolve her issues now, she would certainly do so in the future when her strength was adequate. She refused to believe that a few years of exceptional development could not overcome a Hokage. Chapter 11. The 1,000 Years of Pain. At 5 o'clock the next morning, 3 yawning figures gathered at the training ground. Sakura anticipated Kakashi's inevitable tardiness, yet she wished to avoid any unusual behavior. After preparing herself a meal, she arrived punctually at the training ground. They waited until nearly 10 o'clock when Kakashi finally made his appearance. Upon seeing him, Naruto immediately complained, Kakashi-sensei, you are exceedingly late. My apologies, Kakashi responded, noting the trio's skeptical expressions. Clearing his throat, he produced 2 bells and continued. Today's survival exercise is quite straightforward. You must seize the bells from my possession. But why are there only 2 bells? Naruto protested, visibly displeased. Kakashi's expression turned ominous as he replied, naturally. This is to eliminate those who are unworthy. At this, Naruto's face twisted in anger, and he charged forward, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Kakashi in the next instant. Sasuke and Sakura's expressions shifted as well. Sasuke's pupils dilated. With his Sharingan's dynamic vision, he had failed to perceive Kakashi's movement before Naruto was brought down. This revelation left him astounded and instilled a newfound respect for Kakashi's prowess. Sakura found herself in a similar state of shock. Sakura believed that although she could not surpass the Jonin, she should be able to contend with the Chuunin. However, she was utterly unable to discern Kakashi's movements, which further solidified her understanding of the Jonin's prowess. After establishing his authority, Kakashi sat on Naruto's back and continued, the time is set for noon. You must seize the bells before the alarm rings to claim victory. Begin now. The moment Kakashi's words resonated, Sasuke and Sakura vanished into thin air. Kakashi, observing the cherry blossom petals that drifted as Sakura disappeared, could not help but mutter, they are indeed beautiful, yet this bloodline limit seems rather ineffectual. Excellent. They are adept at concealing their presence, a trait essential for a ninja. Just as Kakashi finished his musing, Naruto's boisterous voice pierced the air. Kakashi-sensei, I shall defeat you here. Kakashi cast a deadpan glance at Naruto, his tone grave as he replied, Today, I shall teach you the way of the ninja, starting with the fundamentals of taijutsu. Upon hearing this, and seeing Kakashi reach for his ninja tool pouch, Naruto instinctively swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Sasuke, hiding nearby, wore a grave expression, his gaze towards Kakashi turning serious. Only Sakura, perched on a branch with a bundle of cherry blossom needles on her back, found amusement in the situation, thinking to herself, the strongest taijutsu of Konoha is about to make an appearance. To everyone's astonishment, Kakashi did not draw kunai or shuriken, but instead pulled out a book with a red cover and began to read. The title, Ika Paradise, was emblazoned across the front, and the author's name was faintly visible. What does this mean? Naruto asked, perplexed by the scene. Oh dear, I became too engrossed in the next segment, so I couldn't resist peeking. Don't mind me. This will suffice for dealing with you, Kakashi said with a teasing tone. Naruto, feeling underestimated, could not tolerate Kakashi's dismissive attitude. He had just learned the shadow clone technique and charged forward. In the midst of Sakura's eager gaze and Sasuke's serious demeanor, Kakashi circled behind Naruto and formed the tiger hand seal. Sasuke, recalling his expertise in fire release techniques, noted this while Naruto continued to search for Kakashi's presence. During combat, never expose your back, Kakashi declared, the ultimate technique of Konoha. 1,000 years of pain. Hearing the voice behind him, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically, and by the time he attempted to evade, it was too late. With a piercing scream, he plunged into the nearby stream, while Sasuke, hiding in the shadows, covered his face in embarrassment. Idiot. Sakura, witnessing yet another iconic moment, could not contain her laughter, reveling in the spectacle. At that moment, 7 Narutos surged from the river, roaring as they charged at Kakashi. Just as Kakashi prepared to respond, one Naruto stealthily crept behind him, embracing him and retorting, Kakashi-sensei, you once said never to expose one's back to the enemy. As he spoke, numerous Narutos leaped onto Kakashi, grappling with him, while the final Naruto launched himself into the air, aiming a punch at Kakashi's forehead. However, ultimately, he struck himself, accompanied by Naruto's pained cry. Naruto clashed with himself, each suspecting the other to be Kakashi in disguise. Sasuke and Sakura watched the internal strife unfold, unable to bear the spectacle, prompting Sakura to divert her attention to the surrounding woods. Noticing several Umbu ninjas observing Naruto, she quietly retreated deeper into the forest. She sought to create an opportunity for a private encounter with Kakashi, for despite the inherent nature of this world being that of a spirited youth manga, a degree of caution was still warranted. Though she harbored no fear of the old Hokage's jutsu or brainwashing, she was reluctant to serve under him. Once she reached a secluded part of the forest, devoid of prying eyes, Sakura leaned against a massive tree, cradling her Chiyo Sakura, awaiting Kakashi to resolve matters with Sasuke before joining her. Sure enough, within moments, Kakashi emerged within her line of sight, momentarily taken aback upon spotting her. After scanning the area and confirming their solitude, his expression shifted from casual to earnest as he swiftly formed hand seals to unleash a technique. Jinjutsu, Narukujin no Jutsu. Sakura felt a refreshing breeze brush against her face, and she instinctively drew her Chiyo Sakura, calmly stating, Kakashi-sensei, this Jinjutsu holds no power over me. Observing Sakura's movements, Kakashi's pupils constricted, recalling the third Hokage's assessment of Sakura's Kekkei Genkai. Sakura's bloodline limit is unique, combining would release and Jinjutsu, likely to bring you unexpected surprises. What surprise? Indeed, it was more akin to a shock. This Kekkei Genkai rendered her immune to Jinjutsu. Sakura, noticing Kakashi's astonishment, smiled slightly, for even greater surprises were yet to come. Scatter, Chiyo Sakura. As her words fell, the blade of Chiyo's Sakura disintegrated into delicate and beautiful cherry blossom petals that danced through the air. Kakashi's pupils widened as he instinctively attempted to dispel the Jinjutsu with a single hand seal, but ultimately failed. Unsure whether what transpired was illusion or reality, he hesitated. At that moment, Sakura tossed the remaining hilt of Chiyo's Sakura upward, swiftly forming seals, and as she grasped the descending hilt, she seized the opportune moment. Flower release, cherry blossom rain. Kakashi, witnessing the rain of cherry blossom petals cascading from the sky, immediately sought to escape the jutsu's range. However, The blossoms surrounding him swiftly constricted, encircling him like a tight wreath. Kakashi's instincts screamed that this floral ring was perilous and could not be withstood. Just as Kakashi hesitated, the petals began to fall. In an instant, a burst of blood erupted from his cheek, and as more cherry blossoms descended, wounds multiplied upon his body, as if he were undergoing a brutal execution. Chapter 12. The Mission in the Land of Waves Bang. Accompanied by a cloud of white smoke, Kakashi amidst the cherry blossom rain transformed into a wooden stump, while he himself appeared on a branch, feigning nonchalance as he wiped imaginary sweat from his brow. Phew, that was a close call. Sakura, witnessing this scene, felt exasperated. She had never truly expected to injure Kakashi. Nevertheless, with a flick of Chiyo's Sakura, the petals forming the wreath morphed into a long serpent, darting towards Kakashi perched upon the branch. Kakashi observed and promptly hurled several shuriken in an attempt to disrupt the serpentine formation of cherry blossoms. However, the shuriken effortlessly passed through the petals, failing to impede its advance. Kakashi remarked with intrigue, "Interesting." He then leapt from the tree, forming hand seals midair, and struck the ground forcefully. Earth release, earth flow wall. Accompanied by the emergence of a wall of earth adorned with a canine visage, the cherry blossom serpent deftly circumvented it and lunged at Kakashi. This ninja tool posed quite a nuisance. Kakashi had already discerned that this was the ability of the kunai wielded by Sakura, and realizing evasion was futile, he opted to approach her core. A kunai materialized in his hand, indicating his intent for close combat. As Kakashi approached Sakura, he skillfully dodged the assaults of the cherry blossom serpent. Though the initial release of Sakura's technique posed no significant threat to a shinobi of Kakashi's caliber, Sakura commanded her technique to revert to its original state, enabling her to deliver a strike directly at Kakashi. In this proximity, the battle would inevitably devolve into a contest of swordplay and physical prowess. However, after several minutes of engagement, Sakura ultimately succumbed. The disparities in skill, stamina, and chakra rendered her no match for Kakashi. With the sound of an alarm ringing, it was declared that none of them had qualified. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself bound to a post due to his misdeeds. Kakashi, seeing the trio gathered, began to elucidate the significance of camaraderie and the choices one must make when confronted with a task, ultimately granting them another opportunity to spar that afternoon, albeit with the stipulation that Naruto would be deprived of food as punishment. Once Kakashi departed, Naruto appeared utterly dejected, resembling a wilted plant, his demeanor almost pallid. Had it not been for the thunderous growl of his stomach, Sakura might have believed he was on the brink of starvation. With a gentle smile, she and Sasuke offered him their lunchboxes, saying, "Here, eat." Upon catching a whiff of the food, Naruto revived instantly, yet hesitated, stating, "If you feed me, it will be deemed a disqualification." He reasoned that since Kakashi was no longer present, forfeiting his teammates for the sake of avoiding disqualification would render him more despicable than scum. "I had breakfast already. Just eat my share." With that, Sakura, noticing Naruto's restraints, brought the food to his lips. Naruto, touched by this gesture, nearly wept. Just then, Kakashi leapt back into view, his tone foreboding as he admonished, "You dare to defy the rules? Truly despicable." His expression shifted as he continued, "However, those who would abandon their comrades are even less than despicable. Therefore, congratulations. You have qualified." Upon hearing this news, the once fearful and guilt-ridden Naruto beamed with joy, while Sakura's face lit up with surprise. To celebrate the formation of Team 7, "Shall we indulge in some ramen?" she suggested excitedly. "Yes, yes," Naruto exclaimed, his spirits soaring. Had he not been bound, he would have leapt for joy. This was particularly significant as they had promised to share ramen together after their class assignment. But he had been unable to attend due to a bout of illness from expired milk. Now, the prospect of going again filled him with uncontainable excitement. Kakashi pondered for a moment before decisively declaring, "All right, it's on me. Yay." Both Sakura and Naruto cheered in unison. At that moment, Naruto sensed something amiss. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi had wandered far ahead, engrossed in their conversation, seemingly having forgotten all about him. "Did we forget something?" Sakura's voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of emotion. Just as he was about to shout, Kakashi's voice interjected, "Impossible. We have the backpack and the bento." "Hey, untie me. You've forgotten about me." Naruto cried out in despair from behind, only to be met with the laughter of Kakashi and Sakura. Preparation complete. Preparation complete. The point is ready. Kakashi listened intently to the report coming through the radio, his expression growing serious as he said, "Prepare for action." Accompanied by a chilling cry from a cat, Sakura's voice reported through the radio, "Target confirmed. The small tiger has been captured. Excellent. Good work on the mission. We can now return to submit our report." Kakashi sighed in relief, his gaze returning to its usual vacant state. "Sensei, how long must we endure these kinds of missions? I can't take it anymore." Naruto's loud protests prompted Kakashi to promptly remove his earpiece, while Sakura and Sasuke mirrored his actions. Observing Naruto throwing a tantrum, Sakura too felt weary of such trivial tasks as catching cats, walking dogs, and babysitting while delivering messages. Particularly, babysitting was a torment. Those children resembled little devils. Nevertheless, she knew Naruto would eventually secure a more worthwhile mission from the third Hokage, so she remained patient. Naruto's commotion inadvertently resulted in a minor twist of fate, as they were smoothly assigned to escort Tsunade to the Land of Waves. As they departed from Konoha, Naruto was brimming with excitement, while Tsunade appeared quite disdainful. After all, he viewed Sakura and her companions merely as children, which left him feeling uneasy. "Rest assured, I am a Jonin and will ensure Mr. Tsunade's safety," Kakashi explained courteously, finally calming Tsunade's nerves. "Don't underestimate us, old man. I aspire to become Hokage," Naruto retorted indignantly upon sensing their dismissive attitude. Tsunade, however, scoffed at him. "Of these three brats, you are the least reliable. You think you can become Hokage?" Unbeknownst to Naruto, he was at a disadvantage compared to Sakura, which he conceded. Yet, how could he be deemed inferior to that arrogant Sasuke? This he felt compelled to contest. "How am I inferior to that conceited Sasuke? I have already mastered a high-level ninjutsu, while he has yet to learn it." Tsunade's expression turned one of surprise upon hearing Naruto's boast. Although he was unfamiliar with the levels of ninjutsu, he could tell from Naruto's tone that it was impressive, prompting him to seek confirmation from their leader, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded in affirmation, which astonished Tsunade further, while Naruto puffed up with pride as though he were invincible. At that moment, Sasuke coldly remarked, "Want to have a spar and see for yourself?" Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto's expression stiffened, yet he defiantly responded, "We're on a mission right now. After we finish, I'll fight you." Though Naruto spoke with bravado, his expression betrayed him. Sakura and the others couldn't help but smile at the scene. Chapter 13. Assault in the forest along the border of the Land of Waves. Kakashi and his companions traversed a narrow path. Naruto walked leisurely at the forefront with his hands clasped behind his head, while Sasuke maintained an indifferent demeanor, his expression inscrutable. At the rear, Kakashi and Sakura were engaged in an intense discussion. "Kakashi-sensei, I believe the chakra flow is insufficient for the jutsu's potency. If you could slightly alter the sequence of the hand seals, it would improve significantly," Sakura remarked, her eyes alight with curiosity. Kakashi, while perusing Ika Paradise, responded thoughtfully to her inquiries. Given Sakura's struggle to develop her own bloodline limit due to a lack of reference jutsu, she seized the opportunity to consult the renowned copying ninja. With a swift series of hand seals, Sakura summoned a flurry of cherry blossoms that coalesced into a small dragon, which struck the trunk of a nearby tree with a resounding thud. Satisfied with her progress, she nodded appreciatively at Kakashi, who discreetly tucked away his book and cast a fleeting glance at a small puddle on the path. Sakura, noticing this anomaly, immediately heightened her vigilance. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who continued forward without a care, two figures leapt from the puddle the moment the group passed by. Adorned with the headbands of the Mist Village and clad in iron gauntlets connected by spiked steel cables, these two ninjas swiftly ensnared Kakashi. With a mere flick of their wrists, Kakashi was obliterated into fragments. The sight left everyone, except Sakura, awestruck. Naruto was particularly paralyzed by fear, cold sweat streaming down his forehead as his legs trembled uncontrollably. 1. The first ninja coldly counted, their voice devoid of emotion, as they effortlessly dispatched Kakashi, akin to crushing an ant. 2. In that instant, they materialized behind Naruto. Feeling an imminent threat, Naruto's forehead glistened with sweat, his legs quaking in terror as he faced a situation unlike any he had encountered before. As he struggled to turn and confront his assailants, the steel cables from the two ninja lunged toward him. Should he be ensnared, his fate would mirror Kakashi's. With a whoosh, Sakura and Sasuke hurled shurikens that pinned the iron cables to the tree trunk. The rogue ninja from the mist struggled momentarily, but found themselves bound by the shuriken's grip. In an instant, Sakura transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms, appearing poised and upright above the two rogue ninja's taut hands. Witnessing this, the rogue ninja's pupils dilated, and they immediately triggered the mechanism to retract the chains linking their gauntlets. Sakura then leapt into the air, executing a graceful maneuver that drew forth her 1,000 cherry blossoms, their blades glinting ominously as they slashed toward the necks of the two rogue ninja. As the cold light of her weapon passed through them, the two ninja dissipated into white smoke, reappearing at a distance. Simultaneously, they hurled shurikens toward Sakura, who was suspended in midair. As the shurikens penetrated her form, Sakura transformed once more into a cascade of cherry blossoms, rematerializing beside Tsunade. With her lips barely parting, she declared, "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." At that moment, one rogue ninja charged toward the still-dazed Naruto, while the other sprinted directly toward Tsunade. As Sasuke beheld the scene, he dashed fervently towards Naruto, while Sakura gracefully brandished the hilt of her weapon, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Petals of cherry blossom floated like ethereal sprites of spring, drifting towards the approaching ninja. The rogue ninja, witnessing this spectacle, narrowed his pupils and swiftly formed hand seals, exhaling a cloud of steam in an attempt to disperse the delicate blossoms. Little did he anticipate that these petals were but a mere illusion. Beautiful and seemingly innocuous, they were, in essence, shards of blades, merely refracting sunlight into the visage of cherry blossoms. Indeed, the steam proved ineffective against the petals, which surged into the vapor, encircling the rogue ninja. In an instant, numerous wounds erupted upon him, as blossoms of crimson bloomed in the air. The enchanting sight of cherry blossoms caused Tsunade to momentarily overlook his peril. In the blink of an eye, the rogue ninja was pierced by the shards of 1,000 cherry blossoms, collapsing to the ground as a bloodied figure. Upon witnessing this, Sakura quickly formed hand seals once more. Flower release, dance of the cherry blossom dragon. With her incantation, a multitude of cherry blossom petals materialized in the sky. As Sakura completed her seals, these petals coalesced into a cherry blossom-hued dragon, surging towards the rogue ninja engaged with Sasuke. Sensing an imminent threat from behind, Sasuke hurled several shurikens before leaping into the air. This choice was not the wisest, for one cannot effectively retaliate while airborne, easily falling into a disadvantageous position. Yet, he trusted that Sakura would safeguard him. Such unspoken understanding must have been forged through countless battles. Just as Sasuke ascended, he witnessed a crimson dragon soar beneath him. By the time the rogue ninja deflected Sasuke's shurikens, he had no time to evade the assault of the cherry blossom dragon. With a melodious roar, the cherry blossom dragon ensnared the rogue ninja, twisting violently, and amidst the splatter of blood and the scattering of petals, he was reduced to mere fragments upon the ground. Clapping echoed, accompanied by Kakashi's teasing voice. "Sakura, Sasuke, you both performed splendidly. Naruto, I apologize for not being able to assist you sooner, causing you to suffer. However, I never anticipated you would remain so still." Tsunade, witnessing this, exhaled in relief. "We are saved." Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto glanced at his trembling hands, a look of dejection crossing his face. I was unable to do anything. Yet, Sasuke and the others managed to defeat those two foes. How could they not be afraid, facing death for the first time? Naruto scrutinized Sasuke and Sakura, lingering a moment longer on Sakura, for she was the one who had taken a life. They bore expressions of tranquility, their garments untouched by the chaos. Observing Naruto's despondent demeanor, Sasuke wore a smirk, saying, "Hey, you're not hurt, are you? Coward." Naruto, incensed by Sasuke's mocking tone, retorted angrily, "Sasuke, those bastards had poison in their nails. Hurry and extract the venom." Kakashi intervened, breaking the tension between Naruto and Sasuke. "We need to cut open the wound to release the poisoned blood. Don't move. Otherwise, the poison will spread." Kakashi, having finished his admonition to Naruto, shifted his gaze towards Tsunade and inquired, "By the way, Mr. Tsunade, may I ask you something?" Tsunade, taken aback by the sudden attention, stammered slightly, "I have a few questions I would like to pose to you. Those mist ninjas are after you, aren't they?" Kakashi's tone bore an air of certainty, devoid of any doubt. These individuals are notoriously ruthless in pursuit of their objectives. What could have compelled you to provoke them? Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Tsunade's expression fluctuated before he sighed, and divulged the current predicament of the Land of Waves and the background of these ninjas. Chapter 14. Zabuza Momochi. After listening to Dazna's account, Kakashi fixed his gaze upon Dazna's eyes and remarked, "You must understand that this is a mission of a higher caliber than you initially indicated, merely framing your request as protection until the bridge is completed. If our adversaries are indeed ninjas, we will have no choice but to escalate this to a more advanced mission. Although you may have your reasons for withholding the truth, such a deceptive request places a considerable burden on us, as the situation now exceeds the parameters of the original task." As Kakashi concluded his statement, Sakura chimed in, "This mission is still too premature for us." The group fell silent at Sakura's words. Could someone who could effortlessly eliminate a Chuunin really have the audacity to say such a thing? Even Kakashi's eye twitched slightly, for he was aware that Sakura's ability to defeat those two mist ninjas stemmed from their recent assassination of her, thus contributing to her sense of superiority. Yet, seizing this opportunity indicated that Sakura's prowess was nearing that of a Chuunin, slightly surpassing Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura, undeterred by the group's peculiar expressions, continued, "To extract the poison from Naruto's wound, we will need anesthesia. We must return to the village to seek medical attention." Kakashi, casting a deadpan glance at Naruto, who turned to meet his gaze, remarked in a teasing tone, "Well, this just became quite the burden. Let's tend to Naruto's injuries and make a quick trip back to the village." Upon hearing Kakashi's words and recalling Dazna's account of the situation in the Land of Waves, Naruto felt like a burden. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a kunai and plunged it into his wound, blood splattering before the astonished eyes of the group. Bowing his head, Naruto's voice was filled with despondence. "Why is it always so different? Why must I always hold everyone back? Damn it, I should be stronger than I was before." As he continued to train diligently and undertake missions each day, blood dripped from his hands onto the ground. With a trembling voice, he declared, "I no longer wish to wait for others to come to my rescue. I will not be disheartened, nor will I run away. I refuse to lose to Sasuke." Swearing upon the pain in his left hand, he vowed, "I will protect you, old man." Moved by Naruto's determination, Dazna felt a surge of emotion as Naruto flashed a smile. "The mission continues. Naruto, it's commendable that you've released the poison blood at the right moment. However, excessive blood loss could be fatal," Sakura cautioned, observing Naruto's hand, pierced by the kunai and bleeding profusely. Upon hearing her words, Naruto's expression shifted from one of pride to pallor, and beads of cold sweat began to pour forth. "If you don't stop the bleeding quickly, it could be dangerous," Sakura murmured ominously as she approached Naruto, her tone reminiscent of a whisper from the Grim Reaper. Upon hearing this, Naruto stiffened, instantly donning a pitiful expression. "Sakura, save me. I refuse to perish over something so trivial. Sakura, please rescue me." He bounced around energetically until Kakashi approached. "Naruto, let me see your hand." Once Naruto settled down, Kakashi, observing the nearly healed wound, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, you are the host of the Nine Tails." Am I all right?" "Why do you look so serious, sensei?" Naruto asked, his face paling and his voice trembling. Witnessing this scene, Tazuna and Sakura couldn't help but chuckle, while Sasuke's lips curled upward slightly, indicating his good spirits. With Naruto's antics, the journey was far from dull until they reached the sea, where their small boat became enveloped in thick fog. "What a dense fog," Sakura remarked, feigning ignorance. "I can't see ahead at all." At that moment, Naruto seemed to sense something and sniffed the air, just as the boatman spoke up. "We should be nearing the bridge. Follow along the bridge, and we will reach the Land of Waves." Indeed, as the boatman finished his sentence, the shadow of the Grand Bridge emerged before them. The bridge was already half completed, and even in its incomplete state, it exuded an awe-inspiring grandeur. "It's immense," Naruto exclaimed in admiration. Silence. The boatman's expression shifted, and he admonished, "I navigated through the fog to bring the boat here. We must paddle silently. If those fellows discover us, it would be disastrous." As the boat gently approached the shore, the boatman let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "It seems we have arrived safely." However, Naruto continued to sniff the air, appearing somewhat restless. Once on land, they protected Tazuna as they made their way to their lodging. Upon reaching a small forest, Naruto suddenly threw a shuriken, which became a fleeting shadow as it embedded itself in a tree, startling Tazuna, who feared another ninja attack. When Naruto dashed over to part the foliage, he discovered a rabbit impaled on the tree. "Hey, you little brat, Don't do things that lead to misunderstandings, Tsunade exclaimed, nearly having a heart attack from the earlier scare. At this moment, Naruto shaded his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, ignoring Tsunade's outcry as he continued. I think I saw a figure. Hearing this, Tsunade grew even angrier, while Kakashi's gaze turned dangerous as he quickly glanced to the side. Sakura followed Kakashi's line of sight. At that moment, a figure with a bandaged face, hand resting on the hilt of a sword amidst the treetops, thought to himself, I see. No wonder the demon brothers failed. The copy ninja Kakashi from Konoha is present. Just as Kakashi and Sakura turned their attention to him, the figure hurled a massive sword straight at Tsunade. Everyone get down, Kakashi shouted in alarm. Responding instinctively to Kakashi's command, the group ducked, while Sakura, prepared, utilized the body replacement technique just as the giant sword swept towards her, transforming into a flurry of cherry blossoms, vanishing from Zabuza's sight. Kakashi, focusing on Zabuza standing by the sword's hilt, seemed to recall the identity of his opponent, while Naruto, filled with excitement, declared, It's here, it's finally here. I won to lose to Sasuke this time. Isn't that the rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza from the mist? Kakashi's tone was infuriating, provoking a surge of anger. Naruto. A rogue ninja? Never mind, that's not important. We need to prepare for an assault. Naruto charged towards Zabuza, but was abruptly halted by Kakashi midway. Step back and don't interfere. Hearing Kakashi's command, Naruto retorted in confusion. Why? This man is unlike the previous two. If he is our opponent, this situation is somewhat daunting. At this juncture, Kakashi pulled back the forehead protector that concealed one of his eyes. So, you are the legendary Kakashi of the Sharingan, Zabuza's icy words echoed, eliciting a subtle change in Sasuke's expression as he glanced towards Kakashi. Chapter 15. Crisis. What is happening? The Sharingan is a gift exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Why does Kakashi-sensei appear so grave? Sasuke's expression darkened, tinged with a hint of animosity. Enough of this banter. I must eliminate this old man. Where's that pink-haired girl of yours? Zabuza, midway through his sentence, noticed that Sakura had yet to appear. Could she have fled in fear? Sakura would never run away. Naruto immediately countered. Well, she's just a little girl. If she has fled, it's of no consequence. Zabuza's tone was dismissive, his focus solely on Kakashi. For only Kakashi warranted his full attention. Hey, listen up. Sakura would never run away. Naruto shouted, positioning Tsunade between himself and Sasuke. Zabuza, observing Kakashi standing before him, remarked nonchalantly, It seems I must eliminate you first. With that, he drew his enormous blade, manifesting it upon the water's surface, and began forming hand seals. Instantly, the water beneath Zabuza's feet began to churn violently, as if he stood atop a vortex. The water was infused with a considerable amount of chakra. Kakashi's crimson eyes surveyed the surface, contemplating ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. As Zabuza completed the seals, a thick fog enveloped everyone, obscuring Zabuza's figure, which vanished into the mist, causing alarm among the assembled crowd. As time passed, the fog thickened. Zabuza's voice resonated ominously from within. There are 8 vital points in a human: the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Which one should I choose? Hearing Zabuza's cruel words, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions shifted, revealing their fear. At that moment, Kakashi performed a simple hand seal, unleashing a surge of chakra that dispersed the surrounding mist, allowing everyone to barely see one another. The chakra Kakashi unleashed was laced with a murderous intent, instilling terror in Naruto and Sasuke, causing them to tremble in fear. Sasuke was reminded of that night when he faced that man, and his fear intensified. Enduring the clash of two Genin's murderous auras, Sasuke's breath grew labored. Gradually, he raised his trembling hands, clutching a kunai, and lifted it slowly. Rather than endure the feeling of having his life controlled by others, he might as well embrace death. As Sasuke, gripped by intense fear, contemplated irrational actions, Kakashi gently turned to him and reassured, "Do not worry, Sasuke. I will fight to the death to protect you. I will never allow my comrades to be slain." Hearing Kakashi's words, both Sasuke and Naruto found a modicum of solace. Just then, a voice emerged from the thick fog, questioning, "Can you truly do so?" As everyone regained their senses, Zabuza appeared amidst them, wielding a massive sword that threatened to cleave them in two. "It is over," Zabuza declared. At that moment, Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly as he pivoted to face Zabuza. In an instant, Kakashi's figure materialized before Zabuza, his kunai piercing through the latter's abdomen. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were propelled away by an unseen force, narrowly avoiding Zabuza's strike. Water gushed from Zabuza's wound, and simultaneously, another Zabuza emerged from behind Kakashi, aiming a lethal strike at Kakashi's head. Witnessing this, Naruto exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, watch out behind you." Die! Zabuza's decapitating blade swiftly sliced through Kakashi's neck, and in that fleeting moment, Kakashi's head and body parted ways, a torrent of blood spraying into the air. As Naruto and Sasuke's pupils constricted in shock, believing Kakashi to be dead, the blood transformed into clear water, revealing that only Kakashi's water clone had been slain. Zabuza, initially pleased with his apparent victory, felt his triumph wane as he realized he had merely vanquished a water clone. His eyes widened in disbelief. A water clone technique? When did he? It became evident that Kakashi's Sharingan had not been significantly hindered by the fog. At that moment, Kakashi, kunai in hand, materialized behind Zabuza and leveled the kunai at Zabuza's throat, declaring, "Do not move. It is over." "Ha ha ha. Do you think such a simple trick could defeat me?" Zabuza laughed nervously, feeling the chill of the kunai against his neck. "Yet, you are quite impressive for distracting me with your words at that crucial moment. However, I am not so easily bested." Sensing something was amiss, Kakashi swiftly slashed Zabuza's throat with his kunai, and amidst a spray of water, Zabuza collapsed into a puddle. Simultaneously, Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, swinging his decapitating blade once more. However, Kakashi's Sharingan enabled him to evade the heavy blow by bending low. Yet, Zabuza altered his attack mid-strike, pressing down on his blade with one hand and delivering a kick that sent the unprepared Kakashi flying. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto and Sasuke gasped in unison. Zabuza, observing the scene, scoffed disdainfully and leaped into the water, muttering, "Humph. Utterly boring." When Kakashi resurfaced from the depths, he felt the water weighing down on him as if it were a 1,000-pound burden, rendering his movements sluggish. Water prison technique. As Kakashi found himself ensnared within a sphere of water, Zabuza linked one hand to the prison and sneered, "Now, Kakashi, we shall settle our score later. I must first eliminate those nuisances." Water clone technique. With a single-handed hand seal, a figure emerged from the water. Do you think that simply donning a forehead protector makes you a ninja? A true ninja is one who walks the fine line between life and death. Only those who possess the strength worthy of being immortalized in the esteemed manual of this lord may bear the title of ninja. Individuals like you lack the merit to be called so. As one of Zabuza's clones vanished from sight, Naruto found himself abruptly kicked away, his forehead protector lost to the ether. The clone, now standing atop Naruto's protector, spoke with disdain, declaring them merely a bunch of insipid brats. Witnessing this, Kakashi, trapped within the water prison, shouted, urging them to flee with Mr. Tsunade. Sasuke, upon hearing Kakashi's command, clenched his teeth, fully aware that their speed would afford them no chance of escape even against Zabuza's clone. Without hesitation, he hurled several shuriken and charged forward, only to be swiftly repelled by the clone's kick. Meanwhile, Naruto trembled in fear, struggling to rise, his mind solely fixated on the need to escape. Yet, upon glancing at the bandages on his hands, he was reminded of his own fervent declarations. "I shall never again find myself in a position of needing rescue. I will not falter, nor will I evade." Chapter 16. The pursuit of the ninja. At this moment, Sakura concealed herself amidst the treetops, striving to mask her presence as she observed Naruto slowly rise. Staring at the forehead protector beneath Zabuza's foot, memories of his graduation day with Irika flooded his mind. "Teacher, please give me the protector," he had pleaded. "No, this symbolizes your recognition as a capable ninja after graduating from school," Irika had explained with a smile. That night, when Naruto had confronted Mizuki, Irika had called him over, grinning as he presented the forehead protector. In that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming joy, for it signified his acceptance by Irika-sensei and the village. Yet now, that very symbol of recognition lay trampled beneath another's foot. Indeed, I am now a ninja. I have resolved to no longer cower or retreat. With this thought igniting his spirit, Naruto charged forward with a fierce roar. Meanwhile, Sakura, witnessing this transformation, nodded in approval. It marked Naruto's evolution from fear to strength. To ensure that Naruto would not subconsciously rely on her, she discreetly concealed herself, allowing him to confront this challenge alone. Even in the original narrative, Sakura had been somewhat passive, lacking both ninjutsu and taijutsu skills at that time, rendering her rather ineffectual despite her appearance. However, times had changed. Now, Sakura was fully capable of holding her own against a Chuunin. Thus, to prevent Naruto from inadvertently leaning on her, she chose to observe from the sidelines, eager to witness both his awakening and the pinnacle moments shared with Sasuke. Her decision was not born from a desire for amusement, but rather to foster Naruto's growth and the deepening of their bond. Humph, baka. Zabuza scoffed disdainfully, sending Naruto flying with a swift kick. After enduring this blow, Naruto curled up and was propelled backward, while Sasuke and Tsunade wore expressions of concern. Trembling, Naruto stood once more, clutching a new forehead protector in his hands. Hey, the one without eyebrows, inscribe my name in your manual. Mark me, for I shall inevitably become the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. He donned the forehead protector anew, declaring, I am Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja of the Hidden Leaf. As Sasuke and Naruto collaborated to drive back Zabuza, Sakura instinctively glanced towards the thicket and then leapt down from the tree, exclaiming, It's my turn. When Zabuza, infuriated, attempted to strike Naruto with his wind shuriken, a petite girl with pink hair intervened, blocking his attack with her blade. Naruto, well done, she urged. Get lost. Zabuza swung his executioner's blade, intending to cleave the girl before him, but as the blade passed through Sakura, her form transformed into a flurry of cherry blossoms, vanishing into thin air. When Sakura reappeared, it was beside Naruto. Having practiced tree climbing and water walking at home, she effortlessly stood on the water's surface and pulled Naruto up. Overjoyed by Sakura's arrival, Naruto exclaimed, Sakura, you truly did not flee. I would never back down over such trivial matters. Now let us leave. This opponent is beyond our capability. We shall await Kakashi-sensei's performance. With that, Sakura guided Naruto back to shore. Zabuza's water clones lost control and dissipated due to Naruto's sudden assault. At that moment, only Sasuke and Tsunade remained, staring in astonishment at Sakura's unexpected appearance. The ensuing battle was captivating, yet ultimately, Zabuza succumbed to his own ninjutsu. Kakashi, the copy ninja, was aptly named. As Zabuza was washed ashore by the waterfall technique and pinned to a tree by Kunai, he asked, Can you see the future? Kakashi, perched on a branch, replied coldly, Yes. You will die? Just then, two shuriken shot from another direction, striking Zabuza in the throat. Kakashi and the others turned to see a masked girl standing on a branch, smirking. Indeed, he is dead. Kakashi leaped down to check Zabuza's pulse and confirmed that his heart had indeed ceased to beat. The girl on the branch bowed to Kakashi, saying, I have been waiting for the opportunity to ensure Zabuza's demise. Kakashi scrutinized the girl's mask, remarking, That mask. You must be a pursuing ninja from the mist. The girl straightened, acknowledging, As expected of you, your knowledge is vast. At this moment, Naruto felt a twinge of inadequacy. However, upon approaching the girl and sensing her formidable aura, his frustration deepened. After all, a formidable adversary like Zabuza, who could hold his own against Kakashi, had been slain by a mere child of similar age, further amplifying Naruto's feelings of worthlessness. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair and glanced at Sasuke, stating, Sometimes, one must concede that many ninjas younger than you are indeed stronger. The female ninja descended from the tree and approached Zabuza's corpse, addressing Kakashi, Your conflict should now conclude. I must swiftly take the body for processing, as it harbors many secrets. As she spoke, she transformed into a whirlwind and vanished. Naruto gazed in astonishment at the spot where the girl had stood, while Kakashi concealed his Sharingan. Kakashi observed Naruto rushing to the location where the girl had once been. Well, she is no longer here, he declared. At this moment, Naruto felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction, pounding the ground as he murmured, How could this be? What does this mean for us? Kakashi approached Naruto and grasped his arm, saying, As a ninja, one occasionally encounters such situations. If you are unwilling to accept this, learn from it for the next time. He then turned to Sakura and the others, adding, Our mission remains unfinished. We must safely escort Mr. Dasna back home. Noticing the seriousness of the atmosphere, Dasna attempted to lighten it, exclaiming, All right, let South relax at my place. After Kakashi delivered his cool remark, he suddenly collapsed, having exhausted his chakra. Witnessing this, Sakura felt a sense of helplessness, well aware of Kakashi's shortcomings. When Haku approached for the body, Kakashi, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to comply, knowing that his frequent use of the Sharingan had depleted his chakra. Thus, for the sake of Naruto and the others' safety, he acquiesced to Haku's demands. Kakashi's remarkable willpower was the only reason he had not fainted yet. After all, no true ninja is devoid of resilience. "Hey, Sakura, what are you doing?" Sakura, lifting Kakashi in a princess carry, responded in a slightly stuttered voice. "I didn't contribute much during the battle, so I'll carry Kakashi-sensei until we reach Mr. Dazna's home." But, Sakura, let me do it," Naruto stammered, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards the unconscious Kakashi. "Come on, you've just been through a battle. You must be exhausted," Sakura said, glancing at Kakashi, who resembled a sleeping beauty. Suddenly, she considered that this might be an opportune moment to remove Kakashi's mask. However, after some contemplation, she deemed it inappropriate to take advantage of him in his vulnerable state. She resolved to defeat him honorably before unveiling the mystery of what lay beneath his mask. Chapter 17. Special Training After Several Days of Rest. Kakashi was able to move freely, although he required additional days, perhaps even a week, to fully recuperate for combat. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Kakashi from imparting knowledge to Sakura and the others. He had surmised that Zabuza was merely feigning death, after all. The girl had used the least powerful kunai as a weapon, and rather than removing the head, the entire body had been taken away. From these suspicious clues, it was not difficult to deduce that Zabuza was still alive. Thus, Kakashi resolved to enhance Sakura and the other skills while he still lacked combat capability. Using a cane for support, Kakashi began to discuss the fundamentals of a ninja's abilities and chakra, recognizing that Naruto, being the weakest, was in dire need of this knowledge. After Sakura explained the concepts to Naruto, Kakashi continued, "The essence of being a ninja lies in the precise manipulation of chakra. If chakra is used too roughly, it leads to waste and failure of jutsu. Therefore, starting today, Naruto and Sasuke will undergo special training to refine their chakra control." Upon hearing the term special training, Naruto's excitement surged, and he eagerly asked, "What kind of special training, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi smiled mysteriously and replied, "Climbing trees." "What? Climbing trees? I can do that." Naruto felt a profound sense of disappointment. However, Kakashi continued, "This is far from an ordinary tree climbing exercise." He directed his gaze towards Sakura, saying, "You should demonstrate your practice in tree climbing and water walking." Upon hearing this, Sakura glanced at Kakashi, who was leaning on his cane, and ultimately concentrated her chakra at her feet, slowly ascending to the treetop. Naruto and Sasuke stared in astonishment as Kakashi seized this opportunity to impart further wisdom. "What you must do is focus your chakra at the soles of your feet, allowing them to adhere to the trunk. Mastering chakra manipulation is essential, yet maintaining that delicate balance is quite challenging." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto became invigorated, shouting as he attempted to scale the trunk, only to fall after a few meters. Sasuke, managing to climb slightly higher, ultimately succumbed to an overexertion of chakra, resulting in being flung backward. Both Naruto and Sasuke realized that this seemingly simple task was indeed quite difficult. However, witnessing Sakura effortlessly hanging from a branch ignited their competitive spirit, and they began to fervently strive to ascend higher. Kakashi, observing the three diligently climbing and Sakura dangling from the branch, reflected inwardly, "These three possess an immense reservoir of chakra, particularly Naruto, whose chakra now surpasses my own." Controlling such a vast amount of chakra is no simple feat. When did Sakura discover the secret of tree climbing and begin her practice? Sakura leaped down from the branch and approached Kakashi, stating, "Kakashi-sensei, I wish to learn more ninjutsu, especially techniques related to water and earth." Kakashi nodded in response, acknowledging that every ninjutsu serves as a ninja's trump card and treasure. However, given that Sakura is his pupil and understanding her circumstances, he was generous with the techniques he had previously mastered. Thus, the trio embarked on a unique training regimen. Naruto and Sasuke continued their efforts in tree climbing to hone their chakra control, while Sakura received several earth and water ninjutsu from Kakashi for practice. These included techniques such as the earth release, fish in the ground, earth release, crumbling palm, earth release, earth flow wall, earth release, ant hell, and various water techniques like water release, water clone technique, water release, water substitution technique, water release, water chaos wave, and water release, hidden mist technique. Although only one of these techniques possessed offensive capabilities, They were invaluable for Sakura in analyzing ninjutsu and enhancing her own Kekkei Genkai. Particularly, the water clone technique and water substitution technique had the potential to significantly improve the shortcomings of her current flower substitution and flower clone techniques. After all, those two techniques were merely Sakura's self-discoveries derived from the basic clone and substitution techniques, and they could not compare to the finely honed ninjutsu of their predecessors. Moreover, Sakura found inspiration for several innovative flower release concepts within these techniques, with diligent practice and further insights from Kakashi. She was poised to develop ninjutsu tailored to her unique abilities. As Sakura and the others dedicated themselves to strengthening their skills, a small figure concealed behind a tree observed the scene. No matter how hard you train, it will be futile. As the sun set, Naruto, his head bruised and battered, stood beneath the great tree, yelling in frustration, "What is going on? Why can't I do it?" Subsequently, Naruto glanced at Sakura, who was diligently practicing the earth-style wall technique, and approached her quietly. "Sakura, do you have any tips for climbing trees? I promise I won't tell Sasuke," he inquired. Sakura, wiping the sweat from her forehead, acknowledged him. With no limitations on her chakra volume, she practiced her ninjutsu with great fervor. It would take dozens of consecutive releases of this level of ninjutsu before her chakra would run low. Thus, under her continuous practice, she had reached a level of proficiency in executing the earth-style wall and other techniques. Now, her goal was to refine these techniques into her own unique ninjutsu. Observing Naruto's eager eyes and noting Sasuke's occasional glances in her direction, though he quickly feigned indifference to resume his practice, Sakura regarded Naruto, who lagged significantly behind Sasuke in progress. "While I can't quite articulate the feeling, the key lies in maintaining a calm chakra and controlling its output." Sakura understood that Naruto's principal challenge was his abundant chakra, exacerbated by the disturbances caused by the Nine Tails, which hindered his control over chakra output. You might want to start by releasing a small amount of chakra, and, once you've internalized that sensation, attempt to climb the tree. Naruto's eyes lit up upon hearing Sakura's guidance, and he exclaimed, "Thank you, Sakura. I'll go try it right away." Sasuke, who was practicing tree climbing, was momentarily distracted by Naruto's exuberance and lost his grip, tumbling from the trunk. He observed Naruto's spirited demeanor, hesitating slightly, yet his pride prevented him from consulting Sakura. Instead, he resumed his solitary practice. Sakura smiled at this scene, aware that there were no shortcuts to mastering tree climbing. It required extensive practice for the body to remember the technique. The advice she had just given to Naruto wouldn't be of much help to Sasuke, so she refrained from sharing it with him. Noticing Sasuke's prideful reluctance to ask for assistance, Sakura began to recall the hand signs of several ninjutsu techniques she had become somewhat familiar with, contemplating their interconnections. She aimed to extend the foundational knowledge acquired from the Ninja Academy and, through the hand signs, channel the unique chakra within her for ninjutsu simulation. Chapter 18. The audience and the actor near the sea by the cross-sea bridge. Two of Sakura's water clones were practicing water release ninjutsu, while another clone stood on the bridge, observing the progress of the construction and remaining vigilant of their surroundings. As Dasna carried a log, he couldn't help but inquire, "What has become of that blonde lad and the cool one?" Hearing him, Sakura's water clone chuckled. "They are busy practicing tree climbing. Don't you need to practice as well?" Dasna asked, casting a curious glance at the two water clones. "I've already practiced. My current focus is primarily on honing my ninjutsu," replied Sakura's water clone with a warm smile. "You're putting in a lot of effort," Dasna responded, setting down the log from his shoulder. "May I have a word?" Another bridge worker approached Dasna. What is it, Kichi?" Dasna straightened up to inquire. Kichi, his wrinkled face revealing a troubled expression, said, "Actually, I've been thinking a lot lately, and I would like to withdraw from the bridge construction project." After speaking, Kiki lowered his head in a fit of shame. The sudden disbelief from Dasna, a longtime friend, was palpable, as if he could hardly fathom that even Kiki would not support him. Kiki, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to meet Dasna's eyes, his tone imbued with utmost seriousness as he said, "Dasna, after all these years of our friendship, I genuinely wish to assist you. However, if we proceed recklessly, we may attract the attention of Cardo. Moreover, should you meet with misfortune, it would be a grievous loss." Averted his eyes, Kiki's final words were laced with trepidation, masking his fear with a semblance of justification. As an ordinary individual, he understood that opposing Cardo was tantamount to courting death. He had already risked much to bring the bridge to its current state. Yet the mounting pressure from home and Cardo compelled him to summon the courage to confide in his old friend. Let us put an end to this. The bridge. Kiki's voice bore the weight of helplessness and dread. Just as Dasna was about to concede, a moment of silence passed before he slowly replied. We cannot allow this to happen. This bridge belongs to all of us. We believe that it can provide the impoverished and resource-deprived land of waves with essential logistics and transportation, which is why the entire town has committed to its construction. But to lose our lives in the process. Kiki's voice quivered. It is already noon. Let us cease for today. Dasna brushed past Kiki. Kiki raised a hand in the air, unable to suppress a call. Dasna adjusted his safety helmet and stated, Kiki, you need not return. Sakura, witnessing this exchange, refrained from comment, aware that both men faced their own hardships. Although Kiki's resignation appeared weak at this moment, true weakness would not have brought the bridge to its current stage. His inability to persist only underscored the immense pressure he endured. As Sakura passed Kiki, she whispered, Mr. Kiki, rest assured, we will ensure Mr. Dasna's safety. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Kiki's pupils contracted, and he finally replied with a trembling voice, Thank you. Beneath the waning light of the setting sun, Naruto and Sasuke lay on the ground, panting heavily, their training progress commendable yet insufficient to maintain such a state indefinitely. In frustration, Naruto rose and shouted, Why must this happen? Why do we fail? Sasuke, rising as well, exchanged a determined glance with Naruto, igniting the latter's fighting spirit once more. I will not be bested by Sasuke, he declared, and the two charged toward the great tree once again. Meanwhile, Sakura's real self trailed behind Dasna, observing the impoverished, chaotic streets filled with hunger. Mr. Dasna, where are we headed? She inquired. My daughter has asked me to buy some ingredients for dinner, Dasna replied with a smile, as if the earlier unpleasantness had not weighed on his mind. This is the place. Upon entering the dilapidated, filthy shop, they discovered it was a small supermarket, although the scant food and vegetables were in a lamentable state, many showing signs of decay, items that would be discarded elsewhere. At that moment, a bald man in a trench coat entered, and, noticing the brand-new bag slung over Sakura's shoulder, his eyes gleamed with greed as he slowly reached for the bag. As Sakura felt a sudden chill behind her, she instinctively shuddered and kicked out. The force of her strike sent the bald man flying. Haha, that truly startled me. Dasna chuckled as he walked down the street home, while Sakura's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The sensation was utterly distasteful, making it hard for her to suppress her feelings. After all, in her previous life, she had been a man, and being targeted in such a manner was far from pleasant. Even if she hadn't been a man, no one could endure such an uncomfortable feeling of coldness at their backside. At that moment, Sakura felt hands on her rear once again. Turning around, she found a small girl, around 4 or 5 years old, gazing at her with pitiful eyes. Sister, I'm hungry. Unable to bear the sight, Sakura reached into her bag and handed the girl a few candies. She watched as the child slowly disappeared into the crowd, letting out a sigh. As a fan of Naruto, she understood the plight of the Land of Waves, yet witnessing it as a spectator was entirely different from experiencing it as an actor. After 12 years in this world, she could no longer detach herself and view it from the outside. She had adapted and become a competent participant. Observing Sakura's demeanor, Dasna approached her and explained, Ever since Kato arrived, things have changed. The adults here have lost their courage. Clearly, Dasna was not as at ease as he appeared. He was still troubled by the events of the afternoon. Therefore, the bridge was essential. It represented not just a structure, but a testament to courage, a means for the people of this nation to reclaim their indomitable spirit. With that bridge, if it were built well, the town would return to its former glory, and everyone would come back. Dasna's gaze was resolute and strong as he looked ahead. How can I possibly detach myself and remain a mere spectator in the presence of such vivid humanity? Sakura mused. She smiled and said, Mr. Dasna, we will certainly support you in completing the bridge. Meanwhile, in the forest, Sasuke and Naruto's training progressed smoothly, with Naruto gradually catching up to Sasuke. Yet, Naruto remained unsatisfied. He was determined to surpass Sasuke. As Sasuke descended, he noticed Naruto's progress, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Losing to Sakura was acceptable, as she had trained in advance. Furthermore, he knew he lacked her finesse and chakra control. However, he could not afford to be outdone by Naruto, the so-called underachiever. This was the last pride and perseverance of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 19, White. Naruto watched as Sasuke leapt down from a towering tree and shook his head. No. Focusing too much on Sasuke will hinder my concentration. Sakura had mentioned that to harness chakra, one must control it with mental strength. Thus, one must not be overly tense or fixated. To ensure a steady flow of chakra converging at his feet, he needed to relax and concentrate on the tree. Remembering Sakura's words, Naruto focused his mental energy on his feet, feeling the pulling sensation from below, and smiled inwardly. Yes, that's the feeling. Hey, Naruto. As he charged forward, Naruto was abruptly halted by a voice. The sudden distraction caused his chakra to become chaotic beneath him, resulting in a rather undignified fall. Rising to his feet, he angrily exclaimed, "What on earth? I'm trying to concentrate, so please don't disturb me." Well, Sasuke stammered, hesitating for a moment, his face flushing as he turned his head away. Yet, he awkwardly glanced back to inquire. "Earlier, you asked Sakura about her secret, right? What did she tell you?" Noticing Sasuke's averted gaze, Naruto couldn't help but smirk mischievously, his eyes curving downward while the corners of his mouth lifted. "I want to tell you." The atmosphere grew tense, as Sasuke shot a fierce glare at Naruto. In the home of Tsunade, both Naruto and Sasuke were voraciously stuffing their mouths with food, as though their very victory depended on who consumed more. Haha, it's been ages since we've had such a lively meal. Tsunade chuckled. Another bowl. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously raised their bowls, only to nearly regurgitate their food moments later. Sakura watched the two boys with exasperation, while Kakashi remarked, "If you can't eat anymore, then just stop." "No, I must eat more. I want to become stronger," Naruto insisted, covering his mouth. "Wanting to grow stronger is admirable, but wasting food is not," Kakashi replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. After the meal, Sakura noticed a photograph with a corner missing and, recalling the events from the original story, couldn't help but ask, who was the missing person in the photo? Tsunade, washing the dishes, replied in a flat tone, "My husband." Lowering his head, Tsunade continued, "He was once the hero of our town." Upon hearing this, Inari abruptly ran away, while Tsunade's daughter complained and chased after him, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. Sakura, anticipating this scene, couldn't resist commenting, "The original Sakura truly was a mere tool." Kakashi and Sasuke had likely noticed the photograph long before, but Kakashi seemed disinclined to elaborate, while Sasuke found it irrelevant to his quest for strength. Only Naruto, blissfully unaware, had to wait for Sakura to trigger this subplot after several days. As the topic unfolded, Kakashi engaged Tsunade in conversation, prompting him to recount a tale of heroism. The story was rather kitsch, causing Sakura's memories to blur significantly. However, she recalled that it revolved around Inari's once-admired heroic father, who was executed as an example to the townsfolk after attacking Kato. From that moment on, the villagers were left with their spirits crushed, unable to stand up to oppression. Inari, disillusioned by the concept of heroism, reflected the hopelessness of the entire town, save for Tsunade, who continued to persevere quietly. At that moment, Naruto, who had been leaning on the table, attempted to stand but stumbled due to his depleted chakra. "I guess I'll skip training for today. Overexerting myself could be fatal," Kakashi advised upon witnessing Naruto's fall. Naruto stood up slowly, his legs wobbling as he declared, "I must prove to him that heroes still exist in this world." Sakura, observing Naruto's unsteady stance, sighed in resignation, thinking, this passionate fool, despite his foolishness, is rather endearing. "Hey, you'll catch a cold sleeping out here." After a night of rigorous training, Naruto was roused from his slumber, and as he blinked away the drowsiness, he found himself face to face with a young lady clad in a short-sleeved kimono. Still groggy, he instinctively asked, "Who are you?" "I apologize, did I wake you?" She replied, "By the way, what brings you here?" Naruto blushed slightly at the sight of the beautiful girl, feeling his heart race. With a smile, she answered, "I'm here to gather herbs." "It must be quite tiring to come out so early to collect herbs," Naruto exclaimed as he sat up. "What about you? What are you doing in a place like this so early?" she inquired, equally curious. Naruto flashed a wide, slightly goofy grin and exaggeratedly declared, "Training." Feigning ignorance, she asked, "Are you a ninja or something? I see that headband of yours." The recognition he yearned for made his cheeks flush. "Do I look like one?" "Yes, indeed. I am a ninja." "Ah, you truly are impressive. But why do you train?" she asked. "To become stronger," Naruto replied, his spirits lifted by her compliment. "But you already appear quite strong." No, I must get even stronger," he insisted, demonstrating his self-awareness, not allowing her praise to inflate his ego. Her expression turned contemplative as she pondered the purpose of strength. And why is that? I want to be the strongest ninja in the village, to have everyone acknowledge my abilities, and to prove something to a certain someone, Naruto stated, radiating vitality. Is that for someone else, or for yourself? She leaned in, her tone quickening with curiosity. Realizing her own eagerness, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly, gently steering the conversation anew. Do you have someone important to you? Naruto looked puzzled. What do you mean? Big sister? She recalled the frigid winter when she had rescued a stray dog from starvation, leading him away from that bleak, desperate hell. People truly become strong when they wish to protect something meaningful, she explained, snapping back to the present. Naruto, reminded of Kakashi and Iruka's words, smiled and replied, yes, I understand that very well. She picked up her basket of herbs and gently encouraged him. You will become stronger. Indeed. He beamed back, the sunlight reflecting his enthusiasm. Perhaps we shall meet again somewhere. Ah, by the way, I'm a boy, he added as she turned to leave, glancing back at him one last time. Her final words struck a blow to Naruto, who held his head in disbelief, exclaiming, how is that possible? You are even cuter than Sakura, perched atop the treetop. Sakura gazed contemplatively in the direction from which Bai had departed. Was it possible that she had revealed her murderous intent before awakening Naruto, inadvertently exposing her desire to protect him? However, asserting oneself as male is hardly convincing. At that moment, Sasuke, who had just crossed paths with Bai, glanced back in confusion, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the girl. Chapter 20. Confession. After more than a week of diligent effort, Naruto and Sasuke finally completed their tree-climbing training. In this regard, they fell short of Sakura, who had effortlessly mastered it in just 2 or 3 days. Nevertheless, compared to ordinary ninjas, both Sasuke and Naruto had made significant progress. Once Sasuke helped the exhausted Naruto return, the group commenced their dinner for the evening. During this time, Tsunade joyfully announced that only a final touch was needed to complete the bridge project, and thanks to his old friend Kichi, the endeavor had been expedited considerably. The day after Kichi had expressed his reluctance to continue the bridge repairs, he returned to the astonishment of Sakura and Tsunade. With great enthusiasm, he proclaimed his commitment to fight alongside Tsunade until the very last moment, which deeply moved Tsunade to tears. The subsequent bridge construction proceeded smoothly, and Kato did not interfere. However, everyone was acutely aware that Kato harbored ill intentions. The current tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. After sharing this good news, Tsunade's expression turned serious as he looked at Kakashi and inquired, why, despite the fact that I falsified the mission details, do you still choose to remain here? Kakashi, with his arms crossed over his chest, slowly replied, a true warrior does not turn a blind eye to injustice. A strong leader commands no weak soldiers. He paused momentarily, continuing under Tsunade's astonished gaze. This is the teaching of the previous Hokage. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Inari was moved to tears, reflecting on memories of his father. Had he not been so stubborn, had he only accepted his fate, he might not have met such a cruel end. He had never understood his father's choice. He believed his father had acted impulsively in a bid to fulfill the title of hero, ultimately leading to his tragic demise. Tears fell onto the table, creating a rhythmic sound as Inari, with a trembling voice, asked, why? Responding to Inari's question, Naruto, having just finished his meal and resting his head on the table, slowly lifted himself, perplexed. What do you mean? Why go to such lengths? Even with hard work, one cannot defeat Kato's subordinates. No matter how eloquently one speaks or how hard one strives, in the presence of true strength, the weak will inevitably be vanquished. Inari unleashed the frustration and fear that had accumulated over the past days, his voice hoarse with emotion. Hearing this, Naruto lay back down, resting his head on his arms, and replied impatiently, you are so annoying. I am not like you. Inari, incensed by Naruto's tone, shouted through tears, be quiet. Just seeing you makes me angry. You know nothing of this country and flaunt your ignorance. You are oblivious to the depths of suffering. I am not like you, who smiles all day. At Inari's words, Naruto's body trembled slightly, recalling experiences from his childhood. However, his voice remained excessively cold. So, you believe you are the tragic hero, crying every day? Simpletons like you can continue to weep. The weeping Naruto, upon uttering his words, stormed away, leaving the onlookers in profound silence. Sakura, witnessing this scene, hurried after him, fully aware of the hardships Naruto had endured during his childhood. Thus, she refrained from speaking and silently followed in his wake. When Naruto reached the grassy expanse and reclined on his back, hands clasped behind his head as he gazed at the starry night sky, Sakura, too, lay down beside him. They exchanged no words, simply lying together under the celestial canopy. After lying in silence for over 10 minutes, Naruto, his gaze lost in the stars, remarked, "Sakura, I've realized that I like you more and more." Upon hearing this, a shiver ran down Sakura's spine. She sensed Naruto's unusual sentiment. Yet her affection for him was confined to the bounds of friendship, having known him for nearly 6 years. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'm not attracted to men," Sakura stated candidly, aiming to extinguish any lingering hopes he might harbor. Naruto exclaimed in shock, his expression dimming as he responded, "I thought you liked Sasuke. I never imagined you didn't even fancy him." Sakura found herself at a loss for words, but gazing skyward, she quietly inquired, "Are you feeling any better?" "Of course," Naruto exclaimed, rising to reveal a bright smile. "As long as I know I haven't lost to Sasuke, I'm overjoyed. But Sakura, I won't give up. I believe that one day, you will come to like me." He flashed a smile reminiscent of those two watermelon-headed men. Sakura, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. "You should just give up. I will never like men. However, it seems Hinata has quite the affection for you." At Sakura's teasing, Naruto's face flushed as he scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Hinata and I are just ordinary friends. You might see her as just a friend, but she might not view it the same way," Sakura hinted, then rose to her feet, adding, "All right, we need to protect Mr. Tsunade tomorrow, so let us head back." "Okay," Naruto replied, giving a thumbs up and beaming widely. The following morning, Naruto, drooling in his sleep, was sprawled out in a carefree manner. Upon awakening, he noticed that Sasuke and Kakashi had already vanished. He quickly donned his pajamas and climbed out of bed, only to discover he was alone. "Where are Kakashi-sensei and the others?" he inquired of Tsunade, who was busy preparing breakfast. Without turning, Tsunade replied, "Kakashi and the others have gone to the bridge. They said you should rest well today." Just as he had feared, they had abandoned him. With that thought, Naruto hastily dressed and dashed out, not even pausing for breakfast. While sprinting through the trees like a wild beast, he caught sight of a wild boar, slain by a blade, which filled him with an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Kakashi and the others were confronted by a scene of fallen workers, the very laborers tasked with constructing the bridge. Tsunade, witnessing this grim sight, shouted in a mixture of shock and fury, "What is the meaning of this?" Kakashi frowned, voicing his concern. "What has happened?" At the same time, two wandering samurai appeared at Tsunade's doorstep, loyal minions of Gato. Their mission for the day was to capture Tsunade and coerce Tsunade into halting the bridge's construction. He was utterly disillusioned with those so-called ninjas. Two wandering ninjas forcefully cleaved the door open, charging into the house amidst Tsunade's startled exclamations. Inari, who was washing his hands in preparation to assist his mother with dinner, rushed out upon hearing the commotion, only to recoil at the sight of the two fearsome warriors. Reminiscent of the horrific moment he witnessed his father's tragic demise. The wandering warriors exchanged disdainful smirks at this display, and one of them, poised to strike Inari down, was interrupted by Tsunade's trembling voice, laced with fear, "Do not harm him. If anything happens to him, I shall end my life before you." The words froze the warriors in their tracks. Their mission was to capture Tsunade alive, and her suicide would complicate their report. Inari, upon hearing his mother's plea, was overwhelmed with tears and retreated into the inner room, clutching his head and muttering, I'm sorry. They are too strong. I am no match for them." The warriors, losing interest in Inari's cowardice, proceeded to bind Tsunade as she struggled, taunting, "I truly wish we could slay him. Haven't you drawn your blades a few times already? Be patient. The boss's orders are paramount." Chapter 21. The Great Hero on the nearly completed cross-sea bridge. The three companions realized that the workers were merely unconscious as a thick fog began to envelop the surroundings. Recognizing the ominous sign of Zabuza's return, Sakura and the others immediately positioned themselves back-to-back, on high alert. As this unfolded, Sasuke's hands began to tremble slightly. At that moment, 6 water clones of Zabuza encircled them, and upon noticing Sasuke's trembling hands, they could not help but mock, feeling fearful. "Are we?" In response to the taunt, a slight smirk curled at Sasuke's lips as he excitedly declared, "No, it's just a quiver of exhilaration. Let's move, Sasuke." commanded Kakashi. In an instant, Sasuke erupted into action, effortlessly dispatching the 6 water clones within the blink of an eye. Having observed Sakura training in the water clone technique, he had become intimately familiar with its weaknesses, achieving a remarkable feat of instantaneous annihilation. Oh, to defeat the water clones, that little brat has certainly grown. Zabuza remarked mockingly as he and Haku emerged gradually from the fog. Your opponent has arrived, Zabuza announced to Haku. Indeed, Haku replied in agreement. At that moment, Naruto was en route to join them. Kakashi, spotting the 2 figures before him, relaxed slightly and quipped, "It seems my predictions were accurate. This masked kid is indeed affiliated with Zabuza, as they appear to be traveling together." Dasna chimed in. "What a farce, claiming to be ninjas from the hidden mist. It is utterly ridiculous. How irritating." "That pretentious kid," Kakashi responded, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "He's still a bit stronger than you, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura interjected, unable to suppress her critique. "Is that so?" Kakashi replied, slightly embarrassed. "I'll handle him," Sasuke stated coldly. Yet before he could finish his sentence, a clear and melodious voice rang out. "No." At that moment, Sakura drew her kunai, stepping forward to stand in front of Sasuke. "I didn't contribute much last time. This time, it's my turn to take action." As Kakashi observed Sakura, he muttered to himself, "You possess an even greater flair for drama than I do." Zabuza, upon witnessing Sakura draw her blade and stand defiantly before Sasuke, felt his pupils constrict slightly. He then whispered to Haku beside him, "Be cautious of that pink-haired girl. Her strength is formidable." Though Zabuza was uncertain of Sakura's full capabilities, he had gleaned from their previous encounter that she was no pushover, managing to withstand his furious strike without faltering. Haku, acknowledging this with a barely perceptible nod, transformed into a whirlwind and charged toward Sakura. Seeing this unfold, Sakura swiftly transformed her 1,000 cherry blossoms into a glimmering arc of cold light, hurtling toward the very essence of the whirlwind. A crisp sound of collision resonated as her cherry blossoms met Haku's own, rendering her attack ineffective. Relieved to see that both combatants were evenly matched, Kakashi exhaled and advised, "Sasuke, ensure that Tsunade remains safe. Do not stray beyond my reach. That opponent is to be dealt with by Sakura." Sasuke, begrudgingly acquiescing, responded with a reluctant acknowledgement. While Kakashi spoke, Sakura and Haku engaged in a series of fierce exchanges. Haku's speed was astonishing, but Sakura matched it with her own swiftness. Once more, their blades clashed as they engaged in a battle of strength. At this juncture, Haku remarked, "Though I hesitate to take your life, your demeanor suggests you harbor no intention of retreating." Sakura, flashing a captivating smile, replied, "The sentiment is mutual. It appears you, too, are unwilling to back down. Yet, next time, you will find it impossible to keep pace with my speed. Furthermore, I hold 2 advantages." Haku, with one hand blocking Sakura's 1,000 cherry blossoms, spoke with a light-hearted tone. "2 advantages? Pray tell." "First, the water surrounding you. Second, I have effectively restrained your hands, leaving you with no choice but to defend against my onslaught." As he spoke, Haku positioned his other hand in front of him, preparing to form seals with one hand. Kakashi, taken aback by this display, exclaimed in astonishment, "One-handed seals?" Meanwhile, Sakura, observing Haku's seal formation, grinned wider. Even with her right hand relinquished from her grip on the sword, she maintained a steady defense against Haku, while her freed hand began mimicking Haku's rapid seal formation. Witnessing this, Sasuke, Kakashi, Zabuza, and Haku all wore expressions of disbelief, exclaiming in unison, "Impossible." Sasuke, in particular, understood the difficulty of one-handed seal creation. He had believed that mastering tree climbing had significantly narrowed the gap between him and Sakura, only to realize that he had failed to perceive her true depth. Secret technique: 1,000 killing water surge, floral escape, chaotic bloom. Haku and Sakura simultaneously completed their seals. With a powerful stomp, Haku unleashed a torrent of water that coalesced mid-air into a myriad of ice-formed 1,000 blades, hurtling toward Sakura. Concurrently, Haku utilized Sakura's momentum to retreat. Should these 1,000 blades strike her, she would be transformed into a pincushion. However, drawing from her knowledge of the water prison technique and the cherry blossom technique, Sakura activated her own ninjutsu. As Haku's ice blades took shape, the delicate pink cherry blossoms surrounding her began to whirl rapidly, forming an impenetrable sphere of blossoms that encased Sakura. This technique skillfully balanced offense and defense, While protecting herself, the cutting power of the blossoms would radiate outward. If she failed to obliterate all ninjutsu and physical attacks, the petals would close in, potentially reducing her adversary to mere pulp. Kakashi, witnessing the ice sunbond shattered by Sakura's jutsu, could not help but exclaim, "Is this the ninjutsu Sakura has been studying these past few days? Its power has surely reached an extraordinary level." Meanwhile, Sasuke clenched his fists at the sight, realizing that if he were in Sakura's position, he would not be as composed. Concurrently, in the home of Tsunade, Inari murmured words of self-encouragement while recalling the scene from yesterday when Kakashi found him. "Tsunade has informed us about your father. Naruto, like you, lost his father at a tender age. To be precise, he does not even know who his parents are. Furthermore, he has no friends." What? Inari was astonished upon hearing this, for Naruto, with his incessant laughter, seemed anything but a solitary child devoid of companionship. Kakashi continued, "Yet, I have never seen him weep from despair or setbacks. That guy always yearns for recognition and strives earnestly, for the sake of his dreams. He is willing to risk his life. Perhaps he has cried enough already. Thus, he understands the true meaning of strength, just like your father. Naruto might very well be the one who comprehends your feelings best. What he just told you could be words he has repeated countless times to his former self." Inari gazed at his hands, recalling his father's words. If something is truly important, you must protect it with your own hands, even at the cost of your life. Wiping away his tears and remembering his mother's smile, he rose and dashed out of the house. This time, he would be the hero, safeguarding his mother with his own hands. As two wandering warriors sauntered outside, laughing, Inari burst out of his home, determination gleaming in his eyes as he shouted, "Wait." His mother, Tsunade, immediately grew anxious upon seeing him. The wandering warriors, upon noticing Inari, exchanged disdainful smirks, deciding not to grant this young boy another chance. Inari trembled with fear, yet summoned his courage to declare, "Get away from my mother." He charged toward the two warriors, one of whom remarked, tinged with exasperation yet excitement, "Really, what an insufferable little brat." Tsunade, hearing this, was about to threaten them, but was ultimately knocked unconscious by the wandering warriors. Just as they intended to strike Inari down, a cloud of smoke enveloped them. When the smoke dissipated, Naruto appeared, having rescued Inari and his mother. Upon witnessing the slain boar and the marks of blades, he realized trouble had ensued. As he reached the scene, he ruffled Inari's hair, saying, "You have done exceptionally well. Now, leave the rest to me, the grand hero." Chapter 22, The Mirror of Ice Crystals. Zabuza, stepping back to White's side, smirked coldly. "You know, if this continues, they will mount a counterattack." "Indeed," White replied, an icy aura emanating from him, as if the frigid ice of the heavens was freezing the world. Sakura, witnessing this, wore a grave expression. White was about to unleash his bloodline limit. At that moment, Bai formed a hand seal, and a multitude of ice crystals rose from the ground, enveloping Sakura in an instant, leaving her no time to react. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. The surface of the ice crystals glimmered with a white light, and Kakashi, taken aback, realized he had never witnessed such a jutsu before. Sakura, aware of the formidable nature of this technique, summoned all her strength. As Bai began merging into the magic mirror ice crystal, she exclaimed, "Scatter, thousand cherry blossoms." In the astonished gazes of Bai and Zabuza, Sakura's blade transformed into countless petals of cherry blossoms that floated away. Observing the battle, Zabuza attempted to counter the illusion, but to no avail. He discerned that the blade in Sakura's hand was a ninja sword he had neither seen nor heard of before. Bai, momentarily surprised, had no time to dwell on Sakura's weapon. In the blink of an eye, he conjured a multitude of shurikens that shot towards Sakura from all directions. Seeing this, Sakura swiftly wielded the remaining hilt of 1,000 cherry blossoms, causing the petals that had previously scattered around her to swirl rapidly, enveloping her in an impenetrable defense akin to her earlier technique, the floral funeral. After several probing strikes with the shurikens, Bai discovered a significant flaw in Sakura's defense. Due to the initial release limitations, the number of petals from 1,000 cherry blossoms was finite, rendering it impossible to provide complete coverage. As Bai prepared to launch his third assault, he feigned an attack to distract Sakura. When her petals leaned towards the direction of the feigned strike, he unleashed shurikens from another angle, causing multiple wounds to appear on Sakura's body in an instant. Witnessing this, Sasuke immediately wanted to assist Sakura, But he had to prioritize protecting Tsunade from Zabuza's potential ambush. Just as Bai aimed for a fourth attack, he was unexpectedly struck by two shurikens, causing the magic mirror ice crystal to shatter and fall to the ground. This sudden turn of events drew the attention of all present, and a cloud of smoke erupted on the bridge. Sakura felt an urge to cover her face. Could you not just stay hidden and ambush quietly? However, it seemed that stealth was not Naruto's style. Meanwhile, Sasuke, while guarding Tsunade, muttered, "That fool, always seeking the limelight." Nonetheless, Naruto's antics inadvertently provided Sakura with a chance to escape the confines of the magic mirror ice crystal. To be honest, Sakura found herself at a loss against Bai's technique. The hardness of the ice was so great that even normal fire techniques could not melt it, and Thousand Cherry Blossoms, being a continuous damage type, lacked explosive power. Among Sakura's jutsu, the one with the highest explosive capability, the Dance of the Cherry Blossom Dragon, was a slicing and strangling type. She wondered if it could break through the magic mirror ice crystal. Even if it did, it would only shatter one wall of ice, proving to be of little significance to the overall technique. Bai, rising to his feet, gazed into the smoke and murmured, "The most unpredictable fool of a ninja." From the smoke emerged Naruto, hands forming an unusual seal. "Vortex Naruto, here to join the fray. Now that I'm here, everything will be fine." The protagonist of the story typically appeared in this manner, swiftly dispatching foes. At this moment, Naruto began to boast with unrestrained arrogance. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of disdain. So much needless chatter. Sakura, undeterred by Naruto's incessant chatter, was resolute in preventing Haku from employing that forbidden technique once more. With a swift formation of hand seals, a duplicate of Sakura materialized beside her, while the petals surrounding her original self surged toward Haku in a flurry. At that moment, the clone opted to charge forward wielding a katana, engaging in close combat, and leaving Haku no opportunity to weave his seals. "Hey, Sakura, I haven't finished speaking," Naruto exclaimed, taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Sakura would entirely deny him the chance to complete his thought. Observing the situation, Haku retreated while launching a few shuriken, which swiftly approached the clone. However, the shuriken posed no significant hindrance. With a mere flick of her blade, the clone deflected them effortlessly. Haku, exhibiting remarkable agility, retreated a few paces and melded back into the icy wall. The petals of the cherry blossom technique, upon colliding with the ice barrier, merely left behind a few scratches, failing to inflict any real damage. Sakura, witnessing this, silently acknowledged that the initial release of the cherry blossom technique lacked the necessary potency to threaten the ice wall. As Naruto began to form seals, intending to employ the shadow clone technique, Zabuza seized the opportunity to hurl shuriken in a stealthy assault, catching Naruto off guard. Sakura, perceiving the imminent danger, retaliated by launching several shuriken to intercept Zabuza's attack, her voice laced with irritation as she scolded, "Idiot! How could you use ninjutsu right in front of the enemy?" Naruto looked astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed Sakura's wrath. Ignoring the oblivious Naruto, Sakura focused her attention on the steadily advancing formation of a massive ice wall, her expression grave. She found herself in a precarious position, akin to a tiger unable to strike at a turtle. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Sakura's mind as she noticed the dense fog enveloping the area. If Haku chose to conceal himself within it, then they could engage in a war of attrition to see who would falter first. With this thought, Sakura swiftly formed seals, and the fog thickened to a point where visibility was utterly obscured. As Zabuza employed the mist concealment technique, the surroundings transformed into a veritable sea of white, resembling a steam room. Haku, peering out from the ice crystals, felt a sense of helplessness. The density of the fog rendered all combatants incapable of action, forcing them to await the inevitable depletion of chakra to determine who would emerge first, him or Sakura. As Haku hesitated, contemplating whether to relinquish the chakra-intensive technique, he suddenly noticed several white streaks darting toward him. The sound of shuriken clashing against the ice wall echoed through the air. Haku's countenance shifted as he recalled that Sakura possessed a particularly unique ninja blade. Sure enough, in the next instant, a flurry of cherry blossom petals surged forth, mercilessly slicing through the ice wall. The force of the cuts exacerbated Haku's chakra depletion. In desperation, Haku retaliated by sending several shuriken toward the direction from which the projectiles had come, yet they vanished into obscurity without a trace. Recognizing the futility of sustaining the chakra for this technique, Haku reluctantly withdrew from the wall of ice, moving towards Zabuza guided by memory. Just at that moment, Sakura's figure appeared before Bai, and with a tone devoid of hostility, as if engaging in casual conversation, she inquired, "Shall we have a chat?" Chapter 23, Communication. However, their dialogue was abruptly interrupted by Naruto's shout. Covering her face, Sakura turned to the bewildered Bai and reassured him, "I am not deceiving you. You will find out soon enough. Although that place remains secluded for now, it will soon reconnect with the outside world." Bai, listening intently, replied in a somber tone, "Why are you telling us all of this? What benefit does it bring you?" Sakura responded with a gentle smile, "I know you are kind-hearted. I realized this the first time you spared Naruto to converse with him. Though we stand on opposing sides now, it would be a pity for someone as gentle and benevolent as you to perish because of that wretched Kato. The aura I sensed that day was indeed yours. But surely mere pity would not compel you to let me go, would it?" Bai slowly removed his mask. He did not know Sakura well, but from her gaze, he could discern that the lives of others, aside from those she cared for, held little significance for her. Sakura beamed at him, her smile resembling a blossoming garden, momentarily stunning Bai. "I have a dream. I wish to end the turmoil of the ninja world and foster peace among the 5 great nations." "Impossible. That is sheer fantasy. Unless you're a god of ninjas," Bai instinctively countered Sakura's proclamation. Yet, Sakura remained unperturbed, responding instead with a smile. "It is within human capability to achieve such dreams. Moreover, this is my aspiration, and I will relentlessly seek strength and allies to realize it. You and Zabuza are the first allies I pursue in this endeavor. Do you not yearn to witness the 5 great nations coexist peacefully, devoid of the horrors of war?" As Sakura spoke, Bai recalled his childhood memories of scavenging with wild dogs, stirring within him a longing for the days spent traveling with Zabuza, free from hiding. Observing Bai's expression closely, Sakura recognized his wavering resolve. It was now time to call for external assistance, rather than relying solely on Naruto's help. Quietly, she dispelled the hidden mist technique. And as anticipated, Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in battle amidst the thick fog. As Naruto noticed the mist thinning and spotted Sakura standing motionless, an ominous thought crossed his mind. Simultaneously, an immense surge of chakra erupted from him, dispersing the surrounding fog. Sensing Naruto's chakra burst, Kakashi was taken aback, realizing something must have occurred to provoke Naruto's agitation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke, witnessing Sakura's unmoving stance before Bai, was equally astonished as the mist gradually dissipated. His pupils constricted sharply, memories of his time with Sakura flooding back, and his eyes turned crimson, particularly the left one, which bore an additional tomo. Believing that Sakura had been harmed by Bai, Naruto let out a furious roar, his chakra manifesting in the air as a fox before dissipating. In an instant, his fangs and nails elongated, transforming him into a beastly form, and he became a streak of orange, charging toward Bai with unparalleled speed. As Naruto's fist halted mere centimeters from Haku's face, he gazed at Haku with a trembling voice. "Why did you stop?" Haku, noticing Naruto's fist had come to an abrupt stop, inquired, "Why have you chosen not to strike?" Just then, Sakura's voice resonated from behind. "Naruto, I'm fine." Upon hearing her, Naruto's expression froze, and he turned stiffly to face Sakura, who, aside from her initial injury, appeared unscathed. In disbelief, Naruto exclaimed, "You're all right? Do you wish for me to be hurt?" Sakura asked with a smile. No, no, Naruto hurriedly replied, yet struggled to articulate his thoughts. Sakura chuckled, "I was merely having a conversation with Haku." Meanwhile, Sasuke, witnessing Sakura's well-being, also froze in place. His earlier intention to rush forward thwarted. Dasna glanced at the lively exchange between Sakura and Kakashi, contrasting sharply with the brutal conflict unfolding nearby, feeling a profound sense of dissonance in the scene. At that moment, Haku turned to Naruto. "You believed your most cherished companion was slain by my hand, yet you still cannot bring yourself to end my life." Caught off guard by Haku's inquiry, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Haku pressed on. "Is she not the most significant person in your life? Where has your earlier resolve vanished? Why are you reluctant to confront me?" Realization dawned upon Naruto. He sensed that Haku was compelling him towards an act of violence. "Because just now, I felt utterly powerless, reduced to nothingness in comparison to you. You have deprived me of my very purpose for existence." Zabuza did not require useless tools, and living without dreams, unneeded by anyone, is a torment you cannot comprehend. Why would you go to such lengths for that villain? Is your only important connection with that browless wretch? Naruto shouted in anger. Haku, unfazed, continued, in the past, I had someone. Sakura, listening intently, couldn't help but lament the madness and sorrow of the land of water, where fear of the bloodline limits led to tragic familial betrayals. In the end, Haku, devoid of support and dreams, consumed by guilt, had been rescued by Zabuza, who molded him into a mere tool. Haku recounted this story with an impassive demeanor, and Naruto found a resonance within it, recalling his own experiences of hardship. As Haku concluded his narrative, he slowly closed his eyes, silently apologizing to Zabuza. Forgive me, Zabuza, for failing to become your instrument. Come, in my life. Just then, Sakura, who had been silent until now, spoke up. While you immerse yourself in self-pity, have you ever considered whether Zabuza, even if you cannot serve as his tool, still desires you? Haku's gaze sharpened at Sakura's words, and he coldly retorted, You know nothing of Zabuza. I may not understand Zabuza, but I comprehend human nature. Would you care to try following my suggestion? Sakura proposed, not allowing Haku the opportunity to respond. Meanwhile, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza was nearing its conclusion. With Zabuza rendered immobile by a summoned ninja dog, Kakashi gathered a vast amount of lightning chakra in his hand, gazing steadily at Zabuza before him, and solemnly declared, Your future holds only death. With a fierce cry, Raikiri, the potent lightning energy emitted from Kakashi's hand caused Zabuza's pupils to constrict. As he sensed the unmistakable scent of death looming, he attempted to evade, but was firmly held in place by the jaws of a ninja dog, rendering him immobile. Just as Raikiri pierced through Zabuza, a wall of ice erupted before him, shielding Kakashi from the attack. The overwhelming penetrating force of Raikiri sent Haku flying backward, blood splattering across both Kakashi and Zabuza's faces. At this moment, Zabuza coldly remarked, You dare to proclaim my future as one of inevitable death? Kakashi, it seems your prophecy has once again fallen short. Chapter 24, True Feelings No. You cannot go to the bridge alone. Tsunade cried out, preventing Inari from marching to his demise. Inari, clad in his makeshift armor, a small pot upon his head and a crossbow in hand, replied earnestly, Mother, I've asked everyone in the village, but no one is willing to accompany me. Despite this, Inari silently donned his gear and stepped towards the door. Tsunade intervened once more, You are still just a child. To which Inari turned back, stating, Although I am but a child, I am also a part of this village. This village is ours. It is disgraceful to let outsiders fight our battles. Our village, our nation, must be defended by us, for I am my father's son. Upon hearing this, Tsunade hesitated, her lips trembling slightly, yet she refrained from stopping him, seeing in his small figure the noble spirit of her late husband. As Inari opened the door, shadows loomed outside, silent figures standing as if they were soldiers awaiting deployment. Where did that guy run off to? Naruto mused, momentarily taken aback by Haku's sudden disappearance. He searched frantically, yet found no trace of Haku. Just as he noticed a figure lying aside, his pupils dilated, and he was about to rush out when Sakura restrained him. What is going on? Naruto asked, his voice trembling. This is his choice, Sakura replied coldly, her grip firm. Though she only held the hilt of a kunai, the blade mysteriously absent. Well done, Haku. Zabuza masked his slight tremor with laughter, his eyes betraying a calm facade. It seemed as if Zabuza used his words to conceal something or to hypnotize himself, muttering, Indeed, I have stumbled upon a true treasure, drawing his executioner's blade. Zabuza aimed it at Kakashi, his eyes now filled with a tumult of rage and sorrow, recalling his conversation with Haku before leaving the hidden mist village. He had looked down upon the fog-shrouded village and told Haku, I regret to inform you, Haku, that tonight I must abandon the land of water. Yet, I shall return to this nation, and I will seize control of it. For this, I do not seek empty words of comfort or encouragement. Before Zabuza could finish, Haku smiled and interjected, I understand, do not worry. I am but Lord Zabuza's weapon. I shall faithfully adhere to my promise. Please keep me by your side as your weapon. Good child. I never anticipated that our parting would lead us to this moment. The land of water may never return to its former glory. Zabuza, though once fierce in battle, now found his heart in turmoil. Kakashi, utilizing the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, deftly evaded Zabuza's lethal strike. Yet in their fray, Zabuza sustained a wound from a kunai, rendering his hand immobile. You are no match for me, Zabuza. The outcome will inevitably align with my prophecy. Kakashi remarked coldly from behind Zabuza. What did you say? Zabuza retorted, swinging his massive blade with one hand towards Kakashi, but his speed faltered at the crucial moment. His hands, injured by Kakashi's attack, could no longer perform hand seals or wield his weapon. Death was the only fate that lay before him. Realizing his impending demise, Zabuza cast a glance at Haku, who lay motionless in the distance. At that moment, he spotted Kato accompanied by a throng of wandering warriors approaching the bridge. Suppressing his fury, Zabuza demanded, Kato, why are you here? And what of your subordinates? Kato responded with a chilling laugh. The battle plan has undergone slight modifications. I'm sorry, Zabuza, but you shall perish here. What did you say? Zabuza's eyes widened, his anger barely contained. Hiring regular ninjas would cost a fortune, which is why I resorted to employing a rogue like you. If you ninjas kill each other, it will save me a great deal of time and resources. Honestly, to speak of the Mist's ghost as a formidable opponent is laughable. To me, he is merely a child, Kato declared, eliciting laughter from the wandering warriors behind him. Kakashi interjected, I apologize, but our battle ends here. I have no reason to pursue Zabuza any further, as I no longer seek to eliminate Tsunade. Zabuza's voice, once filled with fury, now bore a disquieting tranquility. Indeed, Kakashi replied. Kato sauntered over to Haku's lifeless body, stating, I have a score to settle with him. He kicked Haku's head disdainfully and continued, he broke my hand. After delivering a forceful kick, he jabbed at Haku's body with his cane, scoffing, Humph. Is he dead? This fool has truly been dealt a poor hand. Naruto, witnessing this scene, erupted in anger and attempted to charge forward, but Kakashi restrained him. Their mission was solely to protect Tsunade. Kakashi had no desire or obligation to intervene further. Frustrated by Kakashi's hold, Naruto turned to Zabuza and shouted, You say something too. He was your comrade. Zabuza growled coldly, Silence, you brat. Haku is dead. Is it not distressing to see his body treated in such a manner? Weren't you always by his side? Naruto's voice trembled with rage at Haku's fate. Just as Kato utilized me, I merely employed Haku. I have stated before that we ninjas are but tools. What I required was his ability, not his essence. I harbor no attachments. Zabuza's voice conveyed an unfathomable indifference. You scoundrel! Are you serious in saying such things? Naruto's tone brimmed with fury. At this moment, Kakashi restrained Naruto, saying, Do not act this way, Naruto. There is no need to argue with this fellow. Moreover, how verbose he is. My true enemy remains this individual. Naruto, pointing at Zabuza, took a deep breath and continued. That man truly holds affection for you. Despite his evident fondness, are you truly indifferent? Are you genuinely unmoved? With a voice tinged with sorrow, Naruto once again implored Zabuza. After becoming as strong as you, will one truly become so cold-blooded? That man sacrificed everything for you. Tears streamed down Naruto's face. He forsook his dreams, dying as a mere tool. Such a fate is unbearably painful. As he wept, Naruto lowered his head. Zabuza, shedding 2 streams of tears, could no longer suppress the sorrow within and cried out, Child, cease your words. Haku fought not only for me, but also found it impossible to bear fighting against you. I know that man was too gentle. It was a privilege for him to engage with you. Zabuza bit through the bandages covering his face and addressed Naruto. Indeed, child. The outcome was as you stated. Ninjas are human. Perhaps I am the one who has lost, unable to transform into an entirely emotionless tool. Child, lend me a kunai. Naruto nodded, drawing out a kunai and tossing it to Zabuza, who caught it with his mouth and charged forward towards Kato. Witnessing this scene, Kato screamed in terror, attempting to flee, but his speed could never match that of a Genin like Zabuza, even severely wounded. Zabuza was not to be compared with an ordinary person like Kato. In an instant, Zabuza closed the distance, and as he stepped over Haku's lifeless body, a few glimmering objects fell from Haku and flew onto Zabuza, as if this were Haku's final blessing after death. When Zabuza caught up with Kato, a group of samurai rushed forward to block his path. Seizing the opportunity, Kato slipped into the crowd, yet Zabuza fixated solely on Kato, disregarding the others. As Zabuza burst forth from the throng, his body was riddled with blades, resembling a human porcupine. Nevertheless, he grit his teeth and relentlessly pursued Kato, thrusting the kunai in his mouth towards Kato's chest. At this moment, the samurai once again closed in on Zabuza, raining down blows with their weapons. Kato spat blood, grimacing. If you wish to join your companion, then go alone. Zabuza, struggling to contain his breath, retorted, "Unfortunately for you, I have no intention of going to the same place as Haku. You, however, shall accompany me to hell." With a menacing grin, Zabuza continued, "The demon of the mist is nothing to boast about. It is only in hell that one can discern whether it be a child or a hungry ghost." As he spoke, Zabuza once more withdrew the kunai from Kato's chest, striking him down the bridge amidst Kato's terrified screams. In that fleeting moment, Kato beheld the true visage of a hungry ghost. Witnessing Zabuza's ferocity, the rabble recoiled in terror. Yet, ultimately, Zabuza staggered a few steps before collapsing, murmuring before his descent, "Farewell, Haku. Thank you for your unwavering care. Lastly, I apologize." As Naruto averted his gaze from the poignant scene, Kakashi urged him to witness Zabuza's final moments. Kakashi spoke gravely, "That is the last act of a ninja. It holds value only when remembered." In Chapter 25, the final conclusion, a sense of foreboding filled the air. Hey, have you all relaxed too soon? You've killed the goose that lays the golden eggs. In that case, let us raid the town and seize some spoils. Just as Naruto and the others mourned Zabuza's sacrifice, the group of rogue warriors finally spoke up. Seeing the overwhelming numbers of foes, Naruto turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, isn't there a jutsu to eliminate these people all at once?" Kakashi, with a resigned expression, replied, "I have severely depleted my chakra." "How could this happen?" Naruto lamented. At that moment, the band of rogue warriors grew impatient, and one of them let out a furious roar. All at once, they charged towards Kakashi and Naruto. Just then, a crossbow bolt struck the ground near the feet of the rogue warriors, causing them to halt abruptly. As Naruto glanced over, Inari remarked, "Heroes always make their entrance at the last moment." Among the townsfolk, someone shouted, "Anyone who dares step closer to the island will not return alive." Inari, observing the townspeople protecting their island, felt tears well up in his eyes. "All right, I shall assist," Naruto declared, performing the shadow clone technique. As he formed the seals, several clones appeared beside him, causing the disorganized rabble to waver in uncertainty upon witnessing the unity of the islanders and Naruto's clones. Seeing this, Kakashi was about to perform his own jutsu when Sakura interrupted, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, let me handle this." With that, she brandished her fully restored 1,000 cherry blossoms and began forming seals. As she completed the seals, a rain of cherry blossoms descended around her. But unlike an ordinary shower of petals, each blossom that touched the ground transformed into a clone of Sakura, each wielding 1,000 cherry blossoms. "Charge! Do not let them leave here alive." Without hesitation, Sakura led the charge against the rogue warriors, with Sasuke and Naruto following closely behind. These individuals, superficially referred to as wandering warriors, were, in harsher terms, mere brigands. Sakura and her companions spared no mercy. Upon diving into the fray, they unleashed a torrent of destruction. Naruto, however, opted to incapacitate rather than kill, yet those he subdued were swiftly dealt with by Sakura. Allowing such individuals to live would only invite calamity. In a mere 10 minutes, the trio had decimated the rogues. Sasuke, radiating an aura of menace, trembled slightly with suppressed rage. The release of his pent-up emotions thrilled him. As Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto dealt with the rogue warriors, Kakashi quietly moved Zabuza's body beside Haku's, whispering, "You owe Sakura a life." As the sun dipped below the horizon, at Zabuza and Haku's graves, Sakura turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, is the path of a ninja truly as they described?" Kakashi responded, "The essence of a ninja lies in not pursuing the rationale of one's existence. It is vital to regard oneself merely as a tool." A sentiment that resonates equally with the ninjas of Konoha. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was beset by a sense of frustration, finally grasping that the life of a ninja was far from the idyllic vision he had conjured in his mind. Must a true ninja inevitably conform to such a fate? He found himself resisting this notion. At that moment, Sasuke coldly inquired of Kakashi, "Do you share this view?" Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding, "I do not." Yet many who embrace the path of a ninja unknowingly grapple with such burdens, much like Zabuza and that child. As Naruto gazed at the setting sun, a renewed determination surged within him. "I've made my decision. I shall forge my own ninja way, a path I will never regret," advancing boldly forward. Inspired by Naruto's fervor, Sakura chimed in, "Then let us usher in an era where every ninja has their distinct path." She cast a glance at Sasuke, who appeared visibly stirred, yet ultimately refrained from joining her and Naruto in their youthful exuberance. After burying Zabuza and Haku, Kakashi purposefully lagged behind Naruto and Sasuke, turning to Sakura to ask, "Do you have a specific purpose for keeping these two around?" Sakura, unable to conceal her thoughts from Kakashi, recalled the moment she had exploited Naruto with a Jinjutsu to gamble with Haku, betting that Zabuza did not view Haku as a mere tool. Should she lose, she would spare Zabuza. If victorious, she would enlist Zabuza and Haku's assistance in a future endeavor, no matter how daunting. To save Zabuza, Haku had readily agreed. However, such matters were ones Sakura could never admit. Thus, she feigned innocence, looking up at Kakashi and asking, "What are you talking about, Kakashi-sensei? I don't quite understand." She resolved to never acknowledge that incident. Kakashi, noting Sakura's response, maintained a light-hearted demeanor. Realizing the matter had passed, Sakura turned her gaze to the town below and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, how will the village handle the situation with Dasna?" Kakashi chuckled and replied, "The Hokage has been aware of this for quite some time. Let us not forget that we ninjas are purveyors of information. How could an ordinary man like Dasna possibly evade the village's notice? However, since the Hokage has not spoken up, there must be a solution. Upon returning to the village, I will report and elevate the mission's rank, and the village will certainly recover the remaining funds." At this, a spark of realization ignited within Sakura, prompting her to ask Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, was the Hokage deliberately assigning us a B-rank mission disguised as an A-rank?" Kakashi merely smiled, remaining silent, yet Sakura understood this as a tacit affirmation. It seemed the Hokage had gone to great lengths to create a backdoor. To shield other ninja teams from scrutiny, all blame had been deftly shifted onto Dasna. "Can you teach me the single-handed hand seal technique?" Sasuke, his face slightly flushed, leaned in to inquire. "What single-handed hand seal? That sounds so cool. Sakura, please teach me." A fluffy yellow head also approached, eager to learn. Sakura nodded. "The single-handed hand seal demands exceptional chakra control, and I cannot guarantee you will master it. As for you, Naruto, don't even think about it. This is something you will never learn in your lifetime." "Hey, Sakura, you're being mean." Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately contorted his face in distress. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been eavesdropping, mused inwardly about whether he could learn to control his chakra more adeptly. "Sakura, is there anything I can assist you with?" Sasuke inquired, feeling somewhat guilty about learning Sakura's one-handed hand seals. Sakura, struck by inspiration, replied, "Sasuke, could you share your insights on Jinjutsu with me? My bloodline limit has a Jinjutsu component." Sasuke, acknowledging her request, thought to himself, as expected, "You should visit the Uchiha clan grounds to learn from the experiences of our predecessors." Upon hearing this, Sakura felt a surge of joy, but then hesitated, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate? There's nothing wrong with it. I am the sole executor of the Uchiha clan's affairs. As the clan leader, my word is final," Sasuke said, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Thank you, Sasuke." At Sakura's gratitude, Naruto, anxious, tugged at his hair and then brightened, asking, "Sakura, would you like to learn the seduction technique from me?" "Get lost." Sakura's voice rang out, filled with indignation at Naruto's suggestion. "Fool." Sasuke seized the opportunity to mock him. "I can no longer assist you, Naruto," Kakashi chimed in, reveling in their misfortune. "Why is that?" came Naruto's distraught and bewildered exclamation. As the voices of Sakura and the others faded, a slender arm emerged from the grave, exerting effort to push aside the soil and sit up. Fortunately, the earth covering him was not thick, allowing him to surface with little exertion. I hurriedly crawled towards a grave mound and sighed in relief upon discovering a breathing tube protruding from it, identical to his own. Realizing that Zabuza had not suffocated, he slowly cleared the grave to reveal Zabuza's pale, yet breathing face, beaming with a bright smile. "Lord Zabuza, I heard everything." Zabuza paused, his breath hitching. A faint blush appeared on his previously ashen face as he turned away. "I said nothing. What did you hear?" "I heard silence." Zabuza interrupted with urgency, adopting a commanding tone. "As your tool, I command you to forget this matter." "Yes, Lord Zabuza." Bai's smile grew even brighter as he resolved to defy Zabuza's command. "Where shall we go next, Lord Zabuza?" Zabuza, gazing vacantly at the sky, pondered aloud. "What request does she have for us after saving our lives?" "That pink-haired girl is Haruno Sakura. She mentioned she would ask us for a difficult task in the future," Bai replied, his expression turning serious. "Haruno Sakura, you say?" Very well, I understand. Let us proceed towards the land of grass and see what awaits us. Zabuza finally resolved. Yes, Lord Zabuza. At this juncture, Bai appeared to recall something, his expression shifting slightly. Sakura also mentioned that the Blood Mist era has come to a complete end, though the Hidden Mist village remains closed. A new Mizukage has emerged to begin healing the village's wounds. Upon hearing Bai's words, Zabuza's breath caught in his throat, and he could not help but inquire. Is what she said true? Konoha must have channels of information. I believe it is true. Besides, that girl has no reason to deceive us, Bai responded, his tone tinged with excitement. Ha ha ha. A fit of uncontrollable laughter erupted, causing him to cough, the sharp pain from his wound eliciting a reflexive response. As he coughed and laughed, tears gradually streamed down his face. Chapter 26. The invitation in the Hokage's office in Konoha. The third Hokage sat in his chair, puffing on a cigarette. Before him lay a mountain of documents alongside a crystal ball, the usual paraphernalia of his office. However, today was different. An old friend had arrived. Shimura Danzo, his body partially wrapped in bandages, fixed his indifferent gaze upon Yn Fei and stated coldly, Yn Fei. I am here to ask for a certain individual. Yn Fei, fully aware of Danzo's intentions, inquired nonetheless. Who? Haruno Sakura, Danzo stated bluntly. Her abilities are quite unique. Such a bloodline limit should not be dispatched externally. The most effective utilization would be to assign her tasks within Konoha or to ensure the continuation of this rare bloodline through childbirth. Absolutely not, Yn Fei replied firmly. He recognized the rarity and significance of Sakura's bloodline limit. However, in his eyes, Naruto's importance outweighed that of Sakura, who at present served as a vital link between Naruto and Sasuke, fostering their bond with the village. He would not permit Danzo to exploit her as a mere tool or reproductive vessel. You should comprehend the rarity and significance of this bloodline limit. Should she fall into the hands of another village or perish, you will regret it, Danzo exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table in a fit of anger. I am the Hokage, Yn Fei coldly retorted once more. Danzo's eyes flickered with hatred and jealousy at this response, and with a disdainful huff, he stormed out. Meanwhile, Sakura, who had been completing a mission in Konoha, hastily finished her breakfast and rushed out the door. Sakura, slow down. The voice of Haruno Ino called from behind. I'm going to be late. I have plans to go shopping with you today. Sakura replied, a hint of urgency in her tone. Today marked the second day since her return from the Land of Waves. Coincidentally, Ino was also off today, and they had agreed to spend the day shopping together. However, Sakura had been late to bed last night due to her practice with Jinjutsu, causing her to wake up close to 9 o'clock this morning, leaving her no choice but to hastily finish her breakfast and dash out. Upon arriving at the designated park, Sakura's eyes lit up at the sight of the elegant Ino, who was dressed in casual attire, a deep blue short-sleeved top paired with a short skirt, her ponytail lending her an air of youthful charm. However, it was evident that her bosom was rather ample, significantly larger than Sakura's modestly curved figure. Sakura, panting as she reached Ino, asked, Ino, good morning. I'm not late, am I? Seeing Sakura's breathless state, Ino smiled and offered her a handkerchief to wipe her brow, saying, just in time. After enjoying Ino's thoughtful gesture, Sakura, intrigued, inquired, where shall we go first? Ino's enthusiasm surged as she replied, we'll start with shopping for clothes, then indulge in some desserts, watch a movie, and finally, enjoy a hot spring together. Upon hearing Ino's itinerary, Sakura's expression soured slightly. While it was framed as a clothing shopping spree, it was clear that Sakura would be the one playing the role of Ino's dress-up doll. However, when Ino mentioned the hot spring, Sakura's eyes brightened, and she discreetly glanced at Ino's chest. A sudden inspiration struck. Why not invite Hinata as well? How about we organize a girls' gathering? Upon hearing Sakura's suggestion, Ino's eyes brightened, and she instantly became animated. That's a splendid idea, Sakura. Relieved by Ino's agreement, Sakura felt a sense of ease. Having someone share the burden of Ino's energy during their shopping excursion would certainly lighten her load. It wasn't solely for the final segment that she had invited Hinata. The park was conveniently located near the Hyuga family's residence, and as Sakura and Ino exchanged amusing anecdotes from their mission, they unknowingly approached Hinata's home. As the main house of the Hyuga clan, it exuded grandeur and significance. Fortunately, it wasn't too far from the entrance to the living quarters. But the compound was adorned with a training ground, artificial hills, and a serene stream. At this moment, Hinata was diligently training her taijutsu in the training ground, perspiring profusely. The combination of the Byakugan and gentle fist techniques from the Hyuga clan was formidable. Hinata's innate talent and strength were not to be underestimated. However, her timid disposition was a constant source of criticism from her father, Hayashi Hyuga, who deemed her unfit for greatness. "Hinata, would you like to join us for shopping?" Ino called out, waving her hand as Hinata paused her training. Startled by Ino's voice, Hinata was taken aback, wondering why Ino had come to seek her out. Given Hinata's reserved nature, she had little interaction with her classmates aside from Sakura. Yet, upon seeing Sakura beside Ino, she felt a sense of relief and a flicker of interest. However, when she caught sight of her father's icy gaze, a shiver ran down her spine, and she quietly replied to Sakura and Ino, "I am sorry, but I think I'll pass." Hayashi Hyuga scrutinized Hinata's timid demeanor, his heart heavy with concern as his brow furrowed. He was acutely aware that Hinata's potential far surpassed that of Hanabi in terms of ninjutsu comprehension and physical capabilities. Hinata had exhibited remarkable promise. Such talent should have made her the ideal successor of the Hyuga family. Yet, her timid character had become a stumbling block on her path to growth. Hayashi had made countless attempts to transform Hinata's disposition, employing various methods in hopes of igniting her inner courage and self-assurance. He encouraged her to face challenges boldly, teaching her to remain composed and decisive in the face of adversity. He even arranged for her to participate in various practical training sessions, allowing her to gradually overcome her inner fears through experience. However, no matter how hard Hayashi tried, Hinata's character seemed impervious to change. She remained the same timid, indecisive girl, habitually retreating and evading pressure and difficulties. Feeling a profound sense of helplessness, Hayashi began to doubt whether his educational approach was flawed. Was there truly no way to liberate Hinata from her timid nature? At that moment, Sakura, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad. I wanted to share some embarrassing stories about Naruto." After fully piquing Hinata's curiosity, Sakura turned to Ino with a hint of disappointment and said, "Ino, let's go. We can explore on our own." Ino discreetly cast a glance at Hinata, and then knowingly cooperated with Sakura. "I heard that Naruto displayed great courage during his mission." Sakura lowered her voice as she walked, while Hinata felt a flutter of anticipation in her heart. However, upon seeing her father's cold and serious expression, she instinctively recoiled, only to finally bow before Hayashi Hyuga, who looked astonished. "Father, I wish to take a day off." Subsequently, as if fearing to witness Hayashi's reaction, Hinata hurriedly ran to catch up with Sakura and Ino. Hayashi, meanwhile, observed Hinata's retreating figure with a grave expression. He was well aware of Naruto's status, but merely muttered under his breath without voicing any further thoughts. As Sakura and Ino emerged from Hinata's home, laughing and chatting, a ninja wearing an animal mask appeared before Sakura, stating, "Come with me. Lord Danzo wishes to see you." Upon seeing the animal mask, Sakura's heart sank, and hearing Danzo's name only deepened her unease. She felt she had not revealed anything incriminating, so why was she being targeted by Danzo? Ino immediately grasped Sakura's hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Sakura offered a reassuring glance to Ino before falling deep into thought. After weighing the pros and cons, Sakura resolved to follow this root member to meet Danzo. As a mere civilian ninja, she had no right to refuse him, nor the strength to oppose the entire root organization. Yet, she believed that an opportunity to escape Danzo's grasp, perhaps even eliminate him, would soon present itself. Thus, she held no strong aversion to this summons. Just as Sakura was about to acquiesce, another figure wearing an animal mask appeared, delivering a letter to the root member. "This is a message from Lord Hokage to Lord Danzo, instructing that Haruno Sakura must not go to the root." The root ninja hesitated for a moment before conceding. If Danzo had issued a direct order, he might have risked his life to bring Sakura to root. But now he could not act on his own and trouble Lord Danzo. As the two ninjas from root and Umbu departed, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, albeit drenched in cold sweat. Though she did not harbor any aversion, the thought of going to root was truly something she wished to avoid. In the underground chamber of root, Danzo slammed the letter onto the table, roaring, "Hizashi, you will regret this." At that moment, a root ninja knelt, bowing his head and inquiring, "Lord, what shall we do about Haruno Sakura?" Danzo scoffed, "Hizashi won't last long, so let her enjoy her freedom for a few days. With a cold snort, he opened his hand that rested on the letter, revealing the 4 characters inscribed. You have crossed the line. Chapter 27. The Cherry Blossom. After a day of carefree fun with Ino and Hinata, Sakura once again faced mundane tasks the following day, such as walking dogs and collecting trash from the riverbank. That afternoon, Kakashi reclined lazily on a tree branch, enjoying the warmth of the sun. While Sasuke glanced at the trash he had picked up with bamboo sticks, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. He recalled Haku, contemplating the multitude of geniuses and strong individuals in the world. Yet here he was, wasting time collecting refuse. If this continued, when would he ever truly become strong enough to kill that man? As Sasuke found himself momentarily distracted, Sakura spoke up from the other side. Kakashi-sensei, I have finished picking up the trash over here. Have Naruto and Sasuke completed their tasks? Kakashi, with his listless gaze resembling that of a dead fish, casually inquired. Yes, I have also finished. Naruto proclaimed triumphantly, akin to a victorious general, while Sasuke remained lost in thought, still with a bit left in front of him. Do you need help from Naruto-sama? Just say the word, and I, Naruto-sama, will assist you. Putting aside past grievances, he boasted, almost with his nose in the air. Idiot. Sasuke retorted with a scoff, continuing to bend down and collect the remaining trash. Observing this scene, Kakashi closed his book and remarked, All right. Once Sasuke finishes, we'll head back. Today's task is concluded. At that moment, Sakura raised her hand and said, Kakashi-sensei, I have completed a Genjutsu and would like your guidance. Intrigued, Kakashi's interest was piqued. He possessed a natural resistance to Genjutsu due to his Sharingan. However, he was also aware that Sakura's bloodline limit encompassed Genjutsu, prompting him to curiously look at her and say, Please, demonstrate it. Wow. Sakura, you are amazing. You can create your own Genjutsu. Naruto exclaimed in exaggerated admiration. Sasuke, momentarily halting his trash collection, then resumed his task nonchalantly. Feeling somewhat bashful, Sakura replied, This is all thanks to Sasuke. Without his family's library, I would not have been able to accomplish this technique. It is an equitable exchange. You also taught me the technique for single-handed hand seals. After picking up the last piece of trash, Sasuke coldly responded. Sakura, accustomed to his demeanor, was unfazed by his remark. What do you mean, Sasuke? I'm grateful to you. I'm so envious. Naruto interjected, defending Sakura. Sasuke merely rolled his eyes at Naruto, muttering, Idiot. What did you say? The two immediately began bickering again. Sakura and Kakashi paid no mind to their squabble, even shifting their positions to allow the two to continue their dispute. Meanwhile, Sakura slowly formed hand seals and said to Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, are you ready? Genjutsu, early Sakura blossom. Kakashi observed as Sakura's originally light green pupils gradually turned a soft red, and suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he regained his senses, he noticed that his perspective had significantly lowered, and ninjas from the hidden mist village surrounded him. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi's pupils constricted as he quickly realized what was happening, promptly attempting to employ traditional methods to dispel the Genjutsu. However, such crude methods were ineffective against this peculiar Genjutsu formed from her bloodline limit. There must be a way to break this Genjutsu. Kakashi reminded himself that this was merely an illusion and not to be deceived. Yet, at that moment, he heard the voice of Rin Noera echoing. Kakashi, I was killed. This is all part of the Hidden Mist Village's conspiracy. I do not want our village to be brought to ruin. Upon hearing those words, Kakashi's pupils dilated sharply, as he gazed upon the unmistakable face that haunted his nightmares each night. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes and silently chanted, This is merely an illusion. This is merely an illusion. Just then, he felt a flickering of lightning chakra in his hand, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds crying out, causing Kakashi's pupils to constrict to the size of pinpricks. He intended to urge Rin to distance herself from him, but she instead collided with his Raikiri. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi's eyes brimmed with anguish. Despite knowing it was all a fabrication, tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks, as he numbly observed Rin's relieved smile. The scene before him shifted once more. He found himself back at the beginning, and this time, Kakashi attempted to escape to a secluded place in search of a means to break free from the illusion. However, the light of Raikiri once again illuminated his hand, and his body moved involuntarily once more. No, Rin, quickly leave this place. Kakashi yearned to shout, urging her to evade danger. But he could only watch helplessly as Rin collided with his hand again. Sakura, observing Kakashi's expression, was momentarily taken aback, her entire body stiffening before she exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems my Jinjutsu is indeed effective against the wielder of the Sharingan. This gave her a measure of confidence in dealing with Danzo, that old coot. At that moment, a solitary tear trickled down Kakashi's exposed eye. Sakura understood the situation. Her jutsu was named Early Cherry Blossom, with the alias Heavenly Cherry Blossom. Its primary ability was to evoke the most inescapable or regrettable memories within the enemy's heart, providing an opportunity to alter the past. However, any attempt to change it would inevitably cause that past to manifest, continuing in a cycle. The means to break free was quite simple, encapsulated in the name of the jutsu. Early Cherry Blossom refers to a common variety of cherry blossom, symbolizing purity, hope, and happiness. It embodies an attitude of detachment from worldly desires, gracefully accepting the end of life. To escape the illusion, one must remain unencumbered by desires, refraining from trying to alter regrets or clinging to unforgettable moments. Yet, without knowledge of this condition, achieving such acceptance is profoundly challenging. Even Kakashi was deeply ensnared in his desire to change Rin's fate. Moreover, Sakura's Jinjutsu did not merely stop there. It possessed a second phase. This illusion would also draw forth the wood-released chakra within Sakura, infusing it into the opponent's body. As the opponent succumbed to the illusion, that strand of chakra would voraciously siphon their life force and assimilate their being, gradually transforming them into a colossal early cherry blossom from within. This exemplified the formidable nature of wood-released chakra. Only a select few in the world of Naruto could withstand the cells of Hashirama. However, when Sakura employed Jinjutsu against Kakashi, she did not incorporate wood-released chakra, as they were not mortal enemies. Furthermore, the manifestation of that chakra would easily reveal Sakura's ability to wield wood-release. Thus, she refrained from using it until her strength reached the level of a Kage. As Sakura's mental energy waned, Kakashi finally broke free. He instinctively murmured, "Rin," before wiping away his tears and saying, "Sakura, your Jinjutsu is remarkable. With further exploration, you will undoubtedly become a master of illusions surpassing even the Uchiha clan. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for your encouragement." Sakura smiled sweetly upon hearing this. Kakashi, sensing a hint of awkwardness in his tone, ultimately maintained his composure and stated, "I shall return to report on today's mission. You may disperse." With that, Kakashi's figure dissipated into smoke. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, having finished their earlier commotion, approached and exclaimed, "Wait, has Kakashi-sensei left?" Sakura, observing Naruto's dazed expression, replied, "He has. He said we can break up now." "Hooray. Sakura, let us go have ramen." Naruto eagerly invited. "With time to eat noodles, you should rather focus on training, you laggard," Sasuke remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm as he headed home. Today, he felt provoked by Sakura and resolved to experiment with creating an illusion of his own. After all, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he could not be outdone by Sakura. Chapter 28. A brief confrontation. Upon hearing Naruto's invitation, Sakura contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. She too yearned for Ichiraku ramen. She often wondered what secret ingredient Tsutsuki Ichiraku added to his ramen, for after a while without it, she found herself craving a bowl. Having indulged in sweets during the women's meeting yesterday, coupled with the delays from the Land of Waves mission, it had been far too long since she last savored Ichiraku ramen. "Yay!" Naruto cheered, playfully winking at Sasuke with great enthusiasm. "Fool!" Sasuke retorted coldly before continuing on his path. In high spirits, Naruto was disinclined to argue with Sasuke. However, just as he called out to Sakura to join him for ramen, he noticed an oddly square object behind him, resembling a stone. Sakura, witnessing this, could only roll her eyes. Such a jagged object was hardly a clever disguise. Naruto soon realized something was amiss with this object as he circled around it. Discovering it was persistently following him, he pointed at the box masquerading as a rock and exclaimed, "What kind of square stone has two little holes? It's too obvious." Truly, he was a man of discernment, a worthy rival. At that moment, muffled sounds emerged from within the box, followed by a dazzling explosion of vibrant smoke and a cacophony of noise. Amidst a fit of coughing and murmured complaints about excess powder, the smoke cleared to reveal three mischievous children kneeling on the ground, continually coughing. Upon noticing they were being observed, the trio sprang to their feet and began introducing themselves in a synchronized manner. Behold the charm of adulthood, the older female ninja group, Moyello, declared a charming little girl with 2 high pigtails, who professed her fondness for decomposing udon. Next, a snot-nosed boy introduced himself, the village's strongest genius ninja, Konoha. He stood proudly in the center, his scarf dragging on the ground, proclaiming loudly, "We are collectively known as the Konoha Corps, here to pay our respects." The trio then executed a perfectly coordinated pose akin to that of a superhero team from a tokusatsu series, suggesting they had practiced this move numerous times in private. "Is that really you, Konoha? What is this? You're even wearing goggles," Naruto inquired, casually scratching the back of his head. "Hee. This is to imitate how you used to look, Naruto and I," Konoha answered with a grin. Upon observing Naruto's indifferent demeanor, one could not help but feel a surge of indignation. "Recently, Naruto has been rather aloof," exclaimed Konoha. Naruto, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Is there something wrong?" As Konoha murmured to Udon, Moegi could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Leader, do you have any free time coming up?" With a sense of pride, Naruto declared, "I am about to indulge in some ramen." "What? Didn't you say you would play ninja games with us today?" Konoha retorted, visibly displeased. Naruto scratched his head and chuckled, "Did I say that? Honestly, if I were to entertain these guys, it would cost me the entire day." At that moment, Sakura smiled and said, "Since you have made a promise, Naruto, you should play with them. I can either go alone or ask Ino to join me for ramen." "No way. I want to go eat ramen," Naruto immediately protested. Konoha glanced at Sakura and then at Naruto, asking, "Big brother, who is this big sister?" A look of realization crossed his face, followed by a rather mischievous grin as he added, "One must not underestimate Big Brother. Is that person Big Brother's?" With that, Konoha extended his pinky. Sakura understood the implication immediately, but a symbol of annoyance appeared on her forehead. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to chuckle, showing no intention of clarifying the situation. Hearing the sound of teeth grinding, Konoha swallowed hard, and upon catching a glimpse of Sakura's piercing gaze, he shuddered and bolted away. Sakura, noticing his flight, let out a menacing laugh and pursued him, determined to teach this audacious little brat a lesson about respect. "Ah, I'm being attacked," Konoha shouted as he collided with someone. "That hurt, you little brat," Kankuro exclaimed, lifting Konoha by his collar. "I told you to stop. Be careful, or you'll get scolded," Temari advised, though her warning lacked sincerity. "Hey, let go of me," Naruto shouted in anger, while Kankuro, noticing the headband on Naruto's forehead, smirked disdainfully. "So, you're a genin from the Leaf Village. Let's have some fun before that guy arrives." Sakura, recognizing the trouble brewing, placed her left hand on the hilt of her sword, the Chiyo Sakura, applying a slight pressure that caused a glimmer of cold light to flash, and in an instant, her form vanished from sight. Kankuro, startled by this display, quickly retracted his dismissive attitude, his fingers twitching as he sent chakra threads towards Sakura's fleeting image. However, those chakra threads met a cold brilliance and shattered instantaneously, as if they were mere cotton threads severed by Sakura's blade. Before Kankuro could mount another counterattack, the icy edge of Sakura's weapon was already poised at his throat. Her voice, laced with cold authority, commanded, "Release him." Kankuro swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had anticipated finding an easy target in Konoha, only to discover that hidden within was a formidable opponent. As Hanamaru placed her hand upon the grand fan, Sakura's blade rested ominously against Kankuro's neck. She dared not make a sudden move. "I command you to release him. Do you not comprehend?" Sakura pressed the blade downwards, crimson droplets seeping forth from the juncture of the blade and Kankuro's throat. Kankuro trembled, feeling the chilling edge upon his skin, and slowly set Konoha down upon the ground. Witnessing this, Sakura sheathed her sword and spoke softly. "Isn't it preferable to converse peacefully? Must you force my hand?" Kankuro's expression was one of defiance. And just as he intended to reach for the puppet concealed behind him, a stone swiftly struck his hand. From the tree above, a calm voice emerged. "What are you doing in another's village?" Sasuke had initially planned to return to training in Genjutsu, but he recalled forgetting to inquire from Sakura which book inspired her. He wished to reference it, perhaps to unravel the intricacies of her illusion. In doing so, he might find a way to counter her Genjutsu, for the Uchiha clan remained masters of such arts. Observing Sasuke perched gracefully against the trunk, Hanamaru felt a flush of admiration. What a remarkable man. Just as Kankuro attempted to extend his hand towards his puppet, a cold voice resonated from beside Sasuke. Kankuro, cease this at once. You disgrace your village. Startled, Sasuke felt a jolt. He had sensed neither the presence of the speaker nor their approach. At that moment, a voice echoed from the branch beside Gaara. That hardly seems like a conciliatory gesture. Both Sasuke and Gaara were taken aback, with Gaara's pupils narrowing, just as Sasuke had failed to perceive the arrival of Sakura. The spot where she had stood was now adorned solely with drifting cherry blossoms, devoid of any other presence. Huh, where did Sakura go? Where has she run off to? Naruto's uncertain voice broke the silence as he glanced around, bewildered by her sudden absence. Let us go? Gaara, having gained little advantage, transformed into sand and vanished from the branch. Chapter 29. The Chuunin Exam. Early the next morning, at the bridge on the outskirts of Konoha, Sakura and her companions awaited a certain individual. Yet, as noon approached, he remained absent. Frustration soon overcame Naruto. I can't believe he asked us to gather early while he himself is late. I overslept, my face is unwashed, and I haven't even brushed my teeth. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged exasperated glances at Naruto's lament. At that moment, a figure appeared stealthily upon the railing. Ah, good morning, everyone. I seem to have lost my way on the path of life. Kakashi provided a rather lackluster excuse before leaping down to face them. Now then, though it may be sudden, due to my recommendation, you are all to participate in the Chuunin Exam. Here are the application forms. Producing 3 sheets of paper, he handed them to Sakura and her companions. The Chuunin Exam? Sakura inquired, already aware but wishing to voice her question. Let it be known that this recommendation is not compulsory. Whether or not to participate is entirely your choice. I shall not impose, Kakashi clarified. That's wonderful, Kakashi-sensei. You are my favorite. Naruto, filled with excitement, rushed over and embraced Kakashi, who, with a look of disdain, attempted to shake him off, but to no avail. In that moment, Naruto clung to Kakashi's neck like an indelible piece of gum. Ultimately, Kakashi surrendered, handing the application form to Naruto. Only then did Naruto release his grip and stand on the ground. Continuing to listen as Kakashi elaborated, those wishing to participate in the exam should sign the application and arrive at classroom 301 in the school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 5 days hence, the Chuunin Exam. The Chuunin Exam. Naruto began to feel a surge of exhilaration. The next day, Sakura sat atop a rooftop, pondering a matter that had arisen after her encounter with Temari 2 days prior. She wondered if her water release technique could mimic Temari's Gale Palm and thus develop a new ninjutsu. After consulting with Kakashi the previous day, she learned of a high-level ninjutsu called water release, water bullet technique, which bore a semblance to her goal. However, its application involved shooting spiraling water columns as an attack, rather than creating water blades. After some contemplation, Sakura requested this high-level technique from Kakashi, offering in exchange a detailed explanation of single-handed hand seals and insights on the development of Genjutsu. At present, Sakura's repertoire was limited to these techniques. Kakashi, while her teacher, adhered to the unspoken ninja etiquette that ninjutsu should not be freely shared. He had already imparted many techniques to Sakura during their time in the Land of Waves, and he felt that such knowledge should not be given away without merit. Although no one would object to a free gift, he wished to preserve the tacit understanding that existed among ninjas. Now, having acquired the water release technique, Sakura embarked on her research and had made some progress. Yet she felt that something essential was still missing. As she contemplated her ninjutsu in the gentle breeze, Sasuke called up from below, "Hey, want to go for a stroll?" Sakura's brow furrowed at his words, her originally vibrant green eyes shifting to a pale hue. Casting a glance down at Sasuke, she retorted, "Leave me alone." As her words faded, Sasuke, upon observing the change in her eyes, stiffened momentarily. In an instant, his appearance transformed into that of a man with a prominent scar across his face. Irika, Sakura's former ninja academy instructor. Sakura was taken aback to discover that it was Irika testing her. She promptly dispelled the Genjutsu. Noticing the tears welling in Irika's eyes, she asked, somewhat perplexed, "Irika-sensei, is that really you?" Irika, feeling embarrassed and his face slightly flushed, managed to say, "This was merely a test before the Chuunin Exam. Congratulations, Sakura, you have passed." With that, Irika fled, feeling utterly humiliated. He had intended to assess Sakura's abilities, but had not anticipated being caught in her Genjutsu in an instant. While he acknowledged his own oversight, he knew it was not an incident worthy of pride. Moreover, should a real confrontation arise, he sensed that he might not stand a chance against the current Sakura. As Sakura watched Irika retreat, she initially failed to grasp the significance of his departure. However, the memory of the original story resurfaced, reminding her that there indeed existed a scene where Irika tested the 9 candidates for the exam. It became clear to her that Irika's visit was related to that test, though she had not expected to ensnare him in her genjutsu so swiftly. Sakura chuckled softly, extricating herself from her previous state of fixation. Although she found herself at a loss regarding the intricacies of this particular ninjutsu, she resolved to master it before drawing any conclusions. With time and diligent practice, she believed clarity would eventually emerge. Before long, Naruto and Sasuke were similarly beset by the ninjas of the Rain Village. Naruto encountered the abduction of Moyello, whom he valiantly rescued, while Sasuke, during his training, was ambushed but easily repelled the attackers. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had quietly elapsed, and a throng of ninjas now congregated at the entrance of room 301 in the Leaf Village Academy. Among them, a stout fellow with bushy eyebrows and a watermelon-like hairdo stumbled to the ground after a forceful kick. Is this how one prepares for the Chuunin Exam? Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from participating, kids, remarked one of the 2 seasoned Genin who had graduated a few years prior. They stood guard at the door of 301, clearly aiming to intimidate the younger Genin. Just a bunch of wet behind the ears kids, another chimed in. Please, can we pass? A small girl in a cheapao, her hair styled in buns, timidly inquired. However, she was unceremoniously kicked aside by the Genin. Amidst the crowd, someone could not contain their outrage. How excessive. What did you say? Listen closely. This is merely our kindness. The Chuunin Exam is a significant hurdle. One of the guarding Genin replied coolly. The other seamlessly added, We've seen many who, upon failing the exam, abandon their aspirations of being a ninja, falling into despair. Moreover, the responsibilities of a captain, failed missions, lost comrades, are burdens that you children cannot bear. They continued to look down upon the assembled crowd, condescendingly asserting that there was no harm in denying entry to those unfit for the exam. At that moment, Sakura and her companions approached, with Sasuke leading, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. While your words hold some truth, I still intend to pass through, he declared. Moreover, the illusionary barrier created by Pig Brother should be dispelled swiftly. I aim to reach the 3rd floor. Hearing Sasuke's nonchalant bravado, someone from the crowd curiously asked, What is that guy talking about? Oh, you noticed? One of the Genin responded appreciatively. Sakura, you must have been the first to catch on, right? Your analytical skills and understanding of illusions are unparalleled in our class. Sasuke disregarded the Genin's remarks and fixated his intense gaze on Sakura. She responded with a subtle smile, radiating confidence and warmth, which captivated the attention of many ninjas, for Sakura was indeed a striking beauty. Of course, I noticed it right away. As this is merely the 2nd floor, Naruto chimed in, though it was uncertain whether he genuinely understood or was merely pretending. In that instant, the original number 301 on the door transformed into 201, confirming that Sasuke and Sakura were indeed correct. Impressive. However, one of the ninjas, feeling humiliated, abruptly lifted his foot to kick at Sakura, as if enraged and seeking retribution. Chapter 30. The premature battle. Upon witnessing the scene, Sasuke instinctively raised his leg to retaliate. However, a green figure appeared like a phantom between the two, effortlessly neutralizing their formidable attacks with a hand and a foot. Sasuke sensed that his assault was enveloped and dispelled by a peculiar chakra, leaving him startled. He realized that the boy who had just been kicked away was merely feigning weakness. His strength was evidently comparable to, if not superior to, his own. At that moment, a man with white eyes approached and said, Hey, this is not what we agreed upon. Did you not claim to wish to avoid drawing attention and inciting suspicion? The watermelon-headed boy blushed as he glanced at Sakura. Meanwhile, a girl in a cheongsam remarked, here we go again. The watermelon-headed boy strode directly toward Sakura, earnestly introducing himself. My name is Rock Lee. You must be Sakura, correct? Yes, Sakura replied coolly. Lee, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up and flashed a bright smile, his teeth shimmering like stars in the sunlight. With a slight blush, he declared, Please go out with me. I will protect you until my dying breath. Sakura, taken aback by Lee's radiant smile and bushy eyebrows, instinctively shuddered at his confession and replied, Absolutely not. Lee's smile faltered at Sakura's rejection. Sakura continued, I already have someone I like, and your eyebrows are too thick. Naruto, witnessing Lee's rejection, Couldn't he help but chuckle at his misfortune? After all, he had faced rejection himself, and now they were comrades in adversity. Hey, you over there, state your name, Neji said, disregarding Lee's antics as he turned to Sasuke. Naruto, feeling ignored and fueled by indignation, retorted, how infuriating. Why only ask Sasuke? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before questioning others? Sasuke shot back coolly. You're a newcomer. How old are you this year? Neji continued without addressing Sasuke's response. I am under no obligation to answer you, Sasuke replied, his tone growing colder. What? Neji's expression shifted. This newcomer clearly lacked decorum. Tintin found Sasuke rather endearing in that moment. As Sasuke turned around, he found Lee and Naruto leaning against the wall in identical, dejected poses. Lee lamented, are my eyebrows really too thick? Naruto sighed. I lack any distinguishing features. Sasuke, Naruto, let us go. Sakura called, leading the way to the third floor. At that moment, two hidden shinobi emerged, glancing at Neji and Sasuke. Are those the little brats that Kakashi and Guy have been hiding? All right. In any case, we have successfully passed the application phase, they declared, their demeanor shifting as their aura reached that of Genin. Just as Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto arrived on the third floor, Lee caught up and called out to Sasuke. That fierce-looking guy, wait a moment. The trio turned simultaneously, and Sasuke coldly inquired, what is it? Do you want to settle this with a duel? Lee asked earnestly. You propose to fight here? Sasuke remained noncommittal. I wish to duel with you, the descendant of the clan known as the Genius Ninjas. I wish to test the extent of my prowess against you. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, Naruto was instantly engulfed in fury. Once again, it's Sasuke. How infuriating. You are fully aware of my Uchiha lineage, and yet you dare to issue a challenge. To speak candidly, you are truly a fool. Do you wish to comprehend the significance of that name? Thick eyebrows. At that moment, Sasuke's voice was as frigid as ice, seemingly capable of freezing the very air around him. You must engage me in battle. Xiao Li assumed a combat stance, secretly lamenting his fortune at the opportunity to confront the foremost rookie. I shall demonstrate my worth to you, teacher Guy. Little did Xiao Li know that the true top rookie should have been his beloved Sakura. However, due to Sakura's modest demeanor and her humble origins, aside from Sasuke, Kakashi, and Naruto, only the higher-ups of Konoha were aware of her true strength. The rest still believed Sasuke to be the strongest among the newcomers. At that moment, Naruto shouted, Wait a moment. Leave this thick eyebrow to me. Just give me 5 minutes, and I will dispatch him. Naruto confidently proclaimed his victory. Xiao Li, however, responded earnestly. I desire to fight not with you, but with Uchiha. This statement only fueled Naruto's anger further. Damn it. No matter who it is, it's still Sasuke. You guys are insufferable. Naruto charged forward, only to be swiftly defeated by Xiao Li, his body spinning like a top before crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. Indeed, it took less than 5 minutes. The outcome was simply reversed. Xiao Li arose and assumed his battle posture once more. I declare that you shall never surpass me. The reason? I am the strongest among the lower ninjas of Konoha. Sakura remained noncommittal, having been observing Xiao Li throughout. At this juncture, it was evident that Xiao Li was not her match. Sans the weights, he might have posed a challenge. However, Xiao Li's clear flaw was that he could only engage in close combat, a chance Sakura would never afford him. How intriguing. I shall engage you. At that moment, confidence radiated from Sasuke, leaving Sakura bewildered as to the source of his self-assurance. With less than 30 minutes until the registration deadline, Sakura, not wishing to witness Sasuke's dismal defeat, could not help but offer a cautionary reminder. Do not fret, it will be over in 5 minutes. With that, Sasuke charged forward. Sakura could only facepalm at the sight. Did they all believe they could endure for 5 minutes? One by one, they fell in increasingly disastrous fashion. Indeed, as Sasuke rushed in, even activating his Sharingan, his body could not keep pace with his opponent's movements, leaving him utterly defenseless. Just as Xiao Li prepared to deliver the final blow to prove that hard work could surpass talent, his bandaged hand was pinned to the wall by a barrage of shurikens propelled by a giant red tortoise adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. This ends here, Lee. The onlookers turned to the source of the shurikens, astonished. Sakura witnessed Sasuke plummeting from the air and swiftly positioned herself beneath him, cushioning his fall just enough for him to regain his balance and land without undue embarrassment. Meanwhile, Naruto, just regaining consciousness, was struck with bewilderment at Sasuke's defeat. What happened? Did Sasuke lose while I was out cold? Sasuke gazed into Lee's eyes, filled with a sense of unwillingness. And only at that moment did he realize that he had assumed the younger generation in Konoha would inevitably rank him second. Yet, reality struck him harshly. Despite his extraordinary talent and diligent training, he was overshadowed by someone of mediocre potential but greater perseverance. At that moment, he found himself wavering. With his current frail state, what right did he have to seek vengeance against that man? Chapter 31. Kabuto Yakushi at the entrance of room 301 in the Konoha Ninja Academy. Sasuke appeared burdened with thoughts. Ever since his defeat by Lee, his convictions had nearly shattered, though the light-hearted banter from Lee and his teacher, Guy, had alleviated some of his burden. Nevertheless, it remained an undeniable truth that he was weak, which weighed heavily on his mind. Witnessing this, Sakura sighed. It seemed inevitable that Sasuke would abandon Konoha. In his relentless pursuit of power, he would undoubtedly stop at nothing. And the educational environment of Konoha was ill-suited for his growth, as there was no one capable of guiding him. Thus, his departure to develop independently, under Orochimaru's tutelage, seemed the most prudent choice, and when that time came, Sakura would not intervene. In fact, she might even support his decision. For her sense of belonging to Konoha was tenuous at best. She had simply formed bonds with too many people here to follow Sasuke's lead in defection. At that moment, Kakashi looked at the three who had arrived and smiled. "You are the team I take great pride in. Now, let us head inside." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura and the others smiled, while Sasuke, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within him, pushed open the door to room 301 and stepped into the classroom. Upon entering, Sasuke and Naruto stood in awe at the scene before them, while Sakura was slightly taken aback. Although she was aware that this exam would include genin from various smaller villages, the sheer number present was astonishing. The classroom was filled with a sea of young faces adorned with an array of ninja headbands. Just then, a figure dashed towards Sakura. "Sakura, you're so slow. I've been eagerly awaiting the chance to see you again after such a long time." Sakura felt the soft embrace from behind, despite her young age. Ino had certainly developed impressively, surpassing Sakura in that regard. Sakura, somewhat exasperated, replied, "We've only been apart for 2 or 3 days. You're exaggerating, Ino." Meanwhile, Naruto watched the scene with envy as Ino embraced Sakura. At that moment, Ino's teammates, Shikamaru and Choji, approached. "What's this? You two are participating in this troublesome exam as well?" Naruto retorted, "What? Are the trio of idiots joining in too?" "Don't say that." Shikamaru began but soon gave up, adding, "Forget it, how bothersome." He fixed his lethargic gaze on Naruto, unwilling to engage in an argument, well aware of Naruto's nature. If he were to debate over this matter, it would only lead to an endless quarrel. Beside him, Choji remained silent, mindlessly stuffing his mouth with chips. Anyone unaware of the situation might assume this chubby boy had been starving for days, devouring chips as if he were on the brink of starvation. In that moment, Ino embraced Sakura's shoulders from behind, seemingly indifferent to the quarrel between Naruto and Shikamaru. She understood Shikamaru all too well. Such trivial matters were beneath him, and he would never bother to argue. At that instant, the other three approached, Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata, and the unassuming Shino Aburame, who wore sunglasses. Among them, Kiba, with Akamaru perched on his head, led the way, while Hinata blushed upon catching sight of Naruto. Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite his usual carefree demeanor. He recalled Sakura's words in the Land of Waves, leaving him somewhat flustered. "Found you," Kiba exclaimed, breaking the ice. "It's rare for everyone to be together." Hinata, her cheeks flushed, timidly greeted, "Hello, everyone." In that moment, she appeared both adorable and fragile, evoking a sense of protectiveness in others. As Naruto looked at Hinata, she quickly averted her gaze. He pondered, "Every time she sees me, she looks away. How could she possibly like me? Sakura must have mistaken something. Hinata is so shy and withdrawn." Shikamaru rolled his eyes at the trio. "You all are coming too? Honestly, have all 9 of this year's rookie genin decided to take the exam? Just how far can we go? What do you think, Sakura?" Kiba's eyes burned with fierce determination as he glanced at Sakura. They were all in the same semester and were well aware that Sakura excelled not only academically, but also in combat. Kiba had sparred with her before, but never truly competed. Now, after training under a Genin, he felt he had closed the gap. Even if he couldn't win, achieving a draw seemed possible. Hearing Kiba's words, Sakura chuckled. "You seem quite composed, Kiba." "Of course," he replied confidently. "We've trained hard, and we won't lose to you." At that moment, Naruto's impatient voice interrupted, You're so annoying. Setting Sakura aside, how could I possibly lose to you guys? Before Kiba could respond, Hinata quickly interjected, I am sorry, Naruto-kun. Kiba didn't mean it that way. However, her voice was too soft, and Naruto clearly didn't hear her. He instinctively turned to Hinata, asking what? Flushed. Hinata instinctively turned her head away. See, Hinata must dislike me so much that she doesn't even want to look at me. Sakura is utterly unreliable, he grumbled, misinterpreting the situation and venting his frustrations about Sakura. Meanwhile, Kiba, standing beside Hinata, picked up on her words with his keen hearing. A look of realization crossed his face, as if he understood something profound. Meanwhile, Choji, noticing the Akamaru on Kiba's head, paused mid-bite of his fries, tears welling in his eyes as he thought. Akamaru seems to have become quite delicious. As everyone harbored their own thoughts, a tall, handsome man with a single white ponytail approached, saying, Hey, you lot. It would be wise to keep it down. You're all newcomers. This isn't a picnic. Sakura immediately recognized the identity of the man before her. Kabuto Yakushi was renowned as an exceptional medical ninja and scientist within the realm of shinobi. Having received the true teachings of Orochimaru, he surpassed even his master in prowess. Who are you to speak so grandly? Ino, known for her notorious temper, retorted to Kabuto's words. A faint smile graced Kabuto's lips as he replied, I am Kabuto Yakushi. But let us first observe our surroundings. At that moment, everyone realized that the ninjas from their class, gathered for the Chuunin Exam, were all focused on this interaction. Kabuto continued, Behind you, those individuals are from the village hidden in the ring. They are rather impatient, and as the exam approaches, anxiety runs high among all of you. Thus, I felt compelled to warn you before any trouble arises. The crowd fell silent at his words, and Kabuto added, As newcomers, it is understandable that you are unaware of these matters. Allow me to elucidate the contents of the Chuunin Exam. Naruto, filled with curiosity, inquired, Have you had a wealth of experience, Senior Kabuto? Have you participated in the second exam? No, this will be my 7th time, he replied, leaving the others momentarily speechless. Chapter 32. The first exam. As Kabuto, the information gatherer, explained, the participants gained a clearer understanding of the numerous lower ninjas they were about to face. Naruto, with his boisterous nature, became exhilarated at the prospect of confronting such formidable opponents, creating quite a stir. Even when Kabuto was injured by an attack from an enemy ninja, the commotion swiftly subsided upon the arrival of the proctor, Ibiki Marino, accompanied by a multitude of elite Chuunin. They would serve as the overseers of this examination and present significant challenges. Once Ibiki outlined the rules of the exam, Naruto, who had been brimming with enthusiasm, was left incredulous upon learning it would involve a written test. His body stiffened as he exclaimed in disbelief, A written test? After the papers were distributed, he glanced around and noticed that Sakura and Sasuke were seated far from him. This realization filled him with trepidation. The other parts of the exam were manageable, but he truly struggled with written assessments, primarily due to his frequent truancy and mischief during his time at the academy. Sakura, seated behind Naruto, couldn't help but smile at his restless demeanor. She understood that the nature of this exam was to assess the student's ability to gather intelligence. Yet, what posed a challenge to ordinary individuals was not particularly daunting for her. She didn't require any underhanded tactics. With her knowledge, she could answer the questions with reasonable accuracy. Just as Naruto despaired, resting his head on the desk, a timid voice called out, Naruto. He straightened up to locate the source of the voice and realized he was at the same table as Hinata. However, he had not paid much attention to her presence, as she had always been rather unassuming. Oh, it's Hinata, he exclaimed. Hinata, let's do our best together. She encouraged him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Huh. Naruto barely heard her. At that moment, Ibiki began explaining the exam's special rules, and when he mentioned that if a single member of a team scored 0, the entire team would fail, Sasuke's expression shifted. He shot a piercing glare at Naruto, who was sitting beside Hinata, silently praying that Naruto would manage to answer at least one question correctly. As Naruto sensed the murderous gaze directed at him, an involuntary shiver coursed down his spine. In contrast, Hinata, her cheeks flushed, observed Naruto's discomfort and could not help but call his name with a hint of concern. However, her voice was too faint for Naruto to hear, and he was too preoccupied to pay attention. Overwhelmed by Sasuke's deadly stare, he felt a deep sense of frustration, resolute in his belief that he could answer at least one question. Upon Ibiki's command, The participants opened their exam papers, only to be met with expressions of sheer horror as they beheld the impossibly difficult questions. Glancing at the first question, Naruto discovered it was a cipher to decode. With a tone of casual nonchalance, he muttered, "Next. All right, next. Next." However, despair washed over him as he realized he could not answer a single question. They were far beyond his capabilities. Meanwhile, Sasuke's expression shifted as he too recognized the insurmountable challenge before him, realizing that expecting Naruto to score even 2 points was utterly preposterous. Why were the Chuunin exam questions so excruciatingly difficult? It felt almost like a temptation to encourage cheating. Reflecting on Ibiki's earlier words, Sasuke recalled that shameful cheating would lead to point deductions. True ninjas would tackle the questions honestly. With the main objective of the exam now clear, Sasuke felt a sense of relief, though his sole concern was whether Naruto would grasp the examiner's message. As for Sakura, Sasuke had unwavering confidence that she could achieve high marks without resorting to dishonest means. Ninjas who discovered the underlying tactics began their quest for information, cheating, employing various methods to gain an advantage. Some utilized the sound of their pen's tip on the paper to deduce what others were writing, while others used insects for information transmission. In contrast, Kiba took a more straightforward approach, leveraging Akamaru's position on his head to discreetly relay answers. Among them, Sakura appeared the most at ease, requiring no underhanded tactics, thus free from the pressure of being discovered. This confidence allowed her to work at a leisurely pace. Within half an hour, Sakura had completed 9 questions and set her pen down, while Ino, seated behind her, had written nothing. She waited for the moment Sakura finished. Knowing Sakura's intelligence, Ino was certain that even without cheating, she could secure high marks. As Sakura put down her pen, Ino chuckled softly, murmuring, "Sakura, you must be done. Now, I shall not hesitate to step in." With that, Ino discreetly formed a hand sign aimed at Sakura. Mind transfer jutsu. Seated in the middle, Sakura sensed an unusual presence in her mind, but did not resist, as this type of mental intrusion was a skill unique to Ino. Successfully invading Sakura's mind and taking control of her body, Ino quickly glanced at the exam answers, mentally noting them while feeling a peculiar thrill. This was her first time using this technique on Sakura, and she had expected the process to be more challenging. To her surprise, it unfolded more smoothly than anticipated, leaving her slightly disoriented. Before departing, Ino, caught in a moment of spontaneity, found herself instinctively grasping and pinching Sakura's chest. This action compelled Ino to disconnect, and the moment she stood up, her hand instinctively reached for her hair. Something felt peculiar. Why wasn't it as soft as hers? Sakura, who had expelled Ino, sensed a flutter in her chest, her face flushing as she exhaled softly. "Next time, I shall certainly seek revenge." As the time drew near, Naruto began to feel like an ant on a hot skillet. If he didn't resort to cheating, he genuinely wouldn't be able to answer any of the questions. Clutching his head, he muttered to himself, "Time is slipping away, and if this continues, I'll have no choice but to cheat." However, if caught, it would bring trouble to Sakura and that scoundrel Sasuke. Even so, if I score a 0, Sakura and Sasuke would also face failure alongside me. Just as Naruto was in a state of panic, a timid voice emerged. He turned to see Hinata softly offering, "I can show you my answers." Upon hearing this, Naruto fell into a spiral of self-doubt. What is Hinata saying? Doesn't she dislike me? Why would she do such a thing? Suddenly, he pondered, could this be some sort of tactical maneuver? But Hinata isn't the type to engage in such antics. Perhaps it's Neji manipulating her, aiming to set a trap for me. He envisioned a scenario where, if he copied Hinata's answers and their proctor discovered it, they would all be disqualified, and Neji would revel in his triumph. However, such conspiracy theories didn't suit Naruto. Ultimately, he directly inquired of Hinata, "Hinata, may I ask why you are willing to show me?" Recognizing this as a prime opportunity for confession, Hinata's cheeks flushed as she clenched her fists. After a few moments of hesitation, she chose to retreat. That's because, I stumbling over her words, Hinata longed to express her affection. Yet her fear and shyness stifled her, leading her to say, "I don't want Naruto to be eliminated here." Hearing this explanation left Naruto bewildered, while Hinata began to frantically fabricate excuses. "Look, there are only 9 of us newcomers. The upcoming exams are quite daunting." Naruto considered this and realized it did indeed align with Hinata's shy nature, leading him to believe her without question. What a relief. So it was this matter. I was too suspicious. Naruto felt fortunate that Hinata sat beside him. Just as he leaned over to glimpse Hinata's exam paper, a kunai whizzed past his cheek. Startled, he instinctively glanced toward the proctor, who was recording something. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, causing him to flinch. Then, he forced a bravado smile and declared, "Hinata, you still don't understand. A ninja as capable as I am would never resort to cheating." Hinata, perplexed, thought, "How could I not know your score?" But upon seeing Hinata's expression, Naruto earnestly added, "Moreover, one misstep in your aiding me could also jeopardize your chances of disqualification." Hinata felt warmth at Naruto's words, realizing that his insincere remarks were meant to consider her well-being. In that instant, she found herself falling deeper in love with Naruto. "I'm sorry, I've overstepped," she said, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's radiant smile, before hastily apologizing. As Naruto gazed at his blank exam paper, his heart bled with self-reproach for his arrogance. Yet he muttered to himself, "It's all right." Chapter 33. The conclusion of the first examination. The clock had ticked to the 45th minute of the exam when Ibiki timely interjected. "The incompetent have been mostly eliminated. It is time to commence the final question." The announcement of the 10th query began. Upon hearing this, Naruto clenched his fists. He realized he could not answer a single question on the paper. All he could do was place his hopes on this final inquiry, fervently praying it would be simpler than the preceding ones. Prior to this, a slight caveat regarding the last question was introduced. Ibiki turned to gaze out the window and continued, "Allow me to elucidate. This is the rule of despair. First, you must decide whether you wish to answer the 10th question." Shino was the first to inquire, "What happens if we choose not to respond?" Choosing not to answer results in an automatic score of 0, and your two teammates will be eliminated alongside you, Ibiki stated coldly. The revelation ignited an uproar among the lower-ranked ninjas, questioning the very purpose of the preceding examination. Unfazed by the commotion, Ibiki continued, "Should you choose to answer and provide an incorrect response, you will eternally forfeit your qualification for the examination." Kiba stood up first, exclaiming, "How can such a foolish rule exist? After all, several of us here have participated in the Chuunin exams multiple times." At this, Ibiki scoffed, "Your luck is remarkably poor. This year, I am the rule. Did I not offer you a way out? Those lacking confidence may wisely choose to abstain and return next year or the year after." Having emerged from the ranks of the Umbu interrogation ninjas, Ibiki was adept at applying psychological pressure. His words compelled many of the less confident participants to scrutinize their teammates. They feared that if they could not answer, they would not only burden their companions, but also forfeit their chance to be promoted to Chuunin. Now let us begin. Those opting not to answer the 10th question, please raise your hands. After confirming your numbers, you may exit. As Ibiki's words echoed, silence enveloped the arena, with all faces contorted in conflict. Among them, Naruto displayed the most distress. He was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. What could the question possibly be? He cursed inwardly, vowing never to remain a genin for life. Yet, choosing to abstain would lead to Sakura and Sasuke's elimination, which he could not bear. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, some began to raise their hands and surrender, further deepening the oppressive atmosphere. As the first few gave up, Naruto's trembling intensified. But for the sake of Sakura and Sasuke, he remained seated, silently shouldering the weight of an insurmountable burden. As if succumbing to the strain, Naruto's back began to curve. Sakura, seated behind him, sighed at the sight. This was an essential trial of mental fortitude on the path to becoming a ninja, and thus she had refrained from revealing the truth before the examination commenced. Although this assessment may seem somewhat extreme, it typically retains only those with formidable mental fortitude. For those lacking such resilience, enduring the moment serves as a form of protection. After all, the challenges faced by a Chuunin far exceed those of a genin. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Naruto, seemingly unable to bear the pressure, gradually rose to his feet. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, felt his typically stoic demeanor soften, while the others assumed Naruto was on the verge of surrender. However, in a burst of fervor, Naruto slammed his hands onto the table and declared, "Do not underestimate me. I will not flee in the face of adversity. I intend to participate, and even if I remain a genin for life, I will strive to become Hokage. I am unafraid." In that moment, everyone recognized Naruto's underlying fear. Yet he chose to confront it bravely. When he sat back down, Hinata gazed at him with admiration, not only for his courage, but also for his willingness to voice his innermost thoughts. Meanwhile, Sasuke found himself at a loss. Is he completely disregarding us? It seemed Naruto's words instilled courage in the remaining Genin, as no one else raised their hands to forfeit the exam. I will ask you once more. This is a choice that could define your lives. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time. Ibiki's voice resonated deeply within them, akin to a heavy hammer driving them toward the abyss. To adhere to one's own words, that is my ninja way. Having regained his confidence after his earlier declaration, Naruto understood that the title of Chuunin did not solely define one's strength. Even as a Genin, through sheer determination, he could ascend to the role of Hokage, thus rendering the pressure he felt inconsequential. Upon hearing this, many Genin straightened their backs, realizing that retreating here would hinder any future progress in their abilities. After all, a single act of retreat could lead to further withdrawals, ultimately culminating in the abandonment of their identities as ninjas. To aspire to be a ninja, one must never falter. They must advance boldly along this treacherous path, fraught with peril at every turn. Observing this scene, Ibiki's previously stern expression softened into a slight smile. What an intriguing little rascal. In an instant, he has dispelled the fears of the crowd. 78 remaining? More than anticipated. Continuing onward would yield no different outcome. After exchanging nods with the other proctors, Ibiki announced, "Your resolve is commendable. Thus, I declare that everyone remaining here has passed the first examination." A hint of a smile finally graced Ibiki's serious countenance. In bewilderment, Naruto turned to Ibiki and exclaimed, "Huh?" Aware of the confusion surrounding him, Ibiki elucidated the true purpose of the first examination. The primary objective was to assess everyone's ability to gather intelligence, an undeniable fact. Many had guessed this, either actively or passively, but two individuals stood out as exceptions, Sakura and Naruto. For the latter, this question, typically insurmountable for a Genin, posed no significant challenge. Therefore, the first phase of the examination served little purpose as a test for her. Naruto, equally oblivious to the underlying intentions, found himself in a predicament entirely opposite to Sakura's. The 10th challenge was designed to test the resolve of the ninja, assessing their willingness to forsake their lives in pursuit of a mission. Those who falter and retreat are rightly deemed unworthy of advancing to the rank of Chuunin. Just as Ibiki concluded his explanation, a shadow darted through the window. As the smoke dissipated, a curtain materialized before the crowd, emblazoned with the words, "Second Exam Proctor. Mitarashi Anko has arrived." This was no time for jubilation. The second round of the examination had commenced. "I am Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for this phase. Now, let us proceed." Anko, adorned in a netted bodysuit beneath a trench coat and a short skirt, exuded a unique allure, her boisterous demeanor reminiscent of Naruto's own. Upon hearing Anko's words, an unexpected silence enveloped the arena, rendering even Anko somewhat awkward. "Do pay attention to the atmosphere," Ibiki interjected, peering from behind the curtain and delivering a weighty remark. Chapter 34. Reckoning the rules of the second exam sounded straightforward. Each team must enter the forest of death through different gates and compete to seize the heaven and earth scrolls held by other teams amidst the perilous unknown. It resembled a creatively devised survival game. Theoretically, 13 teams should manage to pass this examination. However, this was merely a theoretical expectation. The scrolls possessed by each team were shrouded in strict secrecy, resulting in the possibility that, following intense battles, the victorious teams may not even acquire the scrolls they sought. The losses incurred from such circumstances were unpredictable. Many teams could face elimination simply due to their inability to find the correct scroll. Thus, the actual number of teams successfully passing this assessment would likely be far fewer than 13. As Anko elaborated on the examination process, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Sakura spotted the arrival of Snake Lady. However, she refrained from any unnecessary actions, merely masquerading as an ordinary Genin while observing the brief exchange between Snake Lady and Anko. This was Sasuke's opportunity, and Sakura had no intention of drawing attention from Snake Lady. Moreover, she did not require the cursed seal that mimics sage techniques to enhance her strength. She could pursue sage arts at the 3 great sanctuaries. Presently, she lacked neither chakra nor precision in chakra manipulation, enhanced further by her bloodline limit of flower release, which granted her a natural affinity. She possessed a considerable likelihood of mastering sage techniques directly, as Snake Lady concluded her interaction with her former apprentice. She cast a fleeting glance at Sakura as she passed by. This glance sent shivers down Sakura's spine, as she feared becoming the target of Orochimaru's interest instead of Sasuke. Yet, after brushing past Sakura, Orochimaru did not linger, as if merely quenching a fleeting curiosity. Following the earlier interruption, Anko chose to remain succinct. She produced a stack of consent forms and distributed them to the participants, allowing 10 minutes for them to deliberate on whether to partake in this perilous game. Sakura, however, was not particularly concerned. She held confidence in her abilities. In contrast, Naruto expressed his frustration, questioning why signing a name should require 10 minutes of contemplation. Only Sasuke sat beneath the colossal rock, beginning to analyze the situation. Upon noticing that the scroll exchange location was concealed by a curtain, he grasped the significance of the intelligence. Had they been aware of the scrolls in the possession of their adversaries, certain confrontations could have been entirely circumvented. However, at present, all were enemies to one another. As Sakura completed her signature and approached a large tree, she spotted Ino standing with 3 teammates, evoking memories of the enmity from their first exam. Observing that Ino had yet to notice her, Sakura stealthily formed a hand seal and transformed into a flurry of cherry blossom petals, vanishing momentarily. When she reappeared, she had ensnared Ino's neck with one hand. "Who is it?" Shikamaru and Choji instantly became alert, while Ino's body stiffened in fear. Upon realizing that it was Sakura who had launched a surprise attack from behind, Shikamaru and the others relaxed their guard, aware of the close friendship between Sakura and Ino. Ino, recognizing the familiar scent and feeling the not-so-soft chest, felt her body tense further, her face slightly flushed due to her guilty conscience, having engaged in an inappropriate action. "Apologies, ladies, but may I borrow Ino for a few moments?" Sakura remarked with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Shikamaru noticed Ino frantically signaling him and, glancing at Sakura's expression, deduced that Ino had done something she ought not to have. Being a wise individual who weighed the consequences, he deemed that provoking Sakura would incur a greater cost than neglecting Ino's plight. Thus he decisively sold her out. Meanwhile, Choji remained preoccupied with food, questioning how Ino and Sakura's playful banter concerned him. With Shikamaru's consent, Sakura leaned close to Ino's ear and whispered, "Your teammates have abandoned you. It is time for us to settle our scores." As she spoke, she guided the somewhat flushed and awkwardly expressioned Ino behind the tree. Ino expressed her vehement objection to Shikamaru's lack of intervention, casting a fierce glare at him as Sakura tugged her along, fully aware that Choji's mind was solely occupied with food. Once they reached a secluded corner behind the tree, Sakura forcefully pressed Ino against the trunk, gazing down at her from an elevated position, commanding, "Now speak. How does it feel?" Ino instinctively replied, "Not as soft as mine." Sakura's expression darkened. After all, how could one even compare such disparate attributes? Swatting Ino's head lightly, she retorted, "What are you on about? I meant to ask if you saw my memories." Although the original text of the heart transition technique did not mention the ability to pry into memories, Sakura could not help but inquire. While other memories were trivial, the origins of her time travel and the secret of the 1,000 cherry blossoms must remain undiscovered. Upon hearing Sakura's question, Ino exhaled a sigh of relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. The heart transition technique of our Yamanaka clan does not possess the capacity to delve into the memories of others. Your formidable mental strength should have allowed you to ascertain this. Sakura, upon receiving this confirmation, also felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Deep down, she understood that Ino had not attempted to invade her memories. However, Sakura's inquiry was primarily aimed at confirming whether the body replacement technique possessed such capabilities. Ino, while not expressing any doubts, was aware that the other members of the Yamanaka clan might. Now that it was evident this technique lacked such abilities, a sigh of relief escaped her. With the important matters concluded, it was time to settle the score regarding the earlier incident. Since that's the case, you're off the hook for now. Let us tally up the first exam and that remark you just made. As she spoke, Sakura, under Ino's astonished gaze, pressed her other hand directly onto Ino. Although it was through clothing, Sakura could distinctly feel the softness and delicacy. A playful squeeze revealed a sensation akin to a water balloon, albeit with more elasticity and tactile feedback. This sensation was undeniably superior to her own, given Sakura's smaller stature. She did not possess the same tactile sensation as Ino. Ino, feeling that mischievous hand, was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing a noticeable shade of crimson. Accompanied by a shriek that blended embarrassment and an indescribable strangeness, Shikamaru shrugged at the sound, remarking, "Why provoke Sakura? She has been a little tyrant since childhood." Having spent 6 years alongside Sakura, Shikamaru was well aware that the usually gentle Sakura would not take kindly to being provoked. Many boys and girls who mocked her broad forehead often ended up nursing bruises, for Sakura, despite being a girl, did not shy away from confrontation. "All right, everyone. The second exam is about to commence. Quickly replace your scrolls at your respective entrances and prepare." The 10 minutes flew by, and the second exam was finally underway. Chapter 35. The second exam begins at the entrance of the Death Forest, Gate 27. Ino's face was slightly flushed, her expression somewhat awkward. Shikamaru observed Ino's state with confusion, wondering what was amiss after her encounter with Sakura. Meanwhile, Choji was busy rummaging through his ninja pouch for snacks, oblivious to Ino's unusual demeanor. At Gate 12, Sakura found herself lost in thought, gazing at her hand. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, chattered away, "I'm all set. Any enemy that approaches us will be dealt with." With a command from Anko Mitarashi, all gates to the Death Forest swung open simultaneously. Sakura immediately cast aside her distractions and dashed into the forest, eager to seize advantageous terrain for ambush and reconnaissance. However, halfway through, Naruto, feeling the urgency of nature, was about to relieve himself when Sakura gave him a swift kick into the bushes. When he emerged, he exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, what a big puddle. I feel so refreshed now." Yet, in the next moment, Naruto was sent flying by a kick from Sasuke, and Sakura seized the opportunity to rush after the airborne Naruto, placing a blade against his neck. "Nice work, Naruto. You've captured an enemy ninja. What are you doing all of a sudden?" Naruto, bewildered with a knife at his throat, displayed a confused expression, showcasing an impressive act. "What do you mean? What am I doing?" "This is what I wanted to say," Sasuke replied, locking his gaze onto the imposter Naruto. Realizing the charade could no longer hold, the fake Naruto chuckled. "How did you discover my identity?" Pointing to his cheek, Sakura remarked, "What happened to the injury the examiner gave Naruto? Your transformation technique is inferior to even Naruto's." Upon hearing Sakura's explanation, the ninja from the Rain Village dispelled his transformation with a nonchalant tone, saying, "The scroll is not with me. Do as you wish." He then inquired about Naruto's whereabouts. Sasuke coldly questioned the Rain ninja, "Where is Naruto?" "Of course, he is in the hands of my companions. If I do not return, they will surely kill your comrades in revenge for me." The Rain ninja replied with no fear, a cold smirk on his face. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression changed. But Sakura intervened, asking, "If his companions are nearby, why has no one come to rescue him?" Sasuke paused for a moment, while the Rain ninja continued to feign indifference, saying, "You can try." Understanding that the opponent was bluffing, Sakura suggested to Sasuke, "You should look for Naruto nearby while I see if I can extract any useful information from this ninja." Trusting Sakura, Sasuke nodded and leaped to the treetops in search of Naruto, while Sakura observed the Rain ninja, a flicker of crimson light flashing in her eyes. Sasuke soon found Naruto, who was wrapped like a dumpling. Seeing that Naruto still had the strength to bounce around, he sighed in relief but then remarked disdainfully, "How could you be captured so easily? You truly are the bottom of the barrel." Naruto, hearing this, retorted angrily, "He is despicable. He transformed into your likeness to approach me. If it weren't for that, how could I have been captured so easily?" "Humph. He transformed into your likeness to approach me and Sakura, and yet he is now the one who has been captured," Sasuke scoffed, shooting a kunai to free Naruto from his bindings. "That must have been because Sakura saw through his transformation. What does that have to do with your boastful self, Sasuke?" Naruto replied, feeling quite indignant. Even though he knew deep down that Sasuke was smarter than him, he refused to concede verbally. "Idiot." Sasuke, uninterested in arguing with Naruto, understood that continuing the dispute would lead to endless banter. Sakura should have extracted some information by now. With that, Sasuke swiftly departed. "Hey, arrogant Sasuke, don't call me the bottom of the barrel," Naruto shouted as he followed Sasuke, only to find that both Sakura and the Rain ninja had vanished upon returning to their original position. "Where is Sakura?" Naruto exclaimed, shielding his eyes to scan the surroundings. There was no sign of her nearby. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes turned a deep crimson as he surveyed the area, soon noticing two trails heading away from their location, one in front of the other. "What? Has Sakura been taken away?" Naruto gasped, ready to rush forward. However, Sasuke immediately stopped him, saying, "It seems that Sakura intentionally let him go, likely intending to bait a larger catch." "What fish? We are in a forest. Where would any fish come from?" Naruto replied, utterly confused. Never mind. It's too complicated to explain. Just know that Sakura allowed him to leave on purpose, Sasuke said. Though he couldn't help but furrow his brow, now perplexed by Sakura's intentions. She should not have taken such a risk alone. They had not spent much time together, so it should not have been so urgent. Why would she choose to confront 3 opponents alone instead of bringing Naruto and himself along? Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Sakura's figure appeared before the two of them. Upon seeing Sakura return, Naruto immediately exclaimed, "Sakura, why are you back so soon?" That rain ninja was exceedingly cunning. I was unable to shake him off. My sincerest apologies, Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, Sakura said as she lowered her head in contrition. Oh, there's no need to apologize, Sakura. There will be plenty of opportunities to seize the scroll. Naruto quickly took this moment to display his generous and gentle demeanor. However, Sasuke's furrowed brow deepened. Following the earlier incident, he felt an unsettling paranoia. He couldn't shake the feeling that Sakura, with her enigmatic prowess, would not easily allow an opponent to escape. He acknowledged that he was certainly no match for her. The more he observed Sakura, the more he sensed something amiss. And without hesitation, he hurled a kunai. The opponent clearly did not anticipate Sasuke's direct assault and hastily rolled away to evade it. Sasuke, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Sakura? Upon witnessing Sakura being targeted, Naruto immediately growled at Sasuke. Look closely. This is not Sakura. Sasuke pointed at the disheveled figure of Sakura, continuing. In her usual manner, she would have employed a substitution technique to evade. Although somewhat flashy, it would not appear as chaotic as this. Naruto, hearing Sasuke's explanation, regarded the disheveled Sakura with suspicion. This sudden ambush was evidently a result of the rolling maneuver, which was economically prudent as it consumed no chakra and allowed for anticipation of the opponent's subsequent move. However, given Sakura's character, her choice at this juncture would not involve a rolling counterattack. She would typically resort to a substitution technique to conceal herself, awaiting an opportune moment to act or flee. Having been friends for 6 years, they understood each other's personalities well, and Sakura possessed a fatal flaw. She had a penchant for aesthetics. Under normal circumstances, she would not allow herself to appear so disheveled and dirty, barring situations where choices were limited. Yet, an ordinary kunai attack should not compel a formidable Sakura into such a position of desperation. Naruto was also convinced that Sakura would never allow herself to become so disheveled, prompting his doubts regarding this Sakura's authenticity. Realizing that both had begun to suspect her, the impostor ceased her pretense and directly questioned Sasuke. How did you discern that I am not that little girl? Sasuke, observing this turn of events, smirked, drawing a kunai from his ninja pouch while remaining vigilant. Your intelligence is still lacking. You cannot fathom Sakura's true strength. Well, such keen insight, the figure of Sakura remarked, extending her long tongue to lick her lips, then transforming into the appearance of a female grass ninja, one hand obscuring one eye. As her bloodshot gaze met Naruto and Sasuke, an invisible pressure seemed to immobilize them. It felt as if their bodies were being torn apart under this intangible force, even as they witnessed the kunai piercing through flesh. Chapter 36. One-on-one with the Rain Ninja in a concealed area on the edge of the Death Forest. 2 ninjas from the hidden Rain Village were cautiously hiding among the trees. They were currently quite displeased with the errant pillar, for had it not been for his abrupt disappearance, they would not have had to remain in hiding for so long. If Langzhu returns, he must be taught a lesson. This fellow acts far too presumptuously. At this moment, one of the team members spoke out indignantly. Silence. Someone is approaching, another member urged. As the two fell silent and turned their gazes, they discovered Langzhu wearing a gas mask, his appearance quite disheveled. Blood gushed from a wound on his chest, flowing profusely. Even with the assistance of chakra, a ninja's body could not stem the bleeding, illustrating the severity of his injuries. Upon witnessing their injured comrade's return, the one who had sought to reprimand Langzhu stood to greet him, but was halted by a teammate. The Rain Ninja shook his head. They often transformed into enemies to engage in close combat and stealthy ambushes, making it imperative to remain vigilant. Thus, he stealthily approached Langzhu from behind. Kunai aimed at his throat and coldly demanded the code. The once feeble Langzhu felt the kunai at his neck, his body stiffening. He slowly responded, "My mind is clouded. I cannot recall the code at this moment." However, before he could finish, the cautious Rain Ninja pierced Langzhu's carotid artery with the kunai. Yet, in the next instant, Langzhu transformed into a multitude of cherry blossoms, scattering and vanishing and the ninja realized he had fallen into a trap. At that very moment, a shadow leapt from the side, brandishing a ninja blade with deadly intent aimed at the Rain Ninja's back. The timing was impeccable, as it coincided with the moment of Longzhu's demise, leaving the assailant with no opportunity for response. However, the ambush had evidently been meticulously planned. As the shadow attacked, a barrage of shuriken and kunai rained down from the treetops, blocking the assailant's escape route. Left with no choice, he deflected the shuriken and kunai with his blade, halting his advance. It was only then that the two Rain ninjas recognized their attacker, the pink-haired girl from Konoha. Given the current circumstances, it was clear she was alone, igniting the idea in the two Rain ninjas to capture her in exchange for scrolls and their teammate. They were elite genin from the Hidden Rain village, and in a one-on-two scenario, the advantage lay with them. However, Sakura, realizing the peril of her situation, clearly intended to flee. She cautiously eyed the Rain ninja who had turned to face her and the hidden adversary, her expression a mixture of seriousness and panic. The two Rain ninjas, adorned with gas masks, exchanged glances filled with mockery as the exposed Rain ninja lunged toward Sakura. Meanwhile, the one concealed in the shadows prepared to assist with ninjutsu and tools when a soft, melodious voice resonated from behind him. "Found you. Scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms." The Rain ninja suddenly sensed a powerful aura of malice approaching from behind, chilling him to the bone. Startled, he had no time for contemplation. He swiftly turned, his hands fluttering like butterflies, swiftly forming a complex seal. Water style, water bullet technique. With a shout, a torrent of water erupted from his mouth, transforming into countless water spheres that swept toward his rear like a tempest. Simultaneously, the Rain ninja finally discerned the source of the threat looming before him. Petals of cherry blossoms, adorned in delicate pink, danced through the air like graceful butterflies. However, the Rain ninja was acutely aware that beneath this enchanting facade lurked a lethal threat. These seemingly fragile petals possessed astonishing speed, hurtling towards him like a bolt of lightning. Internally, he lamented. Though his water release techniques were formidable, he lacked complete confidence in their ability to withstand the onslaught of the petals. Just as the Rain ninja prepared to summon all his strength to confront this floral barrage, a melodious voice rang in his ears. "Flower release. Dance of the cherry blossom dragon." Startled, his heart raced, and his pupils constricted in disbelief. How could his adversary unleash two jutsu simultaneously? It was utterly unfathomable. As Sakura's bright and crisp voice echoed through the air, a dragon formed from countless cherry blossom petals surged forth at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at the spheres of water. The dragon's velocity surpassed that of the petals from the 1,000 cherry blossom technique. In the blink of an eye, it collided fiercely with the water spheres, producing a resounding explosion. Accompanied by this deafening blast, droplets and petals soared into the sky like fireworks. The water splattered everywhere, creating a fine mist, while the petals, akin to bullets, pierced through the gap created by the dragon's impact and surged toward the Rain ninja with the ferocity of a tempest. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, the Rain ninja could only watch in shock as the petals descended upon him like a torrential downpour. With no time to react, they struck him with brutal force. In an instant, he let out a piercing scream. Those seemingly delicate petals now resembled sharp blades, effortlessly shredding his garments and skin. Within moments, his body was riddled with countless lacerations, crimson blood gushing forth and transforming him into a figure of horror. Fortunately for him, Sakura had held back her full strength. Had she unleashed her complete power, the Rain ninja would likely have been torn to shreds in an instant, meeting his demise in the process. After incapacitating her foe, Sakura swiftly began forming hand seals, with another Rain ninja entangled with her clone. She was determined to eliminate this adversary quickly and return to find Sasuke and Naruto, who were likely already engaged in battle with Orochimaru. Water release, hidden mist technique. Sakura executed the technique with remarkable finesse, having observed Zabuza perform it several times. Those instances had served as excellent lessons for her. Startled by the anguished cries of his comrade, the Rain ninja realized they had misjudged the situation. This Konoha kunoichi was clearly formidable. Since their initial encounters, he had been forced back repeatedly by her exceptional swordsmanship, never able to close the gap or seize an opportunity. With his ally now fallen, hope was all but lost. Just as he prepared to make a desperate stand, he noticed that he was enveloped in thick, white mist. Seeing this, His pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "The hidden mist technique? When did the village hidden in the mist arrive?" The village hidden in the mist did not participate in the Chuunin exams. "This is my technique." Sakura's voice echoed in his ears, and just as he was about to retaliate, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. The only thought that crossed his mind before fading away was, silent killing technique? Indeed, Sakura employed the silent killing technique of Zabuza, though it is more accurately described as a special skill that utilizes thick fog to obscure one's form, allowing stealthy approaches to eliminate enemies. After returning home, Sakura pondered over this technique for several days. Although she could not master it to the point of being utterly silent and flawless like Zabuza, it was more than sufficient for dealing with ordinary Chuunin. What she now lacked was merely extensive practice and real combat experience to enhance her proficiency. Chapter 37. Sasuke and Orochimaru. As Sakura dealt with the three-range shinobi, Sasuke and Naruto found themselves enveloped in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. This malice felt tangible, rendering them unable to move even a muscle. Sasuke, feeling the chilling pressure, grimaced and slowly extended his hand towards his ninja pouch. He still sought revenge against that man. He could not afford to falter now. "Move, damn it!" Sasuke silently roared within, and at long last, after great effort, his fingers finally grasped a kunai. At that moment, Naruto sensed the imminent danger. His eyes instantly transformed into slitted pupils, and a beastly aura began to emanate from him. "Damn it!" Naruto shouted in fury, breaking free from Orochimaru's restraint and charging at him with a roar. Orochimaru, sensing this formidable presence, was taken aback, his smile fading. This little brat, could it be? Naruto was now closing in on Orochimaru, yet the latter remained unfazed in the face of Naruto's transformation. He merely exhaled a cloud of red gas, and in an instant, the beast-like Naruto was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through several trees. Orochimaru was undoubtedly surprised to see the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A smile crept onto his face as he remarked, "This has become far more interesting." Sasuke, feeling Naruto's aura, trembled slightly. Is that really Naruto? After sending Naruto flying, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Sasuke, stating that his target today was not the Nine Tails, but Sasuke himself. "Now it is your turn, Sasuke. What will you do?" As Orochimaru swiftly approached Sasuke, the latter, paralyzed by fear, found himself unable to escape, forced to watch as Orochimaru charged towards him. However, just then, the seemingly unconscious Naruto unexpectedly headbutted Orochimaru, sending him flying. Naruto himself fell heavily to the ground, struggling for a moment before slowly rising. At that moment, Sasuke beheld Naruto's once azure pupils transformed into crimson slits, radiating an ominous chakra and a feral aura. It was as if the being standing before Sasuke was not Naruto, but a truly dangerous beast. "Are you hurt?" "Coward," Naruto panted, uttering those words. Sasuke immediately recalled the time during the mission in the Land of Waves, when he had said something similar to Naruto, never expecting that today Naruto would return the sentiment. This cowardly fool was certainly not the Sasuke he once knew. Naruto's words struck Sasuke's heart like a formidable hammer, and at that moment, a long red serpent ensnared Naruto, lifting him into the air. "Release me, you serpent demon!" Naruto cried out in a frenzy, struggling against his captor. Yet, as a mere Chuunin, how could he possibly contend with the formidable Orochimaru, a true Sannin? Unbeknownst to Naruto, Orochimaru had summoned a colossal serpent that coiled around his head, drawing Naruto closer and revealing the seal upon his abdomen. "As I suspected, the seal has indeed weakened," Orochimaru remarked, as 5 ethereal blue flames flickered to life upon his fingers, pressing the 5 elemental symbols onto Naruto's belly. The 5-element seal, with the imprint seared onto Naruto. He let out a piercing scream, his crimson vertical pupils reverting to blue, before he succumbed to unconsciousness. After 12 years, Naruto's chakra began to resonate with the Nine Tails. Yet Orochimaru, perceiving Naruto as a hindrance, unceremoniously hurled him away. From such a height, Naruto's demise was inevitable. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror as he beheld this scene. His limbs trembled slightly, and a voice echoed in his mind. "Foolish Uchiha. If you wish to kill me, then hate me, despise me, and continue to crawl in your wretched existence. Flee, flee." This haunting voice lingered, reminding Sasuke that this was a battle he could not win. To survive, he should abandon Naruto and escape. Only by living could he seek vengeance. However, throwing a kunai, he pinned Naruto's clothing to a tree trunk. "No, I cannot continue to run away. With determination surging within him, Sasuke quelled his fear and faced Orochimaru directly. Indeed, it is the Uchiha clan. The blood within you must be stirring, Orochimaru mused, smiling as he dismissed the colossal serpent, a cloud of smoke enveloping the scene. Sasuke's crimson Sharingan fixed intently on Orochimaru's form. To confront my brother, I must cling to life with all my might. I have always believed this. Sasuke retrieved a kunai, biting down on it. Yet, it seems the true fool is I. How could Naruto, who is unable to risk his life here, ever triumph over that monster? With this thought, Sasuke charged at Orochimaru, unleashing a flurry of shuriken. Employing the unique techniques passed down through the Uchiha lineage, he hurled the shuriken with erratic trajectories. However, his efforts proved futile as Orochimaru evaded the incoming projectiles with an uncanny grace, his body moving like a serpent. Slipping effortlessly past what would be impossible for an ordinary person, the two engaged in rapid motion, their bodies intertwining in a dance of taijutsu among the branches as if on level ground. Sasuke's Sharingan seemed to sharpen with his resolve, allowing him to perceive Orochimaru's every movement with clarity. Anticipating Orochimaru's next action, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames toward his adversary's landing spot. Fire style, dragon fire technique. The flames Sasuke conjured blazed forth like a fiery line, engulfing Orochimaru, who had just alighted upon a branch. Yet, Sasuke did not relent. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a thicker, longer stream of fire once more. Two torrents of flames collided, giving birth to a searing flame vortex. The infernal heat so intense that it seemed capable of melting steel into molten iron. Yet, in an instant, Orochimaru's chakra erupted, dissipating the fiery cyclone. He lunged forward, crashing through the tree trunks towards Sasuke, just barely manageable. He accurately predicted my movements and launched a precise attack. You see it, don't you? Sasuke, after leaping a distance away, assumed a stance, gazing at Orochimaru emerging from the trees, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. At that moment, he had cast aside the weight of life and death. Meanwhile, upon receiving word of 3 ninja fatalities, the Red Bean had already surmised the identity of the assailant and was racing towards Sasuke's location. Sakura, hiding not far away, watched the clash between Sasuke and Orochimaru with a grave expression, not due to an unwillingness to assist, but rather because it was unnecessary. The fact that a shadow-level powerhouse like Orochimaru could contend evenly with Sasuke revealed the underlying intricacies. He had come here with the intent to control, tempt, and experiment, threefold purposes, and would not easily eliminate Sasuke. If Sakura rushed in, not only would she be unable to save Sasuke, but she might also endanger herself. After all, Sakura's bloodline limit would release. Such a technique would undoubtedly be far more enticing to Orochimaru than Sasuke. Others might not recognize the true nature of her blossoming petals. But as the foremost scientific mind of the Hokage, and having dealt with Hashirama's cells on numerous occasions, Orochimaru would surely identify would release. In that scenario, not only would she fail to rescue him, but she could also become a casualty herself. Moreover, this incident could serve as an opportunity for Sasuke. Without this curse mark and Orochimaru's teachings, Sasuke could not have matured to such an extent in Konoha. There were truly no ninjas suitable to mentor Sasuke within the village. Chapter 38. The Rise of Malice. Ultimately, Sasuke was no match for Orochimaru. After overwhelming Sasuke with taijutsu, Orochimaru scoffed, utterly tedious. The name Uchiha weeps. Very well. Let us torment him slowly before ending his life. Like crushing a bug. At that moment, an inconspicuous sphere hanging from Orochimaru's hem suddenly exploded, catching him off guard and causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke immediately unleashed a multitude of steel wires, binding Orochimaru to a tree. Then, gripping one end of the wire, Sasuke formed hand seals, and with a surge of flames, he enveloped Orochimaru in a blazing line of fire. Upon executing this technique, Sasuke completely exhausted his chakra, while the previously howling Orochimaru managed to break free and take a few steps forward. Just then, a cloud of smoke erupted beside Sasuke, and Sakura's figure emerged from the mist, asking, "Sasuke, are you all right?" At that moment, Orochimaru formed a seal. In an instant, both Sakura and Sasuke found themselves completely immobilized, as if bound by an unseen force. Orochimaru paid no heed to Sakura's sudden appearance. In his eyes, she was merely a coward fleeing in terror. Though she had come to concern herself with Sasuke, That impression had already taken root in Orochimaru's mind. Such skill in wielding the Sharingan at such a young age. No wonder he bears the Uchiha name. Indeed, I still long for you, Orochimaru declared, revealing the forehead protector of the sound ninja resting upon his brow. You are truly brothers. Your eyes harbor a power that surpasses even Itachi's. Who exactly are you? Sasuke yearned to move, yet found himself utterly immobilized. His chakra depleted and the disparity in strength insurmountable. Orochimaru, with his serpentine tongue, extracted a scroll from Sasuke's possession and incinerated it with a flick of flame. I am Orochimaru. If you wish to see me again, strive to distinguish yourself in this exam. Defeat the trio of sound ninja under my command. As he spoke, Orochimaru formed a seal, his neck elongating like rubber, ultimately sinking his fangs into the helpless Sasuke's neck. Sasuke, I present you with a small gift. You will undoubtedly require my power. I am delighted to witness your strength from various perspectives, Orochimaru uttered before gradually vanishing into the trunk of the tree. At that moment, Sakura and Sasuke could finally regain their mobility. However, after a series of agonizing cries, Sasuke succumbed to unconsciousness. Sakura caught the collapsing Sasuke, observing the three black tomo upon his neck, and sighed, her expression tinged with complexity. As a time traveler, Sakura was aware of everything. Yet knowledge alone did not equate to power. Unlike Naruto, who could unleash his emotions into a surge of strength, or other time travelers who swiftly became invincible within the world of shinobi, Sakura's unique abilities required time to flourish. Though she belonged to a lineage of exceptional talent, her growth was gradual. While other travelers had already attained near invincibility or even surpassed the level of Hokage, Sakura had diligently trained for 6 years, elevating her chakra reserves to that of an elite Chuunin. Still, her abilities only matched that of a mid-level Genin, rendering her efforts against elite opponents a strenuous endeavor. The reasons for her sluggish advancement lay in her lack of foundational strength and familial prestige. Had she been born into the Uchiha clan, her prowess might have reached the elite Chuunin or even ordinary Genin level. Yet, without the proper secret techniques or guidance from esteemed mentors, she relied solely on her hard work and innate talent to achieve her current level. The original Sakura was little more than a decorative presence. Resolving to focus on her own strength, she aspired to become Tsunade's apprentice, recognizing that among the ninjas, Tsunade represented the optimal choice for a mentor. Firstly, Tsunade possessed the summoning contract of the Wet-Bone Forest, one of the 3 great sage lands, essential for mastering sage techniques. Secondly, Tsunade's sealing and the 100 healings technique were formidable secrets that could catalyze a qualitative leap in Sakura's abilities. Lastly, as a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade surely possessed would-release techniques, which were particularly suited to Sakura's skill set. By becoming Tsunade's disciple, Sakura would no longer lack for techniques, alleviating the need to constantly contemplate the creation of her own jutsu. As for the fourth reason, Tsunade was undeniably beautiful, albeit a trivial consideration. Nevertheless, if she were to study under one of the legendary Sannin, Sakura preferred the lovely Tsunade. For the thought of being mentored by someone less appealing would be a source of constant anxiety, especially considering the unsettling nature of their demeanor. Sakura shook her head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She hoisted the unconscious Sasuke onto her shoulder and carefully descended from the tree with Naruto in tow. The commotion here could easily attract the attention of other ninjas. While Sakura was not particularly afraid, having 2 unconscious companions made it prudent to avoid confrontation. In a cavern formed by intertwining tree roots, Sasuke and Naruto lay side by side, ensnared in a deep slumber. Sakura rummaged through her ninja pack and retrieved a celestial scroll, placing it beside Sasuke. This scroll had been seized from 3 range shinobi, who by now should have regained consciousness. However, given their injuries, it was likely they would forfeit the exam and withdraw. The scroll that Sakura's team originally possessed had been incinerated by Orochimaru, unbeknownst to him. He mistakenly believed that the fleeing ninja still carried a celestial scroll, which had been solely acquired by Sakura. Not far from Sakura's hiding spot, Neji, Tenten, and Lee were devising a plan. After spending half a day securing food and water, all teams had ceased their movements. According to their strategy, they would seize this moment to split up and conduct reconnaissance. Regardless of whether they encountered other teams, they were to return to this location. Do you understand? Tenten affirmed, understood. Lee raised his hand in agreement. All right, disperse. At Neji's command, The trio advanced in separate directions, with Lee heading towards the location where Sakura and the others concealed themselves. However, halfway through, Lee halted on a massive branch, surveying the dense green leaves overhead. A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. He struck the trunk with a powerful punch, causing a flurry of leaves to cascade down. Counting them swiftly, he murmured, "If I can catch all 20 leaves before they hit the ground, Sakura will like me. If I miss even one, I shall remain in unrequited love for eternity." He leaped from the branch, and in the blink of an eye, he captured 19 falling leaves. Just as he reached for the 20th, a branch struck his waist, causing him to falter. When he finally caught up again, he discovered a squirrel adorned with a half-burned explosive tag. Without hesitation, Lee charged towards the descending leaf. As dawn broke, a new morning quietly emerged. Sakura had not slept the entire night. She needed to remain vigilant and tend to Sasuke's persistent fever with cold compresses. While she placed her treasured kunai on her lap and sat cross-legged, a voice broke the silence. "You're not sleeping while guarding them?" Sakura calmly opened her eyes, gazing at the three figures before her with an unyielding serenity. Though her expression remained tranquil, her heart was tumultuous. "I cannot defeat Orochimaru, but you three pathetic foes will meet your end today." Sakura's pale red eyes locked onto the hunched figure of the speaker. The first to speak, an enemy ninja, appeared momentarily taken aback before falling silent. His companions quickly sensed something amiss and attempted to rouse him, but Sakura's voice interjected, "Did I instruct you to move?" As soon as Sakura's words fell, her previously seated form vanished from sight. As a male and female sound ninja regained their senses, it felt as if an immense force had propelled them both backward simultaneously. The sound ninja, wrapped in bandages, remained motionless, a solitary tear cascading down from his lone eye. The duo understood that their companion had undoubtedly fallen prey to Sakura's manipulation. Observing that Sakura had not attacked the male, one of them shouted sternly, "What have you done to him?" Sakura responded with a gentle smile. Yet to the two sound ninjas, that smile radiated a chilling intent to kill. "He has merely fallen under a genjutsu. However, shortly, you shall witness an extraordinary spectacle." The two felt a shiver run down their spines at her words, for they had no doubt that this extraordinary spectacle would not bode well. At that moment, a green figure appeared beside Sakura, a small squirrel perched on his shoulder. The squirrel, sensing the sound ninja's fear, scurried to hide behind Lee's neck. Noticing this, Lee gently placed the squirrel on the ground, saying, "Thank you for guiding the way." Sakura was slightly taken aback to see Lee. After 6 years of traversing this world, her memories of the Naruto saga had grown increasingly vague. With only a faint recollection of the Chuunin exams and the battle between Sasuke and Orochimaru lingering in her mind. "Why are you here?" she couldn't help but ask. "I will always appear when you are in danger," Lee replied in a teasing tone. Sakura, startled by this scene, felt goosebumps rise on her skin, yet she asked, "But to you, I must be an enemy now." Without turning around, Lee responded, "I have told you before, I will protect you until my dying breath." Sakura felt a mix of exasperation and warmth. She was no longer the fragile Sakura of the past. Nevertheless, she appreciated Lee's goodwill. "Thank you for your concern, but I can handle these three myself." Just as Lee was about to speak, the bandaged sound ninja began to convulse unnaturally not far from him. Tears streamed down his face as his body rapidly lost moisture. Yet, even amidst such intense suffering, there was no sign of him breaking free from the genjutsu. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the sound ninja named Sako looked at the anguish on the bandaged man's face, a foreboding feeling welling up within him. "What have you truly done to him? You are quite bothersome. I have already stated that it is merely a genjutsu. How many times must I repeat myself?" Sakura's tone was laced with impatience, yet her gaze remained inquisitive as she observed the sound ninja ensnared in the illusion. This was the first time Sakura had employed the complete version of her technique, Sakura Bloom, on a human, and she was curious about its effects on a person's body and chakra. The bandaged man began to tremble under the fearful gazes of Lee and the other two sound ninjas, and suddenly, a fissure appeared on his once smooth, supple face. The sensation was strange. His skin, which had been soft and elastic, now resembled hardened, desiccated clay. As a fragment of the bandaged man's skin shattered, a tender green sprout emerged slowly. Meanwhile, the lone eye exposed to the world quivered wildly, and his lips parted slightly, emitting a rasping, grating sound akin to sandpaper scraping against itself. At this moment, he finally broke free from Sakura's illusion, yet he found himself devoid of any chance of survival. Had he managed to dispel the illusion at the onset and eradicated the invading wood-release chakra with his own, he might have salvaged his fate. However, the wood-release chakra had grown significantly, having absorbed his chakra, vitality, and even moisture. Now, even if he were to sever the connection between the wood-release chakra and his body, he would still be beyond salvation. Mere seconds later, the bandaged man's eyes, once vibrant, gradually dulled, while his body rapidly transformed into a dark brown, reminiscent of desiccated bark. The tender shoots that had sprouted from his form withered and turned yellow, ultimately succumbing to death. Witnessing this, Sakura shook her head and sighed. The outcome was far from her expectations. She had envisioned the victim swiftly transforming into a cherry blossom tree. In her mind, even if the host perished, the tree would endure, firmly rooting itself and continuing to thrive. Yet the grim reality was that far too much chakra and vitality had been squandered, leading to the host's demise while the sapling remained in its infancy, ultimately perishing alongside its host. What on earth has happened to Sakura? Xiaoli, observing the band's tragic end, spoke with a quivering voice. Sakura, understanding the situation, explained, "This is a secret technique I developed. Please do not share what you witnessed today." Xiaoli nodded earnestly, excitement surging within him. "Master, I did it. I now share a secret with Sakura." Unlike Xiaoli's exhilaration, Sakura pondered the potential risk of his disclosure. However, she concluded that this passionate fool was not particularly loquacious, as long as no one intentionally pryed into his thoughts. The secret would likely remain intact. Once the Chuunin Exam concluded, if she managed to gain Tsunade's favor, any exposure would pose little issue. Should the wood release be revealed, she might have to join Sasuke as a rogue ninja, akin to Itachi, though she would ensure that Tsunade would protect her parents. With this in mind, Sakura sought to curry favor with Xiaoli, gesturing towards the male sound ninja, Sak, saying, "You take the male, and I will handle the female." Unbeknownst to Sakura, the scene of the bandaged man's demise had not only been witnessed by Xiaoli. Two other teams had also observed this bizarre occurrence. Among them, Shikamaru and Ino's team, unable to locate a weaker group, witnessed Sakura being surrounded while scouting from a tree. Initially, Ino had no intention of engaging in Sakura's battle, fully aware of her prowess and feeling no concern. Besides, there was Sasuke to assist her. The number of teams capable of defeating Sakura in this examination was exceedingly small. Most importantly, she was still fuming. Sakura had dared to commit such a bold act in front of everyone, even if no one had seen it. It was still deeply embarrassing. Just as Ino was lost in her thoughts, CHG, seated on a branch munching on fries, remarked, "It seems Naruto and Sasuke are injured. Now, Sakura is being besieged by 3 ninjas." Upon hearing this, Ino wasted no time and sprang into action, while Shikamaru shrugged, his face etched with helplessness. As they approached the battlefield where Sakura stood, they beheld the remarkable scene of her single-handedly confronting 3 adversaries. Shikamaru intercepted Ino, and upon witnessing this spectacle, he was struck by the thought of analyzing Sakura's strength and gathering intelligence on her opponents. Ino, feeling frustrated by Shikamaru's intervention, was on the verge of expressing her displeasure when Shikamaru delivered a decisive remark. "Your presence now would merely be a decorative embellishment. However, should Sakura falter, your timely arrival would be akin to a life-saving grace." In that moment, Sakura would be profoundly grateful. "Do you not wish to avenge the grievances of yesterday when you were wronged?" Upon hearing these words, Ino's mouth opened slightly before closing again, as she began to envision a scenario where she heroically descended to rescue Sakura from despair. She pictured Sakura bowing in gratitude, following her casual guidance, and then leading her home for an impromptu wardrobe change, snapping countless photos in a frenzy. As for the formidable enemy that even Sakura struggled against, Ino dismissed any concern regarding her own capability as a mere support. Her mind was now filled with the image of Sakura blushing in embarrassment, looking both humiliated and yet compelled to comply. Before long, they witnessed an eerie scene, and Shikamaru, being the strategist he was, immediately discerned the unusual nature of Sakura's illusion. For the sake of the village, he turned to Ino and Choji with a serious expression, stating, "We have seen nothing, do you understand?" Ino's expression shifted, while Choji remained nonchalant, merely responding with an affirmative grunt. What was happening? Did Sakura find herself in peril? Ino was momentarily unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet she trusted Shikamaru's intellect. To ensure that both understood the seriousness of their predicament, Shikamaru articulated his conjectures regarding the potential reactions from various villages. Choji exhibited little reaction, but Ino was visibly troubled. Meanwhile, another pair, Niji and Tintin, awaited the return of Lee, having followed the trail to their location. By the time they arrived, the sapling within the bandaged man had begun to wither. Tintin was taken aback by the bizarre scene, while Niji, having witnessed the entire event through his Byakugan, urged Tintin to leave, cautioning her not to disclose what she had seen. Coming from a prominent clan, he understood the implications of the potential appearance of wood release. Such revelations would not bode well for the village. Chapter 40. Cursed Seal. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Sak realized that he and his companions would likely not emerge alive from the day. He immediately called out to the long-haired girl beside him, "Jean, act quickly." Lee, suppressing his excitement, vanished from his position in an instant, delivering a kick towards Sak. Sak, perceiving this, felt his pupils constrict as he activated the two jets on his palms, unleashing a torrent of gas that propelled Lee away while he retreated to create distance. At that moment, the sound ninja girl named Jean began to hand sign, but Sakura's speed surpassed hers, and in the blink of an eye, Sakura completed her own hand signs. Flower release, floral funeral. Just as Jean sensed Sakura's movement and attempted to flee, it was already too late. Countless exquisite cherry blossom petals suddenly surged around her, resembling a delicate pink rain. Yet, beneath the surface of this seemingly beautiful display lay a chillingly sharp aura, as if each petal were a finely honed blade. Jin's expression instantly grew grave as she realized that the petals were not mere adornments but a lethal means of attack. In this critical moment, she resolutely abandoned her hand seals, focusing her mind to control her body and swiftly making evasive maneuvers. However, despite her rapid reflexes, she was a fraction too late. A torrent of pink cherry blossom petals surged toward her like a whirlwind, enveloping her tightly within their embrace. The petals spun at high speed, forming a colossal sphere of blossoms, trapping Jean inside, rendering her unable to escape. The sphere echoed with her terrified and anguished screams, reverberating chillingly in the still air. As the petals continued to whirl, the sphere became stained with a shocking crimson hue, her blood gushing forth from her body. This harrowing scene was witnessed not only by Xiao Li but also by the trio hiding in the shadows, including Jingye and even Niji, who had retreated some distance away. In less than a minute, Sakura had already claimed the lives of two individuals with swift precision, making Niji realize that in this examination, his greatest adversary was not Sasuke, but rather the seemingly unremarkable girl, who, despite her beauty, possessed an unparalleled lethality. The screams ceased, and when the petals finally settled to the ground, all that remained was a mangled corpse. Jin's body lay shredded, devoid of any intact flesh, while the ground was painted a glaring scarlet. At that moment, a sinister purple chakra erupted from the fallen Sasuke, and as the onlookers gazed in astonishment, he seemed to be transported back to the past. The horrific scene of his parents' demise flooded his mind, and he clutched his head, tears streaming down his face. Without power, one is powerless. It is my lack of strength that led to their demise. No, it was precisely because you stood by and did nothing, merely watching. With power, Sasuke witnessed his younger self tear off half of his face, revealing not flesh and blood but a pale yellow serpent's eye. Simultaneously, the ominous force outside grew increasingly potent, and the last hope of the Sound Village, Sak, displayed a look of terror. Indeed, it is the cursed seal, but no matter what, this chakra is overwhelmingly powerful. Sensing Sasuke's strength, a manic grin spread across Sak's face. Ha! Let everyone die today. Void-cutting extreme wave. Sak formed several seals and thrust his hands toward Sasuke, unleashing a torrent of wind chakra accompanied by a bizarre shriek that stripped the ground of its surface. The sheer force was unquestionably lethal. Humph! It scatters everywhere. Gasping for breath, Sak smirked coldly as he noticed Sasuke had vanished. Who are you referring to? Standing behind Sak, Sasuke coldly uttered these words before delivering a casual punch that sent Sak flying like a rag doll. Just as Sak attempted to rise, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. What followed was a barrage of fireballs hurtling towards Sak. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Just as Sak regained his footing, he felt the searing heat approaching and roared. Don't get too cocky, watch me extinguish it. With outstretched hands, a fierce gust of wind erupted from his palms, extinguishing the fireball in midair. However, What astonished Sak was that the fireball had concealed shurikens within it. In the blink of an eye, Sak found himself pierced by numerous shurikens, resembling a hedgehog. Simultaneously, Sasuke's figure materialized behind Sak. He stepped firmly on Sak's back, gripping his hands and pulling them back forcefully. A chilling smile graced Sasuke's lips as he remarked, "It seems you take great pride in your hands." The pain radiating from his hands startled Sak, prompting a pleading expression to emerge. "Please, stop." Yet, Sasuke remained unmoved, exerting force to mercilessly snap Sak's hands. As he listened to Sak's anguished cries, he turned his attention to the remaining foes. Before him were either the bizarrely lifeless bandaged man or the grotesquely disfigured Genin, devoid of any human semblance. Sasuke's crimson pupils narrowed slightly, and the cursed seal enveloping him shrank just a bit. At that moment, a knife flew through the air, embedding itself in Sak's back, and Sakura's voice softly resonated. "Sasuke, your interests are rather unappealing. Leaving it like this is simply too noisy. Look how quiet it is now." Upon hearing Sakura's words, the cursed seal on Sasuke diminished once again, and he found himself at a loss for words as he gazed at the lifeless Sak. At this juncture, Sakura, observing the remaining cursed seal on Sasuke, inquired, "Are you all right?" Sasuke responded with an expression of unwavering confidence. "There's no need for concern. Power is surging within me. I feel invigorated. I finally comprehend the strength that individual bestowed upon me. I am a vengeful spirit, even if it means selling my body to demons to acquire power." "Oh, is that so? Since you're fine, help me incinerate those corpses over there with fire release," Sakura replied dismissively to Sasuke's melodramatic declaration. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's momentum faltered, and the cursed seal vanished entirely. Even his Sharingan could no longer be maintained, forcing him to approach the bizarrely lifeless bandaged man under Sakura's watchful gaze. Fire release, great fireball technique. As his hands formed the necessary seals, Sasuke unleashed a searing, massive fireball upon the bandaged man. The body ignited upon contact with the flames, reminiscent of dry firewood left in the sun for too long. The crackling sounds emitted during the burning resembled those of crackling timber rather than a corpse. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke's pupils constricted. He gained a deeper understanding of Sakura's strength. He felt that the power he had acquired was still insufficient. He was not yet confident in his ability to defeat Sakura. Just then, a figure darted from the bushes, and in the watchful eyes of the others, it embraced Sakura tightly. Ino nuzzled against Sakura's chest, her tearful eyes gazing up at her. "Sakura-chan, you scared me to death. I heard you were surrounded and rushed over. You weren't hurt, were you?" Sakura felt warmth in her heart at Ino's display and replied nonchalantly, "I wasn't injured. These individuals are not formidable enough to harm me." As Sakura spoke, an air of quiet confidence enveloped her. If these three had indeed launched a coordinated ambush, it would have posed a significant challenge for Sakura. However, their overwhelming confidence led them to forego a surprise attack, even going so far as to warn her. Thus, Sakura swiftly utilized her genjutsu to eliminate one of their attackers, breaking their siege. With the assistance of Lee, the remaining sound ninja proved unable to inflict any harm upon her. It remains unclear whether Ino was intentional. As she began to explore Sakura's body, particularly focusing on her chest and waist, only after confirming the absence of any injuries did she exhale in relief and exclaim, "That was terrifying. After the exam, you must accompany me on a shopping spree." Seizing the moment as Sakura's cheeks flushed, Ino promptly shifted her strategy from the failed beauty rescue plan to employing an array of tactics such as playful charm, concern, and opportunism to secure Sakura's promise to join her for shopping. Sakura, however, quickly regained her composure and firmly declined, jesting that the examination had already drained her energy, and she had no intention of becoming Ino's dress-up doll, which would surely cost her half her life. In that case, how about coming over to my house for tea and conversation? Ino, upon hearing Sakura's refusal, immediately sought a compromise, while Sakura felt that anything other than shopping was acceptable. Chapter 41. The conclusion of the second exam. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at his desk, a pipe clenched between his teeth, with wisps of smoke rising languidly. His gaze fell upon Akamichi CHG, seated across from him. Noticing the pained expression etched on her face, he inquired with concern, "Is the curse mark causing you pain again?" Akamichi, upon hearing this, momentarily displayed a hint of embarrassment and reluctance, gently shaking her head as she replied, "It is much better now. Thanks to your assistance, Hokage-sama, I have managed to control the curse mark's activation. However, just as she was about to continue, cautioning the third regarding Orochimaru's intentions, Sarutobi suddenly raised a hand, signaling her to wait. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, the smoke enveloping him. Gazing intently at CHG, he mused, he must be here for Sasuke. Pausing briefly, as if contemplating something, he added, in any case, let the exam proceed as planned. We can observe that fellow's actions and ascertain his true intentions. CHG nodded in understanding and softly replied, yes. She then stood, preparing to exit the office. Sarutobi gestured for her to leave, and she turned, closing the door behind her. Now alone in the office, Sarutobi sat in silence, his gaze cast out the window, lost in thought as he murmured to himself, your ambitions likely extend beyond these matters, Orochimaru. What is it that you truly desire? His voice echoed in the emptiness of the office, seemingly unheard by anyone. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly opened his desk drawer, retrieving a letter. He scrutinized it for a while before extracting another blank sheet of paper, placing both letters upon the desk before him. Taking a deep breath, he set his pipe down and exhaled deeply, the smoky haze swirling around him, rendering his features somewhat indistinct. Within the tower of the Forest of Death, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke slowly pushed open the sealed door marked with a wax seal. Despite the destruction of their heavenly scroll by Orochimaru, fortune smiled upon Sakura as she successfully seized a celestial scroll from 3 rain ninjas. Thus, Sakura and her companions, clutching both the earthly and heavenly scrolls, hastened towards the central tower of the Forest of Death. Engrossed in their journey, the trio exchanged little conversation, and time slipped away rapidly until they reached their destination. However, while Sakura and her companions tended to their wounds, a figure unexpectedly materialized before them, Kabuto. His appearance seemed fortuitous, coinciding with Sakura and her friend's passage. In light of this, Sakura regarded the situation with a measured calm, allowing Kabuto to seamlessly integrate into their ranks as they pressed onward. As they neared the central tower, Sakura keenly sensed 3 familiar presences lying in ambush along the roadside. These presences were all too recognizable to her. She immediately deduced that they belonged to the unfortunate rain ninjas she had previously dispatched single-handedly. Evidently, the trio was gripped by fear, for upon catching sight of Sakura, they lost all courage to launch a surprise attack and fled in haste, desperate to avoid drawing her attention. Meanwhile, Kabuto urged Naruto and his comrades to remain vigilant, analyzing the difficulty of this final trial. After all, those daring enough to lay an ambush here were either desperate or brimming with confidence in their abilities. Thus, this battle would prove challenging. Unbeknownst to Kabuto, the 3 rain ninjas were currently fleeing for their lives, joking that they could not possibly contend with such a formidable opponent. Had there been any intent to kill, they would have long since met their demise, far beyond merely fainting for a spell. Ultimately, the 4 arrived at the central tower unscathed. When the ceiling gates swung open completely, Sakura and her companions found nothing of substance within, save for an enigmatic inscription urging them to unlock the twin tomes of heaven and earth. Following its directive, Sakura and Naruto tore open the tomes, and in a puff of white smoke, Irika appeared before them in a summoning. Observing the disheveled states of Naruto and Sasuke, Irika noted that only Sakura appeared somewhat unkempt due to her prolonged exposure to the elements, yet she bore no signs of the illness that afflicted her companions. It seems you have endured quite a bit, Irika remarked, prompting Naruto to exclaim in surprise, huh? Irika-sensei, why have you appeared through summoning? Irika, however, refrained from disclosing that his concern for Naruto had prompted him to negotiate with Anko for this appearance. Instead, he smiled and succinctly explained, because, at the conclusion of the second exam, we Chuunin are here to greet the examinees. I happen to be your most vital messenger. After glancing at his watch, Irika expressed mild astonishment. You've arrived quite early. In response to Irika's observation, Sasuke turned to Sakura and remarked, it's all thanks to Sakura. He refrained from mentioning Sakura's lethal actions, and neither Ino nor Lee commented on the matter. Although the examination does not necessitate violence, signing the life-and-death contract signifies an acceptance of mortality. Moreover, as those who perished were not from Konoha, their loss did not weigh heavily on the survivors. Irika nodded with a sense of reassurance. Having taught Sakura for 6 years, he was well aware of her capabilities and temperament. He had also heard whispers of Sakura's lethal actions during this exam. While such actions were unnecessary, The deed was done, and there was no need for further discussion. Irika understood that Sakura was a highly determined individual, and it was unlikely she would resort to indiscriminate violence without justification. Congratulations, everyone, on passing the second exam, Irika proclaimed with pride, expressing a desire to celebrate with Ramen, only to be interrupted by Naruto, who exuberantly shouted Ramen while hugging him. Sasuke, relieved by this, sank to the ground and muttered to himself, "This guy has such great energy. You still can't seem to settle down." Irika chuckled before turning to Naruto with a serious tone, "But please, do not overexert yourself in the final third exam. Especially you, Naruto. You concern me the most." Sensing Irika's worry, Naruto confidently interjected, "Irika-sensei, since I put on the leaf headband, I am no longer just a student. There is no need for concern. This headband is proof that I can stand on my own, right? Although I may not always remain composed, I am no longer a child. I am a ninja now." Irika was momentarily at a loss for words. His primary intention was to dissuade the trio from participating in the final exam, which was notoriously brutal and fraught with peril, a fact he had been warned about by Kakashi. Observing Naruto's resolute expression, Irika was reminded of the moments they shared in the academy. He marveled at how much they had matured in just a few days since graduation. Ultimately, he offered an apology to Naruto, saying, "I see. I'm sorry, Naruto. Perhaps it is Kakashi who truly understands their abilities now, not me." Chapter 42. The preliminary rounds in the Grand Indoor Coliseum of Konoha. The third exam was set to commence. In the second round, only 21 candidates had emerged victorious, each a distinguished elite among the multitude of examinees, albeit all bearing various injuries. Among this group, two individuals stood out remarkably, Sakura and Gaara. Although Sakura's attire bore some dirt, it showed no evident signs of damage or blood, giving the impression that she had merely spent 5 days camping in the wilderness rather than engaging in a fierce battle. Gaara, similarly, appeared unscathed aside from a bit of dust, showing almost no signs of injury. On the dais of the Coliseum, the third Hokage delivered an extensive speech to the candidates below, elaborating on the importance and significance of the Chuunin exams, as well as extending his expectations and blessings. However, the candidates were far more preoccupied with the imminent third round of combat. At last, as the third Hokage concluded his address, the ailing Tsukikage stepped forward, preparing to announce the rules for the upcoming battles. His complexion was pallid, as if his health was compromised, yet he stifled a cough and began to speak. "Before the commencement of the third examination, there is a matter that requires your attention." The coughing of Moonlight Gale stirred a wave of unrest among the candidates below, each expressing concern for his well-being. Nevertheless, he pressed on, saying, "This matter pertains to your eligibility for the preliminary round of the third examination." Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over the crowd. They had assumed that passing the second examination would grant them direct entry into the third, only to be confronted with the unexpected introduction of a preliminary stage. Particularly agitated was Shikamaru, who had hoped for a swift conclusion to the Chuunin exams in order to return home for some much-needed rest. However, it appeared that matters were far more complicated than he had anticipated. "What is this preliminary round about?" he queried. In response to the doubts expressed by the lower-ranked ninjas, Moonlight Gale replied in a neutral tone, "Due to the relative simplicity of the first and second examinations, a larger number of participants remain. Therefore, a preliminary round is mandated by the rules of the Chuunin exams to reduce the number of participants in the third examination." "How can this be? We barely managed to pass the second round." Discontent began to brew among the crowd. The Hokage has stated that there will be many guests attending the third examination. Thus, we cannot afford to prolong the event. Consequently, those who are unwell may opt to forfeit the preliminary round. Concern for Moonlight Gale's health began to surface among the onlookers. Upon hearing Gale's words, Kabuto was the first to step forward and declare his withdrawal, leaving Naruto astounded. However, Kabuto departed without a backward glance, leaving Naruto at a loss for words. As no one else chose to withdraw, Moonlight Gale announced the commencement of the preliminary matches. With only 20 participants remaining, the first round would conclude with precisely 10 competitors left. As the names of the remaining competitors scrolled across the large screen, the first match was revealed to be Sasuke's. The pain from the curse seal significantly impacted Sasuke's performance, yet he ultimately triumphed in a hard-fought battle. As the matches progressed, the outcomes closely mirrored those of the original narrative. Sakura, seizing a moment of respite, ventured to the restroom. Just as she was about to wash her face, Ino leaned against the door behind her. So, Sakura, do you have confidence? Sakura took out a handkerchief to dry her hands and face, then approached Ino. Leaning against the doorframe, while gazing into her turquoise eyes, is it you who lacks confidence? After observing Ino's slightly trembling legs, she smiled confidently. Rest assured, once I become a Chuunin, I will protect you. Ino stiffened at Sakura's declaration, her cheeks flushing slightly. Who needs your protection? Just watch. I will definitely pass the Chuunin exam. Ino indeed felt a lack of confidence, which prompted her to seek out Sakura. After all, even someone as formidable as Sasuke had faced immense challenges. Ino possessed a clear understanding of her own limitations, aside from her family's ninjutsu. She had little else of merit to offer. Her chances of success in this match seemed bleak. Thus, upon seeing Sakura in the restroom, she had instinctively followed, knowing that Sakura would surely succeed. Yet, she was unwilling to resign to her fate, so she approached to confirm her suspicions. She harbored a deep desire for Sakura to join her in becoming a Genin, though she recognized how faint that hope was. Strangely, upon hearing that Sakura aimed to become a Chuunin to protect herself, Ino found herself surprisingly not averse to the notion, even feeling a glimmer of expectation. Realizing that the outcome of the Chuunin exam mattered little, Ino's anxiety began to dissipate. She gazed at Sakura's delicate, unassuming silhouette and inexplicably felt a sense of security, as if Sakura would shield her for a lifetime. When Sakura returned to Kakashi's side, the list for the fourth round of matches was announced, and as she had anticipated, Ino was indeed her opponent. Upon seeing the matchup, Ino's expression turned bitter. She had not expected to face Sakura, and so soon. Given her own capabilities, she felt that conceding would be more honorable than fighting. However, the words of surrender remained unspoken. Although she harbored a desire for Sakura to protect her, they were close friends, and she could not perpetually hide behind Sakura, watching her risk her life. Thus, even knowing she was likely to lose, Ino resolved to fight. She wanted to understand the extent of the disparity between herself and Sakura. As they stepped into the arena, Ino met Sakura's gaze, her face clouded with bitterness. I never expected to face you, and so soon, she confessed. Sakura smiled softly in response. My promise stands for eternity. Even in death, I shall fall before you. Ino's cheeks flushed at Sakura's vow, her voice faltering. Who wants your promise? Observing Ino's bashful demeanor, Asuma and Shikamaru, familiar with her temperament, were taken aback. Was this truly the fiery Ino they knew? She appeared more like a lovesick girl, yet her affections were directed not at a dashing figure like Sasuke, but at her dear friend Sakura. Their interest in Sakura's promise piqued. Meanwhile, Naruto, observing Ino's reaction and the smiling Sakura, recalled Sakura's words during the Wave Country mission when he had confessed his feelings and been rejected. I don't like men. Realizing that disinterest in men implied an affinity for women, a flicker of understanding ignited within Naruto's somewhat dull mind. However, his competitive spirit flared, and he resolved then and there. From this moment forth, Ino would be his rival in love, and he would claim Sakura for himself. Alas, he failed to grasp the complexities of orientations. In his simplistic thinking, he merely regarded Ino as an ordinary rival. Chapter 43. Sakura and Ino under the command of the moonlit winds. Ino launched her attack without hesitation. She swiftly hurled several shuriken, which sped through the air like shooting stars, tracing a graceful arc toward Sakura. Yet, in the face of Ino's onslaught, Sakura remained remarkably composed. With a light sidestep, she effortlessly evaded the shuriken, as if they were inconsequential toys. Not only that, but with astonishing speed, Sakura seized the final shuriken and, utilizing its momentum, hurled it back at Ino like a bolt of lightning. Ino's expression shifted slightly at this turn of events, but her response was equally swift. She immediately countered by launching another shuriken, skillfully deflecting the incoming projectile. However, despite Ino's successful resolution of the crisis, a profound sense of gravity surged within her as she observed Sakura's leisurely demeanor. Ino was acutely aware of her deficiencies in ninjutsu, aside from her family's secret techniques. Other forms of ninjutsu were not her forte. Thus, she resolved to employ the throwing of kunai to bridge the distance between herself and Sakura, intending to engage in a close-quarters taijutsu confrontation. Naturally, Sakura recognized Ino's intentions, yet she exhibited no trepidation. On the contrary, a hint of a confident smile graced her lips. As Ino charged forth like a tempest, Sakura did not draw her signature kunai, but swiftly retrieved a kunai from her waist, ready to meet Ino's challenge head-on. In an instant, the two entwined like a whirlwind, their kunai dancing through the air, producing crisp sounds of collision. Their movements were as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. Each strike resonated with the force of thunder, yet was deftly countered by the other. The intensity of this taijutsu duel was extraordinary, with both participants unleashing their full potential, refusing to cede an inch. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that Sakura handled Ino's attacks with remarkable ease. Each of her movements was impeccably timed, skillfully evading Ino's strikes while delivering potent counterattacks. This spectacle was utterly astonishing, resembling not a clash between peers, but rather a seasoned mentor imparting wisdom to a fledgling apprentice. Ino perceptively recognized the chasm that separated her taijutsu prowess from Sakura's. After retreating a few steps, bolstered by Sakura's strength, she resolutely formed a unique hand seal, directing it toward Sakura, clearly intending to unleash her trump card. The secret technique, mind transfer jutsu. In an instant, her body collapsed to the ground as though it had lost all support. Meanwhile, not far away, Sakura appeared to be seized by an invisible force, her body trembling involuntarily as she stammered, "Old teacher, I was just kidding." Initially, Sakura's body was racked with fierce struggle, her expression shifting as if two entities were locked in a fierce battle within her. Yet, in a fleeting moment, everything transformed. A cunning smile suddenly graced Sakura's face as she continued to speak to herself. "Haha, I possess formidable mental strength. Your little trick cannot ensnare me. The effects of your technique are not as formidable as you imagine. As long as I choose to, I can expel you from my body at any time." Ino, taken aback, felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from Sakura, an immense force that she could not withstand, involuntarily forcing her out of Sakura's body. Although her technique had indeed succeeded in controlling Sakura, the outcome was entirely unlike her initial expectations. This control was fleeting, lasting merely an instant before she lost her grip on Sakura entirely. At this juncture, Ino had come to realize the disparity between herself and Sakura. Rather than persist in her efforts, she gracefully raised her hand and declared, "Teacher, I concede." The swift voice of the Moonlight Gale announced, in the fourth match, Sakura emerges victorious. The subsequent contests, aside from Naruto's unexpected triumph through a rather unconventional maneuver, lacked any notable highlights. Although that incident was unforeseen, Naruto's combat intellect was undeniable. Coupled with his unyielding determination, even in the absence of surprises, he was likely to seize victory. After all, Kiba's beast mimicry technique could unleash feral speed and strength. However, such an overwhelming surge of power could not be sustained indefinitely, leading Sakura to believe that Naruto would ultimately prevail. The final outcome of the tournament revealed the emergence of Sakura as a formidable contender, while the original ninjas from the Sound Village were supplanted by those from the Rain Village. Other than that, little had changed. Once the results were announced, the third Hokage proceeded with his customary lengthy discourse. As fatigue from the battles began to weigh on the participants, he continued, "With palpable enthusiasm, we shall grant you a month's time. The third round of the Chuunin Exam will officially commence in 1 month." "What is this about?" someone inquired, surprised that a month-long break was required instead of just 2 or 3 days. The formal matches were designed to showcase everyone's abilities to the audience, ensuring that no opportunity was squandered. Thus, the official contests would be held a month later. "Wait, I thought it was happening in a few days," Naruto exclaimed, equally astonished. This was what was referred to as the requisite preparation time, allowing the daimyos of various nations and the leaders of the ninja clans to be informed that the preliminaries had concluded and to invite them to witness the forthcoming matches. Moreover, it afforded the participants the opportunity to better understand their opponents, preventing any unnecessary regrets during the ultimate showdown. This time could be utilized to analyze intelligence gathered from the preliminaries, thus enhancing their chances of success. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to grasp the old man's circuitous explanation, casting glances at Gaara, who appeared to lend credence to the third Hokage's words. After all, it was due to a lack of intelligence that Rock Lee had been defeated by Gaara. They had gleaned enough from the preceding matches to ascertain the types and abilities of the remaining adversaries. During the forthcoming month, they would simulate their opponents and engage in targeted training to ensure they would not be caught unaware. The next segment involved drawing lots for the first round of opponents. When Sakura drew her slip and saw the number 10, the others revealed their respective numbers. Upon hearing that Shikamaru was number 9, Sakura offered him a knowing smile. "Shikamaru, Upon witnessing Sakura's grin, felt a chill run down his spine. When the third Hokage announced the matchups, Shikamaru understood the implication behind Sakura's smile and contemplated conceding before even stepping onto the battlefield. Fighting against Sakura? It seemed an impossible endeavor. Even a month of preparation would be futile. Did he not see how that prodigious warrior was only growing stronger? Chapter 44. Ebisu at the Konoha hospital. Naruto's voice echoed from afar. Which room is Sasuke in? The nurse, maintaining her professional demeanor, replied, I'm sorry, but Mr. Sasuke is currently refusing visitors. Huh? Why is that? Naruto placed both hands on the counter, questioning the nurse. At that moment, Sakura tugged at him, saying, Let's not dwell on this. Since we cannot visit, let us seek out Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, maintain your composure in the hospital. Kakashi emerged, admonishing Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I would like to ask for your assistance, Naruto exclaimed. His excitement palpable as he rushed towards Kakashi, animatedly gesturing. Sakura followed suit, feeling uncertain about her own path. While she was in the process of developing certain jutsu, her lack of knowledge had stalled her progress, making it evident that she would not achieve her goals within the month. Furthermore, she was unsure of what else she lacked, leaving her directionless. Needless to say, I anticipated your arrival. I have already found someone to assist you in your training. Kakashi had long surmised that Naruto and Sakura would come, and he had contemplated for quite some time to find a suitable candidate for Naruto, considering Sakura's inadequacies as well. However, Naruto dismissed the idea, pointing at Kakashi with a look of disdain. Why? I only need Kakashi-sensei's help. Kakashi, however, needed to assist Sasuke with his training, especially since Sasuke's first opponent would be Gaara, a formidable adversary. Moreover, Kakashi felt a sense of responsibility towards the Uchiha clan, motivating him to dedicate himself to helping Sasuke grow over the month. At that moment, Naruto exhibited surprising awareness, quickly grasping Kakashi's intentions. You plan to help Sasuke train, don't you? Let us not put it that way, Kakashi replied, feeling somewhat awkward as Naruto and Sakura were both his subordinates. It seemed rather unfair to favor one over the other, particularly since he was at a loss regarding how to assist Sakura in her training. I have found you a teacher who is even more suited than I am. Naruto remained reluctant. Who is it? It's me. Just as Naruto was complaining, a ninja wearing sunglasses appeared before Sakura and Naruto. Upon seeing this individual, Naruto gasped in astonishment. You are that enigmatic pervert. Hibiki adjusted his sunglasses, his tone somewhat sheepish. I apologize for the offense. Kakashi, bewildered, inquired, Hibiki-sensei is the enigmatic pervert? Why is this person my training instructor, especially when he is weaker than I am? It would be better for Sakura to instruct me. Kakashi continued to be perplexed, completely unaware of the history between Naruto and Hibiki. Why? Naruto asserted. That's because this guy once fell victim to my harem technique. He fervently argued that Hibiki was a weakling. Hibiki, hearing this, rushed over to cover Naruto's mouth, determined not to let him divulge such embarrassing details. Meanwhile, Sakura recalled the incident when Hibiki had been knocked out by Naruto's harem technique and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. For Hibiki's expression at that time was undeniably comical. Harem technique? Kakashi expressed his confusion. Hibiki immediately interjected, No, nothing of the sort ever happened. He wrapped his arm around Naruto's neck and whispered in his ear, Whatever you wish to eat later, I will treat you. But this matter must remain a secret. You have my word, Naruto replied. Upon hearing those words, Naruto promptly voiced his agreement to prevent any possibility of the other party retracting their statement. Kakashi, witnessing the amicable interaction between the two, could not help but express his astonishment. I never expected you two to be acquainted. Not just that, Kakashi-sensei. I am also familiar with teacher Ebisu, Sakura interjected. The moment Ebisu, who had just relaxed after silencing Naruto, heard Sakura's words, he was taken aback, vaguely recalling having seen the pink-haired girl before losing consciousness. Reminiscing about that embarrassing incident, Ebisu's face stiffened as he awkwardly smiled at Sakura. Subsequently, he began signaling frantically, suggesting that as long as the matter remained undisclosed, he would agree to anything. Sakura gestured with her fingers and continued, Teacher Ebisu is renowned as an elite instructor. He must know many people. But why him? I refuse. Naruto expressed his disdain for this former adversary. Ebisu, also irritated by Naruto's continuous disparagement, felt his temper rise. His initial reluctance towards Naruto, stemming from the latter's identity, was exacerbated by the fact that this young brat, despite his busy schedule, had come to aid him in his training, yet still found fault with everything. If it weren't for Kakashi's request, I would never consider helping you. At that moment, Kakashi approached to mediate. You two shouldn't speak like that. Crouching down, Kakashi quietly remarked to Naruto, Teacher Ebisu is a specialized tutor for elite students. He is a special jonin, and his educational prowess surpasses mine. Kakashi's assertion held merit. Indeed, Ebisu was well suited to lay a solid foundation for Naruto. After all, Ebisu served as the private tutor for Konohamaru, and only someone with genuine skills would be entrusted with teaching the grandson of the third Hokage. However, Naruto displayed a lack of self-awareness. In what aspects am I inferior to Sakura and Sasuke? Upon hearing Naruto's query, both Sakura and Kakashi found themselves at a loss for words. Don't you have any idea of your shortcomings? Your chakra control is so poor that even Sasuke, who is slightly weaker, could outshine you effortlessly. They silently critiqued him, yet Kakashi patiently continued to elucidate Naruto's situation. After concluding his explanation, Kakashi returned to Sasuke's hospital room, while Ebisu turned to Naruto and said, Well then, shall we set off? Witnessing this scene, Sakura exclaimed, What about me? Hey, Kakashi, have you forgotten about me? With a bewildered expression, she watched Kakashi depart nonchalantly. If looks could kill, Kakashi would have been skinned alive by Sakura's gaze. Feeling the weight of her piercing stare, Kakashi felt helpless. He genuinely had no idea what Sakura lacked at that moment. He was acutely aware of Naruto and Sasuke's strengths and weaknesses, but Sakura was already quite well-rounded, and the remaining skills he possessed were not suitable for her. This dilemma left him perplexed. So he chose to bury his head in the sand, hoping that by ignoring the issue, it would vanish. Meanwhile, Naruto's stubbornness flared up again. He ultimately concluded that he could not accept Ebisu as his instructor. I still cannot accept this. While a solid foundation is indeed important, training under someone weaker than myself will not make me stronger. Are you implying that I am weak? Ebisu retorted, equally incensed. At this moment, Sakura intervened, suggesting, Why not have a competition? This way, Teacher Hibiki can also demonstrate his prowess, don't you think? All right, Naruto, you take the lead. If you manage to escape from my grasp, I shall graciously withdraw and persuade Kakashi to provide you with special training, Hibiki declared with utmost confidence. Sakura raised her hand and asked, May I join this game? Hibiki was momentarily taken aback by her words. Although he had heard Kakashi praise this talented girl, he believed that a mere Chuunin would not be able to elude the clutches of a special jonin like himself. Thus, with an air of self-assurance, he pounded his chest and said, Of course, I will capture both of you. Exchanging glances, Naruto and Sakura dashed towards the outskirts of the village. Chapter 45. The True Harem Technique. After leaving the hospital, the duo was quickly caught up by Hibiki. While his combat skills might not rival Kakashi's, as a special jonin, it was a trivial task for him to chase down Naruto and Sakura. Upon glancing back and noticing Hibiki's absence, Naruto boasted, He is already out of sight. I truly am an exceptional ninja. Sakura, hearing Naruto's simian-like proclamation, was rendered speechless. What was there to be proud of when their pursuer was right in front of them? Who are you calling exceptional? Hibiki's voice interrupted Naruto's bravado. At that moment, his expression radiated an unsettling blend of confidence and arrogance. He gazed at the pink-haired girl, thinking that regardless of Kakashi's extravagant praises, if one lacked the requisite strength, they would be easily subdued. Surely, you don't think you've escaped? Hibiki taunted. Hearing this, Naruto pulled a smoke bomb from his pocket, preparing to flee. However, Sakura blocked his way, seizing this opportunity to test a small jinjutsu she had devised. With her hands forming seals at a rapid pace, she directed her attention to Hibiki, saying, Teacher Hibiki, look at me. With unwavering confidence in his abilities, Hibiki complied, shifting his gaze to Sakura's eyes, which transformed from green to a delicate pink. Harem Technique. This technique, inspired by Naruto's ninjutsu, was ineffective against those with steadfast resolve, yet it proved particularly effective against individuals like Hibiki and Jiraiya. As Hibiki stared into Sakura's soft pink eyes, a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him, and the world around him began to blur. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely transformed environment. The original ceiling had vanished without a trace, replaced by a magnificent and opulent palace. This palace shimmered with golden light, its walls and pillars adorned with intricate carvings, each detail showcasing unparalleled craftsmanship. Hibiki, having had the fortune of visiting the residence of the Fire Country's daimyo, felt that even that grand estate paled in comparison to this, akin to the difference between a phoenix's nest and a chicken coop. Moreover, unlike ordinary palaces, this one was draped with an abundance of sheer curtains, billowing gracefully in the breeze as if dancing. These drapes not only enhanced the palace's air of mystery, but also evoked a dreamlike sensation. Through the seams of the gossamer curtains, Hibiki caught glimpses of figures, each possessing an enchanting allure and graceful elegance. These figures, appearing faintly like silhouettes, evoke boundless realms of imagination. Yet, this ethereal quality invites contemplation. Heibei believes that the owners of these silhouettes must undoubtedly be exquisite beauties. Is this an illusion? A subtle smile graces Heibei's lips, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Indeed, it piques his interest, and he wishes to discern the true nature of this enchantment. His confidence in his own prowess leads him not to hastily seek to dispel the illusion. Rather, he is inclined to observe its unfolding. Heibei, a paragon of virtue and an esteemed educator, is not drawn to gaze further merely by the allure of the figures behind the veil. Instead, he seeks to critique this illusion, aiming to impart a few words of guidance to that prodigious young lady. Your Majesty, how about indulging us in a game tonight? At that moment, the silhouette closest to Heibei spoke. Its voice, akin to celestial music, was soft and melodious, capable of penetrating the soul and guiding it to realms of exquisite beauty. The sound was intoxicating, each word imbued with an irresistible charm that beckoned one to lose themselves in its embrace. Upon hearing this voice, Heibei instinctively squinted, attempting to pierce through the gauzy veil to discern the identity of its owner. However, as he gazed towards the silhouette, a multitude of shadows surged forth behind the translucent fabric, intertwining to form a vague outline, eerily reminiscent of the nine-tailed fox he was all too familiar with. His pupils constricted sharply, a look of disdain evident in his eyes. He harbored a profound aversion to fox spirits. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting the veil as if it were a graceful fairy dancing in the air, revealing the true owner concealed behind it. Heibei's gaze intensified, fixating upon that figure. Indeed, as he surmised, standing behind the curtain was a nine-tailed fox. Yet, this fox was entirely unlike any he had known. Her white tails, translucent as gossamer, fluttered gently, reminiscent of the flowing skirts of celestial maidens, swaying softly behind the girl. The girl herself was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin as white as snow, her jade-like visage radiating an alluring glow. Her large, glistening eyes, akin to deep lakes, ensnared one's attention, drawing them into their depths. Draped in a thin layer of sheer fabric, her form appeared ethereal, exuding a hazy allure. The slightly quivering white fox ears atop her head added a playful and lively charm, evoking a sense of affection. In an instant, Heibei's previous loathing for fox spirits vanished without a trace upon encountering this nine-tailed fox. In that fleeting moment, the other veils were lifted, revealing a procession of graceful and enchanting figures hidden behind. These silhouettes, some as light as swallows and others as graceful as willows, each radiated their unique allure. Among them, more than half possessed non-human characteristics, such as winged fairies, fox spirits with tails, and deer women adorned with horns. However, Hibisho felt no discomfort or aversion towards these unusual traits. On the contrary, he found each figure, draped in sheer fabric, to exude a distinct beauty. Among these figures, some stood proud as cold plum blossoms, others sweet as ripe peaches, some radiated the commanding presence of regal queens, while others were playful and charming like little Lolas. Each displayed unique personalities and temperaments, dazzling the observer and captivating the gaze. The ethereal beauty lent by the sheer fabric added an enchanting layer of mystery to these women. The glimpses of skin and the subtle curves evoked an irresistible desire to see more. Hibisho was utterly entranced, unable to divert his gaze for even a second, fearful of missing a fleeting moment of beauty. As the true harem technique was unleashed by Sakura, Hibisho stood frozen in place, while Naruto, intrigued by the scene, asked, "Hey, Sakura, was that an illusion just now?" Sakura responded with a knowing smile, "Indeed, and it has a significant connection to you." Just as Naruto was about to inquire further, Hibisho suddenly emitted 2 jets of blood from his nostrils and was flung backward, unconscious, wearing a rather disreputable expression. Naruto, upon witnessing this ludicrous scene, felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu but could not place it. Chapter 46. Lee at the Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha, Sakura, Naruto, and Hibisho were indulging in ramen. Although Sakura's illusion had a remarkable effect on the bashful Hibisho, even rendering him unconscious momentarily. It was important to remember that Hibisho was a special Genin, a title not bestowed without considerable skill. Ultimately, both Naruto and Sakura found themselves captured, with Naruto being the first and Sakura, who had cleverly disguised herself in the crowd, causing Hibisho some trouble. Sakura did not resort to underhanded tactics. Had she used her gender advantage to enter a bathhouse or restroom, Hibisho would have had no chance of apprehending her. Nevertheless, Sakura was willing to accept defeat, simply wandering as an ordinary person on the street until she was caught by Hibisho. After capturing Sakura and Naruto, Hibisho treated them to a meal of ramen. During this time, he meticulously analyzed their strengths and weaknesses based on their performances. Naruto, as ever, struggled with chakra control, necessitating foundational training. In contrast, Sakura exhibited solid fundamentals, with both her chakra reserves and control surpassing those of her peers. However, she lacked powerful, destructive ninjutsu. Although she had learned many techniques from Kakashi, the elemental nature of water and earth did not lend themselves to low-level, high-destructive ninjutsu, and the most potent technique she could conceive was the high-level water blade. Regrettably, Kakashi did not possess this technique within his repertoire. Thus, Sakura focused her primary efforts on enhancing her ability to break through defenses. Sakura, amidst a plethora of jutsu she has mastered, finds most ineffective against Gaara's sand armor. If only her envisioned techniques could come to fruition, they would compensate for her lack of offensive capability. In the tranquil confines of her backyard, a gentle breeze caresses Sakura's pink tresses, making them dance with a silken grace. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the foliage, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows upon her. Standing serenely at the heart of the yard, she clutches her 1,000 cherry blossoms, the blade glinting with a chilling radiance. A fine sheen of perspiration beads on her forehead, trickling down her cheek and dampening her collar. As she breathes steadily, chakra begins to coalesce upon the blade, resembling a crystalline spring flowing along its surface. Yet, as the chakra envelopes the blade completely, it begins to waver, as if bereft of support. Sakura's gaze remains fixated upon her weapon, her heart racing with anxiety. She watches in dismay as the chakra dissipates from the blade, like a gentle breeze scattering the wisps of hair from her forehead, vanishing without a trace. A resigned sigh escapes her lips, her heart heavy with frustration. Gradually, she curls her fingers, summoning a torrent of chakra that swirls within her palm. This energy swiftly converges into a luminous blue sphere, akin to a radiant star in the night sky. Rasengan. Sakura murmurs softly, invoking Naruto's signature technique. Thanks to the anime's meticulous exposition of training methods, she had learned this jutsu quite some time ago. However, its combative nature did not resonate with her style, and she had yet to employ it in real combat. At this moment, she yearns to apply the principles of the Rasengan to enhance the cutting prowess of her 1,000 cherry blossoms, elevating it to new heights. Alas, reality dealt Sakura a harsh blow. Despite her flawless condensation of chakra into the Rasengan, when she attempted to merge it with her weapon, she discovered an insurmountable chasm between the two. Ultimately, her efforts culminated in failure. Gazing at her 1,000 cherry blossoms, a profound weight settled upon her heart. 3 days had elapsed since the preliminary rounds concluded, and after numerous setbacks, Sakura found herself somewhat disheartened. Aware that persistence cannot be forced, she sheathed her weapon and, after a refreshing bath, resolved to visit Sasuke. After several days of recuperation, he should be faring better now, having been denied visitation previously. She hoped this time would be different. With Naruto now engaged in training under Jiraiya, Sakura opted not to disturb him and instead headed directly to Ino's flower shop. To her dismay, she discovered Ino managing the store today, which vexed her somewhat. The last time, during the second exam, Ino had lured her to her home, leading to a series of dressing-up games and photographs that nearly exhausted Sakura. Thus, seeing Ino now filled her with trepidation. Ino, upon noticing Sakura's entrance, was momentarily taken aback. For since that incident, Sakura had been in a perpetual state of avoidance, prompting Ino to question whether she had indeed gone too far. However, the adorably bashful Sakura, having changed into a new outfit, was utterly irresistible, leading her to lose track of time as she played for hours. When she finally regained her composure, night had fallen, and she found herself staring at her camera, which had run out of film, leaving Ino with no choice but to abandon her efforts. "Sakura, what brings you here?" Ino exclaimed, her surprise quickly transforming into the glee of a playful fawn as she bounded towards Sakura, feeling the astonishing softness against her chest. Sakura cleared her throat awkwardly and replied, "I thought Sasuke might be feeling better, so I wanted to bring him some flowers and also check on Lee." Lee had sustained catastrophic injuries to one hand and leg during his confrontation with Gaara, prompting Sakura to visit Sasuke while also taking the opportunity to see the watermelon-headed friend who had assisted her during the second phase of the exam. Upon hearing this, Ino's eyes sparkled with mischief as she casually plucked a flower from her home's collection and declared, "I'll accompany you to see Sasuke." With one hand clasped around Sakura's, Ino seemed determined to prevent her from escaping. Sakura, feeling the warmth of their intertwined hands, did not resist Ino's subtle intentions, instead selecting a couple of blossoms before paying and leaving the flower shop amid Ino's cheerful call to her mother. When the two arrived at the hospital, under the nurse's stern admonitions, they made their way to Sasuke's room only to find that he had vanished. Sakura, understanding the situation, realized that Sasuke had likely gone off to train with Kakashi. Upon reaching Lee's hospital room, they discovered he was also absent. According to the nurse, Lee's injuries would typically signal the end of a ninja's career for an ordinary person. Yet, outside, he was fervently performing push-ups with one hand, sweat streaming down his forehead. Each push-up contorted his face in pain, yet he showed no signs of surrendering. At that moment, the ground beneath Lee was soaked with perspiration as he focused intently, oblivious to Sakura and the nurse's arrival. Just as the nurse was about to intervene, Sakura stopped her with a gentle shake of her head. "Please, don't interrupt. The patient needs to rest. Such strenuous exercise is ill-suited to his condition." The nurse, displaying her sense of responsibility, attempted to break free from Sakura's grasp to guide Lee back to his room. However, just before she could reach him, Lee, exhausted and injured, collapsed after completing his 200th push-up. Chapter 47. The threat of Danzo at the roots of Konoha. Danzo felt a flicker of excitement coursing through his bandaged arm, a slight smile tugging at his lips. As the third round of the Chuunin exams approached, his anticipation grew. He was drawing ever closer to the position of Hokage, so near that it felt almost within his grasp. Moreover, he had long coveted the girl named Sakura Haruno, believing it perilous for her to roam freely. She should be contained, he thought, until she could bear offspring endowed with the bloodline limit, at which point she could be released for his purposes. He had devised a plan. The moment he ascended to the role of Hokage, he would confine Sakura within the roots of Konoha. Once she bore children imbued with his own bloodline, he would brainwash her into becoming a tool, compelling her to continue producing heirs while simultaneously serving as his most formidable asset. Regarding Danzo's obsessive fixation on Sakura's bloodline limit, the rationale is rather straightforward. It is conveyed through the message emanating from his bandaged arm. The young girl seemingly harbors the would-release bloodline limit, a power that once instilled trepidation throughout the entire ninja world. This particular bloodline limit is exclusive to that man, a figure who once commanded immense respect and fear within the shinobi realm. Should Danzo acquire this bloodline limit, the Shimura clan he leads would undoubtedly ascend to become the third great clan, standing alongside the illustrious Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Consequently, his dominion over Konoha would solidify, becoming an unassailable fortress. Thus, Danzo found it utterly perplexing that Yuan Fei would permit Sakura to roam so freely. He resolved to send a letter to the girl named Haruno Sakura. Unable to contain his inner excitement, Danzo decided to pen a missive. He yearned to witness her succumb to anxiety, fear, and a state of perpetual unease prior to the commencement of the competition. This way, he could derive some amusement during the agonizing days ahead. As for Sakura's potential retaliation, it was nothing short of futile. She was merely an ordinary civilian, incapable of standing against him. In terms of status and power, there was no comparison. He was a genuine shadow-level powerhouse, and his arm's advantage afforded him a confidence that few in the shinobi world could rival, let alone a mere Chuunin. Provided he did not provoke Sakura, Yuan Fei, that old man would likely remain silent. Therefore, he could exploit this interval to gradually torment the girl, driving her to the brink of mental collapse. Once he successfully ascended to the Hokage's throne, indoctrinating and controlling Sakura would be a trivial endeavor. At that juncture, she would become a mere pawn in his game, wholly at his disposal. After concluding her day of training and finishing her bath, Sakura noticed a letter lying quietly on her desk. sensing something amiss with this unexpected correspondence. She promptly utilized a shadow clone to investigate its contents. Upon opening the letter and finding no immediate issues, she dissipated the clone and took the letter in hand to scrutinize its contents. As she read through the letter, her expression soured, only to be replaced by a mixture of anger and amusement at its contents. Although the letter bore no signature, the plethora of threatening rhetoric and the manipulation involving her parents made it abundantly clear that it was the work of the Hokage. Sakura was puzzled by how the Hokage had seemingly been docile since their last confrontation with the Umbu and Root. It now appeared he had been biding his time for the opportunity presented by the third exam. With the date drawing nearer, it was evident he could no longer remain idle. Clad in a towel, she summoned chakra to her hand, and with a cold chuckle, she shredded the letter into oblivion. The spiraling sphere of chakra, akin to a paper shredder, flashed briefly in her palm. Initially contemplating whether to eliminate this old dog amidst the turmoil of Konoha's downfall, she realized there was no longer any need for hesitation. Sakura murmured a remark and then cast aside the threat posed by Danzo, feeling little trepidation towards the old dog. If she so desired, she could effortlessly extinguish that man's life at any moment. However, such an action could incite a series of complications, including an investigation in Konoha and entanglements with the Root ninjas. Nonetheless, this plan to collapse Konoha presented an exquisite opportunity. Since that man yearned for death so ardently, Sakura was not averse to sending him on his journey to the afterlife alongside the third Hokage. She swiftly dried her hair and donned a fresh set of clothing. With the third Chuunin exam approaching in just 2 days, time was of the essence. Before that, she resolved to visit the hospital to check on Lee's condition, while also ascertaining whether Naruto, who had exhausted himself due to a wager with the Toad Elder, had regained consciousness. Fortunately, Naruto possessed the formidable power of the Nine Tails. Had he been an ordinary individual, the excessive depletion of his physical energy would likely have led to collapse or even death. Meanwhile, within the Konoha hospital, the unconscious Lee was visited by an unwelcome guest. Just as Gaara intended to use sand to finish Lee off, he found himself unable to move. "What the hell are you trying to do?" With Naruto's furious shout, Gaara received a powerful punch to the face. But Naruto's blow merely dislodged a layer of sand armor without inflicting any real damage. In contrast, Shikamaru, who had used the shadow imitation technique to restrain Gaara, found himself on the receiving end of a red mark across his face. "Hey Naruto, if you keep using that technique, I'll get hurt too." Shikamaru expressed his frustration upon visiting Naruto. "Sorry, Shikamaru," Naruto immediately apologized, now hesitant to take further action against Gaara. He stepped beside Shikamaru, maintaining a serious demeanor as he addressed Gaara. "What are you planning to do?" Gaara remained silent in response, prompting Naruto to clench his fists and shout, "What the hell do you want to do to Lee?" Gaara, unfazed by Naruto's agitation, replied in a remarkably nonchalant tone, "I want to kill him." Taken aback by this unexpected and calm declaration, both Naruto and Shikamaru were momentarily stunned. Shikamaru, sensing Gaara's unsettling composure, couldn't help but inquire, "Why would you do something like that? You already won the match, right? Do you have a personal grudge against him?" "That's not the case. I simply want to kill him, so I came to do just that," Gaara stated in a tranquil manner, as if discussing a mundane matter. Chapter 48. Gaara at this. Naruto could no longer contain his outrage, shouting, "You bastard! What are you saying?" Shikamaru, equally incredulous at such outrageous sentiments, retorted, "Your family must not have raised you properly." Though he mocked Gaara verbally, Shikamaru felt a deep sense of urgency. He understood that should a confrontation arise, he and Naruto would not stand a chance against Gaara. "If you dare to obstruct me, I will kill you all," Gaara declared with unwavering calmness. Not one to back down, Naruto shot back defiantly. "What did you say? Go ahead and try." Shikamaru, drenched in cold sweat, quickly interjected, "Hey, stop talking." Naruto. After alerting Naruto, Shikamaru resolved to feign bravado to see if he could intimidate Gaara. "Having witnessed your match with this fellow, we are already aware of your formidable strength. However, both I and this comrade here are also quite capable. We have yet to unleash our trump cards in the preliminaries. This act of bravado might prove effective against ordinary individuals, especially since they were 2 against 1. And Leaf Village ninjas would soon arrive for reinforcement. Yet, Gaara was evidently no ordinary opponent. I shall repeat myself. Should you obstruct me, I will kill you." Naruto, hearing Gaara's threat, retorted defiantly, "A person like you cannot kill me." Shikamaru, upon hearing Naruto's words, felt utterly flustered. He believed himself to be the only rational individual present, while the other two seemed to harbor severe mental issues. I told you not to speak. Shikamaru attempted to caution Naruto to remain silent. This guy is as strong as a monster, you know. I have a monster within me too. I will not be defeated by him. Since summoning the Great Toad, Naruto had become acutely aware of the beast, the Nine Tails, residing within him. Gaara, upon hearing Naruto's declaration, lowered his head and murmured to himself, "A monster, you say? Then I suppose I am one as well." He then turned to Shikamaru and spoke, "You are correct. I have not received proper guidance. I was born by taking the life of the woman who should have been my mother, to forge me into the strongest ninja. My father used ninjutsu to bind the essence of sand to me. From the moment of my birth, I was a monster." Upon hearing Gaara's words, both Naruto and Shikamaru were taken aback, and Naruto realized that this man, too, harbored a beast within him, much like himself. Gaara continued, his tone flat as he recounted an astounding revelation. "I was created as a masterpiece of the village, my existence founded upon my mother's life. As the child of the Kazekage, my father incessantly imparted the secrets of ninjutsu to me, and I was coddled by an abundance of guardians, which I once mistook for love." Gaara paused, a flicker of anguish crossing his otherwise expressionless face, as if the incident he alluded to was a painful scar he wished to forget. What was this incident? Naruto could not help but inquire. Gaara's expression twisted in pain as he spoke with a tone of revulsion. "For the past 6 years, beginning from the age of 6, I have been repeatedly targeted for assassination by my own father." Both Shikamaru and Naruto were shocked, and Shikamaru, somewhat incredulous, questioned how a father could commit such a monstrous act. "Did you not just say your father doted on you?" Gaara replied. "A being of overwhelming power becomes a manifestation of fear. Born of ninjutsu, my psyche has been profoundly unstable. The villagers seem to have recognized my emotional turmoil. To my father, as the Kazekage, I am the village's trump card. Yet simultaneously, I am deemed a dangerous entity. By the time I was 6, I had already been classified as a threat. I was merely a perilous tool, handled with care, and to them, I am nothing more than a relic of the past they wish to erase. What, then, is my purpose for existence? What reason do I have to survive? Each time I ponder this question, I find no answer. Yet, to simply live, I must possess a reason, for otherwise, what differentiates me from being dead?" As an ordinary person, Shikamaru struggles to comprehend Gaara's logic. However, Naruto, who shares a similar plight, can empathize with Gaara's feelings, recognizing him as a kindred spirit. Thus, I arrive at the conclusion that my existence is solely to eliminate others, apart from myself. In the midst of the fear of being assassinated at any moment, I find solace, and through the continuous act of slaying my would-be assassins, I come to realize the reason for my existence: to fight solely for myself, to love only myself. If I can perceive others as entities existing solely to make me aware of this truth, then the world becomes extraordinarily beautiful. As long as there are those who can make me feel that living is a joy, my existence shall endure. Upon hearing Gaara's distorted musings, Naruto realizes that he and Gaara are fundamentally different. Though he once lived in solitude, tormented by the pain of not knowing the purpose of life, much like Gaara, Naruto has found validation through Iruka and Sakura, granting him a genuine sense of existence for the first time. In contrast, Gaara has perpetually lived alone, deriving his sense of reality from murder. Their worlds diverge vastly. Naruto comes to understand that such a monster is beyond their capacity to defeat, and instinctively, fear compels him to take a step back. This retreat deepens Naruto's perception of Gaara as invincible, causing his entire being to tremble with trepidation. At that moment, the sound of shifting sand fills the air, startling both Naruto and Shikamaru. In disbelief, Shikamaru glances at his shadow, confirming that the shadow imitation technique remains intact, which only heightens his incredulity. The sand on the ground, under Gaara's control, surges toward Naruto and Shikamaru like a furious tide, leaving Naruto paralyzed with fear. Just as the sand is about to engulf them, a flash of white light cuts through the air. The torrent of sand, menacingly advancing toward Naruto and Shikamaru, is abruptly severed, and at the same time, a cold blade rests against Gaara's throat, the chakra emanating from it tearing through his sand armor and instilling within him a profound fear of death. The true competition has yet to commence. There is no need for haste, is there? A melodious voice resonates near Gaara, prompting him to glance sideways at a girl with pink hair. He recalls this girl, who had silently appeared by his side since her arrival in Konoha. Sensing the formidable aura at the door of the infirmary, he begins to realize that he may not be the girl's equal. Without uttering a word, Gaara withdraws his sand and exits the infirmary, where a watermelon-headed man clad in a ninja vest stands vigilantly, fixating his gaze upon him. Before departing, Gaara directs a chilling declaration toward the room. "I will undoubtedly kill you all," his focus particularly on Sakura, acknowledging her strength. He recognizes that eliminating Sakura would grant him a clearer understanding of his own existence. Sakura, witnessing Gaara's departure, breathes a sigh of relief. Despite her month-long efforts to develop her techniques, she truly wishes to avoid confrontation with Gaara in the presence of a patient. Fortunately, the timely arrival of Guy serves to frighten Gaara away. Chapter 49. The despondent Naruto. As dawn broke, the sun gently ascended the horizon, casting a faint glow through the clouds onto the bustling streets of Konoha. The lively thoroughfares of the village were now teeming with voices, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. With the arrival of morning, a new day officially commenced. Today was particularly significant for Konoha, as a grand event was soon to unfold. As the gates of Konoha gradually opened, a torrent of visitors surged in. These individuals varied in status, yet all were either affluent or noble, including the feudal lord of the Fire Country, who arrived leisurely after the gates swung open. As time passed, and the clock approached 7 in the morning, the streets of Konoha grew increasingly crowded and boisterous. The populace, brimming with excitement, made their way toward the village's largest outdoor arena, the designated venue for the day's festivities. However, amidst the throngs of eager attendees stood a solitary figure, distinguishable by his bright yellow hair and orange attire. He bore a backpack and appeared somewhat dejected. Alone in the crowd, his diminutive stature rendered him strikingly isolated. "Is the first match Hinata Niji?" A passerby halted beside Naruto. Curiosity etched on his face as he inquired of his companion. Indeed, he asked the remarkable newcomer who secured first place last year, possessing incredible strength. His companion responded, equally animated and brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming duel. Upon hearing the name Niji Hyuga, Naruto instinctively lowered his gaze, softly murmuring it to himself. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him, and he found himself devoid of confidence regarding the impending match. Yet, despite the unease that gnawed at him, Naruto endeavored to appear nonchalant, laughing heartily as he declared, "I can summon frogs now. It should be fine." Nevertheless, deep down, Naruto was acutely aware that his abilities paled in comparison to Niji's, a chasm too vast to bridge. He recalled the disdainful glances Niji had cast upon him, as if in the eyes of others, he, the underdog, was utterly inconsequential. "TCH, their looks are so infuriating," Naruto grumbled inwardly, feeling a profound discontent towards the attitudes of those prodigies. He quickened his pace, continuing on his way, albeit in the opposite direction of the arena. Wandering aimlessly, Naruto found himself at a familiar training ground, a place where he had once undergone survival exercises as a newly inducted Genin, filled with memories. Upon entering the training area, he noticed someone had arrived early, standing quietly before a wooden post, gazing intently at it as if lost in thought. To his surprise, it was Hinata. Curiosity piqued. He called out, "Hinata?" Startled by Naruto's voice, Hinata jumped, her body trembling momentarily before she swiftly concealed herself behind the wooden post, resembling a frightened little creature. After a moment, Hinata cautiously poked her small head out, gazing at Naruto with a somewhat shy expression in her eyes. She softly inquired, "Naruto, what brings you here? Isn't today the day of the official match?" Naruto scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I just came to take a look at this training ground. After all, it's where I became a Genin." As he spoke, his tone inadvertently dipped into a note of melancholy. Hinata seemed to sense the change in Naruto's mood. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she gently asked, "Why is that?" Not wanting to reveal his vulnerabilities before Hinata, Naruto quickly shook his head and feigned nonchalance, saying, "It's nothing really. It doesn't matter at all." "Why yes, I'm sorry," Hinata immediately apologized, her tone tinged with disappointment. This apology cast an awkward silence over the scene. At that moment, with his back turned to Hinata, Naruto suddenly remarked, "I say, Hinata, Niji is your relative, isn't he?" Hinata's voice was barely audible. "Is he really that strong?" Upon hearing her response, Naruto couldn't help but turn to face her, his gaze fixed intently on Hinata. As she looked at him, the blush on her face deepened. She gently nodded and confirmed once more. Although her reply was soft, it struck Naruto's heart like a hammer, instantly shattering the flicker of hope he had harbored. Naruto had always been fearless, never flinching in the face of challenges and difficulties. Yet, the relentless setbacks had begun to erode his confidence, causing him to question his abilities and whether he truly possessed such strength. Just as he descended into self-doubt, Hinata suddenly stammered, "But, if it's you, Naruto, perhaps you can win." Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was imbued with steadfastness. Naruto was initially taken aback by her words, then managed to muster a strained smile. "Haha. Yes, I'm pretty strong too." However, the smile lacked conviction, revealing the turmoil within him. Once again, silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if time had frozen in that moment. It was then that Hinata broke the stillness, taking a deep breath and summoning her courage to say, "You can win, Naruto." Though her voice was soft, it felt like a gentle spring breeze, warm and soothing. Her cheeks still bore a shy blush, and her fingers nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, betraying her inner tension. Under Naruto's surprised gaze, Hinata continued, "You know, when you cheered for me last time, I felt stronger than before. Perhaps to others, I seem unchanged, but I can feel it within myself. I am different now. I believe this may be thanks to you, Naruto." "Hey, do you really think that, Hinata?" Naruto's tone was subdued, as her words seemed to fill him with immense confidence. Yet, he feared that this was merely Hinata trying to comfort him. Hinata was somewhat taken aback. Such a vulnerable side of Naruto was rarely seen. After all, he always presented himself as carefree and seemingly devoid of worries in front of others. However, in Hinata's eyes, this was the most authentic version of Naruto. "Perhaps you perceive me as strong, yet I am perpetually beset by failures." It is this unwillingness to accept defeat that compels Naruto to assert his strength. A sentiment that brings to mind his encounter with Gaara, where he found himself paralyzed, unable to move. At that moment, a crimson figure caught his eye. Chapter 50, The Steam Princess. Her hair, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, cascaded like silk over her fair shoulders, gently brushing her delicate and charming face. With a swift motion, she wielded her blade, severing Gaara's sand as if it were devoid of life, causing it to scatter helplessly to the ground. Witnessing this, Naruto was overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. He had always believed in his own strength, yet in comparison to Sakura, he realized he still had much to learn. "That's not true," Hinata exclaimed, taking a deep breath and summoning all her courage to meet Naruto's gaze. "Even if you fail, Naruto, you remain a proud failure in my eyes." Though her voice was soft, it resonated with conviction. Naruto's eyes widened, clearly taken aback by Hinata's words. She continued, "Just by looking at you, I feel an indescribable impact. True strength does not lie in never failing, but in rising resiliently after each setback and facing it with courage. I believe that this kind of strength is the truest form of power, and you, Naruto, embody that essence." Upon finishing her declaration, Hinata felt as though she had expended all her bravery. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly hid behind a tree stump, seemingly unable to bear Naruto's gaze any longer. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Naruto's face broke into his signature radiant smile, his eyes narrowing into slits as his lips curved upward, as if the entire world had brightened at Hinata's affirmation. "Thank you, Hinata," Naruto said sincerely. "I've always felt a bit foolish, but for some reason, I suddenly feel invigorated. I was so downcast just now, it hardly felt like me, but now I'm back to my spirited self." Hinata gazed at Naruto, her heart brimming with joy. She felt immense happiness in being able to support him, while also being uplifted by his optimism and positivity. "Naruto," Hinata spoke softly, her voice tinged with shyness. Yet, at that moment, Naruto abruptly waved his hand, interrupting her. "I'm off to take the exam," he declared loudly, turning away towards the competition venue. Hinata watched his retreating figure with a twinge of disappointment, having hoped he would share more with her. Just as Naruto reached a midpoint, he suddenly halted and turned back. Hinata's heart raced, her cheeks involuntarily flushing as she wondered if Naruto was about to say something special. However, he uttered a statement that left Hinata in a state of unexpected anticipation. "Hinata," I've always thought his words trailed off, igniting a surge of hope within her. "He is a peculiar fellow, both silent and hesitant," Naruto remarked. Hinata's spirits plummeted in an instant, her complexion paling. How could she not feel disheartened upon hearing such words from the boy she adored? "Naruto, seemingly oblivious to Hinata's emotional shift, continued, "But I truly like someone like you." After saying this, he turned and strode away with a light-hearted gait toward the competition venue. Hinata stood there, gazing at Naruto's retreating figure, her cheeks blooming with a delightful blush. At that moment, her mind echoed only 3 words: "I like him." Furthermore, it resonated with a clarity akin to lossless surround sound. "Oh, that Naruto fellow has been utterly captivated by our little Hinata." Just as Hinata was still basking in the joy those 3 words had bestowed upon her, she suddenly felt something fall onto her shoulder. This unexpected sensation startled her, causing her body to tremble, nearly eliciting a gasp. Her instinctive reaction was to resist, a natural self-protection response. However, upon recognizing Sakura's familiar voice nearby, her tension dissipated entirely. "It's Sakura," Hinata sighed in relief, her previously taut form gradually relaxing. Yet, before she could fully regain her composure, Sakura's next comment rendered her cheeks aflame. "Haha, Hinata, look at you. Your face is as red as a tomato. Do you really have feelings for Naruto?" Sakura teased playfully. Hinata's face reddened further, resembling a ripe apple. Steam seemed to rise from her head, as though she might boil over. "Naruto-kun, he didn't mean it like that." Hinata stammered, attempting to explain, but the more she tried, the more her words became jumbled, leaving her at a loss for how to articulate her thoughts. Observing Hinata's adorable fluster, Sakura couldn't help but chuckle. However, she recognized that if she continued to tease, Hinata might faint, so she decided to relent. All right, I won't tease you anymore," Sakura said with a smile. "The competition is about to start. Let us head to the venue together." With Sakura no longer pressing her, a heavy weight lifted from Hinata's heart, and her once flushed cheeks gradually returned to normal. Nevertheless, Hinata remained somewhat on edge, sensing that Sakura's presence here was rather peculiar. Cautiously, she observed Sakura and, after a moment's hesitation, finally inquired, "Sakura-chan, why are you here?" Sakura, seemingly unaware of Hinata's apprehension, cheerfully replied, "Isn't it because that troublesome guy looked a bit down? I was worried about him, so I came to check on him. But I must admit, I never expected you, Hinata, to be so bold as to say something so uplifting." Hinata's face flushed once more, and she bashfully lowered her gaze, stammering an explanation, "And no, I was just speaking the truth." Sakura, witnessing the situation, hurriedly consoled, All right, I understand. Hinata, please don't be shy. As the saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. I believe that Naruto must already hold a special place for you in his heart." After saying this, Sakura gazed thoughtfully in the direction Naruto had departed, her eyes growing somewhat profound. She pondered internally whether this moment might signify a pivotal point in the original narrative where Naruto no longer harbored admiration for her. Yet, she wondered if the current circumstances would mirror those of the original tale. Chapter 51. The first match on the streets of Konoha. Sakura walked alongside Hinata on their way to the arena, while Naruto, who had been in front of them, had vanished from sight. From the opposite direction of the arena, the sounds of a bull's roar and Naruto's cries echoed, evidently a consequence of the chaos he had instigated. Hinata, trailing behind Sakura, strained her ears, as if she could faintly discern Naruto's voice. However, her lack of self-confidence compelled her to ask Sakura, "It seems there's a voice that resembles Naruto-kun's." Sakura, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes and smiled, replying, "You must be mistaken. How could Naruto, who was walking in front of us, possibly be behind us? Perhaps your longing for him has led to an auditory illusion." Hinata, at that moment, found herself repeatedly echoing in her mind Naruto's words. "But I really like people like you." The constant reverberation made her begin to believe her fantasies might indeed hold some truth. Ultimately, Hinata chose to trust Sakura's words, dismissing the bothersome auditory hallucinations as mere fabrications, while Sakura, listening to Naruto's cries, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, glancing discreetly at the animal masks lurking in the shadows, instantly recognizing their identities. Though the Umbu also donned animal masks, she knew that only Danzo would pay such close attention to her. After all, he had just threatened her, and it was understandable he would want to observe her in a state of trepidation. Nevertheless, Sakura, being a kind-hearted girl, offered a broad smile to the Root members. Deep within the Root base, Danzo sat in his office, listening to reports from his subordinates. Upon hearing that Sakura had smiled at them, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Still pretending it's merely a prank, Danzo mused, finding the child's naivety amusing. Yet, he reminded himself, She is still just a child. His voice dripped with disdain and contempt. The half of his face not wrapped in bandages appeared particularly sinister in the dim light. His smile sent chills down one's spine, as though he could foresee Sakura's future. Once I become Hokage, Danzo continued, I shall see if you can still manage to smile. His tone brimmed with confidence and determination, as if the position of Hokage were already within his grasp. Go, Danzo abruptly commanded, instructing someone to monitor the arena. As soon as anything transpires there, return and report to me immediately. I intend to ascend to the Hokage's throne with the dignity of a hero. Old monkey, just you wait. I will show you that under my governance, Konoha will reach unprecedented heights. Danzo's laughter reverberated through the root base, replete with ambition and desire. He appeared to be eagerly anticipating the realization of his ambitions. Aspiring to become the supreme leader of Konoha, the stands of the Konoha arena were teeming with spectators, their exuberant voices rising in a cacophony that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. In stark contrast, 7 figures stood resolutely at the center of the arena, embodying a serene stillness amidst the surrounding clamor. Shikamaru, amidst the throng, glanced around anxiously. It was one thing for Naruto to be tardy. Such was his usual recklessness, but how could Sakura and Sasuke also be delayed? The match is about to commence, he muttered to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. As Shikamaru pondered his concerns, a bright voice cut through the noise. Oh dear, my apologies. The crowd turned to see Sakura, a smile gracing her face as she approached briskly, explaining, I happened upon an elderly lady needing assistance to cross the street, and I couldn't help but lend a hand, hence my tardiness. I truly apologize. Her excuse was evidently insincere, leaving Shikamaru and several others momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the Rain Village were left bewildered, pondering how they could possibly lose to such a foe. Just as Sakura took her place beside Shikamaru, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The unmistakable sounds of Naruto's boisterous cries reached them, and through the din, Sakura discerned the phrase the entire village is in chaos. Ultimately, a throng of Narutos, herded like sheep by a group of bulls, tumbled into the arena. They rolled across the ground, akin to discarded rag dolls, utterly devoid of control. Their bodies collided with the earth, creating a cacophony of thuds, resulting in an extraordinarily chaotic scene. When the last Naruto finally came to a halt, he presented himself in a rather unique manner. His hair was wildly disheveled, his clothing askew, and his face dusted with grime, rendering him quite a sight. Yet, it was this comical entrance that elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. As the laughter of the spectators resonated, the match officially commenced. Meanwhile, in the special seating area, the Wind Shadow arrived fashionably late, wearing a smile as he sauntered over to Hiruzen Sarutobi, engaging in casual conversation, seemingly unperturbed by the impending contest. At that moment, Nara Shikaka noted that all but Sasuke had gathered and proceeded to outline the rules for today's competition, though the venue differs. The rules remain unchanged from the preliminaries. There are no rules. Victory will be determined only upon the death or surrender of a participant. However, should I deem the outcome apparent, I will terminate the match. Resistance is not permitted. Do you comprehend? The first match featured Naruto Uzumaki against Neji Hyuga, and amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, the competitors took to the stage. On one side stood Naruto, clad in his iconic orange jacket, while on the other, Neji donned a pristine white ninja outfit, appearing particularly spirited. Bolstered by Hinata's previous encouragement, Naruto felt neither confusion nor fear. He strode confidently into the arena, ready to face Neji in battle. Neji gazed into Naruto's eyes, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. He noticed that Naruto's gaze at this moment was strikingly different from before, radiating a confidence that overshadowed the mere bravado displayed in their last encounter. Neji pondered silently. Perhaps this opponent possessed a greater challenge than he had initially anticipated. After a brief observation, he came to a preliminary acknowledgement of Naruto's capabilities. A slight smirk graced his lips as he adjusted his stance, preparing for the impending battle. Now this feels like a proper contest, Neji taunted. This is where the excitement lies. However, I am quite eager to witness the panic in your eyes when confronted with reality. Unfazed by Neji's provocation, Naruto merely waved his hand dismissively, though his expression remained notably grave. Enough chatter, Naruto declared sternly. Let's get started. Standing nearby, the referee, Irika Yumino, witnessed their readiness and, with a shuriken clenched in his mouth, proclaimed loudly, Thus, the first match commences. No sooner had the referee's words faded than Naruto surged forth like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly hurled 3 shurikens, each glinting ominously in the air as they hurtled toward Neji. Following closely behind, Naruto charged at Neji with unwavering resolve. The sequence of actions unfolded with breathtaking speed, leaving the spectators in awe. In the audience, Kiba Inuzuka could not contain his voice, shouting, "You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Engaging Neji in close combat is tantamount to courting death. Chapter 52. The Theory of Fate with his Byakugan activated. Neji effortlessly deflected the incoming shurikens and countered Naruto's erratic strikes with the fluid precision of Tai Chi. Observing Naruto's chaotic onslaught, a sardonic smile crept across Neji's face. Yet, it was not long before Neji struck a vital point on Naruto's shoulder, sending him sprawling backward. After struggling for a moment, Naruto slowly rose, clutching his shoulder. It was at this moment he truly comprehended the potency of the Hyuga clan's pressure point techniques. His arm was rendered nearly useless, numb and incapable of forming hand seals for ninjutsu. "Do you understand now? You possess no chance of victory," Neji stated, adopting a firm stance. "Humph. I merely gauged your strength," Naruto retorted. "The real fight begins now." The formidable resilience of Naruto, a Jinchuriki, began to manifest as he initiated the hand seals with both hands before Neji's astonished gaze. Shadow Clone Jutsu. As Naruto completed the seals, 4 clones materialized beside him, each brandishing a shuriken and fixating their gaze on Neji. "Is this all you can muster? It's futile. After all, the real body is singular." Neji remained unfazed by Naruto's shadow clones. "How will you know unless you try?" The 4 clones echoed in unison as they charged forward wielding their shurikens. At this stage, Naruto's chakra control was lacking. He relied on sheer volume to execute the shadow clone technique, while struggling to master other ninjutsu. With his Byakugan and gentle fist, Neji seemed almost omniscient, easily dispatching Naruto's clones. Becoming Hokage? That is impossible. My eyes have already revealed the truth. A person's talents are predetermined from birth, signifying that everything is decided from the moment one enters this world. Upon hearing his dreams dismissed, Naruto trembled with rage, exclaiming, "Why do you so casually draw conclusions? Are you implying that anyone can become Hokage simply through hard work? The number of ninjas capable of attaining the title of Hokage is exceedingly scarce. Face the reality. Those who become Hokage are inherently destined for such a fate. It is not a position one can simply wish to occupy. Fate has orchestrated this, compelling individuals to navigate their inescapable destinies. The only fate that is universally equal is death. Regardless, I shall not surrender so easily." Naruto declared his disinterest, and with a multitude of shadow clones, he surged towards Neji. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Neji appeared unfazed. He adeptly employed the abilities of his Byakugan, weaving through the throng with the agility of a nimble eel, evading Naruto's grasp entirely. "I have never claimed to be foolish," Neji smirked confidently, his movements swift and light, akin to a flash of lightning, effortlessly darting past Naruto's clones without a second glance. In an instant, Neji charged towards one of the Naruto clones, his intentions clear and resolute. In the blink of an eye, he stood before this clone, striking decisively at its right chest. "I have already discerned your true form." Neji's tone was cold and unwavering, brimming with self-assurance. However, at the moment Neji made contact, Naruto emitted a chilling laugh. "This is precisely why I warned you against making hasty conclusions." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Naruto transformed into a cloud of white smoke, dissipating into the air. Neji and the onlookers were taken aback, utterly astonished that such a self-assured Neji could have erred. The clone Neji struck was merely an illusion. And at that moment, 2 Narutos launched a surprise attack from behind. Yet, as Naruto's offensive unfolded, Neji unleashed a torrent of chakra. With a mere pivot of his body, he effortlessly sent Naruto flying away. Heavenly spin. In the face of such an absolute defensive technique, Naruto found himself powerless, propelled backward. As Neji closed in on Naruto, he executed a series of 64 precise strikes using the gentle fist technique. Upon landing, Naruto suddenly realized his body was immobilized as if ensnared by a binding spell. This sudden predicament instilled panic within him. His eyes widened in desperation as he attempted to struggle, yet his body remained unresponsive. At that moment, Neji approached Naruto, towering over him with an air of superiority, a slight smirk of disdain playing on his lips. I have sealed 64 chakra points throughout your body. You should be unable to move. Niji's voice was frigid, laced with mockery. Upon hearing Niji's words, Naruto's indignation and fury ignited within him. Gritting his teeth, he glared defiantly at Niji. Humph, are you unwilling to accept your fate? Kneel before the insurmountable power you cannot alter, and acknowledge your own impotence. With unwavering determination, Naruto rose slowly from the ground. Despite his trembling body and the arduous nature of each movement, he stood resolute before Niji, a smile gracing his face, one filled with resolve and indomitable spirit. I have mentioned before that I despise surrender, he declared, his voice raspy yet imbued with strength. Niji, taken aback by Naruto's resilience, briefly exhibited surprise. He had anticipated that Naruto would succumb completely after being incapacitated, but it was evident that he had underestimated Naruto's tenacity. Just give up. Continuing this is futile. I harbor no animosity towards you, Niji stated, his tone tinged with exasperation, as though he wished to avoid further entanglement with Naruto. Enough of your chatter. I bear a significant grudge against you, Naruto retorted, his voice laced with hostility. Niji, bewildered by Naruto's reaction, furrowed his brow and inquired. What do you mean? Why, despite your evident prowess, do you feign omniscience while inflicting such harm upon Hinata? Naruto questioned Niji regarding the harsh treatment of Hinata during the preliminary rounds, aware that Niji possessed the capability to eliminate her without causing severe injury. That is none of your concern, Niji replied, his expression impassive. You regard Hinata as a fool, deeming her the weakest link. Though I am unaware of the strife between your main and branch families, I will never forgive someone who consistently belittles others. Sakura, listening intently to Naruto's unwavering defense of Hinata, turned to glance at her friend, only to see Hinata being carried away towards the back, with Kiba trailing behind. His expression fraught with worry. Chapter 53. The Caged Bird. After a moment of silence following Naruto's words, Niji finally spoke. Very well, since you have asked. I shall enlighten you. The reason the Hyuga clan is so reviled is due to a generational curse technique passed down within our family. He paused briefly before continuing. This is the curse seal technique. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Niji, clearly oblivious to the implications of this so-called secret art. Niji elaborated. The curse seal signifies a caged bird, a testament to a fate from which one cannot escape. As he spoke, he slowly removed his forehead protector, revealing a distinct blue curse seal, a deep mark etched upon his brow. What is this? Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Meanwhile, in the audience, Hinata's father, Hayashi, observed the scene with a darkening expression. His discomfort did not stem from Niji's revelation of the Hyuga family's secret, but rather from the painful memories of a brother who had once sacrificed himself for him, overwhelming his heart with anguish and helplessness. Hinata Hisashi harbored a profound aversion towards this curse. However, as the head of the Hyuga clan, he found himself unable to lead the charge against the family's traditions. Moreover, the elders within the household would never permit such reckless behavior. What is that cursed seal? Naruto could no longer contain his curiosity and blurted out the question. Niji's expression grew grave, and he slowly began to speak. When I was 4 years old, a dreadful cursed seal was inscribed upon my forehead. That day was meant to be a grand occasion for the entire Hidden Leaf village. Niji's voice dipped, as if the recollection of that painful past weighed heavily upon him. He continued, on that day, the Cloud Village from the Land of Lightning, which had long been in conflict with us, sent envoys to negotiate with Konoha. This was a significant event, and everyone was hopeful that talks would bring an end to the hostilities between our nations. Yet, none could have foreseen the sudden tragedy that would unfold that very night. It was also Hinata's 3rd birthday. Our family was enveloped in joyous celebration when, without warning, Hinata was abducted. The very person responsible for her kidnapping was the leader of the delegation from the Cloud Village. Niji's fists clenched involuntarily, a flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes. This incident caused an uproar in the Hidden Leaf village, with villagers expressing their outrage and shock at the actions of the Cloud Village. Relations between the two villages deteriorated to the brink of war. In a bid to avert conflict and preserve peace, Konoha and the Cloud Village ultimately resolved to engage in secret negotiations. After arduous discussions, both parties agreed upon a condition: the surrender of Hisashi's corpse. Niji's voice grew increasingly somber. Hisashi was not only the clan leader, but also his death could reveal the secrets of the Byakugan. This posed an immense threat to our clan. Ultimately, caught between the interests of the family and the village, Niji's father, Hisashi, made a harrowing decision. He stepped forward to take his elder brother's place in death, aiming to quell the turmoil. A flicker of pain crossed Niji's eyes. To protect the main branch, he was sacrificed as a substitute for Hisashi. My father believed that escaping this ominous curse was possible only through death. Despite being twins with equal power, their fates were irrevocably determined by the order of their birth. Hence, during this examination, your destiny was sealed the moment you became my rival. Upon hearing Niji's words, Sakura couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. She understood that Hiruzen Sarutobi had indeed grown old. The passage of time had not only stolen his youthful vigor, but also dulled the once fiery determination and resolve he had possessed. The current Hiruzen appeared to have lost the audacity and courage of his youth, growing increasingly conservative and accommodating. He seemed solely focused on pursuing peace at any cost, neglecting the tremendous price hidden behind such tranquility. Sakura felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his quest to appease unreasonable demands, was compelling the ninjas of the village to their demise. What difference was there between him and the foolish monarchs in the annals of Chinese history who ceded territory and paid reparations? Both sacrificed the interests of their own nation and people for a fleeting semblance of peace. What troubled Sakura even more was Hiruzen's apparent resignation to the prospect of war. He naively believed that exchanging a single life for tranquility was justifiable, yet he failed to grasp that such an approach, even if it could procure temporary calm, would inevitably lead to dire consequences should the hearts of the people become disunited. After all, the cohesion and unity of a nation, or a village, are the true cornerstones of peace. If peace were merely sought through the sacrifice of a few lives for superficial tranquility, then such peace was destined to be fragile and ephemeral. When the populace's faith in their leader erodes, how will the village confront the challenges that lie ahead? At this juncture, Sakura couldn't help but reflect on her own predicament. She pondered that if her wood-release abilities were to be discovered by other villages, the repercussions would be unimaginable. As the leader of the village, Hiruzen would likely make a similar decision when faced with such a dilemma. However, unlike Hinata, she feared that she would end up in a far worse fate. After all, the bodies of those with bloodline limits are exceedingly valuable resources to other villages. And even Hiruzen, no matter how foolish, would not easily relinquish her corpse. Meanwhile, the battle between Naruto and Niji reignited. Although Niji was formidable, he found himself somewhat outmatched against Naruto, who seemed to possess an extraordinary edge. Despite Niji successfully executing the 64 palms technique to seal Naruto's chakra, he was evidently unprepared for the existence of the nine tails within Naruto. During the month of training under Jiraiya, Naruto had not only learned the summoning technique, but had also begun to grasp the utilization of the nine tails chakra, laying a solid foundation for his future exploits. Ultimately, Naruto triumphed over Niji through the application of the nine tails chakra coupled with strategic deception, while also making a promise to help alter the fate of the Hyuga clan once he became Hokage. As Naruto staggered to Niji's motionless side, Niji had already resigned himself to the reality of defeat. To be able to utilize the shadow clone technique in such circumstances was indeed your forte. Naruto, breathing heavily, looked down into Niji's eyes and said, "I failed my graduation exam 3 times in a row because of sheer bad luck. The ninjutsu questions that came up were always those I struggled with. The clone jutsu was once my weakest technique, so do not speak of destiny as if it is unchangeable. You are not like me. You are not at the bottom." In the end, Nara Shikamaru announced Naruto's victory, marking the conclusion of the first match. Chapter 54. A dramatic contest as the Konoha ninjas prepared for the ensuing battles. An unexpected visitor suddenly intruded upon the resting area where Niji lay. The enigmatic figure stood by Niji's bedside, gazing at his lifeless form, and softly remarked, "Your chakra is nearly depleted." Upon hearing these words, Niji struggled to open his eyes, his gaze cold and piercing, fixed intently upon this uninvited guest. Despite his overwhelming weakness, he fought to sit up and, in a detached tone, inquired, "What do you want?" Hyuga Hayashi regarded Niji in silence for a moment before slowly responding, "That day." His voice was low, as if he were reminiscing about something of great significance. Niji furrowed his brow slightly, harboring little anticipation for what Hayashi was about to divulge. To him, the so-called truth was merely a fabrication conjured by the higher-ups to serve their interests. Nevertheless, Hayashi remained undeterred by Niji's demeanor and continued. I have come to reveal the truth of that day to you. Niji scoffed, a hint of derision in his tone. Truth? The so-called truth you higher-ups speak of is nothing but a tale spun to protect your own interests. Hayashi, unfazed by Niji's words, retrieved a scroll from within his robes and gently placed it beside Niji, stating, At this moment, you should be able to comprehend. Niji gazed quizzically at the scroll, a surge of curiosity welling within him. He slowly reached out and took the scroll, meticulously examining the script upon it. As he recognized the familiar handwriting, a jolt of shock coursed through him. It was indeed his father's notes. His hands trembled slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately tore open the scroll. As it unfurled, his father's final words came into view. In reading his father's last testament, Niji was astounded to discover that his father had willingly chosen to sacrifice himself. The resentment he had harbored towards the main family seemed to diminish in significance at that moment. His emotions were a tumultuous blend. He realized that in his final moments, his father had expressed his love and protection for his brother and the village in his own way. Although his father still bore resentment towards the main family, this time, he had chosen to safeguard his brother and the village through his own volition. Niji quietly closed the scroll, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Perhaps this was his father's final act of liberation. As Sasuke failed to make an appearance, the outcome of the second match was ultimately declared in favor of Gaara. This decision detonated like a bombshell in the stands, igniting a storm of discontent among the spectators. They found the abrupt conclusion deeply unsatisfactory. Having waited in eager anticipation for an intense showdown, only to witness such a lackluster finale. However, just as the audience's grievances reached a crescendo, Nara Shikaku promptly announced the competitors for the third match, Yamanaka Ino against Kanjiro. The crowd's spirits were somewhat lifted as they looked forward to this bout, promising thrilling moments. When Ino stepped into the arena, all eyes fixated upon him. Yet, unexpectedly, Kanjiro chose to forfeit at that very moment. This decision left everyone astonished, and the audience's dissatisfaction surged to new heights. Kanjiro was acutely aware that his arrival in this village was purposeful, and he must not recklessly reveal his true capabilities for the sake of a mere Chuunin qualification. His understanding of Shino's prowess led him to realize that defeating him would demand all of his strength, yet such an endeavor would inevitably unveil his genuine power, a revelation he sought to avoid. The audience found Kanjiro's voluntary concession increasingly difficult to accept. What began as 5 fierce battles had, in a brief span, concluded dramatically in 3. The spectators felt as though they had been deceived. They had come with high hopes yet witnessed only one authentic clash, leaving them profoundly disillusioned. Amidst the cacophony of discontent and jeers from the crowd, Temari appeared like a specter, materializing in the arena without warning. Her arrival seemed to respond to the audience's dissatisfaction and anticipation. The highly anticipated duel was about to commence, with Temari representing Tsunade and her opponent, a ninja from Amigakure. As Noara Hayoma announced the official start of the match, the audience collectively held their breath, eager for an intense confrontation. However, in an unforeseen twist, the clash between Temari and the Amigakure ninja lasted only a few exchanges before the latter unexpectedly conceded. This abrupt turn of events left the audience in stunned silence. They could hardly fathom that the match they had eagerly awaited would conclude in such a theatrical manner. Such a result was even more disheartening than if the Amigakure ninja had not participated at all, given that the spectators had invested their time and energy into witnessing this contest. Yet, the Amigakure ninja's inner turmoil was profoundly indescribable. His presence here, while not entirely a matter of luck, certainly contained an element of fortune. Following his brief engagement with Temari, he came to a stark realization: he was no match for her. Compounding his despair was the haunting memory of a previous encounter with a pink-haired ninja, which had left him with a deep psychological scar regarding female ninjas. Temari, exuding formidable strength and ruthless precision, struck with lethal intent, leaving him with no semblance of hope for victory. Even if he were to miraculously triumph over Temari, his next adversary would undoubtedly be the very pink-haired ninja that instilled fear within him. Faced with this grim prospect, he lost the courage to continue fighting, deeming it preferable to concede now and preserve a semblance of dignity rather than be thoroughly overwhelmed by Temari on the battlefield. This dramatic outcome not only left the audience in disbelief, but even Shikamaru himself was momentarily paralyzed, his expression reflecting utter disillusionment. He had anticipated encountering the monstrous pink-haired ninja only in the final battle, yet here he was, confronted with her far sooner than expected. Shikamaru's spirits plummeted, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him, rendering him listless, his complexion waning to a pallid hue, as he appeared to lose all zest for life. Sakura noted Shikamaru's despondent demeanor, finding it somewhat amusing, and teasingly remarked, "Haha, it's our turn to take the stage now." However, Shikamaru was far from amused. He swallowed hard, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. "I truly find myself in quite a predicament this time." In the spacious arena, Shikamaru languidly fixed his lifeless gaze upon Sakura, his face etched with resignation as he implored, "Sakura, could you please go easy on me this time? Sigh. Battling you is such a hassle." Observing Shikamaru's forlorn expression, Sakura couldn't help but smile. Despite his incessant complaints about the trouble, she noticed a seriousness in his eyes that she had never witnessed before. With a grin, Sakura replied, "If that's the case, why not just concede?" Shikamaru, upon hearing her suggestion, pouted in dissatisfaction and muttered, "My mom said that if I perform poorly in this match, I won't be allowed back home. So no matter how troublesome it is, I must face you. Besides, I want to see just how vast the gap between us truly is." Sakura nodded thoughtfully at Shikamaru's explanation. She understood that while some of his reasons might hold a grain of truth, they certainly did not encompass the entirety of his feelings. After all, based on her knowledge of Shikamaru, he was genuinely eager to engage in a serious match. It was merely his habitual complaints that made him appear so reluctant. "Go, Sakura. Give that lethargic slacker a good thrashing." Amidst the clamor of encouragement, both Sakura and Shikamaru were suddenly drawn to a bright, clear voice. The sound stood out amidst the noise, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky. Almost instinctively, they turned to see Ino, disregarding any semblance of ladylike decorum. Standing on her seat, one foot perched on the backrest of the row in front of her, shouting at the top of her lungs. Her face radiated excitement and fervor, completely devoid of any girlish restraint. Upon spotting Ino, Sakura smiled and waved, acknowledging her cheer. Meanwhile, Shikamaru looked at Ino with exasperation and complained, "Hey, I'm your teammate, right? Why are you cheering for Sakura instead of me?" Ino, evidently hearing Shikamaru, turned her head and shot him an exaggerated eye roll, as if to say, "Who told you to be so weak?" However, when she noticed the attention of those around her, her face flushed and she shyly chuckled before hastily returning to her seat. At that moment, Narashikaku, seeing that both Sakura and Shikamaru were ready, loudly announced, "Then, let the fifth match officially commence." His voice resonated like a bell throughout the arena, capturing everyone's attention on the contest. With the referee's signal, Sakura shot forward like an arrow, instantly creating distance between herself and Shikamaru. She was acutely aware that although Shikamaru's techniques were enigmatic and troublesome, they ultimately had their limits in terms of distance. As long as his speed is sufficiently swift or he can avoid close proximity, Shikamaru finds himself largely powerless. In an instant, Sakura swiftly draws forth her Sakura blade, which seems to pulsate with life in her grasp. As chakra surges in like a tidal wave, the blade begins to emit a faint, ethereal glow, as if it could disperse into the wind at any moment. Just as Sakura prepares to launch her attack, Shikamaru reacts with equal rapidity. He swiftly forms hand seals and, in unison with Sakura, initiates his offensive. "Scatter! Sakura blade!" Sakura exclaims, and the blade, as if enchanted, transforms into a flurry of falling cherry blossoms, sweeping towards Shikamaru like a pink whirlwind. Simultaneously, Shikamaru unleashes his secret technique, shadow mimicry technique. His voice resonates deeply, and the shadow beneath him surges forth like a streak of black lightning, racing towards Sakura. The shadow resembles a dark tentacle, both ominous and chilling. Sakura, puzzled by Shikamaru's choice, contemplates why his shadow mimicry should reach her from this distance. What could be the purpose behind his actions? In a moment of imminent peril, Shikamaru completes his hand seals and, without hesitation, discards his clothing, hurling it skyward with force. The garment arcs through the air, ascending into the heights. Meanwhile, the shadow tentacle, seemingly at its limit, appears to be restrained by an invisible force, unable to extend even a fraction further. However, as the shadow of the clothing intersects with the already constrained shadow tentacle, a miracle unfolds. The shadow tentacle, which seemed to have exhausted its strength, suddenly receives a surge of energy, propelling it forward with astonishing speed. Sakura stands nearby, her gaze fixated on the unfolding scene, her pupils dilating in shock. To ensure that the full power of her Sakura blade could be unleashed, she had positioned herself about a meter from the limit of Shikamaru's shadow mimicry. This meter of distance was her buffer for reaction time, her final line of defense in this combat. Yet, she never anticipated that Shikamaru would devise such an ingenious method to transcend the limitations of his technique. As the shadow tentacle, propelled by the clothing's shadow, lunges towards her, Sakura's heart races, and her senses heighten to their utmost. In that heart-stopping moment, she hesitates not a second. She swiftly swings the hilt of her blade with all her might, aiming fiercely at the garment suspended in the air. The petals formed by the blade seem to obey an unspoken command, abandoning their original target, Shikamaru, and charging directly at the clothing above. In an instant, a tearing sound echoes through the air as the garment is shredded. Shikamaru's plan to extend the reach of his technique through the clothing's shadow is shattered in that fleeting moment. The loss of the shadowy black wristband, akin to a bridge deprived of its support, instantaneously robbed him of his momentum to advance, causing him to retreat swiftly back to Shikamaru's feet. Alas, has he failed? This is quite troublesome. He had thought this method would catch Sakura off guard, yet it seems she remains overly cautious. Shikamaru muttered to himself, watching as the cherry blossoms, torn from their fabric, floated towards him. He promptly drew a kunai, preparing to evade. The petals of the Sakura, delayed slightly by the act of shredding the clothing, failed to capture Shikamaru. However, Sakura, witnessing this scene, remained undaunted and wielded the hilt of her blade, sending the petal-shaped edges in pursuit of Shikamaru. With one hand, she formed seals, and as she did, a vast quantity of clear water materialized from the void. Water release, water clone technique. Chapter 56. The conclusion of the fifth match. As Shikamaru evaded the onslaught of Sakura's relentless pursuit, he suddenly beheld a startling sight. Beside Sakura, an abundant surge of crystalline water emerged without warning, as if summoned from the very ether. More astonishing still, within this clear water appeared a figure indistinguishable from Sakura herself. Shikamaru's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of disbelief washing over him. He had never imagined that Sakura's chakra could be so formidable. It is known that after utilizing a few jutsu, they, as Genin, often find their chakra reserves nearly depleted, requiring time to recuperate. Yet, Sakura effortlessly conjured such a vast amount of clear water, maintaining her composure without the slightest sign of exertion. What could this signify? Shikamaru pondered, suspecting that Sakura's chakra might be nearing the levels of an elite Chuunin, or perhaps even surpassing some Jounin, such as Kakashi. In fact, back during the Land of Waves mission, Kakashi had already noted the extraordinary chakra levels of Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke. Particularly, Naruto's reserves had eclipsed Kakashi's, while Sakura and Sasuke, though slightly less, were not far behind. This revelation underscores the remarkable talent that allows Sakura's chakra reserves to rival those of the original two protagonists of the Hokage. The ability to materialize water, coupled with the emergence of 3 Sakura water clones, meant that her chakra expenditure was not as significant as Shikamaru had imagined. This was primarily attributed to Sakura's exceptional chakra control. Had Naruto attempted such a feat, he would have undoubtedly consumed 2 or 3 times more chakra than Sakura. Shikamaru observed intently as Sakura's clones swiftly drew forth the seemingly ornamental 1,000 cherry blossoms, charging towards him like a tempest. He inwardly lamented, "What a significant predicament this is." In a split second, Shikamaru retreated several steps without hesitation, maintaining a safe distance from the aggressive 1,000 cherry blossoms. At that very moment, he swiftly retrieved a kunai from his pocket, his hands a blur as he hurled it forth. The water clone, witnessing the kunai hurtling towards it like lightning, immediately brandished the 1,000 cherry blossoms, attempting to deflect the incoming projectile. However, what took the water clone by surprise was that behind the first kunai, there was another hidden, obscured by the first kunai. It remained blissfully unaware of the existence of this second one. With a swift whoosh, the second kunai shot forth like a piercing arrow, aimed directly at Sakura's heart. In an instant, the kunai embedded itself deeply into her chest, and in the blink of an eye, this clone of Sakura burst apart like a shattered bubble, scattering into countless droplets of water, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the other 2 water clones seized the opportunity to pounce on Shikamaru like famished tigers. Not daring to delay for a moment, Shikamaru swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Shadow imitation jutsu. As his words echoed, two black tendrils erupted from the ground, resembling venomous serpents, lunging ferociously towards the two water clones. However, at this critical juncture, the two water clones displayed astonishing reflexes and agility. They unleashed their full strength, evading the shadowy tendrils with a lightning-quick sidestep. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. The two water clones successfully dodged the attack of the shadow tendrils. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the tendrils did not retract or pursue them. Instead, they surged straight towards their backs. This unforeseen turn of events left the two water clones unprepared, their hearts tightening in alarm. Just as they exerted themselves to turn and assess the situation, two kunai charged towards them like bolts of lightning, their speed astonishing. With a fierce momentum, the kunai flew directly towards the backs of the two water clones. Before they could react, the kunai had already struck them with thunderous force, penetrating their backs. With a splashing sound, the two water clones were instantly shattered, reverting back to mere puddles of water. Meanwhile, as Shikamaru utilized the shadow imitation jutsu to retrieve the kunai, successfully striking Sakura's water clone and achieving victory, the petals of the 1,000 cherry blossoms fluttered down like delicate snowflakes. They danced gracefully through the air, seemingly weightless. However, these seemingly fragile petals concealed immense lethality. Just as Shikamaru exhaled in relief after defeating the water clone, the petals of the 1,000 cherry blossoms had silently arrived before him, surrounding him like a swarm of deadly butterflies. Shikamaru's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this scene, though he had anticipated injury. Witnessing the petals racing towards him like lightning still left him profoundly shaken. Without hesitation, he curled his body, evading the lethal petals with utmost speed. Yet, despite his nimbleness, many petals rained down upon him with relentless force. Each impact brought forth a piercing pain, and in the blink of an eye, Shikamaru was covered in numerous wounds of varying sizes. These wounds were densely packed and crisscrossed, a harrowing sight to behold. Blood gushed forth from the wound, instantly transforming Shikamaru into a figure drenched in crimson. Sakura, witnessing the multitude of wounds adorning Shikamaru's body, let out a sigh of relief. She understood that while these injuries were not fatal, prolonged exposure could lead to excessive blood loss and death. Shikamaru was also acutely aware of the limited time he had. He wiped the blood from his face and glanced at the setting sun. This moment represented both the opportune time and his singular chance. Just as Sakura contemplated using her cherry blossom technique to force Shikamaru into submission, he quickly formed a series of hand seals, causing the shadows beneath him to surge towards her. No longer harboring any illusions, Sakura retreated without hesitation. She believed that doubling the distance would render her safe from Shikamaru's grasp. However, as she withdrew, the shadowy tendrils, aided by the angle of the sunlight and the surrounding structures, extended significantly towards her. As the shadowy appendages approached their maximum reach, they made contact with the hole that Naruto had dug in an attempt to ambush Neji. At that moment, Shikamaru's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat. Extending the shadowy tendrils using the sunlight and the shadows of the buildings came at a great cost. The consumption of his chakra surged exponentially, and he was now nearing complete depletion. Sakura, seeing the hole in her own position, was also drenched in cold sweat. Swiftly forming hand seals, she struck the ground that Naruto had disturbed. Earth release, earth-shattering palm. The ground before her fractured and crumbled in an instant, obliterating the opening left by Naruto. Shikamaru's pupils contracted as he felt his body slowly collapsing backward. He had ultimately lost. He couldn't even manage to touch her. Chapter 57, Sakura vs. Gaara. As Shikamaru fell unconscious to the ground, Nara Shikaku promptly declared Sakura the victor without hesitation. The audience erupted into a fervent cheer, applauding the extraordinary battle they had just witnessed. However, just as Sakura prepared to return to the waiting room, an unexpected event transpired. A whirlwind of sand spiraled into the arena, gradually coalescing into the form of Gaara. His sudden appearance stirred a wave of excitement, drawing the gaze of the crowd towards him. Gaara's eyes burned with intensity, exuding a palpable aura of menace. His voice trembling slightly with excitement. "You must not have had your fill yet. How about another match with me?" Sakura furrowed her brow at the sight. She was taken aback by Gaara's unabashed bloodlust and felt perplexed by his abrupt challenge. Turning to Nara Shikaku, she sought guidance from him. Shikaku, equally taken aback, shifted his gaze between Sakura and Gaara before finally resting it on the Hokage and Kazekage seated in the special viewing area. After all, while this competition held a degree of theatricality, the necessary protocols must still be observed. As Shikaku hesitated, the initially bewildered audience began to regain their composure. They realized that someone had voluntarily stepped forward to continue the battle, undoubtedly amplifying their excitement and anticipation. As the audience erupted into a fervor of enthusiastic shouts, their voices crescendoed in a rallying cry, "Let them fight! Let them fight!" The excitement among the spectators was palpable as they eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. For these onlookers, the thrill of the event was paramount, and they yearned to witness more captivating confrontations. Meanwhile, the third Hokage's gaze shifted to the wind shadow beside him, pondering the ulterior motives of this allied village leader. He found it perplexing that the wind shadow had abruptly altered the original plan, allowing Gaara to engage in a contest with Sakura Haruno. However, the wind shadow himself was equally taken aback by Gaara's unexpected decision. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the perplexed Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, to have them fight one by one would be excessively time-consuming. Since Gaara perceives this young lady named Sakura Haruno as a formidable opponent, let us allow them to engage directly in a duel. He paused before elaborating, ultimately, this match is intended for the entertainment of the audience and esteemed guests. A spectacular battle is sure to delight all present. At the wind shadow's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite harboring lingering doubts, nodded in agreement, well aware that the wind shadow harbored ulterior motives, although the specifics remained elusive. Reluctantly, he resolved to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Simultaneously, Nara Shikamaru, following the wind shadow's directive, promptly began preparations for this impromptu match. The wind shadow himself appeared somewhat indifferent to the outcome, yet he maintained a keen interest in the pink-haired girl, particularly her water and earth release techniques, as well as her distinctive ninja blade. Nonetheless, he was certain that she could not surpass the lethal prowess of the Jinchuriki of One Tail, whom he had nurtured since childhood. However, defeating this talented kunoichi would certainly bring prestige to Tsunade. As Nara Shikamaru succinctly outlined the situation, he turned to face Sakura and Gaara. Noticing their lack of idle chatter, he swiftly waved his hand to signal the start of the match before vanishing from sight. Just then, amidst the swirling leaves of the arena, two figures gradually materialized, and the crowd soon recognized the tardy arrivals as Kakashi and Sasuke. Apologies for being late, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by his lateness. Observing this scene from a distance, Nara Shikamaru and the poised Sakura were left speechless, unable to fathom that Kakashi and Sasuke had only just arrived. Ultimately, it was Nara Shikamaru who could no longer tolerate the disruption. He hastily approached and escorted the two unrelated individuals out of the arena. Unlike the original narrative, Sasuke's match had not been postponed but rather ruled a loss. Thus, the two latecomers had evidently forfeited their eligibility to compete. As Sasuke, bewildered, was being ushered away from the arena, Sakura unexpectedly extended her thumb towards him, encouragingly exclaiming, "Sasuke, don't be disheartened. I will defeat him for you." Her words pierced Sasuke's heart like a sharp blade. He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Sakura. This was in stark contrast to what Kakashi-sensei had assured him. Kakashi had promised Sasuke that this was merely a demonstration match, where every participant would be given a fair opportunity to showcase their abilities. Yet here he was, having not even stepped onto the field, already facing defeat. Although reluctant, Sasuke had no choice but to accept this reality. As they reached the spectator stands, Lee, leaning on his crutch, entered and slowly sat down beside Ino, who was alone, stating, "I made it just in time." Ino looked at Lee, whose hand was bandaged and blood seeping through, and with unwavering conviction, she declared, "Lee, just watch. Sakura will surely avenge you." "Thank you," Lee replied, touched, nodding appreciatively. At that moment, Kakashi arrived at the spectator area and glanced around, frowning upon noticing only 8 umbu present in such a vast venue. He turned to Guy, asking, "What does Hokage-sama intend with only 8 umbu here?" Guy, sounding somewhat resigned, replied, "No. Until we ascertain the enemy's specific actions, we must distribute the umbu throughout the village's key areas." Kakashi questioned, perplexed. Meanwhile, Guy gazed toward the arena, stating, "The match has begun. Though we cannot afford to be complacent, let us focus on the competition for now. Kakashi, I am eager to see just how formidable your students are." I will scrutinize their performance closely. After all, we are rivals. Guy flashed a brilliant smile, giving Kakashi a thumbs up. Despite his reluctance, Sasuke fixed his gaze intently on Sakura. This was a rare opportunity to witness Sakura unleash her full potential, and he was determined not to miss it. He firmly believed that Gaara was incredibly powerful, and even Sakura could not conceal her strength. Chapter 58. The Armor of Sand. At this moment, Kakashi seemed lost in thought, momentarily delayed in responding to Guy's words with a puzzled, Did you say something? Guy, exasperated, clasped his head with his hands and exclaimed, No way, Kakashi. Why are you always so heartless? Meanwhile, Sasuke, engrossed in watching the battle between Sakura and Gaara, rolled his eyes at the antics of these two clowns. Just then, the long-awaited clash between the two combatants finally commenced. A torrent of sand poured forth from the gourd on Gaara's back, prompting Sakura to immediately leap back to create distance. In fact, Sakura held a distinct advantage in her confrontation with Gaara. The sand he wielded, once in contact with water-based ninjutsu, became heavy and unwieldy, undoubtedly presenting a significant hindrance to Gaara's combat, while simultaneously amplifying his chakra consumption. However, at this critical juncture, an unforeseen event unfolded. Gaara suddenly covered one eye, a pained expression crossing his face as he muttered, Don't be so angry, mother. This scene left Sakura utterly astonished. She instantly realized that something was amiss. Without hesitation, she began forming hand seals, preparing to confront the looming crisis. Meanwhile, Gaara's expression underwent a gradual transformation, as his initial pain gave way to a burgeoning excitement. A peculiar smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, I sincerely apologize for the distasteful blood you just consumed, mother. However, this time it will undoubtedly be exquisitely delightful. In the lounge, Kankuro and Temari bore witness to Gaara's transformation, both taken aback by the sudden shift. Kankuro's voice trembled slightly as he slowly uttered, They have finally begun to converse. This could prove troublesome. Temari's countenance mirrored his concern as she anxiously stated, I've never seen Gaara like this before a battle. Could it be that this opponent is remarkably formidable? At this critical juncture, Sakura deftly completed her hand seals. With her gestures, a crisp sound of rushing water resonated, as if it were emerging from the void itself. Subsequently, a torrent of clear water began to whirl rapidly before her, drawn together by an enigmatic force, coalescing into a humanoid form. This water figure gradually became discernible, ultimately resembling a somewhat flat-chested girl. Notably, the girl's hair exhibited an extraordinarily unique shade of pink, making it impossible to overlook her presence, even as a mere clone. In the very moment the water clone fully materialized, it unsheathed its 1,000 cherry blossoms with unwavering resolve, darting forth like a released arrow. Concurrently, during its dash, it executed another hand seal with a single hand. Water style, water bullets. Sakura exclaimed softly, as 3 colossal water columns surged forth before the clone, akin to arrows unleashed, rushing directly toward Gaara. However, astonishingly, as the 3 water columns approached Gaara, they seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, easily thwarted by the shield of sand he had conjured. Nonetheless, a significant amount of sand became saturated, rendering it heavy and unwieldy. Yet Gaara appeared unfazed, promptly mobilizing more dry sand to envelop the dampened grains. As time passed, the dry sand gradually accumulated, ultimately shaping itself into Gaara's likeness, as if he were sculpted entirely of sand. Just as the sand clone prepared to launch an assault on the advancing water clone, it swiftly coalesced a substantial amount of sand, which seemed to be imbued with life, forming numerous small sand spheres. These sand spheres, akin to bullets, hurtled towards the water clone at an astonishing velocity. In the face of this unexpected onslaught, the water clone exhibited remarkable reflexes and agility. It flickered away with the swiftness of lightning, deftly evading the rain-like barrage of sand projectiles. Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions and the earth being torn asunder, the water clone emerged unscathed before Gaara's sand doppelganger. Without the slightest hesitation, the water clone raised the long blade in hand and, with a force akin to thunder, struck fiercely at the neck of Gaara's sand clone. The blow was as swift as lightning and possessed tremendous power, as if it aimed to rend the very air itself. However, unexpectedly, when the razor-sharp 1,000 cherry blossoms descended upon the neck of Gaara's sand clone, it penetrated only halfway. At that moment, the previously motionless sand suddenly appeared to come alive, swiftly spreading along the 1,000 cherry blossoms. The water clone, witnessing this, decisively relinquished the long blade. In an instant, the once formidable blade was shattered into countless fragments by the encroaching sand, transforming into a puddle of water absorbed entirely by the sand. Before Gaara's sand clone could react, the water clone vanished like a specter, reappearing silently behind Gaara. Startled to realize this, Gaara quickly turned around, only to be astonished to find the water clone had already materialized at his back. Remarkable speed. This individual is akin to that one. Gazing at the water clone before him, a wave of familiarity surged within Gaara. Images of his encounter with Rock Lee during the preliminaries involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Just then, the water clone, exuding an unstoppable momentum, delivered a punch directly to Gaara's cheek, causing fine cracks to appear on his face and sending a flurry of sand flying backward. So swift, almost on par with Rock Lee's standard speed. Meanwhile, Guy, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, while the bandaged Rock Lee felt a profound shock. The movements of this water clone were identical to my own taijutsu. Is this the armor of sand? Indeed, simple taijutsu cannot break your defense. Sakura's true self remained stationary, while the water clone took the position Gaara had occupied, performing hand seals with a fluidity that resembled flowing clouds. Simultaneously, the cracks on Gaara's sand armor, which had been inflicted by Sakura's blow, began to shed fine grains of sand, as if forcibly torn apart by external forces. However, at the very moment these sands fell, a greater surge of sand rushed in like a tumultuous tide, quickly filling the gaps. The sand armor, continuously flowing and replenished by the sand, swiftly restored itself to its original state, even more fortified than before. Yet, in the brief moment Gaara was preoccupied with mending his sand armor, the water clone completed the hand seals. With a crisp utterance, water release, water chaos waves. A torrent of water surged forth from the water clone's mouth, akin to a flood breaching its banks, gushing forth endlessly. In an instant, these streams coalesced into a massive torrent, rushing towards Gaara with astonishing speed and might. This spectacle left many of the ninjas present in utter disbelief. Their eyes widened, faces etched with incredulity. For the chakra contained within this deluge far exceeded what a mere genin should possess. Even more astonishing was the fact that this was merely a technique unleashed by a clone. How terrifying must be the chakra held by Sakura's true self. Chapter 59. The Guardian of the Crane. As Gaara realized that evasion was futile, he swiftly summoned the chakra within him, commanding the surrounding quicksand to converge around his body like a surging torrent. The grains of sand, seemingly imbued with life, rapidly enveloped him, forming an impenetrable shell akin to a robust egg. Sakura's water release technique, water chaos, unleashed powerful waves that violently crashed against the sandy barrier, producing a thunderous roar and sending countless droplets cascading through the air. Yet, despite the ferocity of the assault, the sand shell stood resolute, resembling an unyielding fortress. The exterior of the shell was continuously eroded by the relentless water flow, but Gaara did not remain idle. He incessantly infused his chakra into the shell, while the gourd on his back incessantly dispensed more sand, compensating for the losses incurred. In a remarkable turn, the rates of sand being washed away and replenished achieved a delicate equilibrium. Though the surface of the shell was dampened by the torrents, it remained steadfast, akin to a stabilizing anchor in tumultuous seas. As the onlookers marveled at Gaara's formidable prowess, an enormous hand composed of gravel abruptly protruded from the shell. This hand, reminiscent of a demon's claw, surged forth with fierce momentum, striking down upon the water clone that had just executed its water release, leaving it no time to react. With a sharp crack, the water splattered, and the clone was effortlessly obliterated, dissipating into the atmosphere. However, in the very moment Gaara triumphed over the water clone, an unforeseen event transpired. Sakura's figure, like a specter, suddenly materialized beside him. This was the culmination of Sakura's meticulous strategy. She was acutely aware that Gaara's assault on the water clone would create a significant vulnerability in his defenses. Seizing this opportunity, she cleverly concealed herself in the shadows, biding her time for the perfect moment to strike. As Gaara's body lay exposed and unguarded before her, she launched her attack without hesitation. With lightning speed, she drew forth her 1,000 cherry blossoms, piercing directly toward Gaara's chest. Taken aback by this abrupt onslaught, Gaara scrambled to command the sand for defense. Yet, the previous encounter with the water clone had rendered the sand saturated, robbing it of its agility and adaptability. At this critical juncture, Sakura was already within arm's reach, leaving Gaara no time to orchestrate an effective defensive maneuver. In this dire moment, he could only rely on the sand armor enveloping him to withstand Sakura's assault, attempting to pivot his body to evade a fatal strike. Nonetheless, Sakura's velocity was astonishingly swift. Even with the formidable defense of the sand armor, it merely delayed the inevitable. Gaara's evasive action was only partially successful, as the sharp thousand cherry blossoms pierced through the armor, embedding itself into his shoulder. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief, transfixed by the crimson blood gushing from his shoulder, as if it were not his own body. A low, incredulous whisper escaped his throat. "What is this?" As the warm essence enveloped me, Gaara's words caused the once tranquil sand beneath him to stir like a disturbed swarm of bees, swiftly converging around him. This sand, seemingly animated, tightly encased Gaara, forming a thick layer of sand armor. Suddenly, a powerful and eerie chakra surged forth from Gaara's body, imbued with an aura of brutality and destruction, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Under the influence of this chakra, Gaara's physique began to morph. Behind him, a colossal arm made of sand emerged, adorned with ominous black stripes, exuding a terrifying ferocity. The arm swung through the air with tremendous force, striking fiercely towards Sakura. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Sakura, however, did not succumb to panic. Instead, she reacted instantaneously. Without hesitation, she formed a single-handed seal and swiftly drew forth 1,000 cherry blossoms from Gaara's shoulder. Her movements were as swift as lightning, executed with seamless precision. Then, she leaped backward with all her might, attempting to evade Gaara's assault. Unfortunately, Gaara's attack was far too rapid. Sakura barely managed to retreat a couple of steps before the striped giant hand struck her with immense force. The sound of a tremendous impact echoed as Sakura's body was propelled away like a projectile. Accompanied by the shattering of a water balloon, Sakura's figure flew back, fragmented like the water itself, splashing everywhere. Gaara's enormous hand, seemingly disdainful, flicked away the droplets of water that clung to it. At that moment, Sakura appeared at a distance, having realized that Gaara's overwhelming and ominous chakra heralded the awakening of Shikaku. Thus, she had decisively employed the water clone technique to divert Gaara's and Shikaku's attention, absorbing the brunt of Gaara's attack while her true self cleverly concealed herself away. It proved to be a sound judgment. Had she not utilized the substitution technique and merely retreated, she would have likely sustained severe injuries, if not worse. Upon seeing that Sakura had emerged relatively unscathed, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in Gaara's eyes. The spectators from both Konoha and Tsunade were taken aback by the unfolding scene. The villagers of Konoha were astonished that Tsunade would send a Jinchuriki to participate in the tournament, while the reactions from Tsunade varied. The Kazekage and the leading instructor from Tsunade were shocked by Gaara's unilateral decision to harness Shikaku's power. Meanwhile, Kankuro and Temari were bewildered by the revelation of Gaara's injuries and the leakage of Shikaku's strength. Kankuro turned to Temari, inquiring, "Has he fully become one with Shikaku?" Temari, her expression one of terror, responded, "I don't know. This has never happened when he was injured." At that moment, a silver-haired figure wearing a mask in the audience murmured, "It is time to commence." A shadowy figure, cloaked in a hood and garbed as a member of the Umbu, formed hand seals, and in the blink of an eye, the spectators began to succumb to slumber. As Kakashi, Guy, and Sasuke successively dispelled the illusion, they realized that the hidden enemies had begun their assault. With many spectators in the stands collapsing, the Wind Shadow understood that Orochimaru's faction had initiated their attack and immediately turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Simultaneously, Hiruzen cast a glance back at the Wind Shadow, and the two exchanged a knowing look, a silent understanding between them. In that fleeting moment of connection, the Wind Shadow unhesitatingly tossed a smoke bomb. This device not only obscured the vision of Konoha's Umbu, preventing them from assessing the situation accurately, but it also served as a signal, instructing allied forces to commence their operations. In an instant, chaos erupted. A torrent of ninjas from Tsunade and Otoge surged forth, swiftly charging towards Konoha's Umbu, engaging them in fierce confrontation. These adversaries were evidently well prepared. Not only were they highly trained, but their coordination placed immense pressure on Konoha's forces. Meanwhile, certain ninjas from Tsunade and Otoge began to methodically target Konoha's elite. employing various jutsu and hidden weapons to strike with precision, thrusting Konoha into a defensive position. Amidst this turmoil, Hiruzen maintained an air of composure, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the wind shadow, demanding, "What does this mean, wind shadow?" However, the wind shadow disregarded Hiruzen's inquiry, his expression impassive as he swiftly eliminated the ninjas protecting the third Hokage, then, like a specter, seized Hiruzen and leapt onto the rooftop. Concurrently, the four sand ninjas who had been guarding the wind shadow revealed their true identities. Hiruzen was taken aback as he recognized them. Ninjas from Otogekure? The four sand ninjas, who had been masquerading as allies, were indeed agents of Otogekure, lying in wait like serpents in the shadows, anticipating the opportune moment to strike. Among them was a towering figure with 6 arms and a sun-kissed complexion, Kisame. A triumphant smile spread across his face, as if everything unfolded according to his design, and he exclaimed exuberantly, "Finally, it's our turn to shine." His voice brimmed with an unmistakable confidence and anticipation, as if he already claimed victory in this battle. Beside him stood 2 peculiar beings, their heads positioned one in front and one behind, who chimed in, "Indeed, we've been holding our transformed state for so long. It's becoming unbearable." Evidently, they had long awaited the moment to showcase their true prowess. The sole female member, a striking figure with long, fiery red hair, frowned and remarked to her companions, "You all reek of sweat. It's quite unpleasant." Yet, her teasing did little to dampen the spirits of the others. Instead, it lightened the atmosphere. Finally, the tall and robust Jiraiya took on the role of peacemaker, chuckling, all right, we're all comrades here, let us not quarrel." His voice resonated with a profound strength, exuding an air of stability and reliability. In stark contrast, the false wind shadow appeared utterly disinterested in the idle chatter, his expression inscrutable as he issued a direct command, "Act." No sooner had he spoken than the 4 sound ninjas sprang into action with lightning speed. Before the members of the Umbu could arrive, they swiftly positioned themselves at the 4 corners of the rooftop, their coordination impeccable. As they rapidly formed hand seals, their voices erupted in a fierce battle cry, and a pale purple barrier gradually ascended, enveloping the entire rooftop. The 4 purple flames formation. The voices of the sound ninjas boomed like thunder in the air, heralding the establishment of this formidable barrier. The tardy Umbu members collided with the barrier, their bodies instantly engulfed in flames as they tumbled down from the rooftop, shrieking in agony. Observing this spectacle from the stands, Kakashi and the others were taken aback. A barrier? They struck first, clearly not to be underestimated. Kakashi's expression turned grave upon witnessing the scene. As they rushed to support the Hokage, they were obstructed by hooded figures of the Umbu, accompanied by a multitude of sound ninjas. Meanwhile, in the arena, Gaara teetered on the brink of madness. As he swung his arm, poised to engage Sakura in battle, Kankuro and Temari intervened, blocking Gaara's path. "Cease, Gaara." Temari's voice trembled with fear and urgency. Gaara, however, spoke with deliberate menace, "I will kill her. Continuing this contest with him serves no purpose." Kankuro, suppressing his own trepidation, stood before Gaara and urged, "Do not forget our mission." Temari echoed his sentiment. "Step aside," Gaara commanded, pushing Kankuro away. At that moment, Maki, the leading instructor from Tsunade, confronted Gaara with a stern inquiry, "What are you all doing? The battle has already commenced." Upon hearing Maki's words, Gaara gradually regained his composure, the sand-formed arm behind him slowly disintegrating into grains at his feet. Simultaneously, Gaara clutched his head in torment, prompting Maki to realize that Gaara was on the verge of losing control. He clenched his teeth, contemplating the necessity of eliminating the girl responsible for Gaara's injury and rage. Just then, Nara Shikamaru stepped in front of Sakura, blocking Maki's gaze. At that moment, Gaara fell to his knees, racked with pain, leading Temari to exclaim in alarm, "What has happened to Gaara?" She knelt beside him, assessing his condition. His injuries are more severe than anticipated, and he has expended a considerable amount of chakra. Kankuro's unspoken concern lingered in the air, yet both Maki and Temari understood the implications. Maki gritted his teeth, muttering, "Fool. It's his fault for not waiting for the signal before attempting to transform into his complete form." Kankuro, feeling the weight of the situation, inquired of Maki, "What shall we do? Should we act without Gaara?" Maki was acutely aware of the dire circumstances. The invading sand ninjas outside were anxiously awaiting Gaara to create the perfect opportunity for them. Yet, He also understood the catastrophic consequences of Gaara losing control. Gaara was the secret weapon of their village, and he must not be allowed to spiral into chaos. Regardless, it is imperative to ensure that Gaara can execute his mission smoothly. Hurry and take Gaara away from this place to a secure location where he can heal. Once his chakra is restored, we shall promptly resume our battle plan. Upon hearing Maki's words, Kankuro did not hesitate to support Gaara, preparing for their retreat. However, Temari, with a hint of concern, inquired, "What about you, sensei?" Maki turned, his gaze resolute as he looked at Nara Shikamaru, and replied earnestly, "I will remain here to hold them off, buying you time." Naturally, Nara Shikamaru understood the significance of Gaara in this battle. He would not allow Maki and the others to escape easily. With a cold snort, he declared, "Do you think I will let you go so easily?" Unfazed by Shikamaru's obstruction, Maki immediately assumed a fighting stance, responding defiantly, "Let us see if you possess the capability to stop us. Go." Maki commanded gravely to Temari and Kankuro, who understood the urgency and promptly turned to lead Gaara away. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's gaze fell upon Sakura. His eyes filled with regret as he softly stated, "I apologize, but the Chuunin exams conclude here for you. You have successfully passed and become a Chuunin. As a ninja of the village, you must contribute to the strength of Konoha." Sakura comprehended the implication behind Shikamaru's words and smiled slightly, responding, "So, all I need to do is defeat Gaara, correct?" Shikamaru nodded, solemnly cautioning, "However, do not pursue too deeply. The ensuing battle is no longer merely an examination. It is a true struggle for survival." Sakura nodded in understanding, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she gently replied, "I am not Naruto. I will not act rashly." Before her words could fade, Sakura's form suddenly transformed into fluttering petals, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Witnessing this, Maki was taken aback and quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to locate Sakura's hidden presence. Yet, despite his fervent searching, he could not discern her whereabouts. Nor did he realize when she had turned into a substitute. In the audience, Sasuke observed Sakura's disappearance, clearly deducing that she had pursued the three sand ninjas. Just as he was about to chase after her, Kakashi intervened, saying, "Sasuke, go wake Naruto and Shikamaru. Naruto should be quite pleased, considering this is the first high-level mission since our journey to the Land of Waves." Chapter 61. Sakura and Temari in the tranquil forest outside of Konoha. Dappled sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of trees, but at that moment, three shadowy figures shattered the serenity of the woods. Temari and Kankuro moved through the thicket with grave expressions, their steps hurried and resolute, as if something dreadful pursued them from behind. Between them, Gaara, with his eyes tightly shut, was quietly supported by Kankuro's back, his body trembling slightly, clearly enduring immense pain. Temari frequently glanced back, her unease intensifying, for she sensed that someone was relentlessly pursuing them. "Faster, we must move faster," Shimaru urged Kanjuro in a hushed tone, her voice betraying a hint of urgency. Kanjuro nodded, gritted his teeth, and quickened his pace. However, carrying another person inevitably hampered their speed. Despite their utmost efforts, the distance between them and their pursuers diminished rapidly. Before long, a faint rustle emerged from behind, instantly heightening the tension between Shimaru and Kanjuro. They exchanged a glance, and despair reflected in each other's eyes. They were being caught. Suddenly, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air like lightning, followed by the sharp thud of a kunai embedding itself into the tree trunk beside Shimaru, deeply lodged within. Both Shimaru and Kanjuro abruptly halted. A girl with pink hair materialized before them, her gaze icy and piercing. Just in time, Kanjuro muttered, a trace of anger lacing his voice. He prepared to confront Sakura's onslaught, only to be halted by Shimaru's firm grip. "Quickly, take Gaara and go. I will handle this one," Shimaru declared, her voice deep and resolute, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Sakura, showing no signs of retreat. Kanjuro hesitated, concern flooding his heart. He was acutely aware of Sakura's prowess. Her ability to inflict harm on Gaara meant that defeating Shimaru, or even slaying her, would not pose a challenge. Yet Shimaru, can you truly face this adversary alone? Kanjuro's words were laden with worry. Shimaru stood defiantly before Sakura, asserting, "Do not concern yourself with me. This mission is of utmost importance to the Sand Village. Gaara must be prioritized, and this adversary only managed to wound him due to her water techniques. Against me, she may not fare as well." After weighing her words, Kanjiro clenched his jaw, ultimately conceding to Shumaru's insistence. While her reassurances bore an element of self-deception, it was true that water techniques did not exert such a significant disadvantage against her. Winning was improbable, but buying time seemed feasible. Sakura, for her part, showed no inclination to prevent Kanjiro's escape with Gaara. She was fixated on Shumaru's every move, prepared to obstruct her with her very life, if necessary. Yet, Sakura was indifferent to Kanjiro and Gaara's flight. She had no desire to engage Gaara in battle. Furthermore, she sensed the approach of Sasuke, Naruto, and Shikamaru, believing it would be equally effective to leave Gaara's resolution to them. Moreover, she needed Naruto to draw out the crane, which was pivotal to her significant plan. As Kanjiro fled with Gaara, Shumaru finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, when her gaze fell upon the girl who had once battled Gaara, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. The girl's beauty was striking, captivating to the eye. Yet, Shumaru could not muster any fondness for her strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Despite her youth, she could contend with Gaara, the village's lethal instrument, and even gain the upper hand. In contrast, Shumaru felt inadequate, a flicker of jealousy igniting within her. After all, Sakura was not a Jinchuriki like Gaara but a regular ninja who had advanced solely through her own talent. However, what troubled Shumaru even more was the unwavering, confident smile that adorned the girl's face, as if this battle were merely a leisurely game to her. This self-assurance intensified the weight of oppression within Shumaru's heart, as though a 1,000-pound burden pressed down upon her, rendering her nearly breathless. She felt as if an invisible hand gripped her heart tightly, each beat accompanied by a piercing pain. She longed to obliterate everything around her, a desperate attempt to vent the unexpressed oppression and fury swirling within. Finally, when Shumaru could no longer endure the heavy sensation of pressure, she swung her fan in a frenzied manner, launching an attack against the girl like a tempest. At that moment, Shumaru had completely forgotten that her original task was merely to buy time, as prolonging the standoff would be more advantageous for her. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: to engage the girl in a fierce battle, releasing the weight that burdened her soul, even if it meant sacrificing her life in the process. Sakura's gaze was piercing, and as she witnessed Shumaru's tempestuous assault, she remained unafraid. In a flash, she darted away, using a tree branch as a pivot, executing a swift pirouette with effortless grace, easily evading Shumaru's fierce onslaught. However, Shumaru was evidently unwilling to relent. Upon seeing this, she immediately swung her fan once more, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that shot forth like arrows, bearing down on Sakura and the branch beneath her. "Ninjutsu, Scythe Weasel!" Shumaru cried out, her voice crisp and resonant. Accompanying her fierce declaration, the wind blades surged towards Sakura and the branch like the sharpest of blades. In the blink of an eye, the branch succumbed to the slicing wind, shattering into countless fragments that scattered about. Yet, Shumaru did not allow herself to relax her vigilance. She was acutely aware of Sakura's formidable strength. Such a simple strike could never hope to vanquish her. Her current mission was not merely to buy time. More importantly, she aimed to exhaust Sakura's chakra as much as possible. After all, Sakura had already depleted a considerable amount of chakra in her fierce battle against Gaara, and she should now be running low. If Shumaru could successfully delay until Sakura's chakra was exhausted, or diminish it to the point where she could no longer contend with Gaara, her mission would be deemed complete. As expected, just as the wind blades shattered Sakura's form, she suddenly transformed into a flurry of beautiful cherry blossoms, dancing gracefully in the air before drifting down like snowflakes. This was evidently a highly specialized substitution technique. Although Shumaru did not know the specifics of this jutsu, her sense of alertness heightened significantly. Water release, hidden mist technique. With Sakura's voice echoing, the forest was soon enveloped by a thick fog. In an instant, dense white mist rose from all directions, shrouding her completely. This sensation was exceptionally disconcerting. After all, she was inherently no match for Sakura, and the feeling of being in a white, ghostly realm where her opponent could strike at any moment left her profoundly unsettled. In that moment, she experienced a disorienting illusion, as if she had been cast into another world. The entire world lay shrouded in a blanket of white. Yet a few trees nearby interrupted Temari's reverie, confirming her presence in the forest. Chapter 62. Morbid curiosity as Sakura and Temari engaged in a fierce battle. 3 figures and a dog hastily approached from behind. Suddenly, Pakin halted, sniffing the air intently, and remarked, "Sakura has ceased her combat. Although we still have quite a distance to cover, at our current pace, we shall catch up with her soon." Upon hearing Pakin's words, joy surged within Sasuke and Naruto. However, Shikamaru did not share their enthusiasm. He glanced back, his expression grave as he stated, "This is bad. The pursuers are closing in. I will hold them off. You two proceed ahead." Naruto, concerned, quickly turned to Shikamaru and said, "But your injuries." His words were abruptly cut off by Shikamaru. "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." Sakura didn't strike with full force. Though his voice was somewhat weak, he feigned composure. Yet his bandaged body, wrapped like a mummy, made it difficult to believe his reassurances. Seeing this, Sasuke refrained from further discussion, quietly uttering a caution before resolutely pursuing Gaara. His mind was singularly focused on confronting Gaara, determined to prove that through his recent training, he had surpassed Sakura in strength. As Shikamaru steadfastly prepared to intercept their pursuers, Pakin suddenly sniffed the air again, pondering aloud. "This scent is..." At Pakin's words, Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously turned their gazes toward him, a strong premonition brewing within them, as if a significant revelation were about to surface. Eagerly, Naruto asked, "What is it?" His voice betrayed a hint of anxiety, clearly anticipating Pakin's forthcoming revelation. "Is there something happening with Sakura?" Sasuke inquired, his brow furrowed with concern for Sakura's safety. Pakin hesitated briefly before slowly articulating, "I hadn't noticed before. But Sakura..." His sudden pause sent a jolt of anxiety through Naruto and Sasuke. Just as they were about to lose their composure, Pakin continued, "Is using the same shampoo as I am. That floral aroma is unmistakable." "Hey, what are you saying?" Naruto exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. He had expected urgent news, only to have Pakin emphasize such a trivial matter at this critical moment. "Boring," Sasuke replied dismissively, turning to resume his pursuit. "Wait, don't run ahead of me," Pakin called out, hurriedly quickening his pace to catch up with the already distant Sasuke. Temari suddenly felt enveloped by a thick mist, a wave of alertness washing over her. Without hesitation, she swiftly wielded her folding fan, intending to disperse the eerie fog with her jutsu. As she moved, a tempest erupted violently around her, akin to a ferocious beast, with her at its epicenter. This formidable force swept through, dispersing the surrounding fog in an instant, unveiling the hidden scenery obscured within. However, just as Shoju was reveling in the dissipating mist, she suddenly felt an icy chill at her neck. To her astonishment, a cold long blade had silently been positioned against her throat, unbeknownst to her. The blade shimmered with a frosty glint, poised to effortlessly sever her throat with the slightest movement. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Shoju's forehead as she realized she had plunged into a perilous predicament. "What kind of technique is this?" Shoju forced herself to maintain composure and inquired, hoping to buy some time to devise an escape plan. Sakura, hearing Shoju's question, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. Breathing in the sun-like scent emanating from Shoju, she replied leisurely, "This is not a ninjutsu. It is the art of silent assassination. Although it is merely a killing technique and not a ninjutsu per se, when combined with the mist concealment technique, its effectiveness is quite remarkable." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Shoju inwardly lamented her fate. She had not anticipated such a sinister tactic from her opponent, who could approach her so stealthily amidst the dense fog. "You are indeed formidable. But I am not made of paper." Shoju gritted her teeth. At the moment Sakura's blade grazed her neck, Shoju morphed into a piece of wood, upon which a burning explosive tag was affixed. Sakura noticed Shoju's subtle maneuver as she activated her substitution technique, but she dismissed it entirely. After all, she had ample time to play with Shoju. Her true adversaries were Gaara, Sasuke, and Naruto. Sakura's gaze fell upon the explosive tag, now half consumed by flames and on the verge of detonation. A barely perceptible smile played on her lips. As the explosive tag detonated, Sakura's form was instantaneously obliterated, as if torn into countless fragments. Yet, just as Shoju believed she had triumphed over Sakura, a devilish voice echoed in her ear. That was merely a water clone. The voice struck her like a bolt from the blue, causing Shoju's triumphant smile to freeze in place. Her eyes widened in terror as disbelief washed over her. For the Sakura who should have been shattered into pieces now stood unscathed beside her, as if the explosion had been nothing but an illusion. A profound dread surged within Shoju, realizing that this Sakura was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. Aware that close combat was not her forte, she turned and fled without hesitation, akin to a frightened rabbit, desperately escaping into the distance. Observing Shoju's flight, Sakura felt a wave of delight rise within her. The thrill of toying with her opponent was indeed intoxicating. Sakura watched in astonishment as Temari, having established a considerable distance, appeared to summon immense courage. With a flick of her wrist, the enormous folding fan in her hand unfurled behind her like a peacock displaying its plumage. Sakura fixated on Temari, who refrained from pursuing her, a wave of profound confusion and incredulity swelling within her, yet the gravity of the moment left no room for contemplation. She swiftly brandished her fan towards Sakura, unleashing a tempestuous gust laden with sand. Ninjutsu, wind, sand, dust. Sakura, recognizing the feeble potency of the technique designed primarily to obscure vision, discerned her opponent's intent. Without hesitation, she unleashed a decisive strike ahead of her. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the wind blades concealed within the sand were effortlessly cleaved by her kunai. Noticing Temari's astonishment, a subtle smirk crept onto Sakura's lips, revealing a barely perceptible glimmer of mischief. Now it is my turn. Jinjutsu, reverse harem technique. Chapter 63. Shino Aburame. Temari, initially taken aback by Sakura's insight into her strategy, suddenly observed a transformation in Sakura's pupils, shifting from a gentle green to a striking pink. This alteration momentarily disoriented Temari, as if the entire world around her had become obscured. Upon regaining her senses, she was astonished by the scene before her. She found herself seated upon a vast and sumptuous golden chair, intricately carved with exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The surroundings had entirely metamorphosed from the former forest into a resplendent palace. The palace's interior was opulently adorned. Lavish tapestries adorned the walls, plush carpets covered the floors, and sparkling crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Temari surveyed her surroundings, noticing a congregation of men clad in distinctive long robes. These men, ranging in age from their 20s to 40s, each exuded a unique flair. Among them were those with charming charisma, strikingly handsome, perhaps even surpassing Sasuke in allure. Others bore a dignified and imposing presence, reminiscent of long-established nobles, while some possessed a brooding demeanor, accentuated by a hint of facial hair that deepened their melancholic aura. Among this assembly, a few individuals stood out distinctly. One was a young boy, barely in his teens, resembling a porcelain doll in his adorable appearance. Another was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, his hair a cascade of white. Despite his advanced age, his skin remained smooth and radiant, devoid of wrinkles, and his robe clung tightly to his well-defined muscles, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief as she absorbed the extraordinary tableau before her. Her heart raced, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow, for she suddenly realized she was ensnared by a formidable jinjutsu. Without hesitation, she attempted to dispel the illusion with a counter-seal, yet to her dismay, it bore no effect. The jinjutsu maintained its unyielding grip on her. In the midst of her escalating anxiety, one of the men suddenly spoke. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an irresistible authority. As Shoju fixed her gaze, she beheld a man whose hair was entirely white, suggesting advanced age. Yet, the skin of his face was smooth and delicate, akin to that of an infant, devoid of any wrinkles. Your Majesty, the time has come for you to retire. He spoke gently, yet his words tightened Shoju's heart. Retire? The concept was utterly foreign to her, stirring a sense of confusion within. However, as the group of men began to loosen their garments, the true meaning of retirement dawned upon her. Her complexion paled instantly, and her body trembled involuntarily. For the first time, a flicker of fear surfaced in Shoju's voice, an emotion she had never experienced even in the presence of Sakura. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am quite formidable. Shoju forced herself to sound composed, attempting to intimidate the men with her bravado. Yet, her threats fell on deaf ears. They seemed entirely unfazed, continuing their leisurely disrobing. Anxious and desperate, Shoju sought to resist, only to discover in shock that her chakra was inaccessible. This revelation shattered her resolve, as she realized she had completely lost her capacity to fight back within this illusion. Meanwhile, Sakura observed Shoju's ashen face, murmuring, "Stay away. If you come any closer, I will fight back." These words, lacking any real threat, contrasted sharply with Shoju's trembling form, which bore a hint of an Anya-like smile. Having conjured the harem technique, it was only natural for Sakura to craft repulsive counter-techniques as well. These illusions could ensnare lecherous old men and ordinary ninjas alike, though those with steadfast willpower could resist them for only so long. After all, Sakura had not invested much effort into these three ninjutsu. Rather, they were merely preliminary exercises in illusion creation before her encounters with early blossoms. Indeed, Shoju soon broke free from the illusion, her eyes now filled with terror. She murmured phrases like, "Men are frightening. That thing men possess is terrifying," resembling a girl harboring a profound aversion to men who had been cast into a bathing area filled with them. Sakura inwardly lamented, "This is bad. Shoju wouldn't truly develop a hatred for men, would she? That would be quite unfortunate for Shikamaru." Just as Sakura contemplated whether to cast another illusion upon Shoju, the latter shuddered at Sakura's complex expression, instinctively shivering once more. She felt that if she did not regain her composure soon, she might face horrors far worse than before. As Shoju retreated in fear, Sakura sighed. She felt a twinge of regret, wishing to see Shoju's reaction if she were to be hypnotized by a female illusion technique. At that moment, as Sakura and Shoju faced off, Naruto, Sasuke, and Pakken arrived. Upon seeing Sakura and Shoju locked in a seemingly equal standoff, Naruto shouted, "I'm here to assist you." Sakura waved him off, saying, "Leave her to me. You all hurry and pursue Gaara and Kankuro. They haven't been gone long." As Naruto was about to respond to Sakura, Sasuke swiftly seized him and, passing by Sakura, declared, "Kankuro is your responsibility, Naruto, Gaara is mine. If your strength is merely what you displayed during the competition, then after a month of training, I have already surpassed you, Sakura." Clearly, the latter remark was directed at Sakura, who, displaying little reaction, simply advised, "You two be cautious. Gaara should be similar to Naruto, so do not underestimate him." Sasuke, exuding an inexplicable confidence, asserted, "I am more than capable of handling Gaara. Why should I deal with Gaara? You take care of Kankuro." Naruto protested vehemently upon hearing Sasuke's arrangement. Amidst their bickering, they quickly caught up with Kankuro and Gaara. At that moment, as Sasuke sought to confront Kankuro to prove his superiority over Sakura, Naruto suddenly interjected, "Gaara, your opponent is me. If you have the guts, come at me." Upon hearing Naruto's challenge, Gaara's face contorted in a twisted expression, as if locked in a fierce internal struggle. In an instant, he lunged at Naruto, who, evidently prepared, deftly evaded Gaara's attack and sprinted away, taunting him with playful gestures along the way. With only himself and Kankuro remaining on the battlefield, Sasuke urged Kankuro to conclude their duel swiftly, contemplating the possibility of fighting Gaara. Kankuro then remarked, "Now it seems it's just us. We must engage in battle." Sasuke, indifferent, replied, "It matters not who steps forward." Just as Sasuke finished speaking, a voice echoed nearby, "No, your opponent is me." A figure appeared beside Sasuke, directing his gaze at Kankuro, and continued, "Let us complete our unfinished match." Chapter 64. Chidori. As Sasuke hurriedly pursued, he was astonished to find that Gaara's body was nearly half buried in a tempest of yellow sand. Even more alarming was the grotesque transformation of Gaara's limbs, now swollen and distorted, resembling a terrifying monster. Their eyes met, and Gaara's already pale complexion twisted further in shock. However, in that fleeting moment, a sinister smile crept across his lips as he rasped at Naruto, "Are you afraid of me? Demon Fox Naruto, are we not of the same kind? Why do you fear me?" Gaara's voice echoed in the wind, tinged with madness and despair. At this moment, Gaara's mental state appeared exceedingly unstable, akin to a bomb poised to detonate, ready to spiral out of control. Amidst this tension, Sasuke noticed Gaara's abnormality without hesitation and unleashed his meticulously honed technique, Chidori. This was the source of his confidence in surpassing Sakura, for Chidori was a formidable jutsu, renowned for its staggering power. In contrast, Sakura's most formidable jutsu to date barely reaches a level of proficiency. Though her original Jinjutsu is indeed impressive, yet it still requires considerable refinement. Once perfected, it will undoubtedly surpass a certain threshold. The thunderous roar of Chidori resonated through the heavens, akin to the incessant chirping of countless birds in one's ears. The sound was so resounding that even Gaara, in the distance, was drawn to it. Gaara gradually turned his head, his gaze landing upon Sasuke. a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Sasuke? Why not Sakura? This succinct inquiry pierced Sasuke's heart like a sharpened blade. He widened his eyes, disbelief washing over him as he regarded Gaara, a surge of uncontainable fury swelling within him. Sasuke felt profoundly insulted. His prowess had seen substantial enhancement. Yet Gaara regarded him with such disdain. The sensation of being belittled rekindled memories of Naruto's own experiences of neglect, and he finally comprehended Naruto's sentiments. I am far superior to Sakura now, you fool, Sasuke bellowed, his voice reverberating through the air, laden with his resentment and wrath. In tandem with his roar, his Sharingan activated, and his body shot forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Gaara. Alarmed, Gaara instinctively raised his right hand, enveloped by Shikaku, in an attempt to fend off Sasuke's assault. However, at the moment Sasuke's Chidori-infused hand collided with Gaara's monstrous arm, a sharp crack echoed, and Gaara's robust limb was cleft asunder by the formidable piercing power of Chidori. Naruto, witnessing this scene from a short distance away, was overwhelmed with shock. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Sasuke's power, realizing that the chasm between them had only widened. Now, Sasuke was not only superior to Sakura, but had far surpassed him as well. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Naruto, who felt as though he were trailing hopelessly behind, unable to keep pace with Sasuke's formidable strides. Following the injury to his arm, Gaara's body seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing weakly against a tree. He trembled, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, his voice barely a whisper, tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Why am I so happy? He murmured, seemingly perplexed by his current emotions. Reflecting on the pain inflicted by Sakura Haruno in the past, he had felt a similar surge of inexplicable joy. Now, as this sensation washed over him once more, it prompted him to question his own feelings. I have become so strange, Gaara's voice dwindled, as if he were wrestling with some inner force. I now understand that this pain, this thrill of being defeated by someone capable of hurting me, and the desire to take everything from him, all intensify my awareness of my own existence. As he spoke, a formidable chakra erupted from within him, swiftly enveloping his form. Already battered, he was now cloaked in Shikaku's power, the area covered by the spirit's influence expanding ever more. Sasuke stood at a distance, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld the astonishing transformation of Gaara's body. His pupils constricted abruptly, and he exclaimed in shock, "What manner of monster is this?" As Gaara became increasingly influenced by Shikaku, one of his eyes gradually morphed into the shape of a coin, emanating an eerie aura. Simultaneously, a long and robust tail sprouted from his back, resembling the wings of a demon. Gaara's body was now entirely under Shikaku's control, his movements becoming remarkably agile. With the immense power of his arms, he propelled himself like a rubber band, using the elasticity of the branches to launch himself forward. In the blink of an eye, Gaara transformed into a shadow, hurtling towards Sasuke with astonishing speed. Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze fixed intently on Gaara, a wave of intense shock surging within him. The speed at which Gaara moved was akin to lightning, catching him completely off guard. Were it not for Sasuke's unique ability bestowed by the Sharingan, he would have surely been shattered by Gaara's incredible velocity in that fleeting moment. Just as Sasuke narrowly evaded Gaara's lethal strike and prepared to counterattack, he was taken aback to see Gaara utilizing Shikaku's hand and tail to catapult himself back with the force of a cannonball. Faced with such a rapid assault, Sasuke had no time to gather his strength for the formidable Chidori technique. In this critical moment, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames from his mouth. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. With a roar, a massive fireball soared towards Gaara like a burning meteor. Yet, unexpectedly, Gaara displayed no fear in the face of this ferocious inferno. Instead, he shielded himself with Shikaku's limbs and boldly braced himself to confront the flames head-on. With a resounding crash, the fire collided violently with Gaara's body. To everyone's astonishment, Gaara stood firm as an indomitable fortress, dispersing the fire technique with sheer force. Not only that, but after scattering the flames, Gaara continued his momentum, crashing into Sasuke and the branches behind him with the weight of a cannonball. Fortunately, the fire technique Sasuke unleashed had somewhat mitigated Gaara's impact. Otherwise, Sasuke would have suffered far more grievous injuries than merely being thrown aside. Observing Sasuke collapsed against the tree, Gaara chose not to pursue further, instead revealing a mocking smile as he remarked, "You are quite feeble." Chapter 65. The power of hatred. The taunting expression on Gaara's face intensified, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued. You are not only foolish but also naive, for your hatred is far too weak. The power of hatred is the essence of killing intent, and the strength of killing intent is, in truth, the power of vengeance. With his head bowed and silence enveloping him, Sasuke trembled slightly, seemingly grappling with the tempest of emotions within. Yet, Gaara persisted in his derision, taunting. Your hatred pales in comparison to mine. Silence. Sasuke could no longer endure the provocation. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fixated on Gaara with a smoldering rage. However, Gaara remained impervious to Sasuke's fury, continuing unabated. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Be quiet. Sasuke roared once more, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Yet, Gaara disregarded Sasuke's indignation, his words piercing like a dagger to Sasuke's heart. This signifies that you are significantly weaker than I. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's body jolted, and he slowly rose from the ground, head lowered, silently reflecting. Itachi chose me to be the avenger who would slay him. I am the avenger. Just as Sasuke stood, dark veins suddenly erupted across half of his face, spreading like a web, enveloping his cheek and forehead. Simultaneously, the screech of the Chidori in his hand intensified, as if yearning to pierce the heavens. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke launched himself like a cannonball, his speed akin to lightning, propelled by an insatiable thirst for vengeance towards Gaara. Unyielding, Gaara leaped in response, resembling a ferocious beast charging directly at Sasuke. In an instant, their figures intersected in midair, followed by a sharp crack as Gaara's arm, adorned with shikaku, severed. But in an unforeseen turn of events, Sasuke collapsed against a tree. This sight left Naruto astounded, and without hesitation, he rushed forward to support Sasuke. Gazing upon Sasuke's pallid visage, a wave of guilt and fury surged within Naruto. He loathed his own helplessness, feeling utterly impotent in the face of their clash. During the exchange between Gaara and Sasuke, Naruto discerned something unusual in Gaara's eyes. Despite Gaara's proclamations of the power of hatred, his gaze betrayed no animosity. Rather, it revealed a profound loneliness. It was an extraordinarily desolate look, reminiscent of Naruto's own childhood. In that moment, Naruto perceived a reflection of his younger self within Gaara's eyes. After all, both bore the burden of tailed beasts and had been scorned and ostracized by their villagers from a young age. However, unlike Gaara, Naruto gradually recalled myriad cherished memories. He reminisced about the first time Sakura invited him for a picnic, a pivotal moment in his life that enveloped him in the warmth of friendship. He also remembered Irika-sensei's care and guidance, which illuminated his sense of worth and purpose. Furthermore, he reflected on the myriad moments shared with Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, times brimming with laughter and tears. Since the moment he gained the recognition of his friends, Naruto's existence has felt akin to dwelling in paradise. Conversely, Gaara has perpetually inhabited a hellish realm, ensnared in solitude and anguish. Each time Naruto reflects upon the despair that once consumed his childhood, an involuntary shiver courses through his body, as if a chilling wind ascends from his spine, rendering him cold all over. In those days, his heart was saturated with hatred for every inhabitant of the village, a venomous resentment that corroded his spirit and inflicted unbearable torment. Simultaneously, he harbored a profound loathing for himself, questioning the very nature of his existence in this world. He perceived himself as superfluous, feeling unneeded and uncared for by anyone. The meaning of his life eluded him, and existence was merely an unending ordeal. In that moment, a wave of fear and trepidation suddenly engulfed Naruto. Gazing at Gaara before him, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him. He doubted his ability to triumph over Gaara, who had endured a lifetime of solitude, countless battles, and endless suffering, resembling a warrior emerging from the depths of hell, powerful and unyielding. Gaara seemed to perceive Naruto's hesitance. A subtle smirk graced his lips, laced with derision. In a chilling tone, he inquired, "What is this? Are you afraid of me? Are you fighting for yourself or for others? In truth, all you need is to love yourself. Fight solely for your own sake. That is the true definition of strength. Come, battle me. Where has your earlier bravado vanished? If fear consumes you, abandon your comrades and flee. You are far too weak now, your spirit corroded by happiness and joy. Only by embracing solitude can you regain your strength." Gaara's words echoed like a demonic whisper in Naruto's ears, attempting to seduce him into relinquishing everything he held dear, to once again embrace loneliness and hatred. However, Naruto remained unmoved by Gaara's taunts. His gaze was as steadfast as rock, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Fixing his eyes on Gaara, he declared with quiet intensity, "No." Though his voice was soft, it brimmed with strength and resolve. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "It is the desire to protect that empowers one. I will prove this to you." Before his words could fully dissipate, Naruto summoned his courage. Leaping into the air with unyielding determination, his movements were swift and decisive, as though he had not entertained the thought of failure. In midair, he swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a multitude of shadow clones surged forth, encircling him and establishing a formidable defense. Unperturbed, Gaara responded in kind. Though his body was gradually being consumed by Shikaku, he bore the agony and opened his mouth to unleash a powerful gale. This tempest was laden with swirling sands. Faced with Gaara's onslaught, Naruto's shadow clones exhibited unwavering bravery, charging headlong into the sandstorm, striving to shield themselves from the overwhelming force. Alas, the tempest's might was insurmountable. The shadow clones were swiftly scattered, dissolving into nothingness amidst the ferocious winds. Naruto himself was swept away by the immense force, crashing violently against several branches, which snapped under the impact. "I will play with you for a while, but I won't kill you. I eagerly anticipate when you will abandon your comrades and flee." With that, Gaara unleashed a barrage of sand projectiles, sending the barely rising Naruto flying once more. Chapter 66. The Naruto Army. Matamata. It's not over yet. Gaara struck Naruto again with sand bullets, and this time, Naruto collided with multiple branches before he finally came to a halt. Meanwhile, the previously unconscious Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning as he became aware of his surroundings. He observed Naruto fighting desperately to protect him, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. However, due to the backlash of the cursed seal, Sasuke's body had become extraordinarily weak, making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. It felt as though an invisible force bound him, rendering him unable to break free. After enduring Gaara's assault, Naruto once again rose resiliently from the ground. His body was marred with wounds, blood staining his clothes. Despite this, his legs trembled as he struggled to uphold his own weight. "What is this feeling?" Naruto muttered, a hint of confusion and bewilderment lacing his voice. This sensation was so foreign yet so intense that he could not ignore it. Seeing Naruto rise once more ignited Gaara's fury. He roared and launched another assault, striking Naruto fiercely. Yet, Naruto did not succumb. Fueled by indomitable willpower and incredible recuperative abilities, he painstakingly rose again. His body swayed precariously, but his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. "What is this overwhelming feeling?" Naruto pondered, grappling with a sensation that was both agonizing and empowering. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an insatiable desire not to lose to this particular opponent, even if it meant death. With a sudden roar, Naruto's voice reverberated through the air, as if to release all his pent-up frustration and rage. After the roar, Naruto swiftly retrieved explosive tags from his pocket, tightly wrapping them around the handle of his kunai. He then took a deep breath, leaping into the air toward Gaara. In the midst of his leap, Naruto quickly formed hand seals, instantly creating several shadow clones. These clones, alongside his original self, charged at Gaara with a fierce battle cry, akin to cannonballs hurtling towards their target. "Now, let the secret technique of the spiral Naruto shadow clone dash attack commence," Naruto shouted, as he and his clones surged toward Gaara. Gaara, observing the airborne Naruto charging at him without any leverage or cover, could not help but smirk malevolently. His arm, transformed into the monstrous claw of Shikaku, lunged directly at Naruto without any flourish. However, Naruto's clones bravely shielded their original from Gaara's assault, roaring defiantly as they were crushed. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto was propelled forward by one of the clones. As Gaara's other claw aimed at him, Naruto once more summoned a clone to intercept the attack, a tactic that few could withstand. After all, upon the demise of the shadow clone, the experiences are relayed back to the original, and it is undeniable that Naruto's will is remarkably resilient in such circumstances. Upon reaching Gaara, Naruto employed his shadow clone technique once more, utilizing the clone's back as a stepping stone to fiercely propel himself forward while thrusting the kunai, tightly grasped in his hand, towards Gaara. Behold, This is the secret technique of Konoha, the ultimate body technique taught by Kakashi-sensei, the 1,000 years of pain. Naruto forcefully drove the explosive tagged kunai into Gaara's vulnerable backside. Once again, Naruto found himself sent flying by Shikaku's tail, but this time, Sasuke desperately shielded him with his own body. As an explosion erupted, Gaara slowly emerged from the smoke. Though he appeared unscathed, the half-destroyed Shikaku was reduced to fine sand, flowing away, to target the weakest point of the tail. Though uninjured, he has not fully absorbed the impact. Have I underestimated him? Sasuke, barely managing to stand, urged Naruto, you must escape. In your current state, you can surely get away. I can hold him off for a moment. I believe in you. If I perish here, it would merely signify my inadequacy. I have lost everything before. I cannot bear to witness my important comrades fall before me. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto murmured, important comrades. At that moment, he recalled Kakashi's words during the mission in the Land of Waves. I will never allow the enemy to take my comrades away. Gazing at Sasuke's back, Naruto resolved that he could not allow his important comrades to perish before him. But does he wish for his own demise? No, he does not. One fights not for oneself, but to protect others, for that is when one becomes strongest. Once more, a powerful and malevolent chakra surged from Naruto, startling the barely standing Sasuke. In that instant, Naruto formed hand seals and shouted, multiple shadow clone technique. As his voice echoed, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. And when the fog dissipated, a multitude of Narutos appeared throughout the forest. Some perched upon branches, others hung upside down, each clone striking various poses. I apologize for the wait. They all exclaimed in unison, their voices merging to create a thunderous proclamation. From this moment forth, the ninja techniques of Naruto Uzumaki commence. What in the world? The sheer number of clones. Even Gaara could not hide his astonishment at the sight of 1,000 Narutos. Meanwhile, hidden atop a tree and cradling the unconscious Temari, Sakura was taken aback, realizing that such a number of clones could hardly have been achieved even at the height of the third Hokage's power. Perhaps only Hashirama Senju could have attempted such a feat. No one else could manage it. In truth, Sakura had long ago incapacitated Temari and was now observing the battle from the sidelines. Though she hoped for Naruto and Sasuke to force Shikaku into its complete form, she could not completely disregard their safety. If necessary, she would intervene herself. The original Naruto, witnessing his army of Narutos, turned to Sasuke and said, Sasuke, you rest well. Leave the rest to me, Naruto Uzumaki. All right, everyone, let's go. With a fierce roar, the original Naruto directed his attention towards Gaara. Jumping Naruto ninja techniques, Shuriken Barrage. Numerous Narutos hurled their shuriken from all directions towards Gaara. Gaara found himself besieged by a torrent of shurikens, akin to a relentless downpour, leaving him no choice but to curl his body and shield himself with Shikaku. Just as Gaara successfully defended against the barrage, Naruto and his companions drew closer, their battle cries reverberating through the air. 1,000 Narutos unleashed their might, the Rasen Shuriken Barrage, with the last 2 Narutos striking down Gaara, who had lost the protective embrace of Shikaku. The flurry of attacks came to an end. Gaara plummeted to the ground, his voice faltering as he uttered, this guy. This time, I will not lose, as a surge of determination propelled him. The ground beneath him erupted, a torrent of sand shooting skyward in response to his fury. Chapter 67. Fukusaku. The full form of Shikaku finally revealed itself before the onlookers, its massive and unwieldy body resembling a moving mountain, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. Each of its steps sent tremors through the earth, as if the very world quaked at its emergence. At that moment, Shikaku extended its colossal forklaw, resembling a collapsing peak, and lunged fiercely at Naruto. With this action, a deluge of sand surged forth like a raging tide, ensnaring Naruto in its grasp. Having previously employed the shadow clone technique, Naruto's chakra was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of executing even the simplest of jutsu. Faced with Shikaku's ferocious onslaught, he seemed to be ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, just as the sand threatened to completely engulf Naruto, Gaara's voice resonated from within Shikaku. I never anticipated revealing this form to you. Though his voice was soft, it pierced through the tense atmosphere with startling clarity. Moments later, Gaara's voice rang out again, Sandstorm. Before Gaara could finish his declaration, Naruto seized the fleeting opportunity as the sand had yet to fully envelop him, swiftly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. When the sand finally consumed him entirely, an eerie silence fell over the surroundings. However, amidst this stillness, Naruto's voice emerged from the depths of the sand, summoning technique of the 12 signs. With this proclamation, a tremendous cloud of smoke erupted from the sand. From within the haze, a colossal toad manifested itself. "Sasuke, I will protect you," Naruto declared, standing atop the toad's head, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Shikaku. As if proclaiming his resolve, Gaara, observing the sudden appearance of the giant toad, felt a chill run through him as he remarked from within Shikaku, "Naruto Uzumaki, what level of enjoyment can you bring me?" Sasuke, taken aback by the imposing giant toad, could only stare in astonishment. "Naruto, what have you done?" Meanwhile, Naruto stood proudly atop the giant toad, having summoned it once more, far surpassing the smaller toads like Gamakichi or Gamakin. "Who dare summon me?" The giant toad boomed, its voice thunderous, compelling all to cover their ears. "Ah, it's you again. What business do you have?" That appears to be the Shikaku of the Sand Ninja." At this moment, Naruto touched his nose and exclaimed, "Let us fight together, Boss Toad." Boss Toad exhaled a puff of smoke, replying, "I refuse." Naruto, taken aback, pondered, "Why would I deliberately battle with such a fool?" Boss Toad, with a calm demeanor, spoke a truth that resonated deeply. "Why not? Did you not claim you would take me as your subordinate? Assisting your junior in times of trouble is the mark of a true leader," Naruto asserted while patting Boss Toad's head. "I did say I would take you as a subordinate, but we have yet to share a cup of wine in camaraderie," Boss Toad countered, seeking yet another excuse to decline. "How can this be? I am not even 20 yet." As Naruto grew increasingly frustrated, a small toad leapt onto his head, urging, "Do not say such things. Just help this guy out, old man." Startled by Toad Gigi's words, Naruto responded, "Huh? Father? Why are you here, Toad Gigi?" Boss Toad, hearing his son, instinctively asked the question all fathers would pose. "I came out for a bit of fun, only to have this guy attempt to bully me." With Toad Gigi's words, the spirit of Toad Wanta ignited fiercely. It was permissible to discipline one's own offspring, but how dare this insolent raccoon bully his child? "What?" Toad Wanta's voice turned dangerously low. At that moment, Toad Gigi continued, "It was this fellow who saved me. He is an intriguing character, evenly matched with this monster." Upon hearing Toad Gigi's words, Wanta slowly drew his large blade, declaring, "All right, I acknowledge you as my subordinate. Now, allow me to demonstrate what righteousness truly means." True to his reputation as one of the 3 rascals of Myaboku Mountain, Wanta wielded his sword with unparalleled finesse. With a grace that belied his massive stature, he swiftly struck, severing one of Shikaku's arms amidst a flurry of movements. However, such an injury held little significance for Shikaku, composed of sand. At that moment, Gaara gradually manifested above Shikaku's head, stating, "Naruto Uzumaki, you are truly fascinating. Allow me to show you what true power is." Sleep technique. As Gaara formed hand seals, his body began to relax, and in that instant, Shikaku's form began to radiate an unsettling chakra, as if the power within was being gradually awakened. Witnessing this, Naruto felt a surge of intense anxiety and urgently inquired, "Boss Toad, what is happening? Why is this occurring?" Toad Wanta took a deep breath from his pipe, slowly exhaling the smoke before calmly explaining, "The Jinchuriki of the Tanuki often suffer from sleep deprivation, leading to extreme instability in their mental state. When they fall asleep, it signifies that their personality is being slowly eroded by Shikaku. Therefore, when they truly succumb to slumber, the true Shikaku awakens." As Wanta's words faded, Shikaku's eyes suddenly ignited with a blinding light, followed by an excited roar. "Yahoo! I can finally emerge." It was as if it had been suppressed for far too long, now liberated. "I have found my target." Shikaku's voice dripped with hostility as it forcefully struck its own belly. Wind release, vacuum bomb. As the roar of the guardian crane echoed through the air, a tremendous gust of wind erupted from its maw like a cannonball, propelled with formidable force toward its adversaries. However, the agile Wenta, the Toad Sage, was not daunted by this sudden onslaught. He leapt high into the air and opened his mouth, unleashing a colossal sphere of water that cascaded forth like a waterfall. Water release, iron water cannon. The water sphere collided with the gust of wind expelled by the guardian crane, resulting in a thunderous clash that sent droplets and gusts swirling in the atmosphere. The two powerful forces counteracted each other, causing it to rain heavily in the sky as droplets fell like a torrential downpour. just as Winta and Naruto descended to the ground. A clear voice rang out from below. "Naruto, do you need assistance?" Upon hearing this voice, Naruto looked down with surprise, spotting a young girl with pink hair standing atop a tree, gazing up at them. Chapter 68. The Technique of Eightfold Dragon's Guardian. Winta squinted at the girl, noting that she was merely a child of similar age to Naruto, and a hint of disdain crossed his features as he remarked, "Begone. This is no place for a little girl like you. The guardian crane is not something you can contend with." Sakura, undeterred by his words, nodded resolutely and replied, "I am well aware that I am no match for the crane, but I am confident that I can restrain it for just a moment. If that moment is long enough, you and Naruto can either control it or awaken Gaara. Wouldn't that suffice? Little one, do not speak so boldly. This is a perilous endeavor." Upon hearing her words, Winta's previous nonchalance and disdain vanished, replaced by a newfound scrutiny of the seemingly ordinary girl. After careful observation, he was astonished to discover an exceptionally robust chakra coursing through Sakura, a powerful life force akin to surging ocean waves that felt oddly familiar to him as a creature of Mount Myaboku. In response to Winta's skepticism, Sakura offered a slight smile, exuding confidence as she said, "Rest assured, Lord Winta, I would never jest with my life." At that moment, Naruto's head suddenly popped into view, his broad smile interrupting the conversation. "I believe in Sakura." "Excellent. In that case, Naruto, you must be thoroughly prepared. I am not particularly adept at transformation techniques, so I will require your assistance to execute this jutsu. You must envision a creature with sharp claws and a formidable presence. Only then shall we have a chance to capture the guardian crane. After all, I am merely a toad." Winta, having confirmed that Sakura was not merely boasting, began to methodically organize their strategy. "Understood." Naruto responded without hesitation, swiftly forming hand seals as he concentrated intently, envisioning a creature of striking claws and imposing stature. As he immersed himself in this visualization, a vivid orange figure flashed through his mind. This silhouette was all too familiar to Naruto, for it was the very embodiment of the tragic experiences that had shaped his life. Simultaneously, Sakura nimbly leaped through the forest, gradually approaching the imposing figure of Shikaku. To her, Shikaku appeared as an immovable mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Such a feeling could never be truly captured in anime or manga, and it dawned on Sakura how naive she had been to think Shikaku would be easy to handle based on her memories from a past life. She now realized that its colossal size alone rendered her utterly helpless. Drawing in a deep breath, Sakura's chest rose and fell rhythmically, as if attempting to inhale the very air around her. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, where trees toppled like dominoes, creating a thunderous cacophony that echoed the end of the world. Her hands began to form seals slowly, each movement precise and fluid. As she completed the signs, her chakra ignited like a raging flame, surging within her body like tumultuous waves. Correspondingly, her life energy awakened and began to pulsate vigorously. This synergy between her life force and chakra radiated a formidable aura. Shikaku noticed Sakura, yet regarded the diminutive human with disdain. As a tailed beast, it possessed an inherent pride, always considering its adversary to be the colossal toad that matched its own size. Unfazed by Shikaku's contempt, Sakura summoned all her chakra and slammed her hands onto the ground. This strike served as a signal, triggering a cataclysmic transformation. The sole observer, Sasuke, watched in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Sakura positioned herself in the path of the monstrous creature, a reckless act that seemed akin to courting death. However, driven by trust in Sakura, he refrained from intervening, realizing he lacked the means to halt her audacious maneuver. Would release, Eightfold Path of the Dragon. Sakura called out the name of her technique, and her chakra surged into the earth like a torrent unleashed. In an instant, the previously tranquil forest awakened, with roots convulsing violently. These roots, akin to enormous serpents, erupted from the ground and spread with astonishing speed. As they broke the surface, they thickened and expanded, as if imbued with a consciousness of their own. Ensnaring the advancing Shikaku. Would release? Sasuke, Winta, and Shikaku exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. They could scarcely fathom witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle in this moment. Particularly Shikaku, which seemed to recall something terrifying, its massive form quivering slightly. Although for a colossal creature like Shikaku, it was merely a slight tremor. For diminutive humans such as Sakura and Sasuke, it felt akin to the very earth shaking beneath them. Among all present, it was Shikaku who exhibited the most profound fear. Having developed a distinct aversion to wood release, its instinctive reaction upon encountering it was to flee. However, just as it attempted to escape, it realized it had unwittingly stepped into the domain of wood release's control. Countless roots surged forth like a ravenous horde of climbing tigers, swiftly ensnaring Shikaku's form. This sudden confinement drove Shikaku into a frenzied struggle. The onlookers were taken aback by the rampant spread of the roots, as this spectacle was entirely unfamiliar to all except Shikaku, particularly for Sasuke. Despite having read about wood release in his family's archives, he had merely regarded it as an ordinary ninjutsu, failing to grasp its true potency and unique nature. As for One-Tai, he had only heard of wood release from the lips of the two sages. After all, during the era of Hashirama's prominence, One-Tai was but a small frog, lacking the opportunity to witness true wood release firsthand. Furthermore, at that time, Myobo Kuzen's connection to the ninja world was tenuous, resembling a secluded paradise untouched by the outside world. Hey, great frog, what on earth is this?" Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with awe at the sight of the impressive display. Naruto, equally astonished, stared at the roots that were creeping up Shikaku's waist, his curiosity piqued. The great frog inhaled deeply, releasing a plume of smoke, and remarked, "This is a remarkably extraordinary ninjutsu. It is said that aside from your first Hokage, no one else has been able to master it. It is astonishing that another individual capable of wielding such formidable wood release has emerged. Is Sakura truly this powerful? I had no idea she had grown so strong." Naruto mused, his gaze fixed on the wildly struggling Shikaku and the cyclical process of the roots extending and retracting. "Naruto, stop daydreaming. The girl won't last long. It's our turn to take action," the great frog urged, snapping Naruto back to reality. Upon hearing this, Naruto's excitement surged. "All right. It's time for us to showcase our abilities." Chapter 69. The plan. Meanwhile, Sasuke was jolted by the sight of Sakura's wood release, his body trembling in response, only to be followed by a dimming of his expression. His emotions were a tumultuous mix, difficult to articulate. Initially, he believed that mastering Chidori made him the most formidable among the trio, especially after his intense battle with Gaara, which bolstered his confidence. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that Naruto, once perceived as the underdog, had summoned such an immensely powerful frog, shattering his preconceived notions. Furthermore, the display of Sakura's ability to restrain a fully realized Shikaku left Sasuke in a state of astonishment. This series of events rendered him momentarily bewildered, as if all his previous efforts had become a mere jest, with him appearing as a jester, showcasing his trivial progress in the presence of Naruto and Sakura. Unbeknownst to Sasuke, at this very moment, Sakura was grappling with immense pressure. Her chakra had been utterly depleted, and every part of her body protested, leaving her in a state of profound discomfort. Fortunately, the technique she had invoked, the eight-headed dragon's art, a wood-release ninjutsu, possessed formidable capabilities to absorb the enemy's chakra and life force to sustain itself. Thus, all that was required of Sakura was to establish a limit for this jutsu. Once that threshold was set, any enemy ensnared by it would find themselves utterly unable to escape if they lacked the strength to break free, ultimately succumbing to a slow drain of their vitality. However, the challenge lay in the overwhelming power of Shikaku. The amount of chakra Sakura, as a novice at the shadow level, could muster to reach this point was nothing short of remarkable. As the roots binding Shikaku began to fracture and the repair speed faltered, a remarkable transformation occurred. Gamabunta, the toad, morphed into the form of the Nine Tails. This sudden change momentarily startled Shikaku, yet he quickly discerned the true nature of the Nine Tails. Gamabunta, resembling a ferocious beast, lunged at Shikaku with an astonishing swiftness. His powerful forelimbs clamped down on Shikaku's shoulders like iron pincers, while his massive jaws clamped mercilessly around Shikaku's neck, pinning him in place. "Now, Naruto!" Gamabunta's roar thundered like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the clamor of battle. In response to this call, Naruto sprang forth with the speed of lightning, soaring gracefully atop Shikaku's head. Meanwhile, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, a colossal weight lifted from Sakura's heart. She noted that the roots binding Shikaku had fully healed, and joy surged within her. Every effort she had exerted was for the arrival of this moment. Just as Sakura reveled in her elation, she suddenly felt a colossal surge of chakra and life energy coursing through the roots of the wood release, flooding into her body like a torrential tide. The force was so overwhelming that she nearly let out a moan of pleasure. Struggling to contain the indescribable ecstasy, she stifled any sound. As the relentless torrent of malevolent chakra and life energy transformed into pure would-release chakra through the eight-headed dragon's art, Sakura's body swiftly absorbed and stored it, gradually swelling with a sense of fullness. In the blink of an eye, she sensed her body reaching its limit, unable to accommodate any more chakra. Resolutely, she severed her connection with the eight-headed dragon's art, concluding this journey of absorption. Upon returning to the realm of reality, a powerful surge of would-release chakra surged through her, as if it sought to break free from the confines of her body. Sakura could distinctly feel the presence of this formidable power, a wave of exhilaration washing over her. Although this chakra merely bestowed upon her a temporary enhancement of her limits and was not a permanent boon, it would dissipate once she utilized it to match her original chakra level. However, for Sakura, this marks a significant breakthrough. With the additional reserve of chakra, her forthcoming endeavors will become considerably more manageable. As for the origin of this ninjutsu, it is a trump card that Sakura devised based on her own bloodline limit, following countless experiments on Naruto. In fact, during her time in the Land of Waves, Sakura had already discerned that her would-release chakra exhibited an unusual attraction to tailed beasts, especially at the moment when Naruto briefly lost control. She had a compelling intuition that she could absorb the chakra and life energy of the tailed beasts. This astonishing discovery reminded Sakura of Hashirama's wood dragon technique, which she knew was also capable of absorbing chakra. However, she was uncertain whether the principles behind these two methods of absorption were identical. Upon returning from the Land of Waves, Sakura refrained from practicing wood release overtly. Instead, she practiced in her backyard using tree roots, allowing them to delve deeper into the ground, thereby familiarizing herself with the sensations of using would-release chakra to nurture and control trees. If one were to excavate the trees in Sakura's backyard, they would find that the seemingly ordinary root systems were extraordinarily large, as if they belonged to towering trees of centuries rather than mere saplings. During her experiments on Naruto, Sakura unexpectedly discovered a remarkable truth. Her would-release chakra was not limited to absorbing the chakra of tailed beasts, but possessed the capability to absorb and amplify all types of chakra and life energy. This revelation became a crucial foundation for Sakura's development of her Jinjutsu, early Sakura, blooming flowers. Throughout the process of her ninjutsu development, Naruto played an indispensable role. Each time Sakura conducted experiments on him, he would experience an inexplicable fatigue and lethargy. Nevertheless, Sakura meticulously controlled the absorption levels, ensuring that Naruto would not suffer any adverse reactions or a reduction in lifespan. Since the chakra and life energy absorbed by Sakura were merely a trivial fraction for Naruto, he could easily recover after a good night's sleep. Thus, while he occasionally appeared somewhat listless as evening approached, he would invariably return to his lively state by the following day, allowing Sakura to continue her ninjutsu experiments on him with peace of mind. Seeing that Naruto had awakened Gaara with a headbutt while Shikaka's consciousness slipped back into slumber, she quietly withdrew from the battlefield. She had another destination. As the third Hokage was nearing death at the hands of the Reaper, sealing Orochimaru. With the demise of the third, Orochimaru's plan to topple Konoha was approaching its conclusion. Now, her task was to confront Danzo with the surging would-release chakra she had amassed. Although her combat prowess was only comparable to that of an ordinary jonin aside from her extensive chakra reserves, she was determined to confront Danzo, believing that her substantial chakra could vanquish the shadow of Konoha. Chapter 70. The choice in the underground base of Konoha. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Danzo sat in a dimly lit room, while a member of Root stood before him, bowing his head as he reported the latest developments. My dear, according to the intelligence we have received, Sarutobi has tragically perished in his battle against Orochimaru. The voices of the Root members were somber and heavy. In an instant, Danzo's expression transformed from one of surprise to exuberance. He slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly, and exclaimed impatiently, "What? Sarutobi is truly dead?" However, before the Root ninjas could confirm once more, Danzo erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Huh? His cackle echoed through the silent base, jarring to the ears. Though his lips curled into a smile, his cold, unyielding gaze concealed a barely perceptible hint of sorrow. Danzo had long coveted the position of Hokage, and to achieve this ambition, he had not hesitated to once again ally himself with Orochimaru. Yet, upon hearing of Sarutobi's demise, a complex array of emotions surged within him. Nevertheless, this melancholy was swiftly cast aside, replaced by an unmistakable gleam of triumph. He promptly steadied his emotions and led the root members outward. "Sarutobi, I warned you that you would come to regret this," Danzo murmured to himself as he walked. "Now that Konoha is without a Hokage, it is the perfect time for my ascendance." However, just as Danzo stepped beyond the confines of Root, his stride abruptly halted. Before him stood a cadre of elite sand ninjas, encircling Danzo and his Root members. Danzo's expression turned icy. Although he had begun to form suspicions, he coldly inquired, "Orochimaru, what is the meaning of this?" "By the orders of Lord Kazekage, we are here to eliminate the Hokage's advisor," Danzo, one of the sand ninjas, declared, subsequently giving the command for all sand ninjas to attack. In their understanding, to utterly destroy or severely cripple Konoha, the upper echelons of its leadership must all be eradicated. This seemed an obvious conclusion. However, they remained unaware of a crucial fact. Their Kazekage had already been secretly replaced by Orochimaru. Orochimaru's intentions were crystal clear. He could not allow Danzo to benefit from this situation. As a former ally, Orochimaru was intimately familiar with Danzo's character. He understood that should Danzo ascend to the position of Hokage, his plans to incite war among the other ninja villages, thus stirring the stagnant and decaying winds of Konoha, would likely come to an abrupt end. What Orochimaru truly sought was not the destruction of Konoha, but rather to weaken its strength, enticing the other ninja villages to perceive an opportunity, thereby igniting the flames of war. For it is only amidst conflict that the ninja villages would be compelled to seek advancement and development, leading to a transformation within the entire ninja world. The intricacies behind Orochimaru's meticulously orchestrated plan for Konoha's downfall were quite profound, encompassing not only his fixation on Sasuke, but also his desire for vengeance against Sarutobi. Yet, at the heart of all these motives lay a singular aim: to shatter the prevailing peace within the ninja world and plunge it into chaos. Only through such turmoil could the relationships among the ninja villages evolve, breaking free from the lethargy that currently pervaded their existence. In pursuit of this objective, he has devoted himself entirely to eliminating a significant threat to Konoha's development, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It can be said that this move is a meticulously orchestrated step, one that has reached a critical juncture where Orochimaru would never allow the position of Hokage to fall into the hands of the increasingly decayed and inept Danzo. Orochimaru is acutely aware that if Danzo ascends to the Hokage position, Konoha will plunge into deeper darkness and chaos, becoming utterly vulnerable to attacks from other ninja villages. A defenseless Konoha is not a sight Orochimaru wishes to witness. Therefore, his ideal scenario would be for either Jiraiya or Tsunade to assume the role of Hokage, as they embody fresh blood and renewed hope, capable of infusing vitality into this decaying windmill. At this moment, facing the formidable sand shinobi charging towards him, Danzo exhibited not a trace of fear. After all, he is an advisor to the Hokage. Although the sand shinobi are numerous, in his eyes, they are merely a disorganized rabble. If he were to confront these foes alone, he might indeed encounter difficulties. However, after years of diligent effort, he has cultivated a cadre of exceptionally talented ninja under his command. Given sufficient time, dispatching these insignificant adversaries would pose no challenge. Yet, the pressing concern is that time is precisely the most scarce resource for him. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, this assault is nearing its conclusion. If he fails to arrive at the scene during this critical moment, he will not only miss the chance to become the village's savior, but will also be regarded as a coward retreating in the face of danger. As Danzo furrowed his brow, surveying the encircling sand shinobi and his root members engaged in battle, a low voice resonated. "My lord, I shall escort you out immediately." Upon hearing this voice, Danzo turned toward its source, unfamiliar with its owner, recalling that no one from his root organization matched that description. Just as he pivoted, the lone eye not concealed by the animal mask before him gradually shifted to a faint crimson hue. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, he perceived a transformation in his surroundings. Before him stood an unforgettable scene, the man with white hair clad in armor, Tobarama Senju, who murmured softly as he placed a hand upon the ground. "We are surrounded. The enemy numbers 20. Given their tracking abilities, they are likely from the Cloud Village. Part of the elite Jinkaku unit, correct? We, including the Hokage, number only 7. This is indeed a daunting situation. Mito Minju, wearing glasses, spoke gravely. Upon hearing Mito's words, Sakura Haruno retorted with anger. Mito, how can you be so timid? The enemy has yet to ascertain our exact position. This is our opportunity to strike unexpectedly and catch them off guard. We can certainly set up an ambush and launch a surprise attack, thereby creating an escape route. However, at that moment, another ninja dismissively countered. That is futile, Sakura. In such circumstances, someone must step forward to act as bait, drawing the enemy away so that others may have a chance to flee. Bait. A member of the Akimichi clan repeated expressionlessly. Who among us would be willing to risk their life? As his words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the scene, a palpable stillness where every soul remained mute. Acutely aware that this was a matter of life and death, no one was willing to step forth to assume the role of the inevitable sacrifice. In the midst of this suffocating quietude, however, the tumult within Tuanzong roiled like a tempest. He gazed at the eerily familiar tableau before him and found himself internally raging. Step forward. Had you not long resolved to embrace your fate? To perish valiantly like a true ninja upon the battlefield? Have you forgotten the steadfast determination with which you sought to alter your destiny over these past years? Yet, despite Tuanzang's fervent inner cries, his body felt as if it had succumbed to a loss of control, trembling slightly, utterly unable to rise. Even his lips seemed ensnared by an invisible force, rendering them incapable of parting, let alone uttering the words, "I will go." Chapter 71. The anomaly. In the throes of Tuanzang's internal uproar, a quavering voice suddenly pierced the stillness. "I will go," though tinged with tremor. The voice resonated with resolve and courage. In an instant, Tuanzang's fury ignited, and he mentally bellowed, "How infuriating! Why must you always contest with me?" Tuanzang was acutely aware that this could very well be an illusion, yet he found it unbearable to accept the reality of his inaction. Even if it were but a fleeting dream, he felt compelled to endeavor to amend this regret. However, he discovered himself utterly incapable of commanding his own body, his limbs seemingly ensnared by an unseen force, immobile and unyielding. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, upon hearing the concern of the crowd, donned a radiant smile that shone like the sun, as if the trepidation he had exhibited moments before had been effortlessly cast aside. In a jesting tone, he declared, "Do not be deceived by my demeanor. I pride myself on being the strongest among you, and I shall not perish." Though delivered lightly, his words exuded a profound confidence and steadfastness. Upon hearing this, Tuanzang's body abruptly ceased its trembling. To his own astonishment, this wave of relief made him acutely aware of his own inadequacy. In that moment, Tuanzang's inner turmoil surged intensely. He recognized that if he bravely raised his hand, the position of Hokage would undoubtedly be his. Yet, he could distinctly feel the weight of hesitation and doubt, as if an invisible force were tugging at him, preventing him from taking that crucial step. Just as Tuanzang's emotions surged and ebbed, Sarutobi's hand suddenly landed upon his shoulder. This seemingly gentle touch struck Tuanzang's heart like a hammer. In that instant, he felt as though Sarutobi's gesture was a silent mockery, ridiculing his fear and timidity. "From now on, I entrust everything to you, Tuanzang." Sarutobi's words echoed in Tuanzang's ears. Yet, this time, he did not remain silent as he usually would. He abruptly turned, eyes wide with fury, and shouted at Sarutobi, "Be quiet. I was about to raise my hand, so do not act cool on your own." The voice of Danzo echoed through the air, imbued with a sense of reluctance and fury. At that moment, his inner thoughts aligned remarkably with his spoken words. He perceived that Sarutobi was deliberately mocking his weakness and cowardice. "My father and grandfather both perished as ninjas on the battlefield." Danzo's voice gradually grew subdued, yet the resolve within it remained unwavering. Self-sacrifice was, after all, the essence of a ninja's duty. Upon uttering this statement, Danzo ceased to heed the words of his own body. His gaze transcended Sarutobi, fixating on the position of Konoha. In that fleeting instant, it seemed as though he foresaw that location drifting ever farther from him, destined to eventually slip away entirely. Indeed, in the next moment, Senju Tobarama proclaimed himself as bait and directly appointed Sarutobi as Hokage. From this vantage point, Danzo experienced this memory as an observer, increasingly convinced that he had lost the position of Hokage due to a moment of hesitation. As soon as Senju Tobarama announced the Hokage selection, Danzo felt the scene revert to its inception. The crowd once again deliberated on methods to extricate themselves from their predicament. At this juncture, Danzo recognized his impotence to alter this illusion and thus sought to escape. Yet, he ultimately discovered that even employing the powers of his Sharingan could not forcibly shatter this peculiar Jinjutsu. While Danzo stood there in a daze, two members of the route suddenly sensed an anomaly and, like arrows shot from a bow, dashed towards Sakura, who was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Danzo. Realizing the impending danger, Sakura, in a state of urgency, reluctantly abandoned her assault on Danzo and swiftly retreated. Concurrently, as she withdrew, she executed a transformation jutsu, cloaked in smoke, and in the blink of an eye, altered her appearance into that of a man wearing a swirling mask and clad in a black robe adorned with fiery clouds. Danzo has been ensnared by my jutsu. Everyone, act quickly to eliminate these Konoha ninjas. Otherwise, more of them will soon arrive to assist, Sakura proclaimed, her voice tinged with anxiety. Although the sand ninjas harbored some doubts regarding this sudden ally, Sakura's words dispelled their uncertainties in an instant. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend, especially when such reasoning was articulated so convincingly. Consequently, they unhesitatingly intensified their assault, engaging in a fierce battle with the members of Root. Meanwhile, the oil-wielding Nara and the Yamanaka, who had been close at Danzo's side, were frantic upon witnessing Danzo ensnared in the Jinjutsu. They immediately employed various tactics in an attempt to free him from the illusion. However, whether through external chakra infusion or inflicting damage upon Danzo, their efforts bore no fruit against the caster of the jutsu. This unexpected turn of events left both men utterly bewildered. Their predicament was not solely due to Sakura's formidable Jinjutsu skills, but rather stemmed from the unique properties of Sakura's bloodline limit, compounded by the vast chakra she had appropriated from Shikaku. As the saying goes, great strength can ensure victory. At that moment, Sakura's chakra, nearing the pinnacle of Hokage levels, surged forth like a roaring tide, inundating Danzo's body and swiftly depleting 4/5 of her chakra reserves. Such an immense chakra was sufficient to lead Danzo, whose strength merely grazed the threshold of the Hokage level, to his demise within the confines of illusion. However, Sakura did not retreat. Instead, she urged the Sand Shinobi to intensify their assault, primarily as a precaution. After all, she was acutely aware of Danzo's cunning and treachery. What if he were to awaken, or if Izanagi could grant him a reprieve? Thus, she resolved to observe the situation further, ensuring absolute certainty. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Danzo's arms, once tightly bound by bandages, suddenly began to writhe violently, as if awakened by some mysterious force. This eerie spectacle sent chills down the spine. It seemed as though that arm no longer belonged to Danzo, but had transformed into an independent entity. As time progressed, the unsettling movements intensified, causing the bandages enveloping Danzo to buckle under the overwhelming power, snapping apart one by one. In the instant the bindings shattered, Danzo's pallid skin, reminiscent of a reanimated corpse, was exposed, revealing his myriad of lifeless Sharingan. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the Sand Shinobi were engulfed by an icy dread. They had never encountered such an uncanny phenomenon, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Just as the oil woman steeled herself to sever the bizarre arm of Danzo, it swiftly underwent a wooden transformation, rapidly spreading like a plague across half of his body. Even more terrifying was the sight of those previously inert Sharingan, now seemingly infused with life, frantically spinning in terror as if narrating the horror and despair they had endured. Chapter 72. The 100-meter cherry blossom tree. Confronted with this chilling tableau, Sakura felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She was entirely uncertain of the implications of this transformation. Was it good or ill? Her mind was engulfed in chaos, rendering her incapable of making a sound judgment, as the situation had utterly spiraled beyond her control. At that moment, Danzo's arm, imbued with Hashirama's cells and Sharingan, appeared grotesquely fascinating, as if it belonged to a creature from another realm. The Sharingan adorning that arm, once a mysterious and formidable force, now seemed bizarre and maddening to behold. In the blink of an eye, the wooden half of Danzo's body spiraled out of control, transforming at an extraordinary speed into dark brown bark. This bark spread rapidly, akin to ink-staining paper, as if intent on consuming Danzo's entire being. Simultaneously, one of Danzo's feet took root in the earth, merging with the ground. His body quaked violently, the non-wooden side of him contorting in extreme agony. Yet, despite this torment, he remained ensnared within the illusion. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. All present ceased their actions, staring in astonishment at Danzo. They watched helplessly as the intact half of his body was gradually devoured by the other half, which had transformed into wood. The Sharingan, once struggling atop the trunk, ultimately succumbed to the fate of assimilation. They gradually began to transform into a part of the tree, merging seamlessly with the trunk. Yet, from the original positions of the eyes, branches began to sprout forth, lending a semblance of vitality to the grotesque tree, which was now only as tall as a single person. However, this was not the conclusion of the spectacle. After the tree, which bore a human-like form, had completely consumed Danzo, an unexpected event unfolded. The roots, once situated where Danzo's legs had been, appeared to receive an abundance of nourishment, suddenly expanding and spreading wildly. Witnessing this scene, the shinobi of Tsunade and the root ninjas turned pale with fear, instinctively fleeing in terror, desperate to escape the clutches of this bizarre tree. As the roots extended like an unending serpent, the trunk surged upward, propelled by an unseen force, rapidly ascending. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of approximately 10 meters, yet the monstrous tree showed no signs of halting, continuing to grow at an astonishing pace. Sakura's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the unfolding spectacle, utterly baffled by the occurrence. After all, she had previously employed this technique on the Sound Ninja. But the results had been far from satisfactory. The cherry blossom tree had merely drained the chakra and life force from the Sound Ninja before withering away. Yet now, the situation surrounding Danzo was an entirely different extreme, leading Sakura to feel that her technique had spiraled out of control. She stared blankly at the towering tree, bewildered as to how high it might ultimately grow. Before the onlookers, the tree soared like a rocket, swiftly reaching a height of around 90 meters. The astonishing speed was breathtaking. However, it was only at this point that the tree's ascent began to gradually decelerate. Nevertheless, the entire structure continued to grow slowly, both in root system and height, as if it were boundless. Finally, as it neared 100 meters, the growth rate began to subside. At that moment, delicate light pink flowers began to bloom atop the once dense canopy, resembling a gossamer veil that adorned the tree, adding a touch of elegance to its form. As time passed, more and more pale pink cherry blossoms unfurled, ultimately blanketing the entire canopy, transforming it into a vista that resembled a sea of pink clouds, breathtakingly beautiful. The shinobi from Tsunade and the root members stood in astonished silence, utterly at a loss for how to address such an extraordinary phenomenon. Meanwhile, the ninja from Konoha, alerted by the unusual commotion, hastened to investigate. Among this group of Konoha ninjas, a middle-aged man donned in a red vest with white hair stood out conspicuously. Jiraiya. Sakura caught sight of Jiraiya, alarmed at the proximity, fearing discovery. Without hesitation, she slipped into the surrounding ruins, quietly making her exit from this perilous place. In that fleeting moment, a thought suddenly flickered through Sakura's mind. She seemed to have unraveled the secret behind the astonishingly rapid and robust growth of the cherry blossom tree. The tree's loss of control and its frenzied growth could primarily be attributed to the cells of Hashirama that Danzo had transplanted, along with the abundant wood-released chakra she had infused into it. The Hashirama cells inherently possessed significant instability, and Sakura's wood-released chakra acted as a catalyst, exacerbating this volatility. It was akin to pouring a barrel of gasoline onto an already raging inferno, shattering the delicate balance that had been tenuously maintained. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Danzo was driven to a dead end by the combined forces of Hashirama's cells and Sakura's wood-released chakra. However, the doubts that lingered in Sakura's heart did not dissipate. She could not help but ponder whether Danzo was truly dead. After all, when he was engulfed by the cherry blossom tree, he had not yet awakened from the effects of the Genjutsu. Now that his entire being had merged with the colossal tree, was his consciousness still ensnared within that illusory realm? Shaking her head to dismiss the thoughts, Sakura concluded that even if Danzo were not dead, his existence was no different from that of the deceased. With Danzo gone, the immediate threat had diminished. Yet Sakura now faced the daunting task of explaining to her future teacher and Hokage, Tsunade, how she had come to eliminate Danzo. While others might not suspect Sakura's involvement in this affair, Tsunade, upon assuming the role of Hokage, would easily deduce that the perpetrator was not the masked man of the Uzumaki clan, but but rather the young girl with pink hair, barely 13, concealed amidst the ruins. As the number of ninjas began to swell, Sakura employed a transformation technique to assume the guise of a nondescript man in his 20s, quietly blending into the crowd. Her face mirroring the astonishment of those around her, as if she too had just arrived and was taken aback by the grandeur of the scene. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, wholly focused on the colossal tree and the group of sand ninjas, remained oblivious to the absence of the true culprit within the throng. It was only after he had gathered the root members that he learned that the instigator behind it all was a man donning a masked visage. This revelation evoked memories of the events surrounding the Nine-Tails rampage and the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. Although he had not personally participated in that tumult, he had visited Konoha upon receiving news and had declined the third Hokage's offer to become Hokage. Thus, he had been apprised of the events surrounding the Nine-Tails incident and received detailed descriptions of the masked man. For years, his travels had been motivated by a desire to locate this masked figure and provide closure for the Minato couple and those who perished during the Nine-Tails chaos. As the immense cherry blossom tree began to ascend, the fierce battle between Naruto and Gaara gradually approached its conclusion. Gaara had awakened, and the Shikaku within him crumbled in response to this moment. With the dissolution of Shikaku, both Naruto and Gaara plummeted from the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Fukasaku called out to his companion, Gamabunta, above. The situation here has concluded. It is time for us to return. As the words faded, a formidable force surged forth, accompanied by the dissolution of the spirit summoning. A vast cloud of smoke erupted like a tempest, violently propelling Naruto and Gaara, who were plummeting from the sky, towards the treetops. At that moment, both Naruto and Gaara found themselves suspended among the branches, utterly drained of chakra, laboring to catch their breath. Naruto managed to utter, "I've exhausted everything. You too, right? We are so alike. Let this be our end." However, just as Naruto spoke those words, a colossal shadow suddenly ascended nearby, swiftly enveloping both Naruto and Gaara. In astonishment, they gazed up, only to behold an immense tree, its trunk far grander than the giant toads summoned by Naruto, standing like a towering pillar against the sky. Naruto and Gaara stared in disbelief at this sight, while Sasuke, not far away, recalled a bizarre incident from a month prior during the Chuunin exams when he awoke to the unsettling image of a sound ninja, drained to a mere shell. As Naruto and Gaara plummeted from the air, the fierce battle between the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Orochimaru had reached its climactic and life-or-death juncture. Sarutobi gripped Orochimaru's shoulders tightly, blood gushing from his mouth, as if every drop of his lifeblood was being forced out in that moment. Nonetheless, Sarutobi's eyes remained fixed on Orochimaru, and with a faint but resolute voice, he whispered, "It seems I lack the strength to extract your soul entirely. But your ambitions shall end here." Orochimaru, upon hearing Sarutobi's words, widened his eyes in disbelief, his expression morphing into one of rage as he bellowed, "It's not over. My ambitions will never cease." Yet, before Orochimaru could finish, Sarutobi's breath weakened further. Struggling to speak, he continued, "You are consumed by ninjutsu, recklessly squandering its power. I shall deliver the most fitting punishment. I will take away all the ninjutsu you possess." "What did you say?" Orochimaru's face paled as he stared at Sarutobi in horror, entirely unprepared for such a turn of events. In that moment of shock, the Shinigami behind Sarutobi abruptly raised its blade, swift as lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi summoned the last of his strength to forcefully push Orochimaru away. In an instant, the hands of Orochimaru's extracted soul were severed beneath the Shinigami's blade. Simultaneously, Sarutobi quickly sealed the severed soul of Orochimaru. Trembling, Orochimaru raised his hands, now turning a shade of crimson, muttering, "My hands," with his final breath. Sarutobi uttered, "Now, you cannot use your hands. Without hands, you cannot form seals. You are incapable of performing ninjutsu. The plan to obliterate Konoha has thus faltered." As the voice of Sarutobi faded, his soul was consumed entirely by the Shinigami. Orochimaru, caught off guard by the old man's final act, bellowed in furious outrage, "You old fool, return my hands." At this moment, Sarutobi wore a triumphant smile. Slowly closing his eyes, gazing at the enraged Orochimaru, he seemed to see the once obedient and sensible young man he had known. He pondered when and how Orochimaru had transformed into this being, questioning the reasons behind such a drastic change. Wherever leaves danced in the air, flames would ignite, casting shadows that illuminated the village. Konoha would once again take root and flourish. Just before Sarutobi breathed his last, a smile graced his lips. He felt no bitterness, fear, or regret. With those words, he bid farewell to numerous youthful and vibrant faces, and now it was his turn. He faced death without trepidation, finding joy in the thought that his demise could nourish Konoha's growth. He had anticipated this moment and had thus prepared himself, departing with grace, devoid of any sense of loss or resentment. As Sarutobi fell heavily, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over half of Konoha, with his hands rendered useless. Orochimaru was taken aback by the sight of the colossal tree, its branches adorned with blossoming cherry blossoms, sensing impending doom. He recalled that a third party was at play, and only the Akatsuki, who had once left him in disarray, could cause such a commotion. Gazing at the tree now bursting with blossoms, Orochimaru instructed the four sound ninjas. The battle plan is concluded. There is no need to maintain the barrier. With that, Orochimaru fled. As he escaped, the plan to dismantle Konoha reached a temporary halt. While in a secluded corner of the forest, Temari slowly regained consciousness. When she finally realized her predicament and surveyed her surroundings, she did not see the pink-haired girl. Remembering that she had been knocked unconscious, she shook her head to fully awaken. Guided by instinct, she moved toward a certain direction and heard faint calls from below. Looking down, she discovered the immobilized Kankuro calling out to her. Meanwhile, Naruto, having regained some strength, moved toward Gaara, utilizing his chin to inch forward like a caterpillar. Despite his arms and legs being powerless, observing Naruto's slow approach, Gaara shouted in fear, "No, don't come any closer." Yet Naruto continued to crawl forward, seemingly oblivious to Gaara's pleas. They had now descended from the treetops back to the ground, granting Naruto the opportunity to inch closer to Gaara. The agony of solitude is a profound suffering, unlike any other. For reasons unknown, I deeply empathize with your plight. However, I have found someone dear to me. I will not allow you to harm my loved ones. Should it come to that, I would stop you, even if it meant taking your life. In that moment, only a wild, beast-like fervor remained in Naruto's eyes. He was willing to do anything for those he cherished. Why? Why are you willing to go to such lengths for others? Gaara's gaze was filled with confusion and disbelief, unable to comprehend Naruto's resolve and determination. After a brief moment of respite, Naruto resumed his relentless struggle. They were the ones who had rescued him from solitude, acknowledging the significance of his existence as vital companions. Gaara watched as Naruto continued to crawl towards him, seemingly surrendering as he gazed upwards, murmuring, "Is that why this guy is so strong?" Just as Naruto's chin began to bleed, a voice broke through. "That's enough, Naruto. This guy's chakra must be depleted by now." Upon recognizing Sasuke, Naruto sighed in relief, only to faint as soon as he relaxed. At that moment, Kankuro and Temari arrived by Gaara's side, and as both factions stood on guard, Gaara's weak voice emerged, "Enough. No more fighting." Kankuro, observing Gaara's frail state, felt an unfamiliar emotion. It was the first time he had seen Gaara so vulnerable. Murmuring to himself, Kankuro realized, so this guy is human after all, not an insurmountable monster. As Kankuro helped Gaara to his feet, a pink-haired girl approached the unconscious Naruto. Seeing Sakura's arrival, Kankuro and Temari promptly assisted Gaara and made their escape. During their flight, Gaara reflected on Naruto's words, uncertain if he would ever have those he wished to protect. However, to his steadfast protectors, Kankuro and Temari, he said, "I'm sorry, Kankuro, Temari." Chapter 74, White Zetsu. Watching Gaara being rescued by Temari and Kankuro, Sakura and Sasuke finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, the Jinchuriki resembled a perilous pit. Anyone daring to lay hands on it would face catastrophic consequences akin to detonating the pit itself. Once Gaara was safely away, Sakura's gaze was suddenly drawn to a white figure not far off. The figure's lower half was entwined with the trees, appearing quite peculiar. Sakura felt a stir within her as her wood-released chakra inexplicably surged, prompting her to prepare for an encounter before turning around. As she spun, her eyes transformed into a pale crimson in an instant. Meanwhile, White Zetsu, who had been stealthily gathering information, froze upon catching sight of Sakura's eyes. As if ensnared by a binding spell, rendered completely motionless and devoid of expression. This was merely the beginning. In the blink of an eye, White Zetsu's body began to swell rapidly, akin to an inflating balloon, transforming into a towering cherry blossom tree approximately 10 meters tall. Even more astonishing was the tree's incredible growth rate. It consumed not only White Zetsu's form as nourishment, but also devoured the surrounding trees, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a solitary cherry blossom tree. Sensing the commotion, Sasuke turned to look, but all he saw was the rapidly growing cherry blossom tree. This sight reminded him of the colossal tree, further solidifying his doubts. Meanwhile, Sakura's focus remained on the irrational growth speed of White Zetsu. She had utilized only a small amount of chakra moments prior. If the amount of chakra serves as a catalyst, then the growth of this tree should not be so rapid. It must be that something else within White Zetsu has played a catalytic role. At this moment, Sakura recalled the identity of White Zetsu, a unique life form composed of the God Tree's cells. Could it be that, aside from the cells of Hashirama, the God Tree cells might also act as a catalyst? Sakura could not ascertain this hypothesis. She would need to conduct experiments in due course to uncover the truth. After all, there were several White Zetsu, and even the Hashirama cell transplanters were not few. Once she encountered those troublesome figures, she could investigate further. What has happened to Sakura? Sasuke did not see White Zetsu's figure. By the time he looked over, White Zetsu had already been consumed by the cherry blossom tree. It's nothing, just some eyes turned this way, Sakura simply remarked as she supported the unconscious Naruto, making her way towards Konoha. At this point, it was already quite a challenge for Sasuke to keep up with her. There was no hope for him to carry Naruto. And seeing that Sakura did not intend to explain, he obediently followed, refraining from pressing her for answers. Naruto, however, would not have been so compliant. As Sakura utilized her unique sensory abilities to detect and eliminate White Zetsu, far away in the forests of the Land of Rain, Zetsu, half black and half white, could not help but express a quiet surprise. Upon hearing Zetsu's confusion, the figure beside him, clad in a fiery cloud robe and wearing a swirling mask, inquired, "What has transpired?" Zetsu, not wishing to conceal anything, promptly replied, "One of my White Zetsu, who was gathering intelligence in Konoha, has been eliminated. Although it may seem trivial, the memories he relayed before his demise have piqued my interest." Zetsu's revelation clearly intrigued Toby. "Do tell, what interesting occurrences have unfolded in Konoha?" In response, Zetsu began to recount the memories of that White Zetsu. The Chuunin Exams hosted by Konoha had garnered considerable attention from various parties. Naturally, Zetsu had dispatched White Zetsu to gather intelligence and observe if any new strong generation had emerged in Konoha. One White Zetsu's initial reconnaissance had gone smoothly, but as the competition commenced, the situation became increasingly ambiguous. Once the barrier was erected, the White Zetsu, unable to monitor Sarutobi, shifted focus to track the Jinchuriki of Konoha. However, as he decided to retreat, he found himself uncomfortably close to Sakura. Under normal circumstances, due to the White Zetsu's unique nature, it would be difficult for him to be discovered. Yet, Sakura's innate wood-release chakra had stirred, alerting her to the presence of that White Zetsu. The last sight that White Zetsu beheld was that of a girl named Haruno Sakura, her eyes transformed into a pale crimson, before he met his end. Zetsu recounted the events to Toby, who paid little heed to Sakura herself, instead fixating on the immense cherry blossom tree that had emerged in Konoha. The ability to instantaneously create such a large tree was undoubtedly attributed to wood release. However, he was uncertain as to who the wielder of this power was. The rest are mere trivialities. I need you to ascertain the identity of the wood release user responsible for that cherry blossom tree. Set everything else aside, as our primary focus must remain on the pursuit of the tailed beasts, understand? Upon hearing Toby's orders, Zetsu imperceptibly furrowed his brow, but ultimately bowed and replied, "Understood." On the following dawn, the sky was shrouded in a thick layer of clouds, as if heralding the onset of an ominous event. Raindrops began to fall sporadically, cascading gently onto the shoulders of passers-by and the ground, producing a subtle sound. Clad in somber black attire, people gathered silently, paying their respects to the ninjas who had tragically lost their lives in the recent assault. Their hearts were heavy, sorrow swelling within them like a relentless tide. Among the mourners stood the third Hokage, Sarutobi, and Danzo, the aide to the Hokage. However, their fates diverged starkly. The body of the third was discovered upon Orochimaru's departure. Though it lay in tatters, it retained a semblance of dignity. In contrast, Danzo's fate was far grimmer. He could be described as almost unrecognizable. his demise transforming into a harrowing legend that cast a shadow over half of Konoha. The atmosphere at the scene was palpably oppressive, as if the very world were enveloped in grief. The crowd stood in silence, no words exchanged, save for the haunting patter of raindrops echoing in their ears. At that moment, Mito Minyin, standing at the forefront, shattered the silence with his deep and solemn voice. In remembrance of the third Hokage, Sarutobi, and the other fallen, we gather here to hold a memorial service. His words struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing the heavy air and deepening the sorrow in their hearts. Many ninjas had perished in this attack. Their names may fade from memory, yet their lives held equal value. Among the multitude of victims, only Sarutobi and Danzo would remain etched in the minds of the people, due to their unparalleled status and influence within Konoha. Nevertheless, for those who had lost beloved friends and family, their anguish was not lessened by the identities of the deceased. Konohamaru stood amidst the throng, his face a canvas of grief and despair. He had lost his cherished grandfather, the one who had showered him with love and guidance. In this moment, his heart was heavy with pain and helplessness, as if the world itself was crumbling around him. Only Asuma Sarutobi displayed little emotion, having long since grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death. Chapter 75. The understanding Konohamaru the departed have moved on. Wallowing in sorrow resolves nothing, and the living must continue to strive. On the day following the memorial service, the villagers began the arduous task of restoring their ravaged home. Sunlight streamed upon the ruins, illuminating the diligent figures of the people working in unison, hoping to breathe life back into the once vibrant community. After his morning training, Naruto sprinted, as usual, towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. He understood that a delicious breakfast would invigorate him, preparing him for the challenges of the day's training. Yet as he ran, his increasingly keen instincts sensed someone stealthily approaching from behind. Startled, he instinctively turned to counter, but just as he did, a delicate, pale hand gently rested on his shoulder. "Hey, are you the ramen thief?" A familiar voice rang in Naruto's ears. He recognized the voice as Sakura's and couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. "Sakura, you're going to give someone a scare like that?" Sakura, with a cheerful smile, explained, "Sorry, Naruto. I suddenly craved ramen and didn't want to eat alone. So I squatted here on the way to Ichiraku, and sure enough, I saw you." As Naruto gazed at Sakura's radiant smile, the tension within him gradually dissipated. He understood that Sakura meant no harm. Her actions, while surprising at times, were innocent. "All right, since you've said that, let us go eat ramen together," Naruto replied with a sunlit smile. Seeing that Naruto had not succumbed to the shadows cast by the third Hokage's death, Sakura felt a sense of relief, and the two walked towards Ichiraku while chatting. Despite the many flaws and shortcomings of the third Hokage, he still held a significant place in Naruto's heart. Now witnessing Naruto regain his vigor, Sakura felt genuinely happy for him. As they made their way to Ichiraku, they noticed Konohamaru silently weeping while gazing at the third Hokage's statue on Hokage Rock. Upon noticing him, Naruto immediately fell silent and approached Konohamaru from behind. "Hey, Konohamaru." Konohamaru discreetly wiped his tears and, to avoid worrying Naruto, forced a smile. "Naruto and I." Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Konohamaru's expression, and awkwardly sought to change the subject. "Has the academy resumed classes?" "Not yet. The school building is damaged, so everyone is helping with repairs." Konohamaru, unsure of what to say, longed to reassure Naruto, but knew that a simple "I'm fine" would not suffice to alleviate his worries. At that moment, all he could do was strive to appear as normal and relaxed as possible, for only then could Naruto train with peace of mind and grow stronger. Thus, with a forced smile, Konohamaru asked, "Naruto and I, what about you? Are you training?" Naruto, well aware of Konohamaru's sentiments, deliberately avoided the topic of Sarutobi, wishing to help him move past the shadow of losing his grandfather. When he saw Konohamaru take the initiative to inquire, he responded with a brilliant smile. "Well, sort of." However, following this seemingly simple exchange, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the two. After a brief silence, the air thickened with an almost suffocating stillness, as if time itself had frozen. Breaking this tense quietude, Naruto finally spoke up. What are you up to?" Konohamaru, clearly taken aback, hesitated for a moment before turning his head, attempting to mask the quiver in his voice, and replied, I'm not doing anything." Naruto, perceptively sensing Konohamaru's emotional shift, scratched his head helplessly and quickly clarified. "Oh, it's nothing really." Once again, A brief silence enveloped the atmosphere. In this tranquil moment, the two individuals spoke almost in unison. Sakura, observing these two caring yet inept communicators, felt a surge of complex emotions within her. She perceived them as both gentle and awkward, despite their evident concern for one another. They consistently failed to express their feelings candidly due to various reasons. This scenario left her both amused and exasperated, prompting her to stifle a laugh with her hands. Naruto, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "So, what do you wish to say?" Konohamaru turned to Naruto, retorting, "What is it that you truly want to express, brother?" "Nothing." Naruto's voice suddenly diminished. "I am not lonely." At that moment, Konohamaru abruptly shattered the silence, continuing amidst Naruto's bewildered gaze, "There is no time for loneliness. Everyone is diligently working to rebuild this village. We must contribute to this community, so you must strive hard in your training, or I shall become Hokage before you." Upon hearing Konohamaru's words, Naruto affectionately ruffled his hair. Initially, he had intended to comfort Konohamaru, yet he found himself consoled instead. "Baka, the one destined to become Hokage is undoubtedly me, and you should graduate from the Ninja Academy first." With Naruto's declaration, the once oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated. Then, as if recalling something, he retrieved a ramen coupon from his pocket, saying, "Here, this is for you." Konohamaru took it and, glancing at the voucher for Ichiraku ramen, expressed his confusion. "Can I really accept this?" Well aware of Naruto's passion for Ichiraku ramen, Konohamaru knew that under ordinary circumstances, Naruto would treasure such a coupon and hesitate to part with it. However, Naruto feigned indifference, replying, "It's fine, just take it. I have another one anyway. This one is yours." Konohamaru, fully grasping Naruto's kind intentions, felt immense gratitude and promptly thanked him. "Thank you, Naruto and I." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he caught sight of Moegi and another individual approaching. He quickly bid farewell to Naruto and hastened to join Moegi, engaging in discussions about the construction of a blackboard as they walked further away. At that moment, Sakura approached Naruto's side, reflecting, "Konohamaru is truly a gentle child. Despite enduring immense inner turmoil, he manages to maintain composure and comfort those around him." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto's smile gradually faded, and he spoke with a hint of concern, "I am somewhat worried about Konohamaru." Sakura, noticing his distress, gently patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Do not worry. Konohamaru is far stronger than you realize. I believe he will swiftly overcome the pain of losing his grandfather." Chapter 76. The position of Hokage with a distinctly lewd chuckle. A man with spiky white hair and clad in a red vest stood atop a crumbling building, peering through binoculars. This figure was none other than Jiraiya. He held the binoculars in a rather questionable manner, intently gazing below, where a steam-enveloped area revealed itself, a clear indication of a hot spring. Moreover, judging from the faintly discernible contours, it appears to be a female hot spring. Is it here? Truly splendid. The average standard of the Hidden Leaf Village is indeed remarkably high, Jiraiya muttered to himself, emitting a chilling laugh that was utterly grotesque and hard to bear. Just as he was lost in his own lecherous world, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Though the voice was soft, it struck him like a bolt from the blue, sending a shiver down his spine. "Are you still indulging in such trivial pursuits?" Jiraiya recognized the voice belonged to Mito Gate-on, and inwardly he cursed his misfortune, though his face bore a shameless expression as he explained, "I am merely gathering material." "Oh, it's Uncle N and Teacher Haru. What brings you here?" "What brings me here?" Mito Gate-on's expression was exceedingly grave as he glared at Jiraiya and sternly remarked, "You should know without me saying." Jiraiya, sensing the seriousness of the matter, hastily rose to his feet, glancing at Mito Gate-in and the equally solemn Haru, yet a hint of a mischievous smile graced his lips as he replied, "No need for such a frightful expression. Didn't the negotiations with the Sand Village conclude smoothly? The Sand Village has publicly declared that everything stemmed from Orochimaru's actions. And when they surrendered to us, the negotiations became less significant." Mito Gate-in contemplated Jiraiya's explanation regarding their recent endeavors. At that moment, Haru interjected, "For us in the Leaf, we had no choice but to accept the proposal to restore the village's strength. However, the power of the Leaf had diminished to a concerning extent, and under such circumstances, Mito Gate-in paused momentarily before continuing. We must prioritize preparing for a more significant crisis that may arise. Uncertain of when or where neighboring countries might make bold moves, they decided to convene several leaders from various factions to establish an emergency executive committee to address the situation before the village's strength could be regained. Yet before that, Haru concluded her report on their decision, adding, "We need a trustworthy and formidable leader. There are issues everywhere that could incite conflict, and it is not solely Orochimaru." Jiraiya clearly discerned that Haru and Midogate and subtly regarded him as a candidate for the fifth Hokage. Scratching his head, he remarked, "You need not specifically report these matters to me. Well, I shall continue my material gathering." With that, he pulled out a telescope, eager to resume his peeping at the women's bath. However, Midogate encountered, "Let me first convey a fundamental directive. We currently require a fifth Hokage. In the emergency meeting held yesterday with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, we have decided to select you, Jiraiya." Haru stated their decision plainly. Yet, Jiraiya responded nonchalantly, "How unfortunate. I am not cut out for that role." "This is a decision," Midogate asserted with an undeniable tone, realizing his tone may have been overly forceful. Midogate explained, "If even a ninja celebrated as one of the legendary three, like you, is unsuitable, then who else could possibly be?" Upon hearing Mido Minion's words, Jiraiya raised his hand and remarked, "Isn't there's still one more of the Sannin? That fellow Tsunade." As Jiraiya's words fell, Mido Minion and Tsunade exchanged glances and inquired, "Do you truly feel no attachment to the Hokage position?" In response to this inquiry, Jiraiya shrugged and replied, "To others, the position of Hokage may represent a lifelong aspiration, yet for me, it is merely a shackle." Mido Minion scrutinized Jiraiya's gaze, attempting to perceive any hint of insincerity or hesitation in his declaration. However, they were destined for disappointment. Jiraiya's eyes were clear, devoid of any evasion or unnaturalness. After a moment of silence, Mido Minion continued, "That girl indeed possesses such potential, but her whereabouts remain unknown." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately volunteered, "I shall go find her." That would resolve the matter, would it not? However, compared to my lack of ambition, the capable Tsunade is far better suited to be Hokage. What do you think? Jiraiya turned to face the lower floor, seeking their opinions. After repeated confirmations, the two were assured that Jiraiya had no intentions of seizing the Hokage title. At this moment, Mido Minion produced 2 letters from his pocket and stated, "We have confirmed that you do not aspire to be Hokage. Following the monkey's instructions, we are to deliver these 2 letters to you. If you desire to become Hokage, simply hand over 1 letter, and we shall dispose of the other. Furthermore, when you seek out Tsunade, please bring along a girl named Haruno Sakura." According to the monkey, "As long as you deliver this girl along with the 2 letters to Tsunade, she will understand." Mido Minion's words piqued Jiraiya's curiosity. He picked up the 2 letters and examined them closely. He observed that the envelopes bore the names Tsunade and Top Secret inscribed above, which intensified his interest in Sakura's identity. He couldn't help but ponder, what makes this Haruno Sakura so special? Tsunade seemed to perceive Jiraiya's thoughts. She shook her head and remarked, "We are also uncertain. Only the old monkey is likely to have more knowledge about this girl. All we know is that she hails from a common background and awakened her bloodline limit at a young age. Beyond that, we have no further information." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's curiosity about Sakura intensified. However, he understood that it would likely be challenging to glean more information about her from Mido Minion and Tsunade. After all, Jiraiya was not an outsider, and his own status was sufficiently elevated. Had these 2 known more about Sakura, they would not have withheld it from him. "I shall set off promptly, but I wish to take another person along with me," Jiraiya suddenly declared, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "I have discovered an intriguing newcomer." Meanwhile, oblivious to the unfolding events, Sakura and Naruto had arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. But Naruto could not locate the treasured free meal voucher he had saved. This is definitely strange. I'm sorry. Without the voucher, you cannot enjoy the ramen. Wait a moment. I'm sure I have another one." As Naruto rummaged through his belongings, Sakura, pulling her bowl closer, slurped a noodle and offered, "Do you want me to give you one?" No, it's fine. I recall that I still possess a voucher." At this moment, Naruto began to undress in search of it, exclaiming, "Did I lose it?" Chapter 77, A Journey of Exploration. Inside Ichiraku Ramen in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakura had just finished her bowl of ramen and sat idly in her seat, awaiting Naruto, who had recently discovered a free coupon. It turned out that Naruto, fearing he might misplace the voucher, had concealed it within his forehead protector, only to inadvertently forget about it, leading to his prolonged search. Just as Sakura grew somewhat impatient, Naruto devoured his ramen with great enthusiasm, eager to finish quickly to avoid making Sakura wait too long. However, just as he was savoring his meal, the curtain of the ramen shop was suddenly drawn aside. With the curtain lifted, a middle-aged man with white hair clad in a red vest entered. Upon noticing him, the owner greeted him warmly. "Welcome." The white-haired man approached Naruto directly, smiling as he remarked, "I heard about you and thought I'd come see. I didn't expect you to be solely indulging in ramen." Upon hearing this voice, Naruto abruptly looked up, and upon recognizing the visitor's face, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Perverted sage." Beside him, Sakura's expression also grew somewhat peculiar upon seeing Jiraiya. Ever since Jiraiya's arrival in the Hidden Leaf Village, Sakura and Ino had refrained from visiting the public bathhouse, as this seemingly lecherous man had behaviors that matched his appearance, leaving one feeling rather uncomfortable. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto had initially not intended to accompany Jiraiya on this so-called journey of exploration. However, after Jiraiya's persuasive enticement, Naruto changed his mind, now carrying a large backpack on his back. Simultaneously, Sakura, donning a small pack and her cherry blossom headband, followed closely behind Jiraiya. In truth, Sakura had long been aware that Jiraiya would take Naruto to seek Tsunade and would also impart to him the vital jutsu, the Rasengan. Yet, she was uncertain of the precise timing. What surprised Sakura, however, was that the unfolding events seemed to diverge from her expectations. Not only did Jiraiya bring Naruto along, but he also included her in the journey, leaving Sakura perplexed about Jiraiya's intentions. "Lord Jiraiya, do you have a specific reason for bringing me?" Sakura inquired, naturally using honorifics due to her unfamiliarity with him. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively at her question, casually responding, "You will understand once we find that woman. And please, feel free to be more relaxed around me. I detest formalities. All right, let us get ready to depart." Just then, Naruto excitedly shouted as he attempted to lift the oversized backpack that was nearly as tall as he was, only to ultimately discover that no amount of effort could budge it. "There's no need for such excitement. We aren't training in the wilderness, so you don't need to prepare so much," Jiraiya stated. Hearing this, Naruto grimaced, "Perverted sage, why didn't you say so earlier?" "You didn't ask," Jiraiya pointed out, gesturing towards Sakura, who at that moment appeared to embody the ideal child of another family. Ultimately, Naruto found himself unable to bear the weight of the colossal parcel any longer and opted for a more manageable backpack slung over his shoulders. As the trio made their departure from Konoha, Naruto could no longer contain his curiosity and exclaimed, "Hey, pervy sage, what ninjutsu are you going to teach me this time? Previously, I learned the art of walking on water. Will it be the technique of walking on fire this time? Or perhaps, will it be the art of traversing through the air? Do enlighten me." Naruto's curiosity proved relentless as he continued to pester Jiraiya, while Sakura silently trailed behind them, offering no words. "You keep calling me pervy sage. Do you not realize the formidable prowess I possess?" Jiraiya replied, a hint of pride in his voice. "A formidable pervy sage, you say?" Naruto's words struck a nerve, prompting Jiraiya to dash onto a small bridge to commence his comical performance. "The name of the Toad Sage is but a secret to the world. There is nothing to conceal. I am one of the legendary Sannin, invincible in all directions, the white-haired boy, the Toad Messenger. The handsome man who can silence even the weeping child, none other than Jiraiya." Sakura quietly approached the now-dazed Naruto and whispered, aside from his lecherous nature, his title as one of the Sannin and his name, do not believe anything else. Jiraiya's ears perked up at Sakura's words. After all, she was the only female present. He held her opinion in high regard, yet upon hearing her caution against believing anything beyond the superficial, his lips twitched involuntarily. Naruto, seemingly unfazed by Sakura's remarks, followed her past Jiraiya, clearly having taken no stock in Jiraiya's assertions. Jiraiya remained frozen in place, unable to move even as Sakura and Naruto distanced themselves, evidently stung by their dismissive attitude. Simultaneously, Sasuke hurriedly arrived at Kakashi's home in Konoha. Upon pushing the door open, he was immediately enveloped by a tense atmosphere. To his astonishment, he found Kakashi lying quietly in bed, unconscious. In the room, Guy, Kurenai, and Asuma were huddled together, seemingly engaged in a hushed discussion about something of great importance. Sasuke's unexpected arrival caught them off guard, but they quickly regained their composure. Sasuke's gaze fell upon Kakashi, his heart brimming with confusion and concern. He immediately inquired, "Why is Kakashi lying in bed? Why are so many Genin gathered here?" His voice betrayed a trace of urgency. Guy, upon hearing Sasuke's question, felt a knot tighten in his chest. He averted his gaze, unable to meet Sasuke's eyes. For they all knew that Uchiha Itachi was the one responsible for the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan. And Sasuke, as the sole survivor, was acutely sensitive to Itachi's name. Guy stammered in reply, "There's no particular reason. Kakashi might just be feeling unwell, which is why he's resting in bed." However, at that moment, the door to Kakashi's room swung open, and a curious Aoba emerged, wearing sunglasses. "I heard that Itachi has returned. Is it true? I also heard he's looking for Naruto." Guy attempted to interject and prevent Aoba from continuing, but it was too late. Aoba's words pierced Sasuke's heart like a sharp blade. Sasuke's expression abruptly turned grave, his body trembling slightly. Upon hearing Itachi's name, the horrific memories of that fateful night when his family was annihilated flooded his mind. Overwhelmed by anguish, he could no longer endure it. Like a gust of wind, he dashed out, vanishing beyond the door. Seeing this, Yugao scolded Shizen sharply, "Baka, how could you mention Itachi in front of Sasuke?" Chapter 78. A reunion with Itachi in an inn located in the bustling town of Tsukamachi. Sakura, Naruto, and Jiraiya had reserved 2 rooms. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, an enchanting beauty suddenly appeared at the entrance of the inn. Her stunning visage and alluring figure captivated the attention of all present. This lady seemed particularly intrigued by Jiraiya, flashing him a radiant smile and playfully raising an eyebrow. Jiraiya, renowned as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, could hardly resist such temptation. Without a moment's hesitation, he handed the key to Naruto and hurriedly trotted over to rendezvous with the enchanting woman. Naruto, witnessing Jiraiya's utter irresponsibility, jumped up and down in frustration, cursing Jiraiya for abandoning them to revel in the adult world alone. However, Sakura was unfazed by Jiraiya's antics, fully aware of his true nature. With a resigned shake of her head, she took the key from Naruto's hands and turned back to the inn. She understood that training was a long-term commitment, akin to the painstaking process of building a tower grain by grain. Every day required unwavering dedication. Moreover, Sakura had yet to reach her chakra capacity limit, necessitating even greater effort on her part. Upon returning to her room, Sakura swiftly adjusted her mindset, preparing to begin refining her chakra. She had yet to complete her refining tasks for the day. For Sakura, training was not merely a means to enhance her strength, but a reflection of her life philosophy. She firmly believed that only through relentless accumulation and effort could she forge ahead on the path of a ninja. Meanwhile, the streets of Tsukamachi were teeming with people, bustling and lively. Sasuke, filled with urgency, pursued the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of pedestrians, silently lamenting his plight. Faced with such a multitude, he found it nearly impossible to locate Naruto, Sakura, and Jiraiya. Nevertheless, Sasuke refused to relent. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to employ the most rudimentary yet direct method of inquiring at every establishment about their whereabouts. Although this approach might consume considerable time and energy, he was steadfast in his belief that perseverance would ultimately lead him to them. Sasuke's objective was crystal clear. He sought to confront Itachi and protect Naruto from his grasp. For him, this was not merely a quest for vengeance. It was an obsession deeply rooted within his soul. During the previous massacre, his inadequacy had rendered him powerless to safeguard his parents and clan, a wound that would forever ache in his heart. Yet, the Sasuke of today was a transformed individual. After extensive and rigorous training, his strength had significantly increased. He was confident that he was now fully capable of protecting others and worthy of facing Itachi, ready to fight for Naruto's safety. Sakura was deeply engrossed in refining her chakra within her room when suddenly, a sharp knock at the door shattered the tranquility. The unexpected sound startled her, abruptly disrupting her thoughts. Could it be Jiraiya returning? Sakura pondered silently, but quickly dismissed the notion. Given Jiraiya's nature, he wouldn't return so early. Who, then, could be knocking at this hour? A flurry of possibilities raced through her mind when suddenly, a thought tightened her chest. She recalled Jiraiya's somewhat lecherous demeanor and found herself questioning if any beautiful woman would truly be interested in him. This thought lingered in her mind, intensifying her unease. Could this be a ruse to draw her away? Her heart began to race, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Realizing this, Sakura swiftly leapt from her bed and strode to the door, her hand resting on the doorknob, ready to investigate. However, just as she was about to open the door, she halted. Wait, if memory serves correctly. This was the time when the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki sought to capture the Nine Tails, targeting Naruto. A quick recollection of the events flashed through her mind, and she realized that rushing out would not only fail to aid Naruto, but could also place her in peril. After all, Itachi and Kisame were formidable opponents, nearing the strength of a Kage, and the only one capable of contending with them was likely Jiraiya. Taking a deep breath, Sakura endeavored to calm herself. She recognized that acting impulsively in such a situation was unwise. Consequently, she turned and took a step toward the window of the inn, swiftly forming hand seals. As she did, petals danced like butterflies, soaring from the window to form a silhouette identical to her own. This petal-formed Sakura gracefully leapt from the window, racing toward a bustling area, determined to retrieve Jiraiya. Although many believed that during this period, Uchiha Itachi was merely letting things unfold without intent to capture Naruto, one must still provide a way out for the adversary. Otherwise, with Kisame's watchful gaze, there would be no opportunity for leniency. Returning to the door, Sakura indeed heard Itachi's voice. After all, he had instructed her in basic swordsmanship and some fundamental jutsu, making her somewhat familiar with him. To her astonishment, this young boy managed to seal the Nine Tails. Kisame, noticing Naruto, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing Kisame's words, Naruto was equally taken aback, astonished that Kisame was aware of the Nine Tails. Please, come with me, Itachi stated in a calm, undeniable tone. It would be quite troublesome if Mr. Itachi lets him escape. Perhaps it's best to sever a leg, Kisame remarked with a mocking tone, gazing at Naruto, who trembled slightly in fear. However, Itachi did not intend to stop Kisame, and Kisame interpreted Itachi's silence as tacit approval. He took a menacing step towards Naruto, exuding an aura of intimidation. At that moment, a clear voice rang out beside Itachi. It has been a long time. I never expected our reunion to unfold in such a manner. Upon hearing Sakura's voice, Kisame halted his advance, while Itachi merely turned his head slightly, glancing at the pink-haired girl with an expression devoid of emotion, shrouded in a profound silence. It's been a while, Sakura. Today, I intend to take this Nine-Tails brat. Will you attempt to stop me? Itachi inquired, his tone unwavering. At that moment, Kisame regarded the pink-haired girl with considerable interest, ready to cleave her in two at the slightest hint of defiance. Sakura, sensing the tension, slowly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, I understand your prowess, Itachi. I would not be foolish enough to oppose you. Naruto, feel free to act as you wish, even allowing me to assist in binding him. In that instant, despair washed over Naruto. Chapter 79. Deception as Sakura raised her hands. Uchiha Itachi spoke. It has been a long time, Sasuke. At the end of the corridor where Sakura stood in defiance, Sasuke's figure gradually emerged, his steps heavy, as though he bore the weight of the entire Uchiha clan's enmity. Itachi's voice was low and laden with suppressed anguish and hatred. Kisame observed the scene with keen interest, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Ah, the Sharingan. And he bears a striking resemblance to you. Who exactly is he? His tone dripped with mockery, seemingly provoking Sasuke deliberately. Sakura, standing to the side, felt a wave of exasperation at Kisame's incendiary remarks. She had not anticipated that this seemingly fearsome figure could also excel at inciting conflict. Nevertheless, Itachi remained remarkably composed, openly acknowledging Sasuke as his brother. Udaduda? Itachi's voice was soft, yet it stirred tumultuous emotions within Sasuke's heart. Meanwhile, Kisame continued, as if performing a comedic act. I have heard that the entire Uchiha clan was exterminated, all by your hand. His words struck Sasuke with the force of a hammer, igniting the flames of rage within him. His eyes turned a fierce crimson as the Sharingan activated, brimming with murderous intent. Itachi, I will kill you. I have been taught to despise you, to loathe you, and ultimately to end your life. That is how I have survived until now. His voice trembled, each word forced through clenched teeth. I will kill you. Sasuke roared, his left hand glowing ominously, electricity crackling in his palm as if 1,000 birds were screeching. With a fierce shout, he thrust his left hand backward, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered a wall of the inn, sending bricks flying and dust swirling. Chidori. Itachi's voice remained calm, as if he had anticipated everything. Die! Accompanied by Sasuke's furious roar, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, the brilliance of Chidori shimmering in his grasp, as if to tear through the very fabric of the air. Behind him, a long, deep gash was carved into the wall of the inn by Chidori, bricks scattering and dust swirling in the aftermath. Upon witnessing Sasuke's frenzied charge towards Itachi Uchiha, Sakura instinctively dodged to the right. However, in her haste, her raised hands collided with a sharp crack. In that fleeting moment, chakra erupted from her body like a gushing spring. Swiftly, she clasped her hands together and proclaimed, "Flower release, floral funeral." Instantly, countless petals erupted from behind her, fluttering like a ballet of butterflies. These petals, seemingly imbued with life, swiftly converged into a torrent of blooms, surging directly towards Kisame Hashigaki. Through extensive practice, Sakura had mastered the technique of performing jutsu with mere hand claps, eliminating the need for seals. Although the jutsu appeared grandiose, its actual potency was less formidable. Just as the petals were about to strike Kisame, a thunderous crash resounded as Sasuke's left wrist was seized by Itachi. A tremendous force erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave that shattered a massive hole in the inn's wall. Simultaneously, Kisame was startled by the onslaught of petals. He immediately swung his samahata, attempting to consume the chakra contained within them. However, upon contact, he felt an unsettling disparity. The ferocious petals he perceived bore little chakra, almost as if they were mere illusions. Illusion? Kisame pondered, somewhat perplexed, while Sakura's cheeks flushed at his words. Her ability to perform jutsu with claps was nowhere near the level of Hashirama, although her chakra control was indeed exceptional, allowing her to execute single-handed seals. She could not replicate the immense power he wielded, rendering her technique somewhat superficial. Nevertheless, despite its lack of strength, it served to intimidate and buy time. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura formed seals with her hands and unleashed her chakra once more. Flower release, floral funeral. Kisame watched as a fresh wave of petals surged forth from Sakura's back, recalling that the earlier display was not an illusion, but rather a technique that, while visually impressive, lacked true potency compared to higher-tier jutsu. He regarded the approaching petals with casual indifference, once again wielding his samahata to absorb their chakra. Yet this time, the petals seemed to possess a life of their own, deftly evading his attempts to consume them and continuing their swift advance towards Kisame. Nonetheless, he remained unconcerned, confident that even without his samahata, he could easily withstand the oncoming assault with his own physical prowess. After all, given his strength, even if he were to endure the onslaught, he would merely appear somewhat disheveled. Just as he prepared to withstand the petals and eliminate the audacious girl with pink hair who dared to toy with him, Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke. With an expressionless visage, Itachi swiftly twisted Sasuke's left arm, coldly admonishing, "Get out of the way, fool." Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kisame Hashigaki felt a jolt of alarm. Despite his absolute confidence in his own prowess, he harbored a deep-seated reverence for Itachi. After all, Itachi's strength was unfathomable, and his judgments were infallible. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Kisame leapt aside to evade the impending assault of the petals. However, his reflexes proved a fraction too slow. At the very instant he leapt, the petals sliced through the air like razor blades, swiftly grazing his left arm. In that fleeting moment, Kisame felt as if countless sharp blades had simultaneously raked across his flesh, inflicting excruciating pain as blood gushed forth. Looking down at his blood-soaked arm, a wave of dread washed over him. He silently thanked his fortune for heeding Itachi's warning and narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Otherwise, he might have found himself a grotesque corpse, subjected to countless wounds. TSK, having Itachi around is indeed troublesome. Sakura, standing a short distance away, witnessed this scene, her expression darkening with dismay as she clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. It was evident to her, with Itachi's Sharingan, that the ninjutsu being employed was entirely different from before. At that moment, Itachi cast a few glances at Sakura, taken aback by how rapidly this young girl had matured. In just a few years, she had surpassed the pitiful, hate-driven version of himself. Now, as Itachi observed Sasuke, who lay on the ground clutching his injured arm, he felt a sense of disdain. Chapter 80. Sasuke and Itachi. Although Kisame's left hand was injured, his reflexes remained remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Sakura like a specter. Sakura inwardly cursed her misfortune. She had not anticipated Kisame's speed to be so formidable. With her current abilities, she found herself utterly defenseless against an opponent of his caliber, who was approaching or possibly had already attained the strength of a shadow. Nevertheless, Sakura had not acted recklessly without some assurance. Just as Kisame, furious and humiliated, raised his sword to strike at her, Sakura maintained an unusual composure. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted before her, revealing a massive, crimson toad adorned with protective gear. This toad exuded an aura of formidable power. As Kisame's attack was about to descend upon Sakura, the red toad abruptly raised its arm, blocking Kisame's strike with sheer force. Concurrently, a steady, magnetic voice resonated from behind Kisame and Naruto. "You seem to underestimate me." The man, Jiraiya, would never be swayed by a woman's allure. More adept at using flowery language to deceive women, I remain impervious to the allure of their beauty. Men like me find women willingly drawn to them. As this proclamation echoed, a cloud of smoke surged forth once more. When the haze dissipated, a robust figure clad in a crimson vest, sporting a distinctive white spiky hairstyle, materialized before the onlookers. He bore upon his shoulder a scantily clad maiden, the very girl who had lured him out. Upon hearing Jiraiya's self-introduction, Naruto swiftly turned and bellowed in indignation. The mere fluttering of a woman's eyelashes, such a base tactic, clearly excites you. Cease your posturing, you lecherous sage. Hearing Naruto's mockery, Jiraiya bashfully scratched his head. I've told you not to address me that way in front of others. It's utterly vexing. Let us not dwell on this. These individuals are no ordinary foes, lecherous sage. Naruto, the delightful rascal, demonstrated a complete lack of respect towards Jiraiya. I've said it before, do not call me lecherous sage again. At this moment, the two displayed no tension typical of adversaries. Meanwhile, Kisame Hashigaki abandoned his intention to eliminate Sakura, fully focused on guarding against Jiraiya, while sneering, "Because you are known as the legendary Jiraiya, aren't you? Even if you are a notorious lecher, I didn't expect to deceive you so easily." Ah, so even the true nature of the lecherous sage is known? Naruto was taken aback by Kisame's words, while Jiraiya quietly explained, "This hardly qualifies as a true nature." At that moment, Kisame's gaze fell upon the woman slung over Jiraiya's shoulder. He pondered for a moment before thoughtfully remarking, "It appears the Jinjutsu placed upon that woman has been lifted." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya glanced at Itachi Uchiha, who stood silently, offering no words. Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly, then gently leaned the woman against the wall and spoke with a grave and earnest tone. "To divert my attention from Naruto by employing hypnosis on a woman is a despicable tactic. Truly the mark of scum. Indeed, the target is Naruto, isn't it?" Hearing Jiraiya's words, both Naruto and Sasuke were taken aback, clearly surprised by this revelation. However, only Sakura seemed to have anticipated this, her expression remaining largely unchanged. No wonder Kakashi is aware of this matter. It seems the source of the intelligence is you. Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke, his voice calm and low, as if to himself. In truth, they had previously clashed with Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma Sarutobi in Konoha. In that fierce battle, both sides had exerted their utmost effort. Ultimately, Guy had successfully pressured Itachi to retreat by threatening to inform the Umbu of their presence. At that moment, Kakashi had, however, revealed their true purpose for coming to Konoha, to seize Naruto, which is the highest order given to us by our organization, Akatsuki. Itachi disclosed this crucial information in a tone meant to apply pressure, while Kisame remained expressionless. "I will not relinquish Naruto to you." Jiraiya's voice brimmed with authority. "That remains to be seen." Itachi Uchiha remained as taciturn as ever. Just as Jiraiya began to speak, a deep voice interjected, "Stay out of this." Sasuke, who had lost one of his hands, barely managed to rise, his voice dark and filled with animosity. "I am the one who will kill this man." Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Sasuke and, with an unperturbed tone, revealed the truth that would drive Sasuke into a frenzy. "I have no interest in you now." "How absurd." Sasuke roared in fury, his eyes, already brimming with hatred, now ablaze with rage. He raised his intact right hand and, summoning all his strength, launched a ferocious punch at Itachi, infused with his boundless resentment and wrath, as if he sought to obliterate his brother into countless pieces. However, Itachi effortlessly sidestepped the blow, his movements as swift as lightning, leaving Sasuke's fist grazing nothing but air. Almost instantaneously, Itachi retaliated with a lightning-fast kick, striking Sasuke squarely in the chest. Sasuke was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Sakura, witnessing this, rushed forward to catch him. Yet, the force of his impact was too great. Although she managed to grasp him, she was propelled backward several steps before she could stabilize herself. At this sight, Naruto could no longer contain himself. He let out a roar, akin to an enraged lion, and charged recklessly towards Itachi. However, just as he was about to reach his brother, Sasuke's furious shout echoed through the corridor of the inn. "Naruto, I told you not to interfere. I should have made myself clear." His voice resonated with determination and finality. Upon hearing Sasuke's command, Naruto halted abruptly, his eyes wide with shock and frustration. With Sakura's assistance, Sasuke struggled to rise from the ground. His body ached from Itachi's brutal strike, yet his gaze remained unwavering, as if ignited by an eternal flame. "I live for this day, for this moment." Sasuke gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with fierce conviction. Though his voice was hoarse from his injuries, the resolve and hatred within it were chilling. Afterward, Sasuke summoned all his remaining strength, charging at Itachi like a frenzied beast. Yet, in the face of Sasuke's relentless assault, Itachi appeared unfazed. Calmly, he raised his hand and effortlessly swatted Sasuke aside. This time, Sasuke was sent flying even farther, crashing against the wall at the end of the corridor with a resounding thud before crumpling to the ground like a discarded rag doll, unable to rise for an extended period. Sakura, seeing this, attempted to rush to Sasuke's aid but was suddenly struck by an overwhelming pressure from behind. She quickly turned to find a towering, menacing figure looming over her. It was Kisame Hoshigaki, wielding his massive samahata, looking down upon Sakura. It had been stated that this was a matter between the two of them. The dry persimmon ghost shark spoke expressionlessly, his voice deep and chilling, instilling a sense of dread. Sakura was intimidated by his aura, paralyzed with fear, forced to watch as Sasuke collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Chapter 81. Tsukuyami Sasuke gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body, struggling to prop himself against the wall. His left hand, fractured, twitched uncontrollably, each spasm sending sharp pangs of agony through him. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he clenched his jaw, striving to suppress any sounds of suffering. His head hung low, as if he had lost all strength. Yet, when he spoke, his slightly trembling voice revealed a resolute defiance. "It is not over yet." Uchiha Itachi stood silently, his gaze as piercing as the coldest stars, fixated firmly on Sasuke. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight, disdainful smile as he murmured, "Someone who cannot even form hand signs." Though this remark was delivered lightly, its contempt struck Sasuke's heart like a heavy hammer. His body trembled at the weight of Itachi's words, for in the realm of ninjas, the inability to perform hand signs signified a complete loss of combat capability, rendering one inferior even to the most useless of beings. Yet, Sasuke did not allow Itachi's words to deter him. His voice, though still quivering, was imbued with unwavering determination. "This is my battle." Itachi appeared somewhat annoyed by Sasuke's obstinacy, letting out a cold snort as he acquiesced. "Very well." As his words fell, a palpable aura of murderous intent surged from him, thick and almost tangible. At that tense moment, Jiraiya suddenly burst forth from the side, evidently intent on halting the impending clash. However, as soon as he appeared, the dry persimmon ghost shark materialized before him like a phantom, blocking his path. The ghost shark said nothing, yet his frigid gaze conveyed a clear message. He would not permit anyone to disrupt Itachi's amusement. With an impassive expression, Uchiha Itachi advanced slowly and steadily towards Sasuke, finally coming to a halt before him. His eyes fixed on Sasuke. He seemed utterly convinced of Sasuke's inability to utilize ninjutsu due to his fractured left hand. At the very moment Itachi came to a standstill, Sasuke, who had been secretly forming hand signs with his uninjured right hand, did not hesitate to bring his hand before his mouth and unleashed a torrential surge of orange-red flames. The flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly transforming into a blazing sea that surged toward Uchiha Itachi. Fire release, great fireball technique. However, in the face of this overwhelming inferno, there was no trace of panic in Itachi's eyes. His three-tomo Sharingan rotated slightly and swiftly. His entire figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke amid the flames, transforming into a swarm of crows that scattered in all directions. This sudden turn of events left Sasuke in shock. His eyes widened as he watched the crows weave through the fire, only to coalesce once more before him into the silhouette of Uchiha Itachi, clad in a robe adorned with black clouds of flames. Before Sasuke could fully grasp the situation, Itachi ruthlessly delivered a fierce kick to his chest, striking him down after he had just executed the great fireball technique. The force of the blow was immense, leaving Sasuke no time to react before he was propelled away by the tremendous impact. His body soared through the air like a kite with severed strings, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. With a muffled groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, as if his very being were being torn asunder. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at Itachi Uchiha, standing not far away, his heart brimming with despair and indignation. Why? Why was there no change, just like before? Why was the gap so vast? Sasuke's voice trembled, laden with endless anguish and confusion. He could not comprehend why. Despite his relentless efforts, he remained unable to close the chasm between himself and Itachi. Observing Sasuke being mercilessly toyed with by Itachi, like a rag doll, Kisame Hashigaki displayed a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Oh my, how utterly ruthless." Once more, Sasuke fell heavily to the ground, his eyes vacant as he muttered, "What have I been doing all this time? What am I truly?" Itachi seized Sasuke by the collar, choking him against the wall, devoid of any emotion, uttering, "You are weak. Why are you so weak?" The answer was clear. It was still insufficient, not enough for my hatred. As Sasuke beheld Itachi's crimson Sharingan, time seemed to freeze, and his thoughts were abruptly thrust back to that unforgettable night. On that fateful evening, the moonlight cascaded like water over the Uchiha clan settlement, a scene that should have been tranquil and serene, yet was shattered by an unforeseen massacre. His parents, the ones who loved him dearly, fell defenseless amidst a pool of blood, their bodies brutally torn apart, staining the ground crimson. Standing beside their lifeless forms was none other than his brother, Itachi Uchiha, wielding a bloodied long blade, its menacing hue starkly illuminated by the moonlight. Itachi's Sharingan glimmered with a cold detachment, as if he had transformed from the loving brother into a heartless executioner. Within the mental realm of Itachi's most potent Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi, Sasuke felt as if he were ensnared in hell. Itachi's voice echoed in his ears, each word striking his soul like a hammer. "You are weak." For the next 24 hours the tone was merciless, as if pronouncing Sasuke's death sentence. "You will relive that day." As Itachi's blade descended, Sasuke watched helplessly as his parents' lives flickered away before him once more. In that instant, his world crumbled entirely. He could not accept this brutal reality, his heart consumed by pain and despair. Yet, Itachi's voice persisted, resonating in his ears like a demonic whisper. "You are not worth killing, my foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, then harbor hatred for me, despise me. Then live on in your wretched existence. Strive to escape with all your might. Cling to life with every ounce of your being." These words pierced Sasuke's heart like a sharpened blade, accompanied by a scream for Sakura and the others. It seemed but a fleeting moment, yet for Sasuke, he endured 24 hours of torment at the hands of Itachi. Listening to Sasuke's anguished cries, Kisame relished the moment, taunting, "Still the same, I see. Using Tsukuyomi against your brother?" As Sasuke's wails echoed, Naruto's fury reached a boiling point. With a quivering voice, he exclaimed, "Enough already, you scoundrel." Relying on his smaller stature, Naruto charged past Kisame's blockade towards Itachi Uchiha. Just as Kisame's attention was diverted by Naruto, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Ninjutsu, Toad Mouth Binding Technique. Chapter 82. Medical expert observing Sasuke's body being gradually engulfed by the flesh wall. Itachi Uchiha emotionlessly released his grip, as if discarding useless refuse, validating his earlier words that Sasuke lacked even the qualification to be killed. Yet, only Sakura understood that this was merely Itachi's ruse. Had he truly wished to eliminate Sasuke, he could have done so countless times over. However, at that moment, Jiraiya interjected. "What a pity, Itachi Kisame. You have fallen into my trap and now reside within my belly. I summon the stomach of the great toad of Mount Myaboku. This is where you shall meet your demise. Since you are both wanted criminals, let you become the feast for the rock toad." No sooner had he spoken than Kisame and Itachi felt an overwhelming force tightly constricting their bodies. The flesh of the rock toad, almost sentient, ensnared them completely. Simultaneously, Sakura swiftly drew her 1,000 cherry blossoms, unhesitatingly slashing at Kisame's water clone nearby. In an instant, the clone was cleaved in two, sending a splash of water cascading around. What is this? Naruto suddenly felt a strange sensation beneath his feet, sticky and soft, leaving him perplexed. Naruto, don't move. Jiraiya shouted urgently. This is my technique. Rest assured. At this point, no one can escape. As Jiraiya's words fell, Itachi's voice resonated with authority. Kisame, come to my side. Without a moment's hesitation, Kisame withdrew his trapped foot, brandishing his sword, Samahata, and charged toward Itachi. Seeing this, Jiraiya promptly commanded the stomach of the great toad to sprout numerous tentacles, akin to venomous serpents, ensnaring the two. They raced towards the nearest window, but the pursuing tentacles were evidently swifter than their own pace. The tentacles are faster than us, Kisame exclaimed, astonishment creeping into his tone. Abruptly halting, he swung Samahata, slicing through the tentacles that had been closing in from behind. Meanwhile, Itachi, while running, closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, his once profound gaze transformed into a crimson kaleidoscope of Sharingan, exuding a chilling aura. With a sharp crack, it was as though something had been forcefully shattered. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he hastened his steps, closely trailing Itachi and Kisame's path. When Jiraiya, Sakura, and Naruto arrived, the scene before them left them utterly astonished. Before them, a gaping chasm marred the wall of the great toad of Owasu, its edges flickering with an eerie black flame that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, exuding an aura of malevolence. The ever-curious Naruto, akin to a timid mouse, crept closer to the ominous flames, murmuring, "What sort of flame is this, and why is it black? Do not approach that flame carelessly," Jiraiya bellowed, his voice resonating with urgency, startling Naruto nearly into flight. Although Jiraiya was uncertain of the precise danger posed by these black flames, he instinctively understood that their capacity to breach the great toad's stomach wall indicated they were no ordinary phenomenon. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya swiftly retrieved a sealing scroll from his robes, forming hand seals to initiate the sealing technique, aiming to confine the ominous black flames. Sealing technique, fire's sealing method. As the incantation was invoked, a torrent of chakra emanated from the scroll, enveloping the black flames and drawing them inward. Once the last remnant of the black flame was drawn into the sealing scroll, a character for seal materialized in the void at its center. After successfully sealing the black flames, Jiraiya stomped his foot, causing the formidable wall of the great toad to gradually dissipate. Just as Naruto rushed over to assist his vacant-eyed comrade, Sasuke, whose arms and ribs lay fractured, a kunai embedded itself into the wall, and a green figure swiftly appeared before Jiraiya. Dynamic entry. Jiraiya, taken aback by the powerful kick aimed at him, gasped Guy. Upon recognizing Jiraiya, Guy's expression shifted, yet he launched himself forward, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Jiraiya. Even aware that they were not adversaries, he could not halt his momentum, and Jiraiya, too astonished by Guy's approach, found himself unable to evade. Sakura, witnessing the scene unfold, instinctively covered her eyes, lamenting the lack of any normal ninja in Konoha. Moments later, Jiraiya, with blood trickling from his nose, glared menacingly at Guy, as if he were about to devour him. Guy, continuously bowing in apology, explained that he had mistakenly identified Jiraiya as an enemy due to forgetting to bring a mirror and had resorted to using his forehead protector to reflect light and assess the inn's surroundings. Enough of that. We must get Sasuke to the Konoha hospital. He has multiple fractures and has lost consciousness, Jiraiya urged, momentarily sparing Guy as he pressed for action. Naruto, upon hearing this, became instantly concerned, recognizing that those individuals had come in search of him. It was not an exaggeration to say that Sasuke's predicament was a consequence of his own actions. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of anger. What did that guy do to Sasuke? Perverted sage, speak up. We must alter our plans. Although I was frightened moments ago, this time I will pursue those two figures cloaked in black and bring them down. They seek me, do they not? I shall confront them myself. Hearing Naruto's fervent declaration, Jiraiya scoffed. Even if you were to go now, you would simply meet your demise. The disparity in strength is too great. I have only just managed to distance them from you. Naruto, filled with indignation, retorted, so you expect me to hide from them indefinitely? To live in constant fear? Listening to Naruto's impotent rage, Jiraiya too felt his temper flare. He shouted at Naruto to be quiet. When Naruto ceased his chatter, Jiraiya softened his tone and continued. You are too weak. Hearing this, Naruto lowered his head, feeling a deep sense of resentment. However, Jiraiya's words rang true. Rushing in would only lead to his demise and would not alter the situation. Meanwhile, Guy gazed at the unconscious Sasuke and solemnly remarked, Now Kakashi is afflicted by the same ninjutsu, lying in bed, unaware of when he will regain consciousness. During such times when a student is injured, I sincerely wish that the medical expert were here. Therefore, our next step is to locate that individual, Jiraiya stated gravely. Chapter 83. The beginning of training in a bustling town relatively distant from Konoha, Naruto ventured farther from home than ever before. Aside from his journey to the land of waves, at that moment, he felt like a child exploring a grand garden for the first time, his eyes wide with wonder at everything around him. Observing the lively throng on the streets, he exclaimed, How amazing! This is my first time in a place like this. His eyes sparkled as if he wished to absorb every detail. Seeing Naruto's excitement, Jiraiya smiled and said, Leisure is essential. Rest well before you resume your training. Furthermore, there will be festivities for the foreseeable future, so we shall reside in this town and conduct our training here. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto cheered with delight. That's fantastic. He quickly rummaged through his backpack, producing a plump frog wallet, and flashed Jiraiya a goofy grin. Jiraiya, feigning surprise, remarked, Oh, you seem quite wealthy. A little tycoon, aren't you? As he spoke, he exaggeratedly praised Naruto while his eyes darted around, clearly plotting something mischievous. I've saved up quite a bit from completing missions, Naruto said, rubbing his cheek against his beloved frog wallet. He adjusted his backpack and called out to Sakura, who was eager to buy some snacks. I'm off. Jiraiya, noticing Naruto's intent to run, quickly interjected, Hold on, Naruto, hand your wallet over to me for safekeeping. Just as Naruto turned, Jiraiya snatched it away. When Naruto attempted to reclaim his cherished wallet, Jiraiya extracted 300 ryo, stating, This is all you can spend. Wait, only 300 ryo? Naruto complained. Complaints are not allowed. You know the 3 prohibitions of a ninja. Jiraiya swiftly shifted the conversation to distract Naruto. What are the 3 prohibitions? As a struggling student, Naruto had no knowledge of such matters. At that moment, Sakura, having returned with a bounty of snacks, overheard their discussion and chimed in. The 3 prohibitions refer to 3 desires that can lead a ninja to ruin: alcohol, women, and money. Upon hearing Sakura's explanation, Naruto cast a longing glance at the snacks in her arms and then at his meager 300 ryo, exclaiming, What? That doesn't apply to me at all. I'm not yet 20 and can't drink. I hardly understand desires for women. I've saved up my money and don't really want to spend it. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya immediately interjected, Foolish child, do not underestimate the allure of money. Once one begins to spend, the desire only grows. Just look at Sakura. She is already burdened, yet still contemplating further purchases. As Sakura perused other snack stalls, Jiraiya seized upon her as a prime example. He then turned his gaze towards her. Sakura, this greed for wealth can lead a ninja astray. You remain oblivious to the enchantment of money. Only a dependable adult like myself can withstand such temptations. You ought to entrust your wallet to me for safekeeping. Upon hearing Jiraiya's stern admonition, Sakura was resolute in her refusal to surrender her wallet to this lecherous fiend. Handing it over would undoubtedly result in its swift depletion. Although this might present an opportunity to learn from him, Sakura felt no need to emulate Jiraiya. This thought led her to recall Tsunade's similar disposition. Any earnings she made from missions would assuredly be claimed by Tsunade. Never mind, I shall consider it a tuition fee. With a sigh, Sakura rolled her eyes at Jiraiya but did not linger. She swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, her sights set on the takoyaki stall. Jiraiya, standing still, observed Sakura's retreating figure, his lips twitching as if he wished to utter something, yet he ultimately fell silent. Naruto, perplexed, exclaimed, Where's my wallet? Hey, where did that perverse sage go? Suddenly realizing Jiraiya's absence, he anxiously scanned the crowd in search of his mentor. You'd better wait for me, you lecherous sage. My wallet. Upon realizing that Jiraiya had pilfered his wallet, Naruto emitted a wail of despair. At that moment, Jiraiya, cleverly evading Naruto with a transformation technique, concealed himself in a corner of the crowd, discreetly wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow. He muttered to himself, Children these days are becoming increasingly difficult to deceive, especially that clever little Sakura. However, my disciple Naruto is rather naive. He is far more endearing than her. Hearing Naruto's lament, Jiraiya chuckled triumphantly, murmuring, "This boy is paying a small price for the privilege of receiving my true teachings." With no qualms, he strode towards the nearest tavern, eager to indulge in fine wine and cuisine. Over an hour passed, the sun bathing the grass in front of the shrine in warm light. Naruto and Sakura reclined comfortably on the lawn like two languorous cats, relishing the splendid moment. Their bellies gently protruded, seemingly narrating the tale of their recent sumptuous feast. The towering pile of refuse beside them attested to their extravagant indulgence, sufficient to satisfy a dozen ordinary diners. "Sakura, I feel utterly stuffed." Naruto abruptly shattered the tranquility, caressing his round belly as he addressed Sakura. "How about we engage in some training to digest this feast?" Sakura's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, clearly enticed. She promptly sat up, smiling as she replied, "Sure, I think it's time we got moving." Consequently, the two individuals, brimming with excitement, arrived at the shooting range. Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, approached the counter, made his payment, and then seized 5 sandbags, aiming at the target ahead. With a swift motion of his arm, the sandbags shot forth like meteors, striking the target with impeccable precision. Following this, for more crisp sounds echoed as 5 fist-sized targets toppled over in unison. This remarkable spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished, and they erupted into a fervent cheer. Upon hearing the applause, Naruto's face lit up with a signature smile reminiscent of Guy's, and he proudly gave a thumbs up to Sakura, exclaiming, "Impressive, isn't it?" Sakura's lips curled into a charming smile, her expression radiant. In a flash, she deftly grasped 5 sandbags and, without hesitation, hurled them forward. A series of thuds resonated as the 5 targets fell simultaneously. This display left the ordinary spectators in awe. After accomplishing this feat, Sakura turned to Naruto, casting him a provocative glance, as if to say, "What do you think? Do you dare to challenge me?" Seeing this, Naruto, disregarding any thoughts of claiming a reward, dashed forward like an arrow, shouting, "It's not over yet. Let us have a goldfish catching contest, and see who can catch more." Sakura's smile broadened at his enthusiasm. She gently shook her head and declined the reward offered by the stall owner. Although these targets were small, they posed no challenge for ninjas accustomed to shuriken throwing, and even Naruto managed to hit them effortlessly. Soon after, Sakura and Naruto commenced their goldfish catching competition. Naruto, evidently enthusiastic about the game, struggled with his technique. He clumsily waved his paper net, quickly accumulating a heap of torn nets around him. In stark contrast, Sakura's movements were graceful and composed. She leisurely dipped her net into the fishbowl, consistently retrieving 1 goldfish at a time and gently placing them into her bowl. Remarkably, her net emerged completely dry, as if this were the simplest of games. Observing Sakura's effortless success in catching goldfish, the stall owner's expression grew increasingly grim, ultimately betraying a sense of despair. Meanwhile, Naruto glanced from the goldfish in Sakura's bowl to the pile of tattered nets surrounding him. Unable to contain himself, he sheepishly asked, "Sakura, could you teach me how you do it?" Sakura, willing to share her secret, raised her net for Naruto to examine closely. To his astonishment, a gossamer layer of chakra enveloped the net. As she caught another goldfish, she explained to Naruto, "The principle is akin to climbing trees or walking on water. This time, however, it requires more delicate control. You mustn't use too much chakra, or this fragile paper net will tear." As she spoke, the net she had just used to catch a goldfish disintegrated under the strain of her chakra. At that moment, the stall owner promptly recognized Sakura's use of ninjutsu to cheat and exclaimed, "That doesn't count. Ninjas cannot cheat with ninjutsu." Sakura, having listened attentively, produced 500 taels and handed them to the shopkeeper, subsequently releasing the goldfish from her bowl back into the water tank. Aware that the shopkeeper was merely running a modest business, she had no intention of taking any of the little goldfish for herself. Observing Sakura's actions, the vendor, with an understanding smile, encouraged her to continue and handed her a new net. Sakura reciprocated with a knowing glance, then resumed instructing Naruto, "If the chakra attached is insufficient or uneven, the net will become wet, just like this." As she spoke, she submerged the new net into the water, and in no time, it became drenched. The paper in the middle soaked up the water, and upon being nudged by a goldfish, it tore apart. Noticing Naruto's eager expression, she declared, "I'll cover the cost of the paper nets." Then she advised him, "Take your time to practice. With your chakra control, you won't master it immediately." Upon hearing Sakura's blunt words, Naruto wilted like a withered plant. But he was self-aware enough not to retort. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, beaming with delight, packaged all the paper nets for Sakura and handed her a small goldfish in a plastic bag, saying, "Thank you for your patronage." Chapter 84. Waterblade Slash. After Sakura and Naruto had their fill of fun, they finally remembered to seek out Jiraiya, only to discover him thoroughly intoxicated, clinging tightly to two young women whose sole purpose was to keep him company. Witnessing this scene, Naruto was instantly engulfed in fury. His eyes widened as he fixated on the empty wallet on the table, and his rage erupted like a volcano. Without hesitation, he discarded the grilled squid he had intended to buy for Jiraiya and charged at the drunken sage, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, Sakura stood calmly by, observing the farcical spectacle. She casually caught the grilled squid that was about to fall to the ground and leisurely began to eat it, as if the entire situation had nothing to do with her. Jiraiya, disoriented from Naruto's blows, did not retaliate but instead dodged the attacks while mumbling incoherently in a plea for mercy. Eventually, unable to withstand Naruto's commotion any longer, he resorted to his trump card, promising to teach Naruto a formidable ninjutsu in order to quell his anger. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately ceased his assault, eagerly inquiring about the nature of the jutsu. Seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, Jiraiya mysteriously replied, "This jutsu is a unique technique created by the fourth Hokage. Once you master it, you'll become incredibly powerful." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he awaited the transmission of the ninjutsu. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly noticed Sakura, who was still munching on the grilled squid. A smirk crept across his face as he leaned closer to her, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Sakura, would you like to learn as well? I can teach you." Sakura, startled by Jiraiya's unexpected advance, regarded his lecherous grin with unease. Instinctively retreating a few steps, she clutched her chest tightly and, with a wary tone, asked, "What do you want?" Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya displayed a nonchalant demeanor, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Do not be anxious. I have no interest in flatness at all. What captivates me are women with alluring, curvaceous figures. Haha, I merely wish to witness the genjutsu you have created." Sakura, upon hearing Jiraiya's statement, felt the tension within her dissipate, her heart secretly relieved. However, when she heard him refer to her as flat, the self-assured Sakura who had never been concerned about her figure suddenly felt a surge of indignation. With wide eyes, she glared at Jiraiya's lecherous grin, her inner fury intensifying. Struggling to contain her anger, she forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, gritting her teeth as she replied, "Oh? You wish to experience the genjutsu I've crafted? Very well, come forth, and I shall show you." With that, Sakura swiftly devoured the last piece of grilled squid, tossing the skewer into the trash with a sharp snap. She then swiftly formed hand seals. Genjutsu, reverse harem technique. As Jiraiya observed Sakura's hand seals, he recalled having heard from Ebisu about her possessing such a peculiar genjutsu, and his excitement began to mount, his already lascivious grin morphing into something even more suggestive. Watching Jiraiya's eyes turn a shade of pink as he looked at her, Sakura smirked inwardly, thinking, "You shall witness it all." In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya let out a horrified scream as he jolted awake, clutching his eyes and muttering, "I am tainted. Sakura, I despise you," as he fled in haste. Naruto, witnessing this scene, turned to Sakura with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Sakura, what has happened to the perverted sage?" Sakura, nonchalantly rummaging through her backpack and opening a bag of snacks, replied, "He merely wished to see the genjutsu I created. It's nothing serious. He'll be fine in a few days." Wow. Sakura, you are incredible to have defeated the perverted sage with a genjutsu. What sort of genjutsu was it? May I see it? Naruto immediately inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sakura paused her eating momentarily before responding. "It's quite similar to your seduction technique. Nothing spectacular." "I see. I never imagined my seduction technique could be so powerful, capable of being executed as a genjutsu. Why didn't I think of that?" Naruto exclaimed, enthusiastically clapping his hands together in realization, continuing to ponder what a genjutsu version of the seduction technique should be named. Should it still be called the seduction technique? No, the genjutsu version must have a more impressive name. Sakura, observing Naruto's incessant muttering, could only shake her head in disbelief. With his talent, he would certainly struggle to master genjutsu. Moreover, what connection did the seduction technique have with being impressive? It was utterly unrelated. Over an hour later, a weary Jiraiya was dragged by Naruto to the woods outside the town to commence the classic Rasengan training. Though this ninjutsu was indeed unique and a signature technique of the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya had no intention of excluding Sakura. Instead, he pulled out a large bag of water balloons and handed them to Naruto and Sakura, stating, "Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once." Jiraiya spoke as a swirling orb of blue energy began to spin wildly in his palm, forcefully pressing against the tree trunk. Instantly, the wood was shattered into splinters, creating a spiral-shaped indentation the size of a bowl. Withdrawing his hand, Jiraiya declared, "I have controlled the force. Did you all clearly observe the ninjutsu just now? What does it resemble?" Naruto pondered for a moment before responding, "I sense the power of rotation." Hearing Naruto's answer, Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly, yet he did not refute it, recognizing the truth in his words. Instead, he turned his gaze to Sakura. Jiraiya had heard from the villagers about Sakura's prodigious talent, although her recent genjutsu was rather glaring. It was indeed convincingly deceptive, indicating her significant aptitude for illusion techniques. However, Sakura did not respond, instead adopting a contemplative expression. Subsequently, the water orb in her hand began to morph irregularly before erupting in front of Jiraiya. Witnessing this, Jiraiya's mouth twitched again. This Sakura was far too extraordinary for him to teach. He decided it was best to leave her to Tsunade, who would surely find her a headache. Jiraiya then shifted his focus back to Naruto, diligently instructing him on how to manipulate his chakra. Once Naruto grasped the concept of chakra rotation, Jiraiya turned to Sakura and inquired, "Is there anything you do not understand?" Sakura bowed respectfully and replied, "Jiraiya-sensei, I have been researching a technique that closely resembles your Rasengan. However, it has yet to maintain stability for any length of time, only appearing momentarily." With that, she demonstrated her own water blade technique, which, in essence, involved coating a blade with a film of water and rapidly rotating that layer to achieve a cutting effect. Unfortunately, the water film could only be sustained for a brief moment, even though she successfully severed Gaara's sand using this technique in the Konoha hospital. She was unable to maintain it for an extended period. Noticing the fleeting water film covering Sakura's blade, Jiraiya's pupils constricted, and he remarked with some difficulty, "This already pertains to the transformation of chakra properties. My advice is to start from the fundamentals. Do not aspire to leap forward in one bound." Chapter 85. Chi Yuan / Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Sakura fell into deep contemplation. She recalled the moment when she simply sought a cutting ninjutsu capable of breaking through Gaara's sand armor, and the first thought that came to her mind was the formidable cutting ability of high-velocity water flow. However, after much reflection, Sakura recognized the naivety and impatience of that thought. It is essential to understand that creating an entirely new ninjutsu is no simple task. It requires extensive research and practice, especially concerning chakra property transformation. While Sakura was deep in thought, Jiraiya noticed the contemplative expression on her face and gave a slight nod of affirmation. He then continued, "You can start practicing with non-elemental chakra, attempting to maintain stability while it spins at high speed without dissipating. This will be your first step toward success. If you can successfully create such a ninjutsu, its power will undoubtedly rival that of the Rasengan." Upon hearing this, an image immediately formed in Sakura's mind, a high-speed rotating chakra forming a flat circle reminiscent of the Chi Yuan slash. She could hardly contain her excitement, nearly exclaiming, "Isn't this the spirit slash?" The moment the spirit slash was mentioned, an image of a short, bald figure without a nose instantly appeared in Sakura's mind. If she could successfully replicate the spirit slash within the ninja world, it would undoubtedly bring her immense satisfaction. Observing Sakura's enthusiasm, Jiraiya handed her a water balloon, stating, "Your objective is to make the water inside the balloon spin at high speed while simultaneously constraining the swirling flow. The principle is quite similar to the spiral sphere, yet the difficulty will be significantly greater." "All right, thank you, Teacher Jiraiya," Sakura responded, genuinely acknowledging his expertise. Jiraiya's extensive experience as a ninja had indeed surpassed her own. Upon hearing Sakura address him as teacher, Jiraiya did not contest her claim, for there can be many teachers, but only one master. Should Sakura refer to him as master, he would certainly not acquiesce. Thus, Sakura and Naruto embarked on a challenging journey of training. Naruto immersed himself wholeheartedly in the practice of chakra rotation, focusing intently on sensing and guiding the flow of chakra. continuously adjusting his breathing and movements to achieve optimal rotational effects. In contrast, Sakura's training was far more complex. She needed not only to make the chakra spin rapidly, but also to maintain its stability during the process. It resembled walking a tightrope. A moment's inattention could lead to the chakra spiraling out of control. Her current exercise involved infusing chakra into the water balloon and then enveloping it with another layer of chakra, akin to donning the balloon with a sturdy armor. This way, the water balloon would not easily shatter under the centrifugal force during rapid rotation. However, ensuring the integrity of the chakra membrane while the entire balloon spun at high speed was no trivial task. The difficulty was almost unimaginable. It was akin to engaging in ambidextrous combat. Sakura needed to simultaneously control the rotation and stability of the chakra, demanding exceptional concentration and mental fortitude. Fortunately, Sakura possessed a naturally strong mental capacity and remarkable chakra control, rendering her potential for success not entirely out of reach. If she encountered significant challenges, she could, like Naruto, utilize shadow clones to assist her. One clone could concentrate on achieving high-speed chakra rotation, while the other focused on maintaining its stability. Although this approach might seem somewhat underhanded, it could alleviate the difficulty to some extent. During this period, Jiraiya was exceptionally busy. He not only had to address the inquiries of Sakura and Naruto, but also monitor their training progress and provide suitable guidance. He also found time to inquire about Tsunade's whereabouts and visit various young women, although much of his time was indeed spent in the latter pursuit. Nevertheless, Jiraiya was always willing to answer Sakura and Naruto's questions, especially since Sakura often posed particularly challenging queries that left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Confronted with Sakura's eager, inquisitive gaze, Jiraiya could only look at her with a feigned innocence, hoping to navigate through her queries unscathed. Witnessing a man in his 50s attempting to play cute was enough to send a shiver down Sakura's spine as she delved into the study of this exceedingly difficult ninjutsu. After 3 consecutive days of relentless practice, Naruto finally achieved a significant breakthrough in the skills of spinning water balloons and fishing for goldfish. He not only mastered the art of controlling the rotation of the water balloon, but also cleverly utilized chakra to burst it. When Naruto successfully shattered the water balloon for the first time, he was filled with childlike excitement and immediately dashed over to Sakura, eager to showcase his accomplishment. With a proud expression, he demonstrated the technique of using opposing rotating chakra with both hands, his movements skillful and his demeanor exuding confidence, as if he had become a master in this art. However, Sakura remained unfazed by Naruto's display. She quietly maintained the rapid spin of her own water balloon, her eyes reflecting a seriousness of purpose. Yet, Naruto's incessant chatter proved to be quite bothersome, as Sakura focused on stabilizing her water balloon. A momentary distraction caused it to burst with a loud pop, sending water splattering everywhere. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Naruto, oblivious to the trouble he had caused, continued to boast about his training achievements. Meanwhile, Sakura, with a vein popping at her temple, extended a damp hand toward him. As Naruto witnessed this scene, his eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Sakura. With an expressionless face, she raised one hand, revealing a small, rapidly spinning light blue sphere. Instantly, Naruto's demeanor shifted. He turned away, crestfallen, realizing that Sakura had already mastered the spiral sphere technique while he had barely completed the first stage. Consequently, he refrained from further interrupting her training and silently retreated to immerse himself in the second stage of bursting the balloon. On Sakura's side, she gradually began to master the technique of maintaining chakra stability while rotating, successfully keeping the water balloon spinning for extended periods without damage. Jiraiya observed Sakura's progress with satisfaction and nodded, presenting a large, thin balloon. Your second stage is to maintain its rapid spin without bursting it. Examining the balloon in Jiraiya's hand, which had become exceedingly thin due to inflation, Sakura realized that even a slight rotation of the air inside could rupture it. Maintaining the balloon's high-speed rotation would be akin to a hellish challenge, yet she harbored no thoughts of giving up. If she could indeed master this technique, it would undoubtedly grant her a formidable offensive capability. Chapter 86. Tsunade. After more than a week of diligent training, both Sakura and Naruto had made remarkable advancements in their abilities. Sakura had managed to awkwardly perform her self-named jutsu, the Vortex Slash. However, this technique still posed some issues in practical combat, primarily due to its lengthy preparation time, rendering it less suitable for swiftly countering enemy attacks. Thus, Sakura's current task was to devise a way to shorten the release time of the vortex slash, thereby enhancing its practicality in battle. As for Naruto, he too had made notable progress. Although he could not yet explode the balloon completely like Jiraiya or Sakura, he had managed to create a small hole in it. This is primarily due to Naruto's relatively weak chakra control, which hampers his ability to concentrate his chakra into a singular explosive force. However, should Naruto manage to enhance his chakra control further, his immense chakra reserves would undoubtedly allow him to unleash far greater power. While Sakura and Naruto diligently train, Jiraiya has found new leads in his search for Tsunade. They have heard rumors of a notorious gambler, dubbed the Big Fat Sheep, who has been spotted in a place known as Short Book Street. This news excites Jiraiya, prompting him to decide to venture to Short Book Street with Naruto and Sakura in pursuit of Tsunade. Meanwhile, the bustling small shopping street is lined with a myriad of stalls and shops, teeming with a lively crowd and a cacophony of noise. In one corner, a gambling house houses rows of slot machines, where a girl with golden twin tails and an alluring figure is intensely engrossed in her game. Beside Tsunade, a conservatively dressed girl with short hair clutches a pink piglet, fixated on the slot machine screen, repeatedly murmuring, 3 sevens, 3 sevens. As her quiet incantation continues, the slot machine before Tsunade gradually comes to a halt, landing on 3 sevens. Upon witnessing this, the girl erupts with joy, nearly leaping in excitement. However, Tsunade's expression suddenly darkens, as if she has encountered something dreadful. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, the girl laughs. How rare, Lady Tsunade. Yet, Tsunade seems oblivious to her words, frantically feeding more coins into the machine as if possessed. Yet, each outcome remains the same, 3 sevens. This spectacle elicits gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Another win. How impressive, little lady. After all, hitting 3 sevens even once is exceedingly rare, let alone consecutively. As the coins pile up before her, Tsunade's countenance grows increasingly grim, a blend of seriousness and sorrow washing over her. In stark contrast to the girl's exuberance, Tsunade's mood appears to plummet into despair. After some time near Short Book City, the girl, brimming with spoils, trails behind Tsunade. Noticing Tsunade's furrowed brow, she curiously inquires, Lady Tsunade, why the long face after such a rare win? Tsunade, without turning, responds, I have a bad feeling. We must leave here swiftly. But this is a famous tourist destination. What could possibly happen? Just look at the grandeur of Short Book City. The girl exclaims, pausing to admire the towering structures. Just as Tsunade intends to urge her to hurry, an icy chill suddenly sweeps over her. As she pauses to gaze at Short Book City, a thunderous roar erupts, and the city collapses in an instant. Amidst the rising dust, a colossal serpent's head emerges from the smoke, atop which stand 2 figures, one with a ghastly pale visage. A bookish individual, adorned with spectacles that accentuate his refined demeanor, greeted Tsunade with a hint of nostalgia. It's been a while, Tsunade, hissed Orochimaru's unsettling voice, eliciting discomfort in those who heard it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiraiya, Sakura, and Naruto made their way towards the Short Book Street. Their small town was still a fair distance from their destination, and at that moment, Naruto became increasingly agitated. After painstakingly completing the second stage of his training and bursting the balloon, he was frustrated by Jiraiya's reluctance to divulge how to progress to the third stage. Unable to contain himself any longer, he exclaimed, My training isn't over yet. Didn't you mention there are 3 stages? I've only just mastered the second. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya retrieved a balloon from his pocket and replied, We can practice the third stage as we walk. As he tossed Naruto a balloon and blew up another, he continued, The first stage involves rotation, the second stage focuses on power, and the forthcoming third stage is about maintenance. Jiraiya raised his hand, holding the balloon, but Naruto stared intently, observing that the balloon exhibited no change. He was nearly straining his eyes in disbelief, yet he could not perceive any transformation. What exactly do you mean by maintenance? It appears unchanged. Jiraiya chuckled at Naruto's bewilderment, saying, Take another look. He then lifted his left hand, and soon, a substantial amount of chakra rapidly spun into a perfect sphere. Now, I'm performing the same action with both hands, he added. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto gasped in awe. That's amazing. Jiraiya burst into laughter, declaring, Listen closely. The essence of the third stage is to fully harness what you have previously learned and exert control. You can perceive it as maintaining the strongest rotation and power of your chakra, while simultaneously creating a protective layer within the balloon to prevent it from bursting. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with realization. I understand. Your method is akin to what Sakura taught me about catching goldfish. Sakura instructed me to maintain a chakra membrane around the paper net, while you want me to sustain the rotation and power of the chakra, forming a membrane inside the balloon to keep it intact. You're quite the quick learner. But what exactly is this goldfish catching about? Jiraiya inquired with keen interest, glancing at the silent Sakura, who held a plastic bag containing a goldfish. Over the past few days, this little goldfish had endured much. In his efforts to practice, Naruto had attempted to catch it daily, while Sakura worried that subjecting the fish to such stress would lead to its demise. However, to their surprise, more than a week had passed, and the goldfish remained lively and spirited, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Jiraiya, having listened to Naruto's explanation, looked at Sakura with admiration, lamenting that such talent was beyond his ability to teach. Even imparting the most complex ninjutsu brought him no sense of accomplishment, akin to playing a modified video game. Only training someone like Naruto, who presented a formidable challenge, brought him true satisfaction. Nevertheless, Jiraiya had to concede that Sakura's approach was indeed beneficial for honing chakra control. Jiraiya is now contemplating whether to arrange a course on fishing for goldfish for his future apprentice, though he is uncertain if he still possesses the enthusiasm to take on a new student. Chapter 87. The Ambitions of Orochimaru beside the ruins of the ancient castle. Tsunade stood, her gaze fixed upon the youthful, pallid visage before her, devoid of any signs of aging. She spoke slowly. It has been a long time, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle, sinister smile as he replied, I have sought you with great difficulty. Unmoved, Tsunade's voice was cold and resolute. What business do you have with me? Do not tell me it is merely to reminisce. Orochimaru appeared undeterred by Tsunade's icy demeanor, continuing, in fact, I have a small request. At that moment, Kabuto, standing beside Orochimaru, interjected, Princess Tsunade, you must have noticed, Lord Orochimaru's hands have been injured and require your medical expertise. Following Kabuto's words, Tsunade's gaze fell upon Orochimaru's trembling hands, which seemed devoid of strength, incapable of functioning normally. Nevertheless, her tone remained frosty. You should leave. I have retired from the practice of medicine. Furthermore, the condition of Orochimaru's hands is not ordinary. How did you come to suffer such an affliction? Tsunade, renowned as the finest medical ninja, could discern at a glance that Orochimaru's hands were not merely injured but appeared to be sealed by a unique technique. It is nothing. Merely an accident while eliminating the third, Orochimaru stated calmly, delivering shocking news. Tsunade's expression darkened immediately. Yet, Orochimaru, with a casual demeanor, remarked, do not be so wrathful. All that is tangible must eventually succumb to decay, as do we. You understand this all too well, considering that your two dearest ones have perished. The mention of this struck a nerve with Tsunade. Indeed, Katsu and SHZ were the two individuals closest to her. Their deaths had spurred her phobia of blood and led her to abandon Konoha, weary of the unending wars. After all, their deaths had been most tragic. Orochimaru observed the darkness clouding Tsunade's face, continuing to provoke her. At that moment, Shizune could no longer bear it. She swiftly unleashed the concealed weapon she bore, aiming it at Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru remained unfazed by the incoming poisoned needle. Kabuto stepped in front of Orochimaru, deflecting the needle with his short blade, resolutely shielding Orochimaru from Shizune's attack. At this juncture, Tsunade intervened. Calm down, Shizune. The surgical knife in Shizune's hand was perilously close to Kabuto's throat, while his blade hovered near her neck. Once Shizune retreated, Tsunade offered a slight smile, saying, Orochimaru, you remain unchanged. You know my disposition. Do not jest with me on this matter. Observing Tsunade's seemingly carefree smile, Orochimaru, who understood her well, recognized that it was a sign of her utmost fury. A bead of cold sweat formed on Orochimaru's brow, yet he was aware that he held a card that would surely intrigue Tsunade. Tsunade's once cheerful visage darkened abruptly, as she unleashed a fist against the stone wall behind her, causing it to crumble into disarray amidst a cloud of dust. Beware, I shall end you, she warned. At this moment, Kabuto felt a cold sweat trickle down his back on behalf of Orochimaru, yet he positioned himself in front of him, contemplating silently. Incredible. Fierce too. This individual is undoubtedly still unattached. Taking a deep breath to quell her fury, Tsunade's voice turned as frigid as the ice of the netherworld. You should leave at once. That may not be possible, Kabuto began, but Tsunade coldly interjected, Scram. We will not allow you to work for free, Kabuto persisted, yet Tsunade continued, her tone unwavering. I will count down from 5. You either vanish, or I shall ensure you depart together. 5, 4, 3. With each number, perspiration beaded on Kabuto's forehead, his body trembling with sheer terror. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming fear, he resolutely remained in front of Orochimaru, harboring no thoughts of escape. 2. 1. Tsunade's voice grew increasingly ominous. Each count fell upon Kabuto's heart like a heavy hammer. No matter how he pleaded, Tsunade remained unmoved, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Orochimaru. As the countdown reached its end, Tsunade's figure vanished like a specter. In that fleeting moment, Orochimaru chuckled softly. I can resurrect your beloved brother and partner, employing the forbidden techniques I have devised. This unexpected proclamation caused both Tsunade and Shizune to freeze, their eyes widening in disbelief at Orochimaru, as if they had just heard the most absurd statement imaginable. Noticing their reaction, a smirk of triumph graced Orochimaru's lips. He continued, We are not yet dead. Could this be interpreted as a successful negotiation? His tone brimmed with provocation, seemingly dismissive of Tsunade's threats. However, the cold sweat beading on his brow betrayed his true feelings. Beneath his composed exterior lay a palpable fear of Tsunade's capabilities. Tsunade remained silent, prompting Orochimaru to escalate his stakes. Do you not wish to see them? This statement seemed to be the final straw, as Tsunade recalled the images of the two individuals and asked in a low voice, What will you do after healing my hands? Orochimaru recognized that her inquiry indicated a wavering resolve. He spoke with sincerity, devoid of deceit. I dislike falsehoods. Thus, I will speak plainly. While obtaining what I desire, I intend to utterly destroy Konoha. His demeanor suggested honesty, yet the destruction of Konoha was the grandest deception of all. At this moment, a weakened Konoha was precisely what Orochimaru sought. He wanted other villages to perceive a glimmer of hope in overcoming Konoha, for only then could the flames of war ignite. Should Konoha be completely obliterated, the remaining formidable villages of Iwagakure and Kumogakure would hesitate to engage in conflict. After all, both the Sand and Mist villages were closely observing the situation. Should they engage in a fierce confrontation, these two villages would seize the opportunity to invade. Unlike Konoha, they lacked substantial resources and were indeed overextended in opposing 3 villages simultaneously. Orochimaru's intention was clear, to coerce Tsunade into returning to the village and assuming the mantle of Hokage. Only by her return could the Earth and Cloud villages be dissuaded from remaining passive spectators. He hoped to incite them into action before Tsunade could solidify her position, aiming to eradicate Konoha in the process. Without such a catalyst, neither village would dare to initiate hostilities, thereby granting Konoha a moment of respite. Chapter 88. Naruto and Tsunade. The tourists near the castle were in a state of utter panic, fleeing chaotically like headless flies. In stark contrast to this turmoil, Jiraiya, Sakura, and Naruto bravely surged against the tide. Just moments ago, they had learned of a massive serpent wreaking havoc within the castle, and Jiraiya immediately speculated that this creature was likely summoned by Orochimaru. Meanwhile, a look of indecision crossed Tsunade's face. Over the years, she had constantly mourned her brother, Nawaki, and her lover, Dan, lost to the ravages of war. If a chance arose to resurrect them, Tsunade would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. Now, Orochimaru presented her with this tantalizing prospect. She was willing to pay any price to bring Nawaki and Dan back to life. However, Shizune, who stood by Tsunade's side, was acutely aware of the implications. Upon hearing Orochimaru's intention to annihilate Konoha, she felt a surge of alarm. She could not bear to witness Tsunade being tempted by the illusory promise of resurrection to ally herself with the very monster intent on Konoha's destruction. In a state of urgency, Shizune turned to the indecisive Tsunade and implored, Lady Tsunade, you cannot agree to this. Nawaki and my uncle would never wish for you to do such a thing. Before Shizune could finish her plea, Tsunade shouted in a trembling voice, Shizune, be quiet. After a brief silence, Kabuto spoke up, you need not provide an answer immediately, but you must make a choice within a week. Moreover, this forbidden technique requires living sacrifices. Please prepare 2 individuals. As Shizen contemplated eliminating the 2 potential sacrifices to prevent Tsunade's indecision, Orochimaru slowly raised a trembling hand and bit into it. As blood seeped from his fingers, Tsunade felt a wave of dread wash over her, as if she were confronted by the most malevolent and terrifying sight imaginable. Orochimaru, observing Tsunade's fear-induced tremors, sneered, "I may appear weak now, but I am well aware of your vulnerability. Your phobia of blood remains unresolved." Having said this, Orochimaru disregarded the still trembling Tsunade and began to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, he paused and said, "Tsunade, I await your favorable response." With that, both figures vanished from the ruins. When the 3 latecomers arrived, Orochimaru and Tsunade had already disappeared from sight, and Jiraiya was aware of the issues surrounding Orochimaru's hands. It is evident that Orochimaru has come here in search of Tsunade for treatment. Consequently, he momentarily sets aside his usual nonchalance and, accompanied by Naruto and Sakura, continues the quest for Tsunade's whereabouts. However, despite their efforts throughout the night, they remain unsuccessful in locating her. Eventually, Jiraiya suggests they dine at an inn and gather tidings about Tsunade. Remarkably, their search leads them to the very inn where Tsunade is presently indulging in drink. Sakura gazes at Tsunade, who appears slightly inebriated, her skin fair and delicate, with golden twin ponytails and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, and is taken aback by her beauty. In her previous life, she had seen countless depictions of Tsunade, yet none could compare to the real woman before her. Jiraiya, upon seeing the tipsy Tsunade, cannot help but exclaim, and when Naruto hears Jiraiya's words, he turns his gaze to the seemingly youthful woman, whispering to Sakura, "Is this big sister really Tsunade? Does she truly have 50 years? Sakura rolls her eyes, softly retorting, "You've seen Jiraiya's photographs. How can you not recognize Tsunade?" As the 3 approach Tsunade, her bleary gaze upon Sakura momentarily falters. She feels an inexplicable familiarity with Sakura, though it is distinctly different from her memories. This peculiar sensation leads her into contemplation, attempting to recall where she might have encountered it. Yet, after a prolonged reflection, she cannot pinpoint it, ultimately deciding to dismiss the matter, burdened enough by the day's events. She looks at the imposing man before her and, with an unfriendly tone, asks, "What do you want from me?" Jiraiya pours a drink for Tsunade and states plainly, "Let me be direct. The village wishes for you to return and assume the role of the 5th Hokage." Tsunade's drinking momentarily halts, while Naruto, who had just taken a bite of dried fish, nearly chokes, rolling his eyes in distress. Prepared for such incidents, Sakura continues to eat her dried fish, gently patting Naruto's back to help him recover as she listens to Jiraiya and Tsunade's exchange. At that moment, Jiraiya takes a sip of his drink and continues, "You are aware of what happened to the 3rd Hokage, correct?" Tsunade, maintaining her composure, responds flatly, "That was Orochimaru's doing, wasn't he it? I am aware. He told me himself." Upon hearing that the murderer of the 3rd Hokage was Orochimaru, Naruto erupts in anger, turning to Jiraiya with urgency. "Who exactly is Orochimaru?" "He is one of the legendary Sannin. Just like us," Jiraiya replies gravely. "But why would he do this? Aren't the Sannin all ninjas from Konoha?" At this moment, Naruto is utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Tsunade glances at the boisterous Naruto and then at the quietly munching Sakura. "Ah, he is Uzumaki Naruto. And the other is Haruno Sakura. She has come here for you," Jiraiya concludes. Just then, Naruto slams his hands on the table, standing up and exclaiming, "You still haven't answered my question." At that moment, Sakura, finding Naruto exceedingly bothersome, delivered a punch to his head. Naruto, feeling Sakura's tender concern, instinctively crouched down, cradling his head, and inquired, "What are you doing, Sakura?" He added, "It's impolite to bang the table, and we should quietly listen to Jiraiya and Tsunade finish speaking." Afterward, he munched on the last piece of dried fish in his plate, while Sakura's cheeks puffed up like a hamster. "Oh," Naruto responded, settling down to continue listening to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, gazed in astonishment at Sakura and Naruto, recalling that their interactions resembled this dynamic when they were younger. However, back then, it was Jiraiya who struggled to remain quiet, and it was Tsunade who would thump him. With Sarutobi still their mentor, Tsunade's expression dimmed at the memory. At that moment, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade and asked, "What about the answer to that previous question?" Tsunade paused in her drinking for a moment, then set her cup down and declared, "Impossible, I refuse." Hearing Tsunade's refusal, Jiraiya smiled knowingly. That line is quite nostalgic. You rejected me in the same way when I asked you to go out with me. Noticing Naruto's conflicted expression, Jiraiya explained, don't overthink it. Only Tsunade is fit to be the 5th Hokage. During wartime, she made tremendous contributions to Konoha's victory. Her combat prowess and medical skills remain unmatched to this day. Furthermore, as the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, her lineage and abilities render her the most suitable candidate for the position. If she accepts the role of Hokage, she will naturally return to the village, allowing me to fulfill my promise of providing medical care for Sasuke and Kakashi. However, at that moment, Tsunade scoffed. The Hokage position is a mess. Only a fool would want it. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokages all perished young, striving for peace and the village. Even Sarutobi, at his age, was still trying to prove himself. If he doesn't die, who will? Hearing such disparagement of his cherished ideals, Naruto could no longer contain himself. He leaped onto the table, intending to throw a punch at Tsunade, but was ultimately restrained by the towering Jiraiya, who held him by the collar. In that moment, Naruto resembled a small cat caught by fate, struggling futilely against Jiraiya's grip. With a fierce glare at Tsunade, he declared, "Dare to malign my grandfather and the 4th Hokage in my presence. I shall make you feel my iron fist, even if you are a woman." Naruto's anger stemmed primarily from Tsunade's insult towards Sarutobi and the 4th Hokage. Although he had never met the 4th, he had heard tales of the heroism from Jiraiya and had once idolized him. Upon hearing Naruto's proclamation, Tsunade stood, locking eyes with him. "You have some nerve. If you dare speak to me like that, let's step outside, brat." Observing this escalating tension, Jiraiya sighed, sensing that matters were about to become complicated. Chapter 89. A wager on the deserted street outside the tavern. Naruto and Tsunade stood facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Moments ago, in a fit of bravado, Naruto had carelessly provoked Tsunade, who then proposed a contest between them. For Naruto, the position of Hokage held unparalleled significance in his heart. Thus, when Tsunade displayed such disdain towards him, he readily accepted the challenge of the duel. Most individuals, when confronted with a formidable opponent like Tsunade, would likely hesitate due to the evident disparity in their strengths. However, Naruto was no ordinary person. He was a passionate fool who never shied away from a challenge. Observing the fierce Naruto before her, Tsunade's lips curled into a faint, slightly inebriated smile. With her somewhat dazed eyes, she cast a casual glance at Naruto and nonchalantly remarked, "After all, I am one of the legendary 3. A mere genin like you is not worthy of my serious attention." This statement ignited a fire within Naruto, his eyes widening with fury as he bellowed, "What did you say?" In response to Naruto's outburst, Tsunade remained remarkably composed. She extended a finger and continued leisurely, "I could handle you with just one finger. Come on, little boy." This phrase acted as a fuse, instantly inflaming Naruto's rage. His eyes blazed as he charged forward with a roar. Accompanying his battle cry, he hurled 2 shurikens, which whirled through the air with fierce momentum, aimed directly at Tsunade. Yet, undeterred by the onslaught, Tsunade stood her ground, lightly tilting her head as the shurikens grazed her cheek and flew past. In the next moment, Naruto brandished a kunai and lunged at Tsunade. However, she remained unfazed, subtly shifting her body to evade his strike with ease. As Naruto's attack missed, Tsunade swiftly countered, knocking his kunai and forehead protector aside with a delicate yet powerful flick of her finger. Following this, she curled one finger and, with astonishing speed, struck Naruto's forehead. The seemingly light tap concealed immense force, causing a sharp pain to surge through Naruto, propelling him several meters away like a kite severed from its string. After tumbling several times in the air, he landed heavily on the ground. Struggling to rise, he clutched his throbbing forehead, glaring at Tsunade with resentment and muttering, "That hurt. You wretched woman." At that moment, the kunai and forehead protector that had been knocked away fell at Naruto's feet. One could only imagine that had Tsunade's force been slightly less, or her timing a fraction delayed, the kunai might have struck him directly, inflicting harm. As Naruto stared blankly at the forehead protector on the ground, reflecting on Tsunade's formidable strength, she called out to him, "Hey, kid, before you pass out, I must ask, why do you care so much about the title of Hokage?" Naruto, with a somber tone, replied, "I'm not like you. I have to inherit the title of Hokage. Being Hokage is my dream." At these words, Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise as she seemed to perceive the figures of her beloved Kato Dan and her brother Nawaki intertwining with Naruto's spirit. As Tsunade regained her composure, she gazed at Naruto before her and couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, Naruto, keenly aware of the emotional vulnerability displayed by Tsunade, concentrated on recalling the techniques Sakura had taught him, which involved forming a membrane with paper and a net. His hands erupted with an abundance of chakra, which gradually stabilized into a circular form. Without hesitation, Naruto propelled himself forward, maintaining the nascent shape of the Rasengan. Tsunade, recognizing one of the signature jutsus of the fourth Hokage, felt a jolt of surprise. However, she remained composed. With a swift motion, she pointed a finger downward at Naruto, and the earth beneath him split open, catching him off guard and sending him tumbling into the chasm. This brief distraction caused the Rasengan, which had only just stabilized, to spiral out of control, launching Naruto away. Tsunade observed the swirling marks left by Naruto's earlier attempt, then glanced at him struggling to rise from the fissure, resembling an overturned onion. She hadn't anticipated he would employ the fourth's technique, though it bore more resemblance than true substance. Contemplating this, she turned to Jiraiya and asked, "Jiraiya, you did teach him the Rasengan, did you not? After all, I am his mentor." Jiraiya scratched his chin, somewhat uncertain, as Naruto had never explicitly acknowledged Jiraiya as his teacher. That technique is known only to you and the fourth Hokage. To teach him such an unmasterable jutsu and claim to be his mentor? Tsunade continued, her tone laced with disdain. No wonder this daydreaming brat boasts about wanting to become Hokage. Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto, with the assistance of Shizune and Sakura, managed to rise and retorted, "That is not mere boasting. Baka, give me 3 days, and I will master this jutsu completely." Tsunade raised an eyebrow in mild surprise at Naruto's declaration, but then her face broke into a smile. "Well, you said it, kid. A man of honor keeps his word. To speak is to act. That is my ninja way." Naruto responded, his expression resolute. "Shall we wager on this?" Tsunade proposed, intrigued by the prospect of testing Naruto's resolve, as well as tempting fate. She was eager to see if this young man could indeed learn the technique in such a short span. If he succeeded, it would alleviate her internal conflict. Amidst Naruto's confusion, Tsunade continued, "If you truly master that jutsu, I shall acknowledge your potential to become Hokage and gift you this necklace." At that moment, Shizune quickly interjected, "Lady Tsunade, that necklace is of utmost importance to you." Naruto, unfazed by their conversation, casually rested his hands behind his head and declared, "I don't want some worthless necklace." Meanwhile, Jiraiya chimed in, "Don't dismiss it, Naruto. The stone on that necklace is one of a kind. Selling it would earn you enough to purchase 3 mountain peaks. It's a relic of the first Hokage." Hearing of its considerable value, Naruto's eyes sparkled with greed, nearly drooling at the thought. Yet, he maintained his nonchalant demeanor, replying, "All right, that is fine then." Tsunade smiled slightly and continued, "However, if you fail to master it within a week, you will lose the wager and your money will be mine." With that, she produced a slightly bulging frog wallet filled with cash from her recent lottery win. "Ah, my little frog, when did you take this?" Naruto, taken aback, rummaged through his belongings, clearly realizing that Tsunade had stealthily pilfered his wallet during the earlier skirmish. As he searched for his wallet, Tsunade's gaze fell upon the quietly observing Sakura. She had always sensed a familiar aura about Sakura, and this confrontation with Naruto served a dual purpose, to gauge the capabilities of the young girl. Fixing her gaze on Sakura, Tsunade slowly spoke. "You are teammates with this boy, are you not? Since your comrade has faced such a dismal defeat, do you have nothing to say?" Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya and Shizune exchanged surprised glances. After all, Sakura had remained inconspicuous from the outset, appearing no different from an ordinary genin. What had drawn Tsunade's attention to her? However, just as Tsunade finished her statement, Jiraiya interjected, "Tsunade, I must correct you on that point. You mentioned a jutsu that is difficult to master. Yet Sakura has managed to learn the spiral sphere in less than 3 days." At Jiraiya's assertion, Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply, her expression one of incredulity. She was acutely aware of the formidable complexity of the spiral sphere, a technique conceived by the fourth Hokage, modeled after the tailed beast bomb. Mastering such a jutsu necessitates an almost stringent level of chakra control. Yet, this girl before her had accomplished it in a mere 3 days? What extraordinary talent was this? Tsunade's eyes widened as she scrutinized Sakura, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. Meanwhile, Sakura appeared slightly embarrassed. In truth, she had already learned the spiral sphere by relying on her memories, albeit it had taken her nearly a week to do so. As for Jiraiya's remark, it was primarily intended to deflect Naruto's boastfulness at that moment. Having witnessed Sakura use the spiral sphere once in front of Naruto, Jiraiya had praised her profusely and urged Naruto to diligently master the technique. At that moment, as Tsunade's words resonated, Sakura placed a hand on the hilt of her blade and stepped forward, addressing Tsunade. If Lady Tsunade wishes to test my strength, I have no objections. However, I recognize that I am not yet your equal, so I kindly ask for your mercy. Intrigued by Sakura's declaration, Tsunade inquired, "Are you suggesting that one day you will be as formidable as I am, or perhaps even surpass me?" Sakura nodded, her voice brimming with confidence. "Absolutely." "An interesting little imp," Tsunade mused, "though it remains to be seen if your prowess matches your bravado. Given your boldness, I shall limit myself to using just 5 fingers. You are 5 times more capable than that boastful boy, so this should not be considered an insult to you." As she spoke, Tsunade placed one hand behind her back and extended her right hand. Upon hearing Tsunade's remarks about him, Naruto ignited with indignation, akin to a powder keg set ablaze. He was initially searching his body, hoping to find his beloved little frog wallet, but now he had no time to spare. He jumped up and, waving his fists, shouted at Sakura, "Sakura, give it your all. Teach that woman, who thinks her beauty allows her to do as she pleases, a lesson." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura felt a wave of speechlessness wash over her. What on earth was he saying? Did those emotionally inept words truly come from the clumsy Naruto? Yet, while Naruto may have uttered those words unconsciously, his inadvertent charm in attracting girls was indeed remarkable. However, Tsunade was not one of those naive young girls. She showed no reaction to Naruto's words. She simply waved her hand gently at Sakura and said, "Come on, let me see your prowess." Taking a deep breath, Sakura's gaze quickly fell upon Tsunade. She performed a standard salute and softly said, "Lady Tsunade, please be careful." With these words, Sakura ceased to pay attention to her surroundings or the reactions of the crowd. Her focus was entirely on herself. She slowly raised one hand, her movements gentle yet resolute, as if that hand bore an immense weight. When her hand was lifted above her head, Sakura momentarily paused, then gradually clenched her fist, leaving only her index finger extended. Simultaneously, she began to channel her chakra into that outstretched finger. As the chakra flowed, a faint glow gradually emanated from her fingertip. Although the light was subtle, it could not be overlooked. The onlookers found themselves baffled by this spectacle. However, only Naruto was aware of the jutsu Sakura was about to unleash. He excitedly muttered, "Here it comes. I can't believe Sakura is using this technique." His voice, though not loud, felt particularly jarring in the quiet atmosphere. Standing beside Naruto, Hinata heard his murmurs and felt a surge of curiosity. She turned to Naruto and inquired, "Naruto-kun, is this technique of Sakura's really impressive?" Hearing Hinata's question, Naruto perked up immediately. With an excited expression, he replied, "Of course. I've seen the power of this technique with my own eyes. Sakura always says it's not mature enough, but I think it's incredibly powerful and super cool. I don't believe it. Lady Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin, no matter how advanced the jutsu. It won't harm her," Hinata retorted, her words laced with a hint of defiance. Just as Hinata finished speaking, a dazzling light of pale blue suddenly erupted from Sakura's fingertip, coalescing into a rapidly spinning sphere of energy. This scene left both Jiraiya and Tsunade in shock, their eyes wide as they gazed at the energy sphere hovering above Sakura's head. Especially for Jiraiya, who was no stranger to the Rasengan technique. He noted that while Sakura's jutsu bore some resemblance to the Rasengan, it was distinctly different. Is this the Rasengan? But why is it being formed above her head? How can she attack the enemy like this? Jiraiya and Tsunade murmured softly, clearly perplexed by Sakura's extraordinary technique. While the trio of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune remained bewildered, Naruto, in contrast, gazed eagerly at the chakra sphere hovering above Sakura's head, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He seemed imbued with unwavering confidence in Sakura's ability, as if he had foreseen the immense power of her technique. As Sakura continued to infuse the chakra sphere with more energy, the already rapidly spinning orb began to expand at an astonishing rate. Its size grew larger, and its rotational speed increased to the point where its form became almost indistinguishable. Gradually, The chakra sphere morphed into a flattened shape, akin to a ball being distorted by centrifugal force. As its velocity soared, Sakura found it increasingly challenging to maintain control. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth, determined to sustain the sphere's high-speed rotation. Sweat beads formed on her forehead, cascading down her cheeks, yet she remained oblivious, entirely focused on wielding this potent ninjutsu. Under the astonished gazes of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune, the chakra sphere transformed into a flattened, half-meter-long azure disc. Just as Sakura sensed it teetering on the brink of losing control, she deftly flicked her finger, sending the pale blue disc hurtling towards Tsunade. Instinctively, Tsunade attempted to evade as the disc vanished from Sakura's fingertip. In the next moment, she felt something flash past her right shoulder. Had Sakura's throw been even slightly more accurate, no amount of evasion would have spared Tsunade from being cleaved in half by that technique. "Tsunade, be careful," echoed the voices of Jiraiya and Shizune, as a brilliant azure light erupted in the distant sky. Clearly, after traveling a considerable distance, Sakura's ninjutsu could not maintain its form and exploded. Tsunade, gazing at the chakra radiance above, felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down her forehead, instinctively swallowing hard. Chapter 91. Heart-to-heart time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Yet for Sakura, the fierce battle in the alley seemed as vivid as if it had transpired yesterday. Following that harrowing confrontation, Tsunade had witnessed Sakura's remarkable technique, but chose not to comment, silently turning away with Shizune. Although the chakra expenditure was not excessive, the strain on Sakura's mental fortitude was immense after successfully executing the technique. Known as the vortex slash, its power was indeed formidable, yet its drawbacks were equally apparent. Primarily, the technique demanded a prolonged accumulation of energy, which posed a fatal weakness in the ever-changing landscape of ninja combat. Furthermore, it drained considerable mental stamina. Once unleashed, Sakura would be rendered nearly incapable of continuing the fight for a significant duration. Tsunade, naturally aware of Sakura's condition, opted to leave without uttering a word. However, Shizune found Tsunade's actions profoundly perplexing. She was acutely aware of Tsunade's deep affection for the necklace adorning her neck, even in times of dire poverty. Tsunade would not part with it. Yet today, the notion that she would wager this cherished necklace against Naruto was utterly bewildering. Several times, Shizune contemplated inquiring about Tsunade's motives, but the words lingered on the tip of her tongue, unuttered. Ultimately, she mused that if Naruto were to win the bet, he might come to regard the necklace with disdain. Thus, she resolved to rush to him that very night to share the story behind the necklace. Upon learning the necklace's history, Naruto did not react as Shizune had anticipated. Instead, he listened in silence before returning to his rigorous training. He understood that the sole means to dispel the so-called curse of the necklace was to demonstrate his strength. However, after a week of relentless effort, his progress was disappointingly minimal. His chakra was immensely vast, a potential advantage, yet it also posed significant challenges due to his poor control over it. Despite Sakura imparting some chakra control techniques, their effectiveness for Naruto was alarmingly limited. Especially when attempting to execute the Rasengan with both hands, he encountered insurmountable difficulties. Sakura observed Naruto's self-imposed hardships with concern. She recognized that, given his innate talent and current state, mastering the Rasengan in a short span was nearly impossible. However, she refrained from revealing the trick of using shadow clones to assist in mastering the technique. She believed that some lessons could only be truly grasped through personal experience. Moreover, as this was not a matter of life and death, she decided to allow Naruto the freedom to explore on his own. Meanwhile, she continued to contemplate improvements to her own technique, the vortex slash, knowing that if it could not be enhanced, it would simply fade into the recesses of memory. Thus, time flowed like a gentle stream, with day after day slipping by. On the eve of the wager's deadline, Tsunade and Shizune indulged in street food as usual. Suddenly, a robust figure appeared beside Tsunade, unceremoniously plopping down next to her with a grin, exclaiming, "Hey, enjoying a meal?" Tsunade turned to find it was Jiraiya, and she replied curtly, "What do you want?" "Oh dear, such coldness." Jiraiya chuckled in mock dismay before turning to Shizune and requesting, "Shizune, would you mind stepping away for a moment? I haven't shared a drink with her in ages." Understanding his intent, Shizune stood up with a smile, saying, "All right, I'll just take a stroll nearby." With that, she turned and departed. "Hey boss, bring the drinks. And some pickled radishes too." Jiraiya called out to the vendor. Before long, drinks and pickled radishes were served. Jiraiya raised his cup, downing it in one swift motion, and then, smacking his lips in satisfaction, remarked to Tsunade, whose cheeks were slightly flushed from the alcohol. I never would have guessed you still wore that necklace as if it were a treasure. I thought you had long since lost it to someone else. Upon hearing this, Tsunade instinctively touched the necklace around her neck, her gaze becoming somewhat complex. It was a relic belonging to both of them. Jiraiya, after uttering a remark, raised his cup again. Yet this time he did not down it in one gulp as before. Instead, he slowly set the cup down and contemplatively regarded Tsunade, softly inquiring, "Do you care deeply?" Tsunade, who had remained silent for a considerable time, could no longer restrain herself and asked, "Care about what?" "About Naruto," Jiraiya chuckled, glancing at Tsunade. However, Tsunade coldly replied, "It's nothing. Then why do you take such a serious stance with a child? That jutsu cannot possibly be mastered in a week. This is hardly a wager. It seems more like a reckless abandonment." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade clicked her tongue in annoyance. "When have I ever recklessly abandoned anything?" Tsunade retorted stubbornly. Jiraiya chose not to pursue the matter further and instead shifted to an unrelated topic. "Are you still planning to meet Orochimaru?" Tsunade was taken aback. She had thought this matter had remained concealed. Yet, she was surprised to discover that Jiraiya had found out. Looking at Shizun's expression, "I can tell. I don't know what your deal with her is. But don't jump to conclusions. There is something I need to clarify. The Hokage of every generation has sacrificed themselves generously for the protection of the village and its inhabitants, striving for the ideal of peace and prosperity amidst turmoil. You cannot possibly be oblivious to the noble ambitions of our predecessors. Should you dare to betray Konoha," Jiraiya's expression turned grave, "on that day, I will personally end your life." Tsunade, maintaining a stoic demeanor, responded, "That no longer concerns me, does it? Only a machine of slaughter would remain indifferent to the deaths of those around them. I know you are not such a person. There is no one more devoted to Konoha than you." Even back then Jiraiya's words were only halfway through when Tsunade impatiently interrupted, "Let us cease the lecturing here. Why must you bring that little brat to see me?" Jiraiya, sensing a bit of mischief, replied, "Who do you mean? Sakura? I mean Naruto, that Uzumaki Naruto." Tsunade's voice suddenly rose an octave, almost a shout. Of course, Jiraiya knew exactly who she was referring to, but he simply wished to tease her. Noticing her rising temper, he quickly added with a smile, "Isn't he quite similar? The ages are comparable. Not only that, their appearances and aspirations are remarkably alike." As Tsunade contemplated this, she took another sip of her drink. At that moment, Jiraiya handed her 2 letters, saying, "These were written to you by the old man before he passed. Originally, according to the council's intentions, if I were to accept the position of Hokage, only 1 letter would suffice. But evidently Jiraiya candidly revealed the truth about the deceased 3rd Hokage." Tsunade glanced at the 2 letters on the table and first opened the envelope bearing her name. Chapter 92. 2 letters Tsunade. "My disciple, by the time this letter traverses mountains and rivers to reach you, I shall have become dust, guarding Konoha. At this moment, as I write, the ginkgo leaves are falling upon Hokage Rock, and I find myself momentarily recalling your youthful ambition beneath the tree, vowing to revolutionize medical ninjutsu. The threat posed by the Akatsuki looms like a sword suspended above our heads, and Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, still requires guidance. Jiraiya firmly believes that only you can bridge the legacy of the old and the new generations. Much like how Lord Tobirama entrusted the will of fire to me in the past, to protect is not merely to hold steadfast, but to empower new sprouts to break through the soil. The resolve you have displayed in the realm of medical reform is precisely the remedy that Konoha desperately needs at this moment. I understand you remain ensnared by the shadows of the deaths of Dan and SH-10, but do you recall the words you imparted to Shizun? The hands of a medical ninja are meant to create life. Your relentless dedication to developing an antidote for the entire team, sacrificing 3 sleepless days, epitomizes the legendary essence of the Sannin that draws others to follow you. To refuse protection out of fear of loss would be a betrayal of the intentions of the departed. My greatest regret in life is not having safeguarded Orochimaru. Now, Naruto resembles the young you, requiring a leader who can both shatter foes with a fist and tenderly mend wounds. How about wagering on the title of Hokage that you detest? The stakes this time are to spare the children of Konoha from experiencing the pain you once endured. Enclosed is the Senju clan emblem you left in the office during your childhood. It once witnessed the ideals of the first Hokage in founding the ninja village. Now, it is your turn to inscribe a new legend. Upon reading this letter, Tsunade crumpled it up, intending to discard it. Yet, as if compelled by fate, she ultimately tucked it into her bosom. Jiraiya, observing her actions, said nothing but placed his hand on the envelope marked confidential. This letter elucidates why I brought that girl to meet you, though I am also unaware of any secrets she may possess beyond her prodigious talent. The old man has kept his counsel shrouded in mystery, revealing nothing even to the advisory council. Aside from him, only you are privy to this information. As Jiraiya spoke, he pushed the envelope towards Tsunade. Tsunade slowly picked up the envelope, examining it closely. It was intact, showing no signs of having been opened. She gently tore the seal and withdrew the letter within, unfolding it to skim through its contents. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply, as if she had encountered something astonishing. Her breathing quickened, and the paper in her hands trembled slightly. After a moment, she regained her composure and murmured, "No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity about her. It turns out to be this." Curious, Jiraiya leaned closer, eager to glimpse the contents of the letter. Tsunade pushed the letter towards him, and as he took the paper and focused on it, his pupils too contracted, muttering, "But she hasn't exhibited the abilities of wood release." Without turning her head, Tsunade replied, "She is quite clever. She has never revealed her true bloodline limit. Instead, she has merely utilized a fragment of its power, concealing her identity as a genjutsu prodigy. In truth, her genuine capability should be wood release." Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "I see. Her concealment indeed runs deep, making it difficult to detect." Tsunade continued, "That overwhelming vitality, I have sensed it in my grandfather. Hence, I have always felt a sense of familiarity with that girl." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya ceased to contest her assertion. He was acutely aware that his comprehension of wood release paled in comparison to Tsunade's profound understanding. After all, Tsunade was the granddaughter of the man revered as the god of ninjas, and naturally, she possessed a far deeper insight into her grandfather's bloodline limit. At that moment, their conversation came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had frozen, enveloping the scene in an awkward silence. In this slightly uncomfortable atmosphere, Jiraiya suddenly burst into hearty laughter, attempting to shatter the suffocating stillness. "Haha, let's drink. I can hardly recall the last time we shared a drink." As he spoke, he filled his cup with sake and raised it, downing it in one go. At the instant Jiraiya tilted his head back to drink, Tsunade swiftly retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder from her bosom and, while Jiraiya was distracted, discreetly poured the powder into his cup. The entire sequence unfolded so rapidly that Jiraiya remained blissfully unaware of the alteration. Watching him consume the tainted drink, Tsunade nonchalantly lifted her own cup, savoring her beverage at a leisurely pace. As time passed imperceptibly, they continued to drink, the atmosphere gradually transforming into one of ease and camaraderie. Ultimately, their revelry concluded amidst laughter and joviality. However, as all gatherings must come to an end, Tsunade and Jiraiya departed from the street stall, having indulged to their heart's content. In contrast to Jiraiya's route back to his inn, Tsunade ventured alone to a tranquil grove outside the town. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Tsunade stood quietly among the trees, her gaze fixed upon a nearby clearing where Naruto lay exhausted on the ground, trembling slightly, clearly at his limit from overtraining with the Rasengan. Tsunade observed Naruto in silence, showing no intention of offering assistance. She merely watched, as if anticipating something. At last, Naruto attempted to struggle to his feet, but his body betrayed him, and after rising slightly, he collapsed heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. At that moment, Shizune, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly emerged. She hurried to Naruto's side, concern etched on her face as she cradled him, and asked anxiously, "Naruto, are you all right?" At this juncture, Tsunade stepped out from her concealment, her gaze falling upon Naruto's disheveled appearance and the numerous wounds adorning his hands. Exhausted, gravely weakened, and his right hand severely burned by chakra. At this rate, he may sleep until the day after tomorrow. Reflecting on her earlier wager with Naruto, she mused, "I shouldn't have made such a reckless bet. I don't know what possessed me to act so impulsively, like a fool." As Tsunade spoke, Shizune suddenly bowed her head and whispered, "Please do not go tomorrow." Tsunade glanced at Shizune without uttering a word. However, Shizune grew anxious and urged, "Why are you silent? Lady Tsunade, Please do not respond with silence. If you insist on going, what do you intend to do? Tsunade's tone remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Silently resolute, she fixed her gaze with unwavering determination and declared, I will do everything in my power to stop you. Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly displeased with her attitude. Sakura, do you think you are speaking to whom? Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Tsunade swiftly struck, delivering a powerful blow to the back of Sakura's neck before she could react. Sakura, unable to utter a sound of surprise, collapsed limply. Observing this, Tsunade quickly caught her, then effortlessly lifted Naruto as well. Cradling both, she hastened towards the inn. Chapter 93. Tsunade's response. In the desolate streets of the ruins of Shortbook City, a profound silence prevailed, with Tsunade standing alone in the center. The surrounding remnants of crumbled walls seemed to narrate tales of past prosperity and present desolation. At that moment, approximately 20 meters behind her, a figure came to a halt. It was Orochimaru, his hands rendered useless, hanging limply by his sides. He deliberately maintained a distance from Tsunade, clearly wary of her, fearing she might suddenly strike. Meanwhile, Kabuto moved to eliminate Sakura to prevent her from interfering with Tsunade's decision. Orochimaru regarded Tsunade with an impassive expression, and after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Tsunade, what is your answer? Tsunade did not turn around. Her voice was low yet resolute. I can heal your hands, but you must promise me that you will no longer harm the village. Orochimaru appeared to have anticipated this, responding without hesitation, agreed. However, he failed to notice that at the moment Tsunade made this proposal, 2 tears cascaded slowly down her cheeks. They represented her profound inner turmoil and helplessness, as well as her disappointment and resolve towards Orochimaru. When Tsunade turned to face Orochimaru, those tears had evaporated in an instant, consumed by her formidable chakra. Her steps were slow and heavy, as if each stride inflicted pain and torment, questioning whether it was worth it to forsake the opportunity to act. As Tsunade approached, channeling chakra into her hands in preparation to heal Orochimaru, he extended his trembling hands to receive the treatment. Suddenly, Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she prepared to strike. At that moment, a kunai was thrust between them. Orochimaru, having anticipated this, immediately retreated to create distance, looking at Tsunade with a somber tone. Why do you betray me at this juncture, Tsunade? Orochimaru noticed Kabuto standing behind him and, in a relaxed manner, asked, how could you have arrived at such a conclusion? Princess Tsunade, you actually wish to kill me? I genuinely intended to assist in reviving the 2 of them, even agreeing to spare Konoha. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade slowly lowered her head, as if all her strength had been drained in an instant. Her voice was heavy with resignation. Orochimaru, do you truly believe I cannot see through your deceit regarding your promise not to attack Konoha? Her gaze appeared hollow, as if she were peering through Orochimaru into a distant past. Yet I know this is a lie, and still, I long to see them, even if just once. To touch them with my own hands, even if just once. Longing to see their smiling faces, even if just once. Tsunade's voice grew softer, resembling a soliloquy or a heartfelt confession of her inner torment. Yet, as I realized I was on the verge of meeting them, I suddenly recognized the depths of my own foolishness. A bittersweet smile graced her lips. Merely recalling their faces stirred a reckless yearning within me. My affection for them ran deep, an unwavering love that compelled me to seek them out, to embrace them with these very hands. However, Tsunade's words were abruptly interrupted. Her expression contorted with struggle. Yet, I found myself unable to proceed. For that little brat reminded me of the dreams held by those 2 individuals. Dreams of protecting Konoha and aspiring to become Hokage. Dreams I had desperately tried to forget. She recalled the aspirations of Kato Dan and Nawaki, and momentarily, their figures began to merge with that of Naruto. Tsunade could no longer contain her tears. The dreams they were willing to sacrifice their lives for, fulfilling those dreams was also my desire. You once said that tangible things must ultimately decay, yet this emotion could never fade with time. A breakdown in negotiations, is it? Then there is no other choice but to confront you directly. A hint of resignation and resolve in Orochimaru's voice revealed his sentiment. Yet, before he could finish his words, Tsunade surged forward like a tempest. She swiftly wiped the tears from her eyes, raised one leg high, and then struck down with tremendous force. The impact was akin to the earth splitting apart, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust, as a multitude of earth and stone shattered under this overwhelming power. The ground was forcefully blasted into a deep pit, as if the very earth trembled in response. Observing this, Orochimaru and Kabuto hastily leaped onto the wall, narrowly evading Tsunade's fearsome blow. Tsunade stood her ground, her eyes wide with fury, glaring at Orochimaru and Kabuto on the wall, bellowing, "Bring it on, Orochimaru." Orochimaru, however, remained remarkably composed, a subtle smirk tugging at the corners of his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "You know, we have never actually fought before." At that moment, Tsunade suddenly stripped off her cumbersome outer garment, revealing her powerful muscles and robust physique. Like an enraged lioness, she charged once more at Orochimaru and Kabuto with a fierce roar. Kabuto, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but quip to Orochimaru, "You make it sound so easy, but I'm the one who will be doing the fighting." In the face of Tsunade's relentless assault, Orochimaru and Kabuto nimbly dodged and leaped to the trees while continuing to tease, "That brute strength of hers remains unchanged. If we get hit, we might as well be reborn. Isn't that obvious?" Kabuto's tone was laced with exasperation, realizing there was no suitable place to evade. Orochimaru and Kabuto could only lead Tsunade into the wilderness. Meanwhile, the furious Tsunade pursued relentlessly, causing destruction in her wake, and by the time they reached the wilderness, she and Kabuto were both breathless. Orochimaru stood to the side, noticing that Tsunade's breath had become erratic. He could not help but remind her, "Tsunade's breathing is disordered. It is almost time." Kabuto, having overheard, retrieved a soldier pill from his pack and consumed it, slowly speaking, "My taijutsu is not particularly excellent." As he spoke, Kabuto formed hand seals, channeling chakra to swiftly approach Tsunade from underground. At that moment, a figure with pink hair suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru, wielding a long sword aimed directly at his throat. Kabuto, who had initially failed in his surprise attack on Tsunade, was taken aback by the sight of this figure near Orochimaru and shouted, "Lord Orochimaru, be careful." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Just as the long sword was about to slice through Orochimaru's throat, a white object, as hard as steel, yet resembling bone, intercepted Sakura's strike. Upon witnessing this, Sakura immediately withdrew and leaped back. Meanwhile, Kabuto returned to Orochimaru's side, flanking him alongside the pale figure that had just thwarted Sakura's attack. Sakura then jumped to Tsunade's side, her gaze narrowing in shock at the sight of the tall, pallid ninja, Kimimaro. Chapter 94. Sakura and Kimimaro. Sakura could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. She never anticipated that Kimimaro, a character who should not have appeared at this juncture in the original narrative, would suddenly manifest here. However, after a moment of contemplation, she realized that this development was, in a sense, quite logical. After all, given Orochimaru's cautious and suspicious nature, how could he possibly venture forth to seek Tsunade with only Kabuto by his side? Although Orochimaru was aware of Tsunade's hemophobia, it was evident that relying solely on Kabuto was insufficient to ensure success. Furthermore, would Orochimaru truly place his trust entirely in Kabuto, entrusting his very life to his loyalty? The answer was undoubtedly negative. With Orochimaru's sensitive and distrustful demeanor, it was likely that he could not fully trust anyone but himself. Among those surrounding Orochimaru, apart from the Sound Four, the most formidable ally would likely be Kimimaro, whom he regarded as a backup vessel. The Sound Four, being numerous, presented a conspicuous target. Thus, bringing Kimimaro along seemed more prudent. Tsunade was evidently surprised to see Sakura in this location, unable to fathom her presence. "Why are you here?" Sakura, having sheathed her blade and standing beside Tsunade, replied, "I sensed something was amiss when Lord Jiraiya returned yesterday. This morning, noticing that Lord Jiraiya was paralyzed and having difficulty with his chakra, I deduced that it was your doing. Therefore, I was sent ahead to the battlefield in Shortbook City to investigate, and I witnessed your meeting with Orochimaru. I believed in your strength and thus remained hidden, waiting for an opportunity to strike when Orochimaru was alone. Unfortunately, he was cunning enough to have another ally concealed in the shadows." Upon hearing Sakura's explanation, Tsunade's gaze deepened, and without further comment, she addressed Sakura, "Leave the pale-skinned one to you. Your task is merely to delay him. The remainder is left to me." Sakura, listening to Tsunade's confidence, found herself somewhat speechless. Judging from Tsunade's performance in this battle within the original narrative, it was indeed lacking. During the struggle, she did not activate the Een sealing technique for reasons unknown, nor did she employ the Baiken no Jutsu. Even the slug summon remained uncalled. as she merely engaged in a direct confrontation with Kabuto. While it is evident that Kishimoto intended to highlight Naruto's prowess through Tsunade's shortcomings at this stage, she seemed as though she were under the influence of a dulling aura. Nevertheless, this was reality. Tsunade's decision not to act likely stemmed from reasons beyond Sakura's comprehension. Thus, Sakura refrained from voicing her concerns, recognizing that she had no solid basis for her warnings. Fortunately, Tsunade was not in immediate danger, and Naruto and the others should be arriving soon. Sakura glanced at the silent Kimimaro standing beside Orochimaru. She slowly drew her chakra-infused weapon, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, and whispered, "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." As her words fell, the weapon transformed into countless fluttering petals. With each surge of Sakura's chakra, the number of blade fragments she could manifest increased, now nearing 10,000. In truth, if Sakura wished, she could achieve a brief release akin to a Bankai. However, she had yet to undergo the spirit trial to awaken her blade's true potential, her chakra merely reaching the minimum threshold for such a transformation. Therefore, to sustain her combat capabilities, it was more prudent for Sakura to employ the initial form combined with her ninjutsu, rather than exhausting her chakra for a partial release. Upon witnessing the multitude of cherry blossom petals swirling around Sakura, Tsunade, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and Kimimaro's pupils constricted slightly. Given their prowess, they could effortlessly discern that these petals were merely an illusion, with each petal actually composed of razor-sharp blade fragments. Behind this beautiful facade lay a deadly intent. What an intriguing ninja blade! I am truly eager to study its principles, Orochimaru mused, captivated by the beautiful yet perilous sight. A surge of curiosity welled within him as he unconsciously extended his long tongue to lick his lips, already sensing the blade's unique allure. Kimimaro, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, replied expressionlessly, "If Lord Orochimaru desires it, I shall procure it for you at once." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished like a specter, darting towards Sakura with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, as Kimimaro approached Sakura, the petals encircling her began to spin rapidly, as if propelled by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, numerous gory lacerations appeared across Kimimaro's body, blood gushing forth from his wounds like a fountain. A searing pain surged through Junmaru, and he immediately recognized that these seemingly beautiful petals harbored immense lethality. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly leaped backward, propelling his finger bones towards Sakura like bullets, shouting, 10 fingers piercing bullets." Sakura, witnessing the 5 finger bones disregarding the sparks that flew as they collided with the petals, felt the deadly projectiles rush toward her head. She quickly formed hand seals, summoning a multitude of petals to converge around her. Flower release, chaotic flower burial. In an instant, a vast number of petals enveloped Sakura, forming a floral sphere that shielded her from the piercing finger bones. As the battle between Sakura and Junmaru commenced, Tsunade and Orochimaru also engaged in combat. At that moment, Sakura had no time to focus on Tsunade's fight. She was preoccupied with fending off Junmaru's finger bones while simultaneously controlling the remaining petals to launch an offensive against him. In that fleeting moment, the earth was etched with countless intersecting slashes, formed by the blades of the 1,000 cherry blossoms, spreading like a spider's web. Junmaru deftly navigated through the shimmering blades, skillfully evading Sakura's fierce attacks, while continuously launching counterattacks with his hardened finger bones, seeking a flaw in her technique. Observing her maneuver, Junmaru pondered. This technique seamlessly combines offense and defense, utilizing the multitude of blade fragments to both attack and create a formidable barrier. However, the number of blades she could control should be limited to those fragments. Just as Junmaru contemplated this, he narrowly evaded another ferocious slash from the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Yet, as he exhaled in relief, Sakura suddenly formed hand seals once more, unleashing a torrent of blades and shuriken from her ninja pouch, which swiftly merged into the swirling cherry blossom petals, rendering it impossible to distinguish between her kunai fragments and the newly introduced shuriken and blades. Flower release, dance of the cherry blossom dragon. With a gentle call, Sakura commanded the petals surrounding Junmaru to awaken, coalescing into a magnificent pink dragon that materialized before him. This colossal dragon was vividly lifelike, each scale slightly parted, glimmering with a chilling light akin to countless small razors, sweeping toward Junmaru with unrelenting ferocity. Chapter 95. The use of wood release again. The cherry blossom dragon, with lightning speed, ensnared Junmaru before he could fully comprehend the situation. As Sakura clenched her fist, the dragon's body constricted around him, akin to a massive python tightening its grip. Simultaneously, the dragon scale petals began to viciously slice through Junmaru's body, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as if they were cutting through steel. Astonishingly, despite the overwhelming force of the cutting and immense pressure, it seemed to have little effect on Junmaru. Accompanied by a piercing friction sound, torrents of blood erupted from his body, splattering onto the ground and forming a crimson pool. However, Junmaru's body remained as steadfast as a rock, showing no signs of being shattered or cut by the cherry blossom dragon. Finally, amidst the relentless assault of the cherry blossom dragon, a multitude of white spikes suddenly erupted from its body, subsequently tearing apart into sharp bone fragments. As the remnants of the cherry blossom dragon scattered and transformed once more into petals dancing in the air, Junmaru's figure reappeared in the sight of the onlookers. At that moment, Junmaru was adorned with black stripes and sharp-boned spikes, his skin marred and revealing glimpses of his pale skeleton beneath. Clearly, these subdermal bones had shielded him, protecting him from the disintegration and slicing of the cherry blossom dragon. Junmaru's appearance was fearsome, resembling a monstrous entity emerging from the depths of hell. He gazed intently at the little Sakura, safeguarded at the center by the petals, and spoke in a deep voice. What immense pressure and cutting ability! Had I not formed a layer of bone beneath my skin, I would surely have been shattered in an instant. After a brief pause, Junmaru continued, I underestimated you, but I shall not be ensnared by your blades again. Upon witnessing this, Sakura sighed. While her 1,000 cherry blossoms were indeed beautiful, their potential was regrettably limited. Compared to those of the more regulated Zanpakuto, it was quite satisfactory that she had managed to force Junmaru into such a state even in their initial release. Sakura fixed her gaze on the approaching Junmaru, his body impervious to the slicing of 1,000 cherry blossoms due to the protective bone membrane beneath his skin, leaving her feeling a sense of helplessness. Her expression grew increasingly grave as her hands swiftly formed seals, preparing to confront this formidable challenge. Deep down, Sakura understood that against such a resilient ninja, she felt somewhat powerless. After extensive research, she had painstakingly developed a ninjutsu capable of breaching defenses, yet the lengthy charging time rendered it impractical in the heat of battle. At that moment, Sakura faced several daunting choices. She could continue to attempt cutting Junmaru with 1,000 cherry blossoms, hoping to uncover a weakness in his defenses. Or she could unleash a few high-level ninjutsu learned from Kakashi, to see if they might have any effect on Junmaru. However, after careful consideration, Sakura ultimately decided to abandon these options. After all, even her most powerful attack, the dance of the cherry blossom dragon, had failed to inflict any damage on Junmaru's defenses. In the face of such impeccable protection, 1,000 cherry blossoms had essentially become ineffective. Furthermore, the high-level water release and earth release techniques she possessed held no chance against Junmaru's current defenses. She could not help but recall Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken. If only she had such a powerful ninjutsu, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, Sakura lacked any technique that could rival Naruto's spiraling shuriken. Even if she possessed one, it would merely be a half-finished product, and using it now would be tantamount to courting disaster. In the end, with no viable options left, Sakura swiftly formed seals with her hands and then forcefully struck the ground. At the moment her hands made contact with the earth, a torrent of powerful wood-release chakra surged forth from her body, continuously flooding into the ground. Wood release, eightfold dragon technique. As Sakura uttered a soft incantation, an astonishing transformation was set in motion beneath the earth, triggered by the wood release chakra. The roots of trees and grass, once buried deep underground, surged forth as if imbued with life, growing wildly. This phenomenon manifested externally as vast expanses of land began to fracture, as though torn apart by an immense force. The ground trembled violently, reminiscent of a dragon stirring in its subterranean lair, instilling a palpable sense of dread. At this moment, Diyu, who was engaged in an intense battle with Tsunade, also sensed the tremors emanating from below. He stumbled, and the previously seamless exchange of blows faltered slightly. Tsunade, ever vigilant, seized this opportunity and delivered a powerful punch directly aimed at Diyu. Fortunately, Diyu had previously severed Tsunade's tendons with a chakra scalpel, which diminished the punch's impact. Nevertheless, the residual force compelled Diyu to spit blood, sending him reeling backwards. Struggling to regain his footing, Ryu slowly rose from the ground. Acutely aware of the earth's quaking beneath him, his expression darkening with apprehension. He glanced toward Orochimaru, who stood not far away, and with a look of incredulity, inquired, "Orochimaru-sama, what on earth is happening?" Orochimaru's eyes widened, fixed intently on the enormous roots bursting forth from the soil. His once cold serpentine gaze narrowed in horror, as if he had glimpsed something profoundly terrifying. With trembling lips, he murmured, "Would release? This is, would release? As powerful as Lord Hashirama's?" His voice resonated with disbelief and shock, as though he were trapped in a surreal dream. Yet, the stark reality before him affirmed that this was no illusion, but a genuine occurrence. A wave of intense regret surged within Orochimaru as he recalled the Chuunin Exams, when he had failed to recognize the formidable power concealed within Sakura. Had he known then, he would have surely marked her with a cursed seal, thereby securing 2 vessels of immense capability. He pondered the arduous efforts and sacrifices he had made to acquire would-release abilities, having conducted countless human experiments alongside Danzo, investing vast amounts of time and energy to ultimately create a being capable of wielding such powers. Yet, compared to the would-release exhibited by Sakura, that individual's abilities seemed trivial. Now, Orochimaru's desire for Sakura had reached an apex. He yearned to transform her into his vessel, to make her an instrument for his ambitions. In his mind, Sakura's would-release prowess eclipsed even Sasuke's Sharingan, for the strength of the would-release was unparalleled and unique. However, Orochimaru also recognized the dilemma. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of bestowing a cursed seal upon Sakura. This realization filled him with a sense of helplessness and anxiety, for he understood that if he could not swiftly resolve this predicament, he might forever lose the opportunity to possess Sakura. In the end, he could only endure the pain and relinquish his desires. To attain Sakura, he would have to wait until he healed his hands or acquired Sasuke's body, at which point he could contemplate capturing Sakura and inscribing her with a cursed seal as the epitome of perfection. When Kabuto overheard Orochimaru's murmurs, he was taken aback. For being an intelligence operative, he understood the significance of would-release. It was the exclusive ninjutsu of the man once revered as the god of shinobi, and he never anticipated witnessing it today, especially as an adversary. Meanwhile, Tsunade gazed at the roots swirling in the sky like tentacles, striving to ensnare or shred Kimimaro. While she was gravely astonished, a sense of nostalgia also surfaced. She was primarily shocked by the tremendous power Sakura's would-release exhibited. After all, her current prowess rivaled that of elite Jonin, and due to her overwhelming chakra, she even surpassed Kakashi, an elite Jonin, in certain aspects. Chapter 96. My dream on the road leading out of the town. A profound tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Shizune, Jiraiya, Naruto, and the pig, Tun-Tun, the trio, and their companion, raced towards the battlefield without pause. Due to Jiraiya's body being sore and his chakra being unmanageable, their journey was delayed somewhat. Along the way, Shizune recounted Orochimaru's purpose for seeking Tsunade and the agreement between them in painstaking detail to Jiraiya and Naruto. Her words flowed rapidly, as if she wished to convey this information swiftly. Once Lady Tsunade healed Orochimaru's hand, he would undoubtedly launch another assault on Konoha. However, it appeared that Lady Tsunade had already declined Orochimaru's request and was currently engaged in a fierce battle with him, a hint of worry evident in Shizune's words. Yet, upon hearing this news, Jiraiya's expression grew unusually grave. His voice was laced with urgency as he declared, "This is the worst-case scenario. Tsunade's choice not to confront Orochimaru alongside me clearly indicates her intent to perish alongside him. Ever since the deaths of those two, Tsunade had been shrouded in a profound inclination towards self-destruction. Initially, we believed that her excursions and exposure to the world would gradually alleviate her turmoil over time. Yet, it now seemed the situation had worsened significantly. Upon hearing Jiraiya's assertion, Shizune's complexion instantly paled to that of a sheet of paper. She widened her eyes, staring incredulously at Jiraiya, a sense of unspeakable dread and concern welling up within her. In that moment, Shizune began to comprehend the true implications of Tsunade's erratic behavior. She realized that Tsunade was now plagued by long-standing psychological issues, even harboring thoughts of self-destruction. Clearly, incapacitating Jiraiya and the others was a strategy to prevent them from interfering with her plans. Just as they were nearing the battlefield, An overwhelming number of massive roots suddenly surged from the sky, akin to a swarm of ferocious dragons, clawing and thrashing as they descended. Each strike of these roots upon the earth sent tremors rippling through the ground, leaving the 2 humans and 1 pig, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. Unlike others, Naruto exuberantly shouted, "It's Sakura's wood release." I once heard Master Frosh mention that this ninjutsu, called wood release, can summon numerous roots to attack and bind enemies. During the invasion of Konoha, Sakura summoned a multitude of roots, successfully restraining that giant raccoon for a time. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya fixed his gaze on the thick roots swinging down from the sky, murmuring to himself, "Is this wood release? Is this the power wielded by the man known as the God of Ninjas?" His voice conveyed a hint of disbelief and wonder. Beside him, Shizune was equally astonished by the scene before her. She stared at the roots, resembling the tentacles of a malevolent deity, and asked with awe, "Naruto, who was that giant raccoon you mentioned?" Naruto scratched his head, recalling Master Frosh's words, and replied, "Master Frosh said that giant raccoon is called Shikaku." Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, both Shizune and Jiraiya's pupils involuntarily constricted. They were well aware of what Shikaku represented, although it possessed the least chakra among the tailed beasts. It did not imply its strength was weak. In fact, Shikaku, wielding the formidable powers of wind release and magnet release, was capable of reaching a solid mid to upper tier level of strength. A tailed beast is a tailed beast. Prior to being sealed, they epitomized absolute power. A calamity on the move. Even the weakest tailed beast surpasses the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. Had Lord Hashirama not sealed the tailed beasts, the ninja world might still be plagued by their disasters. The fact that Sakura's wood release could bind Shikaku for a time left Jiraiya and Shizune with a more profound understanding of its potency. They realized that the power of wood release likely exceeded their imagination, its might almost incalculable. Meanwhile, noticing that Tsunade had no intention of summoning a slug or utilizing the Ein seal, Sakura took the initiative to shield Tsunade, wrapping her in protection. Tsunade, observing Sakura standing before her alongside the multitude of robust roots, wore a complex expression, yet she remained silent, quietly standing behind Sakura as they watched the roots assault Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Kimimaro. At that moment, Sakura spoke, "Lady Tsunade, though I do not understand why you refrain from unleashing your full strength. I have grown up listening to your legends. I know you are a remarkable ninja. Your insistence on teaching medical ninjutsu has allowed many ninjas to preserve their lives." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Tsunade's gaze suddenly dimmed, as if shrouded by a deep shadow. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that distant night when Dan Kato closed his eyes forever in her embrace. Tsunade had always been a formidable ninja, her strength among the best in the village. However, even with such extraordinary abilities, she was unable to save the life of the man she loved. This left her feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. Now, all she wished for was to perish alongside Orochimaru. This endeavor not only aids the village in weathering a crisis, but also embodies the dream of safeguarding it through the sacred rope tree. More significantly, it grants her the opportunity to traverse the realm of the dead, allowing her to reunite with the rope tree and Duan, embracing them once more. Tsunade exhibited no overt reaction to Sakura's words, her heart already consumed by anguish and determination. Yet, beads of cold sweat began to form on Sakura's brow. Although Sakura's eightfold dragon technique appeared formidable, its efficacy against large foes was notably superior. Against humans, it was akin to swatting flies with a thread. Furthermore, the summoning of such a multitude of roots to temporarily restrain the trio had severely depleted Sakura's chakra. Despite her inherently vast chakra reserves, the relentless depletion left her feeling increasingly feeble. If only she could seize an enemy and siphon their chakra, her situation might improve. However, presently, she had garnered nothing and was instead continuously expending chakra, inching ever closer to the brink of exhaustion. Sakura disregarded Tsunade's silence, gritting her teeth as she commanded the roots to shift once more, continuing, "You have witnessed that fool Naruto. His aspiration is to become Hokage and safeguard the village and everyone within it. My dreams may not be as grand as his, as I simply wish to live a peaceful life. Yet, the world of shinobi is chaotic. Without strength, one can protect nothing. Although I yearn for a tranquil existence, I fear losing my loved ones and friends even more. Thus, I shall strive for power, believing that when I am strong enough to fear nothing, I will be able to protect what I cherish. In fact, on the night of your wager with Naruto, I inadvertently overheard Miss Shizun discussing Mr. Kato and the rope tree with him. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Tsunade's gaze grew dimmer, and at that moment, Sakura turned, revealing a somewhat sorrowful smile as she continued. Death is not the end. It is oblivion that truly signifies the conclusion. Do you not find it tragic that you might perish here, taking with you the memories of Mr. Kato and the rope tree? Is it not too sorrowful for those you hold dear? I cannot bear to see two heroes, who fell in the defense of the village, have their final memories extinguished by your demise. As Sakura spoke, Tsunade trembled, her gaze fixated on Sakura's tenacious figure, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She found herself questioning whether, in pursuit of liberation, she ought to allow the evidence of Duan and the rope tree's existence to fade alongside her. No, she must fight with all her strength to live. Only through her survival would Duan and the rope tree endure. She now realized that not only did she need to survive, but she also must grow stronger. This thought led Tsunade to ponder whether her inability to protect the rope tree and Duan stemmed from her insufficient power. Was her immersion in sorrow and neglect of her own strength a betrayal of the sacrifices made by the rope tree and Duan? In that moment, Tsunade's mind was a tempest of confusion. Chapter 97. The comical master and apprentice. At that moment, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Kimimaro found themselves in a dire state, desperately evading the relentless onslaught of attacking roots. However, the onslaught of the tree roots grew increasingly ferocious, akin to the desperate struggles of a dying individual, unleashing its final vestiges of strength. The adept medic, Kabuto, keenly observed this development and immediately cried out, "Lord Orochimaru, Sakura Haruno's chakra has been entirely depleted. Shall we eliminate her now?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru swiftly sidestepped a ferocious strike from a tree root. He extended his tongue, licking his lips with a sinister smile, and replied, "No, we must not kill her. I wish to capture her alive." Upon receiving Orochimaru's command, Kabuto and Kimimaro instantly comprehended his intentions. Kabuto, however, felt little emotional resonance regarding Orochimaru's desires, executing his orders with cold indifference. In contrast, a flicker of jealousy towards Sakura glimmered in Kimimaro's eyes. Yet he quickly masked this sentiment, ensuring no one detected it. Meanwhile, Sakura sensed her chakra gradually waning. Struggling, she turned to face Tsunade, resolutely stating, "Lady Tsunade, I wish to make a promise with you. As long as I draw breath, I will find a way to resurrect Mr. Kato and Shoshin. Even if only temporarily, I will ensure that you meet again." This was the first time Sakura experienced the sensation of chakra depletion. She had never felt so feeble before. With her emotions laid bare and her presence firmly established before Tsunade, she awaited the arrival of Jiraiya and the others to collectively drive Orochimaru and his companions away. As for the matter of Sakura's would-release Kekkei Genkai being exposed, there was no cause for concern. Given Sakura's understanding of Orochimaru from the original narrative, his immediate thought upon seeing her would likely be to implant the cursed seal on her neck, transforming her into a vessel. However, without the timely restoration of his hands, Orochimaru would be incapable of successfully branding himself with the cursed seal in the presence of the two remaining Konoha Sannin. Moreover, Orochimaru had only recently completed one body switch and would require at least 2.5 years before attempting another. Given his current condition, should Sakura be unable to receive the cursed seal, he would undoubtedly prioritize Sasuke before devising a means to mark Sakura. Consequently, Orochimaru's fate would likely mirror that of the original storyline. More importantly, by the time 2.5 years had elapsed, Sakura's own strength would have significantly increased, rendering her no longer fearful of Orochimaru. Just as Sakura intended to continue pushing her body to its limits, she suddenly sensed 3 figures within her perception range. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the foremost figure as exceptionally robust. Relieved upon seeing this individual, she unhesitatingly welcomed the trio into the protective circle formed by the tree roots. Jiraiya stood before Sakura, his expression grave as he addressed her. "Sakura, that's enough. Leave the rest to me." Seeing Sakura's pallid complexion and the beads of sweat dotting her forehead, Naruto felt a surge of concern and hurriedly inquired, "Sakura, are you all right?" Observing this, Ino quickly approached to assess Sakura's condition. After a careful observation, she embraced the creature and reassured, "Do not worry. She merely exhausted her chakra. A few days of rest will restore her." Upon hearing Shizun's words, a heavy weight lifted from Naruto's heart, allowing him to exhale deeply. A radiant smile, akin to sunshine, illuminated his face as he confidently pointed to himself with a thumb and declared to Sakura, "Just watch, Sakura. The next steps are up to me and the pervy sage." Sakura, upon hearing Naruto's proclamation, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips, albeit a somewhat forced one. However, before she could respond, she suddenly seemed to lose all strength, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Simultaneously, the roots that had been attacking Orochimaru and his companions abruptly ceased their movements, as if they had been disconnected from a power source. At that moment, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Kimimaro exchanged glances, and without hesitation, Kabuto smeared his blood onto Orochimaru's arm. Following this, a surge of powerful chakra emanated from Orochimaru's arm, accompanied by a series of intricate hand seals. As this chakra wave expanded, a colossal serpent with two heads abruptly emerged from the dense smoke. This immense serpent, adorned with reddish-brown scales, exuded a chilling aura, its two heads swiveling in different directions, each flicking a crimson tongue. Meanwhile, Jiraiya also took note of Kabuto's actions. A confident smile crept upon his lips as he bit his finger, anointing his hands with blood. He swiftly performed a series of hand seals. Upon completing the last seal, he forcefully pressed his hands onto the ground. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from beneath him, rapidly spreading outward. As the smoke began to dissipate, a toad, no taller than a calf, appeared before Jiraiya. The moment the toad, Gamakichi, materialized, it spotted Naruto, an old acquaintance, and greeted him enthusiastically. "Yo!" Both Jiraiya and Naruto were taken aback by the appearance of such an unremarkable toad. Jiraiya, in disbelief, exclaimed, "What on earth? How could this happen?" Observing the two clowns making a spectacle of themselves, Sakura was left speechless. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but twitch her lips. However, she had grown accustomed to such antics and felt no desire to comment further. Much of this ridiculousness could be attributed to Jiraiya himself. Seeing Jiraiya's blunder, Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle, taunting, "You remain as foolish as ever, Jiraiya. Even lacking talent, you shouldn't summon such a thing. It seems Tsunade has played you for a fool." Naruto, irritated by Jiraiya's mockery, bit his finger and performed hand seals, shouting as he pressed one hand against the ground. Summoning technique. As Naruto stood before the vast surge of chakra and the rising smoke, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, pondering the formidable presence of the Ninetales from the Chuunin Exams. Amidst the billowing smoke, a slightly plump, yellow toad, comparable in size to Gamabunta, materialized before Naruto. Observing this scene, Orochimaru allowed himself a faint smile, muttering that perhaps he had been overly concerned. "Hee greetings," croaked the wise toad, Fukusaku, as he acknowledged Naruto. At that moment, Orochimaru unleashed his twin-headed serpent, which surged forth, breaking through the previously stagnant roots of the trees and hurtling towards them. Without hesitation, Naruto stepped forward, resolutely positioning himself in front of Sakura and Tsunade. His gaze was fierce, locking onto the ferocious serpent as he declared, "Tsunade Baba, I will undoubtedly win that cursed necklace as promised." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with unwavering confidence and determination, as if no force could impede his advance. However, just as Naruto prepared to gather his chakra for a decisive Rasengan against the serpent, Sakura's voice unexpectedly pierced through from behind him. "Naruto, your chakra is far too immense. Without assistance to stabilize the Rasengan, you cannot wield it alone." Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, abruptly freezing the fervor in Naruto's expression. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at Sakura, as if to convey his displeasure at her lack of encouragement. Yet, after a fleeting moment of shock, Naruto quickly regained his composure, reflecting on Sakura's final words. Gradually, he recognized the undeniable inadequacy in his chakra control. However, with Sakura's reminder, clarity washed over him. The discontent on his face swiftly transformed into a grateful smile as he turned to Sakura, expressing, "Thank you, Sakura." No sooner had he spoken than Naruto began forming hand seals. As he did, a shadow clone appeared beside him, mirroring his movements as they commenced the gathering of the Rasengan. Tsunade, initially perplexed, quickly grasped Naruto's intent and realized she had lost the wager. Observing the forming Rasengan, she took a deep breath and, under Naruto's puzzled gaze, proclaimed, "Allow me to assist." Without hesitation, Tsunade bit her thumb, crimson blood flowing from her digit. Yet, surprisingly, her body did not tremble in fear. Simultaneously, as Tsunade swiftly formed her hand seals, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened upon her, recognizing her intent. He urgently called out to Kabuto beside him, quickly. Kabuto reacted with remarkable speed, noticing Tsunade's summoning seals. Without hesitation, he smeared some of his own blood onto Orochimaru's hand and rapidly began forming the summoning seals as well. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiraiya's heart tightened. He was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and could not allow Orochimaru to prevail. Without hesitation, he bit his finger once more, blood splattering forth. As he swiftly formed the hand seals for the summoning technique, silently praying for success this time. Just as the three of them completed the hand seals almost simultaneously, a massive cloud of smoke suddenly erupted, enveloping them. Sakura and Naruto felt the world around them blur before their eyes, and their perspective rapidly ascended. The spiraling sphere that Naruto had painstakingly gathered dissipated into pure chakra, disrupted by this unexpected turn of events. A glimmer of joy surged within Sakura as she realized that Tsunade had successfully summoned the slug. The ability to perform the summoning technique signified that Tsunade had conquered her fear of blood and reclaimed her strength. In an instant, three colossal beings stood upon the desolate wilderness outside the town, their immense forms crushing the roots of nearby trees. At that moment, the toad Bunta, pipe in mouth, spoke up. Manda and Orochimaru, the slug, and Tsunade. Such nostalgic faces indeed. Bunta took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and continued. You're not planning a class reunion, are you, Jiraiya? Upon hearing Bunta's words, Jiraiya chuckled. Baka, it's rare to have you out here, so spare me the bad jokes. It's time to settle the long-standing grievances. Just then, Manda, visibly displeased, complained to Orochimaru. Hey, Orochimaru, don't summon me to such troublesome places. Do you believe I could swallow you whole? However, before Manda could finish, Bunta suddenly inhaled deeply and unapologetically sprayed smoke directly into Manda's face. Infuriated by this unexpected act, Manda widened his eyes and bellowed, You foul toad, do you wish to be turned into dried frog meat? In the face of Manda's threat, Bunta remained remarkably calm. He slowly placed his front paw on the short sword at his waist and responded with a cheeky grin. I could use a snakeskin wallet. Amidst this tense standoff, Tsunade and the others remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. At that moment, the slug, which had been a mere observer, suddenly launched an attack. It swiftly expelled a stream of acidic liquid toward Manda. Upon seeing this, Manda displayed its agility, deftly dodging the slug's attack and coiling tightly around it. Let us start with you. Manda roared, opening its gaping maw to reveal its sharp fangs, evidently intent on swallowing the slug whole, along with Tsunade, Sakura, and Naruto. However, just as the situation seemed dire, Bunta acted swiftly, wielding his short sword with precision to block Manda's massive jaws. Nonetheless, Manda was undeterred. Seizing the moment when Bunta's sword was obstructed, it lunged forward and bit down hard on the blade, refusing to let go. At that moment, the slug, feeling the tightening grip of Manda, voiced its discomfort, Lady Tsunade. As longtime partners, Tsunade immediately understood the slug's intentions. Meanwhile, Tsunade instructed Naruto and Sakura, We must descend first. You should find a safe place away from the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately expressed his discontent. Why? Sakura, infuriated, struck Naruto on the head and shouted, Learn to assess the situation, you fool. With that blow, Naruto lost his temper and ultimately followed Sakura as they jumped down, distancing themselves from the battlefield. As the three of them left their physical forms, the slugs swiftly divided into thousands of smaller slugs, escaping the bindings of the great snake. Once they were a safe distance away, the smaller slugs reassembled into a colossal slug. The moment the great snake had an opening, it lashed its tail towards Fukasaku. Realizing the imminent danger, Fukasaku had no choice but to abandon his short sword and leap away from the serpent's vicinity. In response, the great snake forcefully flung the short sword it had been holding in its mouth, sending it flying towards Fukasaku with the speed of lightning. Chapter 99. Approaching the climax, Frog Fukasaku deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the short sword hurled by the great serpent. The blade spun rapidly in the air, producing a sharp slicing sound, before embedding itself deep into the ground. Jiraiya stood firmly atop Fukasaku's head, swiftly forming hand seals. His voice was low and powerful as he warned, Fukasaku, prepare the oil. The command resonated in Fukasaku's ears. Frog Fukasaku responded affirmatively and inhaled deeply, his body expanding from the intake of air. Simultaneously, Jiraiya completed the hand seals, and they both opened their mouths, unleashing a torrent of enormous frog oil mixed with roaring flames. The oil and fire converged in the air, instantaneously merging to create a searing pillar of fire. Resembling a roaring fire dragon, claws bared and teeth bared, charging towards the great snake. Fire release, frog oil flame bullet. Jiraiya and Fukasaku shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. The fierce flames surged forth like a tumultuous tide, cascading down with overwhelming force, incinerating everything in their path to ashes. The great snake found itself utterly powerless against this terrifying inferno, its massive form being consumed in an instant. The flames soared into the sky, the intense heat distorting the air around them. Yet, the great snake emitted no cries of anguish, as if its voice was drowned out by the roar of the flames. However, as the flames gradually dissipated, what appeared before Jiraiya and Fukasaku was merely an empty shell. The great snake, which should have been reduced to char, had vanished without a trace. A jolt of alarm surged through Jiraiya. He quickly realized that the great snake had not been slain, but had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the flames. At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically as he comprehended the great snake's whereabouts. "Fukasaku, it's underground," he exclaimed, just as Jiraiya finished his warning. A tremendous force swept through like a tempest. Jiraiya caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, and when he focused, he realized it was the massive snake's tail, lunging directly at Fukasaku's face. In an instant, Fukasaku proved himself to be a seasoned warrior, his reflexes as swift as lightning. He immediately tracked the trajectory of the snake's tail and, without hesitation, extended his hands, gripping the tail as tightly as an iron clamp. However, although Wentai successfully grasped the tail of the serpent, he overlooked a fatal detail: the serpent's head. Just as he seized the tail of the enormous snake, it suddenly opened its cavernous maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at him from behind. This unforeseen turn of events caused both Wentai and Jiraiya to change color, as they had not anticipated such a treacherous move from the serpent. With the fangs poised to sink into Wentai, a figure descended from the heavens, Tsunade. Brandishing a dagger that appeared short to Wentai but was colossal in her hands, she thrust it with an overwhelming force directly into the serpent's mouth. With a resounding crack, the dagger pierced through as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, pinning the serpent's mouth to the ground. The serpent, in agony, attempted to roar, but its mouth was firmly held shut, rendering it incapable of opening. "Close your mouth," Tsunade commanded fiercely, standing resolutely atop the hilt, like a goddess of war descending upon the battlefield. At that moment, Orochimaru also landed atop the serpent's head, his expression turning grave as he beheld Tsunade standing on the hilt. As one of the legendary Sannin, he was acutely aware of Tsunade's formidable power. Now, he not only had to contend with Jiraiya's assault, but also face Tsunade's looming threat, a daunting challenge indeed. Yet, despite this, Orochimaru showed no signs of retreat. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly extended his long, slippery tongue, coiling it around Tsunade's neck like a venomous snake. His face twisted in a sinister grin, filled with hatred. He clearly aimed to strangle her to vent his fury. However, he overlooked a crucial fact: challenging Tsunade in strength was akin to courting disaster. As expected, Orochimaru's attempt not only failed but became a blunder. Tsunade effortlessly seized his tongue and yanked it towards herself. Without mercy, she unleashed a relentless series of brutal attacks, leaving Orochimaru defenseless. Meanwhile, as Tsunade savagely pummeled Orochimaru, Sakura's gaze shifted to the pinned serpent, immobile and vulnerable. Gazing at its massive form, saliva nearly dripped from her mouth. Though her chakra was depleted and her body ached, an ever-growing thought took root in her mind. If she could absorb the serpent's chakra and life force, perhaps it would alleviate her current predicament. However, to achieve this goal, Sakura required some initial resources. Her gaze involuntarily fell upon Naruto, who was eagerly watching the spectacle, and she pondered, surely, just a sip of his chakra and life force wouldn't pose a significant issue, would it? With that thought in mind, Sakura turned to Naruto, her expression serious, and said, "Naruto-kun, I need you to do me a favor." Naruto, who had been enthusiastically watching Tsunade deliver a beating to Orochimaru, suddenly felt a shiver run through him at Sakura's unexpectedly formal request. As the ever-anxious Shizen cast her gaze upon Tsunade, she was drawn to Sakura's voice, redirecting her attention. "Sakura, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for formality." Naruto turned, a hint of trepidation etched upon his face, striving to alleviate the palpable tension in the air. Observing this, Sakura felt a fleeting sense of relief and swiftly plucked a small grass sprout from the ground, its roots still intact. In a moment that astonished both Naruto and Shizen, Sakura executed a one-handed seal with remarkable speed. Would release, eightfold dragon's guidance. With a decisive utterance, she unreservedly extracted the last vestige of her would-release chakra, akin to squeezing the final remnants from a tube of toothpaste, channeling it into the diminutive grass sprout she held. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. The once unremarkable sprout seemed to pulsate with life, its roots expanding at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, entwining themselves around Naruto's wrist like a sinuous serpent. In the face of this unexpected occurrence, Naruto remained remarkably composed. His unwavering trust in Sakura was evident. He harbored no intention of evasion or retaliation against the would-release assault. Instead, he gazed upon her with eyes as clear and pure as a mountain spring, untouched by the harshness of the world, evoking a sense of guilt within Sakura. Chapter 100, Doubt Sakura You. Before Naruto could finish his thought, his expression shifted dramatically, as though struck by an overwhelming force. He acutely sensed that his chakra and vitality were being siphoned away by the roots of the grass sprout in Sakura's grasp. At that moment, he noticed with astonishment that Sakura's previously pallid face, drenched in cold sweat, began to regain its rosy hue, as if the life force and chakra being extracted from him were flowing through the roots into her very being. Despite the discomfort of having his essence drained, Naruto exhibited no inclination to resist. Instead, his eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, "Sakura, have you recovered?" Sakura, upon hearing his query, gently nodded and elucidated. "My would-release technique possesses a unique ability to absorb the life force and chakra of others, allowing me to heal my injuries or replenish my depleted chakra." Naruto's reaction was notably subdued. He appeared unfazed by this revelation. However, Shizen's response was markedly different. Her gaze became vacant, her mind seemingly momentarily paralyzed. Eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at Sakura, inwardly marveling. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The ability to siphon another's chakra to restore one's own is simply unparalleled. As Sakura felt her chakra and vitality replenishing, she noted that Naruto showed no signs of discomfort and relinquished the roots entwined around his wrist. The liberated roots, akin to a swift serpent, darted into the earth with lightning speed, a process so rapid it left onlookers scarcely able to react. However, at the very moment when the roots of the small grass delved deeply into the earth, Sakura's complexion turned as pale as a sheet at an astonishing speed. Under the watchful eyes of Naruto and Shizen, the roots, which had been ruthlessly ravaged on the battlefield, suddenly seemed to be imbued with new life, beginning to writhe and struggle intensely. This transformation was utterly astonishing, as if these roots possessed their own consciousness and will. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the roots appeared to have a purpose, directing themselves straight towards the immobilized Manda. Manda, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, widened its eyes in terror and bellowed, "What on earth is this?" However, regardless of how Manda thrashed and resisted, the roots ensnared it tightly, showing no signs of loosening their grip. As Manda fought vehemently against its bonds, more roots surged towards it with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger, binding it completely and stripping it of all freedom. Amidst Manda's terrified cries, its chakra and life force were rapidly consumed by these greedy roots, akin to a deluge breaching a dam. Furthermore, numerous slender roots began to creep along the wounds in its mouth, embedding themselves deeply as if intent on draining every ounce of its vitality. "Orochimaru, I command you to terminate this summoning technique at once. This monstrosity is draining my chakra and life force," Manda exclaimed in a desperate roar, realizing that the more it struggled, the more it lost. Yet, Orochimaru remained indifferent to Manda's pleas, his gaze fixed intently on the roots entwined around Manda and the gradually reddening face of Sakura standing beside Naruto. He was now more covetous of Sakura's bloodline limit and physical form, but he also recognized that in the presence of Tsunade, who was regaining her fighting spirit, he had no chance of abducting Sakura. Therefore, he addressed Tsunade. Tsunade, even if you refuse to heal my hands, I still have one last resort. There exists a method to restore these hands of mine, and I shall undoubtedly bring ruin to Konoha. Until we meet again. With that, Orochimaru's figure slowly vanished into the shadows, and neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya made any attempt to stop him. However, at the very moment Orochimaru turned to flee, Kabuto and Kimimaro did not hesitate to form hand seals, instantly releasing a dense cloud of smoke. This smoke spread rapidly like a thick fog, completely obscuring their figures. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace under the cover of this smoke. Meanwhile, Manda suffered tremendous losses. It not only lost a significant amount of life force, but also had a considerable portion of its chakra siphoned away. With the cessation of the summoning technique, Manda's colossal form was enveloped by the smoke, ultimately disappearing from the spot entirely. As for Sakura, she had initially hoped that Manda would provide her with sufficient chakra and life force to maintain control over the roots. However, upon Manda's disappearance, she immediately sensed her own chakra and vitality swiftly depleting. Her brows furrowed in discontent, deeply dissatisfied with the results of this supplementation. According to reason, given the life essence and chakra levels of the myriad serpents, one would expect a considerable enhancement for her. However, the chakra and vitality she received fell remarkably short of her expectations. It was as if a portion of the chakra and life force that rightfully belonged to her had been unjustly withheld. Despite this, the chakra and vitality she acquired were still significantly more than her usual intake, barely allowing her to reach a state of semi-saturation. Yet, in comparison to the chakra she had once absorbed from Shikaku, the influx from the myriad serpents was agonizingly slow, almost to the point of being described as sluggish. Could it be that Shikaku was a tailed beast, while the myriad serpents were merely summoning beasts? That could not be the case. When I absorbed Naruto's chakra and vitality, I did not experience such a delay. Was there some unknown factor at play? Sakura found herself deep in contemplation, convinced that unraveling this mystery would grant her a far greater boost in power, yet she remained utterly at a loss. At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade dispelled the summoning technique and approached the pensive Sakura. Naruto, spotting Tsunade's arrival, could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Tsunade Baba, I won our bet." With that, fearing Tsunade might dispute his claim, Naruto summoned a shadow clone and began to create a Rasengan together with it. Observing this, Jiraiya muttered with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, "Is this how you use the Rasengan?" Just as Jiraiya spoke, Naruto proudly showcased the rapidly spinning Rasengan before them, declaring, Look, I did it." However, in his moment of exuberance, the Rasengan began to show signs of instability. Witnessing this, the onlookers' expressions changed dramatically, and they shouted in unison, "Naruto, throw it away." "How do I throw it?" came Naruto's anguished cry, as the Rasengan spiraled out of control in his hands. With a thunderous explosion, Naruto was sent flying, while Sakura, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune hastily fled the scene, each outpacing the last. As for this book, reaching 100 chapters brings me immense joy. Approaching 200,000 words, my writing challenges have become apparent. Many readers have commented on the flatness of my prose and the absence of dramatic moments, a critique I readily acknowledge. After all, it is only natural for a novice author to encounter such issues, which serves as a testament that I am not innately gifted in this craft. Yet, my passion for sharing my stories compels me to improve in this regard. Although the earlier sections may deter some readers, this remains a cherished hobby, and I do not expect to profit from it. As long as there are readers, I shall continue to write. I have even resolved to persist until the conclusion, regardless of an audience. The theme of this book is destined not to extend too long. My preliminary estimate suggests it will conclude after approximately 500,000 to 600,000 words. The earlier monotony cannot be altered, as the protagonist faces little significant danger in the early arcs of Naruto, provided they do not act recklessly. However, once we delve into Shippuden, particularly after Sasuke's defection, and Sakura's eventual departure from Konoha 2.5 years later, the narrative will undoubtedly undergo substantial changes. Readers who have persevered to this point may look forward to these developments. Once again, I must reiterate that I am a male who is fond of females, and there is no possibility of a transformation into a female character within my writings. I find the notion of gender-bending narratives rather distasteful and have never engaged with them. So please rest assured on this matter. In the 101st chapter of Sakura's Forever, and only Ino, titled The Fifth Hokage. We find ourselves within a quaint tavern on Short Book Street. Naruto gazes at Tsunade with a look of skepticism, his voice tinged with incredulity, as though the title bestowed upon her is utterly foreign to him. At this moment, Naruto wears a necklace that originally belonged to Tsunade, an item she regarded as a symbol of a curse. However, upon Tsunade admitting her defeat in a wager and gifting the necklace to Naruto, he unhesitatingly adorned it around his neck. As he previously asserted, he aims to demonstrate through his actions that this necklace is not a cursed object. Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Tsunade's lips curled into a faint smile, and she gently nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, she pulled Sakura, who sat beside her, into an embrace. The suddenness of this action caught Sakura off guard, causing her to collide against Tsunade's side, akin to striking a resilient rubber ball, resulting in a soft thud. At the moment of impact, Sakura's head emitted a muffled sound. This amusing scene was witnessed by Jiraiya, who stared in wide-eyed envy, as though he were the one being collided with. Meanwhile, Shizune, observing Sakura's bewildered expression, could not suppress her laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. However, all this seemed to escape Naruto's attention, as he stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Is Tsunade really going to become the fifth Hokage starting today? Jiraiya, snapping back to reality upon hearing Naruto's words, rubbed his chin and inquired, "What's the matter? You seem to have an opinion, Naruto. After all, compared to the third Hokage, she seems a bit unreliable." Naruto couldn't help but complain. It is a common sentiment that most people find Tsunade less than dependable at first glance. Thus, Naruto candidly expressed his thoughts. She has a fiery temper, is capricious, spends money extravagantly, and is cunning without much intellect. I genuinely worry about her ability to fulfill the role of Hokage. Then let us order something to eat for Lady Tsunade, Shizune remarked, her forehead glistening with sweat at Naruto's thoughtless words, especially considering she is a woman in her 50s, yet insists on presenting herself as youthful and beautiful. At this moment, Naruto's words seemed utterly thoughtless. One should never casually mention a woman's age. As anticipated, Tsunade, unable to contain her frustration, bellowed, "If you dare, step outside with me, you brat." Outside the tavern, on the desolate street, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Tsunade, looking down at Naruto with her chin held high, declared, regardless of the circumstances, "I am destined to become the fifth Hokage. A mere child like you is not worthy of my serious consideration. I could deal with you using just one finger." "Child, do not underestimate me," Naruto retorted. "Though I may be young now, there will come a day when I shall become Hokage." Upon uttering these words, Naruto resolutely clenched his fist and struck forth with a straightforward, unembellished blow. The outcome remained unchanged. Tsunade effortlessly sent Naruto's forehead protector soaring with merely a flick of her finger. As Tsunade slowly curled her finger, Naruto's heart sank in realization. He was bracing himself for that familiar, impending pain. Thus, he swiftly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the anticipated sting. Yet, this time was markedly different from the past. When Tsunade's finger made contact with Naruto's forehead, he did not experience the expected agony. Instead, a gentle warmth enveloped him. He opened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing Tsunade tenderly kissing his forehead. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had paused. Naruto stood frozen, his mind a blank slate, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected gesture from Tsunade. Her kiss was both soft and warm, imbued with boundless care and encouragement. After the kiss, Tsunade placed a hand gently upon Naruto's chest, her face illuminating with a captivating smile, reminiscent of blooming spring flowers, beautiful and enchanting. Gazing at Naruto, her eyes reflected a unique sentiment, as if she were seeing another person. "Senju," she softly remarked, "you must become a remarkable man." This statement seemed not only directed at Naruto, but also carried an implicit hope and aspiration for Senju. With that, Tsunade gradually withdrew her smile, silently contemplating that in the future, he would indeed become a distinguished Hokage. She understood the desires and dreams that resided within Naruto's heart, firmly believing in his ability to achieve this goal. Naruto, momentarily bewildered by the scene, stood rooted to the spot, slowly regaining his composure after a long pause. Subsequently, he placed his hands behind his head, beaming a radiant smile akin to sunlight, and responded loudly, "All right." Just as the onlookers reveled in this heartwarming moment, Tsunade suddenly turned and gently kissed Sakura on the cheek. Sakura appeared taken aback, yet her surprise was overshadowed by delight. Tsunade smiled at Sakura, saying, "Of course. I must thank you as well. It was your words that helped me step out of the shadows. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I will impart all that I know to you, including my grandfather's wood-release techniques." At this juncture, Tsunade continued, "I heard from Shizune that your wood release possesses the unique ability to absorb the life force of enemies and replenish your own chakra." Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Sakura glanced at Shizune, who wore an apologetic expression. Sakura gently shook her head, indicating that there was no need for concern. She boldly revealed this characteristic before Naruto and Shizune, unafraid of the onlookers learning of it. Furthermore, given Shizune's reserved and composed nature, it was highly likely that she would only disclose this information to Tsunade, never uttering a word to anyone else. Thus, Sakura harbored no resentment towards Shizune. Rather, she exhibited grace and poise, eagerly elaborating on the unique aspects of her wood release to Jiraiya and Tsunade without hesitation. After listening to Sakura's account, Jiraiya displayed an expression of utter astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he cast a glance at Tsunade, as if to inquire, could the original wood release have been like this? Yet, Tsunade merely shook her head gently at Jiraiya, offering no further explanations. She then turned her gaze towards Sakura and softly said, "Sakura, try to gather some of the wood release chakra within you for me to see. Given your proficiency with chakra, this should be a trivial task." Upon hearing this, Sakura obediently nodded and focused her mind, beginning to manipulate the chakra within her. Before long, a substantial amount of pale green chakra began to rise from her palm like smoke, radiating a faint glow, brimming with vitality and vigor. At that moment, Tsunade showcased her remarkable reflexes and exquisite control. With swift precision, she unleashed a powerful, formless chakra that enveloped Sakura's wood-release chakra like a vast net, tightly constraining it within. This formless chakra acted like a sturdy cage, securely imprisoning the wood-release chakra and preventing it from dissipating. In the midst of the astonished gazes from the onlookers, Tsunade gently closed her beautiful, phoenix-like eyes as if she were sensing something. After a brief interval, she slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "I see. It is indeed different from what my great-grandfather possessed." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya appeared even more anxious than Sakura, eagerly inquiring, "Tsunade, stop keeping us in suspense, and tell us, what distinguishes Sakura's wood release from that of the first Hokage?" However, Tsunade did not immediately respond to Jiraiya's question. Instead, she countered, "How much do you truly know about my great-grandfather's wood release?" The group exchanged glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Although they had all heard of the immense power of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and recognized that it was his wood release that earned him the title of the God of Shinobi, their understanding of wood release was otherwise quite limited. After all, such a rare ability was shrouded in mystery and wonder. Noticing their ignorance regarding wood release, Tsunade began to elaborate, "In truth, my own knowledge of wood release is also considerably limited. When my great-grandfather was alive, I was still quite young, and my understanding was confined to a few instances I witnessed firsthand. However, as time passed, I delved into my second grandfather's research notes, which gradually unveiled the mysteries of wood release." She paused momentarily before continuing. "Through extensive research, I discovered that wood release is, in fact, a perfect amalgamation of water release, earth release, and yang release chakra. This unique chakra combination enables the transformation of chakra into the source of life, thereby accelerating and controlling the growth of plants. By skillfully applying this ability, one can not only exert control over adversaries, but also engage in defense, intelligence gathering, and various other applications." At this juncture, Tsunade suddenly turned her gaze toward Jiraiya, smiling as she asked, "So, have you discerned anything particularly noteworthy thus far?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brows slightly, as if lost in contemplation. After a moment, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "After such an extensive passage of time in the ninja world, is it truly inconceivable that no one possesses chakra of these three attributes?" Tsunade offered a faint smile, acknowledging Jiraiya's question with understanding. She nodded and continued, "Of course, individuals endowed with chakra of these three attributes are not entirely absent, nor are they particularly rare. In fact, after my great-grandfather's passing, my grandfather endeavored to enable others to inherit the wood release Kekkei Genkai." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's brows knitted tightly, his voice tinged with disbelief. Did he fail? However, Tsunade gently shook her head, countering Jiraiya's assumption. It was not a failure. A look of confusion crossed Jiraiya's face as he pressed further. So it was successful? Then why does the wood release Kekkai Genkai persist? Tsunade sighed, explaining, although these individuals indeed managed to cultivate the wood release Kekkai Genkai, their abilities were rather lackluster, far inferior to my great-grandfather's prowess. Even the strongest among them could not be compared to him. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade continued. My grandfather believed this to be a unique ability of my great-grandfather, which prompted his attempts to implant my great-grandfather's cells into others to grant them mastery over wood release. Jiraiya's brow furrowed once more, seemingly apprehensive about such methods, and asked, what were the results? Tsunade's tone grew somber as she replied slowly, regrettably, without exception. All attempts ended in failure. Furthermore, those unfortunate volunteers faced a tragic fate, being consumed and assimilated by my great-grandfather's cells, ultimately transforming into trees. At this juncture, Jiraiya had begun to grasp Tsunade's implication, though uncertainty lingered, prompting him to ask, are you suggesting that Sakura's wood release not only possesses the characteristics of ordinary wood release, but that even the chakra she generates has the capacity to devour and assimilate others? As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Tsunade, upon hearing Jiraiya's statement, nodded without hesitation and elaborated, while observing Sakura's wood release chakra earlier. I discovered that it possesses an exceptionally potent ability for devouring and assimilation. It gradually absorbs surrounding chakra and vitality to facilitate self-replication. If left unchecked, even a mere strand of chakra entering one's body could, within approximately a week, consume an elite shinobi until only an empty shell remains. Jiraiya and Shizune both gasped in shock, completely unprepared for the sinister and terrifying nature of Sakura's wood release. Yet, Tsunade's explanation was not yet complete. Moreover, the speed of this devouring and assimilation would accelerate with the increase of wood release chakra. In other words, when the accumulation of wood release chakra reaches a certain threshold, it is unlikely that even a week will be necessary. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and Shizune's expressions grew increasingly grave as they realized that Sakura's unique bloodline limit far exceeded their expectations. Only Naruto looked bewilderedly at the astonished faces of the two. What are you guys talking about? Naruto couldn't help but inquire. Jiraiya, addressing Naruto, said, Naruto, you and Shizune go inside and order some food. I need to discuss certain matters with Tsunade and Sakura. Shizune, fully aware that the ensuing discussion was inappropriate for her and Naruto to overhear, wisely took Naruto's hand and led him toward the tavern. Meanwhile, Sakura could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, doesn't the first Hokage's wood release chakra possess this ability? She recalled that the first Hokage's wood dragon technique could absorb others' chakra. Sakura's question prompted Jiraiya to remember that Tsunade had once mentioned the first Hokage cells indeed had capabilities reminiscent of Sakura's chakra. Upon hearing Sakura's inquiry, Tsunade slowly shook her head and explained, according to the research conducted by your great-grandfather, his chakra is not as exceptional as yours. While his cells can infinitely divide and remain active, his chakra dissipates rapidly once it leaves the cells, unlike yours, which seems to possess a life of its own. Is my chakra truly so special? Sakura contemplated the origins of her so-called flower release bloodline limit, realizing that her abilities were not conventional by the standards of the ninja world, thus she could accept the differences in their manifestations. Noticing that Sakura did not press further, Tsunade placed her hands on Sakura's shoulders, gazing directly into her eyes, and said, I share this with you primarily to convey that although your bloodline limit appears similar to your great-grandfather's, the core abilities differ significantly. Therefore, the techniques he mastered may not necessarily suit you. You must learn to create your own jutsu. The experiences of those before you are not always accurate, and what is most suitable for you is paramount. I understand, Lady Tsunade. Sakura nodded earnestly in response to Tsunade's words. However, observing the increasingly serious and dangerous look in Tsunade's eyes, she hesitantly said, Understood, Master. That's good to hear, Tsunade replied with a smile, then earnestly advised. You must focus on developing the unique characteristics of your wood release chakra, and ensure that today's conversation remains confidential. I will make certain Naruto does not disclose anything. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. With the serious topic concluded, Tsunade playfully embraced Sakura's shoulders, smiling. After all this talk, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Jiraiya, let us have a few more drinks. Just don't use any more drugs, she added. I do not wish to experience that sensation again. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya playfully jabbed at Tsunade. Tsunade, clenching her fist with a crackling sound, retorted, if you wish to die, bring your head closer. I'll grant you release with a punch. At her words, Jiraiya shivered, as they certainly did not behave like individuals in their 50s at that moment. Jiraiya darted into the tavern, murmuring, I must eat. I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. Chapter 103. The Mission at the Border of the Land of Fire. Nestled within a secluded and dense mountain range, where the trees towered and obscured the sky, a sense of isolation prevailed. Within this enigmatic forest, Kakashi led Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, racing forward with remarkable speed. Kakashi's injuries had long since healed, and his movements were both light and assured. Naruto and Sasuke kept pace closely behind him, while Sakura appeared notably at ease, all of them exhibiting astonishing velocity without any signs of lagging behind. This time, they had received a B-rank reconnaissance mission, the first task assigned to them by Tsunade since her ascension to Hokage. The mission appeared straightforward, to investigate a series of mysterious deaths among the villagers of a remote settlement at the border of the Land of Fire. However, the village's geographical isolation made it exceedingly unlikely for news of such tragedies to reach the outside world. Yet, perplexingly, a letter of distress had emerged from this secluded hamlet, garnering significant attention from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. This was indeed a most peculiar circumstance. The transmission of a letter from a village hidden deep within the mountains was, in itself, a marvel. Now, this letter not only managed to escape the confines of the village, but also piqued the interest of the daimyo, shrouding the entire incident in an enigmatic veil. Consequently, the Land of Fire promptly issued a B-rank reconnaissance mission, dispatching ninjas to investigate the matter. Should they encounter situations beyond their capacity to handle, they were permitted to retreat, allowing a larger contingent of ninjas to assume responsibility for the ensuing tasks. As they drew closer to their target village, Kakashi remained composed and did not rush forward like the others. Instead, he calmly gestured for Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke to step back to a safe distance. Once they complied, Kakashi spoke. We have traveled the entirety of the day. Let us take a moment to rest here. Shortly, I will send a few shadow clones to conduct reconnaissance, and we shall only approach the village cautiously once we ascertain its safety. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto, with his hands clasped behind his head, feigned indifference and casually inquired, Is all this caution truly necessary, Kakashi-sensei? His tone betrayed a hint of skepticism. However, Kakashi's expression remained grave, and he earnestly replied, In the course of a mission, one must always prioritize caution, particularly in reconnaissance tasks. Oftentimes, neglecting seemingly insignificant details can plunge ninjas into perilous situations. Thus, even when we reach the village, no matter how ordinary the villagers may appear, we must not let our guard down. Listening to Kakashi impart such serious wisdom, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke nodded in understanding. Observing their silence, Kakashi lightly leaped onto a branch, standing firmly as he focused his gaze toward the village, continuing to survey the surrounding environment. You should rest and regain your strength, he instructed. Soon, someone will come to take over my position. Kakashi's voice resonated from above, imbued with a sense of calm and determination as he vanished into the branches of the trees. The three individuals, witnessing Kakashi's disappearance from their sight, breathed a sigh of relief. During the reconnaissance mission, Kakashi's demeanor was exceptionally serious, a stark contrast to the carefree persona they had grown accustomed to, creating an atmosphere that felt rather oppressive. They surveyed their surroundings, their gazes eventually settling upon a sturdy tree, its branches twisting and curling like a dragon, exuding a sense of strength and reliability. Sharing a knowing smile, they leaped in unison, landing gracefully upon the robust branch. Once settled, they retrieved their provisions from their bags. Although the food was simple, it appeared particularly delectable at that moment. However, in stark contrast to the other two who were savoring their meal, Sakura seemed somewhat distracted. It had been over a week since Tsunade returned to the village, and her entire focus had been consumed by Lee's surgery. Lee's condition was critically severe, and even with Tsunade's unparalleled medical skills, she possessed only a 50% chance of ensuring his recovery. Thus, Lee stood at a crossroads in life, where even the slightest misstep could lead him into an abyss from which there was no return. Yet, Tsunade had not entirely overlooked Sakura. Before immersing herself in her duties, She made a special trip back to the Senju compound to hand over the training notes of Hashirama and Tobirama to Sakura, instructing her to concentrate on Hashirama's writings. As for Tobirama's water release techniques, Tsunade remained somewhat enigmatic, merely stating that someone would come to teach Sakura. Although Sakura felt a twinge of confusion, she chose to heed Tsunade's advice and directed her full attention to the wood release techniques instead. After a week of diligent study, Sakura had made some progress, mastering a few practical wood release techniques. Her relentless efforts were primarily motivated by the impending test of her blade spirit during the activation of her shattered cherry blossom. Through her unwavering dedication, Sakura's chakra had finally reached an initial shadow level standard. While the concept of chakra quantity was somewhat nebulous at the shadow level, she felt a profound clarity as her chakra surged to a certain degree. Nevertheless, an indescribable sensation lingered within Sakura. It seemed as though she had brushed against the threshold of her shattered cherry blossom's activation. This feeling was not unfounded, but rather a culmination of years spent inextricably linked to her blade spirit. For Sakura, the pursuit of activating her shattered cherry blossom was not merely a quest for greater power. It was her long-held aspiration and conviction. To achieve this goal, she needed to overcome two pivotal challenges. First, to win over the blade spirit, and second, to ascertain her own path forward. Regarding persuading the blade spirit, Sakura's resolve had never wavered. She understood that this would be a daunting journey, yet she firmly believed that with relentless perseverance, success would eventually be hers. As for determining her path, Sakura's thoughts were refreshingly straightforward: to strive for survival, continuously grow stronger, and protect those she cherished. The words she shared with Tsunade were not mere platitudes. They were a reflection of her innermost convictions. Though she feared the troubles of existence, her yearning for life was profound. Yet, her greatest dread was the prospect of loss. To safeguard those she held dear, she was willing to sacrifice everything, even her own life. In order to confront these challenges, formidable strength was indispensable. At times, when faced with insurmountable dilemmas, directly addressing the source of the problem could prove to be a prudent course of action. To possess such power, the Bankai of Sakura Haruno was essential. Thus, what Sakura currently lacked was the absolute strength necessary to subdue her sword spirit, and the only means for her rapid advancement lay in Hashirama's wood-release techniques. Chapter 104. Sudden changes after Sakura and her companions finished their meal and took a brief respite to regain their strength. Sakura, being the strongest among them, resolved to find Kakashi to switch shifts, allowing him a moment to rest. After a while, she located Kakashi as planned. However, to her astonishment, she found him perched upon a tree branch, leaning against the trunk, leisurely engrossed in a book titled Intimate Paradise. Sakura was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Kakashi would indulge in such literature during his watch. Reflecting on Kakashi's previously tense demeanor, she could not help but wonder if the Kakashi she encountered along the way was an imposter or if he had been swapped with someone else. Countless questions bubbled within her, yearning to be voiced, but witnessing Kakashi's sheepish expression, she restrained herself. Kakashi, clearly aware that he had been discovered, awkwardly tucked away his book and, with a quick greeting to Sakura, vanished from the tree like a gust of wind. Sakura's lips curled into a subtle smile as she observed Kakashi's flustered retreat, finding the situation somewhat amusing. She swiftly raised her hands, her fingers dancing through the air like nimble butterflies as she rapidly formed a series of intricate hand signs. Upon completing the signs, a powerful surge of chakra erupted within her, coursing like tumultuous waves throughout her being. This chakra flowed rapidly through her meridians, ultimately converging at her shoulders. In an instant, her shoulders appeared to swell grotesquely, and then an abundance of branches sprouted forth like bamboo shoots after the rain. These branches grew at an astonishing rate, entwining and twisting, gradually taking on a humanoid shape. Before long, two wood-release clones, identical to Sakura, materialized beside her, one on the left and one on the right, like mirrored reflections. This was the wood-release, multiple wood clone technique. It was one of the wood-release techniques she had mastered, an upgraded version of Naruto's signature technique, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. In theory, as long as Sakura's chakra was sufficiently abundant, she could manifest thousands of wood clones at once. However, without ample reserves of chakra, achieving such a vast number was challenging with her usual chakra levels. Yet, creating around 1,000 clones at once was certainly feasible. After the two wood clones nodded slightly to Sakura, they wasted no time, darting out like lightning, one to the left and one to the right. Their movements were nimble and agile, vanishing from Sakura's sight in the blink of an eye. The two would release clones would conceal themselves in the surrounding shadows, silently standing guard and acting as Sakura's eyes. Should there be any rustle or potential danger, they would promptly sense it and alert Sakura, even shielding her from attacks. Meanwhile, hidden in the darkness and unnoticed by Sakura, Kakashi observed her actions and nodded in approval. After all, he was their team leader. Given the inexperience of these three novices, he could not afford to feel entirely at ease, but seeing Sakura's adept maneuvers, he felt reassured enough to rest. As a plume of smoke gradually rose, Kakashi's figure dissipated into the mist, having dispelled his shadow clone technique to take a much-needed break. At that moment, entirely oblivious to these developments, Sakura gracefully leaped to the spot where Kakashi had been. However, upon settling in, she was astonished to discover that this vantage point provided a clear view of their target village. In the humble settlement below, wisps of smoke curled upward, seemingly declaring the villagers' daily lives to the outside world. Sakura instinctively glanced at the sky, noting that there was still some time before sunset. This stirred a peculiar sensation within her, for according to her understanding, ancient villagers, due to the exorbitant costs of oil lamps or candles, typically began preparing dinner only after the sun had completely set. Yet, this village appeared to be rather unconventional. Sakura pondered quietly, sensing that the villagers' mealtime seemed rather premature. Based on her knowledge, ancient villagers usually consumed only 2 meals a day, with no concept of lunch. However, at this hour, it evidently should have been lunchtime. Nevertheless, Sakura did not allow her curiosity to run rampant. She restrained her impulses, quietly perusing the training notes of Hashirama Senju while closely monitoring the village's every movement. Time slipped away unnoticed, and apart from the somewhat eerie smoke, the small village remained exceptionally tranquil. There were no signs of disturbance, as if the entire world lay in slumber. At last, the ever-energetic Naruto appeared punctually, breaking the stillness and infusing the atmosphere with his characteristic noise and laughter. However, despite Naruto's arrival, the village retained its suspiciously quiet demeanor. After concluding her exchange with Naruto, Sakura made a point to advise him to remain vigilant regarding the village's situation. With a light step, she made her way to the resting area of her team, where she found Kakashi still awake. "Kakashi-sensei, I have something to report," Sakura whispered. Kakashi lifted his gaze to meet hers, a hint of inquiry flickering in his eyes. Sakura recounted her observations in detail, including the unusual smoke and the serenity enveloping the village. Kakashi listened quietly, refraining from expressing too many opinions. After Sakura finished speaking, he gave a slight nod, indicating his understanding of the situation. "I see." Kakashi's voice remained calm. "You did well, Sakura. Now, go and rest. I will handle the forthcoming matters with Naruto." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura felt a slight sense of reassurance. She thanked him and turned back to her spot, preparing to take a break. However, just as she was about to rest, she sensed that the wooden clone left beside Naruto had automatically dispelled and brought back a fragment of memory. At that moment, Naruto's voice resonated. "Kakashi-sensei, come here for a moment. There's a situation in the village." Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, while Sasuke, who had been resting with his eyes closed in preparation for the evening's actions, opened his eyes immediately to look in the direction of Naruto's voice. As for Sakura, the moment she received the memory from the wooden clone, she darted forward, inexplicably sensing that something significant was about to happen. Chapter 105. The anomaly in the village. When Sakura and the others hurried to Naruto's location, they were taken aback by the scene before them. An exceedingly malevolent energy surged upwards like a volcanic eruption, seemingly intent on tearing apart the sky. The once tranquil village was, in the blink of an eye, shrouded by ink-black clouds, engulfed in darkness and a faint mist. Strangely, despite the overwhelming presence of this sinister energy creating such a commotion, the village remained eerily silent, so quiet that it sent chills down the spine. Even the sight of poultry had vanished, as if time itself had been paused at that instant. Kakashi gazed at this bizarre spectacle, his expression turning grave. He understood that the troubles faced by this small village were far from trivial. The situation was far more dire than they had anticipated. Given the current circumstances, the most prudent course of action might be to abandon the mission and swiftly return to the village to request the dispatch of a considerable number of ninja for support. However, Their purpose for coming here was to investigate the condition of the village. If they returned empty-handed, not only would they fail to accomplish their mission, but they would also lead subsequent ninjas to form erroneous assessments of the situation, resulting in further casualties, an outcome Kakashi was resolutely unwilling to witness. Caught in a dilemma reminiscent of a choice once faced by his father, whether to complete the mission at all costs or prioritize the safety of his 3 companions, Kakashi felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Kakashi-sensei, I believe it would be prudent for us to conduct a brief reconnaissance, as long as we do not venture too deeply into the village. I think we should be fine, Sakura suggested beside him, momentarily startling him. Yet, he ultimately countered, you are still Genin. This place is far too perilous. Even if we fail the mission, I will not allow you to take such risks. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura smiled faintly, her expression radiating confidence as she replied, Kakashi-sensei, are you underestimating us? We possess great faith in our own abilities. Self-preservation should pose no challenge. Moreover, even Naruto has acquired formidable jutsu under the tutelage of Lord Jiraiya. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, please do not belittle us. Setting aside Sakura, even that arrogant Sasuke has mastered the techniques you imparted, demonstrating impressive prowess. As for me, I have trained under the pervy sage, and my strength has vastly improved. Sakura can vouch for me. At this moment, Naruto could no longer contain himself and interjected, expressing his dissatisfaction towards Kakashi's condescension. Sakura continued, even if we were to encounter danger, Kakashi-sensei, you would surely risk your life to protect us, wouldn't you? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's gaze sharpened, and his brow furrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then stated without hesitation, you must exercise utmost caution. Never let your guard down. I will utilize shadow clones to scout ahead, and should any peril arise, you must evacuate without hesitation. Remember, I will not allow any comrade to perish before my eyes. Yes, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto echoed in unison, their voices imbued with trust and determination towards Kakashi. Just as Kakashi prepared to create his shadow clones, another Sakura suddenly emerged from the bushes, startling everyone present. The Sakura beside Kakashi quickly exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, include my wood clone. Its resilience is remarkable, and it will be invaluable for gathering intelligence. Kakashi turned to regard the emerging Sakura thoughtfully. He recognized that wood clones were indeed more suited for intelligence gathering. While shadow clones could swiftly maneuver and explore their surroundings, their vulnerabilities were apparent. They were exceedingly fragile, and their sensory capabilities were significantly flawed. A mere scratch would cause a shadow clone to dissipate. Even simple tricks could easily deceive them. In contrast, wood clones possessed physical form, high durability, and could enhance sensory perception through plant networks. After a brief contemplation, Kakashi ultimately nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, in such circumstances, an additional layer of assurance was always beneficial. Subsequently, Kakashi's shadow clone darted forward like lightning, accompanied by Sakura's wood clone, charging resolutely into the village shrouded in ominous clouds and thick fog. Meanwhile, Kakashi's real self stealthily followed behind, leading Sakura and the other two. As the two clones plunged into the village enveloped by dark clouds, the quartet remained unaware of any signs of the clones' dissolution. As time passed, a sense of unease began to rise within them. Ultimately, they resolved to no longer wait and cautiously stepped into the village. The surrounding fog enveloped the entire settlement in a thick veil of obscurity. The streets lay deserted, shrouded in an eerie silence, with only the dim light filtering through the dense fog, illuminating the vacant houses flanking either side. These abodes appeared to have long been abandoned, their doors and windows ajar. The interiors a chaotic disarray, as though their inhabitants had fled in haste, leaving behind their belongings in a state of neglect. Sakura and her companions were engulfed by a sense of bewilderment. What had transpired in this village? Prior to the peculiar events, they had observed this hamlet from afar. Its scale was modest, comprising merely over 100 households, and from an external viewpoint, it appeared remarkably impoverished and underdeveloped, akin to a relic from a bygone era when juxtaposed with the prosperous Konoha. Notably, during their midday observation, there had been evidence of life, with smoke rising from hearths as meals were prepared. Yet now, it bore the semblance of a settlement long forsaken. However, after a thorough exploration by the quartet, they discovered that the entire population of the small village seemed to have vanished in an instant. Numerous tasks lay unfinished, abandoned as if the villagers had been compelled to evacuate in a frenzied panic. Although the village's dimensions were rather limited, just as Sakura and Kakashi were about to scrutinize their surroundings more closely, they abruptly realized that their shadow clones had dissipated. This dissolution was not the result of an attack, but rather an intrinsic fading of the clones themselves. Just as confusion washed over them, the images relayed from the shadow clones left them utterly astonished. It became apparent that the villagers had not vanished into thin air as they had initially presumed. Instead, they were congregated before a colossal statue at the heart of the village. The footage conveyed by the shadow clones revealed a massive sculpture, towering like a small mountain, emanating dense fog, dark clouds, and malevolent energy, the very source of the unsettling aura that had captivated Sakura and her companions. Yet, perplexingly, during their midday surveillance, they had failed to notice the existence of this so-called statue. Chapter 106. The statue in the fog-laden and eerily silent village. Kakashi, who had been leading the group, received word from his clone that there was little danger ahead. He turned to Sakura, inquiring whether her own clone had made any other discoveries. Sakura, shaking her head, indicated that her clone had not detected any anomalies, aside from the peculiar scenes reported by the others. Nonetheless, to ensure their utmost safety, Sakura resolved to take further action. Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip, swiftly formed hand seals, and then struck the ground with force. Summoning technique. A thick cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping Sakura entirely. As the mist gradually dissipated, a diminutive slug, approximately 20 centimeters in length, materialized before them. This slug was a creamy white with 3 blue stripes, its body soft and smooth, exuding a certain endearing charm. Upon its appearance, the slug immediately fixed its gaze upon Sakura, its eyes gleaming with warmth and familiarity. In a gentle tone, it addressed her, "Sakura-chan, what brings you to seek me?" Upon encountering the slug, Sakura's face illuminated with a gentle smile. She nodded slightly and courteously requested, "Might I trouble you, esteemed slug, to look after my 3 companions? I have yet to master my master's healing abilities, and should a battle ensue, I may be unable to tend to their wounds in time." The slug responded with its characteristic tender voice, reminiscent of a spring breeze. "Not a problem at all, Sakura-chan." Hardly had the words left its mouth when the slug's form gradually divided into 4 palm-sized slugs. These agile creatures swiftly navigated up the pant legs of Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, effortlessly making their way to their shoulders. Kakashi, well aware that this was Tsunade's summoning beast, greeted it with utmost respect, saying, "Greetings, esteemed slug. I appreciate your assistance in advance." However, Naruto was not as formal as Kakashi. Curiosity brimmed within him as he reached out to gently poke the soft body of the slug, eagerly inquiring, "Do you know the Great Toad? Has he always been this arrogant? If you do know him, please don't tell him what I said." The slug exhibited remarkable patience in response to Naruto's questions, replying leisurely, "I have known Fukasaku since before Tsunade became renowned. Although his temperament can be rather unpleasant, he is, in fact, quite a good fellow. Rest assured, I will not divulge your words to Fukasaku." As the slug addressed Naruto, it attentively observed the taciturn Sasuke, despite Sasuke's icy demeanor, which suggested an indifference to the world around him. The weight of the slug on his shoulder seemed to evoke a flicker of envy in his eyes. The final slug climbed onto Sakura's shoulder, and once everyone was prepared, Kakashi interrupted Naruto's incessant chatter and led the group onward. As they navigated through the thick mist and finally reached the heart of the village, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Even though Kakashi and Sakura had mentally prepared themselves through the images relayed by their shadow clones, witnessing the scene firsthand was still overwhelming. Before them lay a grotesque gathering of emaciated figures, many of whom were twisted and deformed. The deformed areas were adorned with white feathers tainted by a pale yellow grease, suggesting that these corpses had either remained untouched by the corruption or were manifestations of it. These cadavers knelt in eerie postures before a colossal statue, as if engaged in some arcane ritual. Even in their desiccated state, their faces bore an unsettling expression of reverence and a smile, as if they had glimpsed paradise or encountered the deities they worshipped in their final moments. The village was modest, comprising only a little over 100 households. Yet at this moment, every villager had inexplicably knelt here, transformed into remains. The scene was exceptionally harrowing, invoking a chilling sense of dread. The statue they revered stood with its eyes closed, its elongated form resembling a grotesque winged serpent, with massive white wings that extended several meters in length. The scales of the winged serpent are large and uneven, each seemingly embedded with a distorted, screaming human face, as if the expressions of those devoured in agony have been forever captured upon the scales. Furthermore, a pale yellow oil ceaselessly oozes between the serpent's scales and feathers, exuding a putrid odor that provokes nausea. Witnessing this scene, Naruto gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, what on earth is this?" Even Sasuke, typically composed and unflappable, could not help but change his expression, his pupils contracting sharply as he swiftly turned his gaze to Kakashi, seemingly eager for a definitive answer from him. Under the intensity of their inquiries, Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply. He gazed intently at the vividly lifelike statue, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. "To be honest, I am uncertain of what this is," Kakashi said slowly. "I have witnessed rituals to malevolent deities before, but those statues were devoid of life, mere inanimate objects. Yet this statue imparts an entirely different impression, as though it possesses a semblance of life." Sakura stood by, her brow knitted in distaste as she regarded the statue. The malevolent aura it emanated was overwhelmingly strong, inducing a wave of nausea. Even though it was merely a statue, it inexplicably continued to exude pale yellow oil, releasing a foul stench, as if it were indeed a living entity. Sakura endeavored to recall the entirety of the Naruto storyline, striving to uncover any clues related to this enigmatic statue. However, as far as she knew, aside from Haiden, there seemed to be no other entity with a direct connection to the malevolent deity. Not to mention Naruto and the others investigating the cult's sacrificial narrative. Could this be an unforeseen development since her arrival in this world? As Sakura pondered, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the winged serpent statue. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to discover that the scales appeared to quiver slightly, as though animated. Even more chilling was the sight of the already eerie screaming faces upon the scales, which now seemed to animate, fixating their gaze upon Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Those eyes revealed a loathing and greed for the living, as if wishing to transfer all their suffering onto them. Sakura's heart raced, a wave of intense unease washing over her. She was certain she had not misperceived, nor was it a mere illusion. This winged serpent statue was undoubtedly problematic. "Fall back!" Sakura shouted without hesitation, her voice laced with terror and urgency. She understood all too well that this bizarre statue might bring immense danger, and it was imperative to distance Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke from it immediately. Chapter 107. The winged serpent statue. At the moment Sakura issued her warning, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke instinctively leaped backward in a swift reflex. Their movements flowed as naturally as water, as if they had foreseen the impending peril. Simultaneously, the mouth of the winged serpent statue suddenly belched forth a torrent of pale flames. These flames were profoundly unlike ordinary flames. They appeared devoid of temperature, not even exuding a hint of searing heat upon close proximity. However, Sakura and her three companions keenly sensed an extraordinarily bizarre quality about these flames. They were, in fact, consuming their very life force. Just as Sakura and her friends narrowly evaded the onslaught of the feathered serpent god statue, the statue, which had previously kept its eyes tightly shut, slowly opened its pupil-less gaze. In that moment, a chilling sensation surged up Sakura's spine, and her arm began to itch inexplicably. When she glanced down at her arm, she was horrified to discover several white feathers, tainted with a faint yellow grease, growing slowly from her skin. These feathers seemed to sprout directly from her flesh, sending shivers down her spine. Alarmed by this sight, Sakura instinctively reached out to pluck the feathers away. However, just as she removed them, Kakashi's voice rang out with unusual gravity. "Do not look into the statue's eyes. Fire release, great fireball technique." Before Kakashi's words could fully resonate, Sasuke's voice followed suit, exclaiming in urgency. In an instant, a torrent of searing air surged forth like a raging tide, as Sasuke unleashed a colossal fireball, roaring with fierce flames, charging toward its target with tremendous might. Yet, unexpectedly, in the face of such a formidable assault, the enormous feathered serpent god statue merely flicked its massive wings. This seemingly trivial motion concealed an astonishing power. The wings, as hard as steel, effortlessly shattered Sasuke's fireball into a shower of sparks. Subsequently, the statue opened its serrated maw, reminiscent of a monstrous insect, and lunged toward Sasuke with shocking speed. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke distinctly detected a pungent scent of sulfur, as if a deathly aura from the depths of hell ensnared him, sending chills throughout his being. Would release. 8 quarters dragon technique. With Sakura's voice echoing, a multitude of roots burst forth from the ground like spring shoots after the rain. These roots rapidly grew, intertwining to form an enormous net that ensnared the feathered serpent god statue, which had initially lunged at Sasuke. Clearly caught off guard by such an obstruction, the statue began to thrash wildly. However, Sakura's would-release technique was exceptionally potent. Despite the statue's frantic efforts, it found itself unable to break free from the binding. Seeing that she had temporarily restrained the statue, Sakura began to channel the roots to absorb the power within it. Yet, to her dismay, her renowned would-release chakra, deemed by Tsunade to possess the ability to absorb chakra, yielded no energy whatsoever at that moment. In fact, as the statue struggled, an eerie and malevolent aura intensified around them. This aura seemed corrosive. Wherever it touched, the once resilient roots swiftly turned yellow and brittle, quickly withering away. Witnessing this, Sakura felt a tightening in her chest and immediately intensified her infusion of would-release chakra. As she exerted her efforts, more tree roots surged from the ground like mushrooms after rain, swiftly intertwining to envelop the colossal feathered serpent statue, much like wrapping Zongzi. However, before Sakura could catch her breath, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once vibrant tree roots suddenly ignited with pale flames, as if imbued with a peculiar vitality. These flames spread rapidly among the roots, reducing them to brittle, lifeless wood wherever they passed. The entire occurrence transpired with such swiftness that it left one breathless. In the blink of an eye, the roots encasing the feathered serpent statue were rendered into desiccated timber, as if the very essence of life had been entirely consumed by the pallid flames. Witnessing this, Sakura and her companions gasped in horror, secretly relieved that they had not been caught in the grip of those eerie flames. Otherwise, they might have met the same fate as the villagers, transformed into mere corpses. Just as the feathered serpent statue successfully broke free from Sakura's restraints, Kakashi's timely attack arrived. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Instantly, a massive water dragon manifested in the air. This dragon, fierce and unrelenting, charged forward like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, crashing directly into the newly liberated feathered serpent statue. Yet, unexpectedly, despite the water dragon's impact, which sent sprays of water cascading everywhere, the statue emerged unscathed, leaving not even a trace behind. The onlookers stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their hearts brimming with confusion and dread. What exactly was this enigmatic entity? It appeared to possess an extraordinary resistance to ninjutsu, rendering conventional attacks nearly ineffective. In the midst of this helplessness, Naruto, who previously lacked ranged attack capabilities, grew anxious. Without hesitation, he rapidly formed hand seals, his signature chakra surging like a torrential flood. Numerous Narutos emerged around them, encircling the feathered serpent statue. "Everyone, let us take down this ugly serpent together," Naruto proclaimed, his voice resonating with unwavering determination and courage. At his command, all the clones echoed in unison. They swiftly sprang into action, pairing up in seamless coordination, akin to a well-trained army. Under Sasuke's astonished gaze, Naruto's chakra rapidly coalesced in his hands, forming a swirling chakra ball in the blink of an eye. The chakra within spun vigorously, signifying its formidable power. At that moment, dozens of Narutos, wielding the Rasengan, charged fearlessly towards the enraged, feathered serpent statue. However, just as they were about to close the distance, the serpent's powerful tail struck with lightning speed, crashing into several Narutos. With a resounding bang, those Narutos were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, those caught in the spiral sphere lost all semblance of control, resulting in a thunderous explosion that unleashed a ferocious shockwave. At that moment, Naruto's true self displayed astonishing resilience and determination. Undeterred, he led the remaining dozen or so shadow clones, leveraging the chaos spawned by the explosion to leap forward. However, just as the clones approached the feathered serpent statue, they suddenly sprouted clusters of pale, greasy white feathers, which subsequently dissipated into smoke. To make matters worse, Naruto himself began to manifest the same peculiar feathers, and despite the slug's desperate attempts to heal him, the efforts appeared futile. Confronted with such dire circumstances, Naruto remained unyielding. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely pressed the spiral sphere against the statue of the feathered serpent. Regrettably, his endeavors seemed to bear no fruit. As the spiral sphere detonated, an immense force instantly mangled Naruto's left hand, causing blood to spatter, and his body was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string. Yet, the feathered serpent statue stood impervious, as if Naruto's formidable attack had merely collided with the hardest steel in existence. Naruto's severely injured form crashed to the ground, akin to a discarded rag doll, involuntarily convulsing several times. This impact exacerbated his injuries, causing him to involuntarily spout blood. Even more terrifying was the sight of clusters of greasy feathers wildly sprouting from his arms and face, presenting a disturbingly eerie spectacle. Chapter 108. Ineffectual Ninjutsu. Witnessing Naruto on the ground, bleeding profusely, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi's expressions turned grave, and they wasted no time rushing to his side. Upon their approach, they discovered a slug diligently attempting to heal Naruto's wounds. Anxiously, Kakashi and the others watched the slug, with Sakura unable to restrain her concern, asking, "Slug-sama, how is Naruto?" The slug's voice was gentle and soothing as it replied, "Young Naruto's external injuries are not severe. However, the feathers are exceedingly peculiar. My healing methods have proven ineffective against them, and Naruto's life force is rapidly waning." Upon hearing this, Sakura's countenance shifted dramatically. Just as the slug finished speaking, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The feathers sprouting from Naruto began to wither, resembling decaying flowers. The slug, witnessing this, gasped in surprise. Could these feathers have a time limit? Yet, there were no signs of decay moments ago. Confusion and bewilderment seeped into its voice. Nevertheless, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi had no time to ponder the slug's musings, for the enraged feathered serpent statue was now opening its colossal, jagged maw, flapping its wings, and barreling toward them like an impending avalanche. Would release, would pillar wall. With a determined shout, Sakura swiftly formed hand seals as if lightning itself had struck. In an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself were responding to Sakura's call. Following this, countless robust wooden trunks erupted from the ground, swiftly intertwining to form a colossal semicircular structure. This semicircle enveloped Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Naruto beneath it, resembling an indomitable fortress. Viewed from above, this inverted semicircular formation stood out remarkably, its peculiar shape akin to a taunting, earless raccoon, complete with a large wooden bell positioned at its neck. Witnessing this scene, friends might find it amusing, even eliciting laughter at its charming design. However, for adversaries confronted with such a sight, it would likely serve as a source of mockery and humiliation. This structure was, in fact, the result of Sakura's attempts to refine the wood release technique. Although its appearance differed from the original wood pillar wall, its defensive capabilities remained unparalleled. Yet, the feathered serpent god statue seemed indifferent to this fact. Upon beholding the earless raccoon, its fury ignited instantaneously, and it charged toward the wooden barrier, crashing its colossal head against it with unyielding force. A thunderous roar echoed as the wooden defense shattered under the tremendous impact, splintering like paper, sending wood shavings soaring through the air, resembling a downpour of sawdust. Unexpectedly, however, the wings of the feathered serpent god became ensnared outside the barrier, and despite its frantic struggles, it could not break free. In that heart-stopping moment, the statue writhed violently, its massive form twisting in an attempt to escape its confines. As it thrashed about, a cascade of wood fragments rained down from the sky, creating a torrential storm of sawdust. Nevertheless, Sakura remained undaunted by this sudden turn of events. She continuously unleashed the chakra of wood release, which surged forth like a fountain of life, rapidly nurturing the trees surrounding her. These trees grew at an astonishing pace, filling the gaps left by the feathered serpent's destruction, and over time, they began to encroach upon the statue itself. In this tense moment, Sasuke's right hand suddenly shimmered with a brilliant flash of lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar akin to 1,000 birds in flight. His hand became enveloped in a powerful electric charge. The force of this lightning was terrifying, and within moments, the air was infused with a faint odor of charred matter. Sasuke's crimson Sharingan widened, his mind inundated with visions of Naruto plummeting from the sky. That image pierced his heart deeply, igniting a fury he could no longer contain. With a primal roar, he charged toward the feathered serpent statue like an enraged beast. "Sasuke, don't act recklessly," Kakashi shouted urgently upon witnessing this. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Sasuke had already darted forth like a bolt of lightning, racing along the perimeter of the wooden barrier toward the half-submerged form of the feathered serpent god. As he advanced, Sasuke's Chidori clashed violently against the wooden pillar, emitting a cacophony of piercing friction sounds. The wooden barrier, unable to withstand the formidable force of the Chidori, was marred by a deep, black scorch mark, a testament to Sasuke's fury etched into its surface. Yet, in the face of Sasuke's relentless charge, the serpent-faced statue of the feathered serpent deity bore an expression that hinted at a mocking disdain, as if it regarded Sasuke's assault with utter indifference. Just as Sasuke was about to close the distance to the statue, a scene remarkably reminiscent of Naruto unfolded before him. Suddenly, oil-slick feathers sprouted abundantly from his face, hands, and exposed skin, as if they were bursting forth like mushrooms after a spring rain. These feathers, animated with life, grew rapidly, enveloping Sasuke's body in an instant. Accompanying the frenzied growth of the feathers, Sasuke's countenance visibly waned, succumbing to a pallor of exhaustion. Nevertheless, undeterred, he pressed forward, his hand cloaked in Chidori. Aiming directly at the statue, Sasuke harbored unwavering confidence in his Chidori, well aware of its formidable cutting and piercing capabilities. He believed that should his Chidori make contact, the beast's head would surely be penetrated. However, when his hand finally made contact with the feathered serpent statue, his previously confident expression froze in shock. To his utter disbelief, the Chidori, which he had placed such high hopes upon, seemed to encounter an object of unparalleled hardness, leaving no trace upon the statue's surface whatsoever. No, this cannot be. Even the hardest material would show signs of scorching under the impact of Chidori. Yet, the serpent's head bore no wounds, not even the slightest burn mark. All that remained were the cracks left from his previous assault on the wooden pillar, and the traces on the statue's surface marred by a dark, malevolent aura. As though eroded by a potent acid, the corners of the statue's mouth curled upward, and it opened wide, unleashing a pale flame devoid of warmth. Startled, Sasuke instinctively sought to flee, but it was too late. He was far too close to the monstrous figure. Just as the pale flames threatened to engulf him like a surging tide, a verdant vine shot forth from below, resembling a sinuous serpent in its swift approach. With astonishing speed and precision, the vine coiled around Sasuke's waist and yanked him forcefully downwards towards the ground. Sasuke recognized this sudden act of salvation. He knew it was the work of Sakura. Thus, he offered no resistance, allowing the vine to ensnare him tightly and whisk him away from the terrifying pale flames. As the flames grazed his cheek, a chilling breeze accompanied their passage, and in that fleeting moment of contact, Sasuke felt an overwhelming force siphoning something vital from within him. His life force was mercilessly consumed by the flames, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself utterly enervated, as if all strength had been drained from his body, leaving his eyelids heavy, yearning only for the embrace of slumber. Sakura effortlessly drew the defenseless Sasuke back to her side, her heart swelling with concern as she observed his weary state, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. However, upon realizing his temporary safety, Sasuke, despite his drooping eyelids that hinted at imminent unconsciousness, mustered his resolve to relay everything he had witnessed to Sakura and Kakashi. Upon hearing Sasuke's account, both Sakura and Kakashi were struck with astonishment. They had initially believed that against such a monster, ninjutsu would bear little to no effect, unaware that their misunderstanding stemmed from not witnessing the injuries sustained by the feathered serpent deity. Thus, a conjecture began to form in the minds of both Sakura and Kakashi. Furthermore, as Sasuke approached Sakura, the white feathers sprouting from his exposed skin rapidly withered, seemingly affirming their suspicions. Observing the now unconscious Sasuke, Kakashi furrowed his brow, his expression turning gravely serious. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Based on our earlier conjecture, if I am not mistaken, ordinary ninjutsu is unlikely to have any effect on this creature. In fact, it may be entirely ineffective. This has already been demonstrated by Sasuke and Naruto. Kakashi's voice was low and solemn, revealing a profound sense of helplessness. His gaze shifted to Sakura, as if contemplating something. After a brief pause, he continued, "At present, only your wood release, Sakura, can inflict damage upon this monster. However, given the current circumstances, Even an influx of additional ninjas would likely prove futile. Kakashi's words echoed through the air, enveloping the scene in a heavy silence. His quietude stemmed not only from concern for the situation, but also from the disquiet and guilt of entrusting such a formidable task to a mere 13-year-old girl. Yet, Sakura did not allow Kakashi's apprehensions to linger for long. Taking a deep breath, she declared with unwavering determination, "Kakashi-sensei, leave the main offensive to me. I will give it my all. As for protecting Naruto and Sasuke, as well as covering me, that duty falls to you, Kakashi-sensei." In that moment, Sakura's gaze was clear and resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. "All right, I will risk my life to protect you and Naruto," Kakashi responded with steadfast conviction, his voice imbued with determination. Slowly, he raised his hand and gently removed his forehead protector, revealing the crimson eye that had long been concealed behind it. This eye emanated a peculiar and formidable aura, as if it contained boundless power. It was Obito's Sharingan. Upon witnessing this, Sakura understood that Kakashi was about to unleash his full strength. Without hesitation, she severed the chakra sustaining the wooden barrier. As Sakura formed hand seals, the ground around her began to tremble slightly, and an abundance of trees sprouted forth rapidly, akin to bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These trees surged upward with astonishing speed, swiftly coalescing into a miniature forest that enveloped Sakura and her companions entirely. "Wood release, forest of trees," Sakura whispered softly, a technique she had devised, mimicking the wood release jutsu of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Although this was merely a diminutive version of the original technique. Under Sakura's formidable wood release chakra, this small grove exhibited astonishing power. The trees surged under her command, their branches and leaves expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire village became engulfed by a multitude of trees. They erupted from the ground, and the once fragile houses crumbled as if made of paper, consumed by the advancing vegetation. In mere moments, a lush miniature forest emerged before the astonished onlookers. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. The newly sprouted colossal trees, under Sakura's control, intertwined like tentacles in the depths of the ocean, surging towards the feathered serpent deity, which was on the verge of breaking free from the wooden barriers. However, as the branches extended towards the idol, a shocking scene unfolded. Numerous branches, as if confronted by a dire predator, began to wither and decay en masse, emitting a nauseating stench of rot. Nevertheless, this did not deter the advance of other branches, which continued to surge towards the feathered serpent idol like an unrelenting tide. Furthermore, the idol itself began to exhibit anomalies. A thick plume of white smoke billowed from its surface, as if it had been doused with boiling water on a frigid winter's day. Accompanied by the rising fog, Sakura and her companions witnessed the idol thrashing violently, emitting silent shrieks, a scene reminiscent of a living being being doused with concentrated sulfuric acid, sending chills down their spines. To make matters worse, the idol's struggles caused the wooden barriers to start crumbling in large sections. Just as it attempted to spread its wings and escape the confines, countless branches rapidly sprouted from below, ensnaring it like a swarm of fierce tentacles. Despite the idol's eerie powers causing the branches to wither and rot swiftly, their sheer number, akin to a small grove, proved overwhelming. In the relentless entanglement of the branches, the feathered serpent idol was ultimately yanked back to the ground, thrashing and writhing in a frenzy. As Sakura exerted every ounce of her strength to subdue the idol, suddenly, the area around the idol's head erupted in blazing white flames. This inferno, akin to a volcanic eruption, was fierce and scorching, threatening to consume everything in its path. The branches that had been entwined around the idol ignited upon contact with the white flames, rapidly yellowing, withering, and crumbling into brittle ash. In an instant, the once resilient branches lost their strength, becoming utterly fragile. Seizing this opportunity, the feathered serpent idol twisted its body and effortlessly broke free from its bindings. Yet, Sakura did not relent. Despite the idol's escape from her grasp, she remained undeterred, swiftly summoning more branches that coiled towards the idol like a pack of ferocious pythons. Sakura understood the significance of this battle. She could not allow the feathered serpent idol to flee. Thus, she incessantly drew upon the chakra within her, channeling it ceaselessly to the trees engulfed by the white flames. Through her relentless efforts, the trees, once consumed by the ferocious blaze, gradually began to revive, bursting forth with vibrant greenery. As chakra flowed into them, their vitality strengthened, allowing them to valiantly resist the encroaching white fire. Although the flames remained fierce, they were gradually subdued by the tree's tenacious defiance. The statue of the feathered serpent observed this scene with a glint of coldness in its eyes, accompanied by its rhythmic inhalations and exhalations. Suddenly, a torrent of white flames erupted from its mouth, surging towards Sakura, for it realized that if it did not eliminate this bothersome human, it might very well meet its end here. Should it falter and find itself in a predicament, it would become the subject of ridicule among its peers. Chapter 110, and Sakura, witnessing this moment, felt a jolt of shock. Her pupils instantly constricted. Without hesitation, she commanded the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees to intertwine swiftly, forming a sturdy barrier before her. However, the feathered serpent's assault was evidently all out this time. The raging sea of white flames surged forth like a deluge unleashed from a dam, crashing towards Sakura with overwhelming force. The branches that stood in front of the inferno were consumed in an instant, wilting, charring, and ultimately turning to ash, scattering into the air. In the blink of an eye, the white flames roared like a violent torrent, poised to engulf Sakura. Yet, unlike an ordinary person who might panic and sever their chakra connection with the trees to flee, Sakura gritted her teeth, resolutely holding her ground without retreating an inch. If she chose to evade at this critical moment, not only would it endanger Kakashi, but severing the connection with the trees and re-establishing it would likely prove impossible in a short time. At that point, the feathered serpent might escape, leading to dire consequences. Indeed, just as the white flames were about to consume Sakura, Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out beside her. Earth style, earth flow wall. With his command, the ground before Sakura trembled violently, and a massive wall erupted from the earth, rising abruptly. This wall, constructed of soil and stone, towered several meters high, resembling an indestructible fortress. Moreover, it bore the distinctive outline of 4 dog heads, a sight that appeared somewhat comical. Yet, at this moment, this wall became Sakura's lifeline, effectively shielding her from the terrifying white flames. However, even the white fire, now diminished by the layers of trees, retained formidable power. In mere moments, the once solid earth and stone began to exhibit astonishing changes. They turned black, then gradually rotted, emitting a foul odor, and ultimately became soft and unyielding. This phenomenon defied all logic, as if the very essence of the soil and stone was undergoing decay and death. Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of alarm within him. He realized that the enemy he faced this time was extraordinarily sinister. Not only were ninjutsu ineffective, but even earth and stone could be effortlessly corrupted and rendered lifeless by the opponent. Additionally, under the influence of chakra, they could not be repaired. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, Kakashi dared not exhibit any negligence. He swiftly withdrew his hands from the ground and began to form hand seals at an astonishing speed. Earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. Immediately afterward, Kakashi struck the ground again, producing a resounding roar as 3 colossal earthen walls rose before the original barrier. With these 3 walls in place, the corrosive power of the white flames was dispersed, allowing Kakashi and Sakura to breathe a momentary sigh of relief. However, Sakura remained vigilant. Her gaze intensified with fierce determination as she gritted her teeth, using one hand to sustain the assault of trees upon the feathered serpent god statue. Meanwhile, she deftly formed hand seals with her other hand, executing the movements with precision and speed. When the final seal was completed, Sakura resolutely slammed her hand onto the ground. With style, tree binding, eternal burial. With a spirited cry, a multitude of saplings erupted from beneath the feathered serpent statue, binding and suppressing it further into the earth. As the saplings grew taller than the statue, they began to intertwine wildly, swiftly weaving together to form a vast network. This structure expanded and contracted continuously until it coalesced into a towering giant tree. This grand tree soared into the clouds, its trunk so robust that it would require dozens of people to encircle it. Its foliage was dense, resembling a colossal green parasol that shielded the entire sky. Beneath this magnificent tree, the feathered serpent statue was firmly pinned down, immobilized. It seemed to sense the immense pressure, emitting a silent wail as if in a desperate struggle. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it could not escape the tree's grasp. Eventually, its strength waned. After all, it was merely a relic worshipped by a small, remote village of 100 families. No matter how uncanny it was, it ultimately lacked a source of power and would eventually be exhausted. As time passed, the statue's struggles gradually diminished, finally coming to a complete halt. It resembled a fish stranded on shore, still flailing slightly, but gradually losing its vitality. Meanwhile, the giant tree stood resolutely, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, as if proclaiming its triumph to the world. Sakura witnessed all of this and felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, due to the excessive use of her chakra, her body had reached its limits. The moment she allowed herself to relax, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. In this instance, Sakura had truly pushed herself to the brink. Although her vitality was more robust than that of an average person, such intense exertion had placed immense strain on her body. If it were not for her inherently strong life force, her lifespan might have been considerably shortened. Upon seeing Sakura faint, Kakashi, who had been of little use until now, caught her just before she fell. He gently laid her down and gazed at the unconscious Sakura, while Naruto and Sasuke sighed in unison. Kakashi slowly rose to his feet, his gaze shifting away from Sakura to the verdant grove that had sprung forth from her wood release technique not far away. This lush forest appeared to be a miniature world conjured by Sakura's own strength. Kakashi found himself reminiscing about the moment she unleashed her wood release, a display of formidable power that left him profoundly awed. Yet, in stark contrast to Sakura's remarkable prowess, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy in that moment. Although he had always been regarded as a calm and rational adult, he had scarcely contributed anything of significance during this battle. Naruto, despite his impulsiveness, displayed an indomitable spirit, charging fearlessly into the fray, unyielding even in the face of formidable adversaries. Although his attacks did not inflict substantial damage upon the enemy, his bravery and resolve provided crucial insights. Conventional ninjutsu might be utterly ineffective against this foe. Sasuke, while perhaps a touch overconfident, equally demonstrated extraordinary strength and decisiveness. His strikes, too, failed to deliver a fatal blow, yet he offered vital information to the group. As for Sakura, she not only wielded her wood release with great might, but also ensured the safety of her comrades. In comparison, Kakashi felt like a mere bystander, utterly devoid of purpose. As the years passed, Kakashi gradually lost the fervor and zeal of his youth, becoming increasingly composed and steady. However, in that moment, he suddenly realized that this calmness might not be a virtue, but rather a constraint. Kakashi turned slowly to gaze once more at Sakura, who lay quietly on the ground, her petite form seemingly fragile amidst the towering trees. A wave of complex emotions surged within him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Sakura seems to have surpassed me." Meanwhile, not far from the village, atop the treetops, a middle-aged man with golden hair and azure eyes, who appeared utterly out of place in this world, observed the grove rising within the village, his brow furrowed. Is Lord Yamada no Orochi injured? With the rank of these ninjas, they should not be capable of harming him. Could it be that those self-proclaimed agents of order have some hidden agenda? The man donned his hood, concealing his extraordinary visage, and vanished from the treetops without a trace. His objective had been achieved, and there was no need to linger. Were it not for the measures he had taken, that letter would never have reached the daimyo. Nevertheless, the effort he expended bore delightful fruit, and he could now prepare for the plans that lay ahead. Chapter 111. The inexplicable battle in the early morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the hospital bed by the window. Sasuke lay quietly there, his body nearly healed. Yet his spirit was fraught with agitation. It had been some time since they returned to Konoha after completing their mission, but the bizarre nature of the incident, resulting in both him and Naruto sprouting feathers, compelled them to remain under observation for a few days to ensure no lingering aftereffects. For Sasuke, this was nothing short of torment. He was restless, yearning to be discharged and resume his relentless pursuit of vengeance. He felt that time was being squandered, each moment inducing a profound anxiety within him. At this very moment, Naruto lay comfortably on another hospital bed, lost in a deep slumber. His belly was occasionally scratched by his own hand, seemingly oblivious to Sasuke's inner turmoil. Not only had Naruto acquired a formidable summoning beast, Gamabunta, but he had also mastered the Rasengan, a technique rivaling Sasuke's Chidori in power. In contrast, Sasuke felt as though his own strength had stagnated. What troubled him even more was Sakura's rapid progress. He believed she was on the verge of catching up to their teacher, Kakashi. And where did that leave him? Stuck in place, with no advancement whatsoever. Sasuke was filled with disdain for himself. He loathed his own ineptitude and his inability to rapidly enhance his abilities. The mundane life he was leading, marked by the passage of time, filled him with an overwhelming irritation, as if an invisible pressure was relentlessly bearing down on him. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a long shadow on Sasuke's back. This shadow resembled a colossal hand, gently resting upon the face of the slumbering Naruto. With a beast-like instinct, Naruto seemed to sense a hint of danger even in his dreams. His brow furrowed slightly, and his body instinctively shifted, as if attempting to shake off this latent threat. At that moment, Sasuke approached Naruto's bedside, silently observing him, a glimmer of something subtle flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, without warning, Sasuke extended his hand and yanked Naruto upright from the bed. The abruptness of the action startled Naruto awake. He blinked groggily, gazing at Sasuke with a look of bewilderment. Clad in loose pajamas with tousled hair, he had evidently not yet fully emerged from his dreams. Naruto. Sasuke's voice was low and resolute. Now, let's have a spar. Naruto blinked, trying to comprehend Sasuke's request. He was baffled as to why Sasuke would demand a fight at such an hour, especially right after he had just awakened. Oh, why? He rubbed his eyes, still heavy with sleep. A faint smile crept onto Sasuke's lips, one tinged with a hint of mockery. Less chatter, just fight me. Haven't you always said you wanted to spar with me? Now that I'm giving you the opportunity, are you afraid? Naruto, upon hearing this, instantly perked up. He could not tolerate being labeled as fearful, especially by someone like Sasuke. Who is afraid? He shouted, let us fight. I'm not scared of you. With that, Naruto followed Sasuke out of the room without a second thought, completely unaware that he was still in his pajamas and that his hair resembled a bird's nest. On the rooftop of the Konoha hospital, tranquility reigned. Suddenly, the arrival of the two shattered the serene atmosphere. With his golden, disheveled hair, Naruto retrieved his forehead protector from seemingly nowhere and carefully placed it atop his head. This protector held immense significance for Naruto. It not only symbolized the honor of having finally become a Genin, but also served as a treasured gift from Irika-sensei. Even in slumber, Naruto would never allow his forehead protector to stray far from him. Before him stood Sasuke, clad in loose garments, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Naruto. The mere thought of Naruto potentially surpassing him ignited a surge of irritation and jealousy within Sasuke. He could not fathom how that underdog, Naruto, could possibly eclipse him. The cold wind howled atop the building, dispersing Naruto's remnants of drowsiness. He listened intently to the gentle rustle of the freshly laundered white sheets swaying in the breeze, as if they were whispering encouragement, causing his body to tremble ever so slightly. Yet this tremor was not born of anxiety or fear, but rather an uncontrollable excitement. A laugh escaped Naruto's lips, resonating across the rooftop, bright and clear. Sasuke, upon hearing Naruto's laughter, found his countenance growing ever darker, his brows furrowing tightly as he spoke with simmering anger. What is so amusing? To this, Naruto's smile only blossomed further, radiating warmth as he replied. It's not about being funny. I'm simply overjoyed. The thought of finally defeating you brings me such delight. What did you say? The underdog dares to boast. Sasuke's face was a mask of fury, disbelief evident as he stared at Naruto, his voice laced with contempt and ire. Unfazed, Naruto straightened his posture, locking eyes with Sasuke as he declared loudly, I refuse to remain the last, and the one who holds others back forever. Sasuke's expression darkened even more. His teeth clenched as his hands unconsciously balled into fists. Deep down, he recognized that he was indeed inferior to Sakura. Yet he had never anticipated that Naruto could surpass him as well. The mere possibility ignited Sasuke's inner turmoil like a lit powder keg, erupting uncontrollably. Naruto sensed the hostility in Sasuke's tone, but did not retreat. He was aware of the scorn he faced, labeled as the underdog. Yet he refused to accept that fate indefinitely. He was determined to demonstrate to everyone that he too could attain great strength. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Sasuke's mind. Itachi's chilling words. I have no interest in you now. You are far too weak, unworthy even of being killed. Those cold, merciless words pierced Sasuke's heart like a sharp thorn. Now, with Naruto echoing a similar sentiment, doubt began to creep into Sasuke's mind. Had he truly become the underdog, the one who drags others down? This thought spiraled within him, weighing heavily on his spirit. You colossal fool, what are you so arrogant about? Sasuke hastily dismissed the unrealistic notion, though his tone betrayed a hint of hysteria. Humph. They usually stoic you, shouting and making a scene. This is uncharacteristic. Naruto continued provocatively. Could it be that fear has taken root in your heart? With a renewed sense of confidence, Sasuke retorted, bring it on. However, Naruto did not immediately engage in battle. Instead, he calmly replied, before we proceed, put on your forehead protector. I shall await you. I have no need for such things, Sasuke remarked with an air of indifference, even tinged with a hint of confidence. You should just wear it. However, the Leaf Village headband held a uniquely significant place in Naruto's heart, prompting him to respond with uncharacteristic firmness. In response to Naruto's words, Sasuke dismissively pointed to his forehead, stating, you could not possibly inflict even the slightest harm upon me. Naruto, shaking his head, retorted while clutching his own headband, no. This symbolizes our equality as Leaf Ninjas, a mark of our fair combat. Sasuke, incensed once more, replied heatedly, that is precisely why I say you are too arrogant. Do you truly believe you stand on equal footing with me? Indeed, I certainly do. I have never considered myself inferior to you. Naruto's anger flared at Sasuke's declaration. He was perplexed by Sasuke's unusual demeanor that morning, but he would not tolerate such disparagement. You are truly vexatious, Sasuke thought to himself, yearning to hurl a stronger insult at Naruto, yet his restraint only allowed for that remark. In response, Naruto shot back with a sarcastic tone, that is because you have not grown stronger. This statement ignited Sasuke's fury completely. He was already anxious about his stagnant progress and strength. Naruto's words had effectively reopened his wounds, prompting Sasuke to yell in anger as he charged forward. In the depths of a serene forest within the Leaf Village, akin to a hidden paradise, Sakura sat cross-legged beside a small waterfall, the unsheathed blade of her sword. The cherries blossom, resting upon her knees. This secluded spot, seemingly forgotten by the world, was chosen by Sakura for its tranquility. As she resolved to fully conquer the cherry's blossom and fulfill the final condition for her Bankai, Sakura prepared herself, aligning her mind and body for peak performance. With a deep breath, she slowly rose to her feet, her right hand gently grasping the hilt of the cherry's blossom. The moment her fingers brushed against the hilt, an extraordinary sensation surged within her, as if the sword were connected to her by a shared bloodline. This feeling conveyed to Sakura that the sword was one of a kind, a force that only she could command. To others, the cherry's blossom might appear merely as a robust katana, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Yet, only Sakura understood the immense power concealed within it. With a soft exhale, Sakura gradually drew the cherry's blossom from its sheath. As the blade revealed itself inch by inch, her expression grew increasingly solemn. When the sword was fully unsheathed, Sakura intoned softly, Bankai, scatter. Cherry's blossom, the landscape of destruction. Her voice resonated like the chime of a morning bell, echoing throughout the forest. As her words left her lips, a miracle transpired. The sword in Sakura's hand seemed to be imbued with life, transforming into countless petals that danced like snowflakes toward the sky. In that instant, those petals, swirling through the air, appeared to receive some mysterious command, suddenly beginning to whirl rapidly and coalesce. As the petals continued to converge, a magnificent flower cocoon gradually took form. The blossom cocoon stood tall, shimmering faintly as if it were nurturing something of great significance. Sakura widened her eyes, watching it with a blend of curiosity and gravity. She was unaware of what would transpire next, her heart brimming with both anticipation and tension. The cocoon began to spin ever faster, ultimately appearing to be torn apart by a formidable force, petals cascading down like confetti. At the heart of the petals, a figure gradually materialized. Sakura gasped in astonishment. Her preconceived notion of Senbonzakura's spirit being a towering warrior clad in heavy armor, adorned with a fearsome mask and a cherry blossom-shaped headdress, was completely shattered. Before her stood an unexpected visage. The girl was tall, with long, cherry-pink hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, dancing gently in the breeze. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Sakura, almost as if they were twins. Adorning her head was a delicate tassel of cherry blossoms that swayed softly with her movements, releasing a subtle fragrance of Sakura. She wore a fitted, intricate gown, its hem cascading in layers like petals, exuding grandeur and elegance. Her hands were gloved in white, further enhancing her noble demeanor. Yet, the most captivating aspect was the long, sheathed blade she held, the manifestation of Senbonzakura. Sakura instantly recognized the sword. It was indeed the Senbonzakura she knew so well. Observing the girl's light pink eyes, distinct from her own, she could not help but inquire, "Kageyama?" The girl, upon hearing Sakura call her by name, gently shook her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips as she replied, "You have yet to defeat me, therefore I cannot reveal my name to you just yet." Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Sakura's heart, and she exhaled in relief. Her gaze returned to the form of Senbonzakura, and she pondered that the spirit's name could no longer be Kageyama. After all, Senbonzakura had been a constant companion to Sakura, entwined with her existence, an inseparable part of her journey. If at this juncture the spirit still resembled Kageyama, who bore an uncanny likeness to Yucatec J-Sure, it would indeed be the most unreasonable of circumstances. Even though the sword was initially named Senbonzakura when Sakura first acquired it, over time, as she matured, the blade evolved into an indispensable aspect of her being, diverging from the original form that belonged to Yucatec J-Sure. Senbonzakura gazed quietly at Sakura, who seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a subtle smile curling at her lips. As Sakura's Zanpakuto, she was intimately aware of Sakura's thoughts. Noticing Sakura's sense of relief upon seeing her current form, Senbonzakura gently spoke, "This is the first time we meet in this form, Sakura. Just as you have surmised, I truly awakened when you first called my name." Senbonzakura gazed serenely at the clouds above, pure and white as snow, as if reminiscing about the moments of yore. A gentle breeze caressed her long hair, which resembled delicate cherry blossoms, each strand dancing gracefully in the wind like a fairy in flight. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke, "Back then, I was utterly naive about this world and you, completely unaware. However, with each battle shared alongside you, I have been continuously evolving, gradually transforming into the person I am today." The voice of Senbonzakura was soft yet unwavering, her gaze fixed on the horizon, as if she could see far beyond the clouds. "In truth, for me, the final step is not indispensable. I have grown alongside you, fully aware of your strength. I not only acknowledge your prowess, but am even willing to reveal my true name directly to you." Sakura's face, initially radiant with joy, sparkled with anticipation upon hearing this. Yet, Senbonzakura's words did not conclude there. She paused briefly before continuing. However, just this single however plunged Sakura's spirits into despair. Her once excited expression crumbled, as if swept away by a chilling gust. Observing Sakura's dejection, Senbonzakura's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of mischievous triumph. With her gloved hand gently covering her mouth, she let out a soft, low chuckle. "The one who entrusted me to you seems to have played some tricks. Consequently, this battle appears to be unavoidable for us. Clearly, that person intends to present you with a challenge, and I cannot refuse this fight, nor can I show leniency. So, be cautious, Sakura. Only by defeating me and earning my acknowledgement will you discover my true name." As she spoke, Senbonzakura drew forth the long blade she wielded, pointing its tip towards the ground as she uttered the long-awaited words, "Bankai." Chapter 113. Sakura and Senbonzakura. The morning breeze was gentle and soothing, like a tender hand softly brushing against the cheeks of Sakura and Senbonzakura. The mist rising from the waterfall, stirred by the breeze, ascended slowly, resembling a thin veil that lent an air of mystery to the morning's scenery. At that moment, a clear and melodious sound resonated, akin to a spirit from a hollow valley, ethereal and distant. As Senbonzakura's voice faded, she gradually released her grip on the long blade, which felt weightless in her hand. The sword fell straight down, its tip directed toward the earth. The instant the blade touched the ground, a miracle occurred. The surface seemed to transform into a soft wave, beginning to ripple outward. The sword vanished into the earth as if plunged into an unfathomable abyss, disappearing without a trace. Sakura watched intently, her eyes wide with anticipation, fearing she might miss any detail. Just as she stood in astonishment, 2 rows of enormous blades suddenly emerged behind Senbonzakura. Each blade, 5 meters long, gleamed ominously, sending chills down the spine. With a sudden flick of her sleeve, the 2 rows of colossal blades shattered as if struck by Senbonzakura's movement, instantly transforming into a flurry of pink cherry blossoms. The cherry blossoms danced around her, akin to the delicate fairies that flutter about a princess in a fairy tale. Light and ethereal. Against this backdrop of blossoms, the already striking Senbonzakura appeared even more sacred and resplendent. Her figure, enveloped by the flowers, resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens, making it difficult for onlookers to gaze directly upon her. Once Senbonzakura had completed her preparations, Sakura quietly calculated the time, realizing that the entire process had taken nearly 3 to 4 seconds. Ultimately, with a sense of resignation, Sakura resolved that in the future, her Bankai would only be unleashed before battle. Otherwise, she risked being easily defeated. Of course, this was said in jest, albeit somewhat dull. Nevertheless, with a spirit of experimentation, Sakura cautiously approached Senbonzakura. However, as she took a single step, a fierce and sharp aura instantly enveloped her. This presence sliced through her clothing like a razor, yet Sakura, having mentally prepared herself, was not overly shocked. Moreover, an immense resistance akin to an invisible wall obstructed her path forward. At this point, Sakura surmised that Senbonzakura's Bankai had quietly commenced the moment she uttered the word Bankai, although at that time, it lacked the current grandeur, thus escaping her notice. "Sakura, I am about to begin. Be careful," Senbonzakura intoned. As her words faded, a multitude of petals swirled together, hurtling towards Sakura. Without hesitation, Sakura formed hand seals and, with a swift motion, struck the ground. Accompanied by a light exclamation, she was enveloped by the visage of an adorable tanuki. Wood release, wood pillar wall. As the petals assaulted the wooden wall like a torrential downpour, each impact resonated with a crisp and melodious clang. However, as the sounds from outside gradually diminished, Sakura, undeterred, immediately executed the earth release, underground fish technique. In an instant, her body sank swiftly, transforming into a nimble fish, seamlessly merging with the earth as if she were one with it. In the blink of an eye, Sakura successfully escaped from beneath the diminutive wooden wall, vanishing without a trace. Yet, as she approached Senbonzakura from below, poised to launch her attack, a faint smile graced Senbonzakura's lips. This smile bore an eerie quality, suggesting that she had long anticipated Sakura's strategy. Subsequently, Senbonzakura leapt gracefully into the air. Simultaneously, a vast array of petals swiftly gathered beneath her, lifting her effortlessly, allowing her to float serenely above. At that moment, Sakura, who had just revealed her palm, suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of danger rushing toward her. Without a moment's hesitation, she retracted her hand and swiftly vacated her position. Just as she departed, a multitude of petals, seemingly drawn and compressed by an invisible force, converged into a colossal floral sphere. This orb resembled a powerful cannonball, surging forth with tremendous force, directly striking the very spot where Sakura had just stood. A muffled roar echoed, accompanied by a slight tremor in the earth, as a colossal pit was formed upon impact, as if the very ground had been violently torn asunder. Instilling a sense of dread, emerging from the depths, Sakura gazed at the enormous crater, a wave of relief washing over her. She pondered that had she not sensed the imminent danger and swiftly departed, she would have surely been reduced to mere pulp by that terrifying floral orb, leaving no trace behind. "Sakura, you must not hold back your true abilities. Knowing the existence of the invulnerable circle implies that you are prepared to counter any intrusion into its sanctuary," she mused. As the manifestation of her other self, Chiba Sakura was equally aware of the necessary countermeasures. Standing upon a platform formed from swirling cherry blossom petals, Sakura gracefully waved her delicate hand, summoning a torrent of petals anew. Witnessing this spectacle, Sakura felt a sudden weight in her heart, yet she remained composed. After all, having summoned the blade spirit Chiba Sakura, she had certainly equipped herself to manage various contingencies. Fixing her gaze upon the oncoming deluge of petals, her hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, forming seals in rapid succession. In an instant, shadowy figures burst forth from her, darting in separate directions like arrows released from a bow. These phantoms, identical to her in every way, were clearly the wooden clones birthed from her wood-release ninjutsu. The moment these clones were separated, they promptly began forming seals with their hands. In a flash, they launched fierce wood-release assaults from 3 different angles, all aimed directly at Chiba Sakura. Meanwhile, Sakura retreated without hesitation, maintaining a safe distance from her counterpart. Once she halted, she extended a finger skyward. In that fleeting moment, a powerful chakra rapidly coalesced at her fingertip, forming a resplendent chakra sphere. Chiba Sakura, as the manifestation of Sakura, was acutely aware of this technique. Her previously calm demeanor shifted to one of gravity, and with a swift motion of her arm, countless petals responded to her command, swiftly converging into a massive petal sphere that began to whirl violently. creating an impenetrable defensive barrier that successfully thwarted the wooden clone's assault. Yet, Chiba Sakura's counteroffensive did not cease there. The remaining petals, under her deft control, surged forth like agile dragons, undulating towards Sakura, who was in the midst of gathering chakra. Taken aback, Sakura was astounded to see how remarkably Chiba Sakura had emulated her floral ninjutsu, the blooming Sakura funeral, and the dance of the cherry blossom dragon. And judging by the sheer number of petals, the potency of these techniques surpassed her own. Chapter 114. Chiba Sakura's elegance. Sakura's eyes widened in terror as she beheld the massive cherry blossom dragon, composed of countless petals, hurtling towards her with astonishing speed. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. At that moment, while her 3 clones attacked Chiba Sakura from different directions, not a single clone remained to safeguard her. Worse yet, the vortex slash that she originally intended to wield against Senbonzakura required a certain accumulation of energy. It was now evident that there was no time left to evade. Senbonzakura, equally astonished, gazed at Sakura. She had presumed that Sakura, bold enough to concentrate such a formidable attack, must possess a corresponding counter-strategy or follow-up. However, the panic etched on Sakura's face suggested otherwise. With a silent sigh, Senbonzakura realized that dissolving the Sakura dragon had become an unrealistic prospect. After all, every word spoken before the battle had been true. The moment she took form and gained self-awareness, the outcome of this confrontation was already predestined. Thus, the notions of holding back or surrendering were evidently out of the question. Helplessly, Senbonzakura could only watch as the flustered Sakura was mercilessly engulfed by her own attack. Just as her heart was consumed by the impending grief and sorrow of Sakura's demise, a startling revelation struck her like a bolt of lightning. She had not vanished. Senbonzakura widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at her own body, as if it were a completely foreign entity. She was acutely aware that she was another facet of Sakura, existing solely because of Sakura's presence. Logically, upon Sakura's death, she too should have perished. Yet, here she stood, unscathed and bewildered. What could possibly explain this? The confusion in her heart redirected Senbonzakura's attention to the spot where Sakura had been consumed by the Sakura dragon. She anxiously fixed her gaze in that direction, hoping to discern some clue. However, instead of the expected gruesome scene of carnage, a multitude of wooden splinters erupted like rain, scattering in all directions. As Senbonzakura grappled with her astonishment, the 3 Sakura clones simultaneously executed the same hand seal. This particular seal was unfamiliar to Senbonzakura. She could not recall Sakura ever employing or learning it. Before she could recover from her shock, an even more unexpected event unfolded. Right before her eyes, Sakura emerged from the earth, her hands forming the identical seal as her clones. Sakura's sudden appearance elicited a contemplative expression from Senbonzakura, as a vague suspicion began to take shape within her. Meanwhile, Sakura smiled gently at Senbonzakura and softly remarked, "I apologize for deceiving you." Initially taken aback by this revelation, Senbonzakura soon allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. It seemed that she bore no ill will regarding Sakura's deception. Rather, she remarked with a sense of relief, "Isn't the essence of a ninja filled with deception and being deceived? To think you could outwit me, you are evidently well suited to become an exceptional ninja." Subsequently, Senbonzakura's gaze fell upon Sakura, and she pondered aloud. "Did you take the opportunity to hide while dividing your wooden clones? No wonder there were 4 clones. Yet only 3 attacked me." Sakura nodded slightly in response. Then, she and her clones united in a synchronized chant, "Ninja Art," for Crimson Sun formation. In an instant, a torrent of potent chakra energy surged forth from them, intertwining and merging in a magnificent display. As this surge of power converged, for faintly rosy, transparent barriers gradually rose like a colossal wall, enveloping the 1,000 cherry blossoms within. This barrier emanated a soft red glow, as if composed of countless tiny flames. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any blemish, imparting an impression of invincibility. At the very moment the 4 Crimson Sun formations materialized, the multitude of petals that had been dancing in the air suddenly lost their vitality, plummeting to the ground like flowers withering away, vanishing without a trace. The petals sealed within the barrier, however, seemed to be incensed, recklessly battering against the barrier in a desperate attempt to breach this seemingly fragile defense. Yet, The greatest vulnerability of the thousand cherry blossoms lay in their utter helplessness against formidable defenses. Despite the ferocity of their assaults, they appeared feeble and ineffective against such a steadfast barrier. Moreover, the vast number of petals sealed outside the barrier due to the Bankai significantly diminished the strength of the thousand cherry blossoms. What was once a vibrant and colorful attack now appeared dismally subdued, bereft of its former grandeur. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Sakura, who was acutely aware of the weaknesses of the thousand cherry blossoms. She understood that relying solely on wood release or other ninjutsu would be insufficient to overcome her. After all, Sakura was well versed in all the ninjutsu that the thousand cherry blossoms wielded. Thus, she sought guidance from Tsunade on this sealing barrier technique, ensuring that Sakura was absent during her studies to prevent any forewarning. Sakura gazed at the petals futilely colliding with the barrier. Even as she exerted every ounce of her strength, the damage inflicted by these petals was negligible, almost insignificant. In that moment, Sakura's heart was struck with a profound clarity. She had utterly failed. No matter how fiercely she struggled, the truth remained unchanged. Yet, an enigmatic force compelled her to continue her futile attacks, a source of her helplessness. Since resistance was futile, she resolved to persist in her meaningless struggle. Just as she pondered how to breach this barrier, a sudden, crisp shattering sound echoed from within her, as if something were being crushed and digested. The sound was jarring, yet only she could perceive it clearly. Feeling this unexpected occurrence, Sakura attempted to regain control over her body. To her astonishment, she found herself able to maneuver effortlessly now. The sensation of being manipulated had vanished without a trace, along with that shattering sound. Moreover, she sensed that the departing power seemed to have left her a gift. Although she could not yet discern its nature, she firmly believed that, given time, she would unravel its mystery. Taking a deep breath, Sakura endeavored to calm herself. She looked at Sakura with a faint smile and said, "All right, Sakura, I concede my defeat. Congratulations, you have triumphed. And remember my full name. I am Sakura Kagian." Before her voice faded, the petals surrounding the thousand cherry blossoms seemed to respond to an unseen summons, rapidly converging and condensing. When Sakura glanced back, only a blade remained embedded in the ground. In the corridor of Konoha Hospital, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Sakura glided down the corridor like a joyful sprite, her steps light and her face radiant with uncontainable delight, as if her entire being was infused with vitality. After all, for a 13-year-old girl to ascend to the level of a Kage was undoubtedly an exhilarating achievement. A sense of pride swelled within her. She felt she finally possessed the means to showcase her true strength before others. However, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Sakura's rationality gradually regained its hold. She realized that although she had reached the Kage tier, it did not grant her the right to become complacent. After all, there was still a being outside claiming to be a god, whose power had reached the pinnacle of the Kage level, almost touching the realms of the Sage of Six Paths. In comparison to such formidable strength, her nascent Kage abilities were far from sufficient to stride with arrogance. Nonetheless, Sakura mused, while she should not be overly ostentatious, there was merit in occasionally flaunting her accomplishments. For instance, she could subtly hint at her newfound ability to utilize Bankai in front of Naruto and Sasuke, satisfying her burgeoning vanity. As she reveled in her thoughts, her steps unknowingly lightened again. However, just as she intended to visit Sasuke and Naruto in their hospital room, she overheard a young nurse speaking to a colleague. "I heard two Genin are fighting on the rooftop, and it's quite intense." The nurse's words halted Sakura's joyful stride. Aside from Naruto, it seemed improbable that anyone else could engage in such reckless behavior. Alarmed, she immediately dashed toward the rooftop of Konoha Hospital. Upon reaching the rooftop, the formerly tranquil space was now in chaos, ravaged by the fierce duel between Naruto and Sasuke. The building and its facilities lay in ruins, a testament to the ferocity of their powers. The cacophony of their battle drew concerned doctors and patients from within the hospital, who approached with trepidation, only to halt in fear at the sight of the ferocious clash, standing helplessly as they awaited the arrival of medical ninjas. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted, unleashing a torrent of lightning from his hands. The bolts crackled like ferocious serpents, descending upon Naruto with piercing shrieks. "Sasuke!" Naruto retorted, unwavering. His hands shimmered with the brilliance of chakra, the Rasengan whirling violently, as if intent on tearing apart everything around it. He faced Sasuke's incoming assault without flinching, prepared to counter with his own formidable technique. In that critical moment, as their attacks were about to collide, both warriors suddenly recognized that their relentless struggle could lead to mutual destruction, jeopardizing the safety of the innocent bystanders around them. However, at that moment, they were completely consumed by rage, rendering any possibility of halting or diverting their actions utterly impossible. Just as the tension reached its peak, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Would release Twin Dragon Jutsu. Sakura's gentle exclamation echoed amidst the panicked throng, which scattered in all directions. Accompanying her voice, two colossal wooden dragons, intricately entwined, soared into the air, resembling a pair of majestic dancing beasts, charging forth with formidable might. As these wooden dragons approached the two individuals, one of them opened its gaping maw and accurately seized Sasuke's leg, violently flinging him like a cannonball toward the hospital's rooftop water tower. Simultaneously, the other dragon, equally relentless, grasped Naruto's hand and forcefully hurled him towards a cement water tower on the opposite side. A cacophony of screeching metal and thunderous explosions erupted as the metal water tower, struck by Sasuke's forceful impact, was pierced as if it were delicate parchment. The cement tower, too, suffered greatly. The immense structure bore a massive crater from Naruto's spiraling sphere, from which a slender column of water spouted forth. Clenching his teeth, Sasuke exerted all his strength to wrench his right hand free from the penetrated iron barrel. He fixed his gaze intently on Naruto's spiraling sphere, observing as the colossal energy orb struck the cement tower, creating a deep indentation but failing to penetrate it. Unlike his own Chidori, a faint smile of triumph crept onto Sasuke's lips. Yet, just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from above. What are you two doing on the hospital rooftop? Isn't this a bit excessive for a brawl? Sasuke's heart tightened, and he hastily looked up to see Kakashi perched atop the very water tower he had just breached, gazing down at him with a hint of discontent. Kakashi continued, "Why the air of superiority? That Chidori you used shouldn't have been directed at a comrade. Why resort to such childish antics?" Instantly, Sasuke's expression darkened, and he lowered his head in silence. Kakashi's admonishment struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. He was acutely aware that his previous actions had been excessive, yet the hatred deep within him lashed like a whip, propelling him forward relentlessly. The animosity within Sasuke resembled an unfathomable abyss, one he could never hope to fill. As he toiled to advance, he noted Naruto's astonishing progress, which further unbalanced his spirit. He yearned to prove his worth by vanquishing Naruto, to assert that he was the strongest. Ultimately, however, Sasuke defiantly lifted his head, disregarding Kakashi's words. With a proud scoff directed at Naruto, he seemed to declare himself the strongest. Subsequently, he nimbly executed a backflip, landing atop a roof behind the hospital. However, as he flipped over, he felt the dampness beneath his feet. When he raised his gaze, he was taken aback to find a substantial hole had formed behind the cement water tower, which had merely been struck by Naruto, creating a large pit. In that instant, Sasuke's pupils constricted and his expression darkened. It was as if all his previous displays were rendered trivial before Naruto, as he had been secretly reveling in his perceived superiority. Yet, Naruto's Rasengan was evidently far more potent than his Chidori. At that moment, Sasuke recognized his defeat, one that was utterly definitive. He struck the wall with considerable force before vanishing from Kakashi and Sakura's sight in a series of swift movements. Kakashi made no attempt to halt Sasuke. He understood that Sasuke required solitude to regain his composure. Chapter 116, Abandoning Revenge? On the fringes of Konoha, a colossal cherry blossom tree stood abruptly, its branches extending like a canopy, as if proclaiming its existence to the world. The sudden emergence of this tree, towering over 100 meters, remained a mystery to all. Having appeared during Orochimaru's invasion, its immense presence had rendered it an iconic landmark of the area. Perched upon one of its branches was a solitary figure, Sasuke, having escaped from the hospital. In the gentle breeze, he appeared forlorn, as though the entire world had grown indifferent to his plight. Sasuke's heart weighed heavily with the realization that all his efforts over the years in pursuit of vengeance had evaporated like a mirage, instantly shattered. The sense of defeat surged within him, particularly as he contemplated Naruto's recent journey, during which Naruto had returned significantly stronger. He could not help but question the worth of every drop of sweat and ounce of effort he had expended over the years. Had he truly been surpassed by Naruto so effortlessly? Despite possessing greater talent and having exerted far more effort than Naruto, why did the outcome seem so unjust? The more he pondered, the more resentment bubbled within him. He recalled Naruto's arduous training journey. Was the source of Naruto's remarkable progress merely the fact that he was mentored by one of the legendary Sannin? At this thought, Sasuke's pupils widened in sudden realization. Perhaps this was the crux of the issue. He remembered Sakura, since she had trained under Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Her strength had also seen significant enhancement. Sasuke had previously overlooked the fact that Sakura's innate abilities had always surpassed theirs. Was it truly necessary to train under one of the Sannin to achieve such rapid advancement? Unbidden, the image of the cold man who had inscribed the curse mark upon his neck surfaced in Sasuke's mind. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, gently tracing the location of the curse mark, a phantom pain lingering even in its dormant state. Yet, just as his fingertips brushed against the mark, a sudden rush of steel, like a venomous serpent, struck out towards him. Fine strands of steel wire swiftly ensnared Sasuke, binding him tightly against the trunk of a tree. Stunned, he struggled vehemently, attempting to break free from this bizarre confinement. Yet, the more he fought, the tighter the wire coiled around him, as if it possessed a life of its own, rendering him nearly immobile. After a fruitless struggle, Sasuke finally ceased his efforts, panting heavily as he glared ahead, his eyes ablaze with a fiery resentment. Before him stood Kakashi, who held the very wire that bound Sasuke, his expression impassive, resembling a callous hunter observing his prey. Their gazes locked, and Sasuke's voice was frigid, as if it could freeze the air. "What are you doing?" Kakashi, unfazed by Sasuke's inquiry, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, as if he had anticipated Sasuke's reaction. He spoke leisurely. "If I hadn't done this, you would have fled, wouldn't you? After all, you are not the type to obediently heed counsel." At this juncture, Kakashi's tone shifted to one of seriousness as he gazed directly into Sasuke's eyes, solemnly declaring, "Sasuke, do not entertain thoughts of vengeance." Sasuke, struck by the words, trembled violently, his face a mask of disbelief. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Kakashi, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his soul for the truth behind his intentions. "What? You won't let me take my revenge? What then was the significance of all my efforts over the years? What meaning does my life hold?" Kakashi completely disregarded Sasuke's questions, seemingly accustomed to such confrontations. He continued, "Due to my line of work, I have encountered many individuals like you. Those who incessantly clamor for revenge invariably meet a tragic end. Their fates are uniformly dismal." He paused momentarily, avoiding the furious gaze of Sasuke, before continuing, "Moreover, such individuals often endure even greater suffering, bearing more pain. Even if they ultimately achieve their revenge, what they gain is merely an emptiness." However, Sasuke had little interest in Kakashi's admonitions. His fury intensified, and he could not suppress a furious shout. "Shut up! You know nothing. Do not pretend to be wise before me." In response to Sasuke's outburst, Kakashi remained remarkably composed, replying with a calm demeanor, Now. No need to get worked up." Yet, Sasuke clearly had no intention of relenting. A cold smile crept onto his face as he provocatively queried, "What if I were to eliminate the most important person in your life right now? Would you then understand the absurdity of your earlier words?" Kakashi replied with an unnaturally calm tone, "You could do that. However, I regret to inform you that I have no important people left. They have all been killed." The corners of Kakashi's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a strange smile, his voice remaining composed and gentle, as though he was entirely indifferent to the loss of those he held dear. However, the furious Sasuke keenly detected the anguish in Kakashi's tone. He observed Kakashi's body trembling slightly, a stark contrast to his outward composure. It was evident that Kakashi did not possess the calm demeanor he projected. Kakashi struggled to conceal the turmoil within, and seizing a moment when Sasuke was momentarily distracted, he continued, "I have lived longer than you, and the eras I have traversed have been far more arduous. The pain of loss is something I have long since come to know. Like you, I have not been particularly fortunate, yet it has not reached a point of utter despair. After all, we have both found our most cherished companions, have we not?" Kakashi did not afford Sasuke the opportunity to respond, continuing on his own, "It is precisely because I have endured loss that I can comprehend this feeling more profoundly." As he spoke, he released the wire binding Sasuke, then added, "The Chidori I taught you was because I recognize that you have someone you hold dear. This power is not meant for attacking allies or seeking vengeance. It should be wielded for pursuits of greater significance. You ought to ponder whether my words hold truth or not." With that, Kakashi felt he had conveyed enough and departed. Left on the expansive branch was Sasuke, huddled with his legs drawn up, enveloped in silence. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing a few cherry blossom petals to flutter down before him. Gazing at the delicate pink petals, Sasuke couldn't help but reminisce about Sakura and Naruto. It was only in their company that he could momentarily forget his hatred and discover a glimmer of joy. Chapter 117. The First Bankai. As night descended, the sun gradually sank in the west, the golden orb slowly disappearing, while the moon ascended like a silver disk. The sky tonight was particularly clear, with the full moon hanging high and stars twinkling, draping the entire Hidden Leaf village in a silvery veil, rendering it exceptionally beautiful. Sakura and Naruto had just savored a delicious bowl of ramen at Ichiraku Ramen, stepping out of the establishment with satisfied smiles. Since Naruto was treating today, he hurriedly chased after Sakura after settling the bill, saying, "Sakura, let me walk you home. It's dangerous to be out at night." Sakura, upon hearing Naruto's words, smiled softly, revealing two charming dimples, and teased, "Do you really think you can take me in a fight?" This statement caused Naruto's expression to stiffen slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Haha, you have a point there." In truth, Sakura had previously informed Naruto that her strength now surpassed that of Kakashi-sensei. When Naruto learned this, he was utterly astonished, yet simultaneously elated for Sakura. As for whether Sakura was boasting, Naruto never entertained such doubts. He understood her too well. She was inherently humble, always downplaying her abilities. Just then, Sakura suddenly spotted four shadowy figures darting beneath the bright, full moon. Her lips curled into a sly smile as she murmured, "If I give them a good thrashing, I should still have time to meet Sasuke." Naruto, sensing Sakura's unusual demeanor, glanced curiously in her direction, noticing her gaze fixated on the four shadows. Before Naruto could utter a word, Sakura hastily interjected, "Thank you for the treat today. I'm heading back now." With that, her figure transformed into cherry blossom petals, soaring towards the direction of the four departing individuals, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. This technique was an imitation inspired by Konin and Itachi, still in its developmental stages and lacking practical application. Yet, it exuded an air of sophistication, leaving Naruto visibly astonished. He discerned that this was not the substitution technique Sakura had previously employed, and despite his wide-eyed scrutiny, he could not fathom how she had departed, prompting him to marvel at Sakura's growing prowess. Outside the village of Konoha, there lay a hillside that offered a panoramic view of the entire settlement. Elevated and expansive, this vantage point allowed for a comprehensive gaze upon the vibrant and bustling village illuminated by myriad lights. On this hill, the four sound ninjas stood with unwavering confidence, eagerly anticipating Sasuke's arrival. Overlooking the lively Konoha, their hearts brimmed with self-assurance. They believed that a soul driven by vengeance like Sasuke would inevitably seek them out in pursuit of greater power. Even after divulging all the drawbacks of the cursed seal to him, they were convinced he would unhesitatingly abandon the comfort of Konoha, akin to departing from a cozy cradle. However, as the sound ninja awaited Sasuke with high hopes, an unexpected event transpired. A myriad of cherry blossom petals suddenly swirled behind them, dancing through the air as if guided by an invisible force, gradually coalescing into the form of a young girl. She stood silently behind the four, resembling a fairy emerging from a rain of blossoms. Her arrival was so subtle that the sound ninja remained oblivious to her presence. When the girl spoke, her voice rang clear and melodious, reminiscent of a lark in spring. "Are you four waiting for Sasuke?" Upon hearing her voice, Kidamaru instinctively replied, "Of course. Who else could it be but Sasuke?" Yet, immediately after his words escaped, he sensed something amiss. His gaze swiftly darted to his left and right. Realizing he had instinctively readied himself for battle, his body taut, as if confronted with a formidable foe. In that fleeting moment, Kidamaru, akin to a jolt of electricity, along with the other three, abruptly turned around. Their eyes locked onto the figure so close at hand, Sakura. Sakura appeared like a specter, silently materializing behind them, so near that they could almost feel her breath. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Kidamaru's forehead, and his heartbeat quickened dramatically. In an instant, they comprehended that they were no match for Sakura. Had she chosen to launch a surprise attack instead of speaking, at least two of them would have been severely injured in an instant. Yet, a sense of bewilderment enveloped them. As a Konoha ninja, she did not immediately strike upon seeing them. Instead, she opted to reveal her presence, which evidently suggested she had inquiries to make or possessed unwavering confidence in her own abilities. Indeed, Sakura held such convictions. She believed that even though these four individuals were prepared to confront her, they were far from being her match. Thus, she refrained from acting hastily and instead chose to issue a warning to them. Subsequently, Sakura leisurely withdrew her sword, the sharp blade glinting coldly beneath the moonlight. Her voice was icy, laced with a hint of mockery. Did you derive great pleasure from beating up Sasuke earlier? Now, it is my turn to teach you a lesson. Sakura's awareness of their earlier actions stemmed from her recollection of the unfolding events. This moment occurred during the arc when Sasuke defected from the village, and she was acutely aware that these four had assaulted him. They had informed Sasuke that the only way to gain power was to ally with Orochimaru, detailing the side effects of the cursed mark for him to consider. Sasuke, obstinate as a mule and imbued with immense pride, found it difficult to accept that Naruto had surpassed him. Consequently, it was a foregone conclusion that Sasuke would follow those four away. Sakura's purpose in confronting them was not to prevent Sasuke's departure, but rather to exact her revenge on them. After delivering a thorough thrashing, she needed to meet with Sasuke, as this might very well be their last encounter before a prolonged separation of over 2 years. As the four regarded her with wary eyes, as if facing a formidable foe, Sakura fully unsheathed her sword and, with the blade pointed downward, began to speak. Release, scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms. As her words fell, she relinquished her grip on the hilt. The sword, under the influence of gravity, plummeted to the ground. Yet instead of embedding itself as the four had anticipated, it mysteriously melded into the earth as if it had plunged into water. Even more bizarrely, as the blade sank, the ground rippled as though disturbed by waves. Witnessing this, the four stared in shock, their eyes wide, as 2 rows of colossal blades emerged behind Sakura. This scene defied all logic. Even through the lens of a ninja's perspective, it was incomprehensible. We cannot delay any longer. Let us attack together. Jiraiya swiftly resolved that the four should unite to confront this enigmatic opponent, feeling that she was not of the same ilk as them. However, the moment they charged forward, they were met with a sharp, overwhelming presence, as if countless invisible shuriken were hurtling towards them. Instantly, they drew upon their unique skills to defend against the unseen assault, while Sakura, with a firm grip of her delicate hand, commanded the immense blades behind her to transform into a storm of petals, enveloping the 4 sound ninjas. As the petals multiplied, the entire hillside became shrouded in a layer of cherry blossoms, drowning out the cries of agony and defiance from the 4. Chapter 118. The tragic fate of the sound. For on the silent streets of Konoha, the moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the path. Sasuke walked alone, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate and helpless under the glow. However, after a period of deep contemplation, he ultimately resolved to seek out Orochimaru. This decision was not made lightly, but rather emerged from a profound internal struggle. Orochimaru, as one of the legendary Sannin, has long been renowned for his formidable strength and reputation throughout the ninja world. For Sasuke, Orochimaru signifies not only power but also serves as a crucial figure in his quest for vengeance. Although Sasuke harbors conflicting and complex emotions towards Orochimaru, he is acutely aware that in order to avoid becoming the very underachiever he once derided, he must harness Orochimaru's power. Furthermore, he cannot disregard the fact that Naruto's strength has risen to a level that rivals, if not surpasses, his own. Sakura's remarkable growth has only deepened his despair. From their recent mission, it became evident that her abilities have approached, if not exceeded, those of Kakashi. This realization dawned on Sasuke that the distance between himself and his teammates was steadily widening. He is determined not to become a burden to the team, nor does he wish to forfeit his place alongside them in battle. Thus, no matter how reluctant he feels, Sasuke understands that only through Orochimaru's guidance and training can he hope to keep pace with his comrades. However, the most pivotal reason remains vengeance. Kakashi once remarked that a heart consumed by revenge invites misfortune, yet Sasuke is indifferent to this truth. He has always existed as a soul driven by vengeance. If he cannot locate that man and bring his life to an end with his own hands, Sasuke believes his life would hold no significance. As Sasuke walked with his head bowed, lost in thought, a sudden, bright voice rang out from a short distance ahead. "Hey, What are you doing wandering around out here at this late hour? Upon hearing this voice, Sasuke abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing towards its source. There stood Sakura, impeccably dressed, with only the hem of her clothing slightly soiled, presenting no indication of having just emerged from a fierce battle. Are you here to stop me? Sasuke's voice was low, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as they fell upon Sakura. He knew all too well that if Sakura resolved to prevent him from leaving Konoha, given her strength, he would stand no chance of escaping. However, to his surprise, Sakura slowly shook her head, gesturing for him to walk together, and softly replied, "No, Sasuke. Since you have chosen to leave Konoha, it must have been a decision made after careful consideration rather than a mere impulse. Since you have thought it through and ultimately decided to depart, what reason would I have to stop you?" With that, Sakura turned away and began to walk towards the outskirts of the village, leaving Sasuke standing still. As she walked, she began to speak to herself. Since we became Genin, you, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, and I have been together, completing various missions. Though those days were arduous and exhausting, looking back now, they were indeed more joyous than anything else. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell silent, yet his pace quickened involuntarily as he caught up to Sakura, walking alongside her on the path away from Konoha. Sakura, seemingly oblivious, continued to walk towards the village's outskirts, articulating, as the saying goes, all gatherings must eventually disperse. Though this time has been joyous, I understand that we shall inevitably tread upon divergent paths. This realization had dawned upon her when she first heard of the troubles befalling the Uchiha clan. As she uttered these words, she finally cast a glance at the silent Sasuke. Under the moonlight, his figure appeared somewhat frail. His swift strides, though quick, bore a weighty heaviness. Sakura gazed at the towering city walls before her, the shadows cast by the moon rendering them particularly dark, akin to an insurmountable abyss. She halted, standing just outside the shadow of the wall. Drawing in a deep breath, she watched Sasuke step into the darkness, and finally spoke. "This is where I shall bid you farewell. Though this parting may extend for an indeterminate time, I wish to remind you that we were once friends, and that bond shall endure. No matter how far you venture, remember that Naruto, Kakashi, and I await your return in Konoha. Should you encounter any hardships, do not hesitate to reach out. I will be there to assist you." Sakura's words were as warm as a spring breeze. However, upon hearing them, Sasuke's silhouette within the shadows trembled slightly. His pace faltered for a moment, but he soon quickened his steps, not daring to look back as he ascended the wall. Just before he vaulted over, he declared, "When we meet again, I will undoubtedly be stronger than you." That last sentiment applies equally to me. Watching Sasuke's figure disappear beyond the wall, Sakura smiled faintly, reflecting on his stubbornness. Yet, she understood that his departure marked a signal. Each of the 3 members of Team 7 would embark on their own journeys. Sasuke would train under Orochimaru, striving to become stronger by any means necessary for the sake of revenge. Meanwhile, Naruto, after their confrontation at the Valley of the End, would follow Jiraiya to hone his skills, leaving Sakura to remain in Konoha, mastering Tsunade's techniques and the space-time jutsu of the first and second Hokage. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place, Sasuke was taken aback by the scene before him. What was once a tranquil locale had morphed into a desolate ruin, as if ravaged by a dreadful war. The ground bore deep gashes from enormous blades, compelling one to envision the fierce battles that had unfolded there. Alarm coursed through Sasuke. He had anticipated encountering the 4 figures awaiting him, yet they had vanished without a trace. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Had an unforeseen calamity occurred? Or had they encountered a formidable adversary? As Sasuke wrestled with the notion of retreating to Konoha and returning later to assess the situation, a stone from the rubble above suddenly tumbled down, producing a sharp sound. Shortly thereafter, a trembling hand emerged from beneath, seemingly striving to grasp something. A voice, belonging to a young girl, called out from the debris, "Is anyone out there? Please help me up. That creature is far too powerful." Recognizing the voice, Sasuke realized it belonged to the kunoichi known as Doyu from the Sound Ninja Quartet. Sasuke hesitated for a brief moment, as he harbored little affection for the Sound Ninja. Yet, ultimately, he resolved to assist in extricating Doyu from the debris. After all, she appeared quite feeble and might possess knowledge regarding the events that had transpired here. Carefully, Sasuke began to remove the stones from the wreckage, and at last, he beheld Doyu's figure. She was battered and bruised, her face etched with terror, clearly having endured a harrowing battle. Sasuke hoisted Doyu up and inquired about what had transpired. Doyu gasped for breath, recounting the sequence of events in a fragmented manner. It turned out that while they awaited Sasuke's return, they were suddenly confronted by a formidable adversary. This enemy was extraordinarily powerful, and even their combined efforts as a quartet proved insufficient for defense. Ultimately, they were left utterly defenseless, forced to flee in all directions. As Sasuke listened to Doyu's account, his astonishment deepened. He had not anticipated that anyone could so effortlessly vanquish the quartet of sound ninja. His disbelief escalated when Doyu mentioned that it was Sakura who had orchestrated all of this. His eyes widened in incredulity. Gazing at the ravaged hillside and the myriad of slashes that marred the landscape, he felt a profound shock towards Sakura's strength. He was aware of her relentless training, yet he had never fathomed that her power had ascended to such terrifying heights. Concurrently, his own yearning for strength intensified. Chapter 119. Sasuke's defection in the early morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light upon the Hokage's desk. Tsunade, having spent the night attending to official matters, lay sprawled over her desk, lost in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a faint sound reached her ears, jolting her awake as if struck by lightning. As her sleep-laden eyes focused, she discovered that it was Chuji and Kiba who had entered, clutching documents. Tsunade's heart settled slightly, and she exhaled in relief. However, before she could wipe away the drool that had escaped her lips, their report snapped her into full alertness. Lady Tsunade, Sasuke has defected. Chuji's voice was low and grave. Tsunade's body froze, her hand that had been wiping her mouth suspended in midair. The expressions on Chuji and Kiba's faces were utterly serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Observing this, Tsunade's countenance darkened, and she hastily wiped her mouth, lowering her hand while a torrent of thoughts surged within her mind. She recalled the words Orochimaru once uttered to her, those words echoing in her ears, causing her brow to furrow tightly. "Chuji, Kiba, I need you to summon someone immediately," Tsunade said, her expression grave as she looked at the two. In the Hokage building, Shikamaru, who had been enjoying breakfast, was summoned by Tsunade. Initially bewildered, he was soon informed that Sasuke had departed the village during the night. The news startled Shikamaru slightly, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation about the reasons behind Sasuke's departure. Tsunade seemed to read Shikamaru's thoughts, and with utmost seriousness, she stated, "It is almost certain he is heading to the Sound Village." Shikamaru could not fathom the logic behind this and quickly pressed for clarification. "Departed? Why?" Tsunade crossed her arms before her mouth and spoke in a solemn tone. "It is due to the invitation from Orochimaru." Shikamaru, now clad in his Chuunin vest, was perplexed by this sudden turn of events and hurriedly inquired, "Wait a moment, why would Sasuke be invited by such a dangerous individual?" Tsunade did not respond to Shikamaru's question but directly interrupted him, stating gravely, "The reasons are not important for now. What matters is that time is of the essence, and you must undertake your first mission as a Chuunin." Shikamaru felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had not anticipated that only he and Sakura would emerge as Chuunins from the exam, and now, so soon, his Chuunin task had arrived. However, he managed to suppress his curiosity and merely asked, "Is it simply to bring Sasuke back?" Yet, Tsunade's subsequent words caused Shikamaru, who preferred to avoid trouble, to lament, "Indeed, but this mission is extremely urgent and may become quite complex." "What?" Shikamaru gasped in alarm, having assumed that merely retrieving Sasuke would suffice. He had not foreseen that there were deeper implications at play, prompting an instinctive exclamation from him. Tsunade continued, her tone steady, "It is highly likely that Orochimaru's subordinates are guiding Sasuke." Realizing the mission had become so convoluted, Shikamaru quickly voiced his request. "Then, I kindly ask that the team assigned to this mission consists solely of Chuunins and Jonins." Upon hearing Shikamaru's request, Tsunade's gaze dimmed, and she slowly shook her head, replying softly, "I'm afraid that is not feasible at this moment." Shikamaru was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Tsunade and exclaimed, "What? Why?" He pondered inwardly, considering that given the scale and strength of Konoha, it should not be a daunting task to assemble several Chuunins or Jonins. After all, Konoha was a large village with a plethora of exceptional ninjas. How could they not muster even a handful? However, Tsunade's next words unveiled the underlying reason. She sighed helplessly and elucidated, "You must be aware that the current situation in the village is quite extraordinary. To ensure the safety of the village, we can only retain a minimal number of Jonins. Aside from you and Sakura, all other Jonins have been dispatched to carry out various missions. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shikamaru's astonishment deepened. He recalled fragments of intelligence he had received from his father and, combined with the current circumstances, finally grasped why the village was experiencing such a manpower shortage. This predicament stemmed from the recent appointment of the new Hokage. Following a severe attack on Konoha that resulted in the deaths of both the Hokage and the Hokage's advisor. This series of events had rendered the border situation of the Land of Fire exceedingly unstable. To address potential incursions from other ninja villages, Konoha had no choice but to dispatch all available Chunins and Jonins to various locations, heightening their vigilance. Even Tsunade's loyal aide, Shizune, had been absent for quite some time. Observing Shikamaru's dawning comprehension, Tsunade's lips curled slightly in a smile, and she continued, "Very well. I will grant you 30 minutes to quickly assemble the most capable genin you deem fit, and lead them to leave the village at once." Upon hearing those words, Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback before turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly halted, as if deep in thought. After a brief pause, he seemed to have made a resolute decision and murmured to himself, "Though this is indeed somewhat troublesome, I cannot simply stand by and do nothing for those acquaintances of mine. Well, what will be will be." At that moment, Tsunade smiled and spoke up, "Oh, by the way, I have 2 individuals I would like to recommend to you." Meanwhile, in Naruto's humble abode, when he learned of Shikamaru's intentions, he could not help but exclaim, "What? No way." This unexpected outburst startled Shikamaru, who instinctively pressed his hand to his ears, which throbbed from Naruto's loud cry, and couldn't help but complain, "You know, it's quite early for such noise." Nevertheless, Shikamaru inwardly mused, "I can understand Lord Tsunade recommending Sakura. After all, her strength should be on par with a Jonin. But why this guy?" He found it perplexing that Tsunade would endorse Naruto. Yet, despite his confusion, he followed Tsunade's instructions and made his way to Naruto's dwelling. "Wait a moment, I need to change," Naruto said hurriedly as he dashed inside. Clearly not dressed appropriately in his pajamas for an outing. Moments later, dressed appropriately, Naruto sprinted down the street alongside Shikamaru and could not contain his curiosity, asking, "So, do you have any ideas about other excellent candidates besides me?" Shikamaru replied, leading Naruto to the Akimichi clan's residence. He then explained, "CHG and I have always teamed up, so we work together quite harmoniously." Chapter 120. The 6-person team at the grand entrance of Konoha. 5 individuals stood fully armed. Although Lee leaned on a cane, he was acutely aware of his physical limitations and refrained from overexerting himself for this task. The 5 at the entrance included Shikamaru, Naruto, CHG, Inuzuka Kiba, and Niji. They stood quietly, their gazes fixed ahead, seemingly anticipating the arrival of a significant figure. As time ticked by, their awaited guest finally arrived. To everyone's astonishment, a flurry of cherry blossom petals cascaded like snowflakes, swiftly coalescing into Sakura's form before them. This wondrous spectacle left all in awe, particularly Niji, who immediately activated his Byakugan to discern the intricacies of the phenomenon. Yet, despite pushing his ability to its limits, he was unable to grasp its underlying mechanics. Ultimately, Niji resigned himself to the mystery, attributing the phenomenon to Sakura's unique bloodline limit. Although questions lingered in his mind, he chose not to dwell on them. In contrast, Naruto was visibly exhilarated. Even though this was his second time witnessing Sakura's remarkable ability, he still found it extraordinarily impressive and beautiful. The swirling cherry blossom petals and Sakura's ethereal figure amidst them captivated him completely. Upon seeing that Sakura had arrived, Naruto excitedly waved his hand and declared, "All right, everyone, follow me." Upon hearing Naruto's shout, the scene fell into an immediate hush. At that moment, Shikamaru, crouched on the ground, remarked, "Hey, I must remind you, Naruto. I am the captain here. Although this task is rather troublesome, do you truly believe you can handle it? I sense you may be somewhat unreliable." Naruto, displeased by Shikamaru's words, retorted sharply. Meanwhile, Kiba, unable to contain his laughter, chimed in, "Naruto, what gives you the right to act like the leader?" Even Sakura, a Nin, has remained silent. "I must admit, I feel a bit uneasy about being commanded by Shikamaru, who lacks motivation." Hearing this, CHG could not help but defend his teammate, stating, "However, since Lord Hokage has arranged it this way, there must be a reason behind it. Besides, Shikamaru is already a Nin. Therefore, We ought to follow orders diligently. This signifies that the village's higher-ups recognize his leadership capabilities. But Sakura is also a Chuunin. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening as he regarded Sage, clearly displeased with his support for Shikamaru. At Naruto's words, the previously quiet group simultaneously turned their gaze toward Sakura. Clearly taken aback by Naruto's unexpected defense, Sakura looked at him in surprise, then gently shook her head, saying, Naruto, it's all right. I will defer to Shikamaru. There must be a reason for Lord Hokage's decision. While I am competent in combat, my leadership skills do not match Shikamaru's. A team can only unify effectively under a single voice. Sakura's words relieved a significant weight from Shikamaru's heart. In truth, he did not particularly care for the troublesome captaincy. However, since the Hokage entrusted the task to him, he felt an obligation to fulfill it to the best of his abilities. Had Sakura genuinely desired the captaincy, Shikamaru would not have contested it, for she was indeed correct. A team can only thrive with a singular direction, which fosters unity. Moreover, he had no desire to engage in another confrontation with Sakura, nor did he stand a chance against her. As the group quieted, Neji spoke calmly, looking at Shikamaru. Then you should draft an appropriate battle plan. In a dense forest outside of Konoha, Sasuke and the four-sound ninja had distanced themselves from the village. Suddenly, they halted. For Sasuke realized he had been surrounded by the four adversaries. Each of the four bore numerous wounds, their faces marred by visible scars, presenting a disheveled appearance. Particularly, the one named Genin bore a deep gash across his face, blood seeping from the wound, a sight truly harrowing. In contrast, the sole female among them, Taiya, appeared less battered, her face relatively unscathed, yet her trembling body revealed that her injuries were no less severe than those of her companions. Standing amidst the encircled foes, Sasuke fixed his gaze intently on them, his brow furrowed as he coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Enduring the excruciating pain from his facial wound, Genin gasped for breath and managed to respond, "We must ensure you die once." As Sasuke heard these words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and an aura of malice instantly emanated from him. His voice was cold and deep as he repeated Zuijin's words. "You say I should die once?" Zuijin, from behind, retrieved a vial of pills, but just as he began to speak, a sudden sharp pain from his wounded shoulder made him gasp sharply. Meanwhile, standing aside, Duoyu could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Your curse seal level is currently in state 1. This pill can forcibly awaken your cursed seal power to state 2. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fixed his gaze upon the vial, his expression revealing a hint of confusion. Observing this, Duoyu quickly elaborated, "However, once you transition to state 2, the rate at which the curse seal invades your body will accelerate dramatically. If left unchecked, you will soon meet a tragic end. Of course, if you wish to control the power of state 2, you must invest considerable time for your body to adapt to it." Before Duoyu could finish, Zuijin, enduring the excruciating pain etched on his face, added, "Thus, if you are not adequately prepared, even if you acquire the same power as us, you will only be able to endure for a few minutes before perishing." Yet, in the face of the warnings from Zuijin and Duoyu, Sasuke exhibited an unusual calmness. A slight smile graced his lips as he retorted, "I will die. And then what?" Duoyu, clearly taken aback by Sasuke's reaction, quickly regained his composure and replied, "You need not worry. We have come precisely for this purpose. We will suppress the side effects with our barrier ninjutsu, mitigating eternal death to a state of temporary death." Sasuke scrutinized the four individuals in their disheveled state. Doubt etched upon his features. "Can your so-called barrier ninjutsu truly be trusted?" In response to Sasuke's skepticism, Hidomaru couldn't help but interject, "Lord Sasuke, we are indeed the guards of Lord Orochimaru. Barrier, defensive wall ninjutsu, curse seals, sealing techniques, these are all within our grasp." However, as Hidomaru mentioned being Lord Orochimaru's guards, his tone slightly dulled under Sasuke's suspicious gaze, evidently feeling embarrassed by being bested by a relatively unknown girl from Konoha. Nevertheless, he eventually regained his confident demeanor and continued speaking. Though Sasuke was doubtful, he ultimately accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. After all, according to their words, the pill had to be ingested, otherwise he would remain powerless. Compared to death, he dreaded the thought of remaining weak even more. Chapter 121, Jirobo in the Dense Forest. The six-member team that had originally been tracking Sasuke proceeded with utmost caution. They had to remain vigilant at all times, for the surroundings were riddled with various treacherous traps. As they gradually approached the enemy, the traps along the path became increasingly numerous, making it difficult to navigate safely. Just as they crossed a taut wire, a clumsy figure caught their attention. It was Naruto, frantically attempting to evade the wire trap beneath him. Shikamaru quickly called out, "Naruto, watch out for the traps." "I know." Naruto responded irritably, seemingly annoyed by Shikamaru's warning. However, just as he was about to land, a matte green wire unexpectedly appeared beneath his feet, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment and nearly imperceptible. "Naruto, be careful." Shikamaru's urgent cry echoed once more, laced with a hint of anxiety. In that moment, Naruto felt as though an invisible force had seized his foot, halting him just before he could step into the trap. With a sigh of relief, he focused his gaze and realized that Shikamaru was pulling on Choji's scarf, mirroring his own actions. Clearly, Shikamaru had skillfully employed the shadow imitation jutsu, successfully preventing Naruto from triggering the trap. Once Naruto had completely escaped danger, everyone exhaled in relief. Only Sakura found the scene amusing. She had never intended to stop Sasuke, so she appeared quite relaxed. After a period of recuperation, the group gradually regained some strength. Shikamaru gazed intently at the special matte green wire, pondering to himself, "This wire is so perfectly integrated with the environment. It must have been deliberately set by the enemy due to heightened vigilance. It seems they are likely resting nearby." Shikamaru's speculation caught Niji's attention, prompting him to activate his Byakugan and conduct a thorough examination of the surroundings. As expected, Niji soon spotted the sound for resting not far away. It turned out that after successfully sealing Sasuke, the sound for were already severely injured and had been hastily traveling, leaving them utterly exhausted. Little did they expect to encounter two patrolling Jonin from Konoha along the way. After a fierce battle, they managed to secure a tenuous victory thanks to their second state curse marks, but their injuries had worsened, leaving them with minimal combat capability. Once Niji reported his observations to Shikamaru, he decisively resolved to flank the sound four from two sides. This strategy received unanimous approval from everyone, and Sakura raised no objections. Ultimately, Shikamaru, Sakura, and Niji formed one group, while Naruto, Choji, and Kiba comprised the second. Leading Sakura and Niji, Shikamaru cautiously traversed the dense woods until they finally discovered traces of the enemy. They observed from a distance, noting that the sound for lay exhausted on the ground, their bodies marred with injuries, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Shikamaru mused to himself, "I wonder who managed to inflict such damage on these four. Judging by their dire state, they should pose no immediate threat." He felt a slight sense of relief, thinking that once Naruto and the others arrived, they could encircle the enemy. However, just as they prepared to wait for Naruto's signal, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, one of the four, Kidamaru, abruptly raised his hand and unhesitatingly hurled a shuriken towards Shikamaru and his companions. Attached to this shuriken were 3 explosive tags, indicating that Kidamaru had already detected their presence. Shikamaru and Niji were taken aback, hastily attempting to evade the attack. Yet before they could react, the explosive tags detonated, unleashing a blinding flash of light followed by a deafening roar, akin to thunder. The tremendous explosive force hurled Shikamaru and Niji away, resembling kites severed from their strings as they soared toward the location of the Sound Ninja Quartet. In contrast, Sakura, at the moment of the detonation of the explosive tag, adeptly transformed her form into countless petals, dissipating into the air, thus avoiding being cast away by the blast along with Shikamaru and the others. Witnessing the two being flung through the air, Kidamaru could not help but express his disdain with a dismissive click of his tongue, remarking that they had intended to stir up trouble but ended up merely startling a couple of insects. Realizing their exposure, Shikamaru quickly rose to his feet, raising his hands above his head, and declared, "Do not misunderstand. We come in peace to negotiate." Kidamaru, upon hearing this, let out a derisive snort, replying, "I suspect you are waiting for those 3, aren't you?" As he spoke, Kidamaru effortlessly dragged out Naruto and his companions, who had been lurking in the shadows, poised to ambush. In that moment, Shikamaru comprehended that their presence had long been revealed. Observing the faint strands of webbing in Kidamaru's hand, he surmised that Naruto had nearly triggered not a double trap, but a triple one. Had they failed to discover the second trap, they would have been exposed. Even if they had, the discovery of the hidden trap might have led them to lower their guard. Yet no one would anticipate a third web trap lurking behind the second. Impressed, Shikamaru remarked, I must admit, I did not foresee such capabilities. Kidamaru, taking pride in Shikamaru's acknowledgement, began to respond, but his confidence faltered as he realized he could not move his body, which now felt akin to that of a puppet. He exclaimed in shock, What? Why can't I move? Seeing this, Naruto could not contain his excitement, shouting, Well done, Shikamaru. The shadow imitation technique has succeeded. At that moment, the shadows of the Sound Ninja Quartet merged with Shikamaru's, rendering the four of them immobile as long as Shikamaru remained still. As they stood frozen, Shikamaru could not suppress a smirk, saying, However, we possess ninjutsu that you are unaware of. Thank you for unwittingly falling into my trap. Just as Shikamaru reveled in his triumph, Sakon interjected, But I too have techniques you do not understand. In the midst of this exchange, several shurikens flew from the forest, prompting Shikamaru to dodge instinctively. However, in that instant, the connection of the shadow imitation technique broke, resulting in a loss of control. Seizing the opportunity, Jirubu formed a hand sign and forcefully struck the ground, exclaiming, Earth release, Earth prison. In an instant, a multitude of earth blocks rose around Naruto and the others, encircling them completely. Unbeknownst to the Sound Ninja Quartet, at the moment the earth prison was nearly complete, a plethora of unforgettable petals began to coalesce behind Naruto, gradually taking on a humanoid form. Chapter 122. Breaking the cage within the completely sealed earthen prison, Shikamaru widened his eyes, staring at the barrier that enveloped them entirely. Cursing inwardly, he clicked his tongue in frustration and sighed. This is troublesome. This is clearly that brute's barrier. Our only hope of escape now rests with Sakura, who remains outside. Just as Shikamaru's words hung in the air, a sudden, melodious female voice emerged from behind Naruto. I'm not outside. The unexpected sound startled Naruto, making him leap like a frightened rabbit. Shikamaru and the others turned to see Sakura elegantly standing behind Naruto. At that moment, Shikamaru's hopes of rescue by Sakura were dashed, and he couldn't help but cover his forehead with his hand, exclaiming in frustration, How did you get in here? Meanwhile, outside the earthen prison, four members of the Sound Ninja village stood leisurely, confident that the little bugs inside posed no threat, with the remaining three leaving Jirobo behind. They set out to confront what they regarded as mere nuisances. After all, once trapped by Jirobo's barrier, it would take less than 10 minutes for these individuals to be drained of chakra, rendering them powerless. Thus, they held little regard for Shikamaru and his companions. Hey, let us out, you bastards! Naruto shouted, his fists clenched tightly as he relentlessly pounded the hard walls of the earthen cell. Each impact resonated with his furious cries, echoing throughout the prison and creating a buzzing reverberation. The usually perceptive Kiba was startled by the sudden cacophony. Crouching down, he covered his ears and yelled at Naruto. Shut up, Naruto. Can't you be quiet for just a moment? At that moment, Neji approached, gently running his hand along the rough surface of the earthen wall. He then turned to Sakura, who was scrutinizing the prison, and remarked, It appears to be merely an ordinary earthen wall. However, Shikamaru expressed skepticism towards Neji's assessment. Standing there, gazing thoughtfully at the semicircular prison, he mused, After all, this is their technique. I suspect there are tricks involved that we are unaware of. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Kiba immediately stood up, nodding in agreement. Though I don't know the specifics, it seems our only option is to find a way to break through this wall. Shikamaru, acknowledging Kiba's suggestion, found merit in it. After a brief contemplation, he replied, While acting rashly may pose dangers, neglecting the situation could prove far more perilous. Seeing the team leader concur with his proposal, Kiba clapped his hands together. Then, on all fours, he leapt into the air like a frenzied beast, spinning rapidly. Like a sharp drill, he aimed to penetrate the earthen wall. Kiba's fierce attack struck the wall with tremendous force, sending a shower of dirt and debris flying, enveloping the space in a cloud of dust. As Kiba's assault intensified, the confined area became choked with dust, making it nearly impossible to breathe. However, as the dust began to settle and the group coughed while rubbing their eyes, they were astonished to find Kiba sprawled over the massive crater he had created, with the earthen prison showing no signs of having been breached. Clearly, this prison was not only exceptionally sturdy, but also astonishingly thick. As they gazed upon the earthen walls gradually returning to their original state, a profound sense of despair enveloped the crowd, weighing heavily upon their hearts. They had initially harbored hopes that Inuzuka Kiba's formidable assault would breach this earthen prison, but it now seemed that such aspirations had been irrevocably dashed. Just as despair began to take root among them, Sakura unexpectedly dashed to the indentation left by Kiba's emergence, crouching down to observe with keen interest. She appeared utterly captivated by the structure of the prison, seemingly impervious to the despondency surrounding her. Shikamaru noticed Sakura's actions, his eyes lighting up with curiosity as he inquired, "Sakura, have you discovered something?" Upon hearing Shikamaru's voice, Sakura turned, somewhat puzzled. She glanced between Shikamaru and the prison she was studying, suddenly realizing that her behavior might lead to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, rather than responding immediately, she pondered her words carefully before articulating, "This wall is imbued with chakra. Ordinary attacks cannot breach it, and the damaged areas will quickly restore themselves." Upon hearing Sakura's explanation, Niji, with his Byakugan activated, nodded in agreement while clarifying, "Moreover, this earthen prison is siphoning our chakra. If we lose all our chakra, we will be rendered powerless." The revelation startled the group, yet Sakura remained unfazed, having already been aware of this fact. In truth, she was engrossed in studying how this wall could absorb chakra from thin air. If she could discern the mechanics behind it and combine that knowledge with the unique properties of her would-release chakra, her abilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At Niji's remark, Naruto immediately turned to Sakura, exclaiming, "Sakura, didn't you claim to be as formidable as Kakashi-sensei? Can you not break this wretched prison?" The astonishment in the group was palpable as they exchanged bewildered glances with Sakura. She, witnessing the walls gradually restoring themselves, closed her eyes to sense the depletion of her attribute-less chakra within. Enough with the shouting. Sakura stood up, brushing her hands together. Having conducted her research, she confidently declared, "Let me take charge." With that, she began forming a series of intricate hand seals. After completing the sequence, she crouched and forcefully struck the ground, shouting, "Wood release, great wood pillar technique." With her commanding call, a robust and colossal pillar erupted from the earth, crashing against the ceiling of the prison. A tremendous roar resounded as the prison trembled violently. Simultaneously, Zorobo, who had been absorbing the chakra from the prison's outer wall, sensed something amiss. He noticed an influx of verdant chakra mingling with the previously attribute-less chakra, and as this strange green chakra touched his arm, it began to spread rapidly. Zorobo felt his chakra and vitality swiftly draining away, while the green chakra surged uncontrollably. Alarmed by this unforeseen development, he promptly withdrew his hands. As he did so, the prison quaked fiercely. To his astonishment, a pillar of wood burst forth, shattering the confines of the cage and soaring skyward. Chapter 123. Respecting Sasuke's choice, Jirubu stared in astonishment as the insects shattered the earthen prison. Swiftly, he extinguished the peculiar wood-release chakra emanating from his hands with a surge of chakra. As the prison crumbled, a cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the scene momentarily. As the dust began to settle, 6 figures gradually emerged from within, causing Jirubu's heart to sink. For the number of individuals present was evidently inconsistent with those he had imprisoned. Once the dust fully dissipated, he discerned the presence of a young girl among the crowd, and his expression altered drastically, as if the wound she had inflicted upon him the previous day still throbbed with pain. Nevertheless, Jirubu showed no signs of retreat. His face shifted through various emotions, yet he ultimately stood resolutely before the assembly. He understood clearly that there was no escape for him now. Fleeing was not an option. His only course of action was to confront the pink-haired monstrosity, thereby providing the remaining 3 a chance to flee. Sakura, observing Jirubu's valiant expression, felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. She thought his demeanor made it seem as if she were the true villain in this scenario. At that moment, Jirubu fixed his gaze upon Sakura, resolutely declaring, "If you wish to pursue them, you must first step over my dead body." Ignoring Jirubu's declaration, Sakura glanced around, implying, "It seems the other 3 have already departed." Upon hearing her words, Niji activated his Byakugan and confirmed, they are indeed not in the vicinity. The group remained unresponsive to Jirubu's proclamation, betraying not a hint of surprise, as if his words were merely drifting into the ether. At that instant, Sakura's gaze fell upon the robust Chuji, her eyes filled with determination. "Chuji, now is not the time to waste on him. You must handle him while we pursue Sasuke," she asserted with a clear and powerful voice, evidently having given this matter considerable thought. Chuji's face displayed a large question mark, his confusion evident as he pointed at himself. seemingly unable to fathom that Sakura would have him confront such a formidable opponent alone. However, Shikamaru, overhearing Sakura's command, furrowed his brow in concern. He recognized that Jirubu's strength was far beyond what Chuji could manage alone. Just as Shikamaru intended to suggest that he and Niji confront Jirubu, while Sakura took on a supportive role in the pursuit, Sakura continued without affording him the opportunity to speak. There is no need for you to engage in a life-or-death struggle with him. He is injured, and his chakra is nearly depleted. Just hold him off for a while. If you feel you cannot defeat him, make a beeline for Konoha. As long as we can catch up to those three, even if he follows us, I have a plan to deal with him. Sakura's words radiated a fierce confidence, which compelled Shikamaru to reassess her capabilities. He scrutinized Jirubu and noted the latter's deteriorating condition, ultimately refraining from contradicting Sakura. After all, he understood Chuji well enough to know that as long as he could delay for a time, Chuji would be up to the task. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Choji finally stepped forward. He nodded at Shikamaru and declared, "Let me handle this. I still have that secret technique." Upon hearing Choji's declaration, Shikamaru felt an immense relief wash over him. He then addressed the group, saying, "Let's move." Jirobo was taken aback to see the pink-haired monster preparing to leave with them, while the others seemed indifferent. He had confidence in his teammates, yet he was determined not to let that pink-haired monster escape before his demise. "None of you are leaving," he asserted. Just as Jirobo was about to unleash his earth prison technique once more, Choji shrank his limbs and head, transforming into a meaty sphere that barreled straight toward Jirobo. Seizing this opportunity, Sakura and the others unhesitatingly pursued the direction of the other three sound shinobi. After a while, Shikamaru caught up to Sakura and walked alongside her. Deliberately avoiding the others, he lowered his voice and asked, "Why are you doing this? If you have enough confidence in your abilities, you could easily deal with the enemy first and then pursue Sasuke." Since parting ways with Choji, Shikamaru had felt that Sakura's actions were rather peculiar. He sensed that her motives extended beyond simply wanting to catch up with Sasuke. Yet he could not fathom her true intent, prompting him to inquire directly. Sakura, upon hearing Shikamaru's question, couldn't help but marvel at how perceptive the Nara clan was, particularly Shikamaru. Her subtle thoughts were far from hidden from his keen gaze. Nevertheless, she had no intention of concealing anything from him, so she replied in a hushed tone, "Don't you think this is a splendid opportunity for training? Although our enemy is formidable, he's injured, and I believe Choji can handle him. Even if Choji struggles, I have a wood clone stationed there to keep watch. If the situation turns dire, my clone will intervene immediately to assist Choji, so rest assured." Upon hearing Sakura's response, Shikamaru's previously relaxed demeanor instantly tensed again. His brows furrowed, and the lazy expression vanished, replaced by a sharp gaze fixed intently on Sakura. His tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Sakura, I sense that you may not genuinely wish to retrieve Sasuke with the power you just demonstrated. If you truly wanted to stop him, you could have easily dealt with those four before we were trapped." Shikamaru's words struck Sakura like a piercing blade, catching her off guard with his keen observation and insight. She inwardly lamented how challenging it was to engage with someone as astute as Shikamaru. With a resigned sigh, she silently expressed her frustration. Her fondness for Naruto stemmed from his simplicity, which made him easier to manipulate. In contrast, Shikamaru was entirely different. His quick thinking meant that no detail escaped his scrutiny. At that moment, Naruto, sprinting through the branches, suddenly let out a tremendous sneeze, causing his body to jolt and nearly topple from the tree. He scrambled to grasp the branches tightly with his hands and feet, barely managing to regain his balance. As Naruto continued to chase after the others, a curious thought crossed his mind. How peculiar. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Is someone speaking ill of me behind my back? He felt as though someone was whispering about him. Sakura, observing Shikamaru's keen gaze, realized that lying in front of such an astute individual was utterly futile. "Do you think we could capture Sasuke and bring him back multiple times?" Shikamaru, taken aback, pondered her words. "What do you mean by that?" Then, as if a revelation dawned upon him, he grasped the simplicity of Sakura's inquiry. If Sasuke was resolute in his departure, no matter how many times they forcibly brought him back, unless they incapacitated him or severely injured him, he would inevitably seek to escape again. "But Orochimaru is our enemy," Shikamaru couldn't help but exclaim. "However, Sasuke is not," Sakura replied nonchalantly. Gradually, under Shikamaru's puzzled gaze, Sakura articulated her hypothesis. "Are you suggesting that Sasuke intends to train under Orochimaru?" Upon hearing Sakura's speculation, Shikamaru's tone elevated in surprise, while the ever-vigilant Kiba, who had been eavesdropping, perked up his ears. Please keep your voice down. This is merely my conjecture, Sakura said with a hint of exasperation. Nonetheless, I believe it is not far from the truth. Although Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha, the techniques he imparts are authentic Konoha jutsu. As long as Sasuke does not engage in actions that threaten Konoha, I doubt his master would be overly concerned about Sasuke's current endeavors. Sakura's words held merit. After Sasuke's defection, Tsunade had not declared him a rogue nor issued a bounty, even retaining his status as a Konoha ninja. Thus, regardless of how far Sasuke ventured, he remained a part of Konoha. Shikamaru fell silent upon hearing Sakura's remarks, feeling a growing confusion about the purpose of their relentless pursuit of Sasuke. Sensing his disquiet, Sakura offered reassurance. Don't dwell on it too much. After all, this is just my hypothesis. Following Orochimaru's training is hardly a safe route, and I believe our master wants us to pursue Sasuke out of concern for his safety against Orochimaru's potential threats. Yet, before Shikamaru could respond, Sakura continued, but this is ultimately Sasuke's choice, isn't it? Since he has made that choice, he must be prepared to face the worst of fates. As a teammate and a friend, I should not hinder Sasuke's decision, should I? Once again, Shikamaru fell into silence upon hearing Sakura's reasoning. Chapter 124. Psychological shadows among the Sound Ninja trio racing through the treetops. The foremost figure, Zoken, occasionally glanced back, revealing his evident impatience. He muttered, Jiraiya is so slow, expressing his dissatisfaction with Jiraiya's pace. However, just as Zoken voiced his complaints, the calm and confident voice of Gate Maru interjected, No. He is already here. Indeed, at the moment Gate Maru spoke, a tall, imposing figure swiftly caught up with the trio. Upon closer inspection, Zoken recognized it was Jiraiya. He couldn't help but grumble, honestly, what is taking him so long? His words betrayed a hint of annoyance towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya, unfazed by Zoken's complaints, responded with a flat expression, apologies, I took some time to consume the chakra of those worthless opponents. His tone was indifferent, as if it were a trivial matter not worth discussing. At that moment, Duoyu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, You, glutton, do not become too complacent. Come and carry the coffin. This is your task after all, you worthless fool. Despite being a girl, Duoyu's words were sharp and unrelenting as she chastised Jiraiya. In response to her rebuke, Jiraiya maintained his stoic demeanor, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement to signify his understanding. However, in that instant, all three of them sensed something peculiar about Jiraiya. Seeing this, Kentamaru feigned nonchalance and, either intentionally or inadvertently, inquired, What is the matter, Jiraiya? You seem rather candid today. His words appeared to harbor a deeper meaning, prompting suspicion regarding Jiraiya's true identity. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression remained unchanged as he coolly replied, What do you mean by that? Kentamaru's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile, and he gazed directly into Jiraiya's eyes as he slowly articulated, I mean to say, I will never entrust the coffin to you, because you are not the genuine Jiraiya. No sooner had he spoken than Kentamaru suddenly hurled the coffin in his grasp forcefully toward Duoyu. Duoyu reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch the coffin, her face adorned with skepticism as she glanced at Kentamaru. Observing the coffin now in Duoyu's possession, Kentamaru felt a moment of relief, then turned his attention to the enraged false Jiraiya charging towards him. He let out a hearty laugh and called out, Sakon, Duoyu, you two must leave quickly. I'll handle this. Upon hearing Kentamaru's words, Sakon and Duoyu exchanged glances, and without a trace of hesitation, they immediately turned to press onward. They held unwavering confidence in Kentamaru's abilities, provided they did not encounter the peculiar creature with pink hair. The lower and middle-ranked shinobi from Konoha posed no threat to Kentamaru. At that juncture, the false Jiraiya's attack had reached Kentamaru. Unfazed, Kentamaru firmly defended against Jiraiya's strikes with all 6 of his arms. Observing this adversary, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the true Jiraiya, Kentamaru could not help but muse that Jiraiya fellow often advises Duoyu to watch her tongue. However, as soon as he finished his thought, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped Jiraiya's form. When the smoke dissipated, Shikamaru's silhouette emerged before Kentamaru, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he taunted, Humph. So that's how it is, shadow binding technique. Kentamaru expelled a web from his mouth, effectively ensnaring Shikamaru against the tree trunk, rendering him immobile. Nevertheless, Shikamaru had fulfilled his mission. After all, his purpose was merely to divert the opponent's attention. Prior to catching up with them, he had overheard Sakura's conjectures, which had momentarily disoriented his thoughts. Yet, after a brief struggle, he ultimately resolved to give his all, not wishing to betray the trust placed in him by the Hokage. Just as Shikamaru was bound, Kentamaru's previously disdainful expression suddenly froze. He keenly sensed a shadow gradually descending upon him, instilling a sense of alarm within him. Without hesitation, he leapt from the branch, simultaneously releasing a torrent of silk from his mouth. This silk intertwined in midair, ultimately forming a colossal web that ensnared both Naruto and his shadow clone. At the moment when Maru lost his leverage in midair, according to Shikamaru's prearranged strategy, Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru surged forth like two high-speed drills, charging directly towards Maru. Faced with this sudden assault, a slight smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Maru's mouth. He exerted a bit of force with his 6 arms, deftly swinging to a nearby branch with the aid of the silk, as if on a swing. Just as Kiba landed firmly on the branch, roaring in rage for Maru not to flee, Maru coldly retorted, "That line should be mine. You might want to check your feet first." Startled, Kiba glanced down to find his feet ensnared by a multitude of silk strands, rendering any movement impossible. "You think you can catch us with such tricks? You're sorely mistaken." As Kiba bellowed, a figure suddenly materialized beside him, resembling a fairy amidst flowers. Kiba's roar abruptly ceased as he cast a puzzled glance at the girl who had appeared beside him, momentarily confused as to why Sakura, according to Shikamaru's strategy, had emerged so soon. However, he ultimately fell silent, abandoning the task of distracting their opponent. Not far away, Maru's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing this apparition, fear washing over him like a tidal wave. His previously relaxed demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by profound dread and despair. Maru shouted at the top of his lungs, exerting every ounce of strength to call out to his retreating teammates, "I'll buy you time. Run with all your might. That monster is closing in." His voice echoed through the air, reminiscent of a cuckoo's mournful cry, laden with hopelessness and desperation. Meanwhile, in the distance, Mayu advanced while mercilessly critiquing B's unreliability. However, upon hearing Maru's anguished cry, her heart jolted in alarm. She immediately halted, turning to face Maru's direction. A trace of concern etched on her face. Yet, as Maru had forewarned, neither Mayu nor Ken intended to turn back to assist him. After all, that pink-haired monster was far too formidable. Even if all 4 of them joined forces, they would likely only find themselves being relentlessly pursued. Thus, the only option for Mayu and Ken was to hasten their escape, fleeing as far and as fast as they could. Chapter 125. The pursuit. Sakura stood beside Inuzuka Kiba, her gaze fixed upon Maru, observing his exaggerated reaction, and a wave of exasperation surged within her. She could not fathom why these individuals regarded her as if she were an insurmountable calamity. Moreover, witnessing Maru's expression of defiance and noble sacrifice left her utterly bewildered. Crouched beside Sakura, Inuzuka Kiba resembled a well-behaved puppy, equally astonished by the expression of Maru. Although he had previously eavesdropped on the conversation between Sakura and Shikamaru, discovering that Sakura had once delivered a thorough beating to Maru, he could hardly have anticipated the profound psychological impact she had left on him. Merely witnessing Sakura's presence prompted Maru to resign himself to his fate. Sakura, however, paid no heed to the bravely resigned Maru. Her attention was captivated by Niji, who was intently studying the threads of silk. Niji observed the strands with great focus, even going so far as to sever them, seemingly filled with curiosity. Seeing this, Sakura inquired, "Do you have confidence in dealing with him?" Upon hearing Sakura's question, Niji paused his actions, turned to her, and offered a confident smile. Casually, he sliced through a thread with his gentle fist, asserting, when confronted with a material composed of chakra, "It becomes utterly defenseless against my ability to infuse chakra and dismantle the target." Impressed by Niji's confidence, Sakura nodded to everyone and stated, "Let us continue pursuing the enemy. Niji, you hold him off. If it becomes too difficult, feel free to retreat." At Sakura's words, Shikamaru remained silent. Yet Naruto could not contain his impulsive nature, exclaiming, "This opponent is far more formidable than that fat one, and significantly stronger." However, Niji, unfazed by Naruto's comment, coldly replied, without the resolve to fight with a one-for-one mentality. Any adversary will appear exceedingly powerful. Hearing Niji's words, Naruto opened his mouth as if to respond, but ultimately chose silence. Once Sakura had organized everything, she led Shikamaru, Naruto, and Kiba onward in pursuit of the enemy. Observing their impending departure, Gaitamaru was unwilling to let them escape easily. He swiftly chewed on the threads in his mouth, and then forcefully expelled them like cannon fire. In an instant, a multitude of threads unfurled in the air, forming a massive net that descended upon Sakura and her companions, evidently aiming to obstruct their progress. Unfortunately, Niji found himself ensnared in this web, momentarily unable to extricate himself. In light of this, Sakura promptly placed one hand on the hilt of her blade, preparing to confront the sudden onslaught. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the vast web, a glimmer of cold light flashed through the air. To their astonishment, the threads, previously boasted by Gaitamaru to be unbreakable, even by two elephants, were effortlessly severed by Sakura's strike, as if they were mere paper. With no time to spare for Gaitamaru's begrudging expression, Sakura swiftly sheathed her blade and unhesitatingly dashed in the direction where Matoi and others had fled, as if this entire episode was but a trivial interruption. However, after only a brief pursuit, Naruto noticed the sky growing increasingly dim, prompting him to anxiously exclaim, "It's getting dark." At that moment, Akamaru, who had been quietly resting in Inuzuka Kiba's arms, suddenly twitched his nose and let out a soft whimper. Kiba, acutely attuned to Akamaru's vocalizations, immediately grasped his meaning and turned to the others behind him, exclaiming, "We're about to catch up." Upon hearing Kiba's report, Shikamaru promptly responded, "Then let us continue to follow them until dawn before we take action." Kiba, perplexed by Shikamaru's decision, inquired, "Why wait until morning? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to strike under the cover of darkness?" Shikamaru shook his head and elucidated, "No, given the current state of our team. It is not prudent to act at night. The enemy is surely aware of this as well, and they would be particularly vigilant after dark. Furthermore, they can afford to remain passive, merely waiting for us to walk into their trap. In contrast, we must first ascertain the enemy's position and devise a detailed battle plan. If Niji were still with us, a night assault would be feasible. However, circumstances are prone to sudden changes, presenting unexpected complications. By daylight, their alertness will wane, allowing us to easily reclaim Sasuke if we can draw their attention elsewhere." Upon hearing Shikamaru's analysis, Kiba protested vehemently, "Akamaru and I are also capable of drawing someone out, aren't we?" The last query was clearly directed at Akamaru, who proudly barked in affirmation. Just then, Naruto interjected, "Since Shikamaru is the captain, let us heed his counsel." Sakura, Shikamaru, and Kiba exchanged astonished glances at Naruto. When did he acquire such emotional intelligence? Surely he must have been switched at birth. Despite their internal musings, they resolved to act at first light. The next morning, as the weary Moya had been traveling tirelessly throughout the night, she felt the barrel she was carrying shift slightly. Her expression changed as she turned to her companion, Zoku, and said, "Wait a moment." Zoku halted beside Moya, glancing at her inquiringly. "Are we nearly there?" Clearly, he was asking whether Sasuke, trapped in a state of feigned death within the barrel, had awakened. Moya looked at the barrel and replied, "No, it should not be time yet." Instead of dwelling on this, Moya turned to look behind her, where she spotted Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kiba. Upon witnessing this scene, coupled with the absence of the other two for an entire night, Moya surmised that their fate was grim. Thus, she scanned her surroundings with heightened vigilance and asked, "Where has that pink-haired monster gone?" Just then, a melodious voice emanated from above the barrel Moya was holding. "Miss, it hurts my feelings when you say such things." Sakura, upon uttering this line, felt a wave of nausea wash over her and instinctively hugged her arms, shivering. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others covered their faces, unable to bear the sight of Sakura's exaggerated demeanor. However, Moya and Zoku's faces drained of color at that moment. They had hoped that Kimaru had been mistaken. The monster had not pursued them, but now, hearing Sakura's sweet yet chilling voice, they felt it was more terrifying than that of a demon. As they contemplated a rebellion, Sakura delivered a swift kick, sending them flying. She then thrust a wooden barrel into Naruto's arms and declared, "Shikamaru, Kiba, these two are in your hands. Naruto and I will escort Sasuke back to the village." Chapter 126, The Easily Deceived Naruto. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Shikamaru and Kiba, aware of the situation, fell into a contemplative silence, offering no objections. However, Naruto, cradling the large barrel containing Sasuke, gazed at Sakura with a bewildered expression and questioned, "Aren't we going to confront them together?" Sakura, observing this sole, innocent Naruto, spoke in a tone reminiscent of indulging a child. "It's sufficient to leave this to them. To prevent any other foes from appearing, it is wiser for us to return Sasuke first." After a moment's reflection, Naruto found her reasoning somewhat compelling, and promptly nodded with an innocent expression, exclaiming, "Then let us escort Sasuke away first." Seeing this, a subtle smile graced Sakura's lips. She glanced at Shikamaru, conveying a look that suggested, "Look how easily Naruto can be deceived, unlike you," before turning and departing the scene alongside Naruto. Witnessing this unfold, Shikamaru shrugged with resignation, internally lamenting, only Naruto could be this naively gullible. Kiba, observing the entire exchange, couldn't help but interject, "I think Sakura's reasoning is quite sound, isn't it?" Shikamaru, hearing Kiba's words, rolled his eyes in exasperation, fixing him with a gaze that seemed to say, "How can you be so naive?" However, Zaku and Doyu were not about to passively watch Sakura and her companions depart, for Orochimaru's mission far outweighed their own lives. Just as they prepared to obstruct Sakura's exit, Kiba, without hesitation, dashed towards Zaku like an arrow released from a bow. With the agility of a beast, he closed the distance in an instant. Engaging Zaku in a fierce battle, his movements coordinated with Akamaru, leaving Zaku no time to react. While locked in combat with Zaku, Kiba called back to Shikamaru, "I don't fight women. This one is yours." His words dripped with disdain towards Doyu as well. Shikamaru sighed in resignation, muttering, "Tch, what a hassle." Though somewhat reluctant, he quickly shifted his focus towards Doyu. Doyu, having overheard Kiba's remarks, felt a tightening in her chest, her anxiety palpable. She understood that unless she could defeat the seemingly lackadaisical Shikamaru, reclaiming Sasuke would be nothing short of a fantasy. However, Doyu soon composed herself, pondering, "This guy seems unimpressive. He likely isn't a formidable opponent. As long as I don't face that monstrous Sakura, I shall fear no amount of weaklings, though it may require a bit more time." Unbeknownst to Doyu, as the battle between Kiba and Zaku drew further away from the group, a shadow, ghostly and silent, stealthily followed in their wake. At this moment, Shikamaru appeared to be nonchalantly confronting Doyu, yet he was secretly attentive to the surrounding movements. When he caught sight of the treetop behind Doyu, a subtle smile graced his lips. There, high atop the branches, Sakura's wooden clone stood silently, blending seamlessly with the trees. Her presence was so inconspicuous that Doyu remained entirely oblivious to her existence, as Naruto and Sakura maintained a distance from Shikamaru and the others. Sakura suddenly sensed an unusual aura rapidly approaching from above. Alert, she gazed upward, only to see a shadow descending from the sky, while Naruto remained blissfully unaware. However, upon witnessing this shadow, Sakura had no intention of intervening. She merely watched as the figure barreled towards Naruto, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. The blow was so sudden that Naruto had no time to react, and the wooden barrel he clutched slipped from his grip under the immense force. In that fleeting moment, as the barrel departed from Naruto's hands, the shadow executed another kick, striking the barrel with such ferocity that it soared away from Sakura, racing towards the edge of the forest. The shadow, in an instant, darted after the barrel, carefully cradling it as it continued its reckless dash beyond the trees. Naruto, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Sakura's prediction would come to fruition, that someone indeed sought to see Sasuke. With no time for contemplation, he gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain coursing through his body and struggled to rise, stumbling after Junmaru. Meanwhile, Sakura observed the sealing barrel containing Sasuke beginning to emit wisps of smoke, indicating that he was on the verge of awakening. Thus, she did not hasten to pursue Junmaru, but rather slowed her pace, trailing behind Naruto as they both advanced towards him. When Sakura and Naruto reached the plains beyond the forest, Junmaru, who had been fleeing with Sasuke, halted and placed the barrel beside him, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Naruto leapt from the trees, transforming into a feral beast, radiating an aura of malevolence as he bellowed, "Stop right there." At that moment, Naruto's eyes morphed into crimson slits, his canines protruding, and his nails elongated, resembling razor-sharp blades. Yet, Junmaru did not turn to face Naruto. Instead, he addressed Sakura, stating, "This time, we can truly fight." So, how shall I defeat you? Don't ignore me, you bastard. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a furious roar, a multitude of Narutos materialized in a cloud of smoke beside Junmaru. Oh. Upon witnessing this, Junmaru's expression remained stoic, a faint hint of admiration crossing his face for the vastness of Naruto's chakra. However, in the presence of Junmaru, the sheer number of Narutos proved to be of little consequence. Bastard, what does Orochimaru intend to do with Sasuke? As Naruto's chakra surged with increasing potency, an orange-red aura began to take shape around him. Kunmaru, unfazed by Naruto's furious outburst, kindly explained, Sasuke will become Lord Orochimaru's finest vessel. Alas, I have lost that opportunity. Startled by this revelation, Naruto's chakra overflowed even more spectacularly. Unbeknownst to both Naruto and Kunmaru, countless tendrils sprouted from beneath Naruto's feet, ravenously consuming the excess chakra. Sakura, standing behind Naruto, murmured to herself while indulging, if it's going to waste anyway, a little won't bother Naruto, right? Oblivious, Naruto grew even angrier at Kunmaru's dismissive demeanor, roaring, I will never hand Sasuke over to you. Yet Kunmaru retorted nonchalantly, there is garbage everywhere. Chapter 127. The technique of transformation. Upon hearing Kunmaru's words, Naruto charged at him like a wild beast without the slightest hesitation. His speed was astonishing, as if he were gathering all his strength for a singular explosive moment. However, reality dealt Naruto a heavy blow. Despite summoning thousands of clones, they crumbled before Kunmaru's might like fragile paper figures. Kunmaru's onslaught was as fierce as a tempest, effortlessly shattering groups of Naruto's clones with each strike. In mere moments, the once-dense swarm of clones dwindled to a mere few. This scene evoked a poignant realization. In the face of absolute power, sheer numbers are rendered futile. Yet, Naruto remained undaunted, clinging to his indomitable spirit and persevering through the ordeal. Had it been any ordinary ninja, they would have succumbed to despair and madness after experiencing such repeated deaths. As Naruto gasped for breath, striving to alleviate the pain from the loss of his clones, the wooden barrel containing Sasuke suddenly erupted with smoke. Upon witnessing this, Naruto intended to unleash the shadow clone technique once more to continue his struggle against Kunmaru. However, just as he was about to act, a warm hand gently rested upon his shoulder, curbing his impulsiveness. Turning in confusion, he saw Sakura gazing at him with a serious expression, slowly shaking her head as she spoke. You are not his match. In the face of absolute strength, numbers hold no significance. Allow me to handle this. Surprised by Sakura's resolve, Naruto's red-slit pupils widened in astonishment. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a resounding explosion echoed as the barrel sealing Sasuke shattered, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. Kunmaru, witnessing this spectacle, murmured, this marks the first step towards Lord Orochimaru's ambition. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure began to emerge from the crater left by the explosion. Though somewhat indistinct, it was evident that he possessed long, silvery white hair cascading down his shoulders. His body bore numerous black markings, reminiscent of ancient totems, mysterious and eerie in their allure. However, in the blink of an eye, the dark patterns seemed to be consumed by an invisible force, swiftly fading from Sasuke's body. Simultaneously, his hair began to gradually revert to its original short black state, as if the earlier grayish-white long hair had merely been a fleeting illusion. Naruto stood not far away, witnessing the entire scene. He feigned calmness, hands on his hips. A false smile plastered across his face as he addressed Sasuke. Sasuke, what are you doing with these guys? Come on, let's head back. His voice bore an unnatural quality, betraying the anxiety he struggled to conceal. Yet, Sasuke did not respond to Naruto. He merely regarded him with a cold stare, a hint of derisive laughter curling at the corners of his mouth. This chilling laughter, akin to a biting wind, sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. He sensed that something was amiss. Sasuke's reaction was utterly unexpected. The smile on Naruto's face gradually faded, replaced by a sorrowful expression. His voice lowered, tinged with a hint of pleading, as he continued to address Sasuke's retreating figure. Sasuke, hey, I said, let's go back. Everyone is worried about you. His words revealed genuine concern and worry for Sasuke, yet Sasuke seemed entirely indifferent to them. The only response from Sasuke was his increasingly mocking laughter, reverberating through the air as if mocking Naruto's desperation. Hearing Sasuke's cold laughter, Naruto could no longer contain his emotions. They erupted like a volcano as he yelled, Sasuke, You hear me right? However, Sasuke paid no heed, turning his back and sprinting toward the forest. In the instant Naruto stood there, stunned. Kinshiki appeared behind him like a specter, gripping a sharp bone spike that glinted ominously. Naruto snapped back to reality, only to find Kinshiki mere inches away, the spike poised dangerously close to his back. His eyes widened in disbelief. It's futile, perish. Kinshiki's voice was cold and merciless, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Just as peril loomed, a crisp clang of steel echoed through the still forest. Naruto turned in astonishment to see Sakura, having appeared behind him, firmly blocking Kinshiki's spike with a beautifully crafted kunai. Sakura's gaze was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any tumult. She fixed her eyes on Kinshiki and calmly declared, "Your opponent is me." Then, she turned to the still-dazed Naruto, offering a gentle smile as she softly urged, "What are you waiting for? Go after Sasuke, I'll handle this one." Naruto, awakening from his stupor, allowed a smile to break through, giving Sakura a thumbs up as he exclaimed, "All right, I will bring Sasuke back." No sooner had he spoken than he dashed off like an arrow, racing toward the direction where Sasuke had vanished. However, Kinshiki clearly had no intention of letting Naruto escape easily. He swiftly maneuvered past Sakura, aiming the bone spike once more at Naruto. However, what met his gaze was not the gruesome sight of Naruto being battered by bone spikes, but rather the crisp sound of steel colliding, resonating serenely across the plains. "You again, such a nuisance." Just as Kunmaru spoke, Sakura, who had been blocking his bone spikes, swiftly lifted a leg and kicked him away. Holding her sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, with the blade facing downwards, she calmly declared, "Last time we didn't have a proper fight. Now presents a rare opportunity." With that, Sakura relinquished her grip on the sword, allowing it to descend slowly towards the ground. Parting her cherry blossom lips, she uttered, "Bankai, scatter. 1,000 cherry blossoms, scenic beauty." As her words fell, the tip of her sword made contact with the earth, accompanied by ripples akin to those created when something plunges into water. The entire blade sank into the ground. Kunmaru, having previously witnessed the power of Sakura's blade, felt little surprise. Yet, the unfolding scene stirred a ripple of unease even in his calm demeanor. From behind Sakura, a row of massive long blades emerged, but that was not the end. With remarkable speed, Sakura formed hand seals, and upon completing the final seal, the towering blades transformed into a torrent of cherry blossom petals that surged towards her. At that moment, her voice resonated softly, "Secret technique, feather transformation technique." Chapter 128. Fusion with the spirit of the sword amidst the swirling petals of cherry blossoms. The originally graceful Sakura found herself gradually enveloped by a multitude of petals, as if submerged in a sea of pink. The petals melded together, slowly coalescing into a bud towering over two individuals. This bud resembled a tender cherry blossom yet to bloom on the tree, delicate and fragile, evoking an impression of being easily shattered. From a distance, Kunmaru observed this scene, his brow furrowing tightly. Despite the bud's seemingly frail appearance, it inexplicably emanated a sense of lethal danger, as if the moment the cherry blossom unfurled would herald his demise. As a ninja, Kunmaru possessed an acute instinct for danger. Without hesitation, he chose to trust his intuition, enveloping himself in a layer of hardened bone, transforming into a streak of white light that surged towards the distant bud. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he neared the bud. He felt an intense premonition that if he could eliminate the pink-haired girl before the bud blossomed, victory in this battle would be his. However, just as he was about to reach the bud, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A multitude of petals, as if provoked like a swarm of angry bees, transformed into sharp beams of light, raining down upon him. These beams moved with incredible swiftness, as fierce as lightning, rendering evasion impossible. Nevertheless, Kunmaru did not falter. He was well aware of the petals' power, and although they appeared formidable, he believed they could not breach his defenses. Yet, as the first petal made contact with his armored bones, a sudden heaviness enveloped his heart. He realized with dismay that his predictions had been gravely mistaken. Originally, he had held unwavering confidence that these seemingly fragile petals could never penetrate his indestructible defense. However, reality dealt him a merciless blow. He watched in disbelief as the seemingly impenetrable armor of bones adorning his body was marred by deep gashes inflicted by the gentle caress of flower petals. Although these wounds had yet to breach his defenses entirely, The sheer multitude of petals weighed heavily on Junmaru's heart. He understood well the adage that a multitude of ants could bring down an elephant, even if each petal possessed negligible power. The simultaneous assault from such a vast number could not be underestimated. Junmaru's gaze remained fixed on the ever-increasing scratches on his body. While they posed no immediate threat, he was acutely aware that if this relentless pace continued, by the time he approached the flower bud, his bone armor would likely have reached its breaking point. Time was of the essence, and Junmaru knew he had limited options. To survive this life-and-death struggle, he needed to deliver a decisive blow to the girl in an instant. For once his armor was breached by the petals, devoid of this final line of defense, he would be swiftly torn to shreds by the overwhelming tide of petals, enduring a torment beyond imagination. What may seem slow was, in fact, a rapid sequence of events. Like a gust of wind, Junmaru arrived before the colossal flower bud in the blink of an eye. Yet, at that moment, his bone armor had reached its limits. Under the relentless assault of petals, the armor was left in tatters, with some sections even torn apart, revealing glimpses of his pulsating organs. Nonetheless, Junmaru did not falter. His focus remained unwavering on the flower bud within arm's reach, and he exhaled a silent sigh of relief. If he could destroy this bud in one strike, victory would be his. However, just as he prepared to unleash his final assault, an unexpected occurrence took place. The once tightly closed flower bud began to slowly unfurl. Junmaru's heart tightened at the sight, leaving him no time for contemplation. He immediately activated the cursed seal on his body, opting for the second form without hesitation, for he understood that time was slipping away. As the seal activated, Junmaru's body was swiftly enveloped by intricate patterns, sprouting sharp bone spikes, and a robust tail. This was his most formidable form, his last vestige of hope. Yet, despite his swift actions, he was a moment too late. Just as his transformation completed, the towering cherry blossom began to open, revealing the exquisite visage of a young girl within. Junmaru had no time to think. His body reacted instinctively. In an instant, his hands surged forth with a multitude of sharp bone spikes, spiraling outward at an astonishing speed. These spikes intertwined, forming a complex and massive spiral of bone. Throughout this process, the girl, Sakura, maintained a serene smile as she gazed at Junmaru, displaying no signs of resistance. Nevertheless, Junmaru would not let this rare opportunity slip away. He immediately plunged the colossal spiral of bone spikes into the partially open flower bud in Sakura's form. However, the moment the bone spur pierced through Sakura, time seemed to freeze. There was no trace of joy on Kimamaro's face. Rather, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped him as he did not witness the anticipated scene of bloodshed. Instead, he could only watch in astonishment as Sakura's body, at the instant of being pierced, gradually transformed into countless delicate petals, fluttering skyward like snowflakes. These petals danced gracefully in the air, intertwining with the immense cherry blossom that was disintegrating into a multitude of tiny petals, creating a scene that was both dreamlike and ethereal. Simultaneously, the petals that had originally been attacking Kimamaro abruptly ceased their assault, as if commanded by some unseen force, and began to retreat. These petals seemed to protect something of great significance, continuing to withdraw until they had retreated to a distance of 30 or 40 meters, where they finally came to a halt. At that moment, a portion of the petals began to merge rapidly, coalescing until, astonishingly, they reformed into a pristine Sakura. She stood serenely amidst the swirling petals, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. In that moment, Sakura donned an intricate long gown in shades of cherry blossom, her long pink hair cascading down to her waist. The layered embellishments on her gown, resembling petals, and the cherry blossom adornments in her hair, were indeed cumbersome and ill-suited for the agility required in battle. Yet, these decorations, along with the pair of white gloves on her hands, bestowed upon her an air of noble elegance. By this time, Kimamaro had succumbed to despair. He had surmised that Sakura had employed some secret technique that rendered her impervious to physical attacks, and what deepened his hopelessness was the realization that he, Kimamaro, was limited to his clan's techniques, which predominantly relied on physical assaults. Kimamaro's conjecture was indeed correct. At present, Sakura was in a state of fusion with the spirit of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. Thus, in this state, she was immune to all physical attacks. The origin of this secret technique stemmed from Sakura's conquest over the 1,000 cherry blossoms. wherein the mysterious forces that initially governed the battle against her allowed her to temporarily merge with the blade spirit of the thousand cherry blossoms. Moreover, Sakura had previously studied Konin's origami techniques, achieving preliminary results, which led to the creation of this unique technique of her own. This was the first time Sakura had utilized this technique, and she felt an unusual sensation, as if she were soaring amidst the petals. As long as the fragments of the thousand cherry blossoms did not completely deplete, she was invincible. Furthermore, she could coalesce her form at any location covered by the fragments of the blade, although maintaining this state would consume a significant amount of chakra every moment. For an ordinary Genin, it would likely take only a few minutes to be drained of chakra and forced to relinquish such a state. However, for Sakura, this chakra expenditure posed no real challenge, as she had discreetly replenished herself to a satisfactory level during Naruto's earlier rampage. Thus, maintaining this state throughout the battle presented no issue for her. Chapter 129. The Dance of the Early Ferns. At that moment, Kimimaro, standing at a distance, gazed intently at the altered form of Sakura before him. She noticed that Kimimaro was no longer attacking with the same fervor as before. Instead, he assumed a defensive posture with a peculiar blend of human and beast-like characteristics. Sakura's gaze met that of Kimimaro, and with unwavering resolve, she declared, "Since you have already made your move, it is now my turn." As her words hung in the air, Sakura swiftly began to weave intricate hand seals, her movements both graceful and decisive. Simultaneously, the petals that had been swirling around her seemed to sense her intention, as if receiving a command. A portion of them suddenly transformed, morphing into countless sharp blades that surged towards Kimimaro like a tempest. Had this been the Sakura of the past, she would have found such a feat nearly impossible. After all, to deftly manipulate the myriad petals of the Shinjutsu, thousand cherry blossoms, especially post-Bankai, and convert them into weapons of assault, required an unwavering focus. Even the slightest lapse could lead to chaos. Yet, the Sakura of today was a different being entirely. With the spirit of the blade now intertwined within her, she wielded a dual-core prowess, allowing her to control the thousand cherry blossoms with remarkable fluidity while simultaneously preparing other jutsu, an endeavor that would have once been inconceivable for her. From a distance, Kimimaro observed Sakura as she engaged in her complex series of seals, pondering to himself, the intricacy of those seals surely indicates formidable power. He contemplated intervening to disrupt her rhythm. However, to his astonishment, Sakura, even while forming the seals, possessed the capacity to command the petals to launch an assault. Countless petals surged forth like blades, rising into the air like a magnificent pink dragon, its fangs bared as it lunged at Kimimaro. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kimimaro hastily brandished his bone spikes, determinately fending off the relentless barrage of petals. The clash of bone and blossom resonated through the air, the petals scattering like snowflakes. Just as Kimimaro exerted all his effort against the onslaught, Sakura completed her seals. With a forceful clap of her hands upon the ground, she cried out, "Flower release, cherry blossom sea descends." As her voice echoed, a multitude of trees erupted from the earth surrounding her, swiftly encompassing a radius of 500 meters. Kimimaro's eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle before him. He had never witnessed such a grand scale of ninjutsu. The tender saplings transformed instantaneously into towering trees, their branches adorned with delicate pink buds that unfurled into breathtaking cherry blossoms. Kimimaro's expression grew grave, fully aware that this technique was far from simply summoning cherry blossom trees. As if on cue, the petals that had previously attacked him suddenly disintegrated, merging seamlessly into the sea of blossoms. This transformation not only enhanced the beauty of the cherry blossom sea, but also infused it with an ominous sense of peril. Kimimaro felt a powerful force surging within this floral expanse, as if it had become a vast trap, eagerly awaiting his unwitting descent. Surrounded by the enchanting and resplendent scenery of the cherry blossoms, Kimimaro's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to escape this place. However, as his footsteps stirred slightly, the once tranquil cherry blossom trees suddenly seemed to be infused with life, beginning to sway violently. Accompanying the movements of the cherry trees, numerous branches surged towards Kumaru like venomous serpents and gigantic pythons. Simultaneously, as the cherry trees launched their assault, countless cherry blossom petals began to cascade from their boughs. These petals, as light as snowflakes yet concealing lethal intent, posed little impediment to Kunmaru's actions. Initially, he intended to disregard the petals, for they appeared harmless. However, just as he prepared to advance, a glint of cold light flashed among the petals, alarming him. In a swift motion, he evaded the impending threat. Upon focusing on the source of the attack, a wave of unease washed over him. The cold light, it turned out, emanated from the petals of the 1,000 cherry blossoms. These petals had seamlessly blended into the sea of blossoms, descending alongside the ordinary cherry petals. A moment's inattention could render those petals akin to assassins hidden among the flowers, capable of launching a sudden and deadly strike. Worse still, while he was preoccupied with evading the petals, the already formidable branches and roots seized the opportunity to lash out violently at him. The barrage of blows caught Kunmaru off guard, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain. His armor shattered under the weight of the branches and roots, producing a dull, cracking sound. The blunt force fractured his bones in multiple places and severely damaged his internal organs, sending him careening backward as he coughed up blood. At that moment, Kunmaru comprehended the grim reality. Escaping this cherry blossom grove unscathed was an unattainable fantasy. Suspended in midair, he stifled the agony coursing through his body and swiftly formed hand seals. Dance. The early fern dance. As his words echoed, his form hurtled earthward like a meteor, breaking several cherry trees in his wake. When he finally crashed to the ground, an eruption of bones surged from the earth around him, rising like mushrooms after rain. These bone spikes, as unyielding as steel, mercilessly pierced and cleaved through the surrounding cherry trees. In an instant, the once enchanting cherry blossom grove was cloaked in a veil of white bone spikes, transforming it into a hellish landscape forged from bone. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying spectacle, Sakura displayed no signs of panic. Her expression remained largely unchanged, as if all of this were anticipated. After all, while the scene appeared daunting, it posed little threat to her, possessing similar elemental abilities that allowed her to transform into cherry blossom petals. Moreover, she was capable of flight. The moment the cherry tree beneath her was cleaved by the bone spikes, Sakura ascended gracefully, akin to a petal caught in the wind. Observing the astonishing scene below, she understood that Kunmaru was now fighting with all his might. As Sakura floated in the air, a colossal bone spike suddenly revealed the figure of Kimimaro beside her. Covered in numerous bone spikes, he thrust one through Sakura's chest. Yet, as he pierced her, her form transformed into petals, gently drifting to a distance of merely 1 meter from the bone spike, where she reconstituted herself and declared, "You should know that all your efforts are in vain." In Chapter 130, The Valley of the End, regretfully, Sakura's words fell upon deaf ears. Kimimaro was utterly incapable of hearing them. After sustaining severe injuries and unleashing his final forbidden technique, the flame of his life had nearly extinguished, leaving him exhausted and lifeless. That last strike was merely a testament to his astonishing willpower, a desperate act of endurance. Now, Kimimaro had completely succumbed to the absence of life. Sakura gazed into Kimimaro's wide-open eyes, filled with fury, and sighed softly. She then gracefully floated to his side, tenderly closing his eyes, as if to offer this tenacious adversary a final farewell. Given the power of Kimimaro's last attack, even an ordinary shinobi of the shadow level would likely have met a tragic end against such terrifying force. However, Sakura, in her state of fusion with the sword spirit, possessed an absolute counter to an opponent like Kimimaro, who relied solely on physical attacks. In this state, Sakura could almost be immune to all ninjutsu assaults that did not target the soul. To restrain Sakura in her current state, perhaps only the magnetic release of the third Kazekage could achieve such a feat after all, while the 1,000 cherry blossoms appeared as delicate and beautiful as petals. Their true essence consisted of countless minuscule razor shards. The magnetic release, which could manipulate metal, would effectively counter these blade fragments, a reality that could not be avoided. The good news was that the third Kazekage had become a puppet of Sasori, posing no immediate threat. Meanwhile, the fifth Kazekage, Gaara's magnetic release was akin to playing with sand, thus presenting no danger to her. While Sakura pondered these matters, suddenly, a green figure raced toward her like a bolt of lightning, moving with unparalleled speed. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Lee, who had partially recovered thanks to Tsunade's secret medicine. Lee, light as a swallow, executed several agile maneuvers and swiftly reached Sakura's side. He stood firmly atop the towering bone spike, gazing down in astonishment, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. Finally, he could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "What on earth happened here?" Hearing his voice, Sakura turned her head and glanced at the lifeless Kimimaro beside her. She observed that half of Kimimaro's body was merged with the bone spike, while the other half remained in an outward thrusting motion. Sakura shrugged and replied, "As you can see, I fought with this guy, and it ended up like this." Lee's gaze followed the direction of Sakura's finger, landing on the pale, hard, and smooth bone spike below, filled with bewilderment. He murmured to himself, "These bone spikes are..." Sakura, noticing his confusion, clarified, "These bone spikes were created by him." Gesturing toward Kimimaro, Lee furrowed his brow tightly and continued to question, "What about the cherry blossom forest surrounding the bone spikes?" His tone was somewhat hesitant, clearly filled with doubt regarding the answer to this question. Although he harbored some suspicions, he clung to a glimmer of hope that Sakura might provide a different response. After all, given the vastness of that cherry blossom grove, it undoubtedly belonged to the realm of forbidden techniques. If an ordinary ninja were to attempt such a jutsu, they would likely be drained of chakra instantaneously, unable to endure such immense consumption. Sakura subtly pointed to herself, and upon witnessing this, Lee felt a sense of despair wash over him. He had hoped for an alternative answer from Sakura, but it was evident that the cherry blossom grove was indeed her creation. From the scale of the grove, it was not difficult for Lee to deduce that Sakura's strength had far surpassed that of their contemporaries. Her prowess had likely reached the level of the older generation, perhaps even attaining the status of a Kage. However, he refrained from inquiring further and instead turned to Sakura, asking about Neji and the others. Sakura explained, "Naruto went after Sasuke. Neji has defeated his opponent and is resting, while CHG is recovering from his injuries. The remaining two were rescued by the Sand Ninja." As Sakura relayed this information to Lee, she sensed the dissolution of her wooden clone and the message it conveyed. Taken aback by Sakura's response, Lee realized it seemed as though she had just received this information and was promptly relaying it to him. Confused, he asked, "Sakura, did you just find out this information? How did you manage that? And why are the Sand Ninja here?" Sakura, feeling a headache from Lee's barrage of questions, quickly covered her forehead with her hand and said, "Please don't rush. Ask one question at a time, and I will answer you slowly." After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, she continued, "I left 2 clones near them, and the message you just received came from one of those clones. Neji and CHG will be safely escorted back to Konoha by the remaining clone, so you need not worry about their safety. The other 2 clones will continue to follow, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. As for why the Sand Village Ninja are here, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps you should let Gaara explain that." No sooner had Sakura finished speaking than a figure bearing a massive gourd swiftly approached them. Lee squinted and confirmed it was indeed Gaara, as Sakura had mentioned. At that moment, Gaara appeared somewhat changed compared to his previous self. The malevolent aura and the powerful presence reminiscent of a wild beast had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of courteous restraint. Meanwhile, in the Valley of the End, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if it could crush the very air. Sasuke stood with his back to Naruto atop the colossal statue of Hashirama, his silhouette appearing solitary and resolute against the backdrop of the waterfall. Naruto, positioned on the statue of Tobirama, gazed across the wide cascade at Sasuke's back. The thunderous roar of the waterfall echoed between them, yet it could not mask the inferno of anger that burned within Naruto. His eyes widened, fists clenched tightly. He shouted at Sasuke's back, "Sasuke, are you trying to run away from me?" His furious cry reverberated through the valley, yet Sasuke's steps merely faltered for a moment. He slowly turned around, revealing a half of his face marred by cursed marks, which appeared particularly grotesque. His eyes were fixed intently on Naruto's, cold and resolute. "Oh, you great fool." Sasuke's voice dripped with ice and mockery. "This is my choice. Why do you seek to impede me? Leave me be." Naruto regarded Sasuke with a heart full of confusion and disappointment. Memories of their shared moments with Sakura flooded his mind, those joyous times seeming to linger in the air. Yet the Sasuke before him felt utterly alien. "Sasuke, how have you come to this?" Naruto's voice trembled. "We were such good friends." However, Sasuke interrupted him, his tone even more frigid. "What I become is of no concern to you. I have my own path, and none have the right to meddle. Frankly, my days of frolicking with you leaf villagers are over. Return whence you came." Chapter 131. The battle at the Valley of the End. Atop the colossal statue in the Valley of the End, Naruto stood in silence, feeling the gentle breeze wafting from the waterfall's mist. His gaze was fixed on Sasuke in the distance, observing him as he turned to leave once more. A tumult of emotions swirled within Naruto. He recalled how Shikamaru and the others were striving desperately to bring Sasuke back. An uncontrollable fury surged within him as he clenched his teeth, resolutely launching himself like a cannonball towards Sasuke, who stood atop the Uchiha statue's head. Sasuke remained expressionless, staring at the increasingly large shadow of Naruto looming over him, showing no inclination to evade. Naruto soared through the air, his furious roar echoing throughout the valley. "What do you think of your comrades in Konoha?" Like a shooting star, he hurtled down. Reaching Sasuke in the blink of an eye, he lunged at Sasuke, bringing him crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Naruto raised his fist and, under Sasuke's indifferent gaze, struck his face with all his might. The punch was fueled by Naruto's deepest anger and disappointment. Blood immediately spilled from the corner of Sasuke's mouth, yet his eyes remained cold, undisturbed. Naruto locked his gaze onto Sasuke, gripping his collar tightly and lifting him. Sasuke offered no resistance. He merely stared back at Naruto with a chilling demeanor before suddenly spitting blood onto Naruto's face. His tone laced with disdain. "You speak of comrades? Have I grown stronger alongside the so-called comrades you mention? I am going to Orochimaru." Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto erupted like an enraged lion. "Orochimaru is the one who killed the third Hokage and sought to obliterate Konoha. Do you genuinely believe he would grant you power without ulterior motives?" Naruto's eyes widened as he fixed his intense gaze on the silent Sasuke, his fury intensifying. He could not fathom why Sasuke was so obstinate, believing the words of such a nefarious individual. "He merely desires your body as a vessel." The more Naruto spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice trembling. "If you go there, you may never return. You could die, Sasuke. How could I possibly stand by and watch you venture into such perilous places?" Yet, Sasuke remained unresponsive to Naruto's words, his countenance still shrouded in an icy indifference, devoid of any flicker of emotion. This matter held little significance for him. "As long as I can achieve my goals, nothing else matters," Sasuke articulated in a tone bordering on apathy. "If you intend to obstruct me, then I am left with no choice." With that, Sasuke suddenly seized Naruto by the collar, yanking him closer with a forceful gesture. Naruto was caught off guard by Sasuke's unexpected action, momentarily stunned. Sasuke was acutely aware that Orochimaru harbored sinister intentions, yet he could not afford to dwell on such concerns any longer. A singular thought consumed him: to find Itachi Uchiha and exact vengeance for his family. Orochimaru, perhaps, was the only avenue available for him to realize this ambition. Although he comprehended the colossal risks entwined with striking a deal with Orochimaru, he was beyond caring. The desire to become stronger, to avenge himself with his own hands, eclipsed all other considerations. He would pay any price to achieve it. Naruto gazed at the obstinate Sasuke, disappointment lacing his tone as he asserted, "You cannot accomplish this. Even if I must use brute force, I will bring you back." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke could not suppress a derisive laugh, which only served to infuriate Naruto further. "What are you laughing at?" he demanded. "You laugh too," Sasuke replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Naruto's expression stiffened as he recalled the moment on the hospital rooftop when he had laughed out of excitement during their battle. Sasuke continued, "You were eager to fight me then, trembling with exhilaration, weren't you?" Before Naruto could respond, Sasuke's fist struck his abdomen with the speed of lightning. The sheer force of the blow sent a jolt of agony coursing through Naruto, as if his very body were being torn apart. Blood erupted from his mouth as he was hurled backward like a marionette with severed strings, plummeting into the depths of the waterfall below. The torrent of water surged violently, engulfing Naruto within its tumultuous embrace. Struggling amidst the churning waters, Naruto fought with all his might and, after a grueling effort, managed to claw his way back to the surface, drenched and gasping for breath. His eyes widened in fury as he fixated on Sasuke, who stood atop the statue of Uchiha Madara, looking down upon him. With a roar of rage, he exclaimed, "Sasuke, snap out of it." He charged towards Sasuke. Yet that fierce cry afforded him little actual advantage, leaving him still defenseless. With a swift kick, Sasuke sent Naruto tumbling back into the waterfall, standing atop the statue's hand, gazing down with an air of cold detachment as Naruto floundered in the water. His expression remained unyielding, marked only by indifference and resolve. "I have long since awakened, Naruto," he stated coolly. "Living peacefully with friends in a bright future? That is nothing more than a distant dream. I once shared your naivety, believing in such beauty. But reality struck me hard. Sasuke paused before continuing. Thus, I chose to leave the village in pursuit of true power. In my dreams, there exists no future, only the past, and an interminable hatred. His voice was cold and merciless. At the very moment Sasuke spoke, a multitude of dazzling arcs of electricity surged forth from his palm, intertwining like lightning, emitting a crackling sound. Sasuke had evidently resolved to complete the unfinished battle with Naruto before Sakura and Kakashi could intervene. Upon witnessing this, Naruto instantly realized that Sasuke had unleashed his Chidori. Faced with the formidable Sasuke, Naruto dared not slacken his pace. He swiftly summoned shadow clones to assist him in gathering his Rasengan. As he concentrated on forming the Rasengan, he kept a vigilant gaze fixed on the charging Sasuke, boldly declaring, "Even if I have to beat you today, I will bring you back." This proclamation echoed like thunder in the air, reflecting Naruto's unwavering determination. In that very moment, Naruto's Rasengan was finally complete. It spun rapidly in his hand, distorting the surrounding air with its immense power. Subsequently, Naruto was firmly grasped by his shadow clone and hurled towards Sasuke like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the Chidori in Sasuke's hand erupted with astonishing electricity, the fierce arcs seemingly poised to tear the air apart as he surged towards Naruto with remarkable velocity. In an instant, the Chidori and Rasengan collided violently in the sky like two meteors. With a resounding blast that shook the heavens, mist erupted. As if the entire world trembled under the force of this tremendous power. A surge of chakra erupted in that fleeting moment, creating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Under this immense force, both Naruto and Sasuke were catapulted away. Their bodies arced through the air like kites with severed strings before crashing heavily onto the nearby water's surface. Sasuke struggled to rise from the water, his body trembling from the impact, gasping for breath. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, my full-powered Chidori was actually blocked." His words revealed his astonishment and resentment towards Naruto's strength. Chapter 132. The Battle at the Valley of the End 2. However, at this moment, Naruto was engulfed in turmoil. He had merely intended to gauge whether Sasuke would strike him with lethal intent, thus he had not exerted his full strength. Yet reality dealt him a crushing blow. Sasuke had shown him no mercy, unleashing his full power. Naruto's face, once radiant with sunlight and smiles, was now shrouded in boundless sorrow. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Sasuke, as if confronting a complete stranger. Years of friendship appeared so fragile in this instant. Sasuke had truly sought to end his life. As Naruto's sorrow deepened, a formidable force surged within him. An orange-red chakra erupted from his being like a volcanic eruption, forming a resplendent glow. This chakra's energy was extraordinarily vast, instantly evaporating the surrounding lake water into steam, creating a hazy expanse of white mist. Sasuke gazed intently at the vibrant orange chakra enveloping Naruto, along with the emerging spectral figure of the Nine Tails behind him. His crimson Sharingan flickered slightly. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "What on earth is this?" Although this was not the first time he had witnessed Naruto entering such a state, he remained unable to comprehend the true essence of this enigmatic power. At that moment, Naruto's eyes transformed into beastly crimson slits, and distinct whisker-like markings appeared on his cheeks, symbolizing the Nine Tails. His canines protruded slightly. Despite Sasuke's desire to eliminate him, Naruto was unwilling to relinquish what few friends he had. "Sasuke, I won't let Orochimaru take you. Even if it means breaking your limbs, I will stop you." As Naruto harnessed the power of the Nine Tails, his strength surged immensely. Even Sasuke, under the oppressive aura of the Nine Tails, felt his body involuntarily tremble, akin to a small rabbit confronted by a predator. With a resolute determination to incapacitate Sasuke, Naruto's combat prowess skyrocketed. Sasuke found himself utterly powerless against Naruto in his tailed beast mode, enduring a relentless thrashing. After a period of complete domination, Naruto seized Sasuke by the collar, pinning him down, and once again locked eyes with him, asking, "You ought to be coming to your senses, don't you think? If you remain oblivious, I will render you immobile and carry you away." Sasuke, irritated by Naruto's words, narrowed his eyes and retorted brusquely, "Spare me your ramblings. How could someone without parents or siblings possibly understand my feelings? You, who have been alone from the start, cannot fathom the pain I have endured. It is precisely because I once had those bonds that their loss causes me such anguish. How could you, who have never tasted the bitterness of losing loved ones. Comprehend my emotions? With that, Sasuke forcefully pushed Naruto away. They both plunged into the water, sending up a splash. Fortunately, 2 pieces of driftwood floated nearby, providing them with a place to rest. Sasuke's roar caused Naruto's tone to grow somber. After all, as Sasuke pointed out, Naruto had been an orphan since childhood, devoid of any understanding of familial bonds or brotherhood. He bowed his head silently, murmuring, "I truly do not know what familial love or brotherhood feels like. Yet, when I am with Iruka-sensei, I wonder if having a father feels like this. When I spend time with Sakura, I think, is having an older sister or brother also like this? And when I am with you, I ponder, is having a brother what this is?" Sasuke was taken aback by Naruto's words, his previously indifferent tone softening involuntarily. "Why, Naruto? Why are you so persistently attached to me?" Without hesitation, Naruto replied, "Because you are the bond one have fought so hard to forge. It is precisely because I do not wish to lose you that I must prevent you from walking this irreversible path." His gaze was resolute and unwavering, as if nothing could sway his determination. Upon hearing this, Sasuke slowly rose to his feet, retrieving his forehead protector from his pocket and gently donning it upon his brow. This seemingly simple act bore profound significance, symbolizing Sasuke's resolute determination to engage in a battle of equals with Naruto. At that moment, Sasuke's Sharingan underwent a startling transformation, the original 2 tomo morphing into 3, emanating a disquieting crimson glow. His gaze sharpened, as if capable of piercing through the very soul of another. With the forehead protector in place, Sasuke leaned slightly forward, adopting a combative stance. His voice, low and steely, cut through the air. "It is too late, Naruto. Everything has become irrevocable. There is no turning back for me." His words were laden with resignation and resolve, suggesting he had come to terms with his fate. Indeed, Sasuke spoke the truth. The gift from Orochimaru was not easily embraced. Once he accepted the cursed seal, it signified that his life had entered a countdown, with only Orochimaru possessing the means to unravel this predicament. However, Naruto was not daunted by Sasuke's proclamation. He stood his ground with unwavering determination. Observing Naruto's steadfastness, a cold smirk crept upon Sasuke's lips. "Then let me sever this bond." His voice was frigid and merciless, as if he had cast aside any remnants of their friendship. "Then why on the forehead protector?" Naruto inquired, watching Sasuke's actions with curiosity. "I concede that you are formidable." Sasuke's words reached Naruto's ears, causing him to flinch in disbelief. His eyes widened, unable to fathom such acknowledgement from Sasuke. This was the first time he had heard such praise. Yet, Sasuke continued, "Because both of us are acutely aware of the agony of solitude, and this suffering compels one to evolve and grow stronger. Thus, I have resolved to sever the ties between us to attain greater power. From this moment forth, I shall regard you as an equal adversary and engage in a genuine battle." He added, however, "One thing shall remain unaltered. You shall never inflict even the slightest harm upon my forehead." Naruto realized he could not persuade Sasuke to return to Konoha. He could only proceed as previously stated, to incapacitate Sasuke and bring him back. "It seems words are futile," Naruto bellowed, his chakra erupting like a volcano. His form became enveloped in an orange glow, resembling a fiery beast as he charged towards Sasuke. In the face of Naruto's onslaught, Sasuke remained remarkably composed. His eyes gleamed with a scarlet intensity, rendering Naruto's movements, previously indistinct under the 2 tomo, exceedingly clear now that his Sharingan had evolved to 3 tomo. Even the slightest tremor of each hair was discernible. A confident smile graced Sasuke's lips. He was now fully capable of keeping pace with Naruto, empowered by the 9 tails. This battle was only just beginning. Chapter 133. The Valley of the End Battle 3. With the activation of his 3 tomo, Sasuke's dynamic prowess surged dramatically. In this state, even with Naruto harnessing the chakra of the 9 tails, every movement he made became devoid of any secrets. Naruto endeavored to employ various offensive techniques. Yet no matter how he struck, Sasuke effortlessly discerned and swiftly countered each maneuver. This left Naruto in a state of utter frustration, prompting him to contemplate new strategies. At last, an idea struck him. He utilized the water's surface beside the waterfall as a veil, conjuring a multitude of shadow clones to divert Sasuke's attention. These clones served as mere decoys, effectively dispersing Sasuke's focus. While Sasuke was ensnared by the multitude of clones, the real Naruto stealthily submerged beneath the water's surface, swiftly grasping Sasuke's legs like a specter of the deep. Sasuke suddenly sensed an overwhelming force from below. Glancing down, he discovered that Naruto had firmly seized his legs. Before he could react, a throng of Narutos erupted from the water, entwined like a human centipede. In an instant, this peculiar formation hurled Sasuke with astonishing velocity against the cliff beside the waterfall. With a resounding crash, Sasuke's body collided with the cliff, sending clouds of dust into the air. Yet, this blow did not incapacitate him. He swiftly adjusted his posture mid-fall, forming seals with his hands and unleashing a torrent of flames at the Naruto still gripping his feet. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu, he shouted, as the inferno surged forth like a dragon, rapidly enveloping Naruto's form. Upon contact with the water's surface, the flames ignited a violent explosion, generating a vast plume of steam. As the smoke and fire gradually dissipated, countless shadow clones of Naruto plummeted from the sky like raindrops, collapsing onto the river's surface and instantly dissolving into nothingness. Meanwhile, Naruto's true self lay in a pitiable state at Sasuke's feet, his body marred by extensive burns that were shocking to behold. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit persisted, his eyes fixed intently on Sasuke as he struggled to utter, "Sasuke." However, upon witnessing Naruto's near-lifeless form, Sasuke's expression morphed into one of fierce malice. His eyes brimmed with rage and despair as he bellowed, "It's too late. It's far too late, Naruto." With that roar, Sasuke seized Naruto by the collar, lifting him as one might a chick. Without hesitation, he dragged Naruto with him over the cliff's edge. In midair, Sasuke suddenly shifted his approach, ensnaring Naruto's neck with his legs while clasping his legs tightly with his arms, positioning Naruto head down as he violently slammed him onto the protruding rocks in the river below. The impact was akin to a thunderous strike, shattering the stones, while Naruto endured even graver injuries. His body contorted grotesquely under the immense force, blood spraying forth. Meanwhile, a graceful shadow standing atop the cliff bore witness to this harrowing scene. A wave of compassion surged within her, compelling her to instinctively reach out to save Naruto. Yet, her hand hesitated in midair, ultimately retracting slowly. Thus, the shadow remained still, gazing alongside Sasuke at Naruto, whose fate hung in the balance. As the river flowed, Naruto's battered body gradually drifted away, ultimately vanishing from their sight. At that moment, the architect of this tragedy, Sasuke, lay trembling atop the wreckage of crumbling rocks, as if enduring immense torment. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and he emitted dry heaves that evoked sympathy in all who heard him. Meanwhile, Naruto, silently floating along the current, found his consciousness mysteriously drawn inward, suddenly arriving within his own body. There, he beheld a colossal nine-tails imprisoned in a sewer-like dungeon, its scornful gaze fixed coldly upon the motionless Naruto, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of its mouth. "You are so weak, little brat," the voice of the nine-tails echoed in the enclosed space, laced with contempt and mockery. "You ought to be grateful to me and to the fourth Hokage who sealed me within you. Without my presence, you would have long since perished." At that moment, Sasuke, having finally ceased his painful retching, struggled to rise from the debris. He staggered across the water's surface, slowly approaching Naruto. Yet, as he neared, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The seemingly lifeless Naruto, his body in tatters, suddenly erupted with an immense surge of orange chakra. This chakra blazed like fire, enshrouding Naruto completely. Under the influence of this formidable energy, Naruto's burns and injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, those gruesome wounds vanished as if they had never existed. Then, with a sudden jolt, Naruto opened his eyes, their intensity sharp and brimming with boundless power. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist, striking Sasuke squarely in the face. The force of this blow was tremendous. Sasuke barely had time to react before he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the water far away. Simultaneously, Naruto, now awakened, let out a primal roar, as the orange chakra around him coalesced into a fox-like cloak, with a striking fox tail billowing behind him. What followed was a one-sided thrashing of Sasuke, as Naruto, in his tailed beast mode, faced various ninjutsu with fearless determination, the beastly cloak adapting into myriad forms to launch attacks. It could be said that the combat prowess of these two genin had approached that of Genin, surpassing even some ordinary Genin by a substantial margin. Observing the chaotic struggle below, a figure standing on the cliff gradually became visible. Sakura, witnessing the astonishing destructive capabilities of the two, couldn't help but quip. So it's true what the netizens from the past remarked. Genin battles obliterate the world, while Genin merely clash like kitchenware. In truth, Sakura had been secretly observing their fateful confrontation from a distance long before this moment. After all, having come this far, it would feel remiss not to witness the spectacle. Of course, once the duel between the two concludes, Sakura would have her own task of collecting the remnants. However, as she observed Sasuke, pushed to his limits, beginning to employ the second form of the cursed seal, she sensed that this battle was nearing its climax. Chapter 134, The Battle at the Valley of the End. Part 4. Under Sakura's unwavering gaze, Sasuke stood at the foot of the Uchiha Madara statue, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation upon activating the third form of the cursed seal. His skin darkened, veins protruding, and the handsome visage he once possessed morphed into a grotesque and fearsome countenance. Meanwhile, Naruto, positioned at the base of the Senju Hashirama statue, similarly showcased his formidable prowess. He entered the one-tail mode, surrounded by a vibrant orange chakra, resembling a ferocious beast. In this tense moment, Sasuke and Naruto unleashed their ultimate techniques, the Rasengan and Chidori. This time, bolstered by newfound strength, both techniques underwent significant transformations. The Rasengan became more contained, akin to a tailed beast bomb, enveloped in a halo of blue light. While its core radiated a fiery orange, the Chidori, in contrast, sharpened, shimmering with a dark luminescence, akin to a fierce predator poised for flight. The collision of these two powerful ninjutsu erupted in a cacophony of thunderous sounds. For a brief moment, the entirety of the Valley of the End trembled under this overwhelming force, the ground quaking and dust swirling. This fateful confrontation echoed the ferocity of the legendary battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Yet, in the instant their techniques clashed, time seemed to freeze. In that fleeting moment, both Sasuke and Naruto expended their final reserves of strength, launching their remaining attacks towards each other. Sasuke's fist struck like lightning, landing forcefully against Naruto's chest, while Naruto's sharp nails left a long, deep scratch upon Sasuke's forehead protector. As this final blow resonated, the collision of their jutsu unleashed a tremendous wave of explosive force. The aftermath was astonishing, even causing a 10-meter waterfall to reverse its flow in that instant. As the tumult of their fierce battle began to wane, amidst the misty scene, Naruto lay quietly at the foot of the Senju Hashirama statue, unconscious. Sasuke stood beside him, a mark from Naruto's strike evident on his forehead protector, a mocking reminder of his previous assertions that Naruto could never harm him. The forehead protector, once tightly bound, now lay loosened, having fallen beside Naruto's head. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously, and in the blink of an eye, torrential rain poured down, as if the heavens themselves wept for the demise of their friendship. In that poignant moment, the backlash of the cursed seal suddenly struck Sasuke, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground involuntarily. At that moment, Sasuke's face was mere inches from Naruto's, allowing him to clearly see the sorrow and pain etched upon Naruto's expression. Raindrops mingled with tears, cascading down the corners of Sasuke's eyes. He was uncertain whether it was rain or tears that fell, only feeling a sharp pain in his heart. Just as Kakashi followed Pakin to the base of the Hokage monument, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a girl. She stood quietly beside Naruto, who lay lifeless on the ground, clearly unconscious and gravely injured. Kakashi's eyes fell upon a headband lying silently beside Naruto's head. Pakin seemed to have noticed it as well. He hurried over, sniffed the headband, and, as if to confirm Kakashi's suspicion, replied, "It's Sasuke's." Kakashi's expression turned grave as he focused intently on the headband, which bore a distinct scratch. He understood that this mark symbolized a ninja's defection from their village, indicating that Sasuke had completely abandoned Konoha. Witnessing his student leave the village in such a manner stirred an indescribable anguish and sense of loss within Kakashi. Despite the many conflicts and misunderstandings between them, he had always regarded Sasuke as his student, hoping to guide him towards the right path. Yet now, Sasuke had chosen to depart, causing Kakashi immense heartache. Simultaneously, Kakashi's gaze shifted to the girl standing quietly. He could not restrain himself from questioning Sakura. "Why didn't you stop Sasuke? With your strength, you should have been able to." Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Sakura's expression remained largely unchanged. She simply sighed softly and replied in a gentle voice, "Kakashi-sensei, I could stop Sasuke once, but could I stop him for a lifetime? Should I break his limbs? But even then, they would heal one day. If he is resolute in leaving, can we truly guard him forever?" Sakura's words struck Kakashi's heart like a hammer, rendering him speechless. She was right. They could not protect Sasuke indefinitely. He had his own aspirations and desires, and if he wished to leave, how could they possibly prevent him? Unless they were to kill Sasuke, but that was clearly out of the question. Standing in the cold rain, the droplets slid down his cheeks, mingling with the bitterness in his heart. He silently observed the unconscious Naruto, filled with helplessness and sighs. Finally, Kakashi slowly turned to Sakura and said, "I apologize. I spoke out of turn." His voice was low and hoarse, as if soaked by the rain. Sakura heard his words, but merely shook her head gently, stating, "Kakashi-sensei, I share your sorrow over Sasuke's departure. However, I believe this might ultimately be for the best." She took a deep breath and continued, "Even if we forcibly kept Sasuke in the village, it would change nothing. His heart is no longer with us. Such constraints would only cause him more pain. Conversely, allowing him to leave, even if he were to perish out there, would at least ensure he would not have regrets. Because this is his own choice, he is free to pursue what he desires." Kakashi, upon hearing Sakura's comforting words, could not help but smile wryly. He was clearly a seasoned Jonin leader. Yet, today, he found solace from a mere 13-year-old girl. Ultimately, Kakashi retrieved Sasuke's forehead protector and placed it on Naruto's abdomen. Embracing Naruto as he declared, "Sakura, let us depart." Sakura, upon hearing this, shook her head at Kakashi. In response to his puzzled gaze, she formed a single hand seal. In an astonishing turn, a wooden figure with a humanoid silhouette emerged before Kakashi's narrowed pupils, leaving him utterly astounded. For even he had failed to discern that this was Sakura's wooden clone. Though his mind was in disarray and his Sharingan was not engaged, Kakashi had never let his guard down. Under ordinary circumstances, a wooden clone would have been easily detected by him. Now, however, the fact that Sakura could elude his perception indicated that her strength had either matched or surpassed his own. Chapter 135, An Important Promise Inside the Konoha Hospital. The sterile white bed appeared rather monotonous, while Naruto lay upon it, tightly wrapped in white bandages, resembling a mummy. His eyes were closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. At that moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open, revealing Sakura, Tsunade, and Shikamaru. Their footsteps were soft, as they feared disturbing Naruto's rest. As Sakura approached the bedside and gazed at the bandage-wrapped Naruto, a wave of guilt washed over her. After all, she had stood by and watched Naruto and Sasuke battle without intervening. She tentatively extended her hand, wishing to touch Naruto's forehead, yet hesitated, fearing to awaken him. Just as Sakura was caught in her indecision, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat dazed, but upon seeing Sakura, Tsunade, and Shikamaru, his expression dimmed significantly. In a slow, somber voice, Naruto spoke, "I'm sorry, Sakura. I couldn't bring Sasuke back." His tone was heavy with remorse. Upon hearing his words, Sakura quickly shook her head and reassured him, "It's all right, Naruto. This is not your fault. Sasuke has his own choices to make. Although we may not agree with his decisions, we must let nature take its course." However, Sakura's words did not soothe Naruto. Instead, they ignited a fervent response within him. He abruptly sat up, his body trembling slightly with agitation, exclaiming, "No, Sakura. Keeping my word is my ninja way. Although bringing Sasuke back was not a formal agreement between us, since I have promised you, I will make it happen." Sakura looked at Naruto, overwhelmed by his fervor, feeling a sense of helplessness. The so-called promise was merely a casual agreement made during her confrontation with Kankuro, allowing Naruto to pursue Sasuke. She had never anticipated that Naruto would take this promise to heart. Initially, Sakura intended to further persuade Naruto not to cling too tightly to this agreement. Yet, when she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. Sakura suddenly realized that perhaps this promise was not a negative thing for Naruto. After all, establishing a goal could serve as a powerful motivation for him to grow stronger. Otherwise, given Naruto's character, without a clear objective, it would be challenging for him to mature before the impending Great War in over 2 years. Ultimately, Sakura offered Naruto a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Naruto." Within the serene confines of the Konoha hospital, the atmosphere was tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional soft footfalls and the hum of medical equipment. Sakura and her companions tread carefully out of the ward, mindful not to disturb Naruto, who was resting quietly. They softly closed the door, leaving him alone to lie silently on the hospital bed. Naruto gazed at the ceiling, a pristine expanse of white, monotonous yet peaceful. His thoughts, however, raced like wild stallions, unbridled and fervent. He recalled his promise to Sakura, vowing to bring Sasuke back. This thought echoed within him, intensifying his yearning for a swift recovery. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the room, as if the entire hospital quivered. The source of this disturbance was near the window. Naruto felt a tightening in his chest and hastily struggled to rise from his bed, swiftly drawing back the curtains to peer outside. As the curtains parted, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. There stood Jiraiya atop a colossal toad, meeting Naruto's gaze from the second floor. The toad was immense and imposing, while Jiraiya perched comfortably upon its head, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Pervy sage?" Naruto exclaimed, his surprise rendering him momentarily speechless. Jiraiya, upon noticing Naruto, smirked and greeted him with a pose he deemed quite dashing. "Yo?" After exchanging pleasantries, Jiraiya instructed the toad to return to Mount Myaboku, then gracefully leaped down to land securely on Naruto's windowsill. Sitting there with his legs dangling freely, he regarded Naruto with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "I have come today to share something of utmost importance." Jiraiya's voice resonated, deep and authoritative. "From this day forward, you shall officially become my disciple. I will devote 3 years to cultivating you into a formidable ninja." 3 years? Naruto echoed, perplexed by the notion. Jiraiya, sensing Naruto's confusion, continued to elucidate. "I have acquired precise intelligence regarding the Akatsuki organization through certain channels. Their next encounter with you may not occur for another 3 or 4 years. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression dimmed, and his voice dropped to a somber tone. "I don't care about 3 or 4 years. I have no time to train with you right now." Jiraiya, taken aback by Naruto's response, swiftly turned to him, his face a mask of incredulity, and inquired, "What do you mean?" Sensing Jiraiya's concern, Naruto's tone grew increasingly urgent as he explained, "If I don't hurry to pursue Sasuke, he might fall victim to Orochimaru." However, Jiraiya merely smiled softly at Naruto's words, as if he were already well aware of the situation. His expression radiated confidence and composure, piquing curiosity about what he would say next. "It seems you have grasped Orochimaru's true intentions for Sasuke," Jiraiya remarked slowly, his tone calm and assured. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto was momentarily struck dumb, his eyes widening in disbelief, his face a tableau of shock. After a while, he regained his composure and stammered, "So, you're saying that the lustful sage?" Jiraiya observed Naruto's astonished expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips, reflecting a sense of relief. He gestured to interrupt Naruto's words, then explained casually, "I investigated Orochimaru's immortality technique and discovered that his ninjutsu has a limitation. If he does not wait 3 years, it appears he cannot reincarnate into another body. According to my intelligence, he has only recently undergone a reincarnation, so, counting from now, we should have no issues for the next 3 years. We still have time." Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Naruto's anxiety did not completely dissipate. He furrowed his brows and urgently inquired, "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Jiraiya nodded confidently, affirming, "Indeed." Naruto exhaled, seemingly relieved, and a smile finally returned to his face. At that moment, Jiraiya, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "By the way, shouldn't Sakura be stronger than you? Why didn't she stop Sasuke?" Naruto was jolted by the question and excitedly began recounting the formidable enemies they had encountered, detailing how Sakura had bravely assumed command from Shikamaru to organize tasks for everyone, and ultimately even held her ground against an adversary as powerful as Kakashi, allowing him to pursue Sasuke. This was their pact, and thus, it was imperative for him to bring Sasuke back. As Jiraiya listened to Naruto's animated storytelling and the embellishments regarding Sakura, he realized that the information he had was quite different from Naruto's narrative. Chapter 136 revealed that Sakura had temporarily seized command from Shikamaru to assign opponents to everyone, though none sustained serious injuries. However, regardless of Sakura being Tsunade's disciple, punishment was inevitable. As for the formidable opponent Naruto mentioned, Jiraiya had personally surveyed their battlefield, which did not resemble a clash between mere Chuunin or Jonin. Therefore, Jiraiya had reason to conclude that Sakura's strength had indeed surpassed that of a Jonin. However, Sakura could have dealt with the pursuing enemies effortlessly, according to other Konoha ninjas. Those adversaries were severely injured and drained of chakra, implying that even if they were powerful, they were merely at the elite Jonin level. Given Sakura's demonstrated prowess, she could have dispatched them instantaneously without such elaborate measures. As Jiraiya analyzed this, his expression grew increasingly skeptical. When Naruto excitedly informed Jiraiya that this was his pact with Sakura, Jiraiya had nearly pieced together the situation's essence. He resolved to add weight to his words and said gravely, "You should forget about Sasuke. He willingly chose to be with Orochimaru, and no matter what you do, that won't change. I've observed many ninjas and know well that Sasuke is of the same ilk as Orochimaru. Being a ninja is not solely about power. Sometimes one must learn to let go. An unrelenting pursuit is merely the choice of a fool. If you do not relinquish this, our training pact becomes null. And I will have the Umbu keep an eye on you, especially since the Akatsuki has targeted you." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto lowered his head slowly and said, "Then let it be." Subsequently, Naruto abruptly raised his head, his gaze resolute, and declared, "If the ninja you speak of must forsake their comrades, then I would rather remain a fool for all my days. Even if I stand alone, I shall devise formidable jutsu to bring Sasuke back and deliver a sound thrashing to the Akatsuki." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya's expression darkened momentarily, before a smile graced his lips as he replied, "You foolish boy, attempting to hone jutsu by yourself will undoubtedly yield a technique as ridiculous as you are. Perhaps even the utmost folly can be a path in itself. Once you recover, we shall meet again." With those words, Jiraiya slipped out of the window, vanishing amidst a cloud of smoke. After departing from Naruto's hospital room, Tsunade and Sakura walked side by side, both enveloped in a silence that hung heavily between them. Suddenly, Tsunade broke the stillness, saying, "You should not have acted as you did on this mission, Sakura. To have usurped the captain's authority is a grave breach of ninja discipline. Even though you are my pupil, the consequences remain unavoidable." Upon hearing Tsunade's admonition, Sakura's heart sank. She immediately recognized that Shikamaru had reported her. Whirling around, she shot a fierce glare at Shikamaru, who wore an expression of indifference, as if he were wholly unconcerned. Yet, Shikamaru continued to saunter along, unaffected. Sakura bit her lip, understanding that seizing command from the captain was indeed a significant transgression for a ninja. Thus, she felt little resentment toward the impending punishment, even preparing herself mentally for it. However, being prepared did not equate to her willingness to endure severe repercussions. Consequently, Sakura donned a sorrowful, doe-eyed expression as she gazed at Tsunade and cautiously inquired, "Master, how do you intend to punish me?" Observing Sakura's demeanor, Tsunade could not help but cover her forehead with her hand before playfully tapping Sakura's brow. At that moment, she noticed Shikamaru stealing glances at them, so she intentionally raised her voice, stating, "Do not play these games. It is not I who seeks to punish you. The advisory council insists that without rules, there can be no order. Therefore, you are to accompany a Genin on a mission to truly grasp the essence of discipline. Furthermore, 80% of the mission's earnings will be confiscated for the reconstruction of Konoha." Upon hearing the nature of the punishment, Sakura exhaled in relief, vowing silently, "Mito gate un. Suji Koharu, you two old fools, just wait. How dare you use me to undermine my master? I shall remember this grievance for a lifetime." Sakura was acutely aware that this situation bore significant implications. Although it appeared to have caused no tangible harm, those two old men had deliberately seized the opportunity to diminish Tsunade's authority. They were adamant that Sakura had erred, and under such circumstances, Tsunade found it challenging to exonerate her. Nevertheless, Sakura understood that Tsunade had exerted considerable effort to render the consequences of this incident relatively inconsequential. While she pondered these matters, Tsunade continued, "As it happens, Naruto requires rest over the coming days and cannot undertake missions. Even when he recovers, he may very well accompany Jiraiya out of the village for training. Thus, for the next few months, you shall execute missions alongside that Genin. However, do not allow his lower rank to inflate your ego." Tsunade paused for a moment before continuing, "He is no ordinary Genin. He has been a shinobi since the era of my grandfather. If not for his own reluctance to ascend the ranks, with his prowess, he could have long since achieved the status of an elite Genin." Upon hearing this, Sakura likely deduced the identity of the individual Tsunade was referring to. This was a man who had witnessed generations of Hokage, and even someone of Sarutobi Hiruzen's stature would treat him with utmost respect. He is none other than the legendary eternal Genin, Maru Hashikage. Indeed, the following day, when Sakura arrived at a small hill overlooking the village, she beheld an elderly man tending to a fire and preparing a meal. The old man appeared rather unassuming, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Clad in a simple hemp vest, in a crowd, he would blend in as a typical elderly figure. Yet little would one suspect that he was a renowned hermit of Konoha. Approaching the old man respectfully, Sakura greeted him. "Good day, sir. Under Master Tsunade's guidance, I am here to assist you with your tasks." The old man stirred the vegetables in the pot with his long chopsticks, casting a curious glance at Sakura before responding with a warm smile. "What a fine child. Tsunade has indeed taken an admirable disciple. Have you eaten yet? Would you care for a bite?" Sakura shook her head, replying, "I have already eaten at home." The old man did not press further, but ladled a bowl of vegetable soup for her, continuing, "Here, have a bowl of soup. Soon, we have a task to attend to. Rumor has it that the stone village is stirring, and we may need to prepare for a confrontation." Understood, Sakura accepted the soup, taking a sip before settling down beside the elder, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Naruto arrived at the entrance of Konoha, accompanied by Jiraiya, and said to him, "Hey, Herby Sage, can't we wait a little longer before embarking on our training? I haven't had the chance to say goodbye to Sakura yet." Jiraiya, ruffling Naruto's hair, replied, "We will return. Besides, you heard Sakura's mother say that Sakura is on a mission and won't be back for a while." Feeling somewhat dejected, Naruto responded, "All right then." Little did he know that this farewell would span 2.5 years. Chapter 137. 2.5 years in a dimly lit, deserted alley of Konoha. Two figures, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, stealthily approached a shadow sharpening its claws. One figure was a bespectacled boy, while the other was a charming girl with twin ponytails. The girl, tense and focused, pressed her hand against the earpiece of her walkie-talkie, whispering, "Konoha Maru. We have cornered the target." Upon hearing her words, the boy appeared anxious and urged, "Konoha Maru, make your move quickly. We can't let it escape again." Just then, a faint sound echoed from the other end of the alley. Suddenly, a boy clad in a long scarf leaped from behind the wall, landing gracefully on the ground. "Not a problem," the boy declared confidently. Before his words could settle, the shadow dashed towards him like lightning. The large orange cat sensed the impending danger, letting out a startled cry as it attempted to flee. However, the boy was swift, intercepting the cat in an instant. The large orange cat, unwilling to concede, engaged in a fierce battle with the young boy, its claws bared. The boy, nimble and agile, deftly evaded the cat's attacks while continuously seeking an opportunity. At last, amidst a chorus of feline cries, he successfully captured the orange cat in his embrace. With a triumphant smile, he exclaimed, "Ha, I've finally caught you." Standing nearby, Udon sniffed and scrutinized the bow on the cat's ear before confidently declaring, "Indeed, the bow on the right ear indicates this is Little Tiger." Upon witnessing this, Meng Huang immediately pressed the intercom at her ear, reporting to the leading jonin, teacher Ebisu, "Little Tiger has been captured." Meanwhile, in a cherry blossom grove within Konohagakure, a girl with short pink hair adorned with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead stood serenely beneath a cherry tree. Clad in a garment resembling a short qipao and wearing brown gloves, she had safety shorts and knee-high socks. One hand rested on the hilt of her sword, and with the gentle breeze causing the blossoms to rustle, a petal gracefully descended from the treetop. In a flash of cold light, the petals fell like snowflakes. However, as they reached the girl, they seemed to be severed by an invisible force, splitting in two. She sheathed her sword with fluid grace, the motion seamless and harmonious. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an unusual sensation surged within her, as if something was stealthily approaching from behind. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she abruptly opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of faint red in her gaze. "Who goes there?" Her voice rang clear and sharp, akin to a nightingale emerging from the valley, jarring the tranquility of the surroundings. As her cry echoed, two figures materialized beneath a nearby cherry tree, previously devoid of presence. One figure appeared as pale as parchment, seemingly drained of all color and vitality, trembling slightly, as if enduring immense agony. The other figure, clad in a black robe adorned with fiery clouds, wore a swirling mask that obscured his true visage. At that moment, both seemed to be in considerable distress. Suddenly, Numerous branches erupted from the pale figure, sprouting as if imbued with life, rapidly growing from his body and gradually blooming with vibrant cherry blossoms at their tips. The figure in the black robe fared no better. Half of his body underwent a similar transformation, the robe pierced by branches that revealed his pallid skin, with blossoms beginning to flourish upon them. However, unlike the pale figure, the black-robed individual vanished without a trace amidst a swirling distortion of space, leaving behind only his transformed half, standing desolately in place. With the disappearance of the black-robed figure, the pale figure gradually lost its human form, his body being consumed by the cherry blossom tree, ultimately transforming alongside the fragmented figure into a robust cherry tree, standing quietly as if it had always belonged there. As Sakura beheld the scene before her, her brows gradually furrowed. Over the past 2.5 years, she had become all too familiar with the invasive presence of white zetsu. The cherry blossom grove surrounding her was predominantly composed of trees transformed by white zetsu. And through persistent effort, Sakura had become quite adept at her illusions. Simultaneously, she began to comprehend certain truths. Her illusion technique, which she had aptly named Early Cherry Blossom, served as a specialized counter against both white zetsu and the cells of Hashirama. In essence, her would-release chakra posed a direct threat to these two entities. Through experimentation with white zetsu, Sakura discerned that even a mere touch of her chakra could send these beings spiraling out of control, transforming into cherry blossom trees. As for why they were so susceptible to losing control, Sakura surmised a few things. Primarily, both entities contained would-release chakra, albeit not originating from their original hosts. One was the product of the unstable fusion of Hashirama's cells with a human body, prone to chaos with the slightest provocation. White zetsu, on the other hand, was crafted from the chakra of the god tree, containing would-release chakra as well, though it exhibited far greater stability than Hashirama's cells. Nevertheless, when it encountered Sakura's would-release chakra, it too would succumb to rapid disintegration and assimilation by her chakra. Ultimately, after reflecting on the novels and films of her past life, Sakura reached a bold conclusion. Her chakra likely possessed a higher rank than the reprocessed Hashirama cells and the god tree's chakra. This allowed her to swiftly engulf and assimilate them, resulting in their chaotic transformation. As for the original Hashirama or the god tree, they presumably lacked this effect, but their absorption and assimilation rates would be somewhat faster than that of an ordinary individual. Armed with this insight, Sakura was inspired to conceive a daring idea, for which she crafted a unique technique, eagerly anticipating the moment during the Fourth Great Ninja War to surprise both Team 7 and Kaguya. Just as Sakura was deep in thought, a melodious voice of a young boy pierced through her reverie. "Sakurane, I knew you would be here training." Startled by the sudden voice, Sakura turned to see a boy, wrapped in an excessively long scarf, accompanied by two small followers, approaching her. The scarf trailed almost to the ground, lending him a rather comical appearance. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as Konoha. Before Sakura could utter a word, a petite figure dashed towards her like lightning, leaping into her embrace and tightly wrapping her arms around Sakura's waist. "Sakurane, have you finished training?" The sweet voice of Moegi chimed in her ear. Sakura smiled, gently patting Moegi's small head, relishing in the affection she received. Ever since Naruto had left the village, Konohamaru's team had become particularly attached to her, especially Moegi, who seemed especially fond of hugging her. As Sakura gazed at the three children before her, a warm sensation surged within her. Though Naruto was absent, the presence of Konohamaru and the others added a touch of joy to her life. "Wait a moment. I need to help my master retrieve the entry records. Would you like to join me?" Sakura inquired gently. Somewhere in the land of rain, amidst a distortion of space, a figure tumbled out in a state of disarray. At this moment, the shadow adorned with a swirling mask was left with only half of its body. After a futile struggle to rise, it could only lie on the ground, calling out into the empty forest. "Zetsu, I know you are here. Come forth and assist me in restoring my other half." Upon hearing the words of Obito, a monstrous entity resembling a Venus flytrap slowly emerged from the sturdy trees, its tone dripping with schadenfreude. "TSK, TSK, TSK, what has become of our illustrious Madara? Were you not dispatched to Konoha to ascertain the demise of numerous white zetsu?" Obito, detecting the barely concealed ire in the voice, retorted sharply, "Cease your mockery and execute my orders. Furthermore, spread the word that there exists a girl in Konoha named Haruno Sakura, who possesses a bloodline limit of wood release. She is destined to become the second Senju Hashirama, the man revered as the god of shinobi. Upon hearing the certainty in Obito's tone, Zetsu's pupils dilated, and he could not help but inquire, is that Haruno Sakura truly so formidable? Enough with the idle chatter, carry out the command. This woman must not survive until we implement our plan. Obito barked in exasperation, then murmured as if explaining to himself. Her techniques are exceedingly peculiar and pose a significant threat to me and the white Zetsu. She cannot be allowed to live. Immediately, Zetsu dispatched a white Zetsu to fulfill the command, understanding that the woman's fate was now intricately tied to his scheme. Farther along, Chapter 138, Return, unfolds amidst the bustling streets of Konoha, where throngs of people create a lively atmosphere. Sakura led Konohamaru and his two companions on a leisurely stroll through the vibrant thoroughfare. Excitedly, Konohamaru recounted the cat-catching mission executed that morning, animatedly gesturing as he spoke. That little tiger was so mischievous, it suddenly swiped at my face. Sakura, listening to his vivid narration, couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, we've done that task before, hasn't it been nostalgic? As Konohamaru continued his tale, he rested his hands behind his head, trailing a long scarf while walking at the forefront. Suddenly, recalling something, he turned to Sakura and asked, "Hey, sister, has Naruto contacted you recently?" Sakura shook her head, responding, "Not yet, but he should be back soon." Her gaze instinctively drifted towards the outskirts of the village, a wave of longing for Naruto swelling within her. Just then, they realized they had unknowingly arrived at the gates of Konoha. The guards, Izumi and Torichi, spotted Sakura and her friends from afar, their faces brightening with warm smiles as they greeted them. "Ah, you've arrived." Sakura promptly replied, "Good afternoon, Uncle Izumi, Uncle Torichi." Exchanging glances, Izumi and Torichi remarked, "You're just in time. There's quite a spectacle to behold in the streets." Curiosity sparked among the four, and they turned to look at the street. In that instant, a jubilant shout rang out. "Everyone, I, Naruto Uzumaki, have returned." As the crowd turned to focus, they saw Naruto perched on a nearby utility pole, his face alight with joy as he waved enthusiastically to everyone. Once he descended from the pole, his gaze was instantly drawn to Sakura, who stood not far away. Before them stood Sakura, a slender figure with a long blade elegantly affixed to her waist, blossoming into a beautiful young woman. Naruto, brimming with excitement, approached her with a radiant smile and exclaimed, "It's been ages, Sakura. You're just the same as ever." Lacking any femininity, the smile that graced Sakura's face abruptly froze upon hearing Naruto's words. She regarded him with a mix of amusement and exasperation, inwardly lamenting, "This guy remains as tactless as ever." Jiraiya, observing the scene from the sidelines, shook his head in resignation, sighing, "This lad truly has no understanding of a woman's heart." Sakura, catching Jiraiya's comment, felt a twinge of displeasure. She turned to him, her lips curling into a mischievous smile, and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, my Jinjutsu has significantly improved. Would you care to experience it?" Jiraiya's expression stiffened at her words, bewildered as to how he had provoked her. While he pondered this, a voice suddenly called out from the side, "Naruto and I." At the sound of Konohamaru's voice, a thin wisp of smoke began to rise. As the smoke dissipated, a stunning beauty with alluring curves and flowing hair appeared before Naruto, her modesty concealed by the haze, casting a seductive glance as she cooed, "Seduction technique." At this sight, Jiraiya entirely abandoned his previous confusion, his face morphing into one of unabashed admiration for the enchanting figure Konohamaru had transformed into. However, Naruto remained unfazed, his expression unchanged throughout the spectacle. Konohamaru, brimming with delight, thought to himself, "He must be utterly captivated by my seduction technique." He then boasted, "So, Naruto and isn't her figure remarkably voluptuous and alluring?" Hearing Konohamaru's words, Naruto's lips curled slightly into a smile as he replied in a tone suggestive of maturity, "Konohamaru, I'm no longer a child. It's time to abandon such childish jutsu." Konohamaru's expression fell, having anticipated Naruto's praise. Yet, just as disappointment began to set in, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, "However, your technique lacks finesse. Allow me to showcase my newly developed seduction technique." As Naruto prepared to weave the hand seals for his new jutsu, a bright voice chimed in, "Naruto, could you refrain from embarrassing me in public?" Sakura stepped beside him, offering a gentle tap on his head. Yet, This seemingly soft gesture propelled Naruto away like a cannonball, his speed astonishing enough to leave 2 substantial craters in the street. My apologies, Naruto. I may have exerted a tad too much force, Sakura remarked hastily, her smile unwavering, though a glint of menace flickered in her eyes. Jiraiya, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but shudder, reflecting inwardly. Sakura's aura and strength are truly reminiscent of Tsunade. As Konohamaru and his companions witnessed the scene, they instinctively clung to Jiraiya's leg, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Naruto, having crashed into the ground and feeling the ache in his head, couldn't help but exclaim, Sakura truly hasn't changed. In fact, she seems even more fierce than before. Within the Hokage building, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating Tsunade's desk as she smiled at Naruto and Jiraiya. It has been a while, gentlemen, she remarked, her voice laced with anticipation. Surely your training has yielded some results? Upon hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Jiraiya's lips curled into a confident smile. Do you truly believe we would return without any growth? Naruto chimed in enthusiastically, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, the effects are remarkable. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Tsunade's eyes as she said, well then, let us see the fruits of your labor. Naruto, slightly hesitant, echoed, let you see? Tsunade continued, for this very purpose, I haven't assigned any tasks to a certain man for several days, allowing him to prepare to better assess your abilities. Of course, Sakura, you may only utilize what I have taught you. All other jutsu and that blade of yours are strictly off limits. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed through the room. Tsunade acknowledged it and permitted the visitor to enter. The door creaked open, revealing a white-haired man clad in a mask. Upon hearing the sound, Naruto turned around and, upon recognizing the newcomer, his face lit up with astonishment as he exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei. This book is about to undergo a final review, and the conclusion has already been determined. I will also make slight modifications to the book's synopsis, and for those interested, feel free to speculate on the final outcome. I assure you, there will be no cliché endings involving the protagonist waking from a dream. I once encountered a beloved book that resorted to such an ending, which left me utterly disgusted. Chapter 139, the second bell test after his initial shock. Naruto's expression swiftly transformed into a radiant smile. He excitedly declared, you haven't changed a bit, sensei. Still as cool as ever. However, before he could finish his sentence, Naruto seemed to remember something crucial and hurriedly rummaged through his ninja pouch. Moments later, he triumphantly retrieved a book. The instant Kakashi's gaze fell upon the book, his expression shifted dramatically, the carefree demeanor replaced by tension and anticipation. His lips quivered as he spoke in a nearly trembling voice. What is this? Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Naruto beamed and introduced, this is the long-awaited new installment of the Intimate series after 3 years. While I personally think it's nothing special, I'm sure you will love it. Sensei, Kakashi's hand slowly reached out, as if the book were a rare treasure. Just as he opened it to admire its contents, Tsunade could no longer contain herself and interjected, all right, enough reminiscing for now, Kakashi. Kakashi abruptly halted his actions, swiftly closing the book and turning to Tsunade with a serious expression. At this moment, Naruto seemed to regain his senses, his eyes widening as he gazed at Tsunade and Kakashi, murmuring in disbelief, could it be that my opponent is? Kakashi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he looked at Naruto and softly remarked, you're quite close. He then turned his gaze towards Sakura, standing nearby, and cheerfully said, Sakura, it has been a while. With a smile directed at both Sakura and Naruto, he continued, the ones I will be contending with are you two. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression reflected a hint of surprise. After all, during this period of training, his strength had surged impressively, filling him with confidence. Moreover, before his departure, Sakura had already reached Kakashi's level of prowess. Thus, the prospect of facing Kakashi alongside Sakura seemed exceedingly unfair to him. At that moment, Tsunade interjected. Engaging in combat with Kakashi will allow you to gauge your true capabilities, and the outcome will ultimately determine your future paths. She then addressed Sakura. Aside from the techniques I have taught you, you are prohibited from using any other ninjutsu or that blade. I wish to see how much strength you can exhibit under these constraints. Sakura nodded in response, softly affirming, understood. Just then, Kakashi spoke up. Well then, let us commence. Although I am eager to say this, since Naruto has just returned, it would be prudent to allow him a moment's respite. Naruto immediately retorted, I'm not tired at all. However, Kakashi paid no heed to Naruto's protest. His anticipation for the newly acquired paradise of affection was overwhelming, and he felt compelled to indulge in it before engaging in battle with Naruto and Sakura. "Let us meet at the third training ground," Kakashi declared before vanishing from sight in an instant. As evening approached, the last rays of the setting sun cast a soft golden hue over the third training ground, enveloping the entire space in a delicate glow. Standing at the center of the arena, Naruto surveyed the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. This place marked the beginning of his and Sakura's journey as ninjas, the very site where they faced Kakashi's test and officially became Genin. Recalling those moments, both Naruto and Sakura couldn't help but smile. However, in stark contrast to their fond memories, Kakashi-sensei was late yet again. Naruto, growing increasingly impatient, paced the arena, muttering, "How long are we supposed to wait for Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura leaned against the railing, chuckling at Naruto's anxious demeanor, and remarked, "Isn't this just how Kakashi-sensei always is? You ought not to complain." In response to Sakura's words, Naruto plopped down onto the ground, still grumbling, "I really wish he would show some improvement." Just then, Kakashi appeared atop the railing, wearing his signature smile, and said, "Apologies, apologies. I encountered an elderly lady in need of assistance on my way here." Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, and in unison, they exclaimed, "Stop lying." Kakashi, indifferent to the banter of the two individuals, made his way to the center of the training ground, producing two bells. "Let me see your progress. You haven't given up on Sasuke, have you?" Upon witnessing this, Naruto's excitement surged forth, and he could not help but exclaim, "Of course, I trained rigorously for this." Kakashi, smiling at Naruto's exuberant response, nodded approvingly and continued, "The rules remain unchanged from the first time. As long as you can snatch the bells from my grasp, any means are permissible." Before Kakashi could finish, Naruto interjected, "As long as you don't intend to kill me, right?" Sakura chimed in, "So, without the resolve to kill, the bells are unattainable. Indeed, without such determination, they would remain out of reach. By sunrise tomorrow," Kakashi added. Hearing this, Naruto adjusted his forehead protector, while Sakura donned a pair of brown gloves and hurled a handful of shurikens into the forest behind her. The shurikens vanished into the woods in the blink of an eye, a testament to their power. Meanwhile, in the forest, a pair of delicate hands caught the flying shurikens effortlessly. The owner of those hands did not even flinch at Sakura's formidable strength. Kakashi slowly closed the book he had been reading. Just then, Naruto teased, "Haha, Kakashi-sensei, why aren't you reading while dodging my attacks this time?" Kakashi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leisurely stowed his book in his ninja pouch, then raised his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan, seemingly showcasing his prowess to Naruto. "If I do not take this seriously, it may not end well for me," Kakashi stated, his voice calm and self-assured. However, before his words could fully settle, Naruto instantly summoned shadow clones, transforming them into a colossal shuriken aimed at Kakashi. Observing this, Kakashi moved with lightning speed, appearing behind Naruto in an instant. One hand, like a vice, firmly grasped the back of Naruto's head, while the other seized the enormous shuriken from Naruto's grip. "All right, this is where it ends," Kakashi declared, his tone still composed, as if everything was well within his control. Feeling disheartened by Kakashi's effortless restraint, Naruto muttered, "Kakashi-sensei, you're still as formidable as ever." Kakashi smiled slightly and released his hold on Naruto. He gazed at the once small boy who had now grown into a tall young man, reflecting, "You've certainly grown taller." Kakashi's attention then shifted behind him, where another Naruto, armed with a kunai, pointed it directly at his lower back. This Naruto was evidently one of the shadow clones summoned earlier, exhibiting agility and decisiveness that indicated considerable growth compared to his younger self. Chapter 140. Sakura's strength. Kakashi observed the Naruto before him, a wave of sentiment washing over him. He recognized that Naruto had indeed matured significantly, yet his impulsive nature appeared to remain largely unchanged. Kakashi's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he teased, "Naruto, your impatience remains unchanged. I haven't even declared the start yet." With that, Kakashi inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes, seemingly to adjust his state of mind. He then softly uttered, "Prepare," and before the last syllable faded, his figure vanished like smoke from Naruto's encirclement. Even with Naruto clutching his kunai, poised at the spot where Kakashi had been, he was entirely unprepared to react. The waning rays of the setting sun cast a golden hue upon Sakura and Naruto, elongating their shadows. Sakura glanced around, discovering that Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. A confident smile graced her lips as she tightened her gloved hand and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch directed at the ground. Accompanied by Sakura's spirited shout, the earth seemed to rend asunder under an overwhelming force. With a sharp crack, the ground within a 5-meter radius of Sakura shattered, debris swirling into the air. Naruto, standing behind Sakura, was taken aback by this sudden display, stumbling in shock and collapsing to the ground. As the earth split, Kakashi's figure gradually became visible, his expression mirroring Naruto's astonishment as he beheld the devastation, particularly the fractured ground, prompting him to exclaim, "What an astonishing display of brute strength." Kakashi quickly recognized this as Tsunade's signature technique. He had initially presumed that Tsunade had only imparted medical ninjutsu to Sakura. After all, Sakura was already formidable in her own right, and given her seemingly inexhaustible chakra, adopting a powerhouse role seemed the most pragmatic choice. It was evident that Tsunade had no intention of withholding her skills. Even if Sakura might not utilize her immense strength in the future, she had been entrusted with it nonetheless. Observing the shattered terrain around him, Kakashi couldn't help but marvel. Fifth Hokage, it appears you have taught far more than just medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Naruto, witnessing Sakura's extraordinary power, internally mused, "If I were to be struck by that punch in jest, I would surely perish." Sakura, gazing at the crater where Kakashi stood in bewilderment, smiled and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I found you." As Kakashi snapped back to reality, he recalled that Tsunade had restricted Sakura's use of all ninjutsu except for her brute strength and medical techniques, which eased his mind. Though Sakura possessed incredible strength, as long as he avoided her strikes, he would be fine. With his Sharingan at his disposal, he reasoned that if he remained cautious, Sakura posed little threat. However, at that moment, it seemed Sakura had read Kakashi's thoughts. Unhurriedly, she picked up a stone the size of her fist from the ground, gently tossing it in her palm as she seemed to assess its weight and texture. As Sakura toyed with the stone, Naruto caught sight of her actions, and memories of being struck by stones in his childhood flooded his mind. Consequently, he hurriedly sprang to his feet and approached Sakura, bewildered, and asked, "Throwing stones? This is a trick that only the children of the ninja school would dare to play." However, before Naruto could finish his words, he noticed a subtle smile forming at the corners of Sakura's mouth. Without hesitation, she swung her arm and hurled the stone in her hand forcefully towards Kakashi. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed through the air, as if the entire world trembled in response. Following this, a powerful shockwave surged forth like a tempest, causing the surrounding trees and bushes to sway violently. Before Sakura, a massive sonic boom cloud materialized, resembling a blooming mushroom, slowly dissipating into the atmosphere. The small stone in Sakura's grasp shot forth like a meteor, racing towards Kakashi at a speed surpassing sound. At that moment, Kakashi felt a surge of alarm. The velocity of the stone was such that even his Sharingan could not react in time. Unperturbed, Sakura observed the unfolding scene, then turned to Naruto, her smile taking on a teasing quality as she softly inquired, "What were you saying just now, Naruto?" Startled by Sakura's question, Naruto trembled, cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a torrent. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sakura, his throat constricted as if something were lodged within, rendering him momentarily speechless. Not far away, Kakashi was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. A chill coursed down his spine, and the gust of wind created by the stone's passage sent beads of sweat pouring uncontrollably from his brow. After a considerable pause, both Naruto and Kakashi regained their composure. Swallowing hard in unison, Naruto forced a smile that was more pained than joyful and stammered to Sakura, "Sakura, you are truly amazing." At that very moment, Jiraiya, hidden within the forest, witnessed Sakura launch a colossal stone as if she were firing a cannonball. This astonishing sight left him utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, and his mouth agape in disbelief. His gaze gradually shifted away from the sonic boom cloud, finally resting on Tsunade, who stood nearby, casually leaning against a large tree with a sheathed long sword in hand, exuding an air of pride and satisfaction. Her confident demeanor seemed to declare to all present that this was her creation. Jiraiya, somewhat stammering, queried, "Can such incredible strength be used this way?" His voice brimmed with astonishment and confusion, clearly taken aback by Sakura's unique application of her power. Tsunade's lips curled into a subtle smile as she regarded the astonished Shizune and Jiraiya, casually responding, "Why can't it be used this way?" Although Tsunade had also worn a similar expression of surprise the first time she witnessed Sakura throw a stone with her extraordinary strength. She was not about to miss the opportunity to showcase this moment before Jiraiya and Shizune. Continuing, Tsunade elaborated, "The principle of immense strength lies in the ability to condense chakra to its utmost within the body, then instantaneously focus it into the fist, unleashing it with tremendous force. This requires an extraordinarily precise manipulation of chakra, a feat typically beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. However, Sakura devised an ingenious method. Rather than following conventional techniques, she concentrated the chakra, which should have erupted from her fist, directly into her palm. The moment she hurled the stone, she directed the chakra with pinpoint accuracy towards a single trajectory, thereby achieving remarkable results." Jiraiya, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "A genius idea. Sakura truly is one of Konoha's rare prodigies." As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the long blade in Tsunade's hand, recognizing it as Sakura's ninja sword, and he inquired, feigning ignorance, "Is this Sakura's blade?" Tsunade rolled her eyes in response, tossing the long sword to Jiraiya, saying, "If you're curious, take a look for yourself. This blade is unique. In Sakura's hands, it can unleash formidable power. Yet, in our possession, it is merely a worthless piece of metal, incapable of conducting even chakra beyond its hardness." Jiraiya, undeterred, infused his chakra into the flying 1,000 cherry blossoms, only to find it resisted his efforts. Just as Tsunade had indicated, it was impervious to his chakra, rendering it utterly useless to them. As he unsheathed the 1,000 cherry blossoms, admiring the gleaming blade, he couldn't help but ask Tsunade, "To what extent has Sakura's strength developed?" In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, Tsunade slowly rose, her expression grave amid the astonished silence, stating, "She is exceptionally strong. I once sparred with Sakura, and to be frank, while she wields that blade, I am entirely unable to inflict any harm upon her." At this juncture, Tsunade glanced towards Kakashi and the others engaged in combat, continuing, "Over the past 2.5 years, Sakura has made astonishing progress. She has mastered my sealing technique, the 100 healings technique, and the immense strength technique. She has nearly perfected all aspects of my grandfather's wood release, and has also attained proficiency in my great uncle's water release jutsu." As she spoke, Tsunade swallowed hard, a look of trepidation crossing her face. "In my view, Sakura's genius is unfathomable. The average ninja may not master even one of these techniques in a lifetime. Yet, not only has Sakura mastered them, but she has also recently expressed a desire to learn sage techniques from the great sage of Wetbone Forest." Upon hearing the term sage techniques, Jiraiya's pupils dilated, and he could not help but urgently inquire, "Has she succeeded?" In the midst of Tsunade's silence, which revealed her astonishment, she shook her head. Observing this, Jiraiya exhaled in relief, hastily asking, "Does that mean she cannot learn them?" Tsunade replied, shaking her head once more, "It's not that she cannot learn them. Rather, it is that humans are not suited for them. My grandfather's sage techniques awakened spontaneously, not originating from the Wetbone Forest's pre-existing sage arts." Taken aback by this revelation, Jiraiya hesitated, then uncertainly asked, "So, has Sakura given up?" Tsunade shook her head again. "Not at all. Upon hearing this, she expressed her intention to study my grandfather's sage techniques. Consequently, she learned the 100 healings technique and has been frequently visiting Wetbone Forest, eager to consult on matters related to sage techniques." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could not help but exclaim, "This is nothing short of monstrous." Tsunade, unable to resist, responded, "Who could argue otherwise? I believe that if Sakura were to unleash her full potential, even our combined efforts might struggle to match her." Chapter 141. Kakashi in dire straits. The setting sun bled a crimson hue as it sank gradually beyond the horizon, painting the sky with a warm orange glow that enveloped the earth in its tender embrace. In this moment, Kakashi lay concealed within the dense foliage of the forest, his figure artfully obscured by the lush leaves and branches. With vigilant eyes, he scanned his surroundings, acutely aware of Naruto and Sakura's movements. He understood that these two had grown remarkably powerful, and that the slightest misstep could reveal his presence. Initially, Kakashi held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that with Sakura restricted from using ninjutsu and that particular ninja blade, he would have a relatively easy time. However, just moments ago, the sudden trajectory of a stone shattered that illusion completely. Kakashi gazed in disbelief at the swiftly approaching stone. Despite possessing the formidable Mangeki Sharingan, its speed was so extraordinary that even his keen eyesight could barely trace its path. Had Sakura not shown mercy and slightly misdirected her throw, that stone would have struck his head like a cannonball, obliterating him instantaneously. In that event, he would have become the first ninja in history to be killed by a mere pebble, a subject of ridicule for posterity. Steeling himself, Kakashi took a deep breath and swiftly employed the remarkable insight of his Sharingan to meticulously scour his environment, leaving no subtle movement unchecked. After a tense search, he finally detected the presence of Naruto and Sakura. To his astonishment, they had concealed themselves so effectively that their auras blended seamlessly with the surroundings, making them nearly undetectable. Particularly, had Kakashi not used his Sharingan to observe, he might have mistaken Sakura, standing beside a grand tree, for just another trunk. Kakashi marveled at how drastically Naruto and Sakura's stealth abilities had improved compared to their earlier days. Once mere novices, they had now evolved into formidable ninjas, leaving Kakashi feeling both gratified and anxious about his own predicament. The moment Kakashi discerned Naruto and Sakura's positions, they too, as if sharing an unspoken connection, sensed his hidden presence in the underbrush. With swift reflexes, Naruto launched a kunai without hesitation, compelling Kakashi to leap from his hiding place. Simultaneously, Naruto, kunai in hand, surged towards Kakashi like an arrow released from a bow, engaging him in a fierce aerial clash. As they landed, Kakashi regarded Sakura, emerging from her concealment, and said slowly, "Let me impart upon you one of the fundamentals of ninja tactical training, taijutsu." In a flash, Kakashi darted forward with a ghostly swiftness towards Naruto, his movements blurring the line of perception, each strike infused with immense power and skill, honed through countless battles. Moreover, coupled with the formidable insight granted by his Sharingan, Naruto found himself in a state of utter disarray under Kakashi's relentless assault, forced to evade continuously. Just as Naruto was being driven back by Kakashi, Sakura seized the moment. The instant Naruto momentarily distanced himself from Kakashi, she adeptly leaped into the air, akin to a graceful swallow, utilizing the nearby tree as her springboard. Following this, she executed a precise knight's kick, descending upon Kakashi with the force of a mountain. Kakashi, having just finished his assault on Naruto and barely catching his breath, was taken aback by Sakura's fierce strike. Realizing the immense power behind her kick, he understood that if struck, he would likely suffer grave injury, if not worse. Thus, Kakashi swiftly retreated, aiming to evade Sakura's lethal blow. Sakura's kick, imbued with unparalleled strength and velocity, crashed into the ground where Kakashi had stood moments before. In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the earth seemed to tear asunder. A vast chasm emerged around Sakura, creating a massive pit within a 5-meter radius. Countless fragments of stone and shattered earth were propelled outward with astonishing speed, resembling the aftermath of an artillery strike. These debris, akin to bullets, rained down with ferocity, generating an overwhelming barrage that filled the air with despair. Both Kakashi and Naruto, caught off guard by the sheer force of this attack, scrambled clumsily to evade the deadly projectiles, fearing for their safety. Kakashi finally managed to escape the devastation. Panting heavily as he surveyed the chaos around him, the scattered debris and the trees bent at odd angles, he silently thanked his fortune, reflecting on how narrowly he had avoided the terrifying onslaught. However, before he could catch his breath, Naruto launched his own offensive. Without hesitation, he employed the shadow clone technique, instantly producing dozens of identical copies that surged towards Kakashi in a relentless tide, initiating wave after wave of fervent attacks. Not only did Naruto engage Kakashi head-on, but he also sought to snatch the bell from Kakashi's waist. He nimbly navigated between Kakashi and his clones, searching for any opportunity to strike. Yet, Kakashi was no ordinary adversary. His extensive experience allowed him to swiftly discern Naruto's intentions. Just as Naruto attempted to pilfer the bell, Kakashi reacted with lightning speed, seizing Naruto by the collar and hurling him away as one might toss a sandbag. However, the Naruto he threw collided with a tree and instantly transformed into smoke, revealing yet another clone. At that moment, Kakashi deftly dispatched 2 more charging Narutos, breaking free from the encirclement formed by the shadow clones. Naruto, determined not to let Kakashi's maneuver succeed, directed 3 of his clones to pursue him. However, as they leaped into the air, Kakashi appeared behind them. From his sleeves, long bands shot forth, ensnaring the 3 Narutos, who quickly recognized this as Rock Lee's signature technique, the shadow dance. Unbeknownst to him, he had been unwittingly copied by Kakashi, becoming a countermeasure against his own techniques. As Kakashi dispatched the last 3 shadow clones, he immediately scanned his surroundings. Where was the real body? Right here. Naruto's true form sprang forth from the bushes behind Kakashi, hands forming the tiger seal, charging directly towards Kakashi's lower body. Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. He was all too familiar with this maneuver. In the past, he had employed this very technique against Naruto. To his astonishment, the boy bore a grudge and sought to return the same attack. The secret forbidden technique, body technique, 1,000 years of pain. Sakura, witnessing this scene, was tempted to ensnare Kakashi with wood release, to let him experience the amusing predicament Naruto once faced. However, she ultimately resolved to spare Kakashi some dignity and restrained her eager hands. Instead, she bent down and plunged her hands forcefully into the ground, burying them up to the wrists. Kakashi, witnessing Naruto's malicious strike, leaped to evade the attack. At that moment, he sensed a sound akin to the earth being torn asunder and was astonished to see Sakura lifting a massive chunk of the ground. Superhuman strength, earth-tearing dumpling. Chapter 142. Naruto's strength. Kakashi hovered midair, his gaze fixated on Sakura, who had astonishingly raised a large fragment of shattered earth. In disbelief, he pointed at her and exclaimed, "That's against the rules. We agreed not to use ninjutsu." Yet, Sakura, with a serene smile, effortlessly held the enormous mass of earth, seemingly unfazed by the exertion. She responded with ease, "Kakashi-sensei, I haven't broken any rules. I merely enveloped a piece of the ground with chakra and then tore it away using my superhuman strength. I did not employ earth-release ninjutsu." With that, she hurled the hefty fragment towards Kakashi as casually as one might toss a volleyball. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as the massive stone sailed toward him. He marveled inwardly at the efficacy of such a method. Realizing that now was not the time for admiration, he knew he must act swiftly. Drawing a deep breath, he quickly formed hand seals in midair and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. Fire release, great fireball technique. The inferno surged forth, resembling the sun, spiraling and radiating searing heat as it hurtled towards the colossal earth fragment Sakura had thrown. Instantly, the fireball collided with the stone, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames erupted skyward, smoke billowed, and the surrounding air vibrated violently from the sheer force. Kakashi, refusing to yield a moment to complacency, seized the momentum of the explosion to adjust his stance and land firmly on the ground. However, the instant he touched down, Naruto unhesitatingly executed the multiple shadow clone technique. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Narutos emerged, surrounding Kakashi like a dense forest. Observing the multitude of clones encircling him, Kakashi could not help but exclaim, "The numbers remain as exaggerated as ever." Naruto and Sakura, possessing an overwhelming abundance of chakra, exhibit no significant signs of chakra depletion. However, Kakashi stands in stark contrast, burdened by the weight of his own Manjiki Sharingan. Sakura astutely observes that Kakashi appears slightly breathless and fatigued. Perched on a branch, Jiraiya leisurely watches the fierce battle below, while Tsunade and Shizune, standing beneath the tree, remain utterly focused. As they witness Sakura and Naruto's remarkable performance, Jiraiya cannot help but exclaim, "This is becoming increasingly fascinating." His gaze remains fixed on the battlefield, a smile gracing his lips. Shizune, equally captivated by the unfolding combat, excitedly remarks, "Both Naruto and Sakura are performing exceptionally well. Especially Sakura's technique. It's simply astounding. But does that truly qualify as ninjutsu?" A sense of confusion envelopes her, as she perceives Sakura's act of tearing the earth and lifting it as exceedingly exaggerated, resembling the effects of some form of ninjutsu. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Shizune turns to Tsunade and inquires, "Lady Tsunade, did you not expressly forbid Sakura from using ninjutsu? What about that last move?" Listening to Shizune's question, Tsunade slowly shakes her head, explaining, "That was indeed not ninjutsu. Sakura's recent maneuver did not involve any other ninjutsu beyond the techniques I imparted to her. She merely harnessed the skills I taught her to their fullest potential, which is why it appears akin to earth-release ninjutsu." There is a hint of pride in Tsunade's tone, as she seems quite pleased with Sakura's performance, which also surpasses her expectations. Jiraiya nods in agreement with Tsunade's assessment, clearly impressed by Sakura's remarkable application of chakra in that particular move. You must have seen Sakura's action of plunging her hand into the ground, he states. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Shizune promptly nods, prompting him to continue. At the moment she embedded her hand in the earth, her chakra began to extend outward, slicing through the terrain. Tsunade interjects, picking up from Jiraiya. It is akin to how we utilize chakra scalpel techniques to excise necrotic tissue from a patient. However, Sakura employs her chakra scalpel to cleave the land, enveloping the earth with a layer of chakra to amplify its potency. Upon grasping this concept, Shizune is left in awe, exclaiming, how does she achieve that? Not only would it consume vast amounts of chakra, but the precision required for such control. Can a mere human truly accomplish this? Tsunade, hearing Shizune's exclamation, shakes her head in resignation. For Sakura, that chakra is but a trifling matter. She has long mastered the delicate manipulation of her chakra, compounded by its naturally immense quantity. Thus, she has grown accustomed to such feats, much like how Lee fights under the burden of several kilograms without effort. Shizune, filled with envy, can only admire the extraordinary combination of Sakura's vast chakra and exceptional control, a luxurious configuration befitting a prodigious talent. Tsunade completely disregarded the envious expression on Shizune's face, her gaze fixated directly on Jiraiya. She inquired, Naruto's performance this time has been remarkable. What level of strength has he attained now? Jiraiya, upon hearing Tsunade's question, hesitated slightly before responding uncertainly. Under normal circumstances, Naruto's strength should have reached the level of a Jonin, and he is slightly stronger than the average Jonin. However, if he could harness the power of the Nine Tails, even elite Jonin might not stand a chance against him. Yet, compared to the strength of a Kage, I cannot assert whether he would emerge victorious. Tsunade, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of surprise and pressed further. He has already managed to wield the power of the Nine Tails with such agility? It is essential to note that the power of the Nine Tails is not easily tamed. A moment's carelessness could cause the user to lose consciousness and consequently control over that power, leading to dire consequences. Jiraiya appeared to have anticipated Tsunade's reaction, a confident smile gracing his lips as he explained. For the past 2.5 years, we have concentrated on mastering the control of the Nine Tails power. Through relentless effort, Naruto is now able to tenuously tap into a portion of that power. Upon hearing this, a great weight lifted from Tsunade's heart. She breathed a silent sigh of relief, contemplating, if Naruto can truly harness the power of the Nine Tails, then against formidable enemies such as the Akatsuki, he indeed possesses a measure of self-preservation. Thus, the hardships endured over these past 2 years have not been in vain. Chapter 143. Gaara captured the pristine moon hung high in the sky like a silver platter, casting a cool radiance that illuminated the earth. Under the moonlight, Sakura, Naruto, and Kakashi engaged in a thrilling chase. Kakashi, relentlessly pursued by Sakura and Naruto, fled desperately until he reached the bank of a gently flowing stream. At this moment, Kakashi found himself utterly at the mercy of Sakura and Naruto, unable to counter their relentless assault, even lacking the time to offer a lecture. After all, against the chakra monsters that Sakura and Naruto were, Kakashi's chakra was utterly insufficient, and he was now running on empty. As Sakura and Naruto closed in, Kakashi felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Water style, water dragon bullet technique." As his voice echoed, 3 enormous water columns surged from the stream beside him. These columns, resembling 3 white dragons, intertwined and resonated in the air before swiftly converging into a larger water dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards Sakura and Naruto. Sakura, seeing this, wasted no time and charged forward to shield Naruto. With a single hand, she plunged into the ground, exerting all her strength to heave upward, and a robust earthen wall emerged like a fortress, standing resolutely against the water dragon. A thunderous crash resounded as the water dragon collided violently with the earthen wall, splashing countless droplets. Although the wall trembled under the impact, it ultimately held firm against the onslaught. Accompanied by the sound of rushing water, torrents flowed past the earthen walls, leaving little impact on Sakura and her companion. However, upon witnessing this scene, Kakashi felt an unsettling premonition. He immediately formed hand seals, intending to employ the earth release technique to elude Sakura's pursuit. As his seals were completed, his body began to merge with the earth, slowly sinking into the ground. Kakashi now had but one choice: to flee. He had expended a considerable amount of chakra while utilizing the water release technique, and now he desperately sought a safe haven to regain some of his energy, which would enable him to contend with Sakura. Just as Kakashi believed he had successfully evaded capture, Sakura emerged from behind the earthen wall. Spotting Kakashi's retreat, she was determined not to let him succeed so easily. Taking a deep breath, she leapt forward. This seemingly ordinary step was imbued with formidable power. At the moment her foot struck the ground, her leg radiated a faint glow of chakra. With a resounding crash, the earth beneath her erupted as if a dragon had stirred, splitting open beneath her feet. This fissure resembled a fearsome beast, stretching out menacingly in the direction of Kakashi's escape. Beneath the surface, Kakashi suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of danger approaching from behind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sprang upwards without hesitation. As he burst forth from the ground like a fish leaping from the water, a sharp crack resonated beneath him. Startled, Kakashi looked down to see the once solid earth beneath him splitting open like torn paper, revealing a gaping maw that seemed to threaten to consume him, exuding a chilling presence. However, just as Kakashi hung suspended in the air, a voice echoed ominously, "Shadow clone technique." Kakashi's heart raced as he turned to see countless Narutos swarm towards him like a plague of locusts, densely populating the ground below. These Narutos moved in perfect synchronization, seizing their comrades and hurling them towards Kakashi in a brutal display reminiscent of giant shurikens. In midair, Kakashi found himself with no leverage to escape, helplessly watching as these colossal shurikens descended upon him like rain. Despite his extensive combat experience, which allowed him to evade some of the shadow clones while dispatching others, he ultimately could not evade the relentless barrage. In the end, Kakashi succumbed. His chakra, having been severely depleted over time, became his greatest hindrance. Had his chakra reserves been sufficient, perhaps he could have held his ground against Sakura and Naruto for a while longer. Yet, the harsh reality was that as his chakra waned, his strength diminished, leading to his entrapment beneath a multitude of Narutos, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Sakura, sensing the opportune moment, gracefully approached the immobile Kakashi and deftly removed the two bells from his waist. She presented one of the bells to Naruto, her face illuminated by a victorious smile. Observing this scene, Kakashi's struggle gradually subsided. He realized that further resistance would be futile and chose to concede. Naruto, seemingly aware of Kakashi's thoughts, aptly dispelled the shadow clone technique, liberating the exhausted Kakashi, who was gasping for breath. Although the battle appeared intensely contested on the surface, both sides had held back. Kakashi had refrained from employing his ultimate technique, Chidori, while Naruto had not resorted to his signature jutsu, Rasengan. After all, such formidable techniques were designed for lethal combat, and a moment's carelessness could result in the loss of life. Consequently, Sakura had also refrained from hurling that deadly stone once more. Just as Kakashi leaned against a tree, laboriously catching his breath, Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya emerged slowly from the forest. With a smile, Tsunade casually tossed a kunai to Sakura, saying, "I have witnessed your growth." Kakashi, taking a deep breath to gather himself, slowly rose to his feet, his voice tinged with unmistakable weariness. They have indeed skillfully seized the bells through their own strength. Naruto, perplexed by their cryptic conversation, interjected with curiosity, "What are you talking about?" At that moment, Shizune, standing nearby, smiled and explained, "We are discussing the future arrangements for the two of you." Thus, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi formed a new trio, with Kakashi as the captain, as Sakura, despite her strength, lacked experience, and both she and Naruto held no objections to Kakashi's leadership. Meanwhile, Tsunade fell under attack from Akatsuki, resulting in Gaara's defeat and capture while attempting to protect the village. As Tsunade dispatched numerous ninjas to pursue Akatsuki, they also sent a plea for assistance to their allied Hidden Leaf village. After all, the members of Akatsuki were explicitly targeting the Jinchuriki, making it clear that the fates of Tsunade and Konoha were intertwined. Chapter 144. Tsunade's plea for help, huh? Escorting gold bars? Naruto's exaggerated voice of dissatisfaction suddenly echoed through the Hokage building, as if his outcry could shake the very foundation of the floor. Today marked the inaugural day for Kakashi's team, and according to custom, Sakura and her companions were to accept their mission. However, on their way, Sakura had earnestly advised Naruto not to disdain the low level of their task. After all, every mission was a form of training, and this was meant to be Naruto's comeback mission, with Tsunade undoubtedly assigning them a low-level task to familiarize them with teamwork. Initially, Naruto had emphatically promised Sakura that he would undertake any task without being picky. Yet, who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, he would completely forget his earlier commitment? At that moment, Tsunade looked at Naruto with visible displeasure, her dissatisfaction with the young man evident. She spoke with evident annoyance. "What's the matter? Do you have an opinion, young man?" Faced with Tsunade's inquiry, Naruto showed no inclination to retreat. He retorted boldly, "Isn't it obvious this is a high-level mission? I refuse to take on such a task." Hearing Naruto's declaration, Kakashi, who stood nearby, couldn't help but silently lament. Internally, he grumbled, "Oh, Naruto, can't you be a little less headstrong? In the end, I will be the one to bear the brunt of the criticism." Tsunade, observing Naruto's arrogant demeanor as if to say he would never accept such a mission, felt her anger boil over, nearly prompting her to leap from her seat. She suppressed her fury, inwardly scoffing, "I knew it would come to this, truly." At that moment, Irika, unable to bear the situation any longer, covered his forehead in exasperation. Letting out a deep sigh, "Naruto, why can't you just grow up?" As Naruto continued to argue with Tsunade about demanding a higher-level mission, an Umbu intelligence officer rushed in, urgently presenting a document to Tsunade. "We just received an urgent report from Sunagakure. They require immediate assistance." The atmosphere turned exceptionally grave. Originally, Kankuro had pursued members of the Akatsuki, Sasori, and Deidara, but now he lay on a hospital bed, as pale as a ghost and writhing in agony. After catching up with Sasori and Deidara, Kankuro had disregarded the warnings from his comrades and engaged in a fierce battle with Sasori. However, against the master of puppetry, Kankuro was utterly helpless, suffering severe injuries. Moreover, he had been poisoned by Sasori's lethal toxin and was in critical condition, with little time left. As the medical ninjas of Sunagakure found themselves powerless against the potent poison afflicting Kankuro, two figures slowly entered the medical room. These individuals were none other than the most esteemed elders of Sunagakure, Chiyo and Ize, though they had long since retreated from public affairs. Upon learning of her grandson Sasori's situation, Chiyo could no longer suppress her anxiety and decided to emerge from her seclusion to uncover the truth. Entering the medical room, Chiyo gazed at Kankuro, who was in excruciating pain on the hospital bed. She lifted her head, her gaze piercing, and directly addressed the medical ninja nearby, inquiring, "Has the blood test been conducted?" The medical ninja, taken aback by Chiyo's direct question, appeared somewhat nervous but quickly responded, "Yes, Lady Chiyo." He promptly handed her the test results, adding, "Please take a look." Chiyo scrutinized the report in her hands, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured, "This component is indeed unfamiliar to me." The medical ninja, standing beside her, quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, Lady Chiyo, according to our analysis. This appears to be a new type of toxin." Chiyo's gaze remained fixed on the report, seemingly searching for clues within the dense data. After a moment, she looked up at the medical ninja and calmly asked, "Have any antidotes been administered?" The medical ninja hurriedly answered, "Yes, Lady Chiyo, we have attempted all available antidotes, but none have proven effective." Chiyo furrowed her brows even tighter as she once again cast her gaze upon Kankuro, who lay pallid upon the sickbed. His complexion was ashen, and beads of sweat, no larger than peas, continually cascaded down his forehead, clearly indicating the immense agony he was enduring. Chiyo could not help but murmur to herself, "Is that so?" He could easily be dispatched at any moment, yet he refrains from doing so, revealing a remarkable confidence in the efficacy of his poison. Allowing him to languish is indeed the consistent style of that scorpion brat. Chiyo understood that the poison Scorpion had employed might not be easily countered, yet she refused to surrender hope. She resolved to experiment with various antidotes. Although she was not a professional medical ninja, she possessed a fair understanding of toxins. Thus, she commenced her attempts to administer antidotal remedies. However, despite her diligent efforts, the toxins within Kankuro's body showed no signs of abatement. Ultimately, Chiyo was compelled to concede her powerlessness against the poison affecting Kankuro. After all, her expertise lay in the manipulation of puppets, not in the art of detoxification. Though she had some knowledge of poisons, her capabilities were limited in the face of such a novel toxin. Taking Kankuro's pulse, Chiyo slowly shook her head and sighed. I fear this young man does not have much time left. Upon witnessing this, Maki's heart raced with anxiety. His eyes widened as he gazed at Chiyo. His face etched with worry as he implored, "Even you cannot unravel this poison? What are we to do?" Chiyo, recognizing Maki's distress, felt a pang of helplessness. She inhaled deeply and uttered a statement that disappointed Maki. "If anyone is more adept at antidotes than I, it would surely be Tsunade, the slug princess of Konoha. During the Great War, she not only neutralized my meticulously crafted toxins, but also successfully formulated the antidote, leaving me quite vexed. Now that we have become allies with Konoha, perhaps we can only beseech her to come at once." Maki's brow knitted tighter upon hearing Chiyo's words. He was acutely aware that this was nearly an impossible task. Tsunade, now the Hokage of her village, bore significant responsibilities. How could she possibly traverse all this way merely to save Kankuro? Yet, even if she wished to arrive at Tsunade, it would take at least 3 days, and time was of the essence. Maki voiced his concerns to Chiyo. It seemed that Chiyo had come to this realization as well. Her tone grew somewhat impatient as she replied, "I know, and I did not genuinely intend to summon her. I have never held any fondness for that slug girl. Were it not for the need to save this young man, I would not even mention her." Chapter 145. Healing in a secluded cave along the borders of the Land of Wind, an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery enveloped the surroundings. This was the gathering place of the Akatsuki, standing atop the 10 fingers of the Outer Path's golem, preparing to undertake a significant mission to extract the one-tail, Shikaku. As the members united in forming hand seals, the 10 fingers of the golem began to illuminate sequentially, as if infused with a formidable force. Finally, accompanied by Pain's deep and authoritative voice, the mouth of the golem erupted in a brilliant radiance, transforming into 9 ethereal dragons that surged towards Gaara like meteors. Sealing technique, Phantom Dragon 9 seals. Pain's voice echoed throughout the cavern. As the 9 dragons swiftly enveloped Gaara, they ensnared him tightly within their grasp. The extraction of the tailed beast commenced officially, a process that required an unwavering span of 3 days, free from any external interruptions. Thus, the Akatsuki deliberately selected this secluded location to ensure the task's smooth progression. However, shortly after the extraction began, Pain suddenly noticed an unusual phenomenon. Amidst the energy of the extracted tailed beast, he discerned some minute green specks, shimmering faintly like stars in the night sky. Gazing intently at these green luminescences, Pain observed for a moment, astonished to discover that they seemed to harbor a potent life force, undoubtedly the very essence constituting Shikaku's existence. Despite a flicker of doubt within him, Pain chose not to dwell overly on it. After all, this was his inaugural experience with such an operation, and he reasoned that any abnormalities might merely be a standard reaction during the extraction of the tailed beast. In the medical room of Tsunade, time ticked away relentlessly, while Kankuro's vital signs grew increasingly feeble. Standing silently by, Matsuri watched her student with a heart heavy with helplessness and bitterness. She understood that all of this was a consequence of Kankuro's impulsiveness and disregard for counsel. Had he heeded her advice from the outset, perhaps he would not have found himself ensnared in such peril. Yet, now that the situation had unfolded, no amount of regret could alter the outcome. Despite her attempts to console herself internally, as she witnessed Kankuro's life ebbing away, her animosity towards Sasori intensified. That detestable fiend, who not only abducted Gaara but also inflicted such grievous harm upon Kankuro, deepened Matsuri's hatred for him. Just as Matsuri felt despair creeping in and was ready to surrender, the door to the medical room was suddenly thrust open. A girl with pink hair and a blonde twin-tailed girl named Temari rushed in. Matsuri's heart sank further. With Gaara captured and his fate uncertain, and Kankuro's life hanging by a thread, she felt utterly unworthy to face Temari. However, at that moment, Chiyo's gaze fell upon Kakashi, who had just entered. In an instant, her wrath erupted like a volcano. In her eyes, Kakashi's figure merged with that of the Konoha White Fang, the very man who had slain her son and daughter-in-law. That accursed Konoha White Fang had brought her endless suffering and sorrow. "Die, you scoundrel!" Chiyo roared, charging at Kakashi with the agility of an enraged lioness. Yet, at the last moment, Naruto stepped forward, blocking Chiyo's assault. He glared at her, noting that she was still ruminating on how to launch another attack on Kakashi. Unable to contain his rising fury any longer, Naruto shouted at Chiyo. "What do you mean by suddenly attacking Kakashi-sensei, you wrinkled old hag?" However, Chiyo remained impervious to Naruto's outburst. Her gaze fixed firmly on Kakashi as she gritted her teeth and declared, "You dared to kill my son, you damned Konoha White Fang. Today, I shall avenge him." Upon hearing these words, Kakashi's expression instantly grew grave, and he hurriedly attempted to clarify, I am not." However, Chiyo did not grant him the opportunity to explain. She interrupted his words sharply, declaring, "There is no point in further discussion." No sooner had she spoken than she prepared to launch another attack. At this critical juncture, eyes suddenly appeared before Chiyo, blocking her path. With a serious demeanor, he addressed her, "Sister, please see clearly." Although he bears a striking resemblance, he is certainly not White Fang. Moreover, Konoha's White Fang has long since perished. When you received the news of his death, were you not overwhelmed with sorrow for not being able to avenge your son personally? Have you truly forgotten, sister? Upon hearing Ai's words, Chiyo abruptly regained her composure. A hint of embarrassment flickered across her face, and she feigned nonchalance, exclaiming, "Haha, I was merely jesting. I was only pretending to be forgetful." Just as the atmosphere became palpably awkward, a piercing scream of agony shattered the silence like thunder. The cry emanated from Kankuro, his voice imbued with boundless pain and despair, as if his body were enduring excruciating torment. Hearing her brother's anguished scream, Temari's heart constricted violently, as though an invisible hand were tightly gripping her heart. Her complexion turned pale in an instant, and without hesitation, she dashed toward Kankuro. Simultaneously, Sakura sprang into action. She swiftly approached Kankuro, bending down to meticulously assess his condition. After a brief yet thorough examination, Sakura's brows furrowed tightly, her expression grave. It appeared to be a heavy metal toxin, specifically designed to destroy muscle tissue. Her voice was low and serious, and her assessment caused everyone present to gasp in shock. The medical ninjas from Tsunade were astounded by Sakura's rapid and accurate diagnosis. Whispering among themselves, she performed just a simple examination, yet she could discern so much information. Nevertheless, Sakura had no time to heed their astonishment. She understood that time was of the essence. The priority was to treat Kankuro as quickly as possible. Thus, she immediately requested Kankuro's medical history from the Tsunade medics and began to peruse it diligently. After a brief moment, Sakura lifted her gaze, a resolute glint shining in her eyes. She turned to Temari, stating, "I have a general idea of the toxin's composition. You must swiftly prepare as I instruct. If we delay further, even if we can concoct an antidote, it may be too late to save him." Temari's face was etched with worry as she grasped Sakura's hand tightly, urgently asking, "Is there truly no other way?" Sakura met Temari's anxious gaze and smiled gently, offering a reassuring expression as she comforted, "Do not fret. Although the forthcoming treatment may be somewhat rudimentary, I will do everything in my power to bring your brother back." Following this, Sakura, utilizing the knowledge gleaned from Tsunade, embarked on her first attempt to tackle such a formidable toxin, which had already permeated Kankuro's entire system. Ordinarily, he would succumb to its effects within half a day. Thus, Sakura, left with no other option, resorted to utilizing her chakra to extract the poison from Kankuro's body. It was the only means by which she could potentially save him. In Chapter 146, Sakura and the Red Sand Scorpion, time ticked away in the Tsunade medical room, with the medicinal solution being replaced time and again. As moments passed, the toxins gradually diminished. Sakura remained wholly focused on Kankuro's form, neglecting not a single detail. At last, she witnessed the final vestige of poison being successfully extracted, and a great weight lifted from her heart. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she sighed in relief and addressed Temari, saying, "I have fulfilled my duty. The toxins have been completely absorbed. The remaining residue should not pose a life-threatening risk. As long as we concoct an antidote and allow Kankuro to recuperate, he shall recover." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Temari's taut nerves finally eased. She gazed at Kankuro, now free from his agonizing cries, and her worries abated considerably. Meanwhile, their mentor, Master Chiyo, feeling relieved that his student's escape from peril, also exhaled in relief. However, Temari, overwhelmed by anxiety and prolonged standing, suddenly felt her legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground, lacking even the strength to rise. At this moment, Sakura did not falter. She swiftly began directing the medical ninjas of Tsunade to prepare their local herbs and compile a list of available medicinal plants. She needed to meticulously analyze the properties of these herbs to formulate the most effective antidote. Naruto, standing nearby, quietly observed Sakura as she busily orchestrated the tasks with confidence and precision, momentarily captivated by her commanding presence. Ultimately, he could not help but exclaim, "Sakura is so cool." In a secluded region of the Land of Rivers, the extraction of the One Tail was at a critical juncture. Yet, amidst this tense moment, Zetsu unexpectedly detected the presence of Pakura, who had come to assist Team Guy. Zetsu not only sensed Pakura's arrival, but also overheard vital intelligence indicating that Kai and his comrades were advancing in their direction. Zetsu's expression turned grave as he murmured, "It appears enemies are encroaching upon our rendezvous point, and they seem rather formidable. One of them is named Might Guy." At the mention of Might Guy, Kisame's eyes sparkled with interest. After all, he had been significantly impressed by Guy's prowess the last time he had ventured to Konoha alongside Itachi. When Guy had delivered a formidable kick, after a brief deliberation, they resolved to dispatch Kisame, whose chakra was most abundant, to confront the impending adversaries, ensuring that the extraction of the One Tail could proceed smoothly. The others would continue to accelerate the extraction process, while Zetsu remained vigilant, on guard against any unforeseen developments. As Kisame engaged Guy, Sakura and her team gradually approached the stronghold. They navigated the forest with caution, ever alert for potential threats. However, just as they neared their destination, they were astonished to find themselves face to face with the very man who had slaughtered their entire clan, Uchiha Itachi. In the face of Uchiha Itachi, the group led by Sakura found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, with Sakura and Chiyo refraining from combat, while Naruto and Kakashi took on the primary roles. As time ticked away, Itachi began to exhibit signs of retreat. However, dusk had fallen, and both Naruto and Kakashi were significantly drained of energy. After careful consideration, they resolved to hold their positions temporarily, awaiting the next day to regroup with Guy before launching their assault. Given their current state, a reckless charge by a single team could easily lead to their demise at the hands of the enemy. After enduring a long night, the group finally reunited at dawn. Together, they combined their efforts to successfully dismantle the barriers set by the Akatsuki. As the barrier fell, Sakura unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the massive stone that sealed the secret base, revealing the scene within. They beheld the Outer Path's golem, which had completed its extraction of the One Tail and had departed via summoning. All that remained was the lifeless body of Gaara, who had succumbed after the tailed beast was extracted, alongside the two masterminds behind this calamity, Sasori of the Red Sand and Deidara. Witnessing this devastating sight, Naruto was consumed by rage, his immediate reaction a furious roar. "You bastards! I will defeat you." Observing Naruto's wrath, Deidara and his companion easily deduced the identity of the Jinchuriki. Ultimately, Deidara lured the enraged Naruto away, with Kakashi following closely behind, leaving Sakura and Chiyo to confront Sasori. Sasori paid little attention to Sakura, his gaze fixed intently on Chiyo. Emotionless, he inquired, "I heard you had retired long ago. What brings you back now?" Chiyo, maintaining her impassive demeanor, replied coolly, "I suddenly wished to see my grandson." Her voice was calm and detached, seemingly unaffected by Sasori's presence. At that moment, Sakura, who had been standing silently beside them, subtly moved her fingers and neck, emitting a soft cracking sound. With a hint of cheekiness in her tone, she interjected, "Hey, are you ignoring me?" TSK. Deidara may have fled swiftly, but today you shan't be so fortunate. Prepare to meet your end here. Sakura's bold declaration startled both individuals present, particularly Chiyo, whose face displayed evident confusion. "What business do you, a medical ninja, have in this affair?" Sasori, intrigued, asked, "Are you the Sakura Haruno of Konoha?" Upon hearing his question, Sakura momentarily paused, reflecting inwardly. She recalled an encounter a few days prior with someone resembling Obito. Could it be that he had spread word of her name? A smile graced her lips as she faced the grotesque figure of Sasori, declaring, "Yes, I am Sakura Haruno." Sasori let out a laugh reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, then disdainfully remarked, "That coward, Obito, claimed you possessed potential rivaling the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and that you are the second wielder of the wood-release bloodline in Konoha. Today, I shall see for myself just how formidable this so-called god of ninja girl truly is." Upon hearing the revelation from the Scorpion of the Red Sand regarding the control over the crimson flow of the jade, Chiyo cast a look of disbelief towards Sakura. Although she was unaware of the full extent of the prowess possessed by the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, her age afforded her some knowledge. gleaned from the tales recounted by the elder generation. Observing Chiyo's ignorance, the scorpion could not help but sneer, remarking, "Old hag, you have grown senile. How could you be oblivious to such vital information? I am rather eager to discover what makes this wood release so exceptional." As he spoke, the tail of the crimson flow launched directly towards Sakura's chest. In response, Sakura struck the ground with a fist, causing the earth to crack and shatter, which caused the body of the crimson flow to tilt, redirecting its lethal trajectory into the void. Rising to her feet, Sakura clenched her fists and declared, "Then allow me to show you that what your so-called A-Face spoke of is no mere boast." With her palms pressed together, she called out with a spirited voice, "Would release, would clone jutsu." Chapter 147 with the melodic sound of Sakura's voice echoing. Both Chiyo and the scorpion widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed the astonishing spectacle before them. Suddenly, from Sakura's body, an abundance of branches and leaves erupted, growing at an astonishing rate, intertwining like serpents in a fierce embrace. In the blink of an eye, these branches and leaves wove together, ultimately forming a clone that bore an identical resemblance to Sakura. "Impossible," the scorpion exclaimed, his voice laced with shock and skepticism. He could hardly trust his own eyes. After all, he had observed Sakura merely clap her hands together without performing any hand seals, yet she was able to effortlessly manifest a jutsu. It was common knowledge that even one of the strongest members of their Akatsuki organization, Itachi Uchiha, required hand seals to execute ninjutsu, even if it were just a single-handed seal. The notion that Sakura could unleash a technique with nothing but a clap was utterly unfathomable. However, Sakura's subsequent actions compelled the scorpion to acknowledge the authenticity of the spectacle. Maintaining her palms in a prayer-like position, she continued, "Water release, water clone jutsu." No sooner had the words left her lips than a translucent clone, formed from water, materialized, standing alongside the previously conjured wooden clone. Quickly following this, Sakura's voice rang out once more, "Earth release, mud clone jutsu." As she spoke, yet another clone, composed of earth, emerged from the ground, appearing before the stunned scorpion and Chiyo. This sequence of events left both Chiyo and the scorpion utterly speechless, completely awestruck by Sakura's ability to perform jutsu without hand seals. Particularly, Chiyo stared with her clouded eyes, momentarily at a loss for action. In that fleeting instant, a thought crossed her mind, to eliminate Sakura while she had the chance, even if it meant sacrificing her own life to rid the hidden sand village of this threat. Yet, this notion was swiftly suppressed. It was evident that forging an alliance now was far more advantageous than taking such drastic measures. At that moment, the scorpion finally regained his composure, reflecting inwardly that this woman was likely far more formidable than a fae had ever suggested. He decisively commanded the scorpion to unleash a torrent of poisonous needles, which surged towards Sakura's three clones like a sudden downpour, seeking to ascertain whether these manifestations were mere facades. Undeterred by the onslaught of needles resembling a locust swarm, Sakura's mud clone boldly stepped forward, mimicking Sakura's earlier posture with precision. With a clap of its hands, it swiftly crouched down, pressing its palms firmly against the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a fierce shout, the ground trembled violently, and a towering earthen wall rose like an indomitable fortress before the scorpion, effectively blocking all incoming needles. To one's astonishment, this earth flow wall bore a striking distinction from ordinary ones. On the side facing the scorpion, three earless tanuki were intricately etched upon the wall, their round heads and similarly chubby, fingerless hands exuding an endearing charm. Even more intriguing, each tanuki's round visage displayed a different expression. The central tanuki wore a broad grin, seemingly mocking the scorpion's feeble assault. The one on the left bore a scornful countenance, exuding disdain for the scorpion's capabilities, while the rightmost tanuki cheekily curled its little hand at the corner of its mouth, playfully sticking out its tongue, unabashedly ridiculing the scorpion. As the scorpion beheld the wall laden with derision, his fury ignited, and his pupils constricted sharply. Despite his body being manipulated like a puppet, he could not suppress the wrath boiling within. Just as he prepared to launch a counterattack with his tail, Sakura's true form unexpectedly raised a hand. This movement puzzled the scorpion, yet he pressed on with his assault, determined to strike. However, at the very moment he was about to unleash his attack, a surge of chakra erupted from Sakura's hand. This chakra flowed forth like a torrential flood, swiftly coalescing into a rapidly spinning chakra blade. As the chakra continued to pour in, the original chakra sphere began to expand rapidly, transforming into a disc-shaped blade under immense centrifugal force. Sakura exclaimed, "Vortex slash." Accompanied by this proclamation, the disc-shaped chakra blade hurtled towards the scorpion's tail with astonishing velocity. Startled by the unexpected maneuver, the scorpion found himself unprepared for such an onslaught. He hastily attempted to retract the tail to evade the chakra blade's strike. However, the speed of the disc-shaped blade was simply too swift. Before the scorpion could pull back, it streaked past his tail like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, a piercing sound of friction erupted as the chakra blade collided violently with the wall behind the scorpion. As Scorpio heard a noise, he instinctively turned to look behind him, only to witness the moment when the vortex slash collided with the cave wall, expanding instantaneously. The formidable force of rotation, akin to the maw of the void, mercilessly devoured the wall, tearing a gaping chasm into it in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, a cold sweat broke out on Scorpio's brow. Had that attack struck him, he surmised that the defense of his puppet, Fei-Liuhua, would be as fragile as mere paper. Just as Scorpio intended to manipulate Fei-Liuhua's tail to continue the assault, he suddenly sensed a severance in the connection between himself and the puppet's tail. A tightness gripped his heart, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. He quickly turned his gaze towards Sakura's direction, where he beheld Fei-Liuhua's tail had been cleaved into two segments, lying quietly on the ground. Scorpio was taken aback, realizing that it was not a misfire of the attack, but rather Sakura had deliberately aimed for his tail. The speed of that technique was astonishingly swift, so rapid that he could hardly perceive it. Furthermore, its power was terrifying, capable of effortlessly severing the hard tail of Fei-Liuhua. In the midst of Scorpio's astonishment, Sakura suddenly addressed her three clones beside her, stating, "I am not Naruto, who merely resorts to a strategy of overwhelming numbers with abundant chakra. If one possesses chakra, it should be wielded thus." No sooner had she spoken, the three clones shot forth like arrows, darting in three distinct directions. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Fei-Liuhua. Subsequently, Sakura's three clones simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu. In an instant, a myriad of colors intertwined in the air, creating a resplendent display of jutsu. Dozens of techniques rained down upon Fei-Liuhua like cannon fire. These jutsu encompassed three different elemental attributes, intermingling to forge a formidable force. As a slower puppet, Fei-Liuhua could not evade the barrage of attacks. It could only watch helplessly as the techniques fell upon it like raindrops, instantly engulfing it in a tempest of jutsu. Chapter 148. The Third Kazekage. The cacophony of intertwining ninjutsu, accompanied by a series of explosions, reverberated throughout the cavern, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris that cascaded down like rain, saturating the air with dense smoke. At the epicenter of the explosion, the smoke billowed, obscuring visibility. Yet, amidst the chaos, a shadow suddenly erupted forth, appearing somewhat disheveled. As the haze gradually dissipated, a figure emerged, becoming increasingly discernible. It was a red-haired youth clad in a fiery cloud robe, his form flickering in and out of focus within the smoke, resembling a malevolent specter. Chio, upon seeing this figure, widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, it's impossible. How could there be no change at all?" In contrast, Sakura maintained a much calmer demeanor. Aware of why Scorpio would not age or grow older, she exhibited little reaction to Chio's astonishment. Scorpio, however, remained fixated on Sakura and her three clones, his expression grave as if confronting a dreadfully formidable adversary. He slowly extracted a scroll from his sleeve, his movements appearing somewhat sluggish. As the scroll gradually unfurled, the voice of Scorpion resonated with a particularly grave tone. "You are impressive, even more so than what Ah-Fei claimed. However, today you must express your gratitude to me, for you shall witness the prized collectibles I painstakingly acquired after vanquishing him, and indeed, this is my most cherished possession." With chakra continuously surging into the scroll, a sudden cloud of smoke erupted. Amidst this haze, behind the figure of Scorpion, a cloaked puppet slowly materialized. Chio, upon witnessing this spectacle, gasped, "Lord Third Kazekage." Just as Chio exclaimed, under Scorpion's command, the Third Kazekage moved like a specter, swiftly approaching Sakura's water clone. The water clone had no time to react, not even a moment to evade. In that fleeting instant, the right hand of the third Kazekage suddenly manifested a colossal claw blade. Glimmering ominously with a hint of purple, a clear sign of having been laced with deadly poison. A sharp crack echoed as the water clone was instantaneously torn into countless fragments, dissolving into mere droplets. Yet, this was not the end. The left arm of the third Kazekage puppet unexpectedly unfurled, revealing an array of intricate seals. An overwhelming multitude of arms, resembling tentacles, sprang forth in a dense formation. These appendages, akin to a giant serpent, danced with agility as they lunged toward the mud clone. The mud clone, equally unable to withstand this unforeseen assault, was swiftly pinned to the ground, accompanied by splashes of mud. In the blink of an eye, both of Sakura's clones had been annihilated. However, in the face of this grim scene, Sakura remained remarkably composed, standing silently with an expression devoid of emotion as she observed Scorpion mercilessly dispatching her clones. Deep down, Sakura understood that the most prudent approach against an adversary like Scorpion, who relied purely on physical attacks, was to merge with the spirit of her 1,000 cherry blossom blades. Only in this state could she truly be unafraid of being struck. Unfortunately, Scorpion possessed a trump card, the third Kazekage, who could manipulate metal. For Sakura in her merged state, this Kazekage was an absolute nemesis. Nevertheless, even when employing mere ninjutsu, Sakura did not cower before Scorpion. As her 2 clones were eliminated, the third would clone returned to her side, vigilant and watchful of Scorpion's movements. Observing this scene, Sakura couldn't help but lightly applaud. The sound of her gloved hands clapping was somewhat muffled, yet it resonated with strength and admiration. Her gaze remained fixed on the third Kazekage, and she spoke slowly. Truly worthy of the legendary third Kazekage, it is nothing short of astonishing. I never expected such immense power under your command. However, Scorpion exhibited no signs of pride or arrogance in response to Sakura's praise. Instead, his expression grew increasingly solemn, for he was acutely aware that he had merely dispatched 2 of Sakura's clones, a feat not worthy of boasting. Even more irksome to Scorpion was Sakura's tone, which seemed to treat him as a junior. This condescending attitude stirred a growing ire within him. However, Sakura appeared completely oblivious to Sasori's discontent, disregarding his hostile gaze entirely. She stepped forth from behind her clones, confidently approaching Sasori and declaring, "Now, allow me to personally test your true abilities." No sooner had Sakura spoken than Sasori launched his attack. He commanded a multitude of puppet arms to surge forth from the third Kazekage's arm, akin to a horde of ferocious venomous serpents, brandishing and clawing at Sakura. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Sakura did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips. Just as the puppet arms were about to make contact with her, Sakura suddenly uttered, "Water style, water-breaking wave." As her words echoed, she swiftly brought her hands together, her chakra surging like a tumultuous tide. Subsequently, she opened her mouth wide, unleashing a powerful torrent of water akin to a high-pressure jet stream. The deluge rushed forth with incredible speed, colliding with the multitude of puppet arms in an instant. A crisp sound of shattering filled the air as the once indomitable puppet arms were severed as easily as brittle twigs under the force of the water. Yet, Sasori's assault was far from over. At the moment the puppet arms were cut, a thick cloud of purple smoke erupted from the severed limbs, enveloping Sakura before she had any chance to evade. Just as the toxic mist began to shroud her, Chiyo called out, trying to alert her. However, the poisonous fog swiftly engulfed Sakura's figure, and Chiyo's eyes brimmed with concern at the sight. Before Chiyo's voice could fade, a voice emerged from the depths of the mist. "Water style, water barrier." With that declaration, a formidable stream of water surged forth, manifesting as an impregnable wall. This torrent spun with astonishing speed, forming an airtight curtain of water that successfully repelled the encroaching toxins. In quick succession, Sakura's voice rang out again, "Water style, water surge wave." She clasped her hands together, and the surrounding clear water began to spin rapidly, driven by an unseen force. This swirling water swiftly drew in the surrounding toxic mist, resembling a colossal whirlpool that consumed the noxious fumes entirely. In the blink of an eye, the previously crystalline water transformed into a vibrant purple poison. This toxic water, laden with lethal venom, surged directly toward Sasori. Upon witnessing this, his expression shifted dramatically, and he nimbly leapt aside to evade the deadly strike. A considerable amount of the poisonous liquid splashed onto the ground, immediately hissing as it corroded the earth. Yet, in that fleeting moment of his leap, Sakura's voice resonated once more. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Suspended in midair. Sasori was astounded to find that the cavern had become inundated with an abundance of clear water. Under Sakura's command, the water twisted and spiraled upwards, swiftly coalescing into two extraordinarily robust water dragons. At the moment when the two water dragons coalesced, they emitted a piercing whistle and lunged ferociously toward the scorpion suspended in midair. Their momentum was formidable, as if they sought to rend the creature into splinters. Chapter 149. The Sand Iron Domain. With a resounding crash, the two water dragons collided violently against an unforeseen black wall that had materialized before the scorpion. This ebony barrier appeared to be formed from countless particles of black sand iron, exuding an unparalleled hardness. The impact from the water dragons sent ripples cascading across its surface. Yet, despite its formidable nature, the wall struggled to withstand the furious assault of the water dragons. As the scorpion commanded the third-generation wind shadow puppet to execute his renowned technique, a torrent of black sand iron surged forth from the puppet's mouth, enveloping the area in a shroud of darkness, swiftly mending the breach created by the water dragons. However, Sakura's water-release ninjutsu, derived from the second generation, was characterized by its abundance and overwhelming power. Nevertheless, even so, once the water dragon breached the sand iron wall, its strength had been expended, leaving it devoid of any subsequent force, thus rendering it a mere shadow of a threat to the scorpion beyond the wall. At that moment, the scorpion called out, "Sand Iron Domain." Instantly, more sand iron gushed forth from the mouth of the third-generation wind shadow puppet, rapidly coalescing in mid-air into massive triangular and quadrilateral forms. These colossal sand iron cubes gradually took shape, with the triangular piece spinning rapidly, resembling a gigantic drill, hurtling toward Sakura with fierce intent, while the quadrilateral mass descended like a mountain, crashing down upon her with tremendous force. The triangular sand iron reached Sakura first, encircling her before she could even react, rendering her attempts to evade with the square iron futile. Yet, the scorpion's expression did not reflect triumph. He did not believe such a straightforward assault could vanquish the young girl. Indeed, at the moment Sakura was engulfed by the whirling triangular sand iron. Her form shattered into a deluge of water that splattered everywhere. Unbeknownst to all, Sakura's original position had shifted, and a water clone quietly appeared in her stead. Meanwhile, the true Sakura leaped from another angle, suspended in midair, swiftly clapping her hands together while exclaiming, "Water release! Hard vortex water blade!" With this incantation, she grasped the air, summoning a torrent of water that rapidly converged in her hands. Under her precise control, the water began to swirl, forming a high-velocity water column, akin to a spear, aimed directly at the scorpion's true form. The speed of this water projectile was astonishing, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. However, while its velocity was impressive, it had yet to reach an utterly breathtaking threshold. In response to Sakura's sudden onslaught, the scorpion was evidently prepared. He swiftly waved his hands, and a multitude of iron sand particles shot forth like a dark mist, coalescing before him into a robust wall, attempting to intercept the formidable water column. However, this high-speed water gun is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary water technique. Its penetrating power is formidable. In an instant, the iron sand wall, upon contact with the water gun, was pierced effortlessly as if it were mere paper. The water gun surged forward, unimpeded, penetrating through the second and third iron sand walls in succession. It was only upon reaching the fourth wall that the force of the water gun finally began to wane, ultimately transforming back into clear water, cascading to the ground like raindrops. Scorpion observed this spectacle, a chill creeping into his heart. He privately rejoiced, realizing that had the water gun's force been even slightly greater, he might not have been able to withstand it. Moreover, from the earlier strike, Scorpion keenly discerned certain clues. He noted that the girl named Sakura Haruno did not seem particularly adept in physical combat. The technique she had just employed, while inherently possessing great penetrative strength, would have been far more effective had her physical power been greater. Otherwise, he might have been directly pierced. Though being pierced would not result in death as long as the core of regeneration remained unharmed, it would still pose considerable complications. It was evident that her strength did not correspond with her inherent abilities, a disparity likely stemming from her physiological attributes as a female. With this realization, Scorpion immediately put his newfound insight into action. The moment Sakura landed, he unhesitatingly manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, darting forward like a flash of lightning. The swiftness of his attack left Sakura with no opportunity to evade. In the blink of an eye, the third Kazekage puppet closed in on Sakura, its massive poisonous claw extending with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, aiming directly for her. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Sakura's complexion turned ashen, her terrified gaze mingling with a hint of defiance. This scene further affirmed Scorpion's assessment. Although Sakura possessed a vast reservoir of chakra and was quite proficient in ninjutsu, she appeared to have gravely underestimated the significance of physical combat. This oversight rendered her vulnerable to close-range attacks, often leaving her unable to execute her jutsu in time, potentially leading to her demise. Just as Scorpion basked in the confidence of his impending victory, a smug smile gracing his lips as he prepared to relish the fruits of his triumph, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The expression of fear and defiance that had once adorned Sakura's face vanished, replaced by a subtle, mocking smile that hinted at her unyielding spirit. Following this, Sakura's lips parted slightly, as if silently articulating something. However, due to the brevity of the moment, Scorpion could not decipher her words. Just as doubt began to cloud Scorpion's mind, he beheld Sakura's fist suddenly radiating a faint glow of chakra. In an instant, she unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with immense strength, striking directly at the chest of the third Kazekage puppet. A resounding bang echoed as the seemingly indestructible puppet shattered as if struck by a colossal hammer, exploding into countless pieces that scattered like petals in the wind, showering the ground below. Upon witnessing the multitude of puppet fragments scattered across the ground, Scorpion was engulfed in shock and bewilderment. It was only at this moment that he finally grasped the true meaning behind Sakura's last words. "You have been deceived." Beside him, Chiyo was equally taken aback, momentarily believing that Sakura was not skilled in taijutsu. However, recalling how Sakura had shattered the massive stone at the entrance with a single punch, it became evident that her prowess in physical combat was undeniable. It was merely her acting that had nearly led Chiyo astray. Chapter 150. The despair of Scorpion. Scorpion was acutely aware that now was not the time for astonishment. He swiftly removed his black fire cloud robe. Chiyo, witnessing this scene, felt her pupils constrict in shock, as if she had received a profound blow. She murmured to herself, "Indeed, it is no wonder he has shown no growth since leaving my side." At this moment, Scorpion, in the face of Chiyo's astonishment, remained remarkably composed. He spoke slowly. "Since the battle upon joining the Akatsuki, this is the first time I have fought with my own body. Has it truly been so long?" Meanwhile, Sakura gazed at the fully puppetized Scorpion, her heart stirring with a wave of emotions. Yet, her surprise did not stem from Scorpion's current appearance, but rather from the peculiar phenomenon that raised questions in her mind. She pondered, could this be considered an alternative mechanical ascension towards immortality? However, she quickly dismissed this notion. After all, as long as the regenerative core, their fleshly weakness, existed, true immortality was unattainable. So, could Scorpion truly surpass an ordinary ninja? How long could he endure? Sakura contemplated that this likely depended on the rate at which the regenerative core aged and deteriorated. Once the core began to wither, Scorpion would likely perish alongside it. Seeing that Scorpion had entered the third phase, Sakura murmured to herself, "It seems I must reveal a fraction of my true abilities." With that, she slowly drew out her sword, the 1,000 cherry blossoms, from her waist. Without the third Kazekage puppet, Sakura finally had the opportunity to employ her weapon. As Scorpion watched Sakura unsheath the 1,000 cherry blossoms, a tightness gripped his heart. He had wondered why she had not yet used this blade. It was inconceivable that a ninja would hinder their own movements in combat for such a trivial reason. At the moment Sakura drew the sword, Scorpion's lingering doubts began to dissipate, and he regarded the blade with newfound seriousness, deciding to first test its uniqueness with ninjutsu. Just as Scorpion raised his hands, palms facing Sakura, time seemed to freeze. Sakura's expression was devoid of emotion. She gripped the sword in reverse, its tip pointed straight at the ground, softly uttering, "Disperse." 1,000 cherry blossoms. Though her voice was barely audible, it filled Scorpion with a flicker of dread, as if some cataclysmic force had been unleashed by Sakura. In the blink of an eye, the entire cavern was instantaneously collapsed by the 1,000 cherry blossoms. As Sakura's words resonated, the once unremarkable 1,000 cherry blossoms suddenly disassembled into countless petals, flooding the surroundings in a magnificent display. The petals danced swiftly through the air, colliding and intertwining, creating a breathtaking cascade of floral rain. Within this vibrant downpour, Sakura's silhouette emerged, ethereal and elusive, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. Simultaneously, a transformation was unfolding behind her. 2 rows of blade-like pillars rose steadily from her back, reminiscent of bamboo shoots after the rain. These gleaming columns radiated a chilling light, densely arranged to evoke an indescribable sense of oppression. Witnessing this miraculous spectacle, Chiyo's previously numbed heart stirred once more, her eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Sakura's technique was utterly unfathomable, surpassing any understanding she had of ninjas. While Chiyo could somewhat rationalize Sakura's earlier peculiarities through a ninja's perspective, the disintegration of the blade into countless petals before her eyes was undeniably real. Moreover, what was the nature of the 2 rows of blade pillars rising from Sakura's back? Just as Chiyo was engulfed in confusion, believing nothing could be more astonishing than this, Sakura's actions did not cease. With remarkable swiftness, she formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Secret technique, transformation." Upon witnessing Sakura's hand seals, Chiyo immediately recognized that the technique being invoked was anything but simple. However, at the moment when the blade pillars behind Sakura transformed into petals and dispersed into the surroundings, Scorpion's attack followed suit. 2 towering pillars of flame erupted from Scorpion's palms, directed straight at the hazy figure of Sakura, surrounded by the swirling petals. The flames surged with might, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. Yet, in that very instant, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A multitude of petals coalesced rapidly before the fire, forming an impenetrable floral barrier that thwarted Scorpion's assault. Simultaneously, Sakura was engulfed by the flurry of petals, vanishing into a sea of blossoms. However, the intensity of Scorpion's flames was undeniable. In the blink of an eye, they scorched through the floral shield. As the fiery pillars finally breached the barrier, the petals that once enveloped Sakura scattered like snowflakes. When Sakura reappeared before the onlookers, a dramatic transformation had taken place, altering everything but her face. This sudden change left Chiyo speechless, unable to contain her astonishment as she exclaimed, "What is the principle behind this?" At that moment, Sakura stood adorned in a delicate pink gown, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom, exuding elegance and grace. Her hands were clad in gloves as pure as snow, enhancing her immaculate appearance. Her long pink hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, gently brushing against her fair skin. Atop her head rested an exquisite hairpiece, embellished with several blooming cherry blossoms, as if a floral fairy had descended upon the earth. In this guise, Sakura appeared less as a warrior engaged in a life-and-death struggle and more like a debutante attending a noble soiree, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, just as Sakura emerged before the crowd, the 2 fierce pillars of flame surged toward her, catching everyone off guard with this unforeseen turn of events. As Chiyo witnessed this scene, a sudden tightness gripped her heart, and she gasped, "Sakura?" However, before her cry could fully escape her lips, the mocking voice of Sasori resonated amidst the roar of the flames. "Heh, your secret technique is quite lackluster, isn't it? Haruno Sakura, you didn't expect my flames to be this formidable, did you?" Sasori gazed triumphantly at Sakura, completely engulfed by the fire, his heart swelling with self-satisfaction. He was utterly confident in his flames, believing that this brief moment would be insufficient for Sakura to employ her substitution technique to evade. Furthermore, he was convinced that once Sakura came into contact with even a trace of his flames, escape would be utterly impossible. Just as Sasori laughed maniacally, seemingly intent on unleashing all the pent-up rage from previously being suppressed by Sakura, an unexpected event transpired. A multitude of petals began to swirl beside the pillar of fire, swiftly coalescing in midair. Then, another Sakura, like an ethereal apparition, slowly emerged from the void, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon witnessing this, Sasori's heart jolted, and his expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. "Die, die, die." He frantically sought to incinerate the newly formed Sakura with his flames, as if determined to reduce her to ashes. Yet, no matter how fervently he exerted himself, it seemed a futile endeavor. To Sasori's disbelief, the Sakura who should have perished in the flames repeatedly coalesced from the nearby void, akin to an immortal being. Chapter 151. Tragedy. Chiyo gazed at her grandson, whose expression grew increasingly grotesque, and a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow welled up within her. She observed Sasori, noting his growing doubt as he struggled to inflict any substantial harm on Sakura, her heart tinged with bitterness. Was she not experiencing the same sentiments as Sasori? Her original intention had been to take ruthless action should an opportunity arise where both Sakura and Sasori might inflict mutual destruction, thereby eliminating Sakura in one fell swoop. After all, she recognized immense potential within Sakura, simultaneously perceiving her as a considerable threat. Though Tsunade and Konoha currently stood as allies, Chiyo was acutely aware of the uncertain longevity of such a relationship. Thus, if given the chance to eradicate this potential menace for Tsunade, she would willingly sacrifice her frail body for that opportunity. However, upon witnessing the seemingly immortal nature of Sakura firsthand, her thoughts underwent a swift transformation. She realized that Konoha was an eternal ally for Tsunade, and regardless of the cost, every effort must be made to sustain this relationship, at least until the day when the life of this girl, named Haruno Sakura, reaches its conclusion. For as long as Sakura remained alive, Tsunade held no hope of emerging victorious against Konoha. Seeing his flames ineffective against Sakura, Sasori swiftly switched to a high-pressure water attack, only to find that it proved even less effective than his flames. Ultimately, faced with his inability to inflict harm on Sakura, Sasori resorted to his final trump card, commanding 100 puppets to simultaneously assail Sakura. Regrettably, even 100 puppets, an existence seemingly impossible for a puppeteer, appear as fragile as paper before the myriad shards of blades composed of Sakura's petals. Sakura gazed at the densely clustered puppets in the sky, her heart devoid of surprise. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Chiyo and said, "Chiyo, please step back. This place is too perilous." Chiyo nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from Sakura. Sakura then turned her gaze back to the puppets, her voice resonating through the air. "Killing scene. 1,000 cherry blossoms, scene of beauty." As her words echoed, the countless petals in the sky seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, swiftly coalescing. They intertwined and entwined, gradually forming sharp blades of 1,000 cherry blossoms. These blades spun rapidly in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, a colossal formation of 1,000 cherry blossoms encircled both Sakura and Sasori, tightly enclosing them within. Seeing this, Sasori unhesitatingly commanded his 100 puppets, surging towards Sakura like a torrential flood. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, clearly intent on vanquishing Sakura in one fell swoop. However, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Sakura remained remarkably composed. With a graceful step forward, as if attending a grand ball in her fitted dress, she elegantly advanced. In that instant, her figure transformed into petals, scattering and vanishing from her original position. Simultaneously, the previously motionless spherical formation of blades appeared to be activated. One of the 1,000 cherry blossoms shooting forth like lightning, directly intercepting the foremost puppet. A sharp clang resonated as the puppet's attack was effortlessly deflected by the 1,000 cherry blossom. At that very moment, Sakura's figure swiftly coalesced before the blade. She grasped the 1,000 cherry blossom, and with a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashed as the puppet was cleaved in two. Sakura's movements flowed seamlessly, executed in one continuous motion without a moment's pause. She flickered among the throng of puppets, each appearance heralding the demise of another puppet. In her hands, the 1,000 cherry blossom resembled the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the puppets. Sasori watched in horror as his puppets dwindled under Sakura's relentless assault, his heart filled with despair. No matter how he maneuvered his puppets, he could not impede Sakura's advance. His attacks seemed utterly futile in the face of her prowess, while her speed and strength instilled an unprecedented fear within him. Ultimately, Sasori could only watch helplessly, his heart heavy with despair and resentment. The ground lay strewn with the remnants of his meticulously crafted puppets, once his proudest creations, now reduced to mere scrap. Sasori's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Sakura, roaring, "Even if you destroy all my puppets, I still have one final." Before he could finish, the two blades behind him whirled rapidly and charged directly at Sakura. Unperturbed, Sakura waved her hand, transforming all the 1,000 cherry blossoms back into petals, leaving only the final blade. She gently waved her hand, and the last of the 1,000 cherry blossoms flew into her grasp like a streak of light. With a swift motion, Sakura wielded the blade, and as the light glimmered, the 1,000 cherry blossoms transformed into an arc of brilliance, clashing momentarily with the approaching scorpion. A crisp sound echoed, and in an instant, Scorpion's limbs were shattered by Sakura's strike, leaving only his torso and head to fall lifelessly to the ground. In that moment, Scorpion lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, as if the entire world had collapsed around him. His face bore no expression. He silently gazed upwards, seemingly devoid of interest in everything. Sakura observed the fading attire of Scorpion before the 1,000 cherry blossoms returned to her hand. At this juncture, Granny Chiyo slowly approached Sakura, her murky eyes quietly surveying the defeated Scorpion, who remained mute in his despair. She gently shook her head and sighed. Sakura turned to Granny Chiyo and said, "Granny Chiyo, I leave Scorpion in your care. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you." With that, Sakura turned to leave, leaving Granny Chiyo and Scorpion behind. However, just a few steps away, a sudden crisp snap shattered the silence. Sakura paused, sensing the disturbance, and guessed its implication. Yet, she gradually turned her head again, only to witness Scorpion, his eyes devoid of light, being embraced tightly by two puppets, a man and a woman. The long blades in their hands had pierced through Scorpion's core of regeneration. Sakura stood frozen, watching this poignant scene of a white-haired figure bidding farewell to a black-haired one. Granny Chiyo trembled slightly, clearly pained by the act of taking her own grandson's life. After standing in silence for a prolonged moment, she swiftly formed seals with her hands and struck the ground forcefully. With her movement, a multitude of earth and stones began to gather, gradually forming a massive mound that buried Scorpion and the two puppets together. The mound grew higher and higher, ultimately rising as a solitary grave on the battlefield where Sakura and Scorpion had fought. This grave appeared desolate, as if narrating the story of Scorpion's life. Granny Chiyo stood quietly before the mound, gazing at it with a flicker of complex emotion in her eyes. After a while, she retrieved a larger fragment of stone and placed it before the grave. Then, she extended her finger, gathering chakra. Her finger moved slowly across the stone, inscribing several words: a virtuous daughter-in-law, a filial son. Upon reaching this point, Granny Chiyo hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating something. But ultimately, she resolved to continue, writing, "A clever and cheerful grandson. May they find eternal happiness below." After completing these words, Granny Chiyo gently lowered her finger, exhaling softly. She silently gazed at the grave, two streams of murky tears trickling down her cheeks. Chapter 152, Rebirth. On a vast grassland in the land of rivers, a gentle breeze caressed the tender green grass, as if nature itself mourned this heavy moment. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive, as Naruto, having endured countless hardships, finally reclaimed Gaara's lifeless body from Deidara's grasp. Naruto was acutely aware that Gaara had departed from this world, yet he unhesitatingly laid Gaara's lifeless form before Sakura. The reason for his actions required no elaboration. Sakura understood instinctively. She gazed into Naruto's eyes, which brimmed with hope, as if pleading for a miracle to unfold. Though she comprehended the grim reality that Gaara had succumbed to death, she knelt slowly, examining him with great care. Ultimately, however, the outcome was heart-wrenching. In the midst of Naruto's sorrowful gaze, Sakura gently shook her head, signaling to Naruto that Gaara could not be saved. A gentle breeze passed through, causing Gaara's wine-red hair to dance in the wind, as if mourning the loss of his life. Naruto stood silently before Gaara's still form, tears gradually blurring his vision. With a choked voice, laden with profound grief and anger, he lamented, "Why Gaara? Why must he be the one to leave us? He was the Kazekage. He had only just assumed that role. How could he be taken so soon?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, Chiyo, who had been engulfed in sorrow after personally burying her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, felt her expression darken further. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she spoke in a subdued tone. "Calm yourself, Naruto Uzumaki." This statement seemed not only directed at Naruto, but also served as a reminder to herself, a means to quell the tumult within her heart. However, Naruto's emotions were already spiraling out of control. He could no longer suppress his rage, and he yelled at Chiyo, "You are infuriating." This outburst was imbued with boundless pain and resentment, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up emotions. As he turned away, tears streamed down his face like a flood breaking through a dam, blurring his vision. Those two streams of tears flowed incessantly, like pearls strung on a broken thread. Naruto fixed his gaze upon Chiyo's murky and lifeless eyes, continuing to shout. If Usan Shinobi hadn't forced that monster into Gaara, none of this would have happened. Did you ever consider how Gaara felt? His voice trembled involuntarily as he spoke these words. Memories of his own experiences flooded his mind, recalling the peculiar glances and ostracism he faced due to the beast within him since childhood. The loneliness and anguish he endured were beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Gaara, too, had faced a more tragic fate, sharing a similar plight, and now he had lost his precious life due to the tailed beast. Naruto gradually closed his eyes, murmuring, "What is a Jinchuriki? Spare me the pretense of righteousness and empty words." His voice was low and quivered, as if his heart were being devoured by endless suffering. He slowly bowed his head, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, but they flowed relentlessly like a torrent. Attempting to conceal his vulnerability and helplessness, he shielded his eyes with his arm. "I cannot save Gaara. I am powerless. I have trained tirelessly for 3 years. Yet I am no different from who I was 3 years ago." Naruto's voice broke, each word forced from his throat, filled with profound sorrow and despair. At that moment, Chiyo, hunched over, slowly approached Gaara's side. She gazed upon the lifeless Gaara, her already wrinkled face now shrouded in profound sorrow. As she looked at Gaara lying on the ground, it seemed to evoke memories of her grandson, whom she had killed with her own hands. Reminiscent of his age when Sasori had betrayed them, Chiyo gradually crouched down and softly addressed Sakura. "Sakura, come here for a moment." Understanding Chiyo's intent, Sakura hesitated for a moment, her lips parting slightly, yet ultimately remained silent, quietly moving to Chiyo's side. "Do you require any assistance, Grandma Chiyo?" Sakura inquired, observing the frail figure of the elderly woman, whose posture appeared as if her spine had been crushed by the weight of her past. Chiyo did not respond. Instead, she slowly rummaged through her bag as if burdened by an immense weight, retrieving a scroll and handing it to Sakura, saying, "This is a secret technique I developed through my lifetime of experience. The side effects are significant. A person can only use it once in their life. However, its effects are remarkable. Pay close attention." With that, Chiyo's hands glowed with chakra as she gently pressed them against Gaara's abdomen. As she performed this action, Chiyo's life force began to flow into Gaara alongside the chakra, a sensation felt only by Sakura, the medical ninja present. Noticing this, Naruto approached Sakura, asking, "What is she preparing to do?" Sakura replied, "Grandma Chiyo wants to revive Gaara. This is her unique secret technique." Naruto, filled with disbelief, murmured, "Is such a thing truly possible?" As Chiyo's chakra and life force began to wane, she realized her underestimation of her own aging and depletion of vitality. Observing the dimming glow of her chakra, she felt her life force nearing exhaustion. Yet, at this critical moment, 2 distinctly different hands gently covered the back of Chiyo's hand. One was rough and large, evidently belonging to a man. The other was soft and delicate, showing no calluses despite years of training, unmistakably a girl's hand. With the influx of these 2 powerful life forces and chakra, the technique, which was on the verge of ceasing, reignited like a torch, burning fiercely once again. Chiyo slowly opened her once dim and murky eyes, her gaze falling upon Naruto and Sakura. In that instant, she recalled Kakashi's words on the journey. Naruto was the one who understood Gaara the most, and Gaara, in turn, understood Naruto. After all Jinchuriki from various villages faced similar plights, making Naruto the one most eager to save Gaara, regardless of the village to which Gaara belonged. Chiyo observed the 2 before her, seeing no traces of the scheming or calculations that she often encountered in others. Finally, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. After all, just as she was contemplating how to manipulate Sakura into doing something for Tsunade, Chiyo, an elderly woman consumed by her own scheming until death, found Sakura and Naruto to be embodiments of purity. The corners of her wrinkled mouth gradually curled into a smile, and she ceased her calculations, yearning instead to express the words that lay heavy in her heart. Maintaining the operation of her secret technique, Chiyo gazed at Sakura and Naruto and gently remarked, "I am truly delighted to witness the emergence of a youthful generation like you in the ninja world established by an old woman like me. Everything I have done in the past was misguided, yet at long last, I can accomplish something right. The future of Tsunade and Konoha will surely differ entirely from my era." Chiyo then turned her attention to Naruto and spoke softly, "Kakashi has spoken of your incredible powers. and I hope you will become an unprecedented Hokage." She then looked at Sakura, saying, "I have my own motives for teaching you this secret technique. Our generation has grown accustomed to calculating the value of life, and for that, I ask for your forgiveness." With a hint of an apologetic smile, she continued, "I have witnessed your wood clone, imbued with immense vitality and chakra. I see the potential for improving this technique, and I hope you will assist me in its completion. Moreover, I wish for you to lend your strength to Tsunade when you are able. This is my final wish." At this moment, Chiyo's body began to weaken, and Sakura, who stood beside her, reached out to embrace her, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Chapter 153. Inoki in a dark cave within the land of rain. The outer path golem stood silently, as if it had never left. However, unlike before, 9 figures, a mix of real and illusory, now stood upon its 10 fingers. Among them, a particularly striking figure with yellow hair drew attention. He was severely wounded, having evidently endured a fierce battle to escape. This figure was Deidara, his face contorted with rage and emotion, fixated on Pain's Rinnegan, demanding, "What do you mean? You claim Brother Sasori is dead? How can this be? He is too powerful to be slain by a mere girl." Deidara appeared utterly disheveled, his body covered in injuries, even missing an arm. Yet, he seemed oblivious to his own wounds, consumed instead by disbelief over Sasori's demise and fury towards Pain. In response to Deidara's accusations, Pain remained indifferent, his expression blank as he replied, "Sasori's strength was indeed lacking. He was defeated by a girl named Sakura Haruno alone. This has been thoroughly confirmed, and there is no room for debate." Then, Pain shifted his tone, continuing, "According to Akatsuki and Zetsu, that girl possesses formidable strength, and she will undoubtedly become an obstacle for us in the future. Thus, she has 2 choices. Either join us to take Sasori's place or face my hand and be eliminated by me. There are no other outcomes. Ah, please, leader. You must believe me. That girl is incredibly strong." A masked figure, known as a fae, gestured animatedly while speaking in a dramatically exaggerated tone. According to the account provided by Ju, during her confrontation with the scorpion, she had no opportunity to counter. Therefore, you must exercise utmost caution. Upon finishing, a fae glanced at Ju, seemingly seeking his validation. Ju nodded slightly, affirming the truth of a fae's words. With renewed enthusiasm, a fae continued, "Furthermore, we have disseminated the rumor that Haruno Sakura is Konoha's hidden trump card, destined to become the second Hokage, Senju Hashirama. I believe that Awagakure and Kumobakure will not remain passive upon hearing this news. It promises to be an extraordinary spectacle." Having concluded his remarks, a fae erupted into an exaggerated fit of laughter, eager to capture the attention of those around him. However, the others had long grown accustomed to a fae's manner of speaking and paid little heed to his laughter. Only Pain, upon hearing a fae's words, responded coolly, "It matters not. I shall take action." His tone was calm and resolute, as if he held no regard for Haruno Sakura. In the office of the Tsuchikage in Awagakure, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The wiry and diminutive Inoki sat at his desk, his expression somber as he fixated on the intelligence in his hands. Standing before him, Kuratsuchi, observing Inoki's grave demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Lord Tsuchikage, do you believe this information to be accurate?" Inoki slowly set down the document, rubbing the corners of his eyes in an attempt to alleviate the slight swelling resulting from intense contemplation. He took a deep breath and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "For now, I am relieved that no one else calls me father." After allowing his son a moment of respite, Inoki's expression regained its gravity. He met Kuratsuchi's gaze and said in a low voice, "The resurrection of the Kazekage from Tsunade has been witnessed by numerous shinobi. This is undeniably true. As for the girl who is said to have inherited Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, along with the wood release of Hashirama and water release of Tobarama, do you believe she truly exists?" Instead of directly answering Kuratsuchi's question, Inoki chose to probe his perspective through a counter-question. After all, Inoki was not young anymore, and the role of Tsuchikage would eventually necessitate a successor. He needed to contemplate the matter of inheritance. His son, possessing exceptional strength and considerable respect within Awagakure, seemed a promising candidate. However, his rigid thinking and inflexibility in social interactions rendered him less than ideal for the position of Tsuchikage. Upon hearing Inoki's inquiry, Kuratsuchi's previously serious countenance grew even more somber, his brow slightly furrowing, which only enhanced his air of authority. After a period of deep reflection, Kuratsuchi finally relaxed his furrowed brow and spoke slowly. Father, in my estimation, this matter is most likely false. A person's energy is inherently limited. Mastering a particular skill typically requires a lifetime of dedication. How could anyone possibly excel in so many areas? Inoki sighed softly after considering Kuratsuchi's analysis, gently shaking his head. Indeed, the yellow earth excels in various aspects. Yet there is one concern that weighs heavily upon him: his rigid mindset and lack of political acumen. The reason Ohayaki posed this question is not centered on the veracity of the matter, but rather on how to navigate such a situation. As long as it can be established that the girl named Haruno Sakura is indeed a prodigy, any semblance of falsehood surrounding her abilities could be transformed into undeniable reality. Regrettably, Yellow Earth has yet to grasp this profound insight. However, after careful contemplation, Ohayaki ultimately resolved to grant his son an opportunity. Thus, he deliberately employed a suggestive tone, stating, however, based on the intelligence we have gathered in recent years, it appears that this woman, Haruno Sakura, is unequivocally a genius. Upon hearing his father's high praise for Sakura, Yellow Earth was overtaken by a surge of envy and profound reflection. He lamented, Konoha truly is a land teeming with talent. Even I have heard of this Haruno Sakura. Her wood-release techniques are remarkably powerful, and it is said she has taken Tsunade as her mentor. She is truly one of the legendary Sannin. Her future shines brightly, and her potential is limitless. In contrast, why does our village lack such a genius? Ohayaki gazed at Yellow Earth, observing his failure to comprehend the deeper meaning of his words, and finally, with a sense of resignation, he let out a deep sigh. In that moment, Ohayaki was convinced that if it were not for the absence of suitable alternatives, Yellow Earth would be ill-suited for the crucial position of Tsuchikage. Finally, in a business-like tone, Ohayaki instructed, you shall relay the order to fabricate a reason for Konoha to surrender the girl named Haruno Sakura. If they refuse, we will besiege Konoha until its annihilation. We cannot allow a second Senju Hashirama to emerge in the shinobi world. Upon hearing Ohayaki's words, Yellow Earth displayed an expression of astonishment, struggling to comprehend why Ohayaki's stance had shifted so dramatically in such a brief period. Nevertheless, despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Yellow Earth chose to temporarily set aside his doubts and inquired, if Konoha does not surrender Sakura, are we truly prepared to go to war with them? Ohayaki's fury ignited at Yellow Earth's question. His eyes widened as he bellowed, war? What do we possess to contend with Konoha? Tsunade is practically in league with them, while Kirigakure is on the verge of collapse. Currently, only we and Kumogakure maintain a semblance of strength, but do you genuinely believe that the dark-skinned one will ally with me? Ohayaki's words conveyed profound helplessness and anger, resonating throughout the room and drawing attention. At this juncture, Ohayaki seemed to suddenly become weary, as if all his strength had been sapped. He slowly waved his hand and continued, you need not concern yourself with other matters. Simply ensure the documents are conveyed. As for the rest, we shall wait and see how events unfold. Konoha is not an impregnable fortress, especially after the demise of that seasoned veteran. The two old geezers' subtle machinations have never ceased. Meanwhile, the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village made a similar choice, merely raising their voices without much effort. As for Konoha handing over individuals, they had hoped for that. But surely someone would be unable to contain themselves and use this matter to stir trouble. Chapter 154. Creating Chaos at the Entrance of Konoha Village. Two individuals, humorously dubbed the Eternal Gatekeepers, stood watch. One leaned against the gate, nodding off, while the other had just awakened, rubbing his eyes and letting out a tremendous yawn. Suddenly, two massive pillars of smoke surged towards them like lightning from outside Konoha Village. The unexpected sight instantly heightened the alertness of the gatekeepers, who promptly stood upright, their faces etched with concern as they exclaimed in unison, what is happening? In the blink of an eye, the smoke columns reached the gates of Konoha. Upon closer inspection, the gatekeepers realized it was Guy charging toward them with Kakashi, who appeared lifeless and limp like a noodle, slung over his back. The smoke pillars were merely the billowing dust raised in Guy's wake. Guy shouted, move aside. It's the final sprint. The finish line is in sight. His voice resonated through the air, as if attempting to pierce the heavens. In an instant, he burst through the grand gates of Konoha. However, just as he crossed the threshold, he abruptly halted. The sudden stop sent Kakashi crashing forcefully against Guy's back. With a muffled thud, Kakashi made intimate contact with Guy, collapsing like a pile of mush upon him, his condition uncertain. Balancing on one foot, Guy steadied himself and proudly raised his head. Yet, in that moment, the back of his head inadvertently collided with Kakashi's chin, eliciting a low grunt from Kakashi. Simultaneously, the second smoke pillar, like a shooting star, arrived at the gates of Konoha. As the smoke dissipated, Lee's enthusiastic figure emerged, brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "What a pity!" Second place. Observing these two lively characters, the onlookers couldn't help but voice their thoughts in unison. What race? At that moment, Guy quickly adjusted Kakashi on his back, a triumphant expression on his face, and declared, "Lee, you still need to train harder." Upon hearing this, Lee immediately became serious, straightening his posture as he fervently replied, "Yes, I understand. Next time, I will double my efforts to secure first place." Guy, witnessing the determination in Lee's eyes, felt a swell of satisfaction within. However, a hint of regret lingered on his face as he slowly added, "But I must announce some disappointing news." Lee's expression shifted to one of anxiety, his eyes widening as he eagerly inquired, "What is the news, Teacher Guy?" AKA intentionally prolonged his tone, meandering for a while before adopting an exceedingly regretful demeanor. He firmly directed Kakashi's hands towards Lee, declaring, "Regrettably, you are not in second place. In truth, you occupy the third position." As Lee stood there, bewildered in shock, AKA burst into a triumphant laugh, abruptly turning to showcase Kakashi, who was slumped on his back like a rag doll. This sudden movement elicited a faint cracking sound from Kakashi's neck, indicating a dislocation of bones. With unabashed pride, AKA continued, "The second place belongs to my dear Kakashi. What a fortunate soul he is." Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi had succumbed to a deep unconsciousness, while AKA continued to congratulate him. Meanwhile, a group of individuals, including Sakura, stood at the entrance of Konoha, gazing at the two with expressions of disdain, as though they were extraterrestrials. Niji, as AKA's pupil, remarked in a serious tone, "As usual, I truly cannot keep up with their fervor." To which Tintin chimed in, "Indeed, although I can somewhat match their pace in running, I find it impossible to emulate their enthusiasm." Sakura, overhearing Niji's comment, silently scoffed, thinking, "Keeping up with running is sufficient, we can forego the fervor." At that moment, AKA suddenly turned around and boisterously exclaimed, "All right, is everyone assembled? Then let us first report to Lady Tsunade." His voice resonated with such vigor that it was impossible to ignore. However, just as AKA pivoted, Sakura timidly raised her hand and softly said, "Ake-sensei." Apparently oblivious to Kakashi's perilous state, AKA continued, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Sakura's voice grew increasingly faint. "Kakashi-sensei, he is in critical condition." Only then did AKA take notice of Kakashi's dire situation. Upon closer inspection, he found Kakashi deeply unconscious, his face as pale as parchment, eyes glazed and devoid of vitality. AKA's expression transformed into one of extreme exaggeration, his eyes widened, and his mouth agape, as if witnessing the apocalypse. He exclaimed, What should we do? It seems we must prioritize taking Kakashi to the hospital over reporting." At this juncture, Sakura raised her hand, asserting, "I will inform Master Tsunade, Ake-sensei. You take Kakashi-sensei to the hospital." Sakura truly wished to avoid spending another minute with AKA and Lee. Upon hearing this, AKA immediately donned his characteristic smile and replied, "All right." He then turned to Lee beside him, speaking with fervent enthusiasm, "The second round of the competition officially commences. Our destination is Konoha Hospital." With that, he once again disregarded Kakashi and alongside Lee, embarked on yet another race, seemingly oblivious to their true purpose of heading to the hospital. Sakura arrived at the Hokage building and stood before Tsunade's office door. Just as she prepared to knock, she was startled by an enraged shout from within. "What do you two mean by this? Are you attempting to push my disciple into a pit of fire over these fictitious letters?" Tsunade's voice was filled with anger and discontent. Sakura halted her motion, standing quietly at the door, straining to listen to the commotion inside. At that moment, an aged yet robust female voice resonated within the office. "Tsunade, this is not a baseless claim. The leaders of Awagakure and Kumogakure have personally sent letters, and we cannot afford to dismiss them. Furthermore, we have never suggested handing over Sakura Haruno." Upon hearing this, Sakura's heart tightened. She instantly recognized the owner of that ancient voice. As the old crone uttered her name, Sakura's expression darkened ominously. During the 3 years of Tsunade's tenure as Hokage, these two malignant figures from Konoha had intermittently impeded her progress, seemingly intent on reminding Tsunade that they were the true authorities of the village. Sakura had observed all this. Yet due to Tsunade's inaction and the two elders' hesitance to overstep their bounds, she had remained largely unperturbed. However, with her own fate now at stake, Sakura felt compelled to listen intently to the nefarious schemes these old men might concoct. Just then, Tsunade exclaimed vehemently, "Your proposal is tantamount to suggesting we hand her over. She is only 16, a vibrant and powerful young ninja, and you want her to intern at the Konoha hospital, then hastily marry and bear children to propagate her bloodline? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions to execute her after she has given birth, to appease a Wagakure and Kyomogakure. I assure you, this matter is non-negotiable." Tsunade's tone and demeanor were resolute, plunging the office into a profound silence. Chapter 155. Sakura's decision to betray Konoha. Ultimately, a deep, aged male voice emerged from the office. "Hokage-sama, we are left with no choice. Compared to our village being besieged by the 4 great ninja villages, this is undoubtedly the best option available." He continued, "Years ago, the first Hokage introduced the will of fire, establishing Konoha with the intention of ensuring its enduring existence. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire shall persist. Sakura Haruno's sacrifice would not be without meaning. Her demise would usher in peace and stability for Konoha, serving as fuel for the village's growth, illuminating the entire community." However, upon hearing these words, Sakura felt as though she had been struck by a hammer. Her teeth clenched in fury. She vividly recalled the first Hokage's original philosophy. The sacrifices made by ninjas on the battlefield were meaningful, as their loss was not an end, but rather fuel for rebirth. Yet now, these two old men had grotesquely distorted this sentiment into a glorification of sacrifice, claiming it was for the advancement of Konoha. A chill coursed through Sakura as she grappled with the thought of how these two elders had twisted the noble and grand ideals of the will of fire to such an extent. It was an affront to the first Hokage and to all the ninjas who had ever sacrificed for Konoha. Even Tsunade, upon hearing Mito's words, began to waver. She too had grown up under the teachings of her granduncle's will of fire. It was inevitable that this old man might lead her astray, convincing her that sacrificing Sakura for the village's peace and growth was the optimal choice. However, Tsunade hesitated for but a fleeting moment, only to resolutely shake her head and declare with unwavering conviction, "The will of fire, as posited by my granduncle, is certainly not intended to compel ninjas into futile sacrifices. I categorically cannot acquiesce to such unreasonable demands. Moreover, Tsunade is our ally, and Kirigakure is already on the brink of collapse. What justification do we have for confronting the remaining 2 villages? The situation is by no means dire enough to warrant such extreme measures." At that moment, the sharp voice of Kakurui pierced the air, as one of the legendary Sannin. "Do you not grasp the brutality of war? As advisors to the Hokage, it is our duty to counsel her, lest she strays onto a perilous path. If you do not keep Sakura Haruno hidden, it will inevitably incite a war, and the entire village will be engulfed in flames. For the future of Konoha, even if we 2 old fools must perish in the Hokage's office, we shall compel you to alter your stance. This is all for Konoha. I believe the people of Konoha will support our righteous cause, Hokage-sama. Please, consider this carefully." With those words, she and Mito Gate Kurenai stormed out, brushing past Sakura, who had retreated a few steps. Once the 2 old men with their bent backs departed, Sakura gently tapped on the door and spoke. "Master, it is I. I wish to report on the situation regarding the Tsunade mission." At that moment, Tsunade's slightly weary voice resonated from within the office. "Is that you, Sakura? Come in." The voice seemed shrouded in an invisible weight, revealing an ineffable fatigue. Upon hearing Tsunade's voice, Sakura's emotions grew increasingly complex. She inhaled deeply and slowly pushed the office door open. The hinges emitted a faint creak, jarringly loud in the stillness of the environment. As Sakura stepped into the office, her gaze was immediately drawn to Tsunade, who sat at her desk, fingers faintly glimmering with chakra as she gently massaged her temples. The delicate glow of chakra flowed at her fingertips, akin to a release of the exhaustion that resided within her. Observing this, Sakura quickly approached, positioning herself behind Tsunade. and allowing her own chakra to emanate from her palms as she softly pressed against Tsunade's temples. As Sakura gently kneaded, Tsunade's formerly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, her eyes slowly closing as if savoring this moment of tranquility and relief. After a while, Tsunade's voice emerged once more, this time softer than before. Like a gentle breeze. Did you hear everything? Sakura did not conceal her response. She merely nodded softly, her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to herself. Tsunade appeared unsurprised by Sakura's answer, slowly opening her eyes and casting her gaze upon the 2 letters on her desk. She stared at the letters in silence for a moment before speaking softly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. The Wagakure and Kumogakure will not instigate war over such trivialities. The 2 of them had not yet reached a level of intimacy that would allow them to share a single pair of trousers. The initiation of hostilities by either party would unveil a critical vulnerability. Though her words were delivered with tranquility, the profound implications they carried provoked deep contemplation, indicating that Tsunade had indeed become a competent leader. Sakura stood quietly behind Tsunade, absorbing her analysis, feeling no significant unease regarding the situation. In truth, this entire scenario was the culmination of her meticulous planning. As the final confrontation drew nearer, Sakura realized it was time for her to leave the village to prepare. Remaining there to fulfill her duties would not only squander precious time, but also fail to contribute meaningfully to the current predicament. After all, in the present state of affairs, her absence seemed inconsequential to the village. Upon hearing Tsunade's remarks, Sakura's gentle massage momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. Continuing to knead Tsunade's temples as she softly declared, Master, I intend to leave the village for a while. During my absence, you may publicly announce that I have defected. This way, as a rogue ninja, I shall sever all ties with Konoha. Tsunade's delicate form trembled at Sakura's statement. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain a calm voice before slowly inquiring, why? The bond forged over the years had afforded Tsunade a profound understanding of Sakura's character and approach to matters. Sakura had always been a goal-oriented individual, embarking on any endeavor with a clear objective and strategy. Even in pursuit of amusement, she would never trivialize such matters. Thus, Tsunade recognized that Sakura's declaration must be grounded in a significant rationale. After a brief pause, Sakura elaborated, I have discovered that the Akatsuki's intentions are far from simple, and I require the freedom to leave the village to assist Lord Jiraiya in investigating their activities. Furthermore, during my absence, I plan to engage in certain actions that would be inappropriate for a Konoha ninja, making my defection a logical course of action. Tsunade's instinctive response was one of alarm. She withdrew her hands from Sakura's temples and fixed her gaze upon her, asking, Are you suggesting that the actions you deem inappropriate for a Konoha ninja entail the slaughter of a village? I assure you, this matter is far too grave, and slaughter is no trivial undertaking. Sakura, feeling a wave of exasperation, thought to herself, Am I truly perceived as harboring such a murderous intent? Even if I did, I would never direct my wrath towards innocents. My targets would be the high-ranking officials of the opposing villages. Before Tsunade could veer further off topic, Sakura interjected, Master, where are your thoughts wandering? My upcoming journey may involve interactions with Jinchuriki from other villages, individuals regarded as taboo. Engaging with them as a Konoha ninja would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, I am certain my approach will not be overly restrained, which could inadvertently place Konoha in a precarious position. Tsunade, grasping a portion of Sakura's intentions, still struggled to comprehend the ultimate purpose behind her actions. Nevertheless, her concern prompted her to voice her apprehension. But once the news of your defection is made public, there will be no turning back. You will forever be branded as a rogue ninja. Sakura, with a smile, retorted to Tsunade, Do you truly despise me merely for my status as a rogue ninja? Tsunade chuckled softly and shook her head, acknowledging that she indeed placed too much emphasis on the identity of a ninja. As long as Sakura remained untroubled by it, that label held no significance for her. Of course, I would never. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Sakura gazed outside and slowly remarked, I believe Naruto and Ino would not either. If they are unconcerned, then what does it matter how others perceive me? Chapter 156. The cherry blossomed, the moon hung high, casting its silvery luminescence upon the tranquil night of Konoha village. Aside from a few select streets that glimmered with faint light, the rest of the village lay enveloped in darkness, as if it had succumbed to slumber. Yet, In this stillness, a shadow flitted through the night like a specter, deftly evading the patrolling Konoha guards and several ENBU members. Its movements were swift and graceful, blending seamlessly with the night, rendering it nearly undetectable. The shadow raced onward, ultimately arriving beside the grandest cherry blossom tree in Konoha. This ancient tree, towering and venerable, bloomed spectacularly each spring, becoming a breathtaking sight in the village. The shadow paused beneath its boughs, gently placing down 2 bags it had been carrying. The bags hit the ground with a muted thud, resonating sharply in the hushed night. As the bags were carefully unfastened, the figures of 2 elderly individuals emerged, a man and a woman, the esteemed advisors of Konoha, Kanna, and Mito. Their eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. The shadow, now illuminated by the moonlight, revealed its true identity. Sakura's exquisite visage appeared particularly pale under the silvery glow, her gaze cold and resolute. Sakura stared at the unconscious elders, murmuring to herself, "How much better it would have been for you to retire quietly, yet here you are, still posturing as Konoha's advisors. Has the comfort of these past years caused your minds to wither? In a world that reveres strength, you persist in wielding power." Earlier that evening, Sakura had attempted to persuade these 2 obstinate elders to step down, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, they had resolutely refused. Consequently, she had no choice but to bring them here to keep company with Shimura Danzo, lest the 5th Hokage and Konoha's shadows be left in solitude. Sakura had resolved to eliminate obstacles for Tsunade before leaving Konoha, believing that there were matters Tsunade found inconvenient to address, which Sakura could handle more adeptly without causing undue trouble. For instance, now Sakura unceremoniously hoisted the unconscious Kanna and strolled beside the majestic cherry blossom tree, meticulously scouting for an optimal vantage point to observe the village. At last, she discovered a splendid location, offering a panoramic view of the entire village. Pleased with the scenery, Sakura nodded in satisfaction before unhesitatingly channeling approximately half of her chakra into wood-release chakra. She began to infuse this wood-release chakra continuously into Kanna's body. In an instant, the once crinkled visage of Sakura, resembling the parched bark of a tree, began to metamorphose into genuine tree bark. Subsequently, a multitude of roots and branches abruptly pierced forth from her body, as if propelled by an immense force. These roots and branches grew rapidly, swirling as though in search of fertile soil for their sustenance. As Sakura gradually released her grip, it seemed that the roots sensed something, swiftly and powerfully embedding themselves into the earth. Thereafter, the tree commenced an astonishing growth spurt, extending skyward with relentless vigor. Gradually, it reached a height of approximately 50 meters before ceasing its ascent. Yet, it did not rest. Instead, it began to bloom with resplendent cherry blossoms. The cherry blossoms, born of Sakura's wood-release technique, were remarkably unique, flourishing in 3 out of the 4 seasons, only shedding their petals during the frigid winter. When spring returned, they would bloom anew, perpetuating this cycle until the next winter's arrival. Sakura gazed quietly at the cherry blossom tree, which, while substantially smaller than the towering 100-meter tree beside it, was still a magnificent sight. She murmured, "Since you steadfastly refuse to yield, I shall grant you your wish. You, who have ascended to the heights of Konoha's leadership, have not accomplished much of merit. Let this tree become a new spectacle for Konoha." As 2 additional cherry blossom trees emerged beside the 100-meter marvel, a throng of ninjas was stirred to investigate. However, apart from the 2 newly appeared massive cherry trees, nothing else was discovered, and eventually, this intelligence found its way to Tsunade's desk, which had yet to rest. Tsunade's eyes fixated intently on the report in her hands, her pupils suddenly constricting. "Go check if the 2 advisors are at home." The assigned ninja immediately turned and dashed off to execute Tsunade's command. Initially perplexed by the report, Tsunade pondered why Sakura would inexplicably plant cherry blossom trees. Yet, as she reflected on the events that transpired since her assumption of leadership over Konoha, a startling hypothesis took root in her mind. She recalled, after taking over Konoha, piecing together a series of clues and deductions. She had once suspected that Danzo Shimura might have met his demise at Sakura's hands, transformed into the renowned 100-meter cherry blossom tree that astonished visitors. Now, with the emergence of 2 additional cherry trees beside the original, a nagging suspicion began to form in Tsunade's heart, especially considering the recent unpleasantness with the 2 advisors. Before long, The ninja dispatched to investigate hurriedly returned, reporting to Tsunade that the two advisors were indeed absent from their residence. Moreover, even the Umbu members tasked with their protection had no knowledge of their whereabouts. Upon receiving this news, Tsunade's understanding deepened. With a resigned sigh, she suppressed a smile, her heart swelling with sorrow as she announced, the two advisors, aware of their advancing years, have chosen to retreat into the mountains, no longer to concern themselves with the affairs of Konoha. As for their exact location, that remained a mystery, for they had departed quietly, clearly wishing to keep their movements concealed from others. The following day, when Tsunade encountered Sakura, she refrained from inquiring about the events of the previous night. Sakura, too, did not elaborate, but simply stated, "Master, I have come to bid farewell. Please take care of yourself during my absence. Should any matters arise, feel free to write to me. I am available for tasks that may be inconvenient for you." Tsunade, noticing Sakura's impending lecture, swiftly waved her hand and interjected, "I understand. Must you nag like someone far beyond your years? Be cautious out there. Those two villages are unlikely to relent. The threats of assassination and bounties will surely be plentiful." Sakura nodded thoughtfully, asserting, "You are well aware of my capabilities. Those feeble opponents are no match for me. Even if the leaders of various villages were to confront me, I am confident in either repelling them or making my escape. Moreover, I require your assistance with a matter." Tsunade, perceiving a cunning smile on Sakura's face, felt a twinge of confusion, for such expressions typically heralded mischief. As Sakura departed from the Hokage building, a figure awaited her at the entrance. She possessed long, golden silk-like hair and her slightly reddened eyes fixed intently on Sakura, asking, "Are you truly leaving the village?" Sakura, observing Ino's expression, chuckled. "Do not make it sound like a parting of life and death. I am merely embarking on a long-term covert mission. It is not as though I will never return. I shall visit whenever I have the opportunity, and the promise I made to you still stands. Should you find yourself in danger, I will be by your side at once." With that, Sakura gently embraced Ino's waist, planting a soft kiss on her slightly flushed cheek as she continued, "This departure will not be lengthy. We will meet again, so consider it merely a mission." Chapter 157. Pursuit of the rogue ninja within the confines of the Hokage building. The atmosphere was laden with tension. Shikamaru and Naruto received an urgent summons and hurried to Tsunade's office. Upon entering, Naruto, as was his custom, exuberantly exclaimed, "Tsunade Granny, you called us here. Does it mean there is an incredibly daunting mission awaiting us?" His eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly eager for the challenges ahead. In stark contrast stood Shikamaru, who, unlike Naruto's boisterous demeanor, perceptively noted the gravity etched on Tsunade's face. He respectfully bowed to her and stood quietly to the side, inwardly sighing, aware that trouble was likely brewing. Tsunade regarded the two young men, each with distinct personalities, and felt a pang of exasperation. She had intended to convey the seriousness of the task with a stern expression, yet it appeared Naruto was oblivious to her intent. "There is indeed a formidable mission assigned to you." Tsunade inhaled deeply, her voice low and tinged with concern. Before she could finish, Naruto eagerly interjected, "Haha, I knew it. It must be an incredibly important task." His face radiated with a confident smile, as if he was ready to tackle any challenge. Shikamaru, however, shook his head in resignation, fully aware that this mission would likely be far from straightforward. Tsunade shot Naruto a sharp glance before continuing, "Sakura defected this morning." The news struck like a thunderclap, leaving both Naruto and Shikamaru in stunned silence. They could never have anticipated that Sakura would act in such a manner. Tsunade, observing the astonished expressions of the two, felt a twinge of compassion but nonetheless spoke gravely, "I hope you both can bring her back." Upon hearing this news, the two were struck as if by lightning, as though time itself had frozen in that moment. They had never expected Tsunade to issue such a command. Naruto stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to accept the words he had just heard. The pain of Sasuke's defection had already weighed heavily on his heart, and now, Sakura had made the same choice. This was undoubtedly a cruel twist of fate for Naruto, who felt an even deeper sting within. Why? Why would this happen? He nearly shouted in anguish, his voice rife with torment and confusion. He could not fathom why Sakura would make such a decision. They had shared so much together, their bond forged through countless experiences. How could it suddenly come to this? Tsunade, witnessing Naruto's agitation, shook her head in resignation, her expression one of disappointment. With a sigh, she replied, I do not know either. I only received this news this morning and summoned you without delay. If you wish to understand the reasons, you may have to confront Sakura directly. Before she could finish her statement, Naruto dashed out of the office like a gust of wind, driven by a singular thought, to catch up with Sakura and demand to know why she had chosen this path. Shikamaru, upon hearing this news, was momentarily taken aback. Sasuke's defection had shown signs, making it somewhat predictable. However, Sakura's defection came as a complete shock, prompting him to sense something amiss. Once he regained his composure, he began to scrutinize Tsunade's expression. He noticed that after Naruto's departure, Tsunade appeared significantly more at ease, almost as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. This deepened Shikamaru's suspicions. He sensed that there must be substantial intricacies hidden behind Sakura's defection. As expected, no sooner had Naruto left than Tsunade leaned back in her chair, exhaling a sigh of relief, and regarded Shikamaru with a bemused smile. Indeed, as Sakura said, you are certainly the most astute among this batch of ninjas. Therefore, I have a rather simple task for you. Go after Naruto and bring him back. Upon hearing Tsunade's directive, Shikamaru began to harbor doubts regarding the entire situation surrounding Sakura's defection. He looked at Tsunade, uncertain, and inquired, did Sakura truly defect? Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smile as she nodded affirmatively. Yes, she has defected. Moreover, I will publicly announce this. However, Konoha will not revoke her ninja status, nor will there be a manhunt for her. She is free to return at any time. As for what others may say, that is not our concern. Shikamaru fell silent for a moment, realizing that there must be complex reasons and considerations underlying this situation. Though he harbored numerous doubts within, he understood that as a jonin, his duty was to fulfill the tasks assigned by Tsunade, rather than to inquire excessively. Thus, Shikamaru took a deep breath, suppressing the uncertainties in his heart, offered a respectful bow to Tsunade, and silently exited the Hokage's office. Since Sakura had no issues, he felt no concern for anything else. As long as he could accomplish the mission and bring Naruto back, the remaining matters could be entrusted to the Hokage and the village's higher-ups. After all, he was merely a jonin, and some matters were beyond his control. Meanwhile, not long after departing the village, Sakura arrived at a gently sloping area, sparsely populated and tranquil. She halted, surveying her surroundings, where lush green grass spread out like a vast verdant carpet before her. A gentle breeze rustled the grass, as if beckoning to Sakura. She nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself, yes, this should be perfect. It's not far from Konoha, making it an ideal battlefield. Moreover, there will be no unexpected interruptions, allowing this to be the arena for Naruto and me. Sakura reminisced about their time as Team 7. Despite numerous missions and adventures, she and Naruto had never truly fought against one another. Today might present a rare opportunity for them to fully unleash their strengths and engage in a decisive battle. She pondered Naruto's current abilities, wondering how far he had harnessed the power of the Nine Tails. An eager anticipation for the impending confrontation surged within her. Sakura gracefully seated herself upon the grass, patiently awaiting Naruto's arrival. As time slipped by, she soon discerned a figure racing towards her. The silhouette grew closer, ultimately halting abruptly about 20 meters away. Naruto stood still, gazing intently at Sakura, who rose slowly with an expression of icy indifference. A flicker of anguish and hope crossed his eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he inquired, Sakura, is Tsunade Baba's claim of defection merely a jest? Otherwise, why would you be waiting for me here? Chapter 158. Sakura and Naruto under the weight of Naruto's hopeful gaze. Sakura's expression remained impassive, her words cutting like frost as she uttered the painful truth. I am here waiting for you because I know that once the village discovers my defection, they will undoubtedly send someone to pursue me. And within the village, the only person capable of bringing me back is you. Therefore, if I defeat you today, no one will be able to prevent my departure from this place. Her tone was chillingly harsh, reminiscent of eternal ice, sending shivers through anyone who heard it. Naruto's eyes widened, his face a mask of shock as he stared at Sakura, a sudden chill enveloping his heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He muttered to himself, Why? Why is this happening? Once again, he posed the question that had long tormented him, yet Sakura regarded him with a look of disdain, replying coldly, It is simply due to strength. Konoha no longer holds anything for me to learn. Thus, the entire village has lost its value to me. I seek to find Orochimaru. for I have heard that he possesses numerous forbidden techniques, even the ability to attain immortality by continuously seizing the bodies of others. Immortality. Who does not yearn for the prospect of living eternally? I aspire to become the mightiest in the ninja world, perhaps even the god of ninjas. Sakura's face radiated with fervor, as if she could already envision the day she would ascend to become the deity of immortality. Upon hearing her words, Naruto felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, engulfed in anguish. He closed his eyes tightly, as memories shared with Sakura flickered vividly before him. Yet, these cherished recollections shattered like glass, replaced by the grotesque expression of madness that had just crossed Sakura's face. Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes, unable to accept that this was the same Sakura who had shown him brotherly warmth throughout their lives, now willing to abandon their village in pursuit of power to seek Orochimaru. He gazed into Sakura's fervent eyes, filled with an insatiable thirst for strength, a sight that felt utterly alien to him. Tears silently streamed down the corners of Naruto's eyes. His lips trembled as he attempted to voice his thoughts, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. Finally, summoning all his strength, he spoke softly. Is power truly so paramount? Sasuke left the village in pursuit of strength, seeking Orochimaru. Now, you two wish to depart for the same reason. Why is everyone so fixated on this so-called power? Are our friendships and bonds truly so worthless? The last words erupted from Naruto's lips almost as a roar, his voice resonating through the air, laden with profound sorrow and despair. Upon hearing Naruto's plea, Sakura wore a cold smile, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Her voice dripped with disdain and mockery. Huh? What a grand jest. Without strength, you dare to believe that friendship and bonds can vanquish foes? Lacking power, how do you intend to protect your friends and those you cherish? Before uttering such sentiments, one must possess sufficient strength as a foundation. Yet now, from the lips of someone as feeble as you, the notions of bonds and friendship are nothing but a colossal joke. Staring wide-eyed, Naruto could hardly believe what he had just heard. He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to retort, but in the end, he found himself speechless, muttering instead, "But cannot we strive together? Why must we leave the village?" Sakura regarded Naruto as one would a fool utterly oblivious to the world's realities. Her tone grew increasingly contemptuous. Naruto, you still fail to grasp my meaning. What I am saying is that you are far too weak. Undertaking missions with you feels like a torment. I have grown weary of this child's play. At Sakura's words, Naruto's body trembled violently, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood there, dazed, with her words echoing relentlessly in his mind. You are indeed exceedingly weak. This phrase incessantly echoed within his mind, instilling profound doubt about himself. Was he truly so feeble? The answer to this inquiry seemed self-evident. After all, the chasm between him and Sakura was undeniably vast, a truth that could not be refuted. Yet, the lecherous sage had once remarked that, among numerous ninjas, he had already distinguished himself remarkably. Conversely, Sakura's assessment was entirely contrary. She believed him to be weak. This ignited a fervent desire within him to prove otherwise. At that moment, a surge of orange chakra erupted from Naruto. This chakra was extraordinarily potent, imbued with a peculiar malevolent aura that, upon mere contact, elicited a sense of discomfort throughout one's being. Naruto fixated on Sakura's disdainful gaze, his heart pierced as if by countless fine needles. Ultimately, however, he could not endure the sensation of being belittled, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Very well, let us engage in combat. If I emerge victorious, you shall return with me. Should I falter, I shall not impede your path." Once the words escaped his lips, Naruto paused, feeling that his resolve was insufficiently steadfast, and thus added, "Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall defeat you and bring you back. I will not allow Tsunade to suffer sorrow, nor will I permit the villagers to grieve over your departure once more." Sakura regarded the surging nine-tails chakra enveloping Naruto with a smirk of disdain, brimming with contempt and mockery. Her gaze was akin to that of someone looking down upon mere ants, fixated on Naruto, as if observing a pitiable and laughable jester. "Naruto, you remain so naive." Sakura's voice was frigid, laced with an air of superiority. "Today, I shall make you acutely aware of the vast divide that separates us. Allow me to demonstrate what true despair is, what genuine power entails." Before her words had fully dissipated, Sakura swiftly formed hand seals, then forcefully struck the ground. A thunderous sound reverberated as the earth trembled violently, as if the very ground quaked in response to her ninjutsu. Would release. 8 quarters dragon technique. Sakura uttered these words. And as her voice fell, a torrent of formidable would-release chakra surged forth from her being, relentlessly infusing the earth below. In an instant, the ground appeared to be rent asunder by an invisible giant hand, with countless robust roots erupting from beneath, resembling ferocious dragons, claws bared, sweeping menacingly toward Naruto. These roots, densely interwoven, formed a colossal net that ensnared Naruto tightly within its grasp. Compared to 3 years prior, Sakura's ninjutsu had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. The roots now not only numbered more, but were also significantly sturdier, each resembling steel in its resilience. Driven by the wood-release chakra, they surged toward Naruto like a tempest, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Chapter 159. On the brink of losing control suddenly, Naruto felt the ground beneath him convulse violently, followed by the earth splitting open with a tremendous crack. Suddenly, a multitude of tree roots surged forth from the ground like venomous serpents flicking their tongues. Naruto was taken aback, swiftly leaping back to evade them, but this was merely the beginning. As he maneuvered, more and more roots erupted from the earth with alarming speed, resembling a ferocious pack of snakes, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at him. Surveying his surroundings, Naruto realized he was completely encircled by these roots, with no avenue for retreat. Faced with this unforeseen peril, he remained remarkably composed. He quickly regained his calm, forming a simple hand seal and summoning a shadow clone in an instant. The clone, without hesitation, seized Naruto and hurled him out of the constricting circle of roots. However, just as the clone released Naruto, the roots swiftly ensnared it like a ravenous beast pouncing on its prey. With a sharp crack, the clone was crushed by the roots, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Naruto executed a somersault in midair, landing firmly on the ground. The moment he touched down, he resolutely formed another seal, conjuring numerous shadow clones. These clones swiftly paired off, moving in perfect harmony. They rapidly gathered their chakra, and their hands began to spin at high velocity, forming spiraling orbs. Under Naruto's deft control, these orbs became a flurry of spinning weapons, striking forcefully against the clawing roots. Meanwhile, Sakura, perched atop one of the roots and gazing down at Naruto, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Observing the clones wielding the spiraling orbs as weapons to dismantle the roots, she silently admired Naruto's ability to confront the crisis. Yet, Sakura was not one to merely watch. This was only the beginning. In the next instant, a colossal wave of wood-style chakra surged from the roots beneath her, flooding into the ground. As this chakra poured in, the roots that Naruto had damaged astonishingly began to regenerate at an incredible pace. Moreover, the newly sprouted roots were thicker and more numerous than before, as if they were infinite. Although Naruto's shadow clones were numerous, their inherent fragility meant that any contact with the roots would cause them to vanish into smoke. As the relentless onslaught of roots continued, Naruto's clones dwindled in number, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The roots emerging from the earth multiplied, and in that moment, Naruto felt the weight of despair and disparity. His chakra was immense, even surpassing that of Sakura at present. However, the only techniques at his disposal were the spiraling orb and the shadow clone jutsu, leaving him powerless against such an overwhelming assault. Just as he faced this critical juncture, a deep, authoritative voice resonated within his mind. Would release ninjutsu. Such a detestable technique. Quickly, break the seal, and I shall lend you my full power. Startled, Naruto promptly recognized the voice belonging to the nine tails within him. Without hesitation, he responded inwardly, "No way. I will never break this seal." The nine tails, seemingly unfazed by Naruto's refusal, let out a derisive chuckle, mocking, "Ha! What a naive little brat. My strength is not something you can easily dismiss. Today, I am determined to eliminate that little girl who wields the wood release technique. Although I was unable to take revenge on that individual named Hashirama, I can certainly exact a measure of interest by vanquishing this child." No sooner had the words left my lips than Naruto's chakra erupted like a volcano, surging forth with unparalleled vigor. This chakra poured from his being like a relentless tide, swiftly enveloping him in a formidable aura of energy. Momentarily thereafter, Naruto's form began to morph, 3 colossal chakra tails gradually coalescing behind him. These tails waved through the air, radiating a potent aura. as his physique transformed into that of a beast. Yet, just as the fourth tail began to materialize, Naruto let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air like the sound of thunder, deafening and profound. Accompanying this roar, his chakra surged forth once more, akin to a flood breaching its dam, generating a massive shockwave that swept through the vicinity. This shockwave, propelled by astonishing velocity, shattered the roots of trees that encroached upon him into countless fragments, which danced through the air like petals scattered by a tempest. At that moment, Naruto's visage contorted in a grotesque display of rage and struggle, his expression oscillating between fury and torment, as if two entities within him were fiercely vying for dominion over his body. Sakura, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of alarm, entirely unprepared for the situation to spiral so uncontrollably. Initially, she had anticipated a fair confrontation with Naruto, but it now appeared that such a desire was destined to remain unfulfilled. Without hesitation, Sakura resolved to adopt a more aggressive approach. She concentrated her energies, commanding an abundance of roots to writhe toward Naruto like a relentless serpent. At that moment, Naruto was fully engaged in battling the Nine Tails chakra within him, leaving him oblivious to the external assault. However, even though he did not actively evade, the chakra-formed foxtails exhibited remarkable agility, vigorously swatting away the encroaching roots to ensure he remained unbound. Yet, this passive defense ultimately harbored significant vulnerabilities. Just as Sakura's roots and Naruto's tails reached a stalemate, an abundance of roots unexpectedly surged from beneath Naruto's feet, swiftly ensnaring his legs. In an instant, the chakra emanating from Naruto seemed to be abruptly siphoned away, its once thundering flow stuttering as if robbed of its momentum. This precarious balance was fleeting, as torrents of Nine Tails chakra were continuously drawn out, while the roots at his feet proliferated like rampant weeds, creeping ever upward. In the next heartbeat, Naruto found himself ensconced within the roots, resembling an enormous rice dumpling. At that moment, as the roots threatened to engulf Naruto's head, Sakura caught his gaze for an instant. Within Naruto, he faced the imposing visage of a grand fox head, which regarded him with a malevolent grin, as if eagerly anticipating the moment when he could no longer endure. At that moment, the Nine Tails seemed to sense something, momentarily stunned, before it began to thrash violently in anger. Damn it, that thieving wretch, return my chakra. Just as the Nine Tails raged and Naruto looked on in confusion, Sakura's voice emerged from behind him. Hey Naruto. Observing the Nine Tails glaring at her as though it intended to devour her, she casually greeted it. Hello, little fox. Naruto, taken aback by Sakura's sudden appearance in this unique sealed space, was momentarily speechless. The Nine Tails, having ceased its furious roar, fixated its fox-like slitted eyes on Sakura and muttered, Strange, this little creature doesn't possess the cursed Uchiha bloodline. How did she manage to enter? Does she perhaps share abilities akin to the Sharingan? Disregarding the perplexed Nine Tails, Sakura turned to Naruto to apologize. I'm sorry, Naruto. I deceived you. I haven't truly betrayed the village. She briefly recounted her predicament and intentions, but Naruto remained even more bewildered. But why did you lie to me? Upon hearing his confusion, Sakura gently tapped his forehead, and, as he scratched his head and chuckled foolishly, she explained, primarily to teach you a lesson. Your impulsive nature often leads to trouble. From now on, we cannot team up for missions. You must learn to think things through, or if you're uncertain, seek guidance instead of rushing headlong. She then pointed at the enormous fox head and added, This time, my journey outside the village carries some danger, so I require substantial chakra as a safeguard. Hence, I thought to enlist the help of this fox. Upon hearing Sakura's words, the Nine Tails erupted in fury, realizing that it had been ensnared in a trap. Just as it was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Sakura formed a series of hand signs and softly declared, Diamond Lock. As she completed the seals, a multitude of golden chains emerged from behind the Nine Tails, binding it tightly, even wrapping around its mouth to render it completely silent. Naruto watched this spectacle in awe, feeling that Sakura seemed even more familiar with this special space within him than he was. However, his astonishment was fleeting, and he couldn't help but remark, You could have just extracted my chakra directly. There was no need for all this. Sakura shook her head in response. No, I must absorb the chakra along with your life force. Even if your chakra is ample, your vitality does not match the immense reserves of this fox. Chapter 160. Farewell. Zabuza. As Sakura gradually distanced herself from the borders of the Land of Fire, She had already been away from Konoha for several days. Reflecting on her intense battle with Naruto, a sense of trepidation lingered in her heart. At that time, their clash had nearly caused Naruto to lose control, but fortunately, while training under Tsunade in the art of sealing, she had also mastered the diamond lock technique. Originally intended as a precaution, it unexpectedly proved invaluable at a critical moment. Now, having crossed the boundaries of the land of fire, Sakura arrived in the land of water. This nation is renowned for its abundant hot spring resources, drawing numerous visitors eager to indulge in its soothing experiences. For Sakura, who found herself unburdened by any pressing tasks, this locale undoubtedly served as a delightful respite, a serene interlude. Thus, a brilliant idea struck her. She resolved to explore this place while awaiting the arrival of two individuals. However, to her astonishment, upon crossing the threshold of the land of hot water, she encountered the very two she had been anticipating. One of them was ensconced in bandages, concealing his visage entirely save for a pair of piercing eyes. Slung across his back was a colossal executioner's blade, imparting an air of both authority and enigma. Beside him stood a youth, a striking contrast. This young man was tall and handsome, akin to an ethereal spirit of the forest. He blended seamlessly with the surrounding natural beauty, as if he were an intrinsic part of the woodland itself. Sakura had initially assumed that the youthful appearance of Bai was merely a consequence of his age and feminine attire. Yet, it became evident that her assumption was misplaced. Bai was now 17, on the cusp of adulthood, and his features had become even more delicately feminine, rendering him indistinguishable from a girl even in male garb. Zabuza, with an impassive countenance, gazed at the now graceful Sakura, his voice devoid of emotion, low and cold. "You summoned us to fulfill that request from years past. The one where you saved our lives. I have heard whispers of your plight at the exchange. So, do you intend for us to assassinate the Tsuchikage or the Reikage?" His words, though calm, carried a weight that could stun. Sakura couldn't help but wonder if she were to propose such a deadly task. Zabuza might indeed carry it out without hesitation. Yet, she had fought with all her strength to save their lives. How could she possibly send them to their doom? Hastily, she waved her hands in protest, clarifying, No. My request is quite simple. All I ask is for you to accompany me on a few errands. And in about 6 months, you shall be free. After that, no one shall impose upon you again." As she spoke, Sakura's tone wavered slightly. After all, the timeline of the Naruto manga was rather convoluted. She only knew that the Fourth Great Ninja War transpired in the 67th year of Konoha, but the precise timeline eluded her. This year marked the 67th year, so Sakura deduced that the war would occur in approximately 6 months, with only minor discrepancies. Zabuza appeared taken aback by Sakura's words, then asked uncertainly, "Are you suggesting that we follow your lead for 6 months?" Sakura nodded. Although she possessed formidable strength, her limited excursions from the village over the past 16 years left her less informed than Bai and Zabuza, who had wandered for many years. Hence, she decided to enlist their assistance as guides for the coming months. However, upon hearing Sakura's proposition, Zabuza let out a cold snort, unabashedly revealing his displeasure. "You dare to presume that we would obey your commands? Humph, we shall see if you possess the capability to command us. Though you once saved both my life and White's, that does not imply that I, Momochi Zabuza, would willingly heed the commands of a mere incompetent and serve as your bodyguard for half a year." Upon hearing Zabuza's declaration, Sakura felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. She could not help but recall the scene from 3 years ago. Zabuza was not the same man he is now. Could it be that he has become so distrustful of others due to the treachery of that despicable Kato? Sakura noticed Zabuza's eager demeanor and White's enigmatic smile, and she instantly understood that his words were mere excuses. In truth, Zabuza's real desire was likely nothing more than to engage her in combat, to assess whether her strength was indeed as exaggerated as the underground exchange had claimed. Since Zabuza wished to witness her prowess, Sakura would not shy away. After all, she had undergone a remarkable transformation and experienced a significant leap in her abilities. With a slight upward curl of her lips, she wore a confident smile and declared, "Since you insist, let us see what you can do. However, I must warn you, my strength is no longer what it once was. You should give it your all, perhaps even enlist White's assistance." Yet, before Sakura could finish her statement, Zabuza's cold snort interrupted her, arrogant. "Today, you shall learn that my title as the Demon Ninja is not merely a fade." As his words faded, a thin mist suddenly enveloped the forest, creating an ethereal veil around them. Zabuza, who had been perched upon a branch, gradually became indistinct within the fog until he vanished completely from Sakura's sight. Silent killing technique. Sakura remained unfazed, for she was somewhat familiar with this technique. Indeed, in the next moment, a massive cleaver materialized behind her like a phantom, silently slicing toward her. With a swift whoosh, the blade grazed Sakura's body. Although it appeared to be a mere flick, it concealed formidable skill. Yet, even after landing a successful blow, Zabuza's expression soured as he furrowed his brow. The Sakura he had struck instantaneously transformed into a puddle of water, cascading from the branch. Sakura had vanished into the dense mist, and apart from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, there was an eerie silence. This familiar maneuver deepened Zabuza's frown as he fixated on the puddle, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Indeed, in the next instant, a blade pierced through his chest. Zabuza instinctively glanced at the crimson blade, only to find his form dissipating like the slain Sakura, revealing that this was merely his water clone. His true self had yet to emerge. However, just as Sakura vanquished Zabuza's clone, a shadow emerged from the mist. As he raised his massive blade to strike at Sakura, she called out, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." Upon hearing her call, Zabuza's heart raced. Yet, it was too late. A torrent of water surged forth from behind him, engulfing both him and the unprepared Sakura within the grasp of her water technique. In the next moment, Zabuza and the now transformed Sakura were struck by a torrent of water, accompanied by a dull thud that sent Zabuza careening backward, crashing into two trees before coming to a halt. Chapter 161, Sakura White. Zabuza lay precariously on a branch, his body trembling slightly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to prop himself up with one hand, gradually rising to meet Sakura's intense gaze. "I didn't expect you to master the silent killing technique," Zabuza rasped, his voice hoarse, clearly indicating he was gravely injured. "I truly underestimated you." Sakura stood a short distance away, observing the dissipating mist, a faint smile gracing her lips. She chose not to exploit Zabuza's weakened state to launch another assault, instead appearing remarkably composed. "This inspiration came from watching you fight Kakashi-sensei," she explained with a light laugh. "After years of practice, I have come to grasp this technique quite well." Upon hearing Sakura's modest assessment, Zabuza's expression twitched involuntarily. Internally, he lamented, "What do you mean quite well? As the originator of this technique, being bested by a mere student, what does that make me? A failure?" Although he had indeed been careless in allowing Sakura to strike him, Zabuza could not deny that her prowess had surpassed his expectations. Moreover, based on information he had gleaned from the exchange market, he believed Sakura was adept in the legendary wood release, not water release, which led him to deduce that she had not even revealed her true capabilities in their confrontation. Just then, a figure appeared beside Zabuza. It was Haku, who gracefully crouched down to assist him, gently inquiring, "Zabuza, do you require my assistance? You seem to be struggling against her." Haku's voice, though soft, resonated with clarity in that moment. Upon hearing Haku's words, Zabuza felt a surge of complex emotions. His instinct was to decline. As a proud ninja, he was reluctant to show weakness in front of others. However, reason dictated that, given his current condition, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to defeat the formidable Sakura alone. After a considerable internal struggle, Zabuza ultimately nodded slowly. He recognized that to truly comprehend Sakura's strength, he would need more than just his own abilities. Seeing Zabuza acquiesce, Haku, who had prepared for rejection, was momentarily taken aback by surprise. Yet, this astonishment quickly faded as he composed his expression, a breathtaking smile blooming on his already enchanting face. Clearly, Haku was elated at the prospect of fighting alongside Zabuza. In contrast, Sakura remained remarkably unfazed by the prospect of Zabuza and Haku joining forces. After all, she had asserted from the outset that the two could team up. Her confidence and assurance in her capabilities were evident. Otherwise, with her nature, she would never have made such a bold proclamation. Upon receiving the reluctant approval of Jean, by swiftly formed seals without hesitation, with a soft utterance, a multitude of ice mirrors emerged, flourishing like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These crystalline ice mirrors sparkled with transparency and smoothness, resembling exquisite artworks fashioned from countless ice crystals. Sakura was exceedingly familiar with this technique, acutely aware of Bai's formidable secret art. In the past, she had been utterly at a loss when confronted with this attack, for lacking the powerful insight of the Sharingan. She could not discern Bai's movements as she danced between the ice mirrors. Moreover, these mirrors were remarkably resilient, exceedingly difficult to shatter. However, time had passed, and the current Sakura was no longer the Navi novice she once was. Although breaking through these mirrors was not an insurmountable challenge, just as she prepared to act, the mirrors began to replicate themselves, their numbers multiplying until they formed a colossal maze of reflective surfaces. This sudden transformation left Sakura momentarily stunned, as she gazed at Bai amidst the multitude of mirrors, struggling to distinguish the authentic Bai from the mere reflections. The myriad reflections seemed to sense Sakura's confusion, their lips curling into enchanting smiles as they softly remarked, "In these 3 years, you have made continual progress, and I too have not remained stagnant." The magic mirrors of ice crystals are far more formidable now than they were 3 years ago, so do take care. As Sakura focused on the Bai within the mirrors, she witnessed Bai's hands swiftly forming seals, her movements flowing as naturally as a stream. Soon after, dozens of ice shuriken shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Sakura. The moment these shuriken left the mirrors, they appeared to multiply at an astonishing rate, as if they had been replicated by the mirrors themselves. Initially, Sakura believed that only one set of these shuriken was real, while the others were mere reflections. However, as the shuriken truly departed from the ice mirrors, she realized her assumption was flawed. Each one was indeed genuine. Faced with the relentless barrage of shuriken raining down from all directions, various defensive strategies raced through her mind, among which the Hyuga clan's rebirth technique seemed a worthy choice. After all, this secret art could provide 360-degree coverage, perfectly shielding her from attacks coming from every angle. Alas, the rebirth technique was not something one could simply learn at will. It required exceptional talent and extensive training. More importantly, it belonged to the exclusive repertoire of the Hyuga clan, making it virtually inaccessible to outsiders. Consequently, Sakura reluctantly dismissed this notion and contemplated other ninjutsu. As the shuriken hurtled towards her, she stood upon a branch, her gaze sweeping overhead, beneath her, and in every direction around her. With a clap of her hands and a decisive shout, would release, would pillars. The branch beneath her rapidly sprouted rows of wooden planks. These planks bent and interwove at an astonishing pace, swiftly forming a circular protective barrier that enveloped Sakura completely. This barrier was not only immensely sturdy, but also provided her with an unwavering shield of protection. The myriad of blossoms descended like a torrential downpour, rebounding off the protective barrier with a series of crisp, resonant sounds. Bai, observing this spectacle, remained largely unfazed. Although Zabuza had claimed that their confrontation with Sakura served as a test for her, Bai understood that even their combined efforts would not suffice to match Sakura's prowess. Rather, it seemed more an exhibition of their own abilities, lest Sakura misjudge their strength and miscalculate the situation. Just as Bai prepared to unleash another ninjutsu against Sakura, he noticed an abundance of clones of Sakura sprouting from the tree where she stood. These replicas revealed only their upper bodies, and then, in unison, they clapped their hands and declared, "Would release, cutting technique." In that fleeting moment, a flurry of wooden spikes surged forth from the hands of the clones. Harnessing their extraordinary strength, they hurled these spikes towards the ice mirrors like a rainstorm. In an instant, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted, each noise signifying the shattering of an ice mirror, with fragments scattering like blooming ice flowers. In the next heartbeat, Bai's conjured crystal maze of ice crumbled under the assault of Sakura's wooden projectiles. The once indomitable ice mirrors now shattered effortlessly, akin to fragile glass. As the ice mirror maze disintegrated, Bai's figure was wholly exposed to the multitude of Sakura's clones. However, in the face of this unexpected turn of events, Bai remained remarkably composed. Raising his hands high as if to present something, he proclaimed in a clear and melodious voice, "Sakura, this is sufficient. We have gained a general understanding of your capabilities, and I am certain you are well aware of ours." Upon hearing Bai's words, the numerous wooden clones of Sakura seemed to receive an unspoken command, gradually merging into the massive trunk of the tree. Their forms blended seamlessly with the bark, ultimately vanishing as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, Sakura's true self emerged slowly from beneath the expansive circular barrier after dispelling the wooden shield. At that moment, Zabuza joined Bai, his gaze fixed intently on the Sakura clones that had sunk into the trunk, disbelief etched across his features. After a brief silence, He could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired in a hushed tone, "Is this the legendary wood-release technique?" Sakura nodded slightly, poised to respond, when suddenly, a resounding applause erupted. This unexpected sound rippled through the air like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, drawing the attention of Sakura, Zabuza, and by towards its origin. Not far away, a youth clad in a pristine white robe stood nonchalantly. A long sword hung across his waist, and the open collar of his robe hinted at his untamed spirit. Sunlight bathed him, accentuating his tall figure while failing to mask the formidable aura of supremacy that radiated from him, a presence that seemed to challenge the heavens. At that moment, Sasuke, perched on a branch, had all but approached adulthood. He gazed down upon Sakura and her companions from a lofty height, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he spoke with an air of arrogance that suggested he was the unrivaled champion of the world. "Sakura, it has been a while. Over the years, your strength has indeed progressed significantly. I have heard much about it. So what do you say? Would you consider following me in the future? I can protect you and help you escape from Konoha's pursuit. The promise I made before I left still stands." As Sakura listened to Sasuke's words, a wave of exasperation washed over her. She sighed inwardly, realizing that with even a slight increase in strength, Sasuke's ego inflated immensely, compounded by an inexplicable confidence that was both amusing and infuriating. Nevertheless, being reunited with a long-lost friend brought her a modicum of joy. It was evident that he had put considerable effort into finding them. However, given his personality, it seemed he would require a firm reminder to temper his arrogance. Just as Sasuke was intently studying Sakura, a melodious voice, reminiscent of celestial harmony, suddenly resonated beside him. "You once vowed that only if you were stronger than I could that promise be fulfilled. How about we engage in a true contest? If you can defeat me, I shall leave with you. What do you say?" The unexpected declaration struck Sasuke like a thunderclap, causing his pupils to constrict and his body to tense reflexively. Instinctively, he activated his Sharingan, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings. In an instant, he was captivated by a figure. Sakura's upper body emerged from the tree trunk, her lower half seamlessly merging with it, creating a rather eerie sight. This was one of the unique wood-release techniques she had mastered through her interactions with White Zetsu over the years. Regrettably, the technique known as the Mayfly technique could only be employed through her clones, as her own body lacked the divine tree cells necessary to perform it. The reason her clones could use this technique remained unclear to Sakura and could only be attributed to the peculiarities of her chakra. Upon recognizing Sakura, Sasuke gradually relaxed his grip on his weapon, a confident smile emerging as he declared, "Sakura, you are not my match now. My growth over these years, spent away from the mundane tasks in Konoha, far surpasses your own. Even if we were to fight, the outcome would be the same. So there is no need to waste time." Just as Sasuke finished speaking, Zabuza's figure appeared beside him, raising his executioner's blade to strike Sasuke with a mocking grin. "Arrogant brat, do you truly believe yourself stronger than me? You couldn't even defeat Haku back in the day, yet here you are, boasting." Sasuke had already detected Zabuza with his Sharingan, but his overwhelming confidence in his own abilities led him to dismiss Zabuza entirely. He swiftly drew the Tsunade sword and parried Zabuza's blade, a smirk of derision crossing his face as he quipped, "Isn't this the Zabuza who was defeated by Kakashi? Years ago, Sakura had shown you a degree of leniency, yet it is disheartening to witness that your abilities have not progressed in the slightest over the years. With such meager prowess, how could you possibly be worthy of standing alongside Sakura as her comrade?" As these words left his lips, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and a torrent of chakra surged forth, coalescing in his hands like a tempest. With a powerful thrust, an overwhelming force surged forth towards Zabuza, compelling him to retreat several paces. Without hesitation, Sasuke swiftly extended his hands, deftly gripping the hilt of the Kusanagi sword with his pinky fingers, his movements fluid and unhurried. A simple hand seal followed, and he exclaimed, "Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique." In an instant, a colossal fire dragon erupted from his mouth, roaring as it hurtled towards Zabuza. Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled his executioner's blade skyward while hastily forming hand seals. In that precise moment, the vast quantity of water conjured by Sakura was artfully manipulated by Zabuza, gushing forth like a pristine spring. This torrent quickly coalesced in midair into a massive water dragon, poised to collide fiercely with Sasuke's fire dragon. as the two elemental forces clashed. The sound of their impact reverberated through the air, unleashing a cacophony that filled the space, while a cloud of steam erupted like a mushroom, enveloping everything around. In the midst of this vaporous chaos, a figure suddenly surged forward. Zabuza squinted, a sense of urgency gripping his heart. Sasuke moved with lightning speed, resembling an ethereal specter as he deftly navigated through the steam, closing in on Zabuza. Witnessing this, Zabuza's pupils contracted sharply. There was no time for contemplation. Instinctively, he raised the broad blade of his executioner's sword to parry Sasuke's thrust. However, Sasuke's weapon pierced through the defense as if it were a mere illusion, striking directly at Zabuza's shoulder like a viper striking from its lair. A soft sound echoed as Sasuke's blade effortlessly penetrated Zabuza's shoulder, blood gushing forth in an instant. As the blade ignited with a brilliant arc of electricity, Zabuza felt a wave of numbness wash over him, rendering him incapable of further combat. Sasuke, gazing intently into Zabuza's eyes, softly declared, "My Kusanagi sword cannot be thwarted." Just as Sasuke prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a figure suddenly appeared at his side. Bai, wielding 1,000 needles, lunged at Sasuke with blinding speed. Sasuke swiftly sidestepped to evade, yet still felt the sting of the needles graze his cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Bai grasped Zabuza and retreated swiftly, creating distance between them and Sasuke. Gently placing Zabuza upon a branch, she assessed his injuries, noting that although he had been struck by lightning, he had sustained only minor damage. His body was merely paralyzed and unable to move for the time being. Once Bai ensured Zabuza was settled, she turned to face Sasuke, her gaze icy and filled with fury at his earlier actions. She resolved to confront Sasuke directly, determined to demonstrate her own strength. However, just as Bai prepared to engage, a clone of Sakura emerged slowly from behind a tree. The appearance of this clone startled Bai, prompting him to halt in his tracks, gazing quizzically at Sakura's doppelganger. The clone stepped in front of Bai, blocking his path, and spoke softly. "Bai, you are no match for Sasuke. Do not act impulsively." Bai furrowed his brow, his eyes fixed on Sakura's clone as he asserted, "I refuse to believe that. I must face him." The clone shook her head, replying, "You cannot defeat him. Sasuke's growth over the years has been remarkable. His strength far surpasses yours." Although Bai felt a sense of indignation at Sakura's words, he recognized the truth in them. Indeed, Sasuke's prowess was formidable, and at his current level, Bai was likely no match for him. Sakura's clone continued, "However, I am curious to see just how much Sasuke has grown over the years to become so arrogant. Therefore, let me take on the challenge." Sasuke, witnessing the emergence of Sakura's clone and her intervention against Bai, allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, an expression of excitement gracing his features. In his eyes, the only person worthy of being his opponent was Sakura. Others, including Naruto, failed to ignite any desire for battle within him. For Sasuke, Bai and Zabuza were hardly worth his full effort. He couldn't be bothered to exert even a fraction of his strength against them. Although Naruto had improved, he remained unremarkable in Sasuke's estimation. Only Sakura was the adversary he truly yearned to challenge. Sakura's clone, accompanied by the temporarily incapacitated Zabuza and Bai, distanced themselves. Once they were far enough away, Sakura took a deep breath and addressed Sasuke. "Since you are so confident, let us fight. I have already faced Naruto during my defection from Konoha. Although he has trained extensively over the past few years, he remains no match for me. I wish to see just how much you have grown, given your willingness to forsake your village for strength." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke's eyes filled with disdain for Naruto as he declared, "Do not compare me to that underachiever. 3 years ago, he was no match for me. And he remains so even now." As he spoke, an aura of unwavering confidence radiated from Sasuke, who slowly raised his Kusanagi sword, pointing it at Sakura. "Even you are not my equal at this moment. Watch closely, Sakura, for I shall demonstrate my absolute strength, compelling you to acknowledge me and willingly become my ally once more. Your strength is the only one I respect. I have never regarded anyone else." In the instant his words fell, Sasuke vanished like a bolt of lightning, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his wake. Yet, this swift movement was not beyond Sakura's capacity to counter. Although she lacked the Sharingan's extraordinary dynamic vision, her own formidable strength and keen reflexes allowed her to keep pace with Sasuke's movements. As he materialized beside her like a specter, Sakura wasted no time in swiftly drawing her kunai, the blade dancing in her hand like a butterfly, graceful yet lethal. Without hesitation, she executed a powerful horizontal strike aimed at Sasuke's neck, a blow infused with tremendous force and speed, as swift as lightning. Faced with Sakura's fierce onslaught, Sasuke understood all too well that even if his Kusanagi sword managed to strike her, it would likely prove insufficient to withstand the might of her attack. After all, this strike was not only powerful but also executed with astonishing speed. If it connected, his neck would likely be severed in an instant. Thus, Sasuke made a swift decision, retracting the Kusanagi sword and positioning it defensively before him, attempting to block Sakura's lethal blow. In that fleeting moment, a resounding clash echoed through the air, the sound of metal colliding reverberating ominously. However, to Sasuke's astonishment, as his Kusanagi sword met Sakura's Sakura blossom, his form was sent hurtling backward as if severed from its tether, akin to a discarded kite. He had not anticipated that Sakura possessed such formidable strength, nor that her weapon, the Sakura blossom, would be so resilient, effortlessly propelling both him and the Kusanagi sword away. Sasuke, propelled backward like a forsaken rag doll, spun through the air several times before crashing heavily into a large tree. The tremendous impact drove his Kusanagi sword deep into the trunk, carving a long gash along its surface before finally coming to rest. Gasping for breath, Sasuke struggled to rise from the branches, his heart racing as he beheld the harrowing scene before him, a wave of intense fear washing over him. He pondered to himself, had that blow landed upon me, I would have been as fragile as paper, likely cleaved in two in the next heartbeat. Meanwhile, Sakura observed him quietly from a distance. Noticing the pallor of fear etched on his face, she silently retracted the Sakura blossom, inspecting the blade for any damage. Upon confirming that the weapon remained unscathed and still glimmering with a cold light, she let out a breath of relief and turned her gaze towards Sasuke. Speaking softly, I am a medical ninja, and I have recently acquired a secret technique. As long as you draw breath, I can bring you back. So do not worry excessively. Fight me without hesitation. Hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke felt a weight lift from his heart. He had been concerned that she genuinely intended to kill him, but it seemed her intentions were not so dire. Nevertheless, upon hearing her claim of being a medical ninja, he could not help but scoff. Which medical ninja possesses such prowess? With that last move, even without a weapon, should she strike me with her fist, I fear I would be doomed. Chapter 164. Sasuke's Genjutsu. Of course, given Sasuke's typically aloof and haughty demeanor, he would never reveal the fear he had just experienced. He maintained a stoic expression, letting out a cold snort before swiftly retrieving the Kusanagi sword from nearby. The blade gleamed ominously in the sunlight, seemingly reflecting Sasuke's current state of mind. Gripping the Kusanagi sword, he spoke slowly. I require no healing. Battles between ninjas should cast aside all distractions. If one harbors even a hint of complacency, they shall never become a powerful ninja. His voice was icy and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. As Sasuke's words hung in the air, he did not wait for Sakura's response. With one hand gripping his blade, he swiftly formed hand seals with the other. A formidable surge of chakra coursed through him, culminating in a colossal fireball that erupted from his mouth. This fireball, akin to a miniature sun ablaze, rolled with fierce flames, radiating an oppressive wave of heat. It expanded in the wind, swiftly growing to the size of a house, and charged towards Sakura with unparalleled ferocity. However, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Sakura displayed no hint of fear. A subtle smile graced her lips as she clapped her hands together, releasing a stream of water from her mouth. This water, resembling a powerful jet from a high-pressure hose, surged towards the roiling fireball in the sky. Upon their collision, a violent clash echoed through the air. The water line, like an indomitable blade, effortlessly sliced the massive fireball in two. As the fireball's structural integrity disintegrated, it detonated mid-air like an explosive device, unleashing a torrent of searing heat that swept through the vicinity, tousling Sakura's pink hair. Yet, she remained steadfast, undeterred by the chaos around her. At that moment, amidst the explosion's brilliance, a figure surged through the flames, a blinding bolt of lightning illuminating his hand as it darted towards Sakura. Sakura, unfazed by the sight, calmly clapped her hands again and murmured, "Would release, would pillar wall." Responding to her command, an array of wooden planks rose from the branches beneath her feet, bending and intertwining to form a protective barrier before Sasuke. Yet, the Chidori was famed for its penetrating power. Sasuke's lightning thrust pierced through the wooden wall, his left hand emerging directly before Sakura, concealed within the barrier. Sasuke felt his arm slip effortlessly through the wood, a subtle smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, hinting at a scarcely perceptible cold amusement. Chidori sharp spear, he intoned softly, and in an instant, potent lightning chakra coalesced in his hand, extending like a rapidly lengthening spear, erupting forth at astonishing speed. The spear of lightning chakra pierced Sakura in the blink of an eye. Sasuke reveled in the certainty of his technique striking true, an indescribable thrill surging within him. He could not suppress a loud, triumphant laugh, which echoed through the vast woodland, imbued with derision and pride. Sakura, I have long proclaimed my superiority over you. At last, I have personally defeated you. His voice rang clear amidst his laughter, a testament to the countless efforts and sweat he had poured into this moment. For years, I have trained tirelessly to overcome you. Today, I have finally succeeded. There was a palpable sense of relief in Sasuke's words, as if the weight he had borne had been lifted at this very instant. I deliberately avoided your vital points, for I did not wish to take your life. But you have been vanquished, Sakura. As his laughter gradually subsided, his tone grew cold and composed, yet the finality of his statement lingered in the air. Upon concluding his words, Sasuke slowly withdrew his hand, segment by segment, as if savoring the lingering echoes of victory. However, at the very moment his hand fully retracted, a powerful surge of lightning chakra erupted from it, forcefully cleaving the wooden barrier, initially reveling in his triumph. Sasuke's expression turned rigid as he beheld the scene within the wooden wall. His lips began to tremble uncontrollably. When had the wooden clone been replaced? His voice was filled with astonishment and disbelief. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze on the unfolding spectacle, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him. Of course, it was during the explosion of your great fireball technique that I could exploit the blind spot created by the blast to launch my attack. Naturally, I seized that opportunity to substitute my real body with a wooden clone. Just as Sasuke remained transfixed on the wooden figure within the barrier, Sakura appeared nearby, providing clarity to his confusion. Witnessing this, Sasuke slowly covered one eye with a hand, murmuring, "How intriguing, truly intriguing, Sakura. I was right. Only you are worthy of being my rival." As he spoke, one of his Sharingan's tomo began to spin violently. The once clear design became obscured under the force of its rapid rotation, manifesting into fleeting shadows that intertwined, seemingly forming a pattern. Yet, just as the tomo were on the verge of coalescing, they abruptly halted, and Sasuke's eyes regained their tranquility. He softly uttered, "Jinjutsu, mind's reflective mirror." Before he had even finished speaking, Sakura suddenly felt a unique wave surging into her being, akin to a tidal wave. The influx was so swift that she had no time to react. Initially, she aimed to channel her chakra to consume this peculiar wave before it could affect her. However, upon hearing Sasuke utter the term Jinjutsu, a spark of curiosity ignited within her, especially upon realizing it was a form of illusion she had never encountered before. Her intrigue multiplied exponentially. Thus, Sakura resolved to temporarily relinquish her resistance and observe what this Jinjutsu would unveil. As the Jinjutsu took effect, the scene before Sakura abruptly transformed. To her astonishment, she found herself reclining on a comfortable beanbag, controller in hand, while Ino sat beside her, and together they joyfully engaged in a video game. Not only that, but she also noticed Tsunade seated in front of her, gently resting her feet on her chest and using chakra to massage them. The soft touch in Tsunade's warm hands enveloped Sakura in an unprecedented sense of comfort. Even more astonishing was the vivid realism of the combat sounds emanating from the game, as if she were truly embroiled in an intense battle. The lifelike visuals and immersive audio stirred within her a longing, as though this enchanting experience was genuinely tangible. Yet, despite the allure of this idyllic scenario, Sakura was acutely aware that it was merely a fleeting illusion crafted by the Jinjutsu. No matter how realistic this illusion may be, it remains a mere fabrication, forever incapable of substituting the authentic world. Chapter 165, Pain. Sasuke beheld Sakura ensnared by his Jinjutsu, momentarily taken aback, for he was acutely aware of the unique nature of Sakura's bloodline limit, which encompassed illusions. Initially, he held no expectations for this technique. Merely distracting Sakura for an instant would suffice. To his surprise, the effect of this Jinjutsu on Sakura was profound, and undoubtedly, Sasuke would not let this opportunity slip away. With a sudden leap, Sasuke brandished the Kusanagi sword, radiating a chilling light as he thrust it towards Sakura's chest. At that very moment, another Sakura emerged from the sturdy branches beside her, sprouting like a tender shoot. This newly appeared Sakura confronted Sasuke, clapping her hands forcefully and exclaiming, "Wood release, wood dragon technique." As she performed the gesture, the previously dormant branches sprang to life, extending forward with vigor. In an instant, the branches transformed into a colossal wood dragon, exceeding 10 meters in length. The dragon's form was extraordinary. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head akin to that of a camel, its eyes like a rabbit's, its neck serpentine, its belly reminiscent of a mythical beast, its scales fish-like, its claws eagle-like, its paws tiger-like, its ears bovine, and it bore 2 elongated catfish whiskers, as if it had emerged from the annals of mythology. The wood dragon opened its cavernous maw, accompanied by a thunderous roar, revealing its sharp fangs, and lunged toward the advancing Sasuke with ferocity. The force of its strike was overwhelming, as if it could dominate the very heavens, instilling in Sasuke an unprecedented sense of dread. Witnessing this spectacle, Sasuke's heart quaked, his pupils dilating instantaneously as a profound sense of peril surged within him. Without hesitation, he swiftly formed a seal with one hand and declared, "Fire release, dragon fire technique." Upon uttering these words, he exhaled a blazing inferno, hurtling forth like a meteor. This conflagration, moving with astonishing speed and formidable might, surged directly toward the wood dragon. In an instant, the flames collided violently with the dragon, producing a cataclysmic sound that echoed through the air. Accompanied by this resounding explosion, a powerful shockwave erupted, akin to a ferocious tempest, propelling Sasuke backward through the air. However, rather than panic, Sasuke awaited this very moment. Skillfully utilizing the momentum, he executed a nimble somersault, landing adeptly on a branch. Just as he regained his footing, the scorched wood dragon broke through the residual flames from the explosion, emitting thunderous roars, and charged toward Sasuke with unyielding force. Undaunted by such a ferocious assault, Sasuke summoned an immense reservoir of chakra within his arm. With the crackling sound of arcs of electricity striking the air, brilliant arcs of lightning ignited around his right hand, producing a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight. As his Sharingan gradually revolved, Sasuke, wielding his electrified hand imbued with unparalleled power, clashed fiercely with the dragon's talons. In that fleeting moment, the sounds of splintering wood, crackling flames, and Sasuke's fierce shout intertwined, resonating throughout the forest. Under the immense force of impact, Sasuke was once again hurled backward, crashing through 2 large trees before finally landing heavily upon a branch. The wooden dragon, too, had suffered severe damage. Its upper half was utterly obliterated by Sasuke's Chidori, leaving only the lower half slowly regenerating in the air. Lying on the branch, Sasuke's body trembled slightly. His complexion was as pale as a sheet, and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth glimmered ominously in the sunlight. His eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, as if his soul had fled, fixated on the sky, reflecting the immense blow he had just endured. Sasuke could hardly fathom that Sakura possessed such formidable strength. He had exerted every ounce of his power in an attempt to inflict even a modicum of harm upon her, yet all of it proved futile. Not only had he failed, but he had also sustained grave injuries, leaving him overwhelmed with a sense of defeat and despair. Initially, Sasuke had believed that during his 3 years away from Konoha, his abilities had undergone a qualitative leap, far surpassing Sakura's. However, following this fierce battle, he was struck by the realization that the gap between him and Sakura had not diminished but had, in fact, widened to an almost insurmountable extent. No, it cannot be. My efforts over these years have not been in vain. I can still fight. I have a technique yet to be unleashed. Sasuke's heart cried out. Unwilling to succumb to defeat at Sakura's hands, he struggled to rise from the branch, determined to continue his confrontation with her. Just then, a gentle hand reached out, slowly lifting him up. Once he regained his footing, his gaze fell upon Sakura, and to his astonishment, he discovered that she had somehow escaped from the illusion, her expression grave as she stared intently in another direction. Sasuke was about to speak, to inform Sakura that he was still capable of fighting and had yet to reveal his ultimate move. However, Sakura interjected, "A visitor has arrived. Let us postpone our battle for another time." No sooner had Sakura spoken than a figure clad in a black robe adorned with fiery clouds materialized atop a nearby treetop. Following closely behind, 5 others, similarly dressed, emerged into view, silently appearing before Sakura and Sasuke. Each of these 6 individuals bore distinct appearances and personalities. Yet they shared a common identity: rogue ninjas from a powerful village. Among them, the figure of Itachi Uchiha stood out prominently. To Sakura and Sasuke, Itachi was the most familiar presence. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke's emotions surged, as if every drop of blood in his body had begun to boil. Sakura had no time to intervene as Sasuke, like an arrow released from a bow, charged straight toward Itachi. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the group. "How dare you appear before me?" Sasuke bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. "Die?" Yet, in the face of Sasuke's wrath, Itachi did not even spare him a glance. Instead, the leading orange-haired ninja suddenly extended a hand, softly uttering, "Shinra Tensei." In an instant, a powerful repulsive force erupted violently from Nagato, the center of the attack, sweeping forth like an unstoppable tide. Under the overwhelming force, Sasuke found himself utterly powerless, being forcefully propelled away. As he soared back, he resembled a kite severed from its string, hurtling directly towards Sakura. Upon witnessing this, Sakura hastily extended her arms to catch Sasuke, preventing him from colliding with a tree trunk. Although she successfully halted his fall, Sasuke could not suppress a cough, ejecting a mouthful of crimson blood that starkly contrasted with the darkness surrounding them. Observing this scene, Sakura placed her hand upon Sasuke's back, channeling her chakra to mend his internal injuries. Once his condition improved slightly, Sasuke took a few labored breaths and, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon the orange-haired Pain, demanding, "Who are you?" Pain, devoid of any expression, replied, "I am Pain, the god of the world." Chapter 166. The birth of the Sakura realm. After introducing himself, Pain's attention shifted directly to Sakura, as if she were the sole individual deserving of his focus. In a voice imbued with authority and solemnity, he proclaimed, "I am the deity destined to guide this world back onto its righteous path. Come, you who have been scorned by your comrades for your strength, I can offer you a sanctuary." Sakura, listening to Pain's pretentious and theatrical declarations, found them somewhat ludicrous. She struggled to suppress her urge to laugh, striving to maintain a serious demeanor as she met Pain's gaze and retorted, "Do you think I would follow you based on mere words? Am I a 3-year-old child, easily deceived?" However, Pain remained unfazed by her retort, continuing to speak in that lofty, imperious tone. "Haruno Sakura, a ninja of the wood release. Your true home lies with our Akatsuki organization. Our existence is to impart suffering upon the ninja world, thereby achieving the goal of peace. We require your formidable strength, should you join us. I will overlook your involvement in the death of Sasori." Before Sakura could respond, Deidara, positioned behind Pain, interjected, "But Sasori." Yet, his words were cut short as Pain merely cast a cold glance his way, rendering Deidara silent, as if under a spell. Witnessing this, Sakura felt no admiration for the so-called Akatsuki. She coldly replied, "I have no interest in such an organization." However, before she could finish, Pain interrupted, declaring, "Regardless of your interest, you must join Akatsuki, otherwise, I shall terminate your life here." Sakura, upon hearing Pain's words, could not help but scoff. She was unafraid of this so-called powerful being, especially now that she was infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails. In the presence of onlookers, a wooden clone of Sakura suddenly emerged beside her, swiftly retreating with the severely injured Sasuke. Of course, White and Zabuza were obstructed by Sakura's wooden clone, preventing them from advancing. Pain watched as Sasuke was taken away, showing no intention of stopping them. His sole focus remained on Sakura, and Sasuke held no intrigue for him at that moment. Sakura, witnessing that Pain did not impede her actions, could not help but speak. "I offer you one more chance. Leave now, and I shall consider this as if it never occurred." However, how could Pain, who considered himself a deity and had summoned nearly all members of the Akatsuki to witness his glory in order to solidify their morale, retreat in such a cowardly manner? With a decisive wave of his hand, he proclaimed in an irrefutable tone, "Today, you will either join the Akatsuki or perish here." Upon hearing this, Sakura smiled and retorted, "So there's nothing to discuss then?" After asking, her expression shifted dramatically as she quickly formed hand seals, secret technique, transformation into wings. As Sakura completed her seals, the extracted 1,000 cherry blossoms instantly enveloped her entire being. In the astonished gazes of the Akatsuki members, Sakura underwent a striking transformation, appearing as if she were an entirely different person. Nevertheless, the members of the Akatsuki were not overly shocked. After all, among them was Kisame Hoshigaki, who could merge with his shark-like skin, so their surprise dissipated almost immediately. Before their eyes, the originally unremarkable Sakura had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and she donned a pale pink fitted gown with long sleeves that fluttered in the breeze. Even more astonishing was the powerful and mysterious aura emanating from her, evoking a sense of reverence. A slight smile crept onto Pain's lips, exuding confidence. He extended his right hand, casually beckoning her, his demeanor reminiscent of a revered master, leisurely stating, "Since you are prepared, then do not hesitate to strike. It shall serve to enlighten you on the vast chasm that lies between us." Observing this, Sakura felt that Pain's arrogance was excessive. A subtle smile graced her lips as she replied, "Since you insist, I cannot deny you this courtesy. Allow me to showcase one of my most esteemed techniques." As she spoke, Sakura slowly raised her hands and began to weave hand seals. Her movements were graceful and fluid, yet laden with gravity. Unlike her previous demeanor, this time her seal formation was markedly slower. Upon completing her final hand seal, she forcefully struck the ground, exclaiming, "Flower release, cherry blossom realm birth." In an instant, the earth began to tremble violently, as if a tremendous force surged from below. Subsequently, countless saplings burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, rapidly spreading and growing around Sakura. These saplings grew at an astonishing rate, swiftly forming a dense forest. Moreover, the existing trees were also affected by Sakura's chakra, morphing under its influence. Their trunks thickened, their branches flourished, and they erupted into vibrant cherry blossoms. This spectacle was so astounding that the members of the Akatsuki stood agape, utterly unable to believe their eyes. Even the typically impassive Itachi Uchiha could not suppress his grave expression, casting a wary glance at Sakura, seemingly apprehensive of her technique. However, unlike the others, Pain remained composed, his expression unchanged as he inquired, "Is this the extent of your abilities?" Perched upon the most robust cherry blossom tree, Sakura, upon hearing Pain's inquiry, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips as she softly replied, "Certainly not." No sooner had her words escaped her than she deftly formed hand seals, her movements fluid and harmonious. In an instant, she clapped her hands together and exclaimed, "Flower release, pollen parasitism." With her declaration, the entire grove of cherry blossoms appeared to come alive, swaying gently as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The branches danced gracefully, and petals fell like snowflakes, as if performing a grand ballet. Yet, concealed within this enchanting spectacle lay a formidable threat. As the cherry trees swayed, a profusion of pale yellow pollen wafted from the stamens of each blossom. This pollen, akin to a fine mist, descended in a delicate cascade, swiftly enveloping the grove in a haze of soft yellow fog. The members of the Akatsuki found themselves ensnared by this sudden mist, their vision instantly clouded. Initially oblivious to the ominous nature of this fog, they gradually sensed its unsettling presence as time passed. Uchiha Itachi, possessing the keenest insight, was the first to discern the anomaly within the mist. Furrowing his brow, he cautioned in a hushed tone, "This fog harbors a potent chakra. Exercise caution." Although his voice was low, it resonated with clarity in the stillness of the cherry blossom grove, causing the hearts of the other Akatsuki members to tighten with unease. Just as the tension escalated, Deidara suddenly let out a terrified shriek. "This pollen is not right. It seeks to invade my body." The others turned their gaze towards Deidara, witnessing the pollen that had previously clung to him now burgeoning with astonishing speed, akin to seeds sprouting in spring, gradually detaching from his skin. In a shocking turn of events, as the pollen departed from Deidara's body, tender green sprouts emerged, growing at an alarming rate, their roots resembling ravenous tendrils that ensnared his arms. Furthermore, these roots proved alarmingly sharp, easily piercing his clothing and advancing toward his flesh. In a frenzy, Deidara and the others hastily tore away the burgeoning sprouts, simultaneously channeling chakra to repel the pollen. At that moment, another voice cried out in alarm, "Do not breathe. The pollen that has entered our bodies is also beginning to grow." Without a moment's hesitation, they activated their chakra, striving to eradicate the intruding pollen. Yet, as they summoned their chakra, a more terrifying revelation emerged. They discovered that their chakra was being relentlessly siphoned by an unknown force. Though the amount of chakra absorbed each time is minuscule, this relentless consumption, akin to a trickling stream merging into a river, renders it increasingly difficult for them to endure over time. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the onlookers grew exceedingly grave, as if enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. At this juncture, Pain finally set aside his previous disdain, adopting a serious demeanor as he activated Shinra Tensei once more, attempting to disperse the pollen. However, the conventional range of Shinra Tensei is inherently limited. Despite his utmost efforts to clear a portion of the pollen, it soon returned in waves, swiftly filling the void. Even destruction of the surrounding trees could not halt the incessant onslaught of pollen. This predicament caused Pain to lose his composure, compelling him to swiftly attempt to manipulate gravity and ascend into the sky to evade this unending barrage of pollen. Yet, just as his feet lifted from the ground, a multitude of branches and vines surged forth like a tempest, relentlessly striking down upon him. Pain hastily unleashed Shinra Tensei, seeking to repel these encroaching vines. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of the vines was staggering. Even if a few were deflected, others would immediately surge forth to take their place. Moreover, there existed a 5-second interval between each activation of his Shinra Tensei, leaving him little time to re-engage before being violently whipped back by the branches and vines, crashing heavily to the ground. This setback left Pain feeling rather challenged. He harbored no fear of conventional ninjutsu, for his Shinra Tensei could effortlessly rebound all attacks. However, confronted with such an expansive and persistently overwhelming technique, he appeared somewhat at a loss. Observing Pain's retreat, Deidara, who had initially intended to ascend into the sky using his clay birds, promptly ceased his actions. The other members of Akatsuki, witnessing this development, wore grim expressions as they began to alternately unleash ninjutsu in an attempt to disperse the pollen and destroy the surrounding cherry blossom trees. Yet, their struggles proved futile. The pollen merely returned in waves. Even when the cherry blossom trees were damaged, new ones would swiftly sprout, continuously releasing pollen and thickening the surrounding mist. More disturbingly, the forest was incessantly siphoning their chakra and vitality to sustain its own existence. Without resorting to extreme measures, such as inflicting widespread destruction upon this forest in a moment, their escape seemed nearly impossible. Conversely, as time elapsed, they would become increasingly weakened, ultimately drained by the forest, becoming its nourishment. Sakura observed the Akatsuki members struggling within the forest with a cold smile creeping upon her lips. She was acutely aware that this forest could not confine them for long. If Pain were to unleash a formidable Shinra Tensei, he could effortlessly break free from the forest's grasp. Yet, what would that achieve? The only reason Sakura employed this technique was to expend the chakra she had siphoned from the Nine Tails. For her, as long as she could find another power bank to recharge herself, she would instantly regain her vitality and once again transform into a formidable ninja. However, if Pain, or Nagato, were to employ the almighty push, the situation would be entirely different. Such a high-level ninjutsu would exact a tremendous toll on his life force. Given his current half-dead state, how many more times could he possibly utilize it? Thus, for Sakura, this was an incredibly lucrative endeavor. She could easily repeat this strategy multiple times, allowing Nagato to unwittingly bring about his own demise. At that point, the farce would become even more entertaining, and Sakura would derive even greater enjoyment from it. At this moment, the members of the Akatsuki organization were each unleashing ninjutsu in turns to wreak havoc on their surroundings. Striving to prolong the survival of the group, they attempted to advance while causing destruction, but as soon as they did, they would be subjected to relentless assaults from the surrounding branches and vines, and their chakra consumption would increase exponentially. After all, this forest, inspired by Jur-B of the Sound 4, possessed the ability to absorb chakra, and coupled with Sakura's unique chakra, the more they struggled, the faster their chakra and vitality would deplete. In truth, among these individuals, a few had a genuine chance of escape. Among them, Itachi Uchiha had the greatest opportunity. As long as he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, these branches and pollen would likely be unable to hinder him. Another contender was Kisame Hashigaki, known as the Tailless Beast, whose chakra was immensely vast. If he exerted himself to unleash ninjutsu and destroy everything around him, he still had a reasonable chance of escape. However, the remaining members had no such fortune. The immortal duo and Deidara lacked both wide-ranging ninjutsu and the formidable defense of Itachi Susanoo, nor did they possess an impressive chakra reserve, leaving them with no hope of escape. At this juncture, it is worth mentioning that during a team-building exercise for the Akatsuki, Tobi, also known as Obito, had concocted a bizarre excuse of suffering from a stomach ailment to avoid attending due to being countered by Sakura. His partner, Zetsu, also fearful of Sakura, used the excuse of caring for Tobi to abstain from joining. However, as expendable beings, a few white Zetsu had arrived, only to be transformed into part of the cherry blossom trees before the overwhelming presence of Sakura. As for the sole female member of the Akatsuki, Konan, she remained by Nagato's side. Observing the cherry blossom grove now enveloped in a pale yellow mist, she could not help but glance at the emaciated Nagato and said, "Are you truly going to proceed with this? Your body may not withstand the strain of using that technique repeatedly." Seeing the concern in Konan's eyes, Nagato, resolute in his decision, replied, "I must demonstrate the authority of a god. Ever since Yahiko's death, the hearts of the people have begun to waver. For the sake of our objective, I must see this plan through. I am willing to risk my life for it." Chapter 168. The planetary devastation. Konan gazed into Nagato's determined eyes, her lips slightly parted, yet ultimately she refrained from uttering a word. She understood all too well that since Yahiko's passing, Nagato had transformed into an entirely different person. Regardless of how many words she spoke now, he would not heed them. Thus, Konan chose to remain silent, casting a worried glance at Nagato, who sat in his wheelchair. Nagato's physique was alarmingly emaciated, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. His body had become so frail that even the slightest movement proved arduous, leaving him devoid of vitality. At that moment, Nagato suddenly emitted a fierce roar. "Drink!" Simultaneously, Tendo Pain, situated within the cherry blossom grove, raised his hands in a swift formation. And in the next instant, a small black orb surged forth from his palms, soaring higher and further into the sky. This diminutive sphere emitted an unsettling aura, as if it were the very center of the cosmos, wielding an inexhaustible gravitational pull. The surrounding yellow pollen appeared to be irresistibly drawn towards it, swirling like a furious golden dragon, irresistibly propelled toward the black orb. "Shinra Tensei!" Tendo Pain bellowed, his voice reverberating with tremendous intensity. With his shout, the orb's gravitational force intensified dramatically, growing ever more formidable. The cherry blossom trees were powerless against this overwhelming force, uprooted without mercy. Even the ground began to tremble violently, torn asunder by this might, collapsing and being drawn skyward by the black orb. As the earth continued to crumble, a colossal sphere nearly a kilometer in diameter gradually emerged in the sky, resembling a slowly ascending asteroid, radiating a heart-stopping aura as it floated serenely in midair. This breathtaking spectacle left Sasuke, and Zabuza utterly speechless, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Concurrently, the beautiful cherry blossom grove, painstakingly crafted by Sakura, was ruthlessly obliterated by this powerful jutsu. Petals cascaded like snowflakes, as the once lush forest was left in tatters and disarray. At that moment, Sakura stood at a distance outside the grove, gazing at this astonishing scene, her heart swelling with indescribable shock. She had decisively left a wooden clone behind and swiftly exited the grove well before Pain made his move. After all, whether it was the Chibaku Tensei or the current jutsu employed by Pain, the scale was extraordinarily vast. A moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Fully aware of the peril, Sakura had unhesitatingly led Sasuke, and Zabuza away from the cherry blossom grove to ensure their safety. Sasuke stood beside Sakura, his gaze fixated on the devastated expanse of the grove below, murmuring to himself, "Is this the battle Sakura faced? I thought I had caught up to her. Yet the chasm between us remained so vast." A hint of resignation and bitterness permeated his voice. In that fleeting moment, Sasuke's eyes dimmed, losing all radiance, becoming hollow and devoid of spirit, resembling a soulless husk. He muttered, his voice low and feeble, "My efforts are still woefully insufficient. I require greater strength." Staggering yet resolute, he began his journey toward the horizon, as if propelled by an invisible force. In this moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to relentlessly enhance his power to vanquish those stronger than himself. As for avenging Itachi, that concern had slipped from his grasp. Aware that even if he ventured forth, Confronting the formidable ninja at Uchiha Itachi's side would only lead to his demise. Sasuke's yearning for power intensified, akin to an unquenchable inferno. Sakura gazed at Sasuke's receding figure, shaking her head slightly. She had never anticipated that witnessing her battle with pain would weigh so heavily on Sasuke. The once boastful youth before her now appeared so disheartened and despondent. Yet deep within Sakura's heart lingered an inexplicable sensation. Though it felt somewhat unethical to think so, she could not suppress a chuckle. The stark contrast between Sasuke's earlier arrogance and his current state of despair was undeniably amusing. Ultimately, she endeavored to stifle her laughter, her lips twitching into an odd expression. She turned her gaze to Zabuza and Haku, who had regained their composure, and softly suggested, "Shall we make a trip to the Hidden Cloud Village?" Upon hearing Sakura's words, Zabuza's body tensed. His brows furrowed deeply, and his demeanor turned grave as he inquired in a subdued tone, "Are you contemplating an assault on the Raikage?" Given Zabuza's understanding of Sakura's abilities, he had every reason to believe that if she indeed resolved to confront the Raikage, she possessed a reasonable chance of success. However, this notion left Zabuza both astonished and apprehensive. Sakura's expression darkened instantly at Zabuza's implication. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Do you think I wish to instigate a ninja world war? Or attack the Raikage? Why don't you just fly to the heavens?" She found Zabuza's assumption utterly preposterous. How could she harbor such lunacy? With a resigned sigh, she clarified, "I simply need to recharge. I require the assistance of a stable individual for chakra and vitality. And I believe the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, would be quite suitable. The other Jinchuriki are too unstable and prone to violent outbursts. After considering it, he is the most fitting choice." As she spoke, Sakura secretly mused, "Stable emotions equate to easy manipulation, equating to an honest person. What a wretched mindset." Zabuza was taken aback by Sakura's statement. Although he did not fully grasp what she meant by recharging, he understood the significance and symbolism of a Jinchuriki within a village. If Sakura truly sought to provoke the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, the implications could very well outweigh those of an attempt on the Raikage's life. Though Zabuza deemed Sakura's plan audacious, his character dictated that he would not voice further objections. Meanwhile, Haku, being less familiar with Jinchuriki, quietly followed behind, having left the Hidden Mist village at a young age without any prior encounters with them. As Sakura continued towards the Hidden Cloud Village, she added, "Before we reach the Hidden Cloud Village, we must visit a certain location. You may have heard rumors of cultists in recent years. Our Leaf Village has received intermittent reports about them. I have a particular interest in these cultists, so let us take a detour." Upon hearing Sakura's remarks, Bai and Zabuza exchanged glances, recalling the mission to eradicate the cultists they had witnessed at the underground exchange. However, the two had shown little interest in those commoners entangled in the cult, merely casting a fleeting glance without delving deeper into the matter. To their surprise, hearing Sakura mention it again today piqued their interest. After all, what she spoke of could not be trivialized as mere nonsense from a few ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Pain surveyed the ravaged forest, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the display of his power before others. However, his anger flared upon realizing that the girl had managed to escape. This was a significant blemish on his reputation, yet he took solace in having showcased his strength, which had tempered the ambitions of those who might have been tempted to act. At that moment, his concerns were singular: the resurrection of the Ten Tails to fulfill Yahiko's dream. Once he confirmed that there was no trace of Haruno Sakura nearby, Pain swiftly led his group away, unaware that they had picked up a few tailing shadows, who, camouflaged among the trees and at a distance, went unnoticed by Pain and Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 169. Disappearance at the border of the Land of Fire, near Mount Sumeru. A bustling town thrived with the comings and goings of travelers. Sakura, Bai, and Zabuza strolled into this lively settlement, a crucial waypoint to the Land of Water. Merchants and wanderers alike paused here, either for a brief respite or to replenish their supplies before continuing their journeys. Sakura, filled with excitement and curiosity, eagerly surveyed her surroundings. The streets were lined with a plethora of food stalls, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, igniting her appetite. Like a little glutton, she couldn't resist sampling various treats. Munching as she explored, she even shared some with Bai, who accepted them with a smile, savoring each bite. Trailing behind them, Zabuza grew increasingly impatient as he observed Sakura indulging. Naturally not a patient man, he had pressing matters to attend to on this trip. Yet Sakura frolicked about like a child, blissfully absorbed in her enjoyment. Just as Zabuza was on the verge of expressing his annoyance, he noticed a woman in simple attire. Appearing to be in her 30s, her face etched with worry, almost on the brink of tears. She stood by the roadside, distributing flyers to passers-by. "Excuse me, has anyone seen this man?" Her voice trembled with urgency as she held up a flyer depicting a man's photograph. "He is in his 30s, of robust build, with a cheerful disposition. He is my husband, and if any kind soul has seen him, please let me know. Our family cannot be without him." The woman handed the flyer to Zabuza, who accepted it and examined it closely. The man in the photograph indeed possessed a strong physique and a bright smile. At that moment, Sakura, driven by curiosity, leaned in to glimpse the flyer as well. However, as she did so, a few drops of grease splattered onto the paper. Zabuza, witnessing this, made a face of disdain and callously tossed the flyer aside, as if it had been sullied by something unclean. Yet, Sakura, observing Zabuza's actions, did not react with anger. She swiftly thrust the items in her hands into White's embrace and hurried over to retrieve the discarded flyers. The flyers detailed various information about the missing man, including his name, age, height, weight, and physical characteristics. As Sakura examined the flyer, her brow furrowed in concern. After chewing and swallowing the morsel in her mouth, she turned to the woman beside her, who gazed at her with hopeful eyes, and inquired, "When did your husband go missing? How long has it been?" Initially, the woman had thought that Sakura's serious scrutiny indicated familiarity with the case. But upon hearing the question, she realized Sakura was unaware, which elicited a look of disappointment. Nevertheless, Sakura's thorough inquiry was a first for her that day. Thus, she hastily responded, "He has been missing for 2 days. Everything was perfectly normal before his disappearance. Nothing seemed amiss. It was only that day when he went to the vicinity of Mount Sumeru, claiming he was in search of some rare medicinal herbs." After listening to the woman's account, Sakura scrutinized her. Though not stunning, the woman possessed a certain charm that was easy on the eyes. Sakura pressed on with her questioning. "Did he vanish the following day? Also, are there often disappearances in this town?" The woman hesitated momentarily, seemingly uncertain, and replied, "He did not disappear the next day. Rather, he suddenly vanished in the early hours of the night. I only realized he was missing when I awoke in the latter part of the night, but at that moment, I didn't think much of it. However, when morning came and he still hadn't returned, I began to fear he might be missing. As for your question about the frequency of disappearances in this town, I can only say it happens quite often. The ninjas from Konoha have come to investigate, but ultimately, they returned without any answers." Upon hearing this news, Sakura's mind quickly recalled the mission reports she had seen from Tsunade. The reports mentioned that Team Guy had indeed uncovered some significant clues during their investigation. According to these clues, many individuals in this town had suddenly vanished during the early hours of the night, and all had ventured near Mount Sumeru prior to their disappearances. Consequently, Team Guy decided to conduct further inquiries in the vicinity of Mount Sumeru. With Niji's Byakugan, it should have been a trivial task to uncover hidden things nearby. However, unexpectedly, despite their meticulous search, they only discovered a pile of peculiar stones, with no other anomalies in sight. Team Guy was reluctant to return empty-handed. They even delved deeper into their investigations around Mount Sumeru, yet still, they found nothing. Moreover, they lingered in the town for several days in hopes of catching a clue. But their efforts were ultimately in vain, compelling them to withdraw their investigative team. Sakura shook her head gently at this thought. She understood deep down that her investigative abilities were far inferior to the prowess of Byakugan, even if she sensed that something significant was undoubtedly concealed near Mount Sumeru. It would likely be beyond her capacity to uncover any clues. Given this, it seemed more prudent to remain here for a few days like Team Guy, observing the situation in hopes of making a new discovery. As the shadows of the night deepened, one could not help but ponder whether the puppeteer behind the scenes would reveal any slip-ups. After all, Sakura and her companions had arrived under the guise of mere tourists, even lacking the customary forehead protectors. Should the perpetrator make a move tonight, they might just find themselves in the right place at the right time. Contemplating this, Sakura initially intended to return the flyer she held, but upon noticing the grease stains, she awkwardly tucked it away and assured the woman, "If we come across him, we will surely bring him back." The woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, wept as she expressed her thanks. Thank you, kind soul." Deep down, she understood that the hope of finding him was slim. After 2 days of disappearance, if he could be found, he would have been already. Yet, As long as no body had been discovered, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. Sakura and her companions watched as the woman continued to distribute flyers, her pleas for help gradually fading into the distance. Once a suitable distance was reached, Bai, nibbling on a snack, quietly inquired, "Is there hope of finding him?" Sakura shook her head in response. "The prospects are grim. I have previously shared with you the matters concerning cultists, haven't I? I suspect this incident is the work of such individuals. Their abilities are uncanny, possessing powers that many ninjas do not. I have dealt with several cult-related incidents, and the dark deities they worship are truly terrifying. Prolonged exposure to such corruption renders even my master, Tsunade, powerless." Sakura recognized that these entities, which had no place in the world of Naruto, bore a striking resemblance to the sinister figures from her previous life, possessing formidable abilities of contamination and brainwashing. Ordinary individuals, once tainted, would find their souls distorted within a day, leaving no hope for rescue. Just as Sakura was conversing with Bai, a group of people arrived at a modest inn. At that moment, a small boy stood at the entrance, shouting inside, "Mother, I'm going out to play." From within the inn, a woman's voice cautioned, "Do not leave the town, especially avoid Mount Samu. Do you understand? There are man-eating monsters there." The boy, grinning, responded, "I understand, mother." However, just as he turned to dash outside, he nearly collided with Sakura. She quickly grasped the little one's shoulder, smiling brightly. "Be careful. Watch where you're going." "Thank you, sister," the polite child exclaimed before scampering off. Chapter 170. The Bounty on a Tranquil Night, with the moon hanging high. Casting silvery rays of light, two shadows, like phantoms, stealthily approached a seemingly reputable inn in the town. These shadows moved with utmost caution, as if fearful of detection. As they neared the inn, one of the figures suddenly halted, carefully concealing their form before whispering to their companion, "Is this truly the place?" The other shadow swiftly crouched on the rooftop, producing a scroll from their cloak and gradually unfurling it. It revealed a wanted poster depicting Sakura, complete with her likeness and detailed information. Most strikingly, the exorbitant bounty amount captured attention, a sum that could only be deemed astronomical. However, this wanted notice was not issued by the Hidden Leaf Village, but rather jointly released by the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock villages. This revelation indicated that Sakura had committed significant transgressions in both of these villages. The shadow scrutinized the details on the wanted notice, and after confirming its accuracy, he nodded slightly and whispered, "This is indeed the place." The notice states that the target is accompanied by two individuals, the rogue ninjas Momochi Zabuza and Haku from the Mist-Hidden Village. "We must proceed with utmost caution. They are formidable foes." At that moment, a melodious and clear voice suddenly resonated near the two shadows. "Oh, am I so easily dealt with?" The duo's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the voice, but before they could rise to resist, they were instantaneously pierced through the skull by two shurikens, their lives extinguished without a trace. Just then, a delicate white hand emerged from one of the figures, retrieving the wanted notice. With a flick of her wrist, she shook off the crimson blood that adorned it, gazing at the series of zeros with a sense of disbelief. "Surely, these villages never anticipated that someone could vanquish me. This bounty is enticing enough to stir even my interest. No wonder there are so many nuisances disturbing my slumber tonight." The wanted notice displayed a portrait of Sakura beneath which the sum of 1 billion ryo was inscribed, illustrating the absurdity of the price. It is well known that the legendary Jonin Asuma Sarutobi from Konoha is valued at a mere 35 million ryo at the exchange. Thus it is no wonder that Sakura, now valued at 30 times that, felt a twinge of temptation. It remains uncertain whether the infamous bounty hunters, the immortal duo, would be drawn to this lucrative reward. Should they come, Sakura would not hesitate to eliminate the formidable man who once clashed with Hashirama Senju. As Sakura gazed at the lifeless bodies of the rogue ninjas, a sense of inevitability washed over her. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely seized the collars of the two men, effortlessly lifting them as if they were weightless sacks, and proceeded towards the outskirts of the town. In the instant she departed, another Sakura materialized at the same location. Her movements were graceful and agile, seamlessly blending into her surroundings. This Sakura cleverly concealed herself in the shadows, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next individual. However, just as she settled into her hiding place, the once tightly shut door of the inn slowly creaked open from within, and a small figure unwittingly emerged. As Sakura focused her gaze, she instantly recognized the silhouette of the young boy who had nearly collided with her. Could it be that the puppet masters had begun their machinations? Frowning, Sakura promptly formed a seal. With this gesture, her form transformed into an inanimate wooden figure, standing silently at the spot. Meanwhile, the slumbering Sakura abruptly received the memories transmitted by her wooden clone, her eyes flying open in shock. Her brow furrowed deeply as her gaze fixed intently on the direction outside the town, a nagging sense of unease creeping into her thoughts. Logically, if the exchange had already discerned her whereabouts, then the masterminds behind the human trafficking operations must also be aware that a powerful ninja had arrived in this town. Yet, if that were the case, why would they continue their brazen activities so openly? Were they truly willing to gamble, banking on the notion that the formidable ninja would remain uninvolved? As Sakura finished dressing and was about to awaken Bai and Zabuza, suddenly, Bai's door creaked open from within. Simultaneously, Zabuza, sensing the unusual occurrence, found his door opening without warning as well. Their actions were almost synchronized, and their gazes met, both turning in unison towards Sakura, who stood before Bai's door, ready to knock. In unison, they inquired, "What is happening?" Observing their heightened alertness, Sakura took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, stated, "The mastermind behind the missing persons case we discussed earlier has made a move. My clone just spotted the innkeeper's son walking alone down the street, heading towards the outskirts of the town. I sense something amiss. We must follow him quickly." Upon hearing Sakura's words, Zabuza wasted no time. He swiftly turned and leaped out of his window like a flash of lightning, his movements sharp and decisive. Bai, after listening to Sakura's account, merely nodded slightly before retreating back into his room. Sakura, glancing at the door Bai had closed, directed her gaze towards the staircase. Ultimately, she resolved to return to her own room, hastily approaching the window, pushing it open without hesitation, and leaping out into the night. At the foot of Mount Shumi, amidst the rugged and peculiar terrain, a slight figure was making its way forward, stepping cautiously. Following behind were Sakura, Bai, and Zabuza, who arrived at the scene at a leisurely pace. As they gazed upon the dense white fog enveloping the base of Mount Shumi, their brows furrowed in concern. This thick fog could easily cause them to lose track of their target. However, Sakura had devised a technique that allowed her to sense her target from a distance. Noticing no abnormalities in her surroundings, she signaled to Bai and Zabuza, stealthily appearing behind the young boy. Then, with a clap of her hands, a surge of wood-released chakra slowly coalesced in front of her, forming numerous tiny seeds that surged into the boy's body. This technique, known as the seed-binding technique, combined sealing and wood-release ninjutsu. While it was not particularly novel, her chakra enveloped in a shell akin to that of seeds contained powerful sealing techniques. Furthermore, the concealment of this sealing technique was exceptionally strong. Unless Sakura chose to release it, most would remain oblivious to its presence. After embedding her chakra, Sakura returned to Bai and Zabuza, hiding once more, while the innkeeper's son resolutely continued his advance into the thick fog. Chapter 171. Bailu, O feathered serpent dwelling in the abyss. You are the sovereign of death's breath, the embodiment of desolation, the ruler of decay and rebirth. Your scales cover the decayed soil. Your wings obscure the lifeless stars. In humility, I beseech you, grant peace to the withering, bestow the cycle after the end. Nourish new life with decayed flesh, conceive eternity in barren lands. May your gaze cleanse the filth, may your breath guide the lost soul's home. Within the vast cavern of Mount Shumi, a colossal statue stands in the center. The statue is truly astonishing. Adorned with a pair of enormous wings and a robust serpentine tail, while its upper body manifests a distinctly human form. At the base of the statue, a congregation of grotesque creatures kneels in fervent prayer. These beings, pallid and peculiar, are cloaked in feathers and scales tainted with a faint yellow oil, exuding an eerie aura. Suddenly, four figures materialize upon the statue's shoulders. Among them is a diminutive, pallid silhouette clad in a white trench coat, its mouth obscured by bandages, rendering its gender indistinguishable. Gazing down at the kneeling monstrosities, this figure speaks in a unique tone. The guest I desire has been summoned. You are to eliminate those bothersome interlopers and allow only the girl named Sakura Haruno to approach. No sooner had the words left its lips than the childlike figure's eyes gleamed with fervor, shifting its gaze from the creatures to the direction of Mount Shumi's base. Murmuring, though rebirth is part of my divine duties, it remains incomplete. Once I consume that girl, I shall ascend as the unequivocal deity of the ninja realm. At that moment, I shall embody both death and life, achieving the pinnacle of immortality. Upon hearing the words of Baru, the trio, Air, and San, simultaneously prostrated themselves in reverent obedience, fervently proclaiming, "You are the one and the many. You are both death and rebirth. We shall heed your guidance, even at the cost of our lives, to fulfill this task." As their voices faded, they vanished from the statue in the blink of an eye. Bairuhu's gaze lingered upon the seemingly tireless creatures, forever kneeling in devotion, stirring within him an indescribable sensation. Once mere humans, they had transformed into such bizarre entities. Reflecting on 3 years past, Bairuhu had initially been following his own design, employing the technique of Ghost Buddha-like to consume the 4 elemental special bloodline limits, aspiring to become the most perfect ninja. However, at that pivotal moment, a mysterious figure appeared before him, revealing an alternative path. This path was far more enticing than his Ghost Buddha-like technique, verging on a route to divinity. Through 3 years of cautious exploration, Bairuhu discerned that the divine method crafted by this enigmatic figure was indeed remarkably effective. As time passed, Bairuhu gradually replaced the original feathered serpent deity's image with his own, in accordance with the mysterious figure's guidance. Throughout this transformation, the power referred to as will by the mysterious figure slowly transferred from the feathered serpent statue to Bairu himself. This will was an entirely foreign force to Bairu, bearing a strong corrosive nature and possessing bizarre abilities, utterly disconnected from the ninjutsu he had devoted his life to studying. Nevertheless, being a prudent individual, Bairuhu refrained from adhering entirely to the mysterious figure's methods. He maintained a cautious watchfulness in his heart, just in case. Thus, he directly utilized the characteristics of his own Ghost Buddha-like technique, gradually consuming and integrating this new power. With the passage of time, his Ghost Buddha-like technique grew ever more formidable and distinguished. His heart brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that even if the enigmatic figure harbored unknown intentions, it could pose no threat to him. After all, the power he wielded was not that of the malevolent deity, but a force that truly belonged to him. Through years of diligent research, he gradually discerned that the power of this dark god was inherently incomplete. Ideally, such power should encapsulate the essence of life within death and vice versa, achieving a sublime equilibrium of yin and yang. However, the dark goddess power encompassed only death and feeble life, utterly incapable of manifesting this harmony. In the throes of his vexation, pondering how to resolve this dilemma, a fortuitous opportunity presented itself. He stumbled upon information regarding Haruno Sakura. In that instant, enlightenment washed over him, as if fate itself were favoring him, aiding his ascent to divinity. For what he lacked at this moment was a robust life force to counterbalance the deathly energy. The girl named Sakura was, in essence, a divine gift bestowed upon him. He felt immeasurably fortunate that he had consumed the dark goddess power using the technique of Gy Lu. Otherwise, even if he were to obtain this girl, true yin-yang balance would remain unattainable. With this thought, a smile gradually spread across his face, as he envisioned the moment he would devour Sakura. Utilizing the Gy Lu technique to absorb the girl would signify his ascension to divine status. Come forth, Haruno Sakura, and merge with me. Together we shall ascend to godhood and reign over this world. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a cave, a cloaked figure and a humanoid creature resembling a Venus flytrap observed the white beings prostrating before them. The creature, Ji, furrowed his brow, uncertain, and remarked, "I sense the essence of wood release emanating from those creatures." The cloaked figure, unperturbed, replied, "Your instincts are correct. There are indeed some peculiar entities here, such as those remarkable Hashirama cells." Upon hearing this, Ji's gaze sharpened, and he questioned the cloaked figure in a dark tone. "What is your true intention? What is the nature of this Baliohu? Why hasn't he noticed our presence here?" The cloaked figure gestured for patience. "Do not fret, we have ample time. Allow me to explain," he continued, undeterred by Ji's unwavering scrutiny. "I am aware of some of your plans and the sources of your distress. Hence, my purpose in seeking you is merely to showcase my creation, which I assure you will meet your satisfaction." At this, Ji's demeanor grew increasingly menacing. He was uncertain of what this mysterious figure truly knew. Had he uncovered his secrets? A palpable aura of menace radiated from him as he coldly inquired, "How do you know this? What do you seek?" The cloaked figure seemed oblivious to Ji's hostility, responding with fervor, "How do I know? It is because my God has revealed it to me. He is omniscient and omnipotent. With but a thought, he can determine the life and death of the entire world. Upon witnessing the cloak-clad figure, a subtle sigh of relief escaped him, for he recognized yet another individual, ensnared by the cult's insidious brainwashing. Such a person would likely bear no significant threat to his plans, prompting him to continue listening in hopes of gleaning a solution to his own vexations. Chapter 172. Ascension to Divinity. Sakura, accompanied by Sai and Zabuza, closely followed the manipulated child into the dense fog-laden expanse. However, it was not long before they sensed an unsettling peculiarity. This fog appeared to possess an extraordinary disorienting power, easily leading one astray. Sakura, acutely aware of the potential peril, meticulously surveyed her surroundings, fearful of losing her way amidst the mist. Simultaneously, she discerned a more pressing concern. The connection between her chakra and that of the entranced child flickered intermittently. Whenever they strayed, even slightly apart, the bond grew exceedingly tenuous, as if it could snap at any moment. It dawned on Sakura why the shadowy mastermind could evade the scrutiny of the Byakugan. This fog indeed harbored such a remarkable effect. As she pondered her strategy to confront this predicament, an overwhelming stench suddenly assailed her senses from behind. The odor was unbearably pungent, inducing a wave of nausea. Startled, Sakura wasted no time. She swiftly pivoted, drawing her 1,000 cherry blossoms like a flash of lightning. With a decisive strike, she severed the multitude of venomous serpents lunging towards her. These serpents, fierce and swift, were rendered powerless against Sakura's formidable technique. In the blink of an eye, the ground was strewn with the remnants of their bodies, blood splattering across the terrain. Amidst the fog, an oddly grotesque figure emerged, his chin elongated to an alarming degree. Upon glimpsing this peculiar visage, Sakura felt a sense of familiarity wash over her. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that he was none other than one of the subordinates of Bairu from the Naruto movie. His distinctive appearance triggered a vivid recollection, illuminating the faded memories that had lingered in her mind for over 16 years. Just as this bizarre individual materialized, Zabuza reacted with remarkable swiftness. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his fearsome executioner's blade, stepping forward to confront the adversary. His voice, deep and resolute, resonated with authority as he declared, "You need not squander time here. I will handle this individual." His words exuded a sense of determination and confidence, suggesting an unwavering belief in his own prowess. Sakura, upon hearing Zabuza's declaration, momentarily hesitated. She could sense the conviction in his voice, while simultaneously noticing that her connection with the child was growing increasingly obscure. This shift compelled Sakura to recognize the urgency of their situation. They must locate the child swiftly, lest they all become ensnared within this enigmatic fog. Thus, Sakura resolutely nodded, bidding a farewell to Zabuza before continuing her pursuit alongside Haku. Meanwhile, a sinister laughter emanated from the mysterious figure, reverberating through the thick fog, sending chills down the spine. "It appears I have been underestimated." The figure sneered, for Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja of the mist, adept in water release and silent assassination techniques, is a specter in the mist. I wonder how long you can survive under my hand. In response to the figure's taunts, Zabuza remained silent. His silhouette retreated slightly, vanishing into the fog as if he were but a part of it. Faced with Zabuza's sudden disappearance, the figure's heart raced with alarm. He swiftly transformed one hand into the shape of a serpent, its forked tongue flicking out to taste the air, as if sensing something. Suddenly, sensing imminent danger, the figure's body tensed, and he instinctively dodged to the right. At that very moment, a massive beheading sword shot forth from the fog like lightning, crashing down with fierce momentum upon the spot where the figure had just stood. The resounding clash of the blade against the ground echoed in the mist, raising a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the battle between Zabuza and Haku commenced. Elsewhere, Sakura and Haku were preparing to advance when they were confronted by a provocatively dressed woman who obstructed their path. Wielding a whip and adorned with a mocking smile, she clearly had no intention of letting them pass easily. Seeing this, Haku stepped forward to shield Sakura, calmly stating, "Leave this to me. The fog here resembles a barrier technique. You should locate and destroy the control core. Only then can we find you, or safely escape from here." Sakura, meeting Haku's determined gaze, nodded in agreement without uttering another word. She circumnavigated the woman, resolutely pressing deeper into the fog. The provocatively attired figure seemed disinterested in hindering Sakura's progress, merely standing still, watching as Sakura moved further away. After all, their task was to impede Haku and Zabuza, not to engage with Sakura herself. Once separated from Haku, a sense of unease settled within Sakura, a nagging feeling that something was about to transpire. Yet, she could not articulate the source of her apprehension or what might occur. Ultimately, she shook her head, dismissing the disquieting sensation, and closely followed the child under the influence of a puppet technique, step by step toward the foot of Mount Sumeru. As Sakura drew nearer, she felt an overwhelming force beckoning her. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace, eager to reach the source. Finally, upon sensing the culmination of her journey, she stepped forward, and the jagged rocks reappeared before her eyes, towering into the sky, as if crafted by nature itself. Nestled among these formations was a colossal portal, leading to the towering peaks beyond. At that moment, Sakura noticed a figure standing before the gateway. The man appeared no different from a child ensnared by puppetry. Yet Sakura could sense the formidable aura emanating from him. He was Obito, the final entity she had witnessed in the theatrical rendition. The moment Sakura laid eyes upon Obito, her feet instinctively halted. She watched, transfixed, as the child under the puppet's control entered the enormous portal embedded in the mountainside. Meanwhile, Obito remained stationary. A fervent expression etched upon his face, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. His gaze traversed from head to toe, scrutinizing Sakura with an unbridled intensity that filled her with revulsion. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, deeply disapproving of Obito's behavior. Ultimately, however, Sakura managed to suppress her disdain and resolved to extract some useful information. Who are you? What is your purpose in abducting people to this place? Upon hearing Sakura's inquiry, Obito erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha! I do all of this to ascend to divinity. Haruno Sakura, the special Jonin of Konoha, and the disciple of my dear friend Tsunade among the legendary Sannin. You are the final piece I require for my divine plan. Come, join with me and become the true god of this ninja world. Chapter 173. Hashirama's cells. At this juncture, Sakura began to grasp Obito's intentions. She recalled references from the film, which mentioned that this Obito possessed a secret technique known as the Oni Yero no Jutsu. This technique allowed him to amalgamate various bloodline limits, thus evolving into the most perfect ninja. However, Sakura never anticipated that Obito, who should have aimed for Kakashi's Sharingan, would shift his focus to her own bloodline limit due to the mere appearance of her, a seemingly insignificant butterfly. Sakura regarded Obito's declarations with scorn, believing that the concept of a god was a mere fallacy in this world. Even if such beings existed, they would merely be individuals with slightly superior strength compared to ordinary ninjas. Hence, she retorted with a mocking tone. Oh? Is that so? I just thoroughly thrashed someone who claimed to be a god. What? Do you wish to experience the taste of being defeated by me as well? Of course, Sakura would not divulge that her encounter with Pain had only involved a single exchange. Nevertheless, it was evident that Obito dismissed her words entirely. Not only did he remain unfazed, but he spoke in a tone reminiscent of a merchant showcasing his wares. No, no, no. I am nothing like those who claim to be gods. How could they possibly comprehend the grandeur of true divinity? Today, let you non-believers witness what a genuine god truly is. Arise, my lambs. Offer your loyalty to your deity. Only in doing so can you enter my divine realm and attain eternal peace. Obito's voice resonated with an otherworldly chill, alluring yet frigid. As his words echoed, the previously sealed door began to creak open, releasing a potent stench that assaulted their senses. Following this, a horde of white monstrosities surged forth from behind the portal like a tidal wave. These creatures, entirely devoid of color, resembled beings that had been stripped of all hues. Their bodies were grotesquely contorted, adorned with feathers tainted by a pale yellow oil, as if they were the spawn of some malevolent force. Some of these abominations were cloaked in serpentine scales, while others sported deformed, twisted wings, presenting a sight both bizarre and terrifying. Even more chilling was the diversity of their forms. Some possessed 5 or 6 arms or multiple heads, utterly defying the norms of biological existence. Their vacant yet fervent gazes, accompanied by the incessant muttering of peculiar titles, emanated a deep, hoarse voice that sent chills down one's spine. Sakura, witnessing this scene, was immediately reminded of the cultists she had previously dealt with, though those individuals exuded a lifeless aura. reeking of a nauseating stench that starkly contrasted with the potent and wild vitality radiating from these creatures, a vitality that felt unsettlingly familiar. Frowning slightly, Sakura fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Was this not the phenomenon resulting from the corruption of god tree cells or interstitial cells? The more she pondered, the more her suspicions solidified. The pale skin of those monsters perfectly matched this condition, though she was uncertain of how Obito had acquired the interstitial cells. Sakura was confident that anyone who had undergone transplantation of such cells would ultimately meet the fate of becoming a cherry blossom tree, regardless of their numbers. With this realization, she raised her head without hesitation, her gaze piercing as she scanned the creatures before her. The moment their eyes met, her own gradually transformed into a faint crimson hue. To her astonishment, while the monsters initially exhibited a momentary stiffness upon locking eyes with her, they soon resumed their reckless charge towards Sakura, seemingly unharmed by her presence. This development plunged her heart into despair. She had anticipated that her wood-release chakra would easily infiltrate these creatures, triggering the uncontrollable activation of the interstitial cells, thus transforming them into stunning cherry blossom trees from within. However, it appeared that the reality was far more complex than her expectations. She sensed her wood-release chakra being swiftly extinguished by a heavy aura of death upon entering the bodies of those monsters, leaving no time for the interstitial cells to spiral out of control, let alone metamorphose these beings into cherry blossom trees. Standing her ground, Sakura fixed her gaze on the oncoming tide of monsters. Taking a deep breath, she focused intently, selecting one from the horde as her target. As her eyes met those of the chosen creature, a gentle crimson glow began to emanate from her gaze. Simultaneously, a far more formidable surge of wood-release chakra poured forth from her being, cascading directly into the body of that monster. Upon the infusion of her chakra, the leading creature suddenly seemed to be struck by an invisible force, its steps faltering abruptly. Its body lost balance and tumbled forward to the ground. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The monsters trailing behind, unable to halt in time due to inertia, trampled over the fallen creature like a horde of uncontrollable beasts. In an instant, chaos erupted, with blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome display. Amidst the turmoil, a colossal cherry blossom tree suddenly emerged from the horde of monsters. Towering nearly 20 meters high, its lush branches and leaves were adorned with delicate pink petals that fluttered down like snow. The reckless monsters, charging forward without regard for their lives, had no time to evade, crashing into the tree and igniting even greater pandemonium. Sakura observed the scene before her, feeling a slight sense of calm wash over her. She realized that it was not her ninjutsu that had faltered, but rather the immense amount of wood-release chakra required to transform these monsters into cherry blossom trees was far beyond her initial expectations. She had thought a mere thread of chakra would suffice to convert a single monster. This consumption, coupled with the time needed to establish eye contact with the creatures, rendered the illusion technique Sakura in full bloom nearly impossible for widespread devastation. Seeing that direct use of the illusion to inflict mass casualties was unattainable, Sakura seized the opportunity amidst the monster's confusion to draw her 1,000 cherry blossoms and initiate its Bankai. Just before the monsters closed in on her, Sakura completed her fusion with her blade spirit. Dressed in a complex, form-fitting skirt, she extended her gloved hand and exerted a gentle squeeze. As she did, the cherry blossom adornments in her hair emitted a crisp chime. The cherry blossoms that had been swirling around her seemed to respond, coalescing into a whirlwind of petals. As the petals began to spin at high speed, the incoming monsters were instantly ensnared, lifted into the air and shredded into fragments, their blood staining the sky. Simultaneously, from within the petal vortex, over 10 serpentine dragons composed of blossoms surged forth, resembling malevolent dragons as they plunged into the monster horde, unleashing a massacre. Chapter 174. The Flower Fairy of 1,000 Hands. Bairu, who watched impassively as Sakura ruthlessly slaughtered his followers, as if the carnage bore no relevance to him. However, when he beheld the cherry blossom dragons formed from petals, his gaze sharpened momentarily before he slowly unraveled the bandages from his hands. He extended his palm, a formidable pulling force erupting from it, as if to devour the cherry blossom dragons and the petal whirlwind entirely. The force was so intense that it stirred the surrounding air into a violent tempest. Yet, to Bairu, whose astonishment, The 10 cherry blossom dragons and the whirlwind showed no response to his jutsu. They continued their frenzied rampage, decimating the monsters. Even more unexpectedly, one of the cherry blossom dragons broke away from the slaughtering pack, roaring furiously as it charged directly at Bairuhu. Faced with this sudden assault, a flicker of surprise crossed Bairuhu's face, yet he remained composed. Swiftly retracting his outstretched hand, he formed hand seals with remarkable speed. His voice devoid of emotion as he declared, "Wind release, thundercloud resonance." As he completed the seals, a dark storm cloud enveloped his body. Within the cloud, thunder rumbled, as if infused with the might of nature itself. At that moment, the advancing cherry blossom dragon was mere moments away. Unfazed, Bairuhu's voice echoed within the storm cloud. Calm and cold. "Come forth, let us see how you withstand my wind release." In an instant, accompanied by a dazzling flash and a deafening clap of thunder, the Sakura dragon was struck by a powerful bolt of lightning, instantly shattering into countless petals that drifted down like raindrops. Within moments, Sakura had annihilated the dense horde of monsters, who possessed no semblance of reason. Even with the enhancement of the Hashirama cells, they were incapable of utilizing wood release, resorting only to clawing and tearing like wild beasts, a mere trifle for Sakura to contend with. Slowly, she gathered the swirling petals of the Sakura dragon around her, and with her movements, the pink petals cascaded down like snowflakes, ultimately forming a magnificent mound of blossoms. As Sakura emerged from the eye of the whirlwind, her opulent attire, reminiscent of a noble heiress, seemed to meld seamlessly with the cherry blossoms, evoking the legendary Sakura goddess. Her beauty radiated like the first light of dawn, fresh and ethereal, invoking a sense of reverence without a hint of desecration. Bailu gazed at Sakura, his satisfaction increasingly evident. He extended his hand once more, addressing her. "Merge with me. I can preserve your consciousness, allowing you to assist me in wielding the power of life, while I command the forces of death. Only in this union can we achieve the perfect balance of life and death, yin and yang." However, Sakura displayed no interest in Bailuhu's proposition. A slight curl of her lips revealed a cold smile, and in an equally indifferent tone, she replied, "I have no desire to share a body with anyone. Even if what you propose leads to divinity, what joy could there be in that?" Her words evidently enraged Bailu, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Stubborn fool. If that is your stance, then today I shall slay you and consume your body, achieving perfection all the same." As Bailuhu's fury escalated, a potent and terrifying aura of death erupted from him like a volcanic explosion. This aura surged forth like a great black wave, instantly enveloping the surrounding air in darkness. Meanwhile, Bailuhu's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His previously childlike stature gradually expanded like an inflating balloon. His lower half converged, ultimately morphing into a long, dark brown serpentine tail. This tail was robust and powerful. Each swing produced a thunderous sonic boom, as if the very world trembled in response. With the transformation of his lower body into a serpent's tail, Bailuhu's upper body also underwent a dramatic change. His once diminutive torso now loomed enormous, resembling a mountain suspended in midair. His skin was gradually covered by a thick layer of serpentine scales, glistening with a chilling sheen, exuding an aura of impenetrability. Additionally, white feathers, tainted with a faint yellow oil, sprouted from his back and arms, swaying eerily with his movements, imparting an unsettling and terrifying sensation. Suddenly, with a pained roar, a pair of massive avian wings erupted from Bailuhu's back. When unfurled, these wings spanned dozens of meters, casting a shadow over the land, resembling two ominous clouds looming in the sky. Bailuhu flapped his wings and ascended into the sky, his figure appearing particularly menacing and terrifying in the sunlight. Sakura stood at a distance, observing this scene with astonishment. She had not anticipated such a horrifying transformation in Bailu, nor could she fathom that his size had reached an astounding 10 meters. At that moment, Sakura inwardly lamented her miscalculation. Had she known that a battle of this magnitude would occur, she would have conserved more of her nine-tails chakra. If so, she could have unleashed the true thousand hands technique, demonstrating to this creature what genuine absolute power entailed. However, although she could not currently employ the true thousand hands, she had fortunately developed a miniature substitute over the years. Watching Bailuhu lower his body, Sakura swiftly began to form hand seals. Suddenly, she clapped her hands together in front of her chest, and exclaimed, "Flower release. Thousand Hands Flower Fairy." The sound, though not loud, seemed to carry boundless strength. As she uttered the incantation, her wood-release chakra surged like a torrent, racing down her legs into the ground. In that instant, the earth beneath her trembled violently, as if disturbed by an awakening dragon, shaking and rolling. The soil and stones on the surface were upheaved, as if they were about to be torn asunder. Yet, this was merely the prelude. In the next moment, the ground erupted, and countless robust roots shot forth from beneath, entwining and merging like pliable clay. Bailuhu's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this spectacle, marveling at the enormity of Sakura's chakra. Simultaneously, the writhing roots beneath Sakura's feet gradually coalesced into a colossal wooden statue, nearly 10 meters high. The statue's form was slender and elongated, akin to a graceful fairy in dance. Though its features were somewhat indistinct, the delicate contours of its face could still be discerned. Draped in an ethereal gown that seemed to flutter in the wind, the statue commanded attention, particularly with its 54 pairs of arms, each wielding a unique weapon. Some hands grasped branches adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, pink petals cascading like snow. Others brandished wooden twin hammers and swords, glinting with a chilling sheen, while others held massive kunai, nearly 5 meters in length, which, with a gentle motion of the wooden arms, transformed into a flurry of cherry blossom petals. Each hand of the statue was armed to the teeth, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty and might. Chapter 175. The battle between behemoths. Upon witnessing the wood release technique conjured by Sakura, Bailuhu's face displayed unmistakable astonishment, as if he had never anticipated such a turn of events. However, this amazement was swiftly replaced by a derisive laugh, echoing through the air with unabashed contempt. "Ha ha!" Bailuhu's laughter reverberated, laden with scorn. "What good is your wooden statue? Do you truly believe it can defeat me?" His words dripped with disdain and mockery for Sakura. Yet, just as his taunts lingered in the air, an unexpected event began to unfold. As Sakura stood atop the shoulder of the thousand-handed flower immortal, the statue beneath her suddenly sprang to life. With astonishing swiftness, it swung a massive round-headed hammer, akin to a moving mountain, and struck fiercely at the equally colossal Beru. Taken completely by surprise, Beru could hardly fathom that this wooden ninjutsu-conjured statue could move with such alacrity, let alone unleash such a ferocious assault in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he scarcely registered how the statue advanced before the immense hammer collided brutally with his body. The sound of the impact reverberated like thunder, sending Beru hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball. His form traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In that instant, he expelled a copious amount of black blood, clearly sustaining grave internal injuries. Nevertheless, Beru was a formidable ninja, and in the nick of time, he activated one of his 4 bloodline limits, Steel Release. Instantly, a layer of unyielding steel enveloped his body, barely allowing him to withstand the fatal blow from the thousand-handed flower immortal. Yet, despite his narrow escape from death, the damage he had incurred was far from trivial. His body hit the ground with a resounding crash, as if the very earth trembled beneath him. The commotion was akin to that of an earthquake, drawing the attention of onlookers. Gasping for breath, Sakura continued to infuse the thousand-handed flower immortal with wood-release chakra while laughing. "Are you still saying such things now?" In truth, Sakura was not in an enviable position either, though she was merely employing a diminutive, youthful version of the technique. Lacking the multitude of arms radiating like the light of Buddha or the immense stature of the original Thousand Hands, the technique was nonetheless a formidable creation of Hashirama Senju. Not an ordinary wood-release ninjutsu that could be effortlessly wielded. Even with her current strength, it was a considerable strain to utilize. Beru, struggling to rise, coughed up another mouthful of black blood, his countenance darkened by madness as he thrust his hand toward the thousand-handed flower immortal, exclaiming, "Demon Release. Absorption Hole." A powerful suction erupted from his outstretched hand, and Sakura felt her wood-release chakra being drawn from her and into Beru's body, prompting a derisive smile from her. Did he truly believe that her chakra was so easily siphoned? For Beru, absorbing her chakra was akin to drawing upon sage chakra, a reckless endeavor teetering on the brink of death. Indeed, as her wood-release chakra surged into his being, his expression twisted in horror. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief, as if confronted by an unspeakable terror. What was this force? Beiru's heart raced with dread as he realized his bloodline limit could not harness this chakra. Furthermore, not only was his chakra being assimilated at an alarming rate, but his very life force was also being consumed by this would-release chakra. These would-release energies seemed to possess a will of their own, swiftly merging with Beiru's chakra and vitality, coalescing into a formidable power that sought to erupt forth from within him. Beiru, gripped by a sense of urgency, dared not linger for even a moment. He abruptly ceased the ninjutsu he had been executing, exerting every ounce of his strength to eradicate the wood-release chakra that had infiltrated his body. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly from the strain. Yet, he remained resolute, acutely aware that failure to expunge this chakra in a timely manner could lead to dire consequences. After a tumultuous struggle, Beiru finally exhausted the last vestige of wood-release chakra. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but his heart was still heavy with fear and doubt. Casting a wary glance towards Sakura in the distance, he couldn't help but ponder a troubling question. Even if he were to obtain her lifeless form, would he truly be able to assimilate and merge her chakra seamlessly? This query lingered in his mind, sowing seeds of uncertainty regarding his plans. Sakura, unfazed by Beiru's inner turmoil, swiftly commanded the thousand-handed cherry blossom to advance a few steps. One hand, cradling a cherry blossom tree, swayed gently, releasing a cascade of pale yellow pollen that surged towards Beiru. Simultaneously, the other hand wielded a wooden sword that lunged directly at Beiru's chest. Sensing the imminent threat, Beiru no longer underestimated Sakura. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a torrent of pale flames from his gaping maw, akin to a dragon's breath, incinerating the approaching pollen entirely. Just then, after the fiery blaze consumed the pollen, it surged once more towards the thousand-handed cherry blossom. Upon witnessing the familiar white flames, Sakura's heart tightened, and her expression turned grave. Without hesitation, she urged the thousand-handed cherry blossom into swift action. The hand bearing the shield swung down like a massive hammer, forcefully striking the pale flames. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed as the white flames were brutally shattered. Simultaneously, the wooden sword thrust by the thousand-handed cherry blossom was met with Beiru's fortified hands, producing a sharp clash. Initially relieved that he had managed to fend off the fierce attack, Beiru's moment of reprieve was short-lived. Before he could savor his fortune, a myriad of wooden hammers, swords, towers, cauldrons, and bells rained down upon him like a torrential storm. The onslaught of these wooden weapons was relentless and swift, leaving Beiru no time to evade. In the blink of an eye, he was once again sent hurtling backward by the overwhelming barrage. Realization struck Beiru with grave clarity. He had committed a critical error. In his lengthy engagement with ninjas, he had inadvertently overlooked the formidable prowess of the ninjutsu known as Thousand-Handed Cherry Blossom. Although this conjured entity did not possess true thousand arms, it boasted a staggering 54 pairs of arms, each wielding a wooden weapon. This implied that it could launch a multitude of simultaneous assaults, unlike a typical individual hampered by occupied hands. Clearly, Beiru had allowed his own experiences and rigid mindset to cloud his judgment, momentarily forgetting the true potential of this ninjutsu. Chapter 176. The purpose of the cultists. Although Beiru could not absorb Sakura's would-release chakra, his own prowess was among the elite ranks of ninjas. Moreover, through some arcane means, he had usurped the divine essence of the feathered serpent god, thereby gaining its celestial power. In the midst of a fierce battle with Sakura, both combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate, their clash intensifying with every moment. Not far away, on a rocky outcrop, two figures quietly observed the fray. One was cloaked, rendering their features indistinguishable, while the other was known as Ju. The cloaked figure suddenly turned to Ju and inquired, "What do you think? Will this woman pose an obstacle to your plans? And what of those acolytes? Do they still meet your expectations?" Ju did not respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, where Beiru was being relentlessly pursued and battered by Sakura. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Are you truly willing to stand idly by while he usurps the faith of the deity you revere, without taking any action to stop him?" Upon hearing Ju's inquiry, the cloaked man's lips curled slightly into an almost imperceptible smile, his voice tinged with fervor as he declared, "No, this is not usurpation. He is now my god." Ju's heart tightened at those words, and he began to sense the precarious state Beiru was in. His wariness toward this group of cultists deepened, yet it was evident they could indeed offer him some assistance. After considerable reflection, Ju ultimately decided to inquire, "What do you propose in terms of collaboration?" The cloaked figure's smile broadened, and he unabashedly stated, "I am aware of your so-called plan for 100,000 white zetsus." Before he could finish, Ju's body tensed as if poised to strike down the cloaked figure. However, the cloaked man quickly sought to assuage him, saying, "There is no need for such tension. Allow me to complete my statement before you decide whether to ally with me or engage in battle, risking your secrets." Ju's demeanor relaxed slightly, yet he remained on high alert. Observing this, the cloaked man continued in a nonchalant tone, "Our collaboration is quite straightforward. You need only provide manpower, and in return, we shall beseech the feathered serpent god to bestow divine power upon those white zetsus, ensuring they do not perish instantaneously when confronted by this young woman. While they may not be able to prevent her enigmatic wood release from transforming them into cherry blossom trees, they can certainly withstand her basic ninjutsu, thus allowing your plans to proceed smoothly. Wouldn't you agree?" His voice exuded unwavering confidence, as if he were certain Ju would acquiesce to his demands. Hearing this, a ripple of uncertainty stirred within Ju, yet the example of Bailu loomed like an immovable mountain before him, compelling him to tread cautiously. After all, the plan for the 100,000 white zetsus was intricately linked to his mother's resurrection, and there could be no room for error. His mind raced, desperately contemplating the true intentions of the cloaked figure. Simultaneously, he queried, "What, precisely, do you stand to gain from this arrangement?" Upon hearing the profound inquiry, the cloaked one's countenance illuminated with fervor, as though the elusive objective he pursued was within his grasp. With palpable excitement, he proclaimed, "The faith of 100,000 white absolutes. This embodies the belief of 100,000 extraordinary beings, a value that far surpasses that of 100,000 ordinary souls. Once I harness this formidable power of faith, the descent of my divinity upon this realm will be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, capable of obliterating this universe with ease." The term absolute universe was not foreign to him, for he had acquired relevant knowledge from Kaguya Tsutsuki. However, had it been a Beto, understanding the cloaked one's words might have proved challenging. Regarding the cloaked one's declarations, Absolute trusted only half. He was acutely aware that these zealots indeed sought the power of the faith of 100,000 white absolutes. As for their claims of divine descent or cosmic annihilation, Absolute merely smiled faintly, dismissing them as the extravagant boasts of these fervent acolytes. Disregarding the notion of divine descent for the moment, he believed that once his mother was resurrected, even a mere wild god or evil deity would not stand a chance against her. The idea of cosmic destruction was even more ludicrous. The universe is vast beyond comprehension. Not even the Tsutsuki clan could achieve such a feat, let alone a sudden, emergent evil god claiming the ability to annihilate the cosmos. Anyone with a semblance of rational thought, having witnessed the grandeur of the universe, would find such a claim absurd. Only the brainwashed zealots would be inclined to believe it. Noting Absolute's apparent disinterest, the cloaked one displayed no signs of irritation. However, at that moment, Absolute suddenly perceived that this evil god seemed to possess an extraordinary control over its followers. Consequently, his tone turned frigid as he questioned, "Those white absolutes are under your deity's dominion. How can you assure us that you will not betray us?" In response to Absolute's inquiry, the cloaked one remained remarkably composed. A subtle smile graced his lips, conveying a sense of nonchalance, as he shrugged and replied, "What benefit would we gain from defection? Would those ninjas from the order allow us to disseminate our teachings freely? Even if we were to betray, would they overlook our past actions and cease their pursuit?" Upon hearing the cloaked one's words, Absolute momentarily faltered. Upon further contemplation, he acknowledged the validity in the cloaked one's reasoning. After all, in the face of a common enemy, cooperation emerged as a prudent choice. Moreover, both parties stood to gain tangible benefits from this collaboration. Such an alliance was advantageous for all involved. If these zealots contemplated betrayal, it seemed they lacked sufficient justification to do so. At that juncture, the zealots presented Absolute with an additional incentive. "Moreover, my deity appears to have an insatiable desire for this young girl, who holds the potential to restore my deity's missing divine authority." Hearing this, Absolute recalled Bairu's words. If Bairu's assertions were indeed true, this not only aligned with his research, but might also reflect the genuine yearning of this evil god. At that moment, the zealots continued, "Unfortunately, the fruit is not yet ripe, and should the fruit be overly mature, lacking strength, It simply cannot be plucked. Upon hearing the words of the other party, he fell into deep contemplation, suddenly realizing that this girl was far more suitable to become the vessel for the resurrection of a mother than Ban. The fact that this girl could awaken such formidable wood release must indicate that she was a reincarnation of one of the two sordid traitors. Only this explanation could account for the tremendous strength of her wood release. It is regrettable that both Haruno Sakura and Senju Hashirama seemed to have remarkably good fortune. One departed early, and the other was born late, thus perfectly evading his plans. Chapter 177. The defeat of Bono was consumed by endless frustration and fury. He could not accept that he was being so thoroughly suppressed by an adversary he perceived as weak. He had always believed himself to have reached an invincible state, as he was now nearly immune to the attacks of ninjutsu, and even pure physical assaults inflicted only minimal damage upon him. However, upon clashing with Sakura, he realized the grave error of his assumptions. Sakura seemed to be his nemesis. The damage she inflicted did not diminish due to his unique state. Rather, it intensified. Worse still, any slight hit from Sakura would result in immediate injury to him. Moreover, her bizarre would release chakra burrowed into his body like a venomous serpent, forcing him to expend even more energy to thwart or eradicate these invasive energies. In such circumstances, despite possessing immense power, he could only unleash 70 to 80% of his capabilities. Yet, Sakura, in her fully unleashed state, exhibited strength that was not inferior to his own, placing him at a distinct disadvantage in this confrontation, as she relentlessly pummeled him into the ground. Enough. At long last, Bairuho could no longer endure this feeling of being subdued. He let out a furious roar. With his cry, a tremendous aura of death and a nauseating stench of decay erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. This force was so potent that even the towering form of Senju Hanakichi, standing 10 meters tall, was forcefully pushed aside. Seizing this moment to breathe, Bairuho struggled to rise from the ground. His hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, forming seals to prepare for a more formidable ninjutsu to turn the tide of battle. Dark release, Hell of Shura. With Buro's bellow, the sound seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, laden with boundless resentment and humiliation. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging from his forehead, as if he were about to unleash all the indignities he had suffered. Upon completing the final seal, he slammed his hands against the ground. Instantly, a powerful aura of death spread out like ripples from his palms. In the blink of an eye, the land within a 10-mile radius was enveloped by this aura of death and decay, rendering the already barren earth into a lifeless expanse, a silence not of tranquility, but of a land that seemed utterly deceased. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the earth decayed, countless illusory arms slowly emerged from beneath the lifeless soil. These arms, like malevolent spirits reaching out from the depths of the underworld, clawed and grasped, as if intent on dragging all living beings into the dark abyss. As each ephemeral arm traversed the form of the Senju flower sage, Sakura felt a minuscule fraction of her wood-release chakra being siphoned away. Although the amount was negligible, it posed a significant disadvantage for Sakura, who was evenly matched with the formidable Bairuho. Realizing that time was of the essence, she immediately clapped her hands fervently before her chest. In response to her movements, the Senju flower sage plunged the twin swords it held into the earth beside it. As these colossal wooden blades penetrated the ground, a small area around them erupted with haunting, layered wails before returning to its serene state. Sakura paid no heed to this spectacle. Instead, she poured her chakra recklessly into the Senju flower sage's body. Miraculously, the sage's now free hands began to form seals, and upon completing the final seal, it struck the ground with tremendous force. Simultaneously, Sakura proclaimed, "Would release, Super Gungnir." With the ground shattered, revealing an unfathomable chasm, the sage slowly straightened its posture. Within this fissure, an abundance of wooden tendrils surged upwards, intertwining and compressing together until they coalesced into a colossal spear, nearly 12 meters in length, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Witnessing this awe-inspiring sight ignited a fervor within Sakura, and she felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Cut in two. The divine sword of luck." Regrettably, it was a spear rather than a sword, and such an exclamation would be far too embarrassing and juvenile. Ultimately, she suppressed the impulse to utter those words and directed the Senju flower sage to wield the gleaming wooden spear, now forged through multiple compressions and fusions. Bairuho stared wide-eyed. utterly bewildered by Sakura's every move, unable to comprehend how she could animate a wooden sculpture to form seals and unleash ninjutsu. Logically, it seemed preposterous, after all. A wooden figure lacked chakra pathways, so how could it possibly harness chakra like a human? Unless Sakura possessed an extraordinary ability to manipulate chakra with precision, simulating the flow of chakra within the wooden figure. But how feasible was that? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Bairuhua's mind swirled with questions and astonishment. However, Sakura did not afford Bairuhua much time for contemplation. She remained intensely focused, guiding the Senju flower sage to perform a fundamental javelin-throwing motion. Without hesitation, she infused the last vestiges of chakra within her into the sage's being. Since Sakura could successfully simulate the flow of chakra, commanding the Senju flower sage to unleash its immense strength was hardly a challenge. Yet, this method demanded an extraordinary level of mental acuity from Sakura. She had to maintain unwavering concentration, free from any distractions or interruptions. Just as Bairuhua remained in stunned silence, an inexplicable wave of dread surged within him. It felt as though a looming threat of death was drawing near, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. In that fleeting moment of realization, the Senju flower sage had already hurled the spear with remarkable speed. A deafening sonic boom echoed as the sage's hand, which clutched the spear, disintegrated into a flurry of wooden splinters, scattering through the air. It is evident how tremendous the force of this strike is, as even the wooden construct of the thousand-handed flower fairy cannot withstand its recoil, resulting in the instantaneous shattering of an entire arm. Just as Bailuhu intended to evade, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by the sensation of his perspective wildly retreating. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a dull roar reverberated once more, plunging him into darkness as he instinctively coughed up blood. He could feel his lifeblood gushing forth from his mouth, as if he were on the brink of death. With great effort, Bailuhu lifted his gaze to behold the wooden spear that had pierced through his chest. Realizing he had indeed been impaled by Sakura's attack and pinned against the Mount Shumi behind him, he now resembled a serpent, skewered through the thorax by a lance and affixed to a wall. Though he would not perish immediately, death was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Sakura observed Bailu, who was pinned against Mount Shumi, writhing in agony and continuously bleeding. Breathing heavily, she murmured, "This technique still lacks precision in harnessing its power. It is best for the original body to refrain from using it carelessly. Otherwise, an entire arm could burst into a mist of blood under unbearable pressure, leaving no room for justification." At this moment, Sakura sensed that her chakra was completely depleted. She stood, gasping for breath, atop the immobile thousand-handed flower fairy, whose lost arm could not be restored as she gradually regained her chakra. Chapter 178. The Discovery. Standing atop Mount Shumi, Ju and the cultists gazed with uncertainty at the writhing and increasingly feeble Bailu. They had never anticipated that they would almost be affected by the battle, despite their considerable distance. What sent chills down their spines was their inability to discern how Bailuhu and the 12-meter-long spear that impaled him were affixed to Mount Shumi. Ju's gaze was fixated on the breathless Sakura, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to engage in a life-and-death struggle with her. However, Sakura's overwhelming restraint rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. Left with no choice, Ju placed his final hope in the cultists beside him. With a hint of persuasion in his voice, he softly urged, "Did you not claim you would offer her to your god? This is a rare opportunity. If we strike while her chakra is depleted, we are bound to achieve absolute victory." The cultist, having heard this, shook his head in response, saying, "I have mentioned that this fruit is still unripe. Now is not the time for harvesting. When she matures enough to be plucked, we shall undoubtedly act." Seeing that this cultist was unreliable, Ju felt a sense of frustration at the prospect of relinquishing his chance. Ultimately, he decided to send forth a white Ju, though he held little hope. He could not bear the thought of inaction. Just as white Ju stealthily approached Sakura, she, who had been gasping for breath due to the intense battle and her drained chakra, suddenly turned her gaze toward him, who was still a distance away and previously hidden from her sight. In that fleeting moment, the white figure that had just emerged from the ground, appearing somewhat furtive, seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, causing its body to stiffen abruptly, rendering it entirely immobile. Subsequently, a multitude of branches and leaves erupted violently from its previously pallid skin, akin to bamboo shoots bursting forth after a spring rain. In the blink of an eye, a cherry blossom tree, towering at 5 to 6 meters, gradually took shape at the site where the white figure had stood. It was evident that Sakura had long sensed someone lurking in the shadows and had preemptively set this trap. Witnessing this scene, Ju could not help but marvel at how utterly defenseless the white figure appeared before Sakura. Simultaneously, he did not hesitate to retract his body into the depths of Mount Shumi, vanishing without a trace. The cultist, witnessing this, also dared not linger for even a moment. His form transformed instantaneously into a dense aura of death, dissipating like smoke and disappearing in an instant. However, just as they vanished, two nearly 2-meter-long wooden spears, akin to lightning, struck with astonishing speed at their former positions, concealed within the immense form of the thousand-handed flower fairy. The two expertly hidden wooden clones of Sakura simultaneously burst apart, scattering into a flurry of wooden splinters. It was clear that those two formidable Gungnir spears had been hurled by these wooden clones. Once Sakura perceived that the prying gaze upon her had finally vanished, a heavy burden lifted from her heart, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although she had failed to eliminate her foe, that breathtaking strike had evidently instilled sufficient fear in them to warrant their hasty retreat. With the enemy having fled, Sakura saw no reason to maintain her facade of weakness any longer. In the blink of an eye, two more clones suddenly materialized from the thousand-handed flower fairy, appearing as if conjured from the very air itself. As they dispelled the wooden clone technique, a surge of overwhelming chakra flooded into Sakura's being like a deluge breaching a dam, rejuvenating her previously depleted chakra in an instant. It turned out that during her fierce battle with the enemy, Sakura had keenly sensed two prying eyes observing her from the shadows. Thus, while engaged in combat, she had discreetly created wooden clones to obscure the fact that her chakra was being severely drained, thereby avoiding arousing her adversary's suspicion. Meanwhile, firmly pinned to Mount Shumi, the beleaguered Bailu, with his life force waning, struggled less and less until his thrashing nearly ceased entirely. As he took his last breath, his once massive form began to slowly transform into a grayish-white stone from the tail end. This strange metamorphosis caused Sakura to furrow her brow in realization. The grayish-white stone gradually enveloped his entire body, ultimately encasing him in a true sculpture nearly 10 meters tall. At the moment of Bailuhu's demise, the dense fog enveloping the surroundings seemed to be gently parted by an invisible hand, gradually dissipating. Sakura leaped from the shoulder of the flower fairy onto the outstretched palm, descending slowly in tandem with the movements of the thousand-handed flower fairy. Her gaze was gradually drawn to the battlefield below, a place once shared with Bailu. She stared at the ravaged land, a wave of indescribable emotions swelling within her heart. This ground, once a site of life and death struggles, now lay in eerie silence and disarray. Ruined walls, shattered weapons, and the scattered corpses of monsters spoke volumes of the recent harrowing battle. Just as Sakura was about to touch the ground, her attention was suddenly captured by an object on the ground. It was a severed head, grotesquely intertwined with the blood and flesh of nearby monsters and cultists, presenting a terrifying sight. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the head, her pupils constricted sharply. Despite the severe distortion caused by blood and the monstrous transformation rendering it nearly unrecognizable, Sakura instantly recognized it. Not long ago, she had closely examined a missing person notice, and the photograph bore subtle resemblances to the head before her. A complex surge of emotions welled within Sakura. She could hardly fathom that she would serendipitously discover the head of the husband that woman had been desperately searching for. This revelation weighed even heavier on her already burdened heart. As Sakura touched the ground, both Haku and Zabuza materialized beside her. Zabuza's gaze fell upon the 10-meter-tall, thousand-handed flower fairy behind Sakura, causing his pupils to constrict. The wooden statue appeared cumbersome, even with an arm severed. Yet, the 12-meter-long colossal spear embedded in Mount Sumru, alongside the equally imposing sculpture formed from Bailu's remains, spoke volumes of the statue's might and the ferocity of the battle. In the Konoha hospital, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Kakashi, Tsunade, and Shikamaru surrounded a hospital bed where Naruto was fast asleep, his snores resounding loudly. Kakashi listened quietly as Tsunade recounted the details surrounding Sakura's defection, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. After Shikamaru finished speaking, Kakashi turned to Tsunade, his lips moving as if to speak, yet he hesitated. Noticing Kakashi's expression, Tsunade understood he had something to express and proactively inquired, "Do you have a question?" Kakashi took a deep breath and finally spoke. "Sasuke has defected, and now Sakura has too. Although Sakura's defection differs in nature from Sasuke's, I can't help but feel that perhaps I am not suited to be a leading jonin." A hint of helplessness and self-reproach tinged his voice. Tsunade exhibited little concern over Sakura's defection, responding calmly, "While I announced Sakura's defection publicly, the other village's leaders are unlikely to believe it. Therefore, Sakura's departure from the village is merely a mission under the guise of defection. If you think of it that way, doesn't it feel a bit better?" Listening to Tsunade's words, Kakashi felt a slight sense of relief, yet a lingering melancholy graced his countenance. He gazed out of the hospital window, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. At that moment, Shikamaru could not refrain from inquiring, "Lady Tsunade, might you divulge the true reason for Sakura's departure from the village?" After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade shook her head and replied, "Sakura did not disclose her specific plans to me, but she hinted that her departure is related to the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki. Consequently, we must distance ourselves from the village to prevent other villages from claiming that we covet their Jinchuriki." Shikamaru, upon hearing Tsunade's explanation, found himself even more perplexed. There were myriad ways to address such issues, so why take the long route? However, despite his confusion, he refrained from probing further. Just as they were about to discuss the fate of the last remaining member of Team 7, Ino rushed in, cradling Taunton, and exclaimed, "I just received news from Sakura." At her words, Tsunade and the others turned their attention to Ino. Even Naruto, who had been snoring, groggily opened his eyes and mumbled, "Sakura? Where is Sakura?" Ignoring Naruto, Ino's gaze fixed firmly on Tsunade as she continued, "I have just received intelligence indicating that Sakura was spotted yesterday in a small town outside of Mount Sumru, en route to the land of hot water." She paused momentarily, seemingly hesitant to proceed. Nonetheless, she resolved to finish her statement, revealing that the intel indicated Sakura was accompanied by the rogue ninja Zabuza, Momochi, and Haku from the Mist Village. As she spoke, Ino's gaze shifted to Kakashi. For the intelligence she had reviewed indicated that Zabuza and Haku should have been eliminated by Kakashi and Team 7 3 years prior. Kakashi, upon hearing this, instinctively covered his forehead, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. He quickly apologized, "I sincerely apologize. At that time, Zabuza and Haku indeed had no life signs. I believed them to be dead. Who would have thought they were alive and now associating with Sakura?" While Kakashi voiced this, he pondered inwardly. Indeed, Zabuza and Haku had not perished back then. Sakura must have intervened to save their lives. With the three of them now together, everything began to make sense. Could it be that Sakura had been preparing for this moment long ago? Tsunade chose not to pursue Kakashi's error further and gestured for Ino to continue. However, by now, Naruto, fully awake, stared in astonishment and asked, "Wait, wasn't Uncle Zabuza and Haku supposed to be dead? Why are they with Sakura now?" Ino, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's interruption, hesitated to explain. Yet, realizing that clarifying matters to Naruto would likely take considerable time, she opted to disregard his incessant questioning and continued. Typically, the intel teams would not rush back with reports until they confirmed Sakura's safety, but this morning they received critical information. According to the intelligence gathered, Sakura has slain nearly 10 bounty hunters who had previously attempted to assassinate her in that small town. Furthermore, on the very same night, she managed to locate the perpetrator responsible for the abduction of a significant number of the town's populace, a figure whom both of you are acquainted with. Upon hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, "We know him?" Shizun affirmed, "Indeed. You both know him, or rather, many do. His name is Hiru, a rogue ninja from Konoha. At the mention of Hiru's name, Tsunade's pupils dilated, while Kakashi instinctively rubbed his forehead and questioned, "Are you certain it is Hiru?" Shizun nodded emphatically and then handed Tsunade a report, stating, "This is a document written by Sakura, detailing Hiru's actions and the circumstances surrounding his demise at her hands." Tsunade took the report and skimmed through it rapidly. However, as she read on, her astonishment grew and her frown deepened. She then passed the report to Kakashi and asked, "Do you think the divine plan outlined here is feasible?" Kakashi, after a brief glance at the report, responded with hesitation, "The so-called feathered serpent is indeed peculiar. We have yet to fully comprehend its abilities. However, its power is strange and exhibits a significant degree of corrosiveness." Kakashi paused momentarily. Tsunade continued, Are you suggesting that its corrosive nature bears a resemblance to Sakura's? Kakashi, with a resigned nod, clarified, I harbor no doubts about Sakura. Yet the essence of the feathered serpent's power is indeed reminiscent of Sakura's would-release chakra, albeit far more sinister and enigmatic. Tsunade, waving her hand dismissively, replied, no need for further clarification. We are all aware of the peculiar nature of Sakura's abilities. Who else could transform living beings into cherry blossom trees solely through Jinjutsu? Though its manifestation is undeniably beautiful, it leads many to overlook the bizarre characteristics of Sakura's chakra. Kakashi, bemused by Tsunade's critique of his student, ultimately steered the conversation back on course. It is precisely because of the peculiar nature of that malevolent deity's power that I remain skeptical of Hiru's ability to wield it. I suspect that Hiru has unwittingly transformed into that malevolent entity, yet believes himself to be in complete control of that strange power. Tsunade, upon hearing Kakashi's conjecture, scoffed disdainfully. Her tone laced with both derision and nostalgia. There is no need for doubt. Although I have not encountered this so-called feathered serpent, I can infer much from your reports. This entity is evidently unfazed by ninjutsu. Even pure physical attacks yield limited results. How could Hiru's self-created technique, the Oniyara, possibly evade this reality? Regardless of its uniqueness, it remains within the realm of ninjutsu, yet he remains oblivious to this fact, which indicates he is no longer himself. Both Shizune and Kakashi shivered at Tsunade's words, contemplating the terrifying implications of her analysis regarding the abilities of this malevolent god. As the trio exchanged thoughts on Hiru's condition, Shikamaru, despite not having perused Sakura's report, managed to surmise a general understanding of the situation. Thus, a countenance of shock and skepticism adorned his face. Although these words were uttered by the Hokage and Kakashi, he instinctively found it hard to believe in such a bizarre existence. Only Naruto, oblivious to the report and unable to deduce anything of value, was left in a state of confusion, fixating on one crucial point. Sakura had defeated an incredibly formidable opponent in recent days. This reminiscence prompted Naruto to recall Sakura's summary of his strengths and weaknesses before her departure, motivating him to train diligently. He resolved that upon their next encounter, he would astonish Sakura. With this determination, he turned to Kakashi and exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn a jutsu with an immense range and tremendous power, just like Chidori. Kakashi, unable to comprehend Naruto's thought process, ultimately chose to respect his request, responding, all right, but the techniques I know may not suit you. To learn the jutsu you desire, you must create one that is uniquely yours. Chapter 180. Training in a training ground in the Hidden Leaf Village, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was devoid of clouds, creating a delightful atmosphere. After a thorough inspection confirming that the seal of the Nine Tails within him was intact, Naruto finally exited the Leaf Hospital. Although the Nine Tails was restlessly stirring within him, threatening to seek revenge on Sakura, Naruto completely disregarded its raucous claims. At that moment, Kakashi stood on the training field, observing Naruto as he approached rapidly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He initiated the conversation, stating, well then, let us begin our training. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto's face instantly illuminated with a radiant smile, his excitement bubbling forth like that of a child. Witnessing this, Kakashi felt a flicker of curiosity and inquired, what are you grinning about? Naruto, feeling a tad bashful, scratched the back of his head and replied, hee, I'm not quite sure why, but training with you, Kakashi-sensei, makes me feel particularly secure. It's as if, with you by my side, I fear nothing. That's why I'm so happy. Listening to Naruto's heartfelt words warmed Kakashi's heart, causing his eyes to narrow slightly with a contented smile. Is that so? He responded. Kakashi then observed Naruto's unabashed grin, maintaining his own cheerful demeanor, and with a slightly stern tone warned, however, don't get too ahead of yourself. The training ahead will not be easy. Upon hearing Kakashi's admonition, Naruto's previously radiant smile abruptly froze, becoming rigid and awkward. He stared blankly at Kakashi, as if time had come to a standstill, transforming him into a comically lifeless puppet, utterly devoid of reaction. Kakashi, witnessing this spectacle, sighed in resignation and slowly elaborated. Time is of the essence, Naruto. I must put you through a rigorous special training regimen. The objective is to assist you in creating your own, incredibly powerful jutsu. You must have heard, the world is far from peaceful. It is rife with crises and challenges. Kakashi paused momentarily before continuing. Previously, the Akatsuki organization has been seeking tailed beasts, their motives and methods shrouded in mystery, eluding comprehension, and subsequently, there are those cultists whose intentions remain even more obscure, rendering them unpredictable. At this juncture, Kakashi's gaze shifted towards the land of water. He further articulated, I possess a strong premonition that Sakura's departure from the village will undoubtedly trigger a series of repercussions, causing all dark forces within the ninja world to surface. The latent dangers that have long been concealed may very well erupt due to this incident. Thus, before the ninja realm descends into utter chaos, you must cultivate sufficient self-preservation capabilities. Listening to Kakashi's words, Naruto's expression gradually grew solemn. Although he did not fully grasp many of Kakashi's statements, he could sense the profound unease in his teacher's tone. Kakashi's intent behind his special training was to ensure Naruto could endure this impending storm and emerge stronger. As Kakashi commenced Naruto's specialized training, the latter had already begun to develop the wind release, spiraling shuriken in advance, influenced by Sakura. Meanwhile, Sakura was also busy. Having realized her own inadequacies through their recent battle, she prioritized the development of Sage Mode. Initially, she believed that her combat strength, bolstered by the tailed beast's chakra, was sufficient, thus she was not in a rush to pursue Sage Mode. However, the unexpected confrontation illuminated the folly of her scattered thoughts. This was a world where death could strike at any moment. Reliance solely on the tailed beasts was unwise. Consequently, upon reaching an uninhabited forest in the land of water, Sakura employed the wood release, 3 rooms, and a hall technique to create a dwelling, intending to train for a period before journeying to the land of lightning for rejuvenation. At this moment, Sakura found herself in the wet-bone forest. After being transported here by the Sage of Slugs through reverse summoning, she had been seated atop the immense, seemingly endless body of the sage for 2 days, fully immersed in the natural energy surrounding her. Aware that she was not the reincarnation of Ashura, and thus did not possess the innate talent for instantaneously entering Sage Mode, like Hashirama Senju, Sakura recognized that her pursuit of sage arts would rely solely on her own diligence. Previously, she had sought guidance from the Sage of Slugs. However, due to the absence of offspring or kin, the sage had not compiled a systematic methodology for the cultivation of sage arts. Therefore, when Sakura inquired about how to sense natural energy and amalgamate it with chakra, the sage could only respond vaguely, providing no definitive answers. Additionally, Sakura harbored a lingering doubt. Could her chakra genuinely be cultivated in accordance with the unique methods of absorbing and blending natural energy specific to the ninja world? After all, her talents and abilities were largely derived from that enigmatic external aid, and her chakra indeed exhibited significant differences from that of ordinary ninjas. Thus, Sakura resolved to rely on the notes left by Hashirama Senju, merging them with her own insights, to meticulously explore the path of sage arts cultivation step by step. Though this path may be fraught with hardships and challenges, Sakura firmly believes that with unwavering perseverance, she shall undoubtedly discover her own unique method of mastering sage techniques. As she focused her mind to continue comprehending the natural energy with the aid of the slug sage, a melodious voice, incongruous with the sage's diminutive form, resonated from Sakura's shoulder. Sakura-chan, after these few days of observation, I have discerned that the wood-release chakra within you closely resembles natural energy, albeit with distinct differences. If I am not mistaken, the manner in which your chakra intermingles with natural energy will be entirely unlike that of others. The tiny slug paused momentarily before continuing. If we were to quantify the blending ratio of natural energy, chakra, and mental energy for others as 1:1, your chakra is likely capable of merging with a greater quantity of natural energy, potentially reaching a remarkable ratio of 3 or even 5. Upon hearing the slug sage's words, Sakura, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Why do you say that, esteemed slug?" The slug, taken aback by Sakura's question, hesitated for a moment before offering a vague response. "You are aware that my cultivation relies entirely on instinct, thus I possess a certain confidence in that aspect." Sakura, upon receiving the slug's reply, found herself at a loss for words. While the slug's statement affirmed some of her suspicions, the crux of the matter was that she could not fully perceive what natural energy truly was. Without the ability to sense the essence of natural energy, knowing that her blending ratio differed from others was of little consequence. Chapter 181. Two Tails in a secluded corner of the hidden cloud village. There lies a dilapidated sewer ruin. This place is dark and damp, permeated by a pungent stench of decay. On the walls of this desolation, the host of the Two Tails, a wooden figure, is firmly pinned by a massive iron rod, her body occasionally twitching as if still enduring immense agony. Not far off, Haiden, a member of the immortal duo, lies motionless within a ritual circle drawn in blood, appearing lifeless. Viewing the stillness of Haiden, Kakuzu could no longer contain his impatience and inquired, "It has been 30 minutes. Is he not finished yet?" Upon hearing Kakuzu's voice, Haiden abruptly awakened as if roused from slumber, his eyes snapping open as he bellowed at Konoha. "Shut up. Do not disturb my ritual." His voice echoed through the silent ruins, laced with annoyance and exasperation. Kakuzu, accustomed to Haiden's outbursts, maintained a stoic expression as he examined the map, then remarked, "Must we always engage in this morbidly amusing prayer? Can we not expedite this? We need to swiftly locate our next target." Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, Haiden rose from the ground, withdrawing the iron rod embedded in his abdomen while grumbling, "I find it cumbersome as well. But the rules dictate this. I have no choice." His tone conveyed a hint of resignation, as if he too was weary of the tedious ritual. At that moment, a melodious female voice, flowing like a gentle stream, resonated. "How astonishing it is that you, treacherous mice, possess such fervent faith." The tone carried a hint of mockery, yet it sent a thrilling shiver through the air. Upon hearing this voice, both Kaku and Haiden were jolted, for they were all too familiar with it. The two sprang to their feet, eyes fixed intently on the figure standing beside the Two Tails Jinchuriki. At that instant, the figure's palm glimmered faintly, seemingly healing the injured Sakura. Witnessing this scene, Kaku's pupils dilated sharply. Fear etched across his face as he shouted at Haiden, "Hurry! Stop her! We cannot allow her to heal the Two Tails Jinchuriki. I know. Don't rush me." Haiden, recognizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly retrieved his blood-stained scythe, which had been distanced from him during the earlier fierce battle, and without hesitation, charged toward Sakura. Meanwhile, Kaku chose not to rush toward Sakura, instead standing firm in his position, hands rapidly forming seals, ready to support Haiden at any moment. He understood that if the person before them was indeed Haruno Sakura, their combined strength might not suffice. Though they were known as the immortal duo, they had genuinely felt the threat of death during the earlier battle between Pain and Sakura. Haiden swung his blood-stained scythe, sending the menacing blades chain hurtling towards Sakura. Yet, she remained remarkably calm, one hand pressed against the Two Tails Jinchuriki, while the other formed seals with lightning speed. "Would release, would gun tree," with a light exclamation. Her entire arm transformed into wood in an instant. Moreover, the wooden appendage continued to extend, rapidly growing into a lush, towering tree. This tree stood like an indomitable fortress, blocking the sweeping scythe and ensnaring it completely. Seeing this, Haiden displayed no signs of panic. Rather, a smile of delight crossed his face. Without hesitation, he seized the iron chain extending from the scythe's handle, pulling it taut to restrain Sakura's hand, and shouted toward Kaku, "Now Kaku!" In a heartbeat, Kaku reacted to the call, unhesitatingly unleashing a fire release ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Kaku expelled a blazing fireball, reminiscent of the scorching sun, the entire scene was bathed in a crimson hue. At that moment, Sakura, with one hand trapped by Haiden, found herself unable to move. Facing this sudden fireball, she appeared utterly defenseless. However, in the critical moment, the hand that had been resting on the Two Tails Jinchuriki finally detached. Swift as lightning, she formed seals with one hand, exclaiming, "Would release," all-encompassing bag technique. As her voice echoed, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the ground. Suddenly, enormous wooden hands burst forth from the earth like mushrooms after rain. The wooden hands, akin to the powerful arms of a giant, descended with formidable force. One hand, in particular, surged upwards with astonishing speed, resembling a colossal palm that seized and obliterated the blazing fireball in one fell swoop. The remaining wooden hands lunged towards their targets, like famished tigers pouncing on prey, seemingly intent on devouring them whole. Witnessing the sheer might of these wooden appendages, Fadewan and Jiao Du dared not confront them head-on. Fadewan even retreated, abandoning his blood-soaked scythe. With a resounding roar, the enormous wooden hands that erupted from the ground were reminiscent of enraged beasts. Instead of grappling with their intended victims, they struck the earth with a cataclysmic force. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and a massive cloud of dust erupted skyward, cloaking the sun. Even the earth appeared to struggle under such immense impact, quaking slightly and emitting a deep rumble. As Jiao Du and Fei Duan beheld this spectacle, a wave of fear and despair surged within them. Their eyes widened as they gazed at the swirling dust and the quaking ground, involuntarily swallowing hard. Faced with such a terrifying scene, their previously resolute convictions began to waver, leading them to contemplate abandoning their pursuit of the two-tails Jinchuriki and fleeing this dreadful place. However, just as they were about to act, the ground beside them split open without warning, and a colossal pitcher plant emerged like a specter, its gaping maw hungrily directed at them. Startled, Jiao Du and Fei Duan immediately shifted into a combat stance, ready to retaliate. Yet, when they discerned the true nature of the pitcher plant, they exhaled in relief. The enigmatic figure of Zetsu, with his half-black, half-white visage, gradually emerged from the plant's mouth, his distinctive physiology unmistakably revealing his identity. Jiao Du fixed his gaze upon Zetsu, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He could not comprehend why Zetsu had suddenly materialized there. Nevertheless, his expression grew grave as he spoke solemnly. This mission has failed. I was never a match for her. He turned to see Sakura, who had reverted to her original form and stood beside the Jinchuriki, nonchalantly toying with the blood-soaked scythe. Her voice tinged with a hint of resignation and frustration. Upon hearing Jiao Du's words, Zetsu turned his attention to Sakura, a subtle smile gracing his lips, enigmatic and elusive. He spoke slowly. Fear not. She is not here in her true form, but rather as a would-release clone. Moreover, judging by her current state, her chakra reserves are nearly depleted. She is merely posturing. Zetsu's words seemed deliberately aimed at Sakura, leaving no intention of concealing the truth. As she absorbed his unwavering declaration, her expression gradually darkened. Fei Duan and Jiao Du exchanged glances, sensing that Zetsu had accurately gauged their bluster. Chapter 182. A matter of courtesy in the vicinity of the fire temple in the land of fire, Shikamu, Izumo, and Kotetsu found themselves under relentless assault from Jiao Du. Utterly powerless to retaliate, their bodies immobilized. On the other hand, the situation for Asuma Sarutobi was dire. His heart had been pierced by Haiden, leaving him on the brink of death. Shikamaru lay on the ground, struggling to rise, but was restrained by Kakazu, unable to move. He gazed vacantly at the sky, filled with endless guilt and remorse. He lamented his own weakness, thinking that if he possessed even half of Sakura's strength, perhaps Asuma would not be facing such dreadful fate today. As Shikamaru wallowed in self-reproach, a clear voice suddenly pierced the night like a bolt of lightning, ringing in the ears of Shikamaru and his companions. Hey, you two seem to be having quite the fun. Care to join me? To Shikamaru. This voice was like a beacon of light in the darkness, instantly reviving the spark in his eyes, akin to finding a lifeline. With all his strength, he hoarsely shouted, Sakura, please save Asuma. Upon hearing Sakura's name, Haiden and Kakazu's expressions turned grim. They had not anticipated that this woman would be omnipresent, even having a clone here. The last encounter with her clone had cost them dearly, leaving them severely injured. Haiden had barely managed to eliminate it after a grueling fight. Yet, here in the land of fire, they encountered another one. Did this woman have a penchant for scattering her clones like markers? Without a moment's hesitation upon sighting Sakura, Haiden and Kakuzu retreated, unwilling to engage with such an extraordinarily powerful woman again. As these two departed, reinforcements from Konoha arrived, albeit belatedly. In that moment, Ino and Choji discovered that Asuma was hanging by a thread, his life in jeopardy. They were frantic, completely disregarding why Sakura was present, and dashed towards Asuma like arrows released from a bow. Shikamaru, quick on his feet, embraced Asuma tightly. Ino followed closely behind, her face etched with sorrow. Without hesitation, she extended her hands, channeling chakra with all her might, hoping to save Asuma's life through medical ninjutsu. However, reality proved to be cruel. Asuma's heart had ruptured in a manner beyond the capacity of ordinary medical ninjutsu to heal. Despite Ino's utmost efforts, the blood continued to pour from Asuma's wound, unceasing and relentless. Asuma's burned lips trembled slightly, producing a faint, almost inaudible sound. It's no use. I know I am beyond saving. You must understand that too. Hearing these words, Shikamaru's heart ached as if pierced by a dagger. He could not accept this grim reality and shouted with a choked voice, "Enough! Be quiet! Ino! Keep going!" His voice echoed in the air, filled with anguish and defiance. Upon hearing Shikamaru's desperate cry, Ino felt an even greater urgency. She poured her chakra into Asuma with fervor, yearning to create a miracle. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, Asuma's condition showed no signs of improvement. The incessant flow of blood seemed to mock her efforts. As time passed, Asuma's breath grew weaker, like a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. As the sky gradually became enveloped in dark clouds, a somber and oppressive atmosphere descended, as if the entire world was mourning Asuma's impending departure. The remaining ninjas confirmed the escape of Haiden and gathered around Asuma, their faces etched with sorrow. Among them was Sakura, who stood quietly, her expression devoid of emotion, resembling a heartless figure. At this moment, Asuma's eyes appeared vacant, as if he were lost in a trance, murmuring, "I finally comprehend the actions of the third Hokage. I have always been slow to realize things. Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, I have a few words to share with you." Choji immediately interjected, "Teacher, please don't." However, Shikamaru halted Choji's protest, saying, "Choji, Ino, this is Asuma-sensei's final lesson. Let us all listen attentively." Upon hearing Shikamaru's calm, yet sorrowful words, Ino slowly withdrew her hands from Asuma, her gaze resting upon his pale face, filled with profound sadness and helplessness. At that moment, Asuma seemed to sense Ino's eyes upon him. He slightly turned his head to meet her gaze. His voice was faint, as if speaking required all the strength he had left. He softly remarked, "Ino, though you often appear strong-willed, you are truly a caring girl. Choji and Shikamaru are always clumsy, so please take care of them in the future." Ino's lips trembled as she attempted to respond, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. After a long pause, she managed to utter one word, "Okay." Yet, it was laced with an unmistakable sob, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Upon hearing Ino's response, a fragile smile appeared on Asuma's face. He continued, "Furthermore, Ino, strive to catch up to Sakura. Do not give up easily. I believe you can achieve it." Ino nodded vigorously, but her tears flowed uncontrollably, like a flood unleashed. She choked out, "Okay." Asuma's increasingly blurred vision beheld Ino's tear-streaked face, stirring a pang of sorrow within him. He turned his head towards Choji, his voice growing weaker. "Choji, you possess a thoughtful nature towards your comrades, which is why you have the potential to be a stronger ninja. Therefore, you must have more confidence in yourself, understand?" At this point, Asuma paused. Then with a teasing tone added, "And perhaps shed a few pounds. Your physique is a bit on the excessive side." Although he endeavored to elicit laughter, not a single person present could muster a smile, their eyes reflecting the unbearable weight of the farewell among the four of them. Choji, unable to hold back his tears, whispered, "Though it is difficult, I will do my best." Asuma, mustering a weak smile, turned his gaze to Shikamaru. "And Shikamaru, your intellect is sharp, and you possess commendable ninja qualities, with the potential to become Hokage, although you often shy away from trouble. I have never managed to win a single game of shogi against you." Asuma, having uttered those words, seemed to lose all his strength, his gaze gradually becoming vacant as he murmured, "The cigarettes I wish to quit are right in my pocket. Let me have one last puff." Shikamaru, trembling slightly, took out a cigarette and placed it between Asuma's lips, then lit it. The wispy smoke curling upwards seemed to foreshadow Asuma's impending departure from life. Yet, just as everyone succumbed to their melancholic sentiments, a pair of delicate, alabaster hands rested upon Asuma's chest as a soft voice intoned, "Secret technique. Rebirth technique." In the midst of the bewildered stares from those gathered, Asuma, who had been on the brink of death, began to recover at an astonishing rate. Even the burns on his face started to heal swiftly, his complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue, and his eyes becoming increasingly lucid. Stunned by this miraculous transformation, Shikamaru could only stammer, "What is happening, Sakura?" Sakura, witnessing Asuma's restoration, offered a faint smile and replied, "It is polite to listen until the end." After uttering this, Sakura transformed into a mere wooden effigy, not due to the dissolution of her wooden clone, but because her clone had depleted its chakra and vitality, reverting to its original form. This was the price Sakura had to pay for utilizing Chiyo's secret technique through her wooden doppelganger, regardless of how minor the injury. Once this technique is employed, it cannot be halted. The technique, while formidable, could not resurrect the dead. However, as long as there remained a breath, it could fully restore life, which is why Sakura had been unhurriedly observing the scene until this moment. Now, lying in Shikamaru's embrace with a cigarette clenched between his lips, Asuma appeared motionless, as if lifeless. Yet the flushed, rugged features of his bearded face hinted that he was merely feigning death to escape the current awkwardness. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shikamaru fixed his gaze upon Sakura's wooden clone, and even the most steadfast among them could not help but exclaim, "Damn your politeness."